Family, who understands? I just crossed over to the Fishman Island in one piece and got surrounded by fishmen. I pretended to be Baki Hanma and fought back. To enhance my role-playing, I ran to a barber shop to change my hairstyle, my strength skyrocketed, and with one slap, I sent the shark-headed guy flying. Now my role-playing degree is at 20, and my charm is off the charts. Next, I'm going to find Princess Shirahoshi. I tell you, when that slap landed, the air exploded around me. With a boom, that shark-headed guy who was pumped up like a bull from drugs had his head flying off, and the cut was so smooth it could serve as a mirror. Good heavens, at that moment, I had only one thought. This Baki Hanma's power is simply unparalleled. But if you ask me if I was scared at that time, let me tell you, just over half an hour ago, I was so panicked that my legs were trembling. Yes, as soon as I crossed over, I opened my eyes and found myself on the chaotic streets of Fishman Island in one piece. I hadn't even figured out who I was or where I was when suddenly, the system activated with a ding. It said I had drawn the role of Baki Hanma. Family, who understands Baki Hanma? That ultimate tough guy, known as the strongest creature on land. When he unleashes his power, he's unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas alike. I was filled with excitement, feeling like I was about to become invincible. But the system notified me that my role-playing degree was 0. 0. That means I was just a fitness guy with an 8-pack abs who once punched a rabid dog to death, but compared to the locals, I was just a weakling. Just as I was pondering how to escape, I looked up, and lo and behold, I was surrounded by a group of oddly shaped seafood. The leading fishman, holding a coral stick, pointed at me and shouted, "Hey, the human over there, stop. Can't you see the sign? No humans or dogs allowed." I was internally cursing. Dude, I just landed 2 minutes ago. I haven't even figured out the navigation. When am I supposed to see your broken sign? I was panicking inside, but I had to keep my face steady. After all, I was going to play Baki Hanma. I couldn't lose my momentum. I sneered, with a gaze and a smirk that nailed it perfectly. The fact that I can appear here means I wouldn't even regard you ants. The fishman leader was indeed intimidated, a bit wary. But his minions weren't having it, shouting that they saw me trying to turn around and that I must be scared. I thought to myself, oh no, I might have overdone it a bit. But since I'd already said it, I could only keep playing it cool. I raised my chin, scanning each of them with disdain. Flee? How ridiculous. I'm telling you, every single one of you here is trash. Well, that completely angered them. The fishman leader lost his composure, and it looked like he was about to make a move. At that critical moment, I noticed a barber shop not far away, and a plan instantly formed in my mind. I raised my hand and shouted, "Wait." The fishman thought I was backing down and started mocking me. I then leisurely said, "I just think my hairstyle is a bit messy and affects my performance. You all stay here, don't move, they'll come back and deal with you later." Family, who understands? At that moment, the group of fishmen, including their leader, was completely stunned. They looked at each other and surprisingly let me swagger into the barbershop. I tell you, at that moment, I felt like an Oscar-winning actor. Inside the barbershop was a beautiful mermaid, much more pleasant to look at than the fierce fishmen outside. I sat in the chair and gently said to her, "Boss, dye my hair red and style into flowing seaweed-like strands. Thank you." Yes, I wanted the same style as Baki Hanma. Role-playing starts from the head. At the moment the mermaid was dyeing my hair red, I tell you, a miracle happened. The system went ding. Hair changed to red. Role-playing degree increased by 5. In the next second, I felt my strength surging up, and my muscles expanded. The numbers on my attribute panel shot up like a rocket. After the whole hairstyle was done, another ding, role-playing degree increased by another 5, straight to 10. I looked at myself in the mirror with a head full of wild, cool, red hair, feeling an unparalleled power coursing through me. When I stepped out of the barbershop, the situation outside had escalated. The fishman leader really went to gather people, and a massive group of over 500 came, along with 2 officers leading them, one named Dosen and the other named Damo. When the previous minions saw me, they trembled in fear, saying my aura had completely changed, like I was a different person. That officer Dosen had a bad temper and kicked one of his minions away, yelling for them to charge together. I tell you, at that moment, my aura was maxed out. I grinned, and that smile had all the essence of Baki Hanma. The system chimed again, and my role-playing degree increased by another 5. One hand casually slipped into my pocket while the other waved at the charging crowd, swatting them away like flies. The speed was so fast, I couldn't even see it. All I heard were screams of awe and wow. And in an instant, over 500 people were sent flying, not a single one left. I didn't even move my feet. Now, those 2 officers were completely dumbfounded. That officer, named Dosen, panicked, pulled out a handful of pills, and swallowed them all at once. Instantly, his muscles bulged, his eyes turned red, and he swung a massive warhammer straight at my face. I didn't dodge or evade. I directly used a technique I learned from Baki Hanma Ultimate Force Absorption. When his heavy hammer hit my face, I tell you, it felt like a massage, not a thing. Dosen was stunned, probably thinking how could this be possible. Then came the iconic scene I mentioned at the beginning. I looked at his bewildered face, his body twisted at an unbelievable angle, and with a backhand I slapped him Demon God Strike. Boom! His head was gone, clean and neat. The other officer, named Damo, who had earth manipulation abilities, took the opportunity to dig a deep pit under my feet, filled with spikes. The moment I fell into it, I did a split in midair, my toes supporting the walls of the pit. Although the ground was a bit loose, and I started to slide down, just as I was about to hit the bottom, I did a handstand and firmly gripped 2 spikes with my fingers. Damo was watching from the edge of the pit with his eyes almost popping out, probably stunned by my skills. Without saying a word, he directly burrowed underground to escape. This is what you call professionalism. After the fight, I took some cash from Dosen's body and went back to pay for the haircut. The mermaid looked at me with eyes that were about to turn to stars. As I walked down the street, the rate at which people turned their heads was unbelievable. The men saw me and felt inferior, taking detours, while several women looked at me until their legs went weak. I finally understood Baki Hanma's damn charm is simply a dimensional strike. And this was just 20 role-playing degree, and it had this effect. I thought to myself, the next step must be to get a set of black martial arts pants and old cloth shoes like Baki Hanma. My role-playing degree would definitely rise. Oh, and there's a key thing called breaking the ban. I heard that completing it can lead to a qualitative leap in strength. Just as I was thinking, I found a clothing store to get a custom outfit. The owner was also a mermaid, and during the hour she took to measure my size, she ran back and forth to the restroom 5 or 6 times. As soon as I walked out with my clothes, she plopped down and collapsed on the ground. Sigh. Family, this uncontainable charm is really troubling. I tell you just now, I put on a tailored old man's undershirt and slipped into a pair of old cloth shoes. Hey, guess what? My acting skills skyrocketed by 10 points with a ding in my head. I feel like if I throw a punch, I could cause a free tectonic shift for the Earth. With a punch weighing 15,000 tons, just kidding, right? The power is there, but it still feels a bit off. Yes, that's it. You know what I mean? I need to unlock my full potential by getting some action. I was thinking on this mermaid island, it has to be either Lady Sholi or Princess Bystern who can withstand my firepower. Well, I was pondering who to find first when Lady Sholi, the owner of the Mermaid CF, directly did a fortune-telling for herself. She probably had a 1080p live stream in her crystal ball and saw that she was in for trouble. She was shocked. What the heck? Is there a schemer trying to harm me? She was still skeptical and insisted on peering into the heavens to see my handsome face. What happened? Puffed. She spat out a mouthful of old blood all over the crystal ball. Family, who understands the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked, sister. If she kept calculating, she'd be done for. This girl is fierce without a second thought. She disguised herself and fled overnight, leaving her shop behind. On my end, I figure Princess Bystern's figure is about 13 to 14 meters long, like a small submarine. That's a bit much. I decided to find Lady Sholi first. So, I excitedly ran to the Mermaid CF, and guess what? The waitress at the door just glanced at me. I didn't do anything, just smiled gently at her, and she immediately blushed, her legs went weak, okay, and then bang, she fainted right there. Sigh, this damned, unplaceable masculine aura of mine. After asking around, it turned out the owner had indeed run away. Alright, Sholi's gone, Plan B activated. Target, Dragon Palace City, the grand prize in the hard shell, Tower Princess Bystern. Infiltrating Dragon Palace City was as easy as going home for me. I found the hard shell tower, and inside was an enormous shell, with Princess Bystern sleeping soundly inside. I gently pried it open, and the shell went crack, like opening an oyster. Princess Bystern woke up immediately, her big eyes blinking. Looking at me, just about to speak, I swiftly appeared behind her, striking with my hand, and the world fell silent. Saw the, I promise to treat you well in the future. I silently repeated this in my heart, and directly hoisted this 13 or 14 meter long treasure onto my shoulder, striding away. As soon as I left, the entire Dragon Palace City was on high alert, lights blazing. The old King Neptune was so furious that his beard stood on end, believing it was his daughter's brain-dead pervert suitor, Vander Decken 9, who did it, and he immediately ordered a city-wide manhunt. Bro, you better take the blame for this one. I'm out of here. And what about the real unfortunate Vander Decken 9? He was still in his broken ship in the sea of trees, having a nightmare, dreaming that he was being pulled apart by 5 horses, and he woke up with a sneeze. Still groggy, he habitually pulled out a few flying knives and threw them into the air. His fruit ability allowed the thrown objects to automatically track Shirahoshi. But when he focused, he thought, hey, the navigation route is wrong. The GPS shows Princess Shirahoshi is nearby in the sea of trees. Goodness, this guy thought it was 2025 coming true. That he was about to reach the peak of his life, marry a rich beauty, and take control of the world. He scrambled out in a hurry. I was holding the White Star and found a comfortable pile of seaweed, ready to get down to business and study what exactly is different about the anatomy of mermaids compared to humans. When suddenly I felt several flying daggers coming towards my woman. Let me tell you, I was furious. Interrupting my research, who do you think you are? I quickly crushed those daggers into iron scraps. Before long, that four-legged ugly creature came right up to me. He was hiding in the shadows, observing, and then thought he looked cool as he walked out, stopping 10 meters away from me to start his performance. Haha, human friend, thank you for bringing my princess out. Now, hand her over to me, or I will send a dart your way, with an army of 1,000 horses to meet you. I was wondering if you were here to shoot through the clouds? I couldn't be bothered with him. He was still threatening me, and in the next second, I was already standing in front of him. His eyes were about to pop out. With a swift motion, I severed one of his arms. He screamed and turned to run, and in the blink of an eye, the other arm was gone too. In the end, I couldn't be bothered to use the knife anymore. I just grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, delivering a devastating blow that sent his ugly head flying like a bowling ball. Finally, the world was quiet. When I turned around, to my surprise, Bai Xing was awake, sitting there and watching this bloody massacre in full HD. I wiped my hands and gave her what I thought was my gentlest smile as I walked over to her. Come with me. I want you to be my woman. Guess what? The little girl not only didn't cry in fear, but actually blushed. She quietly said that the fishmen had been harassing her for many years, and I had helped her solve a big problem. Then she actually started to seriously consider being my woman and innocently asked me, being your woman means, I also have to have many children like my father and mother, right? I was dumbfounded at the time. Family, is this progress on a rocket? I hadn't thought that far ahead. But who am I, fanmatician? I must stay calm. I immediately made a decision. That's right. You want to have as many as you want. Our family can afford it. Just as I was discussing future population issues with that naive little Bai Xing, I felt a rustling in the grass around me, and a big group of odd-looking characters surrounded us. The leading big shark, named Hody Jones or something, looked at the headless corpse on the ground, then at me, and grinned widely. Human friend, it seems our goals are aligned. How about we cooperate and pull off a big score? As soon as I heard that, I almost burst out laughing. Cooperation? I glanced at the bizarre-looking things behind him, which were nothing short of a collection of second-rate seafood market rejects. I couldn't help but laugh. Use my woman? With you bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? A brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have one. I walked straight towards that big white shark, and that guy was quite arrogant, thinking he was tough just because there were a lot of people. There were 5,000 or 6,000 minions, all packed together like a market scene. He waved his hand and shouted, "Charge! Kill him!" Goodness, those fishmen rushed up, screaming. Who understand that scene? It was like poking a hornet's nest. But who was I afraid of? I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. I just went all out. One punch for one little guy. No. When I threw that punch, it had 15,000 tons of explosive power. The one hit turned into meat paste, and the shockwave from the punch could kill a whole bunch behind him. It was like mowing grass, just swiping down hundreds at a time. I was in the heat of battle over here, while on the other side, the old king of Fishman Island, named Neptune, came with his 3 foolish sons and a bunch of royal guards. It seems one of his subordinates tipped him off. As soon as they arrived, they were all dumbfounded. I tell you, outside the sea forest, it was a river of blood. The corpses were almost piled up like a mountain. I was standing on top of that mountain of corpses, holding Hody Jones in one hand like he was a little chick. The big shark was also stubborn, still trying to attack me at this point, but in the end, it was just tickling me with its weak strength. Feeling like I had enough fun, I grinned and slapped him backhandedly. Slap! The world fell silent. Hody Jones's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. This scared the newly arrived king and his sons so much that their faces turned pale. I noticed a prince who looked like a sunfish starting to tremble. However, the old king was somewhat perceptive. Seeing his precious daughter Shirahoshi unscathed beside me, He immediately guessed that I was the one who saved her. I glanced at them, and the soldiers were so scared that they all took a step back in unison. I was a bit impatient and said directly, "What are you standing there for? Come here and clean up the place." My tone left no room for doubt. The old king didn't dare to say a word and quickly waved his hand to let his people come over to act as cleaners. Once they had mopped the floor clean, I walked up to Bai Xing and said to her, "All right, you can open your eyes now." This little girl was quite obedient. When she opened her eyes and saw me, she was overjoyed. I pointed to her father and brother's side and said, "Go ahead, say goodbye to your family. We're getting ready to leave." But her family had no idea. This little innocent ran over and blurted out a bombshell. "Father, brothers, Bai Xing is now Lord D. Tian's woman. I'm going to play on the mainland with him." I tell you, in that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The old king, the three princes, and the thousands of soldiers who had just finished mopping the floor all looked like they had seen a ghost, collectively petrified. Once they snapped back to reality, it was chaos. The old king panicked. "Bai Xing, what nonsense are you talking? How old are you?" His three brotherly princes were even more agitated, wanting to rush over and forcibly pull Bai Xing back to Dragon Palace City. Well, this made the little girl feel wronged. Tears came pouring down. Her big watery eyes turned to me, and with a crying tone, she shouted, "Lord D. Tian, I don't want to go back. Please take me away." Woo-woo. Great. Once this little ancestor started crying, the old king's face turned green, probably fearing she would attract the Sea King with her cries. As soon as I saw this was not going to work, I couldn't be bothered with any more words. I walked straight over, lifted the more than 10-meter-tall Princess White Star on my shoulder, and turned to leave. At this point, the old king completely lost his composure, ran over and blocked my way. "Your Excellency, what are you doing? My daughter is still young, you can't." I let out a snort, fully unleashing my imposing presence, and stomped my foot on the ground, causing the entire surface to crack open with several large fissures. I stared at him and said word by word, "The woman I, Hanma Tian, have set my sights on is my woman. From now on, she can only cry for me. If anyone dares to make her shed a single tear, I will kill them." This move was simply outrageous. The old king was instantly stunned, not daring to utter a word. It was still my White Star on my shoulder who felt sorry for her father and quickly tried to speak well of him, even bringing up how Vanderdecken had harassed her, which I dealt with. She was acting spoiled while looking like she was about to cry, leaving the old king utterly helpless, completely under my control. In the end, seeing that toughness wasn't working, the old man whispered to a few of his ministers, clearly unable to hold it in. Sure enough, he came over, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Your Excellency D. Tian, since it has come to this, and my daughter likes you so much, how about this? I will betroth Bai Xing to you. Let's hold a grand wedding for you in half a month on Fishman Island. What do you think?" Good heavens. A stalling tactic. He wants to use this half month to find someone to take me down, right? I can guess with my toes that he wants to find that white-bearded guy. Perfect. I also want to see how strong that so-called strongest man in the world really is. I grinned. Although it was troublesome, it sounded a bit interesting. So it was decided. I temporarily stayed in Dragon Palace City. The old king indeed sent someone to find Whitebeard for help. A few days later, the news reached Whitebeard's ship. Upon hearing that someone had killed tens of thousands on his territory and was trying to kidnap the princess of Fishman Island, he was immediately displeased. His subordinate, Captain Diamond Jozu, along with Captain Amor, a shark man, volunteered to come meet me. When the folks on Fishman Island heard that Whitebeard had sent 2 captains, their courage instantly grew. Their first plan was to find a way to separate me from Shirahoshi, fearing that if a fight broke out, Shirahoshi would cry and attract the Sea Kings, causing chaos. So, within a couple of days, the 3 princes came to visit, claiming they needed to learn etiquette before the wedding and wanted to take Shirahoshi away for 10 days. Shirahoshi looked at me reluctantly, and I smiled at her. "Go ahead. See you in 10 days. Then I turned to the 3 terrified princes, deliberately lowering my voice. "Make sure your father finds someone to teach you well. I don't want Shirahoshi to not know how to cooperate on our wedding night. That would make me very angry." My words made them break into a cold sweat, and they nodded repeatedly before taking Shirahoshi away. Once Shirahoshi left, I had some free time. I went to the Mermaid CAF every day, specifically asking for Madame Charlie. Each time, the little waitresses would tell me the boss was not at home. Could I believe that? That woman was definitely avoiding me. I later found out that she had foreseen through her crystal ball that she would be forcefully violated by a man, and she guessed that man was me, so she was scared and hiding every day. Hide? Can she really hide? That day, as usual, I went to the CAF and directly sneaked into the back room. Madame Charlie was mumbling about needing to run away again that night when I suddenly appeared behind her and covered her mouth with one hand. Just as I was having a deep conversation about life with Madame Charlie, Whitebeard's people arrived. Captain Namor, the Shark Man, jumped off the ship and rushed straight to the CF, his crew cheering him on, saying the captain was back to chase after his sister-in-law. It turns out he had a crush on Madame Charlie for a long time. He burst in, and the waitresses couldn't stop him. He charged into the back room and happened to hear Madame Charlie's voice pleading, "Please, don't do this. I might die." Upon hearing this, Namor's mind went blank. He heard the words Emperor Tian mentioned and exploded with rage. He thought I had done something to Charlie, and his eyes turned red as he kicked the door open. Boom! As he kicked the door open, he saw me shirtless, wearing only a pair of shorts. Meanwhile, Madame Charlie was wrapped in a blanket, crying while holding her fishtail. Namor went completely mad upon seeing this, activating his haki and roaring as he charged at me. "Beast, I'm going to kill you." Unfortunately for him, just a second before he kicked the door, I had just unlocked a new ability, Ghost Brain. I had already simulated in my mind how I would deal with whatever he threw at me. As he threw a punch, I couldn't even be bothered to look. I simply countered with 2 slaps, so fast that even the afterimages couldn't be seen, directly hitting him in the face. Namor immediately spat blood and was left dazed. He was still unconvinced, opening his shark mouth, trying to bite my arm. I was disgusted by his bad breath, so I slapped him hard on the head. Bang! With a dull thud, the whole world fell completely silent. That guy was like a broken sack, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. His pupils instantly turned into 2 glass beads, devoid of any light. The staff outside the door. Let me tell you, were all so scared their faces turned as white as A4 paper, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in. Yet they couldn't make a sound no matter what. As for me, I couldn't be bothered with them. I leisurely walked over, put on my pants, draped my clothes over my shoulder, turned to Lady Shaylee, and spoke in a voice that was incredibly gentle. "From today on, you are my woman, Hanma Tian. In the future, if anyone gives you trouble, just mention my name, and I'll handle it." To be honest at this moment, I really couldn't be as heartless as that old man Hanma Yōjirō, treating her like a mere tool after everything was done. Sigh, when my heart softened. I couldn't help but want to treat her a little better, take on some responsibility. Although I knew this would definitely affect my performance, there was nothing I could do. With this level of combat power at the start, I felt I was already far ahead. It was enough. Lady Shaylee silently shed tears, not making a sound. I understood. This was something that anyone would need time to process. Her heart was so conflicted. Who would understand her family? She both hated me and couldn't help but be drawn to my damn charm. Seeing her like that, I sighed internally, didn't say much more, just left her with one sentence. "You take your time to calm down. I'll come back to see you in a few days." After saying that, I dragged the corpse of Mir out the door. Goodness, the effect of me hitting the streets like this was simply astonishing. I was dragging the corpse of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 8th Division, just like dragging a dead dog, strolling down the streets of Fishman Island. Passers-by were dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped. "Oh my, isn't that Lord Mir? Someone actually dared to kill him? This guy really doesn't take the 4 emperors seriously." Now, there was a good show to watch. Along with Mir, there was also the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jaws. I listened to the discussions, and my mouth almost stretched to my ears. This was the effect I wanted. I dragged the corpse directly into the Dragon Palace, and right in front of King Neptune and his useless sons, I slammed the corpse down in the center of the hall. Instantly, the temperature in the entire hall dropped by several degrees. Diamond Jaws and his gang of subordinates had their eyes turn red in an instant, exuding murderous intent as if it were free, and everyone pulled out their weapons to surround me. One of Jaws' subordinates shouted, "Captain of Team 3, Captain Mir, he was killed." Jaws suppressed his anger and was about to say a few words to maintain the situation, but he couldn't hold back and roared, "You dare to kill my brother." His fist, as big as a cooking pot, came crashing toward my face. "This is good. I stood still, not moving at all, and casually reached out to grab his fist. "Oh, I heard you are that so-called shiny fruit user." I smiled, feeling the blood in my body heat up. "I wonder if my 3,000 tons of grip strength could crush your diamond fist into dust." As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly exerted force with my right arm, and hundreds of muscles instantly coordinated, the power layering upon itself. Wow, that power was explosive. At first, Jaws looked disdainful, wearing an expression that said, "Who do you think you are?" He activated his ability, and his entire arm turned into sparkling diamond. "Arrogant." But before he could finish the word arrogant, there was a crisp cracking sound. I slightly increased my grip, around 2,000 tons, and cracks appeared on his proud diamond fist. "What?" His eyes nearly popped out. The surrounding pirates looked as if they had seen a ghost. Crushing diamonds with bare hands? What kind of monster's grip strength is this? "Captain, don't play with him. Use Hody to take him down," a subordinate shouted. Jaws thought the same, and his other fist was about to gather strength for a counterattack. Unfortunately, he was too slow. The power in my hand instantly surged to 3,000 tons. A scream echoed throughout the hall. His diamond fist in my hand felt like a walnut, and it looked like it was about to be crushed into powder. He panicked, and his other fist, covered in diamond and armed Hody, desperately came crashing towards my face. I let go of my hand, easily dodging to the side. The armament Hody is quite interesting." Jaws retracted his hand, his face twisted in pain, and stared at me fiercely. "Very well. No wonder little 8 died at your hands. But today, you must accompany him to the grave." As he spoke, his whole body turned into diamond, his fists wrapped in pitch-black armament Hody, charging towards me aggressively. What about me? I activated my ghost brain and instantly simulated thousands of battles. The result? A 100 win rate. I didn't dodge at all. I faced him head-on. Each of his punches was powerful and made a loud sound when they hit me, but I managed to deflect them using a technique called dispersing force. In just a few seconds, he threw over 80 punches at me, and what was the result? I was completely fine. The more he hit, the more shocked he became, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. What was going on? It seemed like Captain Joe's attacks were hitting cotton. Armament Hody is supposed to deal real damage. How could he be unscathed? Just when Joe was looking bewildered, I suddenly laughed. So this is the power of Hody. As soon as I finished speaking, a similarly powerful, dark aura erupted from my body. That's right, during those few seconds of fighting him, I had seen and learned. Armament Hody get what? Joe was so scared that he nearly lost his mind and stumbled back, looking at me as if I were a complete monster. Live teaching, instant mastery? This talent is simply out of this world. He wanted to run? Too late. I used a shave technique to appear right in front of him, and with a simple punch, covered in the armament Hody I had just learned, I struck him directly in the chest. Boom! Joe flew back like a cannonball, crashing through the palace walls and flying more than 500 meters, destroying everything in his path, finally coming to a stop in a pile of rubble. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A large part of the diamond on his chest shattered, and his eyes were filled with fear. Is this really the kind of damage someone who just learned Hody can inflict? I ignored him and swiftly knocked away the remaining small fry. Then I walked step by step towards Jaws. He panicked and picked up a massive Ferris wheel nearby to throw at me. I punched it, unleashing my armament Hody, and shattered the Ferris wheel into countless pieces. Before the fragments even hit the ground, my figure had already flashed past him. As the pieces clattered to the ground, one of Jaws' arms also fell with a thud, blood spraying high. He stood there dumbfounded, completely stunned. After finishing up, the system notified me that my performance level had increased by 1. I lost all interest in this defeated foe and turned back towards Fishman Island. Jaws and his crew, in a panic, fled with their dead and wounded overnight. King Neptune and his sons had long been scared stiff, huddled in a corner, not daring to breathe. They were now utterly desperate, probably thinking one thing. It's over. Princess Shirahoshi is definitely getting married this time. In the following days, my reputation spread throughout Fishman Island. Everyone was discussing how I had killed Whitebeard's men, and that the Whitebeard Pirates would surely not let it go, making a major battle inevitable. In the Mermaid, CAF, Madame shyly listened to these rumors, feeling a mix of emotions. Clearly, she should hate me to the bone, but now, she found herself worrying about my safety uncontrollably. Just as she sighed, an employee rushed in, panicking. "Boss, it's bad. That man, he's back." Madame Shirley immediately stood up, nervous and unsure where to put her hands. I walked into the inner room, saw her restless demeanor, and smiled as I asked, "So, have you come to your senses?" "Oomph. I'll tell you, I will never forgive you," she said defiantly, but inside she was panicking, her heart racing as I got closer. I couldn't be bothered to talk to her, so I started taking off my clothes and domineeringly declared, "I told you, you are my woman now. I've been coming here every day recently, so get ready." She was flustered and angry for my actions, and in a panic, she blurted out something she thought was absurd. Even if you do this, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Even if I can't help but fall in love with you, I won't admit it." After saying that, her face turned as red as an apple. This contradictory little look was too cute. Later, she actually mustered up the courage to tell me to leave Fishman Island quickly, fearing that I would be killed by Whitebeard's men. When I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. "What? Are you worried about me?" She stubbornly denied it, insisting that she wanted to kill me herself and couldn't let Whitebeard take my head. I directly rejected her, telling her that I wasn't satisfied yet. So how could I leave? When she heard the word satisfied, her face turned even redder, and she actually said, If you leave now, I can go with you." I looked at her and shook my head. "Shaylee, even so, it's still not enough." She instantly understood that what I wanted also included Princess Whitestar. She immediately felt wronged, lying on the bed with the blanket over her head, feeling as if she had gained this man, yet at the same time felt like she had gained nothing, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the old man with the white beard indeed exploded. The old man saw the corpse of Mio and the dismembered Joes, and in his rage, unleashed his conqueror's haki, commanding 8 captains to lead a grand charge towards Fishman Island. The Marine headquarters also received the news that old Fox Sengoku immediately dispatched 2 vice admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, to disguise themselves and infiltrate Fishman Island, preparing to reap the benefits. That night, on my way to Shaylee's place, a woman tapped me on the shoulder. That figure that sent TSK. She asked me to follow her, and I thought, ISNT this just fun coming right to my door? I followed her to the sea forest. Just as she turned around and was about to speak, I made my move. She reacted quickly and blocked my first strike, but the next second, I precisely hit her acupoint, and she fell softly into my arms. Trying to use beauty as a weapon against me? You're still too inexperienced. You delivered yourself right to me. I carried the unconscious beauty, Admiral Peach Rabbit, back to the Mermaid Cafe. Mrs. Shirley was stunned when she saw me return with another woman. I simply said to her, "You're tired, get some good rest tonight." After that, I took Peach Rabbit into another room. Outside the door, Shirley's heart was shattered. In the early hours of the morning, Peach Rabbit woke up. When she realized where she was and what had happened, she completely broke down and spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. She looked at me, still asleep beside her, with bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent, and struck my head with a palm. "You beast, I'll kill you." Bang! My muscles instantly tensed up, and like a carp jumping, I sprang up from the bed with lightning speed, landing on the ground on one foot with my toes touching the floor, striking an incredibly athletic pose. Tao was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, grabbing the bedsheet to wrap around herself, and kicked toward my most vulnerable spot, cursing, "I'll take you out first." I narrowed my eyes, my palm moving as fast as lightning, striking first despite being the one to follow. Boom! With a loud crash, the large bed beneath her was split in half by the force of my palm. The girl, Tao, was so frightened that her face turned pale, instinctively retreating. But how could I give her that chance? I'm telling you, I didn't think much of the time. I immediately threw a punch to chase after her. This woman indeed had some skills. She activated her observation haki and dodged awkwardly, but my punch missed and directly smashed a spiderweb pattern into the wall beside her. The look in her eyes was something else, a mix of anger and grievance, as if to say, "You beast, just after you did that to me. Now I want to go all out? Didn't you see the marks on the bedsheets? Where's your conscience? Who understands, my friends? Even at a time like this." She was still acting out her inner turmoil. She completely exploded, yelling, You know who I am, you beast. And went at me head on, wrapped in armament hockey. To be honest, her strength was decent. She was a vice admiral after all, not just talk. We exchanged dozens of blows, and the whole room was almost in ruins. But the problem was going toe-to-toe with me in physical combat. That was just absurd. In just a few exchanges, her arms went numb, and hitting me felt like a tickle. My physique could absorb most of her power. At that moment, my brain was operating at high speed, simulating her attack patterns hundreds of times. Just at the moment she took a breath, I made a quick prediction, striking like lightning, grabbing her by the neck and pinning her firmly to the ground. She was stunned, probably thinking, is this person cheating? How does he know all my moves? That punch. Let me tell you, all the muscles in my body twisted together like a rope. Heat was rising from my skin, and it was aimed right at her beautiful face. Under the threat of death, her eyes went wide. But of course, I didn't actually hit her. My fist grazed her ear and smashed into the ground, causing the entire floor to shatter with a loud bang. I released her, slowly put on my pants, and before leaving, I turned back to tell her, of course I know who you are, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Peach Rabbit Gyon. However, I really have to thank you for the warmth you brought. Oomph. The look on her face at that moment was so infuriated that she almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. As soon as I left, Lady Shirley quickly came out of her room, helped Tao 2 up, and brought her a new outfit. Tao 2 changed into a chi pao and sternly questioned Lady Shirley about her relationship with me. Lady Shirley responded with a brilliant reply. Whatever relationship you have with him, I have the same. The weight of that statement was enough to fry Tao 2's CPU. She was stunned for a long time before she reacted, pointing at Lady Shirley and saying, could it be, you too? Lady Shirley, being honest, sadly admitted that she couldn't help but like me and blamed herself for being too weak to satisfy me. Tao 2 exploded at that moment, going into lecture mode, saying that all men are scoundrels, loving one after another, and swore that she would definitely kill me to bring Lady Shirley back to normal. However, Lady Shirley told her, you can't kill him. You don't even know how domineering and gentle he is. Besides, after the first time, there will be a second time, and if you come again, you will definitely fall. Tao 2, furious, cursed that she was truly crazy, left a harsh warning threatening Lady Shirley not to speak of it, and hurriedly left. I've heard that on her way back, she finally couldn't hold it in and cried her eyes out. The next day was the wedding ceremony between me and Princess by Shing. The entire Fishman Island was bustling like it was New Year's after all. It was the first time a mermaid princess was marrying a human. In the banquet hall, Tao 2 pretended to blend in with the guests, her eyes sharp as knives, glaring at me. Next to her was a man named Jozu, who was also a Navy officer, constantly stealing glances at her. He looked like a pure-hearted warrior, probably thinking about helping his beloved and being a hero to save her. Old King Neptune was dawdling around, clearly stalling for time, waiting for the arrival of the white-bearded people. I became impatient and directly stood on the podium to confront him. I know you're waiting for the white-bearded people, but have you considered that? Sorry, I'm also waiting for them. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 gunshots rang out, and the door was kicked open. The Whitebeard Pirates, a massive crowd of hundreds, stormed in, with 8 captains leading the charge, including the Eye Switch and a whole bunch of others. The guests were so frightened that they ran out in a panic, and Tao 2 and Jozu also slipped outside, preparing to watch the fight from the sidelines. A big guy named Blenheim shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who is Hanma Tian? Get the hell out here." I broke into a grin and instantly appeared in front of him. He hadn't even raised his knife yet when I threw a punch that pierced right through his stomach, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through who knows how many walls. Everyone in the white group was stunned. Another muscular guy named Jingu Duo rushed over and smashed the ground with a punch, but I easily dodged it. Immediately after, a guy with dual knives, Huajian Bista, attacked me. His swordsmanship was indeed impressive. However, I activated my ghost brain mode and predicted all his movements. I reached out with both hands and, with a loud clap, firmly clamped down on his 2 knives. He was dumbfounded, unable to pull them out or swing them down. I exerted force with my palms, and the high temperatures from the friction made his precious blades start to smoke. Nearby, a guy with a watermelon head named Cooley AI Air aimed 2 shots at my head. I tilted my head, caught the bullets with my hand, and crushed them into a hot iron ball right in front of him before bouncing it back at him. Hua! Jin Bista looked at his knives, which now bore my handprints, and was so frightened that he shouted, "Be careful. This guy's explosive power is monstrous. Don't hold back." Then, the giant outside, named Xiao Aoz, directly ripped off the entire ceiling of the banquet hall and sent it crashing down at me like a brick. I threw a punch and shattered the entire ceiling into countless fragments mid-air. Seeing his attack fail, he swung a massive sword dozens of meters long at me. I stretched out my arms and once again caught his massive blade, weighing thousands of pounds with my bare hands. They thought they had found an opportunity, and everyone unleashed their strongest attacks on my face. The strikes from the Flower Sword, Cooley Air's rocket launcher, and the Ice Witch's frost abilities instantly overwhelmed me. In that moment, I felt something inside me explode with a loud bang, and the system notified me that I had unlocked a skill called Killing Eye. My eyes turned red, and a wave of bloodthirsty killing intent surged uncontrollably from within me. I suddenly exerted force with both hands, and with a loud clang, I broke Little Oz's giant blade in half. With a casual flick, the broken blade split the incoming cannonball in two. Then I slammed my fist down onto the ground. With a huge bang, the entire Fishman Island shook violently. All the attacks rushing towards me were shattered by the shockwave of this punch. The onlookers outside thought there was an earthquake and were all terrified. Even that Peach Rabbit woman had a look of shock on her face, probably not expecting that I had such a trick up my sleeve. I slowly stood up straight, tore off my shirt, revealing my perfect muscle lines, and walked step by step towards those so-called captains, muttering, "You bunch of clowns who only know how to wield knives and guns. Your purity is too low. It's better to eliminate all of you." Provoked by me, the pirates howled and charged at me. Let me tell you, those little lackeys rushing forward were practically delivering their heads to me. I barely took it seriously, throwing punches and kicks. The scene was extremely bloody. In less than a minute, hundreds of them either had their heads blown off or their hearts pierced, lying all over the ground. And the remaining dozens of minions had soft legs and no longer dared to approach. The Flower Sword Bista ordered them to take the wounded away, while the remaining few captains and the captain surrounded me. After finishing off this group of small fries, my rampage state also stopped, and my red eyes returned to normal. But I still looked at them arrogantly. "In 3 minutes, I'll make all of you lie down. Those who survive, go back and tell Whitebeard. If you're tired of living, feel free to come find me." That watermelon-headed Cooley L still dared to act tough. I instantly appeared in front of him, easily dodged his bullets and grabbed his neck. I smiled and told them, "To be honest, everything happening now has been simulated in my mind hundreds of times. I've already seen through your every move and every prediction." After saying that, with a snap, I twisted his neck in front of everyone. Another one wielding a meteor hammer, Lakio, went crazy and swung the hammer at me with all his strength. I caught it with my other hand and swung it back, smashing it into his own face, completely shattering it. The remaining group was completely stunned, saying that what I did was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. In the end, it was still that Flower Sword Bista with red eyes shouting at me, "Fama Dighton, do you dare to fight me fairly?" As soon as I heard this, I almost burst out laughing. Goodness, at this point, what is the point of talking to me about being upright and proper? I kicked the one next to me, named Lakio, flying like kicking a soccer ball, and then slowly walked up to this fencer. Bista, I thought to myself that I had to teach him a lesson, to let him know what despair truly is. I lifted my chin, looked at him, and spoke in a casual tone. "Brother, I heard your swordsmanship is on par with that of Hawkeye. That's great." I paused and then grinned. "But I wonder if your proud sword can cut through my bones? Let me give you a heads up. My bones are over 700 times harder than the toughest steel. Oh, and don't worry, I definitely won't use hockey. That would be unfair to you." His face turned pale, but he still forced himself to ask, "What if I manage to cut through?" I burst out laughing. Does anyone understand? How dare he ask such a question? Ha ha ha. Cut through? Dream on. My fist is the strongest weapon. Don't even talk about your broken sword. Even if the ancient weapon Hades fired at me, I could push it back. He must be pissed off by my arrogance, saying that I lack the spirit of a strong person and just know how to toy with him. The smile on my face instantly disappeared. I hate it when others lecture me. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I looked at him and at the ragtag group behind him. No matter if you can cut through or not, today this matter is settled, and I'll let half of your people go. Even if the Navy wants to pick up the pieces on the side, they have to listen to what I say." Upon hearing there was a Navy, Vista frowned even tighter. But he still would give up. "I'm just asking, what if I cut through?" I tell you, his words really pissed me off. Without saying a word, I swiftly appeared in front of their captain, Andre, giving him no chance to react. With a swift strike, crack, his neck was twisted like a pretzel. At this, those guys completely exploded. That eye switch, wade-eyed, and some guy dressed like a caterpillar screamed and charged at me, ready to fight. But it was Bista who, in pain, shouted, "Stop! Can't you see? Even if we all attack together, we'll still be taken out in an instant." He realized that as long as he gambled and won, he could save half of his brothers. That's more like it. I brushed off the dust on my hands and thought, "You came to mess with me, but you can't win, so now I'm giving you a chance to live. You should be secretly happy about it. You're not so bad after all, knowing how to care for your brothers." Vista took a deep breath and started buffing himself. He muttered, "I'll give it my all, but I must tell you, I'm just a top swordsman, not a grandmaster." Wow, is he leaving himself an out? Afraid of losing and embarrassing the entire swordsmanship community? Does he mean that if he loses, it's just because he hasn't team mastered his skills yet, and there are even more powerful grandmasters above him who can deal with me? I couldn't handle it directly, so I retorted on the spot, "Don't worry. Against you half-baked folks, I haven't even used half of my strength from start to finish. This isn't just bragging. My current portrayal of Hanma Yōjirō is only at 45 purity. Indeed, not even half of my strength has been reached." Upon hearing this, Vista's eyes lost their spark in an instant, completely despairing. But he still forcibly entered a state of self-forgetfulness, concentrating his spirit, momentum, and sword intent all into those two Western swords. Let me tell you, that scene was indeed something. As the two swords crossed, the whole sky changed, as if it were about to thunder and rain. Then he suddenly slashed down at me, the two sword energies crossing, distorting the space. And the ice witch's hat nearby was almost blown away. His companions, seeing this, were both excited and worried, probably praying in their hearts, "Come on, Bista, you have to cut through him." I watched that earth-shattering sword strike and couldn't be bothered to dodge anymore. I concentrated all my strength into my right arm. My muscles and power were compressed violently, and my entire arm started to steam. In the end, let me tell you, my fist actually caught fire. It was blazing. With a huge bang, I swung my fist to meet it. The sound was like an atomic bomb explosion. The entire banquet hall vanished in an instant, and the whole Fishman Island was trembling in the fierce wind. Even that huge bubble dome began to sway. Everyone on the island was stunned because the banquet hall was gone, and they could see straight to the center of the battlefield. My goodness, the great Lord Don Quixote da Flamingo was using his fist, and it was on fire. Vista's sword was turned red from the heat. The intensity, simply beyond comprehension. This is truly the pinnacle of barehanded combat against blades. The people from the white team, along with the hidden Peach Rabbit and Kaku, were all dumbfounded. A flaming fist? Is this guy a user of the flame fruit? Has Ace, the fire fist, already fallen? That can't be true. While I was blocking his sword, I still had time to mock him. Your blade doesn't seem that great." He was so angry that his face twisted, and he shouted at me to break it. His strength increased again. Wow, his sword energy was really something. It actually started to cut through the layer of energy fluctuations on my fist. Finally, with a hiss, it struck solidly against my fist. The flesh on my fist, although quite hard, was still not using hockey, and I was immediately cut open with a gash. I tell you, in that moment, I felt offended. The evil spirit within me seemed to awaken all at once. My eyes began to redden, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged forth. The muscles on my back started to writhe wildly, and a grotesque outline of a ghostly face became faintly visible. Ghostly strength, activated at 10%. An unprecedented, terrifying power surged into my fist in an instant. Ha ha! I let out a roar, and the flames on my fist erupted violently, blinding like the sun. Crack! With a crisp sound, Bista's two precious Western swords snapped in half on the spot. Before he could react, I had already flashed in front of him, raising my hand for a knife strike. With a splatter of blood, his entire left arm flew off from the shoulder. He screamed in agony, staggering back while spewing blood from his mouth. I shook the blood off my hands, the killing intent slowly receding, and looked at him. To provoke me comes at a cost. But you did all right. You didn't disappoint me too much. At least you left a 3-centimeter cut on my fist. But that's about it. If you want to touch my bones, you're still far from it. Lastly, your knife really isn't effective. I suggest you switch to using your fists like I do. Vista listened to these words, his dignity trampled underfoot, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in anger. As the blinding light faded, the onlookers finally dared to open their eyes. What just happened? I don't know. My eyes almost got blinded by the flash. Only Tao Rabbit and Kaji, among those skilled fighters, saw the entire scene clearly, their scalps tingling in fear. Breaking a top swordsman's weapon with a single punch and effortlessly disarming him of an arm? This is simply a monster among monsters. Kaji quietly said to Tao Rabbit, "This Hanma Tian is too terrifying. Even if we join forces, we can't defeat him. I think it's better to let this go." Tao Rabbit's face turned grim, feeling utterly hopeless and frustrated inside. "I don't care what they think," I directly announced to the entire island. "All right, warm-up is over. Now, the wedding of me, Hanma Tian, and Princess Baixing officially begins. King Neptune, hand over your precious daughter." What could King Neptune say? The White Clan was already ruined, so he had no choice but to accept it. His sons wanted to object, but they were silenced by just a glance from him. Before long, Princess Baixing, dressed in a wedding gown, was brought out. With a solemn expression, Neptune handed his daughter to me and reminded me to treat her well. I nodded, lifted the huge white star on my shoulder, and turned to leave. Neptune was left stunned and shouted from behind, "Emperor Tian, where are you going? You haven't finished the wedding ceremony yet." I responded confidently without looking back. "What kind of ceremony? Too troublesome. Everyone already knows she's my woman. Let's go straight to the bridal chamber." The venue fell silent. Tao Tu almost bit her teeth in frustration, probably cursing me 1,000 times in her heart. Just then, Jia Ji and Tao Tu charged out with the Navy, surrounding the remaining members of the White Group. Navy is on the case. The remnants of the White Group surrender. The Ice Witch and her companions were feeling quite miserable. They had just been brutally beaten by me, and now the Navy had arrived. As a result, Hujian Bista stepped forward, clutching his severed arm, and coldly addressed the Navy. "We can surrender half, but the other half must leave safely. This is the will of Hanma Tian. He has said that no one can go against his decision. Do you want to test that?" Jia Ji hesitated. He didn't dare provoke me. He turned to Tao Tu and asked, "Admiral Tao Tu, what do you think?" Tao Tu was filled with resentment. She felt like I had slapped her and then offered her a piece of candy. I violated her, and now I was deliberately trying to curry favor with the Navy. She refused to accept this favor. "Humph. If you fear him, I, Tao Tu, do not fear." She drew her sword and fiercely declared, "I represent the justice of the Navy. No pirate shall escape. Capture them all, and those who resist will be killed without mercy." I have already brought Baixing back to the wedding room. The little girl sat on the bed, nervously asking me, "Lord Tian, why aren't we holding the wedding ceremony? Did Baixing do something wrong?" As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. I gently touched her huge fish tail and said tenderly, "From now on, call me Lord Husband." Seeing her so persistent, I decided to go along with her. "All right then, let's bow now." We simply exchanged greetings in the room, and then drank a symbolic cup of wine from a specially made large goblet. Baixing was extremely happy. Her face flushed as she said, "Husband, let's have our wedding night." They said that this way we could have the fruits of love, and that my husband would be very pleased. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. This little girl is truly a treasure. I smiled and asked her, "Baixing, do you know how to cooperate with me?" Baixing knows. I listened carefully in class a few days ago. "That's good." I nodded, but before that, I need to go out and take care of something. You behave and wait for me in bed. I can feel that little wild cat outside, Peach Rabbit, is challenging my authority. As the woman of my, being so disobedient is not acceptable. It seems that the last training was not enough. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Peach Rabbit and Kaji pressing the last few captains of the White Group. Peach Rabbit was hitting while slandering me. "Do you really believe a beast like Hanma Emperor Tian? If he really wanted to let you go, he would have done it long ago." However, Flower Sword Bista firmly said, "I believe in him. Your determination is still so steady." I smiled and appeared in the center of the battlefield, walking step by step towards Peach Rabbit, directly reaching out to lift her chin. Woman, we meet again. Peach Rabbit trembled with anger, but didn't dodge, only looking at me coldly. Get your dirty hands off me. I laughed heartily, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice only we could hear, a rebellious woman, a disobedient woman, will be trained again. Are you really ready? Just as I finished speaking, an unwelcome figure jumped out next to us. I'm telling you, it was that little guy named Kaji, the sycophant of Peach Rabbit, who couldn't stand it and said something about me calming down because he had a tough situation to deal with. I turned my head slightly, and that surge of anger rose up. I said, "What are you talking about?" With that, I unleashed my killing intent, and the people around me started trembling in fear. With his small stature standing in front of me, I felt like I could just knock his head into his chest with a single swing. But this guy, wanting to show off in front of Peach Rabbit, stubbornly held his ground and tried to reason with me, saying he was the prince of Fishman Island and that the Navy shouldn't interfere over a few pirates. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, stop talking nonsense. If you want me to listen to you, try taking a punch from me first." As soon as I finished speaking, I threw a punch at his face. The kid reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and activated his haki. But what good was that? My punch sent him flying hundreds of meters away, almost breaking his spine. I casually strolled over, looking at him like he was trash, and I said, "Kaji, you're just too weak. Who understands being talked down to in front of a goddess?" He certainly couldn't take it. This guy sneered and suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind me, frantically attacking with kicks to my waist, legs, and neck, making clanging sounds like a scraping massage. After he finished, he was dazed himself, probably thinking, "Is this muscle? It can't be this hard." I quietly stood there, waiting for him to finish his performance. Once I felt the places he hit start to heat up, I slowly turned around and roared, "Kaji, you dare to insult me with your flashy moves." In that instant, I also used Shave, moving faster than him by who knows how many times, and flashed right in front of him, delivering a punch to his chest. His eyes nearly bulged out. He didn't even have time to block, so he could only brace himself with an iron block. He probably thought his advanced iron block could withstand a punch from a Kainu, but to me, it was as fragile as paper. That punch felt like being hit by a mountain flying at high speed. He crashed through who knows how many buildings, finally getting smashed against the bubble wrap of Fishman Island thousands of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, not knowing how many bones he had broken. The surrounding Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, all of them scared and retreating. A newcomer even asked, "Bro, are we going in?" An old soldier quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Shoo, do you want to die? Can't you have a bit of awareness as a background character? If the enemy doesn't team move, we don't move. If the enemy moves, we retreat. If the boss gains the upper hand, we just cheer 666 from the sidelines, got it?" I glanced around, and those guys' legs turned to jelly as they hurriedly looked to Peach Rabbit for help. In the end, Peach Rabbit had no choice but to grit her teeth and let them go. She even made a threatening remark, saying she would kill me with her own hands sooner or later. I laughed directly and said, "Okay, since you're so disobedient, every time I see you from now on, I'll train you once, anytime, anywhere, until you behave." Peach Rabbit's face turned purple with anger, but she had no other choice but to leave with those captains of the Whitebeard pirate crew. Once they left, I headed straight back to the wedding room. Then, well, it was time to get down to business, unlocking Shirahoshi. I'm telling you, this is indeed a technical job. Shirahoshi's structure is truly a miracle of life. It's like detachable armor. Folks, the experience was something else. The next morning, Shirahoshi's little face was flushed, and her walking posture was quite awkward. She nervously explained to me that it was a bit painful and that she was afraid I would blame her. I couldn't help but laugh. This girl was just too cute. I picked her up and said, "This is how it is the first time. You'll get used to it later." She was so content in my arms. But let me tell you, those soldiers standing guard outside had sharp ears and heard everything. As soon as we walked away, they started whispering, "Damn, brother, did you hear? The princess can't even walk." Of course, Lord Emu is truly impressive. Not just impressive, he has like a walking hormonal bomb. I heard some women say that even being close to Lord Emu could make them pregnant. The contrast was shocking. These fishmen were completely conquered by my masculine charm. When we reached the Great Hall, her father, King Neptune, saw me holding Shirahoshi and thought I was trying to forcibly take her away. I directly said, "Your Majesty, you're overthinking it. She just has a leg injury and can't walk." The king didn't even have time to process it, and a nearby minister quickly leaned in to whisper to him. Goodness, the old king's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but awkwardly coughing. Oh. Leg injury, yes, that's normal, perfectly normal. Shirahoshi, that silly girl, covered her face and giggled. "Father, I'm not afraid of pain. With my husband, Shirahoshi is not afraid." Well, this topic couldn't go on any longer. I directly bid farewell to the old king, saying I would take Shirahoshi to the land for a stroll. The old king repeatedly urged me, almost in tears, to make sure I protected his precious daughter. I laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, my woman is the sea king on the sea, invincible. On land, I, Hanma Imu, am invincible. Who do you think can hurt her?" I also casually told him that I knew Shirahoshi was the secret of the Sea King Poseidon. The old king was shocked at that moment, but I didn't care about that Sea King's power at all. After bidding farewell to the old king and his sons, we set off on the royal fleet. Just before leaving, I even saw Lady Sharif, her little eyes full of reluctance. I smiled at her in goodness. Her face turned bright red. Soon, we arrived at the SlapShark archipelago. It was Shirahoshi's first time on land, and everything was fresh and new to her. But she was also timid, closely following me. With such a big, beautiful mermaid standing in the street, the rate of heads turning was 1,000%. Then, there are always some blind fools who, seeing my wife is beautiful, want to stir up trouble. A group of thugs surrounded us, and the leader, a giant over 3 meters tall, licked his knife and asked in a sleazy tone, "Bro, is your mermaid for sale? How about 1,000,000 berries?" Shirahoshi was so scared she hid behind me. The thug saw this and got even more excited, laughing when they heard Shirahoshi call me husband. I also laughed, even louder than them, saying, "I can't believe I'm being troubled by you ants. It seems the Navy on this island is all useless." As soon as I said that, the faces of the thugs turned dark. In a place like SlapShark, who doesn't have a few lives on their hands? One of them exploded, "Damn, who the hell are you calling an ant?" The scar-faced leader directly threatened me, saying if I handed over the mermaid, he would let me go. I simply replied, "Close your eyes." Shirahoshi obediently closed her eyes immediately. The next second, I thrust my hands directly into the scar-faced guy's stomach, and with a forceful push, he turned into 2 halves right in my hands. Everyone around was dumbfounded, completely petrified. By the time they reacted, I had already charged into the crowd, going on a killing spree. The scene was brutal. Every punch landed with flesh hitting flesh, brains splattering everywhere. After killing over 100 people, the remaining cowards started fleeing in all directions. I didn't chase them. I saw a huge red vine next to me, with a diameter of over 3 meters. I punched it and broke it, then hugged it with both hands and started to exert force. Those guys who were running away saw that I wasn't chasing anymore and stopped to watch the fun, each one mocking me. "Haha, what is that fool doing? Trying to pull the root out?" If he could pull it out, I'd live stream eating shit on the spot. At first, I used 40,000 tons of force, and it only made the ground shake a bit. Those bastards laughed even harder. Fine, let's show them something fierce. I went all out, releasing heat energy, using hockey, and the power of the demon back. The pulling force of my arms instantly skyrocketed to over 100,000 tons. Isn't that pure brute strength? Those still watching the joke hadn't even wiped the smiles off their faces when they heard a loud bang, and the entire ground shattered instantly. A massive root over 1,000 meters long, like a giant earth dragon, was forcibly pulled out from the ground. My God, it came out. Run. That's not a person. That's a monster. Everyone went crazy, scrambling to escape. I swung the 1,000-meter-long root like a giant fly swatter, unleashing my full aura, and smashed it down hard. Boom! The entire island number 13 trembled violently, and with one smack, everything within a few hundred meters, whether it was people or houses, was instantly crushed to dust. Help! A madman. He wants to kill everyone on the island. Listening to the screams of these ants, I felt incredibly satisfied. Dare to provoke me? This is the consequence. Swinging the root, I struck left and right, and in less than a minute, A radius of 3,000 meters turned into ruins, with thousands dead. The entire island number 13 was thrown into chaos. Just as I was enjoying the slaughter, suddenly, an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki covered most of the island, stunning all the little thugs who were looting in the chaos. I grinned. Oh, the main character has arrived. Silver's Rayleigh. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, that old guy Sengoku received the report and was almost laughing his head off. He didn't plan to interfere at all, just hoping that I would fight Rayleigh so he could take advantage of it. He even sent Kizaru over, ready to reap the benefits. I heard that Kizaru was so scared when he heard my name that he hesitated before moving. And over here, an old man with glasses and white hair had already flashed to a spot not far away. No doubt about it. It's him, the Dark King Rayleigh. I have to tell you, as soon as this old man appeared, the aura was different. He came up and started lecturing me like a father, saying something like, "Oh, young man, you've killed enough. It's time to stop, or else I might have to take action." Well, I was furious at that moment. Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in matters of the Hanma Emperor? These guys were the ones who attacked and robbed my people first. Why didn't you come out to uphold justice? If I weren't capable, who knows how my fate and Bai Xing's would have turned out today? Are you going to descend from the heavens to save us? Dream on. I directly shoved my hands into my pockets, the muscles on my face tensed up, and that unique, oppressive aura of the Ma family instantly filled the air. I walked right up to him, lifted my chin, and said, "Old man, if you want to meddle in my affairs, are you tired of living?" Rayleigh's face instantly turned cold, and he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Mimicking my smirk, "Young people have a lot of fire, but your build looks pretty solid. You should be able to take a hit, right? Ha ha ha. Who understands? This is just the subtext for a fight. This is exactly what I was waiting for." Without saying another word, I threw a regular punch with a force of 15,000 tons straight at his face. That old man reacted really quickly and dodged in a flash. My punch missed, and the air around it vibrated with a buzzing sound. Rayleigh knew very well that my punch was on the same level as Carp's. I was a monster. He swiftly moved to my side and kicked out with a whip-like leg wrapped in Haki, the air exploding from his kick. But what he didn't know was that I had already activated my Ghost Brain mode. Before he even kicked, I'd already played out hundreds of rounds in my mind. I knew what his next move would be better than he did. Anticipation? No, this was a spoiler. As soon as his foot came out, I struck just a few milliseconds earlier and grabbed his ankle. The moment my 3,000 tons of grip strength exploded, it shattered his Haki. Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock, probably wondering what kind of strength this was. But I wouldn't give him a chance to react. As my arm muscles contracted, releasing thermal energy, my veins bulging, I treated him like a shot put and hurled him from one end of the island to the other with a whoosh. Over 3,000 meters. How many houses did I crash through on the way? The noise was incredible. The yellow ape, hiding in the shadows, was dumbfounded, watching a human cannonball fly by. And upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What the hell? It's Rayleigh." He was probably wondering if he could pick up some scraps. As a result, Rayleigh stood up from the rubble, completely unharmed, just his clothes torn, with a sharp look in his eyes. Well, it seemed things were getting serious. Rayleigh ripped off his shirt, revealing muscles that didn't look like those of a man over 70. I was too lazy to play around. I turned off my Ghost Brain mode, and in less than 5 seconds, I comprehended observation Haki on the spot. My muscles bulged, thermal energy fully released, and I charged at him like a steam-emitting prehistoric beast. The scene, let me tell you, shook the entire island. We collided like two meteors with a thunderous crash. Rayleigh's 3-color Haki was genuinely fierce. The damage from his Conqueror's Haki made me feel a bit numb. But he was scared and didn't dare take my punch head-on, only relying on his skills to dodge. Of course, with over 20,000 tons of explosive power in a single punch, hitting the ground would create a massive crater. Hitting him would surely turn him into a two-dimensional being. After fighting for a while, I felt like the warm-up had just begun and this old man started panting, squinting his eyes and smiling at me. I can't do it anymore. I'm getting old. As soon as I take it seriously, my stamina just can't keep up. I was furious at that moment. Are you messing with me? Just a little serious? Aren't you the strong one who can swim across the doldrums? Can't you keep up with your stamina? My blood of the Hanma ignited right there, and that contempt in your eyes was more hurtful than directly insulting me. How dare you mess with me? I let out a roar. My eyes instantly turned blood red, and my killing intent was fully unleashed, causing me to go completely berserk. That overwhelming aura distorted the space around me. When Rayleigh saw my state, his face turned pale. He sensed a genuine threat of death from me. I punched forward, my speed so fast that it made his scalp tingle, and he narrowly dodged it. That punch directly smashed the ground, creating a massive pit several meters wide. At this point, Rayleigh was truly scared and knew that if this continued, something serious would happen. So he turned to run. He was also quite cunning, running straight towards the place where Kizaru was hiding, hoping to find a scapegoat. I had only one thought at that moment. I must kill him today. I transformed into a shadow and chased after him, the ground beneath my feet cracking with every step. When Rayleigh saw that I had caught up, he anxiously shouted, "Borsellino, aren't you going to help? If you let him keep causing a ruckus, it won't look good for the Navy either." And guess what the yellow monkey said? This old guy just turned into light and slipped away, casually drifting over and saying, "Oh, how scary. Don't come over here." Rayleigh was speechless at that moment, probably with 1,000 alpacas running through his mind. There was no choice but to keep running. Goodness, now it turned into me chasing Rayleigh, with Rayleigh chasing the yellow monkey, and the three of us playing an extreme game of tag on the island. The scene was simply too abstract. Just as things were getting chaotic, a real-born troublemaker appeared. The celestial dragon, St. Charlos, came with a large group of slaves, having heard that there was a top-notch mermaid, and came to snatch her away. They quickly found the still closed-eyed Shirahoshi waiting for me. The group of slaves rushed over to grab Shirahoshi's hand, and she was so frightened that she started crying on the spot, shouting, "Why, my lord, someone is bullying Shirahoshi." I was currently stalling with Rayleigh and the others, and as soon as I heard White Star's cries, it was unbearable. I instantly activated my ghost back, and my speed broke the sound barrier, transforming into a red streak of light that zipped past Rayleigh and Kizaru. They were both stunned, probably not even catching a glimpse of my shadow. In less than 4 seconds, I crossed 3,000 meters and appeared in front of White Star. Seeing that big slave grabbing my wife, I tore off his arm and then stomped him into a pulp. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Celestial dragons, Navy, slaves, all looked like they had seen a ghost. I didn't bother with words and went straight for the kill, beheading people like picking apples. Bullets hitting me felt like mere tickles, all deflected off my muscles. The celestial dragon was terrified and screamed for someone to kill me, even ordering the slaves to carry him away quickly. I directly grabbed a huge vine next to me, ready to smash it over their heads. At that moment, Kizaru arrived and kicked the vine off course, saving their lives. When St. Charlos saw his backup arrive, he started shouting again, "Kill him for me. Bring that mermaid over here. I want to play with her in front of him." Just that sentence sealed his death sentence. The ground beneath my feet exploded in an instant, and I ignored the distance and space, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Huang Yuan tried to intervene, but I backhanded him, sending him flying thousands of meters away. With my other hand, I directly grabbed Charos Saint's face, and with a forceful pull, I ripped off his entire face. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, but that was just the beginning. My hands moved so quickly that they left behind afterimages, and within 10 seconds, I delivered hundreds of slashes to him. When I finally stopped, everyone around me was utterly terrified, because before them, Charos Saint was no more. All that remained was a smooth, art-like human skeleton and a small pile of uniformly sized pieces of flesh beside it. I recovered from the rampage and picked up the trembling Shirahoshi, leaving without looking back. When I reached the dock, I faced a group of pirates who were drinking and said just one thing: "Take me to the East Sea." Those blind fools dared to mock me and even covet Shirahoshi. I told Shirahoshi to close her eyes, and the next second, I appeared on their ship, striking one blow each to the two loudest ones, crushing their heads like watermelons. The remaining pirates had never witnessed such a scene. They were so scared they went weak in the knees, either jumping into the sea or begging for mercy. "Set sail to the East Sea," I commanded coldly. The crew hurriedly scrambled to hoist the sails, but the guy at the helm was almost in tears, saying, "Master, I don't know the way to the East Sea." I gently placed the White Star down and said to her, "Open your eyes. As my woman, Hanma Tian, you need to become stronger too. Now, try to summon a Sea King to lead us. I'm telling you, that girl by Xing is a potential stock. A pure talent-type player with bug-level abilities but doesn't know how to use them. But that's okay because I'm here with my talent, just a little guidance. And the effect will be amazing, right? Just a few words, and she blinked her eyes, and suddenly, a sea creature the size of a skyscraper popped up from the ocean, its big eyes respectfully looking at Bai Xing. And guess what? This big guy actually started crying, tears pouring down like rain, sobbing, my king, you've finally returned and remembered us." Bai Xing was completely stunned, scared, and burrowed into my arms, whispering to me, "My lord, it's talking to me, calling me king? What can I say?" I just hugged her and thought no more about it. "You'll understand in the future. Now, let's take us to the East Sea." As soon as Bai Xing heard she could help me, she immediately got excited, her little face full of a sense of accomplishment, and quickly gave orders to that sea king creature. That big guy was so happy, bouncing ahead to clear the way. The dozen or so pirates on the ship were completely stunned, and their gazes at us were off. I guess my actions today had rubbed their worldview in the dirt several times. I just set off not long ago, and let me tell you, the whole world has exploded. The news about me taking down the celestial dragons has spread like a virus. Have you heard? Someone killed a celestial dragon. Killed? Brother, your news is outdated. It was done right in front of everyone, piece by piece. No way. Is that true? That's so satisfying. So damn satisfying. Well done. Who's this guy? I want to call him a role model for our generation. I think his name is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Let me tell you, the faces of those old geezers in the world government must be turning green. In Mariejoa, those 5 old men, the 5 elders, when they received the news, their beards were so angry they nearly curled up. Challenging authority? This is practically tearing off their faces and using them as doormats. Not to mention those useless celestial dragons, each one barking like mad dogs, shouting to annihilate my entire clan. To pacify these giant babies, the 5 elders waved their hands and issued an unprecedented bounty. Guess how much? 50 billion. Wow, this incredible fortune has finally come my way, right? The newspapers printed my big face faster than toilet paper. In less than a week, the whole world was plastered with my picture. Over at Navy headquarters, Sengoku was also having a headache. He wanted to send someone to catch me, but the problem is, their main force was all focused on Whitebeard. They were afraid that the world's strongest man might get upset and come crashing in with his family to rescue people. So, they could only outsource the job. Who took the order? The 7 warlords of the sea. The world government issued a summons to have these monsters rush to the East Sea, either to capture me alive or kill me directly. A week later, in the Navy headquarters conference room. Wow, that scene was practically a large-scale workplace power play. Mihawk was there meditating, Doflamingo was chuckling sinisterly, Bartholomew Kuma sat like a robot, Jinbe had a serious expression, and Gecko Moria was grinning wickedly. Oh, right, and there's the Empress, Boa Hancock. Let me tell you, this lady is something else. At first, when a Navy called her, she completely ignored them and flatly refused. Then the admiral who relayed the message added that the target was the ruthless person who had skinned the celestial dragons alive. Guess what? When the Empress heard that, her eyes lit up and she immediately became interested, even specifically asking, "What kind of cruelty?" The admiral answered in detail, "Public execution, 7,890 cuts." Who understands, right? After hearing this, it said that the Empress instantly felt a rush of excitement. She thought, oh my God, how could there be such a handsome man? What a ridiculous XP. To see me in person, she immediately agreed and came along. As for making a move on me, I guess she had already laughed it off in her heart. Dream on. Sengoku was up there spitting while talking about hoping everyone would work together, that the world government took this seriously, and other nonsense. That woman, through, was also there and even volunteered to lead the team. Looks like she didn't get enough last time and wanted to come back for more punishment. Gecko Moria, that coward, when he heard about my 50 billion bounty, his legs went weak and he started to speak sarcastically. Admiral Sengoku, this bounty is almost as much as Whitebeard's. Are you trying to send us to our deaths? Sengoku, with a straight face, explained, don't worry, he's just a reckless man. The bounty is high purely because the celestial dragons are rich and spoiled. And they went mad. Doflamingo got even more excited, his leg hair trembling with excitement. The Empress was even more direct. looking impatient. Can we set off already? Don't waste my precious time. In fact, she was eager to see what I looked like. Let me tell you, the artist from the world government is really abstract. The face on the wanted poster looks wild and beastly. Who can recognize that? Then, 7 warships set sail for the East Sea, 1 for each warlord, a grand spectacle. As for me, I've been drifting at sea for a week, completely unaware of the uproar outside, until a pirate on the ship nervously handed me a newspaper dropped by a pigeon. I took a look, and wow, 50 billion. I was shocked myself. Not that I didn't have the strength, but mainly because these people were giving me too much face. Just then, Shirahoshi sweetly ran over to tell me, "My lord, the Sea King up ahead says we are about to enter the calm belt, and there's an area full of thunderstorms, so we should be careful." Thunderstorms? As soon as I heard that, my blood ran hot all over. The body of Hanma Yōjirō can attract lightning. With my current purity, can I withstand lightning? It's all about being hardcore. I have to give it a try. Our ship is quite impressive now. Dozens of Sea Kings are escorting us. And beneath us is a giant octopus Sea King, using its tentacles to carry our ship forward. These big guys are chatting as they move, of course, with White Star translating for me. I said, "Hey, why does our king listen to that human so obediently? Don't you know? That's the king's man. Haven't you heard the king calling husband every day? I see. But is this human reliable? Our king only comes around once every 800 years. While they were chatting, they suddenly saw a dead, silent fog ahead, with lightning flashing inside. The lead octopus wanted to take a detour, but I directly told White Star to relay my message. Don't take a detour, go straight in, find the place with the most lightning. I want to cultivate. White Star now has 100% trust and admiration for me, nodding obediently and immediately conveying my words. She doesn't even know what lightning is, but anyway, whatever her husband says is right, and she is very happy to help. The Sea Kings were all dumbfounded when they heard this. Your Majesty, that's lightning, full of destructive power. Going will be deadly. As a result, White Star proudly told them, "It's okay, my husband is amazing, and I will listen to my husband." Goodness, the Sea Kings were left speechless, probably thinking, "That's it. Our king has been paid into a silly sweet girl by this human. There's no way around it. The king's command is above all else." The big octopus could only brace itself and rush into the thunderstorm area while carrying the ship. Once inside, the scene was incredible. It was dead silent, with no thunder, only streaks of stark white lightning flashing wildly, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. White Star obediently hid in the cabin, peeking out through the door crack with a worried expression on her face. The pirates were already scared out of their wits, huddling together and trembling in a corner. What about me? I stripped off my top and pants, leaving only my underwear, and leaped up to the top of the mast, which was dozens of meters high. My body, with thousands of muscles, looked like it was forged from steel under the electric light. The pirates in the corner were stunned, probably wondering if such muscles could really be developed by a human. I even suspected they were thinking some very twisted things. The Sea Kings also thought I was doomed. With such a small frame, I was not even enough for the lightning to fill the gaps. I stood at the top of the mast, took a deep breath, and all my muscles compressed wildly before suddenly releasing. Instantly, my entire demeanor changed. My hair standing on end as I opened my mouth and let out a roar at the sky. "Come on, summon the lightning." Boom! In an instant, all the lightning within a few thousand meters seemed to have found its outlet, crazily striking down upon me. Let me tell you, that feeling is beyond what a human can endure. The lightning danced wildly around me, tearing and scorching my flesh in an instant. I could even smell the scent of my own flesh being cooked. If it weren't for my bones being extraordinarily tough, hundreds of times harder than steel, I would have collapsed on the spot. Bai Xing was in the cabin, tears streaming down her face, and the pirates were so scared they couldn't speak. The sea creatures were also stunned. They could sense the powerful vitality within me fiercely battling against the destructive force of the lightning, being destroyed while desperately attempting to repair itself. But the speed of this repair was nowhere near fast enough to keep up with the pace of destruction. Soon my arms, thighs, and many other parts of my flesh were gone, exposing my stark white bones. Yet I gritted my teeth even harder, my momentum growing fiercer. The men of the Hanma family have no concept of giving up. Just as I felt I was about to be reduced to a skeleton, a sound rang in my head. The system has arrived. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the ability to withstand lightning, increasing performance by 5%, with a total performance level reaching 51%. Awaken the troll bloodline. Current troll cell recovery rate is at 51%. Wow. In that moment, I felt my DNA starting to dance. A terrifying surge of blood and energy erupted from my body, instantly swallowing the lightning that struck me. The charred and vanished flesh grew back at a visible speed, and the newly formed muscles were even larger and sturdier than before. I have become more powerful than before, exuding a masculine hormone that is so intense it almost turns into a golden mist. The pirates below, White Star, and even the sea kings in the water, regardless of gender, are all affected, their faces flushed and hearts racing. I clenched my fist, and the bones cracked loudly, as I casually threw a punch that distorted the space around me. When I activated the ghost back, that power doubled instantly. The gaze of the sea kings towards me completely changed, from looking at a fool to looking at a monster, filled with awe. White Star, with her face blushing, covered her face and peeked at me through her fingers, her eyes filled with a longing to pounce on me. To be honest, once the giant bloodline awakened, I felt my desires surge several times. I glanced down at White Star, then gently leaped from the mast, silently landing on the deck. I walked over, picked her up, and directly entered the cabin. 3 days later, we finally passed through the doldrums and entered the East China Sea. I touched the exhausted Bai Xing beside me, who was still apologizing to me with a crying tone. "I'm sorry, my lord. It's all because Bai Xing is too weak and couldn't satisfy you. This silly girl." I smiled and comforted her, telling her to rest well. Then I walked to the deck, fixed my gaze on the largest sea king creature, and issued a new command: go to Windmill Village. I tell you, when Emperor Tian gave that order, those sea kings were practically hyped up, each one more respectful than the last. The largest one at the front let out a roar, and before long, it called over the nearby brothers. "Family, who understands?" These giant beasts actually held a meeting, and one green sea king boldly stepped forward, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, I know Windmill Village well. I have a sworn brother who is the king of the nearshore there." Goodness, it even started bragging, saying that many years ago, its brother came to it for a fight just because it bit off a human's arm, but ended up getting scared off by some domineering presence. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got and wanted to reclaim its honor. It went along once, and its memory was solid. It even pledged loyalty. "Serving the king is my honor. I guarantee I won't lead you astray." All right, with a local leading the way, the efficiency was off the charts. Brother Octopus steadily lifted our ship, and a large group of sea kings surged across the sea at breakneck speed, so fast that I swear they were almost leaving afterimages. The pirate ships along the way were stunned, thinking, what the heck just passed by? A group of sea kings on a team-building trip? No, wait. I think I saw a ship being carried by them. With all this commotion, how could the Navy not know? They had already laid down a net. The reconnaissance soldiers at the naval headquarters took a look through their binoculars and exclaimed, "Holy crap. Isn't that the ship on the wanted list? Report. Target sighted. Heading towards the Windmill Village sea area." As soon as this news spread, the entire Navy communication channel exploded. Naval headquarters, received. 7 warships from the headquarters, received. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit was on the command ship at the time, frowning so hard she could squash a fly. She was puzzled. "Hanma Emperor Tian, you a big shot from the Grand Line. What are you doing in East Blue, this rookie village, and heading straight for Windmill Village? That's Vice Admiral Carp's hometown. What are you planning?" The more Peach Rabbit thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. To be safe, she quickly called Carp. On the other end of the line, Old Man Carp was in a bad mood, his voice gruff. "Hello. Who is this?" "Vice Admiral Carp, this is GUN under the orders of the Marshal. Pursuing Hanma Yōjirō." Upon hearing it was Peach Rabbit, Carp's attitude did a complete turnaround, cheerful. "Huh, it's you, Peach Rabbit. What's up, running into trouble?" Peach Rabbit didn't have time for pleasantries and said directly, "We have locked onto him, but he is heading towards Windmill Village. We are concerned that he might land. And since you happen to be in East Blue, I thought it necessary to inform you." Carp immediately fell silent. After hanging up the phone, the old man's face turned sour, and he pushed aside the matter of capturing that brat Luffy. "Hanma Yōjirō, coming to my hometown? This is serious. He immediately ordered, full speed ahead, back to Windmill Village. With his dog hat on, the old man's eyes were already filled with murderous intent, probably thinking, "Kid, you better not mess around, or I'll personally send you on your way." As for us, we arrived in less than half a day. The leading Green Sea King shouted loudly, "Old buddy, come out to receive the king. Our king has arrived." As soon as the words left its mouth, a gigantic sea beast that looked like a crocodile emerged with a group of little brothers. I bet if red-haired Shank saw this guy, he would recognize it at a glance. This was the dude who bit off his arm back in the day. As soon as we landed, Bai Xing, like a curious baby, pulled Tian around to look at everything. "Wow, my lord, it's so beautiful here. The people here look so friendly." Friendly? I wondered if she had some misunderstanding about friendliness. The villagers of Windmill Village were almost going crazy watching our group land, especially the man beside me, whose terrifying muscles and fiery red hair made him look like a walking embodiment of violent aesthetics. When the villagers saw the giant and adorable mermaid beside him, their brains just short-circuited. This combination was too outrageous, right? The mermaid even called him my lord? Tian, with his hands in his pockets, suddenly grinned and said gently to Bai Xing, "This is Windmill Village, a place where dreams begin. But it's still weak." After saying that, he started laughing wildly, his laughter ringing painfully in people's ears. He shouted at the trembling villagers, "Hey, uncles and aunties, don't be nervous. Hanma Tian, just came to have a drink. Hanma Tian." When the villagers heard this name, they almost lost their minds. My goodness, a 5 billion bounty criminal, alive. Just a moment ago, they thought he was a bit gentle, but now they all hid as far away as possible. Bai Xing saw this situation and felt wronged, with tears welling up in her eyes, thinking, "My lord is obviously the best person. Why are you all afraid of him?" Tian, however, didn't care and led us directly to the entrance of a bar. "Here we are, Bai Xing. Watch your head." As soon as we entered the bar, which was originally bustling, instantly fell silent to the point where you could hear a pin drop. The burly men inside, who were drinking, turned pale with fear as they felt the fierce aura from Tian. They lost all interest in looking at the beautiful Bai Xing. When Tian walked over to the bar, the people next to it scattered like they were avoiding a plague. He was not polite and just plopped down on a stool. With this one move, it was as if the people in the bar found a signal to escape, scrambling and rolling their way out. Oh my gosh, it was terrifying. One guy was so scared he started crying, yelling for his mom as he ran, looking very aggrieved. Outside, the villagers surrounded the bar in layers, but no one dared to go in. The village chief grabbed a young man who had just run out, the one called Guzzi, and urgently asked, Guzzi, what happened inside? What about the boss lady, Ma Kino?" Guzzi's legs were weak, leaning on the village chief and trembling. "Chief, please help me. That group is too terrifying. The boss lady, she might be in danger." Upon hearing this, the village chief's heart sank, but he didn't dare to go in. After all, that was a man worth 5 billion. Inside the bar, with just a glance from Tian, his underlings placed a box of gold, silver, and jewels with a clang on the bar. Ma Kino was scared to death, but she still forced a professional smile, her voice trembling. "What would you like to drink, gentlemen?" Tian grinned, the expression radiating pure violence. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Ma Kino took a deep breath and surprisingly smiled back. "I was indeed a bit scared when I first saw you. But, after looking a few more times, I feel like you shouldn't be a bad person. There's a roughness, but also a gentleness. You must be a very kind man. When I told you this," Bai Xing's eyes lit up. "Wow. Beautiful sister, you are so nice. They are all afraid of my husband. They are so excessive." Ma Chichi was stunned on the spot. "Husband? This mermaid is this hormonal monster's wife? The outside world is too exciting." Tian was very pleased. His voice softened by 8 degrees. "I want the strongest alcohol here." Then he pointed at the menu, letting Bai Xing order freely. Bai Xing was so happy. She ordered everything on the menu. Ma Chichi sat at the bar. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at Tian. To be honest, which woman can resist a man like this? Suddenly, her gaze met Tian's, and her face flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head, her heart racing like a drum. Tian smiled and said, "Miss Ma Chichi, please come over." Ma Chichi's mind went blank, and her legs moved over uncontrollably. Tian asked again. You're really not afraid of me? I'm not very afraid. Ma Chichi's voice was so nervous it sounded like a mosquito. Tian subitly grinned, excited, and said in an undeniable domineering tone, Very good, I acknowledge you. Come and give me a son. Huh? Ma Chichi was completely stunned, and the pirates at the nearby tables nearly dropped their jaws. Bai Xing, while eating, heard this and instantly lost her appetite for the mashed potatoes. Feeling sour in her heart, looking at Tian with a wronged expression. Husband, Bai Xing can also give birth to a son. Tian patted her head. Bai Xing, you need to learn that it's okay. Just bear with it for now. I am very interested in Miss Ma Chichi right now. After saying that, he pulled the still stunned Ma Chichi into his arms. Ma Chichi stiffened all over, but when she smelled Tian's scent, her legs went weak. Her whole body heated up, and her heart raced. She wanted to refuse, but her body didn't want to. She wanted to agree, but it felt too fast. Most importantly, she was a little scared. This man was so strong. Would her small frame get broken by him? Tian saw her hesitation and smiled gently. Very good. Let me help you. Saying this, he directly picked her up horizontally and walked towards the inner bar. Ma Chichi said no, but her hands tightly clutched Tian's clothes, her face buried in his chest. Bai Xing watched this scene. Tears fell directly. This was her first taste of jealousy. A little brother beside her hurried over to comfort her. Don't be sad. Bai Xing, Lord Tian has excessive hormones. He doesn't want this either. It's to balance his body. Bai Xing wiped her tears, stuffing food in her mouth while looking at the inner door, saying firmly, I know. As long as husband is happy, it's fine. A few hours later, there was suddenly a commotion at the port, with dozens of Navy warships surrounding the entire Windmill Village. Peach Rabbit, Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, several warlords of the sea had arrived. When the village chief saw the Navy, he ran over like he saw his family, crying about Ma Chichi's plight. Moria chuckled and said, Hee, it doesn't matter if we turn this village into a battlefield to catch Hanma Tian, right? Peach Rabbit shot a glare. You dare? This is Vice Admiral Carp's hometown. Moria instantly shrank back, just as they were discussing how to lure Tian out. Empress Hancock stepped forward, proudly saying, he's just a man. I can easily take him down. She calculated in her heart. Don't be afraid, Tian. I'll come to warn you. The Empress sashayed into the village, her stunning beauty causing the villagers to be mesmerized. Upon entering the bar, the pirates were so scared they huddled together. She ignored the cowardly bunch and focused her gaze on Bai Xing. Her heart skipped a beat. Wow, this beauty is actually comparable to me. Who are you? The Empress coldly asked. My name is Bai Xing. Bai Xing blinked her clear big eyes in reply. The Empress was taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so obedient. Her tone softened a bit. Where's Hanma Tian? Just as Bai Xing was about to speak, the little brother beside her frantically gestured for her not to say anything. The Empress snorted coldly. Do you believe I could petrify you all? Bai Xing saw how scared they were and asked the Empress, Beautiful sister, why are you looking for my husband? Husband? The Empress exploded on the spot. You call him husband? Because I am my husband's woman. Bai Xing said with a happy smile. The Empress instantly felt very unhappy, extremely unhappy. Shut up. Don't be so happy. She suppressed her anger and said, There are Navy and warlords outside. You know you're in danger, right? Quickly tell me where he is. Bai Xing looked at her and felt she wasn't a bad person, so she pointed towards the inner room. My husband and sister Ma Chichi are inside. They've been there for several hours, and I'm waiting for my husband to come out. Several hours? The Empress's mind buzzed. She immediately thought of what the village chief said about the beautiful boss named Ma Chichi. She awkwardly cleared her throat and couldn't help but ask, is a bar's boss pretty? Very pretty. Let me tell you, Sister Ma Chichi is gentle and beautiful. Wow, I could tell at that time, the Empress thought, feeling displeased. Her expression seemed to say, Is there anyone more beautiful than me? She insisted on asking Bai Xing, Is she more beautiful than me? Bai Xing, being honest, said, Sister, you are also very beautiful. This made the Empress so angry that she took several deep breaths, probably thinking, I have to meet this Ma Chichi and see what kind of person can keep that Tian in the back room for several hours. Well, let me tell you, the two of them in the back room for those few hours staged the most abstract boss literature of 2025. The man, Tian with muscles, came out, while the boss lady Ma Chi was crying like a pear blossom, hugging him tightly. Will you come back? Guess what this guy said? He said, don't worry. I'll come back in a year for our son. When I heard that outside, I almost sprayed my drink. Who understands? Family? It was just a few hours. And he directly reserved his son? This efficiency is faster than a rocket launch, right? After comforting the boss lady, Tian came out and, unfortunately, ran into the Empress. Let me tell you, the Empress was stunned. She wasn't shocked by his looks. She was directly scared to the point her legs went weak. The masculine hormones emanating from him could be sensed from 800 meters away. The Empress gasped and turned to run, faster than a rabbit. Now, they'd stirred up a hornet's nest. Tian exploded on the spot, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. She dares to insult me? With a roar, he smashed through the bar wall and chased after her. Bai Xing was so scared she cried, feeling her husband had suffered a great injustice. The Navy and warlords outside were also dumbfounded by the scene. The Empress, like a frightened deer, was desperately running forward, followed by an enraged giant. Peach Rabbit quickly ordered, open fire. What happened? The sea stone bullets hitting him felt like tickling. They all bounced off. Then Bartholomew Kuma came up with a pressure cannon. Guess what? Tian got even angrier. He thought his attack was too weak, looking down on him. I tell you, this guy directly turned the gun around and shouted at me, I'll kill you first. With a flash, he appeared right in front of Big Bear. And with a slap carrying 30,000 tons of force, he struck. Big Bear took it head on, and his hand bled from the impact. After exchanging a couple of blows, Big Bear realized he couldn't win. He immediately unleashed a powerful attack, and with a buzzing sound, an air bubble enveloped Emperor Tian, who was then shot dozens of nautical miles away. As Emperor Tian was flung into the air, the humiliation was off the charts. His eyes turned red with rage, and the murderous intent almost became tangible. The moment he fell onto the sea, guess what he did? He actually started running on the water. His speed was close to 4 times the speed of sound. It was more absurd than running on water. The Navy was dumbfounded, and the Empress was so furious that she cursed Big Bear for daring to touch her people. Peach Rabbit quickly arranged for people to chase after him while contacting the other warlord, Crocodile, to keep an eye out. At that moment, Crocodile was on his ship, puffing on a cigar and trying to act cool. Suddenly, one of his subordinates reported that an unidentified creature was approaching at high speed. Crocodile grabbed the binoculars and laughed. ISNT that the 5 billion bounty criminal Emperor Tian? He.S. actually running naked on the sea. This was like a piece of meat handed right to him. Crocodile thought this was a sure win, and without saying a word, he conjured a towering sandstorm and sent it flying. What happened next? The sandstorm hit Emperor Tian, and it felt like he was getting a full-body spa treatment. He was extremely comfortable. He shouted inside, your massage and scraping technique is pretty good. I tell you. Crocodile's face turned green right on the spot. Emperor Tian got even more excited, glided over with moonwalk steps, and said to Crocodile, I heard you transformed from a woman. Perfect. Let me extinguish your masculine pride. This completely infuriated Crocodile, and the two started a fight. However, they were not on the same level at all. Crocodile's sand-made knives and swords were like paper in front of Emperor Tian's 60,000-ton fists. Emperor Tian dodged and appeared right in front of him. Crocodile tried to trap him with sand, but Emperor Tian flexed his muscles, and with a loud bang, his clothes shattered, exposing his bare arms. In the next second, Emperor Tian appeared behind Crocodile, locking him in with his iron claw-like arms. Crocodile panicked immediately because he felt something pressing against him. His scream was so loud that the entire sea heard it clearly. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Don't mess around. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, the Navy had surrounded the bar completely. The pirate underlings inside were trembling in fear. At that critical moment, the bar owner, Makino, came out supporting herself against the wall, her face still flushed, but she firmly told everyone that she would protect them. The little girl, Shirahoshi, was also scared, looking at Makino with teary eyes, calling out, Sister Makino. As soon as Makino heard her call, her heart melted. I tell you, this girl really knows how to handle things. She even carried that pleasant scent from Emperor Tian. She quickly supported Shirahoshi and softly said, Don't worry, sister is here. You're not bad people. I will definitely protect you. When your Lord Emperor Tian returns, I will hand you over to him safely." Just as those words left her mouth, a loud crash echoed, and the bar's door was smashed to pieces by the Navy. Dozens of guns pointed in, and the leader shouted, "Don't move. Raise your hands. Anyone who moves will be shot." The pirate underlings inside almost peed their pants, raising their hands faster than anyone else. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We surrender." Makino was also a tough character. As a weak woman, she directly opened her arms to shield the enormous Shirahoshi. Mustering the courage to shout, "Officers, please don't harm them. She is my sister. They just came to have a drink. They haven't done anything wrong." At that moment, the village chief squeezed in from behind the Navy, nodding and bowing like a 3-year-old. "Officer, officer, this is our village S. Makino, a good girl. She is not with these pirates. Please don't misunderstand." The leading Navy officer glanced at Makino and sneered. "All right, miss, stop speaking on behalf of the pirates. They're the best at acting. As long as you cooperate and come with us, we want to take action. Bring all of Hanma Emperor Tian's accomplices to me." Makino wanted to say something else, but the old village chief was quick. He slapped his hand over her mouth and dragged her aside, whispering urgently, "My dear girl, don't say anything. Do you know what kind of big shots are here to catch them? They're definitely not good people. If you're fine, we'll be at ease. I tell you, Machino has just been drained by Emperor Tian, and now she's all weak and soft, like a puddle of mud. How could she have the strength to break free? All she can do is watch helplessly as White Star and the others are taken away, tears welling up in her eyes. White Star understands the situation too. She glances back at Machino, knowing that if she doesn't leave, she will definitely drag this good sister down with her. So she obediently follows the Navy outside. Once outside, White Star can't see Emperor Tian and feels extremely anxious, weakly asking, "Do you know where my lord husband is?" A Navy officer looks her up and down, intrigued, and casually asks, "Who is your husband?" A nearby pirate, who is handcuffed, quickly responds, "Sir, White Star's husband is Lord Hanma Emperor Tian." "So, how is Lord Tian doing now?" Another Navy officer hears this and directly scoffs, saying, "Humph, still counting on him? He has already been slapped away by our warlord Bartholomew Kuma, and by now, he's probably sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish." I tell you, when White Star started crying, her tears fell down like eggs, one by one. But she remembered D. Tian's words. "As Hanma Tian's woman, you must become strong." She sniffed, didn't cry out loud, but secretly activated her powers. Who understand the family? She directly unleashed her ultimate ability. Through telepathy, she began reaching out, connecting to the nearby Sea Kings. "King, why are you so sad? Who bullied you?" The big guys at the bottom of the sea immediately sensed it. "Oh, my lord husband has been knocked into the sea by them. Can you help me find him?" "Don't worry, King. Leave it to us. I command all sea beasts in the East Sea. As long as Lord D. Tian is still in the East Sea, we will find him in no time." On the other side, while Lao Sha was doubting life, D. Tian had already finished. He released his arms, his muscles still steaming, looking at the dumbfounded Navy on the deck, his gaze sharp as knives. "Hey, you all saw that, right?" The Navy was so scared they lost their souls, and when they snapped back to reality, they jumped into the sea like dumplings. Are you kidding? How could they live after seeing something like that? What happened next? Just after jumping in, a group of gigantic sea kings suddenly emerged from the water, loud and crunchy, treating it like a buffet, truly grateful for nature's gifts. D. Tian looked at this group of sea kings, his crimson eyes narrowed. He kicked off the ground and jumped on top of one of their heads, shouting with overwhelming authority, "Quick, take me to Windmill Village." Before long, Karp's warship discovered the empty ship floating on the sea. They boarded it and found, good heavens, not a single person was aboard, only traces of Lao Sha's powers everywhere. Report to Vice Admiral Karp. "We found sand crocodile on the cabin roof." Karp jumped up and saw Lao Sha curled up like a broken doll with a hollow gaze, exuding a vibe of despair. Karp went up and grabbed him by the collar, punching him in the face. "Bastard, where are the people on the ship? What happened? Don't play dead with me." However, it was useless. Lao Sha was like a wooden man, not even blinking. After all, a dignified warlord being taken from behind. How could he live with that? His dignity and pride were gone, completely ruined. Seeing him like this, Karp was furious, directly throwing him onto the deck. Arrest him. Send him back to impel down. Just then, a keen-eyed soldier suddenly said, "Report, Vice Admiral. I just saw a big hole in the back of Sand Crocodile's black coat. Could this be a clue?" Before he finished speaking, another soldier came running with a snail phone. "Report. This was found on him." Carp took it and immediately ordered, "Call in." It might be Peach Rabbit, just in time to ask about the situation. As soon as the call connected, Carp got straight to the point. "This is Carp. Crocodile has been taken down." He briefly explained the situation on their side, leaving Peach Rabbit on the other end shocked. 500 to 600 Navy just vanished into thin air. A warlord was directly turned into a recluse. Damn, what the hell happened? Peach Rabbit hung up the phone, gritting her teeth in anger. Nearby, Vice Admiral Gaji leaned over and said, "This must be Hanma Tian's doing. We can't judge him by common sense." Peach Rabbit was struck by his words and immediately realized, not good. He can move freely at sea. He must be heading back to Windmill Village. Quick, use the snail phone to notify Windmill Village. Immediately evacuate the villagers and take away Hanma Tian's accomplices. They could be used as hostages if necessary. Her mind was racing, and she quickly contacted the other warlords. Everyone returned to Windmill Village immediately. Prepare for battle. On the other side, the Navy warship escorting White Star hadn't even traveled 2 miles at sea when suddenly a group of Godzillas burst out of the water, flipping the ship without a second thought. A group of Sea Kings respectfully surrounded White Star. "King, we are late to the rescue." Looking at the flailing Navy in the water, the kind-hearted Princess White Star ordered, "Thank you. Can you get those people back to the shore?" The Sea Kings naturally obeyed, bringing all the fallen Navy and pirates back to the shore. The Navy was still dazed, lying on the beach, shivering. One pirate got up and started mocking. "Humph. If it weren't for our kind-hearted Lady White Star, you have been fish food by now. Let me tell you, the Sea Kings listened to our Lord Tian and Lady White Star. Do you dare to capture us? If you want to mix in the sea, have you consulted our boss?" The Navy, upon hearing this, was instantly petrified. Can they command the Sea Kings? What the hell is happening? Soon, White Star, under the escort of the Sea Kings, reunited with Tian. The little girl was incredibly aggrieved, holding Tian in her palms, sobbing, "Husband, White Star misses you so much." Tian patted her head, comforting her. "Finding me means you worked hard. Well done." Then, his expression turned cold, and he announced the next plan. "Let's go, take down Peach Rabbit and the Empress, and then we'll take out Bartholomew Kuma. Then we'll leave the East Sea." At this moment, Peach Rabbit and Gaji's warship had just rescued the barely alive Moonlight Moria. They learned from the survivors that it was done by Tian and Moria. This pig teammate had swallowed his own crew's shadows, leading to heavy casualties. Peach Rabbit's fists were clenched in anger. Gaji comforted her, saying at least they had taken down 2 warlords. However, Peach Rabbit coldly replied, "I just want to capture Hanma Tian right now. Or else even if we take down all the warlords, I won't be satisfied." Her emotions were a bit out of control. Looking at Gaji, she suddenly made a decision. "Haven't you always liked me? As long as you help me eliminate Hanma Tian, I can agree to you. As long as you don't mind the current me." Gaji, upon hearing this, was shocked. Happiness came too suddenly. He was almost drooling, excitedly saying, "Peach Rabbit, how could I mind? I swear, whether it's climbing a mountain of knives or going through a sea of fire, I will definitely help you take him down." Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Tian and White Star standing on top of a gigantic Sea King, surrounded by a group, sealing off their warship completely. Tian looked down from above, his gaze icy as he locked on Gaji, his voice like ice. "Gaji, you have some guts. Knowing everything and still daring to covet my woman? Shut up. Who is your woman?" Peach Rabbit trembled with anger. Tian grinned, that smile more terrifying than a devil's. "Peach Rabbit, I told you last time, every time I see you again, I'll train you until you obey me. Do you think I'm joking?" Before he finished speaking, he jumped down from the 100-meter-high Sea King, landing solidly on the deck with a bang. He slammed a fist into the deck. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire steel warship instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, starting to flood and slowly sink. Tian laughed wildly. "If you can still resist before the ship sinks, the soldiers on board can survive. If you can't resist, then everyone will go down together." "Crazy!" Peach Rabbit roared. Gaji instantly made his move, kicking towards D. Tian's waist. But D. Tian was faster. He appeared like a ghost beside Gaji, grabbing his head with lightning speed. You want to die quicker? I'll fulfill that wish right now. Boom! D. Tian slammed Gaji's head hard against the deck. The terrifying force directly smashed a big hole in the deck, and Gaji immediately bled from all 7 orifices, screaming before fainting. Seeing this, Tao Tu's eyes turned crimson. With all her strength, she swung the legendary blade, Kinpyra, which was wrapped in overwhelming power, towards D. Tian's head. However, a shocking scene occurred that made Tao Tu's pupils tremble. With a crisp sound, her legendary blade shattered. On D. Tian's head, there was only a shallow scar, which was visibly healing at a rapid pace. D. Tian slowly turned his head, his face covered in blood, but his smile grew increasingly sinister. Tao Tu, you have completely angered me. He stepped closer, and Tao Tu was so frightened by this aura that she kept retreating. Unwilling to accept this, she shouted, Why? Just how strong are you? D. Tian arrogantly declared, My bones are over 800 times harder than the hardest steel. How can you cut me? No one in this world can kill me. Tao Tu was utterly desperate. Watching D. Tian close in, she suddenly pressed the broken blade against her own snow-white neck and threatened fiercely, Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll die right in front of you, and you will never have me. D. Tian remained expressionless, his steps never faltering, as if he was watching a joke. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Tao Tu steeled her heart, her face full of determination. Fine, very well, if I can't resist, I can only choose to die. I tell you at that moment. The broken knife was almost pressed against her snow-white neck, and tears were streaming down Tao Tu's face. A dignified vice admiral of the Navy, almost reaching the threshold of an admiral, and yet she was forced to the point of wanting to take her own life. Who understands the pain of her family? It was truly tragic. And guess what happened? Just as she was about to make a move, that guy, D. Tian, reached out and grabbed the blade. Goodness, did he have a hydraulic press in his hand? There was a crisp snap, and that finely crafted steel knife was directly crushed into a pile of iron filings. The look in his eyes, I tell you, was like a knife staring fiercely at Tao Tu, saying word by word, You remember this, you are my woman now. Your life is mine. If you want to die, I have to be the one to do it. If you dare to seek death again, I will make all the Navy on this ship accompany you to the grave. As soon as those words came out, Tao Tu completely softened. The knife handle fell to the ground with a clatter. Her eyes closed, her expression twisted in pain. Just then, the warship beneath us couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud bang, it broke apart, and everyone fell into the sea like dumplings. Without saying a word, D. Tian scooped up Tao Tu and, with the tip of his toes, jumped directly onto the head of a giant sea king, shouting at the sea monsters, Save her! By the time we little Navy soldiers were fished out of the water like fish, still in shock, D. Tian came over and asked, Where are the other 7 warlords? Where did they go? We didn't dare not to answer, trembling as we replied. They all went back to Windmill Village. Let's go to Windmill Village. With his command, hundreds of sea kings turned around as if they had received a royal decree and headed towards Windmill Village. At that moment, we were all stunned. Who was this guy? Able to command sea kings? Tao Tu, on the side, seemed to realize something, probably thinking of the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon. Her gaze subtly shifted to Princess Shirahoshi beside her, and suddenly everything became clear. This little mermaid, Shirahoshi, was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, and upon sensing Tao Tu's gaze, she immediately smiled sweetly. Hee, hello, Sister Tao Tuesday. Tao Tu was still angry and coldly replied, Who is your sister? I am Vice Admiral Gun of the Navy, and now I am your captive, so don't get too close. But Shirahoshi's thought process was simply astonishing. She blinked her big eyes and said, Because you are Lord Husband's woman, of course you are my sister. I'll say it again, I am not his woman. Tao Tu was about to explode. Shirahoshi instantly felt wronged, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Seeing this, Tao Tu softened, probably thinking that this little girl was also a victim, deceived by that scoundrel D. Tian. She thought, if she could turn Shirahoshi, who was a sea king, that would be a significant achievement. So her tone softened a bit, saying, Forget it. In any case, I do not admit it. You have to understand. I was bullied by him using despicable means. I was right there listening and almost spat out my drink. Who understands, family? After hearing it, Bai Xing innocently leaned over and asked, Sister Tao Tu, what despicable means did my husband use to bully you? Oh my gosh. The expression on Peach Rabbit's face at that moment was exactly my mental state. I felt like the internet cable had been cut, and I was about to crash. Can I just casually ask this question? Bai Xing, seeing her silent, even acted cute. Sister, just tell me, I want to know more about Lord Husband. Peach Rabbit was so angry her face turned green, and she turned her head. You go ask that despicable little man yourself. Good heavens. Bai Xing really turned around to ask, her voice so sweet. Lord Husband, Peach Rabbit's sister said you did something very despicable to her. What is it? Tian smiled gently, but what he said was shocking. Oh, it's nothing, just the things we did on our wedding night. Oh. Bai Xing's face instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Then she happily said to Peach Rabbit, see, you really are my sister. Peach Rabbit was completely at a loss, starting to raise the intensity, trying to wake up this love-struck brain. You think so? I will never admit it. Besides, your sister? Does that mean you have many sisters? As the princess of Fishman Island, don't you care? You must be sad inside, right? As a result, what Bai Xing said next nearly sent Peach Rabbit away. She said, well, I was a bit sad at first, but then I saw Lord Husband so happy. And I wasn't sad anymore, I was happy too. They all told me that Lord Husband's testosterone is dozens of times that of normal people. And if he doesn't have more women to accompany him, his health will deteriorate. So, I can't wait for more sisters to help him. At that moment, Peach Rabbit was clutching her chest. I estimated she was close to having a heart attack. She glared at Tian with a resentful look, as if to say, what is wrong with this world? Am I crazy or are you all crazy? Tian, however, was extremely pleased with Bai Xing's words, turning to look at Peach Rabbit with the same expression as someone looking at an ignorant troublemaker. Just then, an uninhabited island appeared ahead, and without a word, he wrapped his arms around Peach Rabbit's waist and told Bai Xing and the others, you wait for me here for a few hours. What do you want to do? Peach Rabbit panicked. Tian's nird, aka me piaca, so in discord. It seems you didn't experience my power and tenderness when you fainted last time. Now, I will let you know why they all fall deeply in love with me. Saying this, he jumped onto the island with Peach Rabbit. I heard Peach Rabbit's last words. Kraing out, fan Tian. Even if you have my body, you will never have my heart. A few hours later, Tian returned carrying Peach Rabbit. Let me tell you, at that time, Peach Rabbit's face was flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Tian placed her on the head of Sea King, and her legs almost gave way. She quickly supported Tian's arm, then shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. She looked so shy that she seemed to want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She was definitely cursing inside, but she didn't dare say a word, probably truly beaten into submission, scared that Guy would take her train again at any moment. In the evening, we arrived at Windmill Village. Good heavens, the remaining 7 warlords were all there: Doflamingo, Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma, Dracula Mihawk, and the Empress Hancock. When they saw Major Peach Rabbit standing behind Tian like a little wife, their eyes nearly popped out. Doflamingo was the first to be unable to sit still. Wanted to sneak away by boat. Tian didn't even lift his eyelids and domineeringly said, Did I let you leave? No one gets to leave today. Stay here and practice. Doflamingo's face turned dark, and he turned to question Peach Rabbit. Did you sell us out? Peach Rabbit lowered her head and said nothing. Tian stepped forward, directly defending her. Watch your tone when speaking to my woman. That aura pressured Doflamingo to sweat profusely, and he didn't dare to make sound. Trash. Tian looked at his cowardly appearance and started to scold. Doflamingo, who had never been treated this way, couldn't contain his killing intent in front of so many people. As a result, Tian laughed heartily and slapped him across the face. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. Doflamingo hurriedly raised his hand to block, but with a loud bang. He was sent flying like a cannonball for several thousand meters, crashing into a windmill, probably breaking half the bones in his arm. This time, it was all about physical dominance, too ruthless. Doflamingo was completely terrified, and we Navy soldiers were even more weak in the knees. At this moment, Dracula Mihawk stepped forward, truly the world's greatest swordsman, exuding charisma. He drew the black sword, Yoru, and said in a deep voice, Hanma Tian, receive my blade. After this strike, regardless of the outcome, I will have nothing to do with this matter. Haha, finally someone decent came. Tian was also excited, his muscles bulging, steaming hot, and he clenched his right fist, unleashing his conqueror's haki. The power condensed in that fist felt like it could punch a hole in the sky. Mihawk was also unyielding, holding the sword with both hands and suddenly slashing. A terrifying sword energy capable of splitting the sea came slicing toward him. Tian didn't dodge or evade, meeting it with a punch. Boom! A deafening sound, blinding light engulfed everything. When the light dissipated, we saw that Tian's right arm had a deep wound down to the bone. But that was all. The bone stubbornly held up, not broken. As for Mihawk, his hands holding the sword were trembling uncontrollably, and the web between his thumb and index finger was cracked. Everyone was stunned, including Empress Hancock, who looked at Tian with blazing eyes, probably feeling her heart racing. Mihawk looked at Tian's wound, then at his own sword. Took a deep breath. Hanma Tian, when we meet next time, I will definitely sever your arm. In front of him, Tian's terrifying wound began to heal at a visible speed, and he smiled. I'll be waiting. Mihawk left, and Tian turned his gaze to Kuma and the others. Jinbei quickly stood up to declare, Lord Tian is princess by Xing's husband, which makes him our prince of Fishman Island. I have no reason to be your enemy. Empress Hancock also hurried to explain, her face flushed. Lord Tian, please rest assured, I will not be your enemy either. The previous time I ran away was because I was too nervous to see you. Tian, the ultimate straight man, smiled broadly after hearing this. Oh, so, you want to be my woman? Oh my god. The expression on the Empress's face was like she had been hit by Cupid's rocket launcher. So happy that she was about to pass out right there. Our group of Navy officers nearby had our hearts shattered into QR codes. White Star, on the other hand, looked very happy. That's great. I knew she was my sister too. Before the Empress could respond, Emperor Tian charged directly at Bartholomew Kuma. This time, Kuma wasn't as lucky as last time. He couldn't withstand it all and was punched so hard by Emperor Tian that his head was driven into the ground. Just when we thought it was over, who would have thought that Kuma's modified body actually had a self-destruct device? Kuma's body instantly lit up with red light, and a force of destructively compressed energy exploded from within him. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit could only shout, "Not good, run." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a small mushroom cloud rose directly over Windmill Village. The power of that explosion was more terrifying than all the attacks from Hawkeye and Kuma combined, and the entire Windmill Village was instantly erased from the map. We, who were far away and strong, were all shaken to the point of spitting blood by the shockwave. As the destructive energy storm slowly dissipated, everyone who was lucky enough to survive stared blankly at the massive pit with a diameter of over 100 meters in front of them. At the center of the explosion, Tian stood there unharmed, his muscles divided into thousands of small pieces, still emitting red energy fluctuations. He endured this blow and surprisingly came out unscathed. Damn, is this still human? It's simply a monster among monsters. He felt this surging power within him, clenched his fist fiercely, and with a loud bang, a more terrifying aura mixed with intense hormones erupted. All the women present, including Peach Rabbit and the Empress, blushed, their gazes becoming dazed. Emperor Tian seemed quite pleased with this feeling. He stared at the direction where the big bear had just self-destructed and walked over step by step, his speed increasing. Finally, he turned into a blur and vanished from the spot. He suddenly slammed his fist down on the corpse of the big bear that had its head blown off, causing the entire ground to fracture on the spot, with cracks spreading over 1,000 meters, and the whole island shook violently. But at that moment, there was actually another self-destruct mechanism hidden in the big bear's corpse. With another even more violent explosion, it detonated without warning. This time, the power was 10 times greater than before. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters instantly turned to ashes. We, the survivors, even though we fought desperately with our fierce defenses, were still bombarded into a state of confusion, not even knowing how many liters of blood we had vomited. When that terrifying energy finally dissipated, Everyone who survived the calamity stared blankly at the completely flattened Windmill Village, their minds a blank slate. We just stood there, unable to react for a long time. I tell you, at that moment, everyone looked as if they had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded, staring at the hundreds of meters wide pit with buzzing minds. The power of this was more than 10 times stronger than the bear impact move from Big Bear before. It was simply outrageous. My little white star princess couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears, calling out Tion's name, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The others were all staring intently at the center of the explosion where the smoke hadn't cleared yet, with only one thought in their minds. Are these two, Tion and Xiong, still alive? It took more than 10 minutes for the dust to slowly settle. Everyone hurriedly activated their observation hockey, desperately trying to sense something. But the energy in that area was chaotic like a pot of porridge, making it impossible to perceive anything. Tao 2 panicked and ordered directly, "Everyone who can move, go find them. We need to see the living and the dead." She was calculating in her heart. If Tion really died, she would be relieved. If he wasn't dead, he would definitely be seriously injured, perfect for capturing him and ending everything. The Empress was also anxious, rushing into the ruins without a word, not wanting the Navy to get there first. For a moment, everyone in the ruins of Windmill Village was frantically digging, like they were at a market. Guess what happened? Amidst the chaos, a warship suddenly sped over from the sea, with an old man standing on it, his fists cracking. A young Navy soldier looked through a telescope, and his legs went weak. "Vice Admiral Carp, your home has been demolished." Goodness, the naval hero Carp is back. When he saw his hometown turn to rubble, his anger shot up to the sky, and he looked like he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, his aura fully unleashed. The Navy soldiers on the deck were immediately scared to the ground, not daring to breathe. Before the ship even docked, Carp jumped over with a thud, his face as dark as a pot bottom, shouting at Tao 2. Who did this? Tao 2, who had seen her fair share of chaos, quickly went up to explain. "Vice Admiral Carp, I'm sorry. We couldn't control the situation. But the villagers have been evacuated, and no one was injured. This incident, it was mainly caused by Xiong and Hanma Tian. That last explosion seems to have been Xiong's self-detonation." When Carp heard the name Hanma Tian, his killing intent nearly solidified. "Where is he? Is he dead? If he is not dead, I will personally kill him." Tao 2 felt a surge of joy and quickly said, "He should be at the center of the explosion. We are searching for him, no matter how strong he is. He must be finished after that explosion." Just as she finished speaking, someone shouted, "Found it! Found an arm!" Carp and the others rushed over, and when they dug it out, it turned out to be a piece of mechanical bone to Xiong's. At that moment, the Empress suddenly stopped. I'm telling you, her sense of smell was sharper than a dog's. She caught a familiar, masculine hormone scent. She cleared away a pile of rubble, and indeed, Tion was lying underneath. Though he was injured all over, he was still alive. Just as the Empress was about to pick him up, a shadow flashed over. Carp. This old man didn't say a word and threw a punch at the Empress without any pity. The Empress was tough too. She lifted her leg and delivered a fragrant kick, directly meeting Carp's fist. But you know, that Carp, the nemesis of Pirate King Roger. With a bang, the Empress was sent flying several dozen meters away. Carp stood like a mountain in front, exuding killing intent. "Empress, hand him over, or I'll kill you both." The Empress was fiercely resolute, retorting directly, "Old man, can't you hear? I said my man is the most important right now. Don't think that just because you're a vice admiral, even if the world government comes today, I will protect him. Good, very good. Then I'll blow you both up." Carp completely went berserk. His home was destroyed, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. I'm telling you, the most explosive moment is here. Just when Carp was about to smash the Empress with a punch, Tion woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as dark as two abysses, his face a bloody mess with many places exposing bone, and his muscles were still writhing and healing. He looked scarier than a demon. With a howl, he sprang out of the Empress's embrace, and she didn't even react in time, getting kicked back by him and spitting blood as she flew away faster. Carp, being an experienced fighter, sensed something was off and immediately retreated. But he was fast. Tian was even faster. A shadow flashed by. By the time we realized what happened, Old Man Carp had lost an arm. Really, his entire left arm was cleanly severed, blood gushing out like a fountain. Carp himself was stunned, quickly gripping his shoulder to stop the bleeding, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The whole place fell silent in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. The naval hero Carp had been severed in an instant, but that wasn't the end. The more terrifying part was yet to come. Everyone turned to look at Tian, and in the next second, the entire Navy, including Peach Rabbit, felt their stomachs churn. Tian, he actually started gnawing on that arm in front of everyone. Who understands a live-streamed eating show? With the ingredient being a naval hero. This is simply the pinnacle of dining. An arm must have me. While eating, he grinned, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. And the Navy soldiers collapsed on the spot, crying and running away, abandoning their weapons. A devil. He is a devil. Run. He is going to eat us. Even Shirahoshi was trembling in fear, sensing for the first time the indiscriminate danger radiating from Tian. Jinbei saw the situation and quickly pulled Shirahoshi to run. Princess, hurry. He has lost his mind. On Carp's side, an unprecedented rage drowned out his fear, his haki fully unleashed, and the wound stopped bleeding instantly. Hanma Tian, I will kill you. He roared, the ground cracking beneath him, turning into a blur as he punched Tian, who was still gnawing on the arm, sending him flying thousands of meters, crashing through a street and into the mountains. Carp teleported after him, delivering another punch from above, smashing Tian deep into the ground. But what about Tian in that deep pit? Not only was he unharmed, he actually started to grin, laughing like a madman. Just then, a notification sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the ogre, with a 5 increase in performance and all attributes enhanced. Good heavens! The more he gets hit, the stronger he becomes. Huh? Tian slapped the ground, and with a roar, the area within hundreds of meters exploded, shooting him out of the pit like a black lightning bolt, faster than before. Carp's pupils constricted, quickly activating his iron block with haki to withstand it. Tian grinned, revealing his white teeth, and laughed madly. Senior, that was quite enjoyable just now. One punch, just one punch, sent the fully defensive Carp flying thousands of meters. Carp let out a miserable scream on the spot. But this was just the beginning. In the next few seconds, Tian unleashed a one-sided, ultra-speed beating on Carp, punching and kicking him hundreds of times, and finally, a massive punch sent Carp crashing into another mountain far away, collapsing the entire mountain, his life status unknown. After finishing off Carp, Tian seemed to still be unsatisfied, turning to look for his next target. But Peach Rabbit surprisingly mustered the courage to block in front of him. Without saying a word, Tian teleported over and grabbed her by the neck. Peach Rabbit instantly felt despair, tears streaming down, thinking she was done for, that she was going to be eaten. But just then, Tian seemed to smell something familiar and relaxed his grip, throwing her aside. Peach Rabbit was dazed. He let me go? Could it be because he subconsciously still sees me as his woman? This feeling is simply too ironic. After beating up people, Tian felt hungry and jumped into the sea. He punched the surface of the sea, and the terrifying shockwave knocked out hundreds of sea kings underwater. He casually fished out a 1,000-meter-long sea king and dragged it to shore, sitting there and starting to feast. In just 2 hours, he finished off that 1,000-meter-long sea king. Not even a bone fragment was left. After eating, guess what? All his injuries healed. He even grew taller, his muscles more explosive, and he regained his sanity. But that fierce aura was 10 times more terrifying than before. Then, this guy, perhaps feeling full and overly stimulated, turned to see the Empress not far away. He flashed over and picked her up, carrying the weak Empress directly onto a naval ship and into the cabin. The ship rocked like it was being towed by a tractor at sea. Those who understand, understand. On the other side, Carp, saved by Peach Rabbit, lay in a mountain bandit's house called Dayton. The villagers surrounded him, both sad and angry. In his unconscious state, Carp seemed to dream of all his battles throughout his life. Suddenly, boom, a tyrannical haki erupted from him. Everyone present, except Peach Rabbit, including the bandits and villagers, was knocked out cold. Peach Rabbit was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. She saw Carp, who was unconscious, have his white hair turn black instantly, looking like he had become 30 or 40 years younger, with his injuries rapidly healing. The next second, Carp suddenly opened his eyes, blood vessels visible in his eyes, and with a roar that echoed through the skies, "Hanma Tian, come on, let us fight again." His three-colored haki fully unleashed. He shot towards the seaside like a golden meteor. This tyrannical haki swept over the shore, even knocking out Shirahoshi, who was beside Jinbei. On the ship, Tian was interrupted in his good time. He walked out of the cabin with an unhappy face, grinning and using force under his feet, turning into a black light to meet Carp. Boom! The two monsters collided in midair, shaking the entire island. Their battle was no longer visible to anyone. All that could be seen were flashes of light in the sky and on the ground, followed by landslides and earthquakes. Jinbei saw this situation and thought these two were going to sink the island, quickly taking the unconscious Shirahoshi to escape by boat. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who fell into the sea from the ship shattered by their battle's aftermath, was rescued by Doflamingo. Doflamingo was also scared out of his wits, directly breaking Crocodile's sea stone handcuffs. "Brother, stop fighting. Let's team up and escape. If we stay any longer, we'll be killed by the aftermath of their battle." Crocodile looked at the two gods fighting and, feeling uneasy, nodded decisively, "Sure." The next second, Crocodile seemed to have applied oil to his feet, disappearing without a trace. I'm telling you, he didn't even dare look back, fearing that if he saw the guy named Hanma Tian again, he'd have nightmares at night. The psychological shadow area, I estimate, is bigger than Alabasta. Right now, his mind was filled with one thing: to run away quickly, return to his hometown, get that so-called underworld king, and then use Princess Vivi, cough cough, regain his former glory. Who understands? This is a psychological trauma that needs to be remedied urgently. On the other side, the seabed was also not peaceful. Jinbei, the old father, was worried sick, insisting on sending Princess Shirahoshi back to Fishman Island. He earnestly advised, "My princess, the surface is too dangerous. That Hanma Tian fights indiscriminately. What if he accidentally brushes against you? What to do then?" And guess what? Shirahoshi didn't listen at all. Right now, her mind was filled with just 4 words: "My husband." I'm telling you, she pouted her little mouth and seriously said to Jinbei, "Jinbei, let me go. I've already married my husband, and my father agreed. Don't think of breaking us apart." Wow, this really caught Jinbei off guard. He wondered when this princess became so assertive, looking at White Star's determined little eyes. She even directly activated her ability to summon a group of sea kings to block the way. Jinbei was completely at a loss. He could only sigh and accept that he couldn't keep this girl, let her do as she wished. Thus, Jinbei had no choice but to send White Star back to the surface. As soon as White Star reached the shore, she was overjoyed, bouncing around to find Empress Hancock. Gathering her courage, she sweetly called out, "Sister, shall we wait for our husband to come back together?" Let me tell you, the expression on the Empress's face at that moment was simply incredible. At first, she had that high-cold look as if saying, "Who are you? Don't come near me." But the next second, she realized something. Wait, our husband? Those 2 words hit her like thunder, leaving the Empress stunned. The little deer in her heart was probably about to cause a myocardial infarction. She forced herself to hold it together, cleared her throat, and pretended to be very reserved. Ahem. "Of course, I am definitely his woman." Oh my. Saying she didn't want it while her heart was already blooming with joy. Just like that, the 2 beautiful women waited by the shore for 3 days and nights. Finally, that earth-shattering battle came to an end. And guess what? Carp, that naval hero, was knocked down and lost an eye. Emperor Tian looked down at him from above. His gaze seemed to say, "Old man, times have changed. It's time for you to retire." Honestly, if it weren't for Mijino pleading for him, Old Man Carp would have met his end today. Emperor Tian didn't linger, turning to bid farewell to Mijino. "Sorry for wrecking your place, but I don't regret it at all. See you in a year." With that, he left, looking incredibly suave. Mijino washed his back and instinctively touched her belly. Wow, is it mystical pregnancy? Just touching her belly made her feel like she was going to be a mother? What a way of thinking. Even more interesting was Peach Rabbit. As Emperor Tian walked past her, he didn't even glance her way. This left Peach Rabbit confused and feeling incredibly disappointed. I thought this was what you wanted. But when he really ignored you, you started feeling wronged and wanted to cry. It was just like an electronic pet throwing a tantrum, needing to be opposed to feel good, right? Emperor Tian didn't care about any of this. He walked straight toward his two treasures. White Star was the first to jump up. Husband, you're finally back. Emperor Tian looked at them, rare tenderness showing in his smile. Then he turned to the Empress, whose face was as red as an apple, and suddenly said, "You seem to have not answered my question yet." The Empress's heart nearly stopped after a long hesitation. She finally said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, I am certainly willing to be Emperor Tian's woman." "Very good." Emperor Tian immediately pulled her into his arms, a smirk on his lips, filled with desire as he said, "Let's go. We'll continue." Huh. The Empress panicked instantly, her face turning pale, as if she had seen a ghost, and hurriedly sought help from White Star. "Sister White Star, save me. We had an agreement." White Star blinked her innocent big eyes and seriously replied, "Don't worry, sister. I will take good care of husband too." Wow. The main theme is companionship, right? Emperor Tian directly hijacked a naval warship, taking the two beauties aboard, heading straight for Alabasta. The dozen or so pirates who suddenly appeared from nowhere were working like crazy to sail the ship. 3 days later, the Empress was almost melting, her gaze toward Emperor Tian nearly turning into silk threads. She was secretly grateful to Sister White Star. If it weren't for her sharing the load, she would have probably been done for. Just then, 2 warships suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. The pirate at the helm reported back, and Emperor Tian didn't even lift his eyelids, just said 2 words, "Sail past." Received. The pirate excitedly rushed back to the cockpit, shouting, "Brothers, Lord Emperor Tian has spoken." Charged straight through. On the other side, Smoker was puffing away on 2 cigars. He initially thought it was a big shot from headquarters and was preparing to greet them, only to watch in horror as the warship crazily accelerated toward them. By the time they frantically tried to dodge, they looked closely and saw there were no Navy personnel on the deck at all. Only a muscular man lounging with a stunning beauty and a mermaid sunbathing. Smoker and his subordinates were instantly petrified. Holy crap! Isn't that the 5 billion bounty Hanma Tian and the Empress of the 7 Warlords? What a divine combination. Smoker decisively panicked, quickly ordering, "Don't provoke them. Follow from a distance. I'll call headquarters to ask what is going on." As a result, after calling, no one picked up for several days. Why? Because the Navy headquarters was already in chaos. Admiral Sengoku was slamming the table in the meeting room, roaring about Carp's defeat, his blindness, and even losing an arm. The admirals and vice admirals present, except for Akainu, who disdainfully said the old man was done for, were all shocked to the point their jaws nearly dropped. Sengoku was so angry his face turned green. Then he dropped a bombshell. All the 7 warlords are traitors. The Empress has defected. Tyrant Kuma has self-destructed. Most critically, the ancient Weapon Sea King, Princess White Star of Fishman Island, is now with Hanma Tian. At this point, even Akainu couldn't sit still. The entire Navy headquarters fell into dead silence. The news was reported layer by layer, from Sengoku to Steelbone Kong, then to the 5 elders, finally reaching that figure on the empty throne, Sama. The 5 elders knelt on the ground trembling, reporting the situation in detail. After listening, Sama was silent for a few seconds, then said one sentence: "Find an opportunity to eliminate the anchor of Whitebeard's era." Wow, look at that. This is a top-tier player. You think he's going after Tian? No, he's directly cutting off the roots, planning to take down the 4 emperors and stir up the entire new world. The 5 elders, being clever, immediately envisioned an entire set of strategies to test Tian's depth through the chaos of the times. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks went to find Whitebeard to discuss something. However, Whitebeard was in a foul mood lately. Upon seeing Shanks approach, he unleashed his conqueror's haki without a word and swung his blade. The 2 blades clashed, splitting the sky. Shanks realized this conversation was going nowhere and left in defeat, deciding to go find Mihawk for a drink to probe what kind of person Hanma Tian really was. At that moment, Emperor Tian's ship had already crossed Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. they suddenly collided with another warship, on which stood Colonel Black Jail Genai from the Navy headquarters. Genai's subordinates were nearly scared to death, saying that was the 50 billion bounty criminal. But who is Genai? Overflowing with confidence, she flicked her cigarette and coolly declared, Genai won't let any criminal go. Charge. As a result, the two ships crashed together with a bang. On the deck, Emperor Tian slowly opened his eyes and saw the stylish, cold-looking woman at the bow of the opposite ship, who flashed a highly aggressive smile and asked, "Oh, isn't this the pink-haired Colonel Genai?" I tell you, that girl was completely flustered at that moment. She looked at Emperor Tian's muscles, which seemed ready to explode, and that gaze of his that made it clear he wanted to devour her whole. Goodness, the pressure he exuded was so intense it felt like the hormones were about to crystallize. She was beating her heart inside. Wow, is this really Hanma Emperor Tian? His aura is too overwhelming. Then Emperor Tian grinned wickedly and went straight to the point. What is up? A little colonel dares to block my way? Do you want to get on my ship and be my woman? As soon as he said that, Hanai's face turned pale, and she quickly waved her hands. No way. Hanai doesn't want that. Don't misunderstand. She was panicking inside. Who could understand the pressure she felt? This guy was completely off script. When Emperor Tian saw her reaction, his expression immediately darkened, and in the next second, he disappeared from the deck. Hanai was stunned, and just as she activated her observation hockey, cold sweat broke out on her back. Emperor Tian was already right behind her. I tell you, that guy was like a mountain without saying a word. He opened his arms and locked Hanai in his embrace. The strength was such that Hanai felt like her bones were about to snap, and let me tell you, he was holding her so tightly that she felt something pressing against her back. Definitely not a good thing. She was so scared her soul almost left her body, and she quickly activated her ability, the chain fruit, and with a few clicks, several large iron chains shot out from Emperor Tian's arms. She screamed at her naval soldiers, "Come help Hanai pull him away." The soldiers rushed over. How would they tolerate their goddess being held like that? A few hundred of them came together, grabbing the chains like a tug of war, their faces turning purple. But what happened? Emperor Tian's arms didn't budge an inch. The soldiers were almost in tears. "Colonel Hanai, we can't pull him." Hanai was completely desperate now, feeling weak all over, nearly fainting from the overwhelming masculine aura. Just then, a rash rookie panicked, grabbed a knife, and swung it at Emperor Tian's back, but with a crisp sound, the knife broke. The guy's palm was shattered. This infuriated Emperor Tian. He felt these ants were insulting him. He let out a low growl, exerted force in his waist and abdomen, and with a crunch, Hanai was knocked out cold, rolling her eyes. He casually released his grip, sending the hundreds of people in the tug-of-war flying like kites, crashing into a pile. Then, expressionless, he yanked the iron chains out of his arms, the wounds visibly healing. He turned around and walked step by step toward the rookie who had attacked him. The rookie was so scared his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Emperor Tian couldn't be bothered to deal with him. With a swift move, he cleaved the guy in half, just as he was about to carry the unconscious Hanai away. Hey, Hanai woke up. This girl was tough. Seeing Emperor Tian about to grab her, she slammed her little hand on the deck, activating her ability to the max. Countless chains clanged together, binding Emperor Tian into a 5-meter-wide iron ball. She thought that wasn't enough and added a layer of 1-foot-thick iron railings for double insurance. After doing all this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to comfort her subordinates. I tell you, the Empress on the ship was so calm, watching the whole thing unfold without a worry. What she was thinking was, great, this guy has such strong desires, the two of us can't handle it. If another sister comes to help share the burden, it would be perfect. So she called out to Hanai across the way, her voice both alluring and arrogant. You must be Colonel Hanai, right? You look decent, and your figure is passable. How about considering becoming Emperor Tian's woman? If you agree, you'll have to call me sister from now on. The naval soldiers had never seen such a scene from the Empress. Their eyes were almost popping out, drooling all over. Hanai was baffled, thinking what was this woman talking about? Just as she was about to retort, she heard the Empress laugh. Foolish woman. Do you really think these little iron lumps can hold him? After you have an in-depth conversation with him, I hope you can still stand and talk without back pain. As soon as she finished speaking, the iron ball began to emit steam, the temperature rising alarmingly. Then, something outrageous happened. The steam suddenly coalesced into an Emperor Tian on the outside. This steam version of Emperor Tian looked exactly like the real one, and with a few punches and kicks, he sent all the Navy's soldiers flying, grabbing Hanai by the throat. Hanai's abilities were completely useless against him. Just as Hanai's mind went blank, there was a loud bang, and the iron ball exploded. The real Emperor Tian emerged, steaming all over. I tell you, this ability is called Ghost Brain, and its amazing aspect is that as long as the mental strength is sufficient, whatever you think can be materialized, and the strength is exactly the same. As Emperor Tian stepped out, he pulled out a pair of C-prism stone handcuffs from somewhere, and this thing had no effect on him at all. He slowly walked up to Hanai, who was so scared she kept retreating, forcing herself to say, "Calm down, Hanai is a naval colonel, not just any woman." Emperor Tian's eyes hardened, and he dropped a famous line. "Hanai, you wouldn't want to see the world destroyed, would you?" After saying that, without waiting for Hanai to react, he directly threw her over his shoulder and headed back to his ship, straight to the cabin. The Empress watched from the side, her face reddening, and let out a long sigh. "Great, I can finally relax a bit. I tell you, Smoker's ship has actually been following closely behind all along, and it even rescued quite a few Navy soldiers who were knocked away by Admiral Daitian. These past few days, he has been listening to the cabin in front where Nami went from angrily cursing to begging for mercy. This guy finally couldn't sit still anymore. He arranged for his female subordinate, Tashiji, to get on a lifeboat and leave, and then with bloodshot eyes, he ordered his crew, accelerate, ram into them with full force. No matter the cost, we must rescue Colonel Nami. Just as he accelerated, Empress Hancock noticed it on her side. She raised an eyebrow and said to her sister, Shirahoshi, who was still sleeping next to her, "Sister, show them what you can do. Don't let them disturb Daitian's mood." Shirahoshi rubbed her eyes, obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and wow, she directly summoned a giant. The next second, a 2,000-meter-long giant shark, Sea King, suddenly surfaced from the water, charging straight at Smoker's warship. With a bang, Smoker's ship disintegrated like it was made of paper, with splinters flying everywhere. The Empress nodded in satisfaction and asked her subordinate, "How long until we reach Alabasta?" Reporting to the Empress, "At most one more day." Meanwhile, on the other side, Alabasta was in an uproar. Crocodile stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. As soon as he returned to Alyabarna, he directly took control of King Cobra, and his group of high-ranking agents dealt with all the palace guards. Gripping the king's neck, he asked, "Where is the secret of the ancient weapon Pluton? Also, marry your daughter, Princess Vivi, to me. Otherwise, I'll wipe your country off the map today." To intimidate the king further, with just a look, his subordinate, Das Bones, who had the chop-chop fruit, swiftly took out the king's two most loyal guards. The ministers knelt on the ground, crying for mercy. Crocodile killed them one by one. In the end, King Cobra finally broke down, screaming, "Enough! I agree to all your demands." Crocodile laughed heartily. "You're smart. Announce to the whole country that in 3 days, I will marry Princess Vivi." The king, being a cunning old fox, thought to buy some time and said, "Vivi has a dream. She hopes to choose her husband through a tournament. If you want to marry her, you must go through this process." Upon hearing this, Crocodile was delighted and became even more arrogant. "Interesting. I'll play along. In this desert, I am a god. Whoever comes will die." Once the news of the tournament spread, pirates, sand bandits, and rebels from across the country went crazy, shouting to go to the capital to become the prince consort. On the other side, at Canola Flower Port, Princess Vivi had already met up with Luffy and the others. Upon hearing that their opponent was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Usopp was so scared he almost wet himself, while Nami's eyes sparkled at the prospect of money, and Luffy, chewing on a big piece of meat, carelessly said, "A big pirate? No problem, just knock him away." Just then, a man wearing a cowboy hat and with freckles on his face walked in. Luffy saw him and laughed. "Oh, Ace, you're still here?" Ace took a swig of alcohol and smiled. "I was planning to leave, but it seems to be quite lively here." Sanji immediately exploded, pointing at Ace and shouting, "I get it. You want to come back and participate in the tournament to compete for Princess Vivi, huh?" Ace just calmly smiled. "Ha ha, I'm just curious. I just want to take a look." Once this was said, let me tell you, Luffy was completely aware of it. Although he usually acts like a goofy dog, he knows Ace is an ultimate brother complex. He says he's just looking, but in reality, he can't stop worrying about him, rushing to catch up after just parting yesterday. All right, everyone is gathered, so what else is there to say? The target is Alabasta. Let's get to it. Princess Vivi looked at our group, and oh my, tears were welling up in her eyes, moved to the point of being a mess. Sanji, out of nowhere, pulled out a flower and started his chivalrous act. But Vivi didn't accept it all, just blushing slightly, probably thinking to herself, this guy with the curled eyebrows is handsome, but a bit too enthusiastic. Nami saw Vivi's awkward expression and immediately pulled her behind her protectively, unleashing a tirade at Sanji. The three of us guys, me, Luffy, and Zoro, seeing the situation, decided to step back first and head straight to the capital Alyabarna to meet this so-called tournament. I was also considering that Blackbeard might be hiding in this country as well. The scene shifts, and another group has arrived. Wow, Daitian's crew had quite the spectacle. Shirahoshi was like a curious baby, seeing the desert for the first time and fascinated by everything, exclaiming, "Wow, my lord. The sand here is just like the bottom of the sea." As for Empress Hancock, she was like a clingy accessory, sticking to Daitian the whole time. Her gaze, TSK, was mesmerizing. And guess what? When the Empress turned around, oh, it was the Navy's Colonel Nami who had actually followed them too. The Empress immediately became displeased, crossed her arms, and mockingly said, "Oh, I thought you had left. What this are you addicted to our Daitian's body? I told you. This Anai is also a stubborn one." With a blank expression, she replied, "I'm just relaxing. What's it to you?" Well, that lit the fuse. The Empress immediately unleashed her fury. "How is it not my business? If you want to stay by his side, you have to call me elder sister. Do you understand the rules?" Hanai rolled her eyes, calling her a self-indulgent woman. After saying that, she walked straight to the front and threw out a line. "I heard there's a hot spring in Yuba. Let's go soak." This move left me dumbfounded. Seriously, does anyone understand how this woman's mind works? Meanwhile, Tian was enjoying himself, probably thinking, is my charm now irresistible? Actually, there's a backstory. Hanai was given a strict order by the Navy headquarters to infiltrate Tian's side as an undercover agent, monitoring his every move. She felt conflicted but then thought, since she was already involved with Tian, what else could she do? Much more open-minded than that General Peach Rabbit. So they really went to soak in the hot springs and eat skewers. It was at this point that Tian heard about the martial arts competition for marriage, and he found it puzzling. This plot doesn't match the original story. How could they be holding a martial arts competition for Princess Vivi? Had the king lost his mind? He had to go to the capital to check it out. The next day, the group rode camels to the capital, Albana. Let me tell you, the scene was deafening. With drums and crowds, several large arenas in the square packed with people. If not 1 million, at least 800,000, all focused on the competition for marriage. Below the arena, there were complaints everywhere. Wow, there are too many people, it's so overwhelming. Look at those guys, the straw hat kid with his long arms. The green-haired swordsman who looks fierce, and that guy with curled eyebrows, yelling out dish names while kicking. Each one weirder than the last. Just then, commotion erupted at the back of the crowd. Not for any other reason, but because Tian and the others had arrived. I tell you, Tian walked in front like an invisible man. All the attention was drawn away by the Empress, Shirahoshi, and Hanai behind him. Wow, beautiful. An absolutely stunning beauty. Mom, I think I'm in love. Is that one with the fishtail, the legendary mermaid princess? Although big, she's so beautiful. And that pink-haired lady next to her is also stunning. The guys were practically drooling, saying things like they'd break their ribs to make soup for her, or they'd eat dirt every day for her. Simply unbearable to watch. Shirahoshi had never seen such a scene and hurriedly leaned toward Tian, shyly calling out, "My lord. Wait for me." With a bang, the crowd's minds exploded. My lord? This guy's their man? All eyes finally focused on Tian. Wow, this guy looks fierce. Pure violent aesthetics. That inverted triangle physique, solid base. I mean, I'm just curious, with such a big mermaid, how does it work with this 2-meter-tall brute? Is it convenient? At this moment, the Empress could no longer hold back. Her gaze turned cold. A bunch of ants seeking death. As soon as she finished speaking, her sweet fruit ability activated, and in an instant, Over 100 people within 100 meters turned into stone statues. The surrounding people were terrified. Living people turning to stone? What kind of devil's ability is this? And I couldn't bear to watch. Frowning, she said, "They're just ordinary people. Is this really necessary?" The Empress sneered. "Are you teaching me how to do my job? Do these trash have the right to discuss my man? If you cared even a little about Tian, you wouldn't be acting like a saint here. Remember the last time a Navy soldier talked back? They all died." And I was left speechless, but still unconvinced. If you petrify them and don't undo it, isn't that the same as killing them? The Empress saw through her thoughts, crossed her arms, and smiled playfully. "You want me to save them? Sure. First, say you're sorry, then call me elder sister, and I'll immediately turn them back. Don't forget, I'm a pirate. Their lives or deaths are none of my concern, but your Navy, if you want to play the good person, you have to beg me." Hanai stood there, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag. Her expression was as tangled as a mess of yarn. In the end, she compromised, gritting her teeth. She called out to the Empress, "Wait. I'm sorry. Elder sister." The Empress giggled. "Hee, Hanai, you're so obedient. Since you called, I'll give you this face." With a wave of her hand, all the stone statues returned to their original forms. At this point, everyone around settled down and finally realized who that man was, Tian. "Oh my gosh, isn't it the infamous Hanma Tian with a bounty of 50 billion? The face on the wanted poster looks like a meme. Who could recognize him? Now that the big shot is here, what business does the prince have?" Everyone was so scared they didn't even dare to step onto the arena. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the mastermind Old Shah, Crocodile, had just received the news that Tian had arrived. I tell you, his face went pale in an instant, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking like a leaf. Robin, watching closely, felt a shock in her heart. What kind of monster is this Hanma Tian that could scare Old Shah like this? It seemed she had to think of a way to escape and grab onto this bigger leg quickly. Old Shah was completely panicked, speaking incoherently to his subordinates. "Quick, get Ace. Let Ace deal with Hanma Tian." Then he grabbed Robin and ran deeper into the palace, not caring about anything else, just wanting the king to take them to see the historical records. He was desperate, completely desperate, along the way to force the king to lead the way. He even cut off one of his arms. On the other side, Ace had indeed infiltrated the palace, feeling that something was off. Suddenly, he bumped into Mr. One, Daz Bonus. Daz didn't waste any words and immediately dropped a bombshell on him. "Here's some free information for you. Your Whitebeard Pirates had several captains taken out by Hanma Tian recently, and a few are locked up and impelled down. By the way, Hanma Tian is currently in the capital." As soon as Ace heard this, his eyes went red, flames bursting forth from him. He knew the other side was trying to use him, but he couldn't care less. He had to get revenge for his brothers. Even if the other side was a monster with a bounty of 50 billion, he had to confront him. At this moment, on the arena square, the Empress saw Tian leave, but she stayed behind. She decided to do something for her beloved man. So, under the astonished gazes of everyone, she walked directly onto an arena. This caused another uproar. What was this beauty going to do? Is she going to compete for marriage too? No way. Isn't she Tian's woman? Oh no, she can't be thinking of winning back the princess for a man, right? I tell you, this is pure boss literature coming to life. The male spectators on site were enviously red-eyed. Sanji saw a stunning long-legged beauty step onto his arena, and he instantly spewed blood, but still approached with a smile. This beautiful lady. The Empress didn't even lift an eyelid. "Get lost. I want this country's princess." With a fragrant kick, she sent Sanji flying, and when he fainted, he still wore a blissful expression. Next, the Empress shot a glance toward Luffy and Zoro's arena. Beckoning with her finger, "You two, come at me together." Luffy, still clueless, asked, "You're a woman too. What do you want with Princess Vivi?" Zoro, on the other hand, was very cautious. "Captain, be careful. This woman is strong." The Empress didn't give them any time to react. In a flash, she was in front of Zoro, kicking him away before he could even respond. He wanted to counterattack, but ended up slashing 2 knives against someone's high heels, making a loud clang, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Luffy, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Is Zoro really this weak? He can't even break a shoe. When it was Luffy's turn, he unleashed his rubber Gatling gun, and to the Empress, those countless fists looked like they were in slow motion. The Empress charged right into the barrage of fists, and with a kick infused with hockey, she sent Luffy flying hundreds of meters away, easily ending the battle. The Empress coldly said to the person in charge, "Bora, announce the results." Bora wanted to say that the competition was limited to males, but with the Empress's Conqueror's hockey released, she coldly asked, "Do you want to die?" Bora was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he quickly changed his words. "You are the leader." The Empress obtained a picture of Vivi, activated her observation hockey, and instantly locked on a Princess Vivi hiding in the shadows. Upon seeing she was discovered, Vivi turned and ran. The Empress leisurely pursued her from behind. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from the palace direction, and a fire pillar hundreds of meters high shot into the sky. Everyone outside the city was stunned. Luffy, who had just been kicked back, saw that familiar flame and immediately thought of Ace. He hurriedly took out the life card Ace had given him, and that small piece of paper was shaking wildly towards the direction of the flames. It really was Ace. Let me tell you, the moment Luffy saw the fire and then looked at the life card, his soul almost flew away, and he dashed over with a loud shout. Zoro is also a battle maniac. As soon as he caught a whiff of that powerful presence, he immediately followed, afraid of missing out on the action. And guess what? Just as they reached the city gate, they saw Ace confronting a muscular guy with red hair. That guy is Emperor's. Ace was furious. His eyes turned red, and he pointed at Emperor's, asking if it was him who killed their Whitebeard men. And Emperor's? Well, he laughed maniacally, grinning widely as he admitted, "That's right. I killed them, took out several of your crew. What are you going to do about it?" Ace exploded on the spot. Who could understand the feelings of family? He couldn't hold back. Without a second thought, he unleashed his ultimate move. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Let me tell you, the scene was like a small sun falling from the sky, turning the entire sky red. The temperature was so intense that even from 800 miles away, I felt like my eyebrows were about to catch fire. Everyone thought it would end there, right? But guess what Emperor did? He kept his hand in his pocket, stomped his foot on the ground, and growled, "Thunder call." Suddenly, the sky darkened with thunder, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl struck him directly. He was surrounded by electric sparks, walking into Ace's sea of flames like a thunder god, step by step. Ace's flames, which could burn everything, felt like mere flickers next to him, unable to harm him at all. Ace was stunned, having never seen anything so ridiculous in his life. While he was in shock, Emperors suddenly appeared right in front of him, and with one punch, just one punch, Ace was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing loudly into the palace hall. Luffy had just arrived and happened to see his brother being killed with a single punch, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Ace." Without thinking, he threw a rubber punch. What happened next? The Emperor disappeared and reappeared next to Luffy, delivering a backhand chop while uttering 4 words, "Demon God Strike." Luffy rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, following in his brother's footsteps. At this point, Zoro stepped up, drawing his swords and launching an attack with his dual-wielding style. However, the Emperor just extended 2 fingers. Only 2. Ding, ding. With 2 crisp sounds, Zoro's swords were shattered into 4 pieces. Zoro was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a tremendous force, his arms trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't even stand, let alone strike again, feeling a profound humiliation like never before. Goodness. The 3 main forces of the Straw Hat crew were all taken down by one person in less than a minute. In the dead silence of the battlefield, the Empress floated over to Princess Vivi, whispering in her ear, "Little sister, do you want to save them?" Vivi was almost in tears, knowing there was no other way than to nod frantically. The Empress smiled seductively, revealing her true intentions. "I am the champion of the martial arts tournament, so you're now my person, and I am Lord Emperor's woman. Therefore, you are also Lord Emperor's person. Understand?" Vivi's face turned pale. This was the legendary 2-for-1 deal. How could this be? On the Emperor's side, he didn't even glance at Luffy and the others, deeming them too weak and a waste of time. Instead, he closed his eyes to sense something, and suddenly his killing intent surged as he headed straight for the royal underground tomb. I was puzzled. Was he going to dig up someone's ancestral grave? It later dawned on me that he sensed old sand. From his expression, it looked like he recalled some unresolvable dark history and muttered about erasing stains. Goodness, what kind of story did these two have? In the underground palace, Old Sand was forcing Nico Robin to translate historical texts when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The Emperor descended like a reaper. Old Sand was terrified, quickly grabbing Robin and Vivi's father as hostages, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill them." Guess what? The Emperor ignored him entirely. With a menacing aura, he stepped forward, seemingly intent on killing both the hostages and the kidnapper. Vivi couldn't bear it any longer. She rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, kneeling in front of the Emperor with her hands outstretched, pleading, "Please stop. Save my father. I'll do anything you want." Perhaps the tears of a beautiful girl truly had an effect, or maybe it was the little girl named Shirahoshi beside her also pleading. The Emperor actually paused. He reined in his killing intent and looked at the terrified Old Sand with a charming smile. "I look forward to our next meeting. I hope you can bring me some surprises." With that, he turned and left. Old Sand had narrowly escaped with his life, his legs weak, and he dared not stay any longer, quickly taking Robin and fleeing. After running dozens of kilometers away, he pressed Robin for the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Robin, being clever, spun a tale about them being in Wano, which sent Old Sand on his way. She stood alone in the desert, already formulating a new plan. This world was too dangerous, and to survive, she had to cling to the Emperor's strongest thigh. A few days later, the Empress helped Vivi quell the internal strife in her country, and then came to fulfill her promise. She found Vivi and lightly said, "Tonight, you will serve Lord Emperor. Make him happy, and only then will I keep you by my side." Vivi was almost in tears, asking how she should do that. The Empress thought for a moment, and surprisingly suggested, "How about you start by serving him tea and water, then try washing his feet?" Vivi, a proud princess, felt incredibly wronged, but had no choice but to muster her courage. That night, she carried a basin of water, standing outside the Emperor's door for a long time to prepare herself, encouraging herself. "Come on, Vivi, don't be afraid. You're beautiful." When she finally pushed the door open, she was stunned to see the Emperor practicing a split with his bare upper body, using his toes to support himself on two stands. She didn't dare interrupt, so she stood there dumbfounded from dusk until deep into the night, her legs going numb. Eventually, she didn't know what got into her, but she walked up and gently poked the Emperor's arm, which felt like stone. The moment her finger touched him, the Emperor's eyes snapped open. Vivi was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She quickly retreated, her heart racing like a drum. The Emperor silently stepped down from the stands, instantaneously standing in front of her, making no sound as he walked. Vivi trembled and hurriedly explained that the Empress had sent her to take care of him, saying she was there to wipe him down and wash his feet. The Emperor looked down at her coldly and stated, "I gave you the chance to leave, but you didn't take it. Instead, you came to invade me. So tonight, don't expect to leave completely." Vivi's legs went weak. She thought she was completely finished. The Emperor was straightforward. "First, wipe my body." Vivi could only shiver as she picked up a towel to help him wipe the sweat from his workout. The overwhelming pressure from being so close made her face turn crimson. After finally finishing, she lowered her head and asked in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, Lord Emperor, it's done. Do you want to wash your feet?" The Emperor replied with two words, "Come wash." Washing his feet. This was Princess Vivi, a princess personally kneeling to wash his feet. What treatment this was. As the little princess washed, she gathered her courage to negotiate, saying, "Thank you for saving my father. I will be yours from now on, but can I stay by my father's side? I don't want to leave." The Emperor saw right through her and said, "You just don't know how to face me, do you?" That one sentence left Princess Vivi speechless, her eyes reddening as she pitifully replied, I never thought it would be like this. Don't worry, I will definitely try to like you, and when I really do, I will come find you, okay?" Oh, how heart-wrenching that little expression was. But who was the Emperor? He was gentle, yet had principles harder than steel, directly saying, "That's fine. But tonight's matter is non-negotiable." Upon hearing this, Vivi felt a bit warm inside, believing at least she wasn't being treated roughly. Then the Emperor reached out and directly picked her up horizontally. "Let me tell you, the scene was something else. A petite princess and a muscular giant. The contrast was off the charts. 3 days flew by in an instant. As we were about to leave, the Empress asked, "Hey, ISNT Princess Vivi coming with us?" The Emperor, looking nonchalant, replied, "She is unwell," and stayed behind. Who was the Empress? She understood immediately. Her expression said it all, as if she completely comprehended the situation. Unwell, indeed. If she could, it would be strange. She probably felt delighted inside, thinking the Emperor had acknowledged Vivi, essentially adding another collectible to her collection. Then she began to twist and turn, saying, "Lord Emperor, actually, Vivi was won back for you by me. What mine is yours." After laying the groundwork for a long time, she finally revealed her true intention. Lord Emperor, can you accompany me back to my family home?" The Emperor was straightforward, answering immediately, "Let us go to Amazon Lily." The Empress blossomed right there, covering her face with her hands, blushing like a young girl. Next to her, Hina. I tell you, she was rolling her eyes so hard they were almost in the back of her head, definitely thinking, "How old are you to still be playing this game? It's so cringe-worthy." As a result, after she finished complaining to herself, a thought flashed through her mind. What if I take Emperor Tian home? What am I thinking? I am a Navy. I carry heavy responsibilities and endure humiliation. Yes, just like that. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Alabasta Palace, the old King Cobra was there, pounding his chest and stomping his feet, full of drama. "My daughter, she sacrificed herself for the country. What a useless father I am." He cried with snot and tears, almost ready to perform a tragic play right there. He sneaked to Vivi's room and continued crying. "Vivi, if you feel bitter, just scold me. It's all your father's fault." When the door opened, Vivi came out, still sleepy. "Father, what are you doing?" The old king was taken aback. This script is wrong. Why does my daughter look radiant, in a good mood?" Vivi, a bit shy, said, "Father, I'm fine. Lord Emperor Tian is actually quite nice. It's just, I still don't know how to face him, but I feel like I want to find him soon." Cobra's CPU instantly burned out. "What? My daughter likes this kind of guy? Likes muscular men? Fine." He immediately changed his attitude and became his daughter's strongest support. "All right, as long as you like him. It doesn't matter if he's a wanted criminal. Your father supports you." Vivi asked if Emperor Tian had left, and hearing that he had, she felt a bit down. This girl, it seems she has completely fallen for him. She returned to her room, lay on the bed, and the blanket still smelled like Emperor Tian. Holding the blanket, she started to cheer herself up, saying that he was her first man and would also be her last. She had to be true to herself. "Come on, Vivi. You have to face it bravely." After cheering herself up, she got so tired that she fell asleep and had a dream where she was pregnant, which startled her awake. Sitting on the bed, she looked confused and then burst into tears. "Well, I'm not ready to be a mom yet." Just when we were about to leave Alabasta, the Empress suddenly said, "Lord Emperor Tian, there's a woman following us." I turned around and saw, "Oh, isn't that Nico Robin?" Emperor Tian stopped and turned to ask her, "Nico Robin, are you sure you want to seek my protection?" Robin had been following for 2 days and finally waited for this question. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes, I've made up my mind. As long as you protect me, I'll tell you a huge secret." Emperor Tian asked again, "Are you really sure?" Robin nodded. Emperor Tian smiled broadly. "All right, then you can follow me. Families, who understands?" That smile, I could tell at a glance that something was off. Robin thought this was a transaction, but Emperor Tian's meaning was clearly, "You want to follow me? Fine, then show some sincerity." This was an information gap attack. Jinai, watching the excitement from the side, went over to talk to Robin. "Don't worry, Emperor Tian will protect you. Even though I'm the Navy, I wouldn't dare to catch you. But I'm quite curious. Are you this bold to survive?" There was a hidden meaning in her words. Robin thought Jinai was asking if she often exchanged secrets for protection, and she candidly replied, "Yes, isn't it all thanks to your Navy?" Jinai laughed directly, thinking this woman really didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. A good show was about to unfold. Back on the ship, the Empress came over with an unhappy face to relay a message. "Nico Robin, Lord Emperor Tian wants you to go in." That sourness could be smelled from 800 miles away. Robin was quite polite, thanked her, and went in. She probably thought the secret was too important and must be discussed in private. However, As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Emperor Tian shirtless, his muscles looking like they were about to explode. Robin's face instantly turned red. Thinking she had walked in on him changing clothes, she quickly apologized and turned to leave. "Stop!" Emperor Tian shouted, his imposing presence pressing down like a mountain, and Robin instantly couldn't move. "Who told you to leave? Do you want to toy with my desires?" Emperor Tian walked over step by step. The pressure was overwhelming. He placed a hand on Robin's shoulder, and her entire body stiffened. She forced herself to suppress her fear and said, "Lord Emperor Tian, is there some misunderstanding? Wasn't I supposed to come in and tell you the secret?" Emperor Tian laid it all out. "Nico, Robin, listen carefully. I'm not interested in your secret. What I need is someone who can satisfy my desires. The testosterone in my body is dozens of times that of a normal person. Do you understand now?" Let me tell you, as soon as those words came out, Robin's mind felt like it had exploded, completely stunned. She quickly begged, "Lord Emperor Tian, please have some self-respect. I misunderstood. Please let me go. The secret I have is extremely huge. It's about the ancient weapon Pluton." In response, Emperor Tian snorted. "Do you think I don't know Pluton is in Wano?" Robin was completely shocked. How did he know that? There was no choice left but to take action. Robin activated her ability, trying to grow arms from behind Emperor Tian to twist his neck. And what happened? Emperor Tian didn't even move, letting her twist. Robin had no choice but to grit her teeth and exert force, still stubbornly saying, "I'm sorry, but if you don't let me go, I can only break your neck." Emperor Tian laughed. "With you? The hardness of all my bones is over 800 times that of the strongest steel. Why don't you give it a try?" Robin didn't believe it. Steeling herself, she twisted with all her might. The next second, the hand Emperor Tian had on her shoulder suddenly exerted force. A terrifying pulling sensation came, and Robin felt her blood flowing backward. The world spun, and she blacked out. On the deck, Jinai and the Empress were at it again. The Empress was crazily defending Emperor Tian, saying that even if he was domineering, it was charming, and he was so handsome that everything he did would be forgiven. Jinai was speechless, saying, "Don't use your twisted logic to defend Emperor Tian." The Empress shot back, saying, "You undercover Navy hypocrite. If you dare to harm Lord Emperor Tian, I'll kill you myself." Wow, these two women, they could start a battlefield anytime, anywhere, just as they were about to come to blows. A burst of wild laughter suddenly came from above. "Ha!" A golden-haired old man descended from the sky, exuding arrogance. Upon seeing the Empress, Jinai, and Shirahoshi on the ship, his eyes lit up. "Not bad, not bad. This mermaid could be used for experiments. You two, come be my women." "Who is this person?" "Gold Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate." The Empress exploded on the spot. How dare an old and ugly guy covet her? Seeking death, she immediately sent a sweet wind attack his way. Gold Lion easily dodged and used the powers of the float fruit to lift our entire warship into the air. The Empress was anxious and quickly had Shirahoshi call for Sea Kings to help. Instantly, several giant Sea Kings burst from the sea, wrapping their tentacles tightly around the warship. Gold Lion was even more excited, realizing that Shirahoshi was the ancient weapon Poseidon. "Ha ha ha! With you, I can rule the world. Mermaid, you belong to me now." He was hacking at the Sea King's tentacles while dodging the Empress's attacks, and he even sent several Sea Kings flying into the air. Jinai saw the situation was dire and could only bring up Emperor Tian to scare him. "I advise you not to act recklessly. We are women of Hanma, Emperor Tian." Upon hearing this, Gold Lion laughed outright. "What kind of thing is Hanma Emperor Tian? I've never heard of him. He must have peed his pants upon hearing my name." As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin door opened. Emperor Tian stepped out, and let me tell you, that scene was incredible. He wasn't using moonwalk. He was walking directly on the void. With each step, the air thudded and rippled visibly. He raised his head, his eyes filled with fury, staring at the golden lion in the sky, and said word by word, "Gold Lion Shiki, I will tear the helm off your head." The golden lion immediately sensed something was off. The beastly aura emanating from this man was terrifying. Tian grinned, suddenly stomped his foot, and the entire space erupted with a loud bang. In the next moment, he directly teleported behind the golden lion, his fists, no, his massive muscular palms, smashed towards the golden lion's temples. The golden lion was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, and he desperately dodged. Tion's palms collided in midair with a thunderous sound, like a clap of thunder. The golden lion appeared far away, drenched in cold sweat. Thinking frantically, is this really a human? If that hit me, wouldn't my head explode like a watermelon? Rinai below was dumbfounded, wondering if Tion had eaten the tyrant bear's meatball fruit. The golden lion, realizing he couldn't win, immediately took off and ran back to his Sky Island ship. Tion, seeing him flee, roared in anger. Golden lion, Shiki, you coward. When he got angry, his hormones surged, and without saying a word, he picked up the Empress and returned to the cabin. Rinai outside was stomping her feet in anger, probably cursing in her heart. Why is it always her first? It's not fair. A few days later, our ship had floated to an altitude of 10,000 meters. That guy, the golden lion, was not far away, teasing us with his island ship, trying to lure us over. The pirates on our ship, eager to please Tion, immediately took it upon themselves. Chase. We must chase. When Lord Tion comes out, he will definitely praise us. So, our ship foolishly followed the golden lion's bait, flying towards his lair, that massive floating island. Let me tell you, as soon as we got close to this group of sky islands, my brothers on the ship were as excited as Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, clamoring that they were definitely hiding here. But I thought, let's play it safe and wait for my brother to come out before making any moves. You ask what my brother is doing? He's locked up in the cabin, focusing on cultivating his divine skills. This retreat lasted for 8 days and nights. Who understands this kind of endurance? It's simply the ultimate form of time management. Outside, the golden lion was almost waiting like a stone statue, scratching his head in impatience. A peculiar subordinate named Indigo was seriously analyzing, boss, based on my years of experience. It seems that Hanma Tian, he seems to be doing his homework. The golden lion was completely baffled. What homework? His subordinate awkwardly rubbed his hands. It's that kind of homework between men and women. Good heavens. The golden lion's eyes nearly popped out. 8 days and nights. Are you sure? Can those women withstand it? Indigo quickly explained. Boss, don't underestimate them. The 7 warlords, Empress, a Navy colonel, and an awakened Sea King. None of them are easy to deal with. The golden lion couldn't listen anymore. Impatiently waving his hand. No more waiting. Release the beasts. Tear their ship apart. Remember, don't harm that mermaid. In an instant, a huge swarm of stitched monsters flew down from the sky, with leopards sporting eagle wings and pythons equipped with mantis blades, diving down to launch a fierce attack on our ship. 2 of my brothers were immediately snatched away by the tongue of a giant lizard and swallowed whole. The ship was instantly thrown into chaos, with everyone at the cabin door crying out, Lord Tion, help! Monsters are eating people. Just then, suddenly, a loud boom erupted from the cabin. A terrifyingly powerful conqueror's hockey, mixed with a pink energy, exploded instantly. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Within dozens of miles, whether it was living beasts, dead warships, or even my brothers on the ship, all visibly turned to stone. Those flying stitched monsters fell from the sky like dumplings, plummeting down. Inside the cabin, the Empress was also dumbfounded. It turned out to be her, in this peak mental state after 8 days and nights, unable to hold back, awakening the ability of the sweet fruit. The awakened power, combined with the conqueror's hockey, resulted in indiscriminate petrification. Robin, Shirahoshi, Rinai, and the others immediately turned into exquisite life-size figurines. Even my brother was petrified over half his body. The Empress blushed like a monkey's, but flustered as she hurried to unpetrify my brother, continuously apologizing. I'm sorry, Lord Tion, I felt like I was about to ascend and couldn't control it. Who's my big brother? He stood up, grinned, and his smile was so gentle. Hancock, you become stronger. Very good. The Empress was taken aback at that moment, her heart melting. My big brother instructed her to take good care of the others. Then his gaze turned cold. I'm going to kill the golden lion. After saying that, he leaped into the air, directly jumping onto a floating island several thousand meters tall. He was furious. Without saying a word, he aimed a punch at the center of the island. Boom! With a loud bang, the island cracked like a broken cookie. instantly covered with thousands of fissures. It seemed like my brother wasn't satisfied yet. Veins bulging, he threw another punch. Boom! The entire island shattered on the spot, exploding into a sky full of debris. Indigo, the Golden Lion's little brother, watching from another island, was dumbfounded, his legs turned to jelly, almost soiling his pants. 2 punches shattered an island several thousand meters wide. Is this really a human? This must be the essence of the giant race. He scrambled back to report the news. My brother has gone completely berserk, demolishing islands and killing beasts. Mammoths? He kicks their legs off. Gigantic mantises? He slices them in half. 3-headed leopards? He tears them apart with his bare hands. A several 100-meter-long python tried to coil around him, but with a flex of his muscles, it exploded into a shower of blood and flesh. Indigo ran back to the Golden Lion, stammering, "B-boss, it's bad. That guy's a monster." He smashed an island with just 2 punches. The old man, Golden Lion, remained unfazed, scoffing. "Humph, what is there to be afraid of? Just 2 punches to smash an island. That's basic for a strong person. In his father's territory, does he really think he can turn the tide?" Right now, he was filled with thoughts of White Star, wanted to sneak over and steal our home while my brother was distracted. But as soon as Golden Lion appeared and swept his observation hockey, he was stunned. In just that short time, my brother had wiped out all the mutated beasts on dozens of islands, and he even started a fire to roast mammoth legs. However, Golden Lion was still scheming. He took the opportunity to fly to our dilapidated warship. At that moment, the Empress had just released everyone from their petrification, and they were all so weak they could barely stand. Golden Lion saw this and laughed. "Looks like you all have been worn out after 8 days and nights." The Empress was furious and shouted, "Old man, shut your filthy mouth." Just as she finished speaking, a wave of Conqueror's hockey infused with petrification power erupted. Golden Lion initially dismissed it, but guess what happened? One of his arms went crack, and it turned to stone. He hadn't even seen the Empress's face. That old man was ruthless. He immediately drew a knife and chopped off the petrified part of his arm. Now he was thoroughly enraged, flying in the air, kicking out with both legs, creating 2 massive slashes that split our warship in half. Robin and Genii were on one side, while the Empress and White Star were on the other, about to fall. At a critical moment, Genii used her fruit ability to throw out chains, wrapping around a piece of wood, and managed to save Robin too. Golden Lion was laughing maniacally in the sky, threatening them to hand over White Star. The Empress would never agree, forcing her body to conjure a pink Conqueror's arrow over 10 meters long and shot forward. Golden Lion crossed his swords to block, and with a loud bang, the 2 forces collided, creating an explosive shockwave that turned all the wreckage of the warship into dust. Now, everyone had lost their footing and was plummeting from tens of thousands of meters high. Golden Lion was ready to bypass the center of the explosion and chase after White Star when suddenly he felt the sky darken. He looked up and was stunned. A floating island thousands of meters big was coming down on him like a brick. It was my brother. He returned. Golden Lion split the island in half with a kick, but my brother had already charged out from the explosion, his body crackling with lightning, roaring as he punched at Golden Lion. Golden Lion didn't dare to take it head-on and quickly activated his ability, swirling the surrounding clouds into several giant lion heads that bit down. But my brother ignored all that. He punched through the mist, his figure flashing, already in front of the attack, aimed at the Empress and the others. His back was completely exposed, muscles bulging like a demon, and with one punch, the space vibrated. Hundreds and thousands of slashes in front of his punch were like paper, instantly exploding in a chain reaction. The massive shockwave cleared a large void in the sky, and my brother was also blasted away, crashing hard into another floating island. But just before that, a giant bird formed from smoke had steadied itself to catch the falling Empress and the others. The Empress and White Star were teary-eyed, while Robin felt a mix of emotions, sensing an unparalleled sense of security from this domineering man for the first time. Genii even directly said, "Such a man is truly charming." Genii is moved. But just as she finished speaking, she was grabbed by the jealous Empress and turned to stone again. The smoke bird took them to the largest floating island at the top before dissipating. Meanwhile, my brother stood up from the rubble, his fighting spirit even stronger. charging once more towards Golden Lion. Golden Lion was nearly going mad. He relied on his float fruit ability to fly. So how could this guy maneuver in the air better than him with just his body? One of his subordinates tried to rush in to help, but my brother didn't even look at him, swatting him away with a palm and exploding his body in less than a second. Golden Lion completely lost it and directly released the flotation ability of a floating island with a diameter of 5 kilometers, sending it crashing down towards my brother with immense force. My elder brother stood firm without flinching, raising his hands to support the entire island. Under this terrifying pressure, his eyes instantly turned blood red, and an overwhelming bloodlust erupted from his body, entering a berserk state. He released his grip, and his fists became phantoms, delivering thousands of punches in just 3 seconds. With a loud boom, he smashed the giant island into a mushroom cloud that exploded in the sky. The Golden Lion, being an old hand, immediately used his powers to reassemble billions of fragments into an enormous lion's head, trapping my elder brother inside. He thought he had one and turned to seize the white star, muttering, "Humph, you're still too green to challenge me." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt the sky darken again. In disbelief, he turned around and was stunned. A blood-red giant troll, over 1,000 meters tall, slowly rose from the billowing dust. Resembling a larger version of my elder brother, and a gigantic hand reached out to grab him. The Golden Lion was swatted away like a fly, crashing into hundreds of meters of rock layers, breaking who knows how many bones, and fainting on the spot. The troll then punched the Golden Lion's lair, which he had built over 20 years, smashing the dozens of kilometers wide island in half. Then, it pulled the unconscious Golden Lion out from the rubble. My elder brother's figure emerged from the troll's body, eyes filled with brutality and bloodlust, teleporting in front of the Golden Lion. Grabbing the iconic ship's wheel from his head and with a ripping sound, tore it along with his crown off. The Golden Lion died on the spot. With the system notification ringing continuously, all the floating islands around lost control and began to plummet. My elder brother regained his senses, transformed into a giant bird again, and rescued the Empress and the others. We rested for 10 days and nights on a deserted island before arriving at the lawless town of Magic Valley. As soon as we entered a bar, guess what? We ran into Monkey D, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach. Later, we went to Sky Island and met a girl from the Angel tribe named Conies. My older brother glanced at her, grinned widely, and said in a domineering manner, "What a delicate woman, but I'm interested in your bloodline. You must bear me a son. I will come to find you tonight." Then he turned to Robin and said, "Robin, come with me. I'll take you to find the Poneglyph." He then told the others, "You guys, go explore Angel Island." The others were a bit confused, but who would dare disobey Emperor Tian's orders? Let me tell you, just as we were about to casually wander around, that local girl Conies rushed over, looking nervous, and said, Up ahead is the Holy Land. You can't go there, or you'll be punished by the gods." Well, Hinai laughed at that moment, patted the girl on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, little sister. Our Emperor Tian is very powerful. The god you mentioned is about to have a bad day. I told you this was like flipping a switch." With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning struck directly at Hinata from the sky. Who understands, is the god of the sky island really that temperamental? Just saying a word and getting struck by lightning? What kind of skill does Hinata have, pulling Cornus in her arms and easily dodging it? But that guy in the sky was still unsatisfied and sent down dozens of lightning strikes in pursuit. While dodging, Hinata analyzed, "Oh, got it, a natural type thunderfruit. Not bad." She was still gloating, saying, "Hee, no matter who you are, you're about to meet your doom." The god in the Holy Land, that is Enel, was fuming. When he saw he couldn't hit Hinata, he immediately turned his aim to the Empress and Shirahoshi. And guess what? The Empress got furious right away, her feet wrapped in armament hockey, and she kicked at the thunder in the sky like playing shuttlecock, kicking all the lightning bolts to pieces while protecting Shirahoshi. Enel was completely dumbfounded up there. What kind of legs are those? They can withstand my lightning? Are these women monsters? He couldn't understand. Having been a local tyrant in the Sky Island for so long, he had never seen such high-level abilities like hockey. Failing one plan, he devised another, locking onto the target of Emperor Tian. I was right next to Emperor Tian at the time and saw a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel crash down on him. Enel was laughing like a pig. Yeah, hit. Finally hit. But in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Emperor Tian, unharmed, was surrounded by electric light, looking like he had activated a super scion effect. Once he activated his observation haki, he instantly locked onto Enel's position. And let me tell you, the most explosive scene came. He stepped on the air and walked towards the Holy Land. Halfway there, 4 so-called priests flew out to block him, speaking arrogantly. Bold mortal, this is the dwelling of the gods. Quickly get lost. Emperor Tian's forehead was bulging with veins, too lazy to respond to them. With another step on the void, the energy wave nearly blew those 4 guys down from the sky. Before they could react, Emperor Tian teleported over, grabbed 1 priest with each hand, and with a crunch, like cracking walnuts, 2 priests' heads were gone. The remaining 2 were so scared their souls fled and turned to run. Emperor Tian didn't even look, teleporting in front of one, punching him down into the ground, then stomping him into a pulp. The other one desperately tried to escape towards Enel, and halfway there, a 1,000-meter-long giant snake appeared to save him. But Emperor Tian grabbed its mouth, exerted force with both arms, and tore its mouth apart, then slapped it on the heart, exploding it with a bang. When Emperor Tian reached Enel, the last priest had just run behind Enel, not even able to catch his breath. When Emperor Tian appeared behind him like a ghost, grabbed his head, and slammed it down. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground exploded into a big pit, and the priest's head burst like a watermelon. Enel was stunned. The speed was so fast that his heart network couldn't keep up. He retreated frantically, shouting threateningly. Do you know the consequences of angering a god? Emperor Tian, hands in pockets, stepped closer. The oppressive feeling was incredible. Enel had no choice but to unleash his full power. What 30 million volts Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, 60 million volts Thunder Dragon, all thrown out at once. And what happened? Emperor Tian didn't even bother to dodge. He took the first 2 hits head-on, and for the last Thunder Dragon, he raised his hand and delivered a devastating blow, instantly destroying the Thunder Dragon's head. Hey, Ant! Emperor Tian looked at him and said calmly, show me your strongest attack, or I will kill you. Enel completely broke down. God, he was a god, being called an ant? He roared, unleashing all his power, 200 million volts. His entire being transformed into a towering lightning giant, looking like a giant blue Pikachu, and he punched down at Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian grinned, finally showing some interest. He opened his demon back by 40%, combined with energy release and armament haki, and punched that gigantic fist right back. Boom! I tell you, that sound shook the entire Sky Island. Enel's body of the Thunder God was instantly shattered by a single punch from Emperor Tian, sending him flying thousands of meters like a kite with a broken string. Emperor Tian followed closely, relentlessly beating Enel in the air. Enel was beaten to the point of spitting blood, unable to comprehend why it still hurt so much even after transforming into an element. At the last moment, he desperately turned his body into electric currents to avoid a fatal punch. But Emperor Tian, he raised his hand, and the lightning in the sky actually struck him to recharge him. This guy was directly traumatized by Emperor Tian, a true physical exorcism. Emperor Tian grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the ground, not striking again, simply saying, too weak, easily defeated. The Straw Hat Kid is coming. Go play with him and grow a bit. After saying that, Emperor Tian took Robin to find the historical text, leaving Enel alone in the wind, his mind filled with the desire to become stronger. News of this quickly spread throughout the Sky Island, and everyone rushed out to cheer. The little angel girls had stars in their eyes. Cornelia was even more secretly in love, and that night, when Emperor Tian snuck into her room, he asked her, I'm a very domineering man. You might die, you know. That girl blushed like crazy, softly saying, please, please take care, Cornelia. Lord Emperor Tian. The next day, there was a beauty pageant on the island, with the Empress taking first place and Shirahoshi second. It was at this moment that Enel, encouraged by Emperor Tian, really went to cause trouble for Luffy and his crew in order to become stronger. You wouldn't believe it. After being beaten by Emperor Tian, this kid was much clearer-headed, no longer underestimating them. He went all out from the start and actually wiped out Luffy and his crew. Just when Enel was about to kill them, Emperor Tian appeared again. I tell you, His actions were really slick. He thought Luffy needed hatred to grow. So right in front of everyone, he picked up the unconscious Nami and carried her away. When Nami woke up, she found herself lying naked in bed, her whole body sore. She immediately broke down, crying to the arriving Luffy and the others. I was violated by Lord Emperor Tian. Boom! Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro's minds exploded instantly. Luffy's eyes turned red as he roared to the sky. I will kill Lord Emperor Tian. Flames of anger ignited on Sanji's legs. And Zoro silently went out to practice his sword. Cornelia wanted to explain that Emperor Tian had saved them, but who could listen at this point? Luffy and the others held Nami, leaving the Sky Island with overwhelming hatred, each entering a frenzied training mode. As for us, we also left the Sky Island. At Shirahoshi's request, we headed straight to the Empress's country, Amazon Lily. Upon arrival, Shirahoshi fulfilled her promise, allowing the nearby Sea Kings to protect the ships of Amazon Lily in the future. The Empress was deeply moved, and their sisterly bond grew even stronger. That night, the Empress's two younger sisters cautiously approached her and asked, "Sister, have you really decided to be with Lord Emperor Tian?" The Empress, with a face full of happiness, shyly and proudly dropped a bombshell. "Of course, not only have I become his woman, but I've also been pregnant with his child for over 2 months." The two younger sisters were instantly petrified. It was too fast. A child already? Really? The Empress was immersed in happiness, saying she had even thought of the child's name, a girl named Hanma Tian, but then she seemed a bit disappointed, lamenting that Lord Emperor Tian seemed to prefer boys. But it was okay. I am definitely the first to get pregnant, so my position beside him will be the highest. While she thought she had it all figured out, being the first to conceive and having a superior status, she was unaware that Emperor Tian's hit rate was practically 100%. The mermaid Shirahoshi was actually the first. The two of them could at most be tied for fourth. Just then, while we were eating barbecue on a small island near Amazon Lily, the Empress stormed over, linking her arm with Emperor Tian and complaining, "Husband, I caught Jinbei. She was just on the phone with Sengoku, reporting our whereabouts." Jinbei followed, nervously explaining, "Emperor Tian, I'm sorry, and I'm pregnant with your child." Shirahoshi and Robin were stunned. When Emperor Tian heard this, he smiled, not only not angry, but also gently beckoning Jinbei. "Come here, let me touch you." Seeing this situation, the Empress panicked, feeling she might lose favor, and quickly shouted, "Husband, I'm also pregnant." Wow, this left Robin and Shirahoshi even more shocked. Emperor Tian smiled and touched the Empress's belly, then looked at the other two and said, "You all are pregnant too, right?" Robin originally wanted to confirm again, but seeing Emperor Tian's confident expression, she could only blush and nod. Now it was the Empress and Jinbei's turn to be stunned. The latecomers surpassed the early birds. Only the innocent Shirahoshi was about to cry, her eyes filled with tears as she said, "Husband, I'm so sad. I don't know if I have." Emperor Tian gently touched her belly, boldly announcing, "Don't worry, you are too. I am Lord Emperor Tian." In an instant, Shirahoshi's tears turned to joy. However, the Empress's mood soured. After all that, everyone was pregnant. She nervously confessed, "Husband, my child might be a girl. Will you not like me anymore?" "Don't worry, a girl occasionally is not bad," Emperor Tian replied with a smile. The Empress was moved to tears, hugging Emperor Tian and starting to envision the future. "Our daughter will be named Hanma Tian, okay? She will definitely be as beautiful as me." Hearing this, Shirahoshi got excited too. "Wow, then my child will be called Yu." The Empress quickly corrected her. "Cough, cough, Shirahoshi, yours is a boy. You need a more domineering name." "Domineering?" "Let me tell you, this guy Emperor Tian doesn't give them a chance to be sentimental at all." With a wave of his hand, he directly started arranging post-war personnel placements. "Listen up. Everyone behave yourselves, take care of the babies, and stop thinking about things. I won't be responsible if you cause a miscarriage." His words were gentle, yet carried an undeniable dominance, making the Empress and the others feel both sweet and sour inside. "Hancock, return to Amazon Lily. Shirahoshi, go back to Fishman Island. Robin, you go to Fishman Island too. There's a historical text waiting for you there. Jinbei, return to your hometown." After a while, I will visit each of you. Wow, this arrangement was clear-cut like an overseas assignment. When the girls heard they had to part ways, their little faces instantly fell, tears welling up. Emperor Tian's face turned stern. What's wrong? Any objections? Don't give me that emo drama about tomorrow. It's settled. With a strong attitude, who would dare to say no? However, at the end, Emperor Tian added, tomorrow, we will hold a collective wedding. I promise you, nothing will be missing. As soon as these words came out, the Empress's little disappointment was immediately overshadowed by joy. But when she turned her gaze to Jinbei, wow, she looked like she could stab Jinbei with her eyes. The meaning was clear. It's all your fault. Why did you have to be so quick with your mouth? If it weren't for you, I could have stayed by his side a few more days. Jinbei also wore a helpless expression. Who understands family matters? This blame was heavier than a black pot. Without further ado, Emperor Tian's execution power was simply off the charts. First, he sent Jinbei home, then took Shirahoshi and Robin straight to Fishman Island. The old King Neptune and the three princes were shocked to see Shirahoshi return with a belly after just a few days. Their jaws nearly dropped. After hearing Emperor Tian's explanation, the entire dragon palace exploded. After the shock came sheer joy. My goodness, I'm going to be a grandfather. I'm going to be an uncle. This efficiency is simply rocket level. After settling White Star, Emperor Tian took Robin to the Mermaid CAF. Let me tell you, Mrs. Charlie is also a heavyweight. She had long predicted that Emperor Tian would come, and as soon as the door opened, she pounced on him like a hungry tiger. She clung to him and wouldn't let go. Just when she wanted to have a deeper conversation, Emperor Tian pressed her down. You've had your turn. Behave yourself. Mrs. Charlie's face instantly turned crimson, looking like a little girl. Emperor Tian was so confident. Did you think I was busy for nothing? After a while of being lovey-dovey, Emperor Tian prepared to leave, casually dropping the line that Robin would hang out with her from now on, and then he was gone, leaving Summer and Robin, two expectant mothers, looking at his disappearing figure in a daze. Where was he going? Impel Down, the big prison. Why? Because the character he cosplayed, Hanma Yōjirō, had a history of imprisonment and escape. He was going to experience life and enhance his role-playing skills. Can you believe it? He directly had a Sea King push him up to the surface, like hailing a cab, and accurately landed at the entrance of Impel Down. The guards at the entrance were dumbfounded, wondering if this guy was there to turn himself in or to do a live stream selling goods. A bounty criminal of 5 billion just swaggered in like that? As a result, an oblivious guard fired 2 shots. Let me tell you, when those bullets hit Emperor Tian, it was like a massage, barely sparking. This really pissed off Emperor Tian. He grinned, and that expression was scarier than a devil. With a flash, he was in front of the shooter, and with a snap, the guy's head was twisted off like a bottle cap. Another guard, witnessing his colleague's head fall to the ground, was so scared he lost control and fainted on the spot. The prison alarm instantly blared, sounding like a New Year celebration. One guard rolled and crawled to the 4th floor to find Director Magellan. At that moment, Magellan was in the bathroom attending to personal matters. When he heard someone burst in, he was quite displeased. But when he realized it was Hanma Tian, the ruthless one who dared to execute the celestial dragons, he was so scared that he probably forgot to wipe, pulling up his pants and rushing out. Quick, assemble the staff. But he was still a step too late. Emperor Tian had already reached the famous big iron gate of Impel Down. He extended one hand and pressed it against the door, gripping his wrist with the other hand. His arm muscles bulged as if inflated. The temperature of his palm was terrifying, and that 5-meter-thick steel door melted like butter in his hands, creating a 3-meter-wide hole. Molten steel was still dripping down. Then, with his hands in his pockets, he strolled in like he was going back home. The guards inside were so scared their legs went weak, lining up like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Emperor Tian glanced at them and domineeringly said, "Show me all your processes." What the heck? Everyone was dumbfounded. Dude, weren't you here to break into the prison? Why does it sound like you're here to get a VIP experience card? Just then, Deputy Director Hannibal's eyes lit up. His mind was racing with thoughts. Isn't this a golden opportunity? Let this demon break through the levels, using him to kill, and I'll be promoted in no time. He quickly put on a flattering smile and approached. Oh, Lord Tian, what brings you here? The guards were stunned, thinking, as expected of the deputy director. Such grace and vision. Emperor Tian didn't have time to waste with him, glaring, Less chatter. I want to experience all your difficulties and arrange some strong prisoners for me to enjoy. Yes, yes, yes. Hannibal nodded eagerly, already overjoyed. You want to play with fire in Impel Down? Fine. I'll grant your wish. One level down at a time. I don't believe you won't shed some skin. By then, I'll just pick up the pieces and rise to wealth. He immediately respectfully led Emperor Tian to the first level. Lord Tian, you see, this is our entry-level project, the Sacred Baptism and Mountain of Blades. One is to walk 500 meters in boiling water. The other is to walk 500 meters on red-hot blades. After hearing this, Emperor Tian scoffed. This is punishment? Is this a kindergarten adventure game? As soon as he finished speaking, his muscles tensed, and a crimson heat wave erupted. He jumped straight into the boiling water. And guess what? The water in the pool evaporated by more than half due to the heat from his body. The guards screamed in agony from the high-temperature steam. When he walked out of the pool and stood on the mountain of blades, the muscles in his feet trembled, and everywhere he stepped, the red-hot weapons shattered into pieces. Hannibal was sweating coldly, thinking, is this even human? He hurriedly said, My lord, this first level is too childish for you. How about we go straight to the second level, the beast hell? At the second level, the so-called ferocious beasts, like chicken snakes and human-faced lions, were like kittens in front of Emperor Tian. He didn't even bother to move, just opened his mouth and let out a breath of monstrous aura, causing all the beasts to immediately lie down, not daring to breathe. Hannibal was feeling awkward when Magellan arrived with Deputy Warden Domino. Seeing Hannibal's sycophantic demeanor, Magellan was furious and immediately wanted to deal with him. Bastard, you actually acted as a tour guide for the world's #1 wanted criminal? Get him. Domino immediately cuffed Hannibal. Hannibal didn't resist. He felt confident now, thinking Magellan surely couldn't handle Emperor Tian. Sure enough, Emperor Tian couldn't be bothered to watch their infighting and directly ordered Magellan, take me to the 5th and 6th levels, bring out the strongest ones. Magellan was furious. This is Impel Down, and you can't run wild here. Without saying a word, he unleashed a purple poison gas that covered the entire area. What happened? Emperor Tian walked through the toxic mist like it was his backyard, approaching Magellan with a mocking remark. Is this it? Playing house. Magellan panicked, unleashing a large amount of venom in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. But before he could touch him, Emperor Tian delivered a fist so fast it was nearly invisible, sending him flying. With a crash, he broke through the wall. The venom was indeed fierce. When it touched Emperor Tian's fist, his entire hand turned purple and sizzled. But Emperor Tian didn't even flinch, gripping his fist and forcefully squeezing the poison out. In the monitoring room, Hannibal was lecturing Domino. Did you see that? Fool! I already told you. This monster can't be confronted head-on the battlefield. Magellan crawled out of the rubble, unwilling to back down, directly activating his ultimate move, unleashing 3 massive poison dragons from 3 directions to bite at Emperor Tian. Good heavens! Emperor Tian activated a new skin, Ghost Brain Mode. Instantly, a 3-headed, 6-armed smoke phantom erupted behind him, grabbing the necks of the 3 poison dragons like they were little loaches. Then, aiming at Magellan's body in the rubble, he unleashed a flowing cherry attack, creating a loud bang that directly shot him through the floor of the 2nd level and into the 4th level's scorching hell. I tell you, by this time, the situation outside Impel Down was already chaotic. The Navy headquarters directly dispatched 2 admirals, Akainu and Akiji, along with dozens of warships to seal off the area completely. But what was Admiral Sengoku's order? Don't engage. Absolutely don't engage. Just hold him steady and let him leave on his own. Who understands this, family? This face-saving measure is simply leading by a wide margin. The world government also weighed in, saying that now they should focus on Whitebeard and let Daiten go for the time being. A call was directly made to the monitoring room, and Sengoku was overwhelmed, issuing a strict order. Domino, go find out what he really wants. As long as his demands aren't excessive, agree to everything. No more fighting. Hannibal, listening nearby, was almost laughing out loud, feeling quite pleased. He immediately turned to Domino and said, Did you hear that? Release me. This matter still depends on me. Domino had no choice but to unlock his handcuffs. Hannibal was reinstated and immediately gave Domino a sly smile. Domino, from now on, not just work-related matters, but outside of work. We can cooperate more, right? Before he finished speaking, a guard rushed in from outside to report. He said, "Sir Domino, Vice Admiral Crane from the Navy headquarters is here and specifically wants to see Daitan." Domino hurried out to report, and Vice Admiral Crane was quite polite, saying, "I'm here to persuade him to surrender. Lead the way." Hannibal's face turned green next to him. Good grief, this was all his credit being snatched away. How frustrating. But they didn't know that down on the 4th level, chaos had already broken out. Magellan was knocked down by Daitan with a single punch, and he exploded, immediately unleashing his power. Let me tell you, the scene was like venom pouring out without restraint, and in the end, it coalesced into a giant blood-red skeleton behind him. Called the Judgment of Hell. Just the name sounds terrifying. This thing's toxicity had escalated. Touching it meant death. And the entire sea of fire and blood on the 4th level was instantaneously swallowed by this poison. And Daitan? He was up above, directly crushing Magellan's poison dragon like squeezing a chick, then leaped down. Seeing that the ground was covered in poison, with no place to land, he simply didn't dodge. Once his ghost brain mode activated, the phantom of Daitan behind him surged dramatically, 3 heads and 6 arms, taller than Magellan's skeleton giant. Daitan stood with his arms crossed on the head of his summoned beast, looking down as if at ants. Magellan couldn't take this humiliation, commanding his poison skeleton to punch forward. What happened next? Dayton's 3-headed, 6-armed phantom went into superconducting mode, with 6 fists simultaneously crashing in from all directions. With a bang, the poison skeleton was instantly smashed back into its liquid form, shattering all over the ground. The entire impelled down shook, as if there was an earthquake, waking up the old monsters on the 5th and 6th levels. Seeing that a direct confrontation wasn't working, Magellan started playing dirty, spitting poison gas bombs like a pea shooter. But the Phantom of Daitan just swatted them away like flies, smashing them to pieces. Magellan was utterly despairing. Who understands? Family? This ability counters him, unless the fruit awakens. There's simply no chance of winning. While the two were fighting like gods, Impel Down was already in complete disarray. That clown Buggy, seeing his boss being held up, thought it was a heaven-sent opportunity to escape from prison. His courage was truly great. He stole the keys and unlocked all the cells from the 1st to the 4th level, leading a large group of prisoners rushing out. The alarms rang like firecrackers during the new year, and Vice Admiral Crane, seeing this, couldn't be bothered with these small fries, saying, "I'll guard the entrances to the lower 2 levels. Just make sure nothing major happens above." Thus, Hannibal became the temporary commander, leading the guards to catch people everywhere. And our protagonist, Daitan? After finishing his work, he was directly brought back to his room by Domino, and what happened next? Well, on the other side, Buggy, leading his jailbreak crew, took several hours and finally broke out of the gates of Impel Down. At that moment, Buggy was full of vigor. Hands on his hips, starting to paint a grand picture for his subordinates. Listen up, once we get out and steal a warship, we'll be free. But as soon as they stepped outside, they were all dumbfounded. The sea was densely packed with Navy warships, their dark cannon mouths all aimed at them. Akainu stood at the bow of the ship, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and without saying a word, "Fire! Bombard them!" I have to tell you, that scene was simply an epic disaster. The prisoners ran back, crying for their parents. Some panicked and jumped into the sea, directly feeding the Sea Kings. Those who ran back to the prison were faster than anyone else, rushing back to their cells and locking the doors. Curling up in the corners, trembling, muttering, "I didn't mean to escape. I just wanted to take a stroll." More people directly blamed Buggy. When the guards heard this, they were shocked, realizing it was that red-nosed troublemaker. Buggy tried to argue, saying he loved Impel Down the most because there were so many talented people and they spoke so nicely, but then Hannibal came over with the surveillance footage, providing undeniable proof. Amidst all this chaos, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit also arrived. She wasn't there to help catch anyone. She was looking for Emu. This woman had complicated feelings, both hating and wanting Emu. She went straight to Hannibal and demanded he lead the way. Hannibal was in a tough spot, hesitantly saying that Lord Emu might be busy. Peach Rabbit didn't care, insisting he lead her. When they reached the door and heard the commotion inside, Peach Rabbit's face instantly turned green. Without saying a word, she kicked open the iron door with a bang. Emu, who was already in a bad mood from being interrupted, looked up to see Peach Rabbit and became even angrier. Peach Rabbit was both furious and aggrieved, not knowing what got into her, and blurted out, "I'm pregnant with your child. If you dare to kill me, you would be killing your own flesh and blood." She thought she could hold Emu in check, but let me tell you, when that blood of the fandoms got riled up, he truly recognized no kin. He thought this woman was threatening him, and in a fit of rage, he grabbed Peach Rabbit and dragged her into the adjacent room, slamming the door shut. Only then did Peach Rabbit realize she was scared, desperately pleading for mercy, saying she would never dare again. But it was too late. Once Emu made a decision, no one could change it. 2 days later, Peach Rabbit was completely broken. The child was gone. And what about Emu? He had long moved on, sitting at the execution site in Marineford like nothing had happened. The Navy headquarters genuinely gave him face, setting up a VIP seat for Emu, with the 3 admirals on one side and the 7 warlords of the sea on the other. Doflamingo was almost cursing inwardly, thinking, wait, weren't you the ones shouting for blood back then? Now you're treating him like an ancestor? Mihawk was also glaring at him sharply, probably calculating when to fight again next. Soon, the time came, and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, along with the unfortunate Buggy, were all brought up to the execution platform. Just as everyone was watching, the sea suddenly began to churn, and one huge pirate ship after another surfaced from below, with the first being the Moby Dick. Whitebeard had arrived. Emu sat high above, watching the spectacle below with a crazed smile spreading across his face. Sengoku, an old fox, directly communicated through a din mushy. "Lord Emu, leave Whitebeard to you. Enjoy the battle, and the rest will handle." Emu, hearing this, was pleased. "That's a good suggestion." Saying this, he stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked down step by step, each step rippling the air beneath him, exuding maximum charisma. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship. Seeing his sons on the execution platform and this incredibly arrogant man, his anger instantly reached its peak. He raised his weapon, the Murakam, exuding overwhelming power, and roared at Emu, "Everything is because of you. Let's settle this here today." After saying that, he slammed his fist into the air, shaking the entire Marineford. I tell you, with this punch, the whole island is buzzing like a giant subwoofer has been turned on. The naval high-ranking officers on the execution platform turned pale, and Sengoku was wiping cold sweat, mumbling, "Luckily this old guy is getting old. If it were in his younger days, we would all have to pack up and go home after that punch." The guy next to him, Kizuru, I tell you, looking like a salted fish, with his hands in his pockets like a boneless person, lazily said, Yeah, fortunately that guy named Emperor Tian is willing to take over. Otherwise I would have to apply for workers' compensation." Akainu, with his violent temper, had a face as dark as a pot bottom, his fists creaking. Goodness. The credit for this headline should have been his, but now it was snatched away by an outsider. He was furious, his killing intent almost materialized. If Sengoku hadn't held him down tightly, I estimate he would have rushed up to create a 3-way brawl on the spot. And guess what Emperor Tian did? He stood there wildly arrogant, his red hair dancing like crazy, grinning at Whitebeard. "Ha! Kill if you want, so what? Just a bunch of trash. You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come over, I'll just send you down to reunite with them." Damn. As soon as those words came out, his aura exploded, the whole sky darkened, and the little navy around was so scared they scrambled back. Whitebeard could not take this. He was already filled with anger, and now he was directly ignited. His whole being was stirred up with that long-lost kingly battle intent, roaring loudly. He lifted his big knife and jumped down from the Moby Dick like a cannonball. He swung it down at Emperor Tian. That knife was wrapped in red and black lightning. I tell you, that thing is called Overlord-S Wrath, a symbol of top-tier masters, tearing through space. The excitement in Emperor Tian's eyes was not just light, but exhilaration. Seeing Whitebeard's desperate stance, he didn't T-dodge or evade. Instead, he kicked the ground hard. With a loud boom, a huge pit was blown up right where he stood, and he disappeared in a flash. This speed left the 3 admirals dumbfounded. Kizaru and Akiji, who were slacking off, instantly woke up, their eyes wide open. Akainu was even more furious, his teeth itching, probably thinking, Why Why is this kind of unorthodox wild style so strong? Sengoku quickly held him down. Calm down. Don't ruin the plan. He was afraid that a Kainu-esque killing intent would provoke this great god, Emperor Tian. The next second, the fist and the knife collided. Oh my god, that scene was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the city center. A visible shockwave instantly erupted, the ground cracked open like tofu, and the sea surged in, creating towering waves dozens of meters high, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. The fierce winds whipped around, sending the soldiers' hats flying into the air, which were then shredded into pieces by the energy. These two were locked in a standoff, neither yielding. Tian's muscles were as taut as steel, his fists infused with armament haki and flowing cherry, as he fought Whitebeard to a standstill. Who understands his family? Tian was actually dissatisfied. He felt that tying with an old man on the verge of death was a tremendous humiliation. As he pressed on, he began to laugh maniacally, a laugh that sent shivers down people's spines. Ha! Interesting. You've completely pissed me off. His momentum continued to rise. Doflamingo, watching from the side, felt his eyelids twitching, probably thinking, here it comes again, this guy's freakish attribute of getting stronger as he fights his back. He's not human at all. In a corner of the battlefield, the so-called Whitebeard II, a foolish lad, said to his mother, "Mom, that guy is so strong I feel like I can't win." His old hag of a mother muttered in his ear, "Son, you can't let him kill Whitebeard. You have to find an opportunity to sneak attack him and snatch Whitebeard's head." Meanwhile, Blackbeard was also plotting, waiting for his chance. He had been eyeing Whitebeard's tremor fruit for a long time. Just then, Tian suddenly unleashed his second punch. With both fists striking simultaneously, the power instantly doubled. Bang! Whitebeard couldn't take it anymore, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and was forced to retreat repeatedly by the immense force. Finally stabilizing himself by plunging his large sword into the ground, his face turning pale as a sheet. Ace and the others on the ship watched with red eyes, tears streaming down their faces, and Ace shouted, "Old man, we're here to help you. Don't worry about me." Whitebeard roared, "Go save your brothers." Gritting his teeth, Ace led the remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates, charging towards the execution platform like a tide. Marco transformed into the Phoenix, soaring from the sky, Ace engulfed in flames. Burned a path, Jozu, diamond-coated, bulldozed his way through. But the Navy wasn't going to sit idle. Kizaru flashed and appeared right in front of Marco, delivering a light-speed kick that sent him crashing down. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, preferred a supportive approach, drawing his black sword, Knight, from behind and swinging it casually, sending a terrifying slash towards Jozu that nearly cleaved him in half. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, controlling countless strings to make Whitebeard's subordinates fight among themselves. The most ruthless was Akainu. Seeing Ace unleashing fire, he sneered and jumped into the fray, his arm transforming into magma, unleashing a magma dog attack. How could Ace's flame fruit compete with a magma fruit? Ace's flames were instantly consumed, and his entire arm was burned through by the lava, causing him to scream in agony. Whitebeard saw Ace being knocked away, and in that moment of distraction, Tian seized the opportunity to launch another fierce assault. The old man was completely suppressed, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. Tian retracted his fist, wearing a mocking expression, a guy tormented by illness. How can you call yourself a strong man? You dare to be distracted in battle. You won't save anyone. Whitebeard trembled with anger, but could only laugh back. Gwahaha. You don't seem that strong either. You've been fighting an old man who's almost dead for so long. If I were your age, you'd be dead by now. These words were like poking a hornet's nest. Tian instantly exploded with rage, his eyes turning completely white, an earth-shattering aura erupting from him, causing everyone on the battlefield to halt in their tracks, staring at him in horror. But at that most tense moment, no one expected that the foolish Whitebeard II would suddenly jump up from behind Tian, raising his large sword with all his might and launching a sneak attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Facing this deadly sneak attack, Tian didn't even turn his head, nor did he activate his armament haki. He simply braced himself with the muscles of his back to take the blow. With a tearing sound, the blade sliced into flesh. leaving a deep wound on Tion's left shoulder, exposing bone. But the next second, a scene that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out occurred. That terrifying wound began to wriggle and grow at a visible speed, and in less than 3 seconds. It was as good as new. Everyone present gasped in shock. What the hell was this monster? They knew that the foolish sneak attacker was done for. Tion slowly turned around, his eyes now blood-red, a tangible murderous aura crashing towards Whitebeard too like a tsunami. His clothes were instantly shredded by the force, revealing his entire back, where the muscles were bizarrely writhing, forming a face that looked both crying and laughing like a demonic visage. Immediately after, Tion's figure vanished into thin air, creating a massive pit in the ground. Whitebeard too was so frightened he froze, trembling as he shouted, "Mother, I'm so scared." His old mother was just about to scream for him to run when Tion had already appeared in front of him like a ghost, so fast that his movements were barely visible, grabbing his face with one hand and then slamming it down into the ground. Boom! Centered around them. The ground within a kilometer radius instantly shattered and collapsed. Whitebeard too couldn't even react. His entire head was pressed into the ground, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The old hag on his shoulder was vaporized by the shockwave. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. All eyes were suddenly fixed on Whitebeard. Let me tell you, those big shots on the battlefield just managed to recover from the shock of that freak, Emperor Tian. When they saw the old man with the white beard starting to unleash his big moves, his arms were bulging with muscles, and his fists were wrapped in 2 large white orbs of light, clearly indicating he was ready to fight for his life. Sengoku, Whitebeard's voice, like thunder, shook people to their core. If you don't want your Navy headquarters to turn into ruins and your subordinates to be wiped out, release my men immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for leveling this place. Wow, what hard threat. But who is Sengoku? The fleet admiral of the Navy. Can he back down? He directly refused. I must decline. Whitebeard, you must die here today. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. Whitebeard took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly transformed, becoming frightening. He poured all his strength into his arms, and then, bang, both fists struck the air simultaneously. Anyone who understands knows that with this strike, the entire sky began to crack like glass. Then, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. It felt as if the whole island was being shaken wildly by an invisible giant hand, making it impossible to stand firm. The surrounding seawater went crazy, raising giant waves hundreds of meters high, crashing toward the Navy headquarters like the apocalypse. It's over. This time it really is the end. Everyone felt that Marineford was going to be wiped out today. But at that moment, Emperor Tian, that man, moved. He stood there, unaffected by the shaking ground, his eyes filled with a burning fighting spirit. The power of the giant, thermal energy release, ghostly back, armed color, flowing cherry blossoms. He activated all his abilities, his body radiating a red glow, the surrounding air distorted and darkened by the heat. Then he simply punched the ground. What happened next, I tell you, I will never forget in my life. That punch unleashed an invisible wave of energy that instantly swept out. And then, there was no and then. The ground that had just felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake stopped. The tsunami that had been overwhelming all at once fell back into the sea. The sky that had been filled with cracks was restored. In less than 5 seconds, peace returned to the world. At that moment, I had just one thought. Is this reasonable? Whitebeard was there, causing earthquakes and tsunamis, making a big deal out of the apocalypse, and then you Emperorian just threw a punch and forced a pause? This ISNT called fighting. This is called a dimensionality reduction strike, primarily focused on being unreasonable. Akiji was initially ready to freeze the tsunami, but before he could unleash the ice, someone else snatched the opportunity away, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Mihawk was filled with fighting spirit, probably thinking that this punch was just too absurd. Akainu turned green with envy. He knew he could trade blows with Whitebeard, but he absolutely couldn't do something this outrageous, erasing a natural disaster with one punch. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was even questioning life itself. He used to think Whitebeard had the power to destroy the world, but now he understood Whitebeard had power, while Emperorian had rules. Emperor Tian was more dangerous than ancient weapons. And what about Whitebeard himself? His world-destroying move was forcefully countered, and the backlash made him spit out a mouthful of blood, causing him to instantly weaken, only able to lean on his great sword to avoid falling. He looked at Emperor Tian, his eyes devoid of light, but in the end, he smiled with great unwillingness. Gururara. I really want to be born in the same era as you, to personally slay you. Hanma Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian didn't even acknowledge him, his muscles bulging, emanating a red glow, as he stepped forward with overwhelming dominance. Behind him, his muscles twisted into a terrifying face. He raised his hand, striking a pose for the finishing blow. Demon God Strike. A slash so fast, it was nearly invisible, cut straight into Whitebeard's body. The once great hero, the strongest man in the world, just stood there, his life force rapidly dissipating, completely silent. Old man. The white faction went mad, screaming in anguish. Ace went berserk on the spot, flames erupting from his body, forming a massive fiery fist, charged with overwhelming anger, and hurled it towards Emperor Tian. I tell you, that old six teach has been waiting for this moment. He was worried he didn't have a chance to get close to Whitebeard's corpse. And Ace charging him was simply a godsend. He shouted at Ace that his opponent was him, while instantly unleashing a black tornado to collide with Ace's fiery fist. And with his other hand, he secretly wrapped Whitebeard's corpse in black mist. Emperor Tian couldn't be bothered to look at the two of them. With a flex of his muscles, he stepped forward as if walking on air, and in one stride, he crossed into the flames and darkness, delivering a punch that directly exploded their massive attacks. Upon seeing this, Teach was overjoyed and quickly retracted his hands, fully focused on tampering with Whitebeard's powers. At this moment, his companions who had been rescued from impelled down also arrived, the ranged Shiryu and his ruthless gang, each one looking quite fierce. On the other side, Ace was being mercilessly beaten by Emperor Tian, and his speed was so fast that it was impossible to see. By the time Emperor Tian's figure came to a stop, Ace was already bruised and battered, hanging in midair by his neck with one hand. With such little strength, you still want to kill me? Emperor Tian scoffed. Ace was nearly out of breath from being choked, but the intense anger awakened his conqueror's haki in an instant, sending an invisible wave throughout the battlefield. Emperor Tian instead laughed. Oh, finally forced it out? What a pity, after being someone else's son for so long. Even the conqueror's haki is as weak as a kitten's meow. Just then a rubber fist came flying over. Luffy, he finally arrived. But the current Luffy was really too weak in front of Emperor Tian. With a casual sidestep, Emperor Tian dodged, and Luffy jumped off the ship, unleashing a rubber storm against Emperor Tian in midair, throwing thousands of punches in just a few seconds. When the dust settled, Emperor Tian was completely unharmed, still holding on to his brother. Luffy, you idiot, get out of here, Ace shouted with his last ounce of strength. Luffy, I won't leave. I will save you, Luffy yelled, crying. Save him from my hands. Ha ha ha. Emperor Tian laughed maniacally. You are too weak, how about I help you get a little stronger? In the next moment, before everyone, including myself, could react, Emperor Tian raised his other hand, and with a puff, a punch pierced straight through Ace's chest. In that instant, the entire world went silent. Luffy stood there dumbfounded, just staring as Ace's body went limp and lost its breath. Ah, Hanma Emperor Tian, I'm gonna kill you. Luffy's roar was almost inhuman. A surge of Conqueror's haki, dozens of times stronger than Ace's, erupted from him, sweeping across the entire battlefield. This kid, stimulated to awaken on the spot, he instantly entered gear second, his whole body turning red and steaming, and in the blink of an eye, he charged in front of Emperor Tian, but his punch was easily caught with one hand by Emperor Tian. He then jumped into the air, activating gear third, and his gigantic fist came crashing down like a small mountain. Emperor Tian casually met the punch. With just that one punch, he deflated Luffy's giant arm, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string up into the clouds thousands of meters high, and then he didn't come back down. I tell you, those who understand, understand. His father, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army, has come to take people away. Emperor Tian is too lazy to care. He has achieved his goal. However, just as everyone's attention shifted away from Luffy. A familiar yet unfamiliar suddenly erupted. Everyone turned around sharply to look at Teach. The black cloth was lifted, and Teach was standing there, with an unfathomable darkness in his left hand and, astonishingly, a white sphere of destruction in his right hand. Huh, it worked. All the big shots in the room were dumbfounded. Isn't that Whitebeard's ability? How could Teach possibly possess two devil fruit powers at the same time? At this shocking moment, a young female Navy officer, seemingly named Domino, rushed to the edge of the battlefield, pointed at Teach's group, and shouted with all her might, "Lord Emperor Tian, they have kidnapped Admiral Peach Rabbit." Swish! Emperor Tian's gaze slowly locked onto Teach like a rotating cannon. Teach's heart skipped a beat, but feeling the two top-tier powers within him, his courage swelled again. The ruthless people around him, just released from infinite hell, were even more oblivious to the world's dangers. With an expressionless face, Emperor Tian spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. "Teach, come here." The cat-faced man known as the evil tyrant laughed on the spot. "Hey, who do you think you are? You think my captain will just go over because you say so?" Another heavily made-up woman chimed in with flirtatious remarks. "Oh, to see such a strong man right after coming out, why not let him come over and get excited?" I was standing not far away at the time, and I tell you, I watched Tian's face go from expressionless to as dark as a pop bottom in just 1 second. Those freshly released bumpkins were still laughing over there. They had no idea that with just one sentence, they had tucked the ticket to hell into their own pockets. That's it. Even the King of Heaven couldn't save them now. Tian's terrifying aura erupted violently, and a large amount of smoke began to rise from his body. The ghostly brain was about to start operating. I tell you, from that smoke, a stunning beauty suddenly materialized. Goodness, with her long legs and uniform. She was both beautiful and fierce, simply like she walked out a game. Blackbeard's gang of bumpkins looked on and scoffed, saying it was just some flashy woman they brought out. That old rascal Teach thought he was all that, laughing maniacally, saying he wanted to see just how impressive Emperor Tian really was. He was surrounded by black mist, doing some sort of dark technique, and the way he carried himself, you'd think he was about to devour the earth. But they didn't know. Oh, family, who understands? They had no idea who they had messed with. The beauty created by Emperor Tian was a bug-level existence from another world, named Death. When she unleashed her ultimate move, she could wipe out hundreds of thousands in an instant and turn most of the world into an icy wasteland. The most absurd part was a skill called Mochaboat, which could directly freeze time and space. I hadn't finished speaking when Death moved. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and a blue orb of light instantly exploded. Mokabotemo. Oh my God, the entire world, time, space, and even your brain have been put on pause. On the entire battlefield, everyone, including Sengoku and the three admirals, turned into ice statues, their thoughts frozen. In those few seconds of complete stillness, Emperoro moved as if he had activated instant transmission and directly appeared right in front of Teach, facing his two unfortunate subordinates who had just spoken arrogantly. The Tyrant King and Catherine, he made two quick moves, and guess what? There wasn't even a sound. They simply vanished. When the time and space freeze was lifted, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Sengoku was stunned, Mihawk was stunned, all the big shots were stunned. They felt as if their eyes had blurred. And Emperoro had jumped from his original position to Blackbeard's face, and then Blackbeard's two crew members just dropped dead. What happened in that process? No one saw it. It was like watching a video that had lagged and then jumped frames. The viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the screen were even more blown away, frantically commenting and cursing the Navy, asking if they had edited out the most exciting parts of the battle and what kind of paid viewing this was. Old Lady M and the 5 old men in the Holy Land were the same. They couldn't see anything clearly and could only guess blindly, saying this might be a special ability of Emperoro, but they were truly amazed, calling it a special ability. It was simply that he was so strong that your dynamic vision couldn't keep up. If anyone was the most dumbfounded, it had to be Blackbeard and his remaining crew. Let me tell you, they were sweating like it was raining, their pants almost soaked, watching their companions die beside them without even a trace of battle. Who could stand that? It was scarier than watching a horror movie. Emperoro just looked at them expressionlessly and spoke. I'm giving you a chance to live. Now, kneel down. Blackbeard and the others hesitated, as they were also people who cared about their pride. Emperor directly started counting down. I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel, you'll end up like these two on the ground. 1. Thud. Let me tell you, that sound was crisp. Teach Blackbeard, the future Yonko, knelt down so smoothly and decisively. His subordinate, named Bagus, hesitated for a moment and called out, Captain. Teach didn't even dare to lift his head and shouted, Do you want to die? Kneel down quickly. 2. Emperor counted again. The others, such as Rangy Lu and Poison Q, no matter how unwilling they felt inside, all obediently knelt down. As a result, Emperor lifted his leg and kicked Bagus away, estimating he flew several thousand meters, embedding himself into the wall of the Navy headquarters and passing out on the spot, unable to be pulled out. Then he stepped on Blackbeard's head, pushing it into the ground. That scene was simply an open execution. Teach was truly able to endure. After being humiliated like this, he was still begging for mercy. Lord Emperor, I was wrong. We won't dare again. Only then did Emperor snort coldly and kick him several hundred meters away, as if he were kicking a soccer ball, saying, Get lost, I'm waiting for you to grow. Seeing an opportunity, Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha and wanted to take Blackbeard down in one fell swoop. But Emperor shot him a glance. Sengoku, the ones I let go, you'd better not interfere, otherwise I'll kill you too. Sengoku's giant Buddha form instantly froze, and he laughed awkwardly to find a way out, saying he was just coming down to stretch his muscles and prepare to deal with the remnants of Whitebeard. Blackbeard and his crew scrambled away, rushing back to the ship to free Peach Rabbit. Domino immediately rushed to Peach Rabbit's side, chattering away. Did you see? Lord Emperor fought for you, killing without a trace. So domineering that I'm envious. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit burst into tears. All her previous grievances and hatred vanished. Love-struck, she suddenly realized she couldn't live without Emperor. Feeling both regretful and sweet, looking at that powerful figure on the battlefield from afar, wanted to rush over and hug him, saying she was wrong and would listen to him from now on, even wanting to have his children. As for the battlefield, the Whitebeard Pirates were in decline, and Marco and the others, with tears in their eyes, decided to take Dad and Ace's bodies and retreat. But the Navy would never let them leave so easily, and another bloody battle loomed. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of conquerors' haki swept across the entire Marineford. Countless Navy soldiers fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and several vice admirals couldn't hold on and fainted directly. Following the source of that domineering aura, I looked out at the sea, where a pirate ship was slowly approaching. Red-haired Shanks, accompanied by his crew and blasting his speakers, made a grand entrance. Shanks was still the same as ever. He immediately shouted at Sengoku, Sengoku, give me some face, will you? Let us end this war here. Sengoku was almost swayed, but then Shanks pushed further, saying that the people on the execution platform should also be released. That was the last straw for Sengoku. This was about the Navy's face. Seeing that the negotiations were falling apart, Shanks's expression turned cold, stating, Then our red-haired crew will accompany you to the end. Sengoku was also troubled. Fighting Whitebeard relied on Emu, and now he had no idea whether Emu was interested in Shanks. So he tentatively asked Emu, Your Excellency, what do you think of the red-haired crew? Emu ignored him completely and shot back, Sengoku, don't tell me how to do my job. Seeing this, Shanks turned to Emu, hoping to build a good relationship, saying he had long admired Emu and hoped for some consideration. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. It was over. The embodiment of face had encountered a tough opponent today. Sure enough, Emu grinned, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suddenly turning his head, his gaze slicing towards Shanks like a knife. So, is this why you recklessly use your Conqueror-S haki to intimidate me? If you want to give you face, fine, but first, let me see if you have that qualification. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, a Conqueror-S haki more violent and rampant than Shanks's erupted from Emu. The two forces collided violently in the air, ripping the sky apart. The sea churned violently, and the entire Marineford felt like it was about to be demolished, with thunder and lightning flashing and sand flying everywhere. Those without enough strength were immediately knocked out and started foaming at the mouth. Even someone like Doflamingo, who could use Conqueror as hockey, felt like a clown in comparison. Everyone on the scene was bracing against the pressure. But guess who remained the most carefree? The clown Buggy. While others were dazed, he literally split apart, his head flying to one side and his feet to the other, boasting a damage immunity. Taking advantage of the fact that all the big shots were watching the gods fight, he quietly pulled out the keys and freed the likes of Bastille and the others. By the time Sengoku reacted, the people were long gone. Emu and Shanks's Conqueror-S hockey clashed for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. The whole place fell silent, waiting for the result. Emu, with his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly hummed a tune, casually stating, "Not bad, you managed to tie with my recently awakened Conqueror-S hockey. So I'll let you go this time." I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the air in the entire venue froze. Sengoku's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and Shanks's eternally unchanged smile turned green. What the hell? Awakening? What does that even mean? You call this world-destroying power a beginner's experience version? Does anyone understand? This is the legendary you spend money. I cheat, right? How are we supposed to play like this? Shanks and his crew looked at Emperor Tian with changed expressions, not out of wariness, but out of fear. Mihawk directly dismissed the idea of challenging him, thinking that without going back to train and achieve the ultimate Blackblade, he wouldn't stand a chance against this cheat. Emperor Tian couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind and turned to leave. Peach Rabbit followed him like a wronged little wife, taking careful steps behind him. The two stood on the back of a Sea King, and Emperor Tian rarely asked her gently what she wanted to say. Peach Rabbit couldn't hold back anymore, crying like a pear flower in the rain, pouring out all her love, hatred, and regrets. After hearing her, Emperor Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Remember, you are my second woman. As long as you don't go against my will, I will take responsibility for you." Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit's previous grievances vanished into thin air as she directly threw herself into Emperor Tian's arms, expressing her loyalty and desire to have children. Emperor Tian also knew how to respond, telling her to take care of her health first and that she could stay by his side during this time. Peach Rabbit blushed and sweetly called him husband. Once she called him that, let me tell you, the whole world had already erupted due to the battle from a couple of days ago. Whitebeard, that legendary man, was actually gone just like that. Now, one of the four emperors' positions was vacant, and all the pirates in the New World had their eyes reddened, like dogs smelling something delicious, each wanting to take a bite. The onlookers around the world were also chatting excitedly, opening discussions on forums every day, betting on who could fill this gap. Some said it had to be Emperor Tian. After all, he was the one who took down Whitebeard all by himself. If he didn't take the position, who would? But immediately someone refuted, saying that Emperor Tian, being such a lone wolf with such high standards, probably wouldn't care for the position of the four emperors. His goal was the Pirate King, or even the King of the world. Then the narrative shifted, and someone nominated Blackbeard Teach. I couldn't help but laugh. Had these people forgotten how Teach knelt and begged for mercy in front of Emperor Tian? But guess what? Someone actually came out to analyze, saying, "Don't be fooled by his kneeling. Someone who can bend and stretch is the real hero. He is patient, dark-hearted, and has taken 2 devil fruits. The position of the 4 emperors is most likely his." Good heavens, that analysis was so convincing that I almost believed it. Others even mentioned the Straw Hat Kid, saying he awakened his conqueror's hockey and had a promising future. Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions, and the noise was quite lively. Of course, Kaido and Big Mom. Those 2 old foxes weren't idle either. They immediately took action to grab territory. Their speed was simply at full commercial instinct. While the outside world was in turmoil, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku wasn't idle either. He was pondering, since they couldn't defeat Emperor Tian or control him. What should they do? Hey, he came up with a cunning plan. He told Kizuru and Akiji, "You two go find a way to lure Emperor Tian away and give him something to do." Kizaru, still looking lazy, pouted, "Oh dear, I don't mind as long as I can run fast if I can't win." Sengoku slammed the table. "It's settled. If you do well, I'll give you a raise and time off." Upon hearing this, Kizaru's eyes lit up. Let me tell you, that lecherous smile was something else. "Oh dear," with the marshal saying that, I suddenly feel full of motivation. After saying that, he vanished in a flash of light. The Navy headquarters had already prepared. 6 warships, thousands of elites, armed to the teeth. The atmosphere was tense. Why? Because there were 3 heavyweight old monsters being transported on their ships, just pulled out from the deepest part of Impel Down. The first was Bondi Wald, a user of the multiplication fruit, an old pirate from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, frozen in the underwater prison for 30 years. The second was Baroque Works Red Count Baroque Rick, a solitary red figure. Don't be fooled by how old he looks, like a dried corpse now. It is said that back in the day, he could match Roger and Whitebeard one-on-one. The third was Douglas Barrett, the Devil's Heir, a user of the combination fruit, a former crew member of Roger's ship. This guy was a pure battle maniac, never idle in the prison, working out every day, truly a flawless monster. Barrett was tied to the deck and was still laughing maniacally. Ha! Letting me out is the biggest mistake the Navy has ever made. His fierce gaze made the surrounding Navy soldiers freeze in shock. The next second, Kizaru flashed in front of him, pouting and speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oh dear! The Devil's Heir! How terrifying indeed. The Navy soldiers straightened up instantly, their confidence soaring as soon as they saw the Admiral. Barrett glared at Kizu. So, where do you want to take us? Kizaru smirked. Don't rush. You'll know soon enough. This is a brief taste of freedom we're giving you, so enjoy it. After saying that, he ordered full speed ahead to the New World. Their destination was the Inyo Navy headquarters established by former Admiral Zifa after his defection, and Sengoku, that old man, was aiming for a kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As Kizaru set off, Akiji was also leisurely pedaling his old bicycle across the ice, heading towards the New World. Originally, Sengoku wanted to personally inform Emperor Tian, but Vice Admiral Tsuru volunteered for the job. Why? Because she just heard about Peach Rabbit and Emperor Tian's affair, and she had to see for herself how her silly little sister was doing now. When Vice Admiral Tsuru arrived at Sabiti Archipelago, good heavens, as soon as she stepped out of the hotel, she saw a scene that was hard to bear. Peach Rabbit's legs were so weak that she could barely walk. Her whole body was hanging on Emperor Tian like she had no bones. And the expression of happiness and satisfaction on her face was simply unbearable to watch. Vice Admiral Tsuru coughed awkwardly twice, feeling a strong sense of frustration. You are a Navy Vice Admiral. In broad daylight. What kind of conduct is this? Peach Rabbit saw Vice Admiral Tsuru and felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Tsuru, what brings you here? Vice Admiral Tsuru put on a stern face and first addressed the main issue. I'm here to inform His Excellency Emperor Tian that the toys he requested have been delivered to the New World and will be deployed on an uninhabited island. Then, switching gears, she turned to Peach Rabbit. And you, keeping such a big matter from me, do you not consider me your sister? Peach Rabbit saw Tsuru's serious demeanor and, fearing that Emperor Tian would be unhappy, quickly acted cute. No way, Sister Tsuru. I was just worried about you. She now understood Emperor Tian too well. She could only be bullied by him, and if anyone else dared to show her a sour face, even if it was her sister, Emperor Tian might turn against them on the spot. So she quickly turned to Emperor Tian, using a voice so soft it could squeeze out water, asking, Husband, can I talk to my sister for a moment? Emperor Tian rarely nodded gently. Go ahead, but don't make me wait too long. Peach Rabbit was overjoyed, tiptoeing to kiss Emperor Tian on the face, and then she pulled Vice Admiral Tsuru aside. But after just a couple of steps, her legs went weak and she nearly fell to the ground. Vice Admiral Tsuru hurried to support her and anxiously asked, Did he hurt you again? Peach Rabbit's face turned red as she quietly explained, No, it's just, I played too hard these past few days and need to rest for a few days. Vice Admiral Tsuru, though inexperienced, wasn't foolish. Seeing Peach Rabbit's bashful demeanor, she instantly understood. A lone man and a woman with fire igniting and Emperor Tian, a man radiating hormones. How could this little girl withstand it? It's possible that I haven't gotten out of bed for days. General Crane was heartbroken, pulling Peach Bunny and giving her a piece of her mind. You, how can I say this to you? Why do you like him of all people? Don't you know how dangerous he is? He is unpredictable, has a bad temper, and has even done that kind of thing to you. How could you forgive him? Sister Peach Bunny, listen to your sister's advice. You can't hold on to this man. The waters around him are deep. You can still turn back now. or else you'll be left with nothing but bones when he's done with you, and there'll be nowhere for you to cry. And guess what Peach Bunny said? With a blissful expression, she replied, "Don't worry, Sister Crane. My husband is so gentle with me. As long as I'm obedient, he will always treat me well. Moreover, he is really amazing. Having experienced it, I never want to lose him again." General Crane sighed in frustration. It's over. This child has completely lost her mind." Peach Bunny chuckled. "Oh, Sister Crane, don't say that. If you were 30 years younger and met a man like my husband, you would fall head over heels for him too. He is the kind of man who is both domineering and bad, yet can offer you endless tenderness. Who can resist that?" General Crane was so angry that her face turned red and she stomped her foot. All right, stop talking nonsense. I'm over 70. I can't be bothered with you anymore." After saying that, she turned to leave, but couldn't help thinking, if I really were 30 years younger, no. What am I thinking? It's all that Peach Bunny's fault for being so blunt. After chatting with Sister Crane, Peach Bunny happily returned to Imperial Heaven's side. Soon, they boarded a warship prepared by the Navy, and on the ship, the two engaged in deep conversations for 2 days and nights, leaving the Navy soldiers in awe, declaring that this was the true model of a man. Finally, the ship arrived at its destination. A soldier respectfully reported, "Lord Imperial Heaven, the 3 criminals have been dropped off on the island ahead. Bondi Wald, Barlick Redfield, and Douglas Barrett." Admiral Kizaru said he hopes you enjoy yourself. Interesting. A smile crept onto Imperial Heaven's face, and his battle intent surged instantly. His muscles tensed, and the deck beneath him cracked with a loud sound. The soldiers were so frightened that they quickly stepped back. In the next second, Imperial Heaven vanished from the deck. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the sea, his feet walking on the water as if it were solid ground, moving so fast that he left behind afterimages, rushing towards the island with waves rising hundreds of meters high. Peach Bunny stood on the deck, gazing adoringly, shouting, "Husband, I'm here waiting for your triumphant return." Meanwhile, the 3 unfortunate souls on the island were still in a daze. This is freedom? The Navy is so kind? As they puzzled over this, all 3 suddenly sensed an earth-shattering aura rushing towards them at supersonic speed from the sea. Barrett instantly understood, sneering, Want to play a hunting game? Do they think we're the prey?" He said to the other 2, "Should we team up?" Bondi Wald shook his head. "Forget it. I've been frozen for 30 years and I'm starving. I need to find something to fill my stomach first." The Red Count was even colder, saying nothing and turning to leave. He was used to being a lone wolf, and besides, he really didn't have the strength right now. Seeing his 2 teammates, one weak and the other nothing but skin and bones, Barrett didn't press the issue, crossing his arms and boldly declaring, "Fine, you 2 go ahead. I'll hold them off for a while." With that, Barrett's battle intent soared, his gaze fixed on the terrifying aura that was getting closer. He was extremely confident in his current strength, believing that even after being imprisoned for so many years, he had surpassed Roger and was invincible in one-on-one combat. As soon as Imperial Heaven landed on the shore, he sensed a powerful battle intent provoking him, and he excitedly grinned, clenched his fists, and charged forward. Boom! The 2 fists collided violently, the scene resembling a nuclear explosion as the ground was blasted layer by layer. But what was the result? In less than 3 seconds, Barrett was sent flying like a broken sack, soaring hundreds of meters away, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground. His once proud fists were numb from the impact, and a wave of despair rose in his heart. Who is this guy? His fists are too hard. Even Carp will be like this, right? Meanwhile, Imperial Heaven floated in midair, walking on air and looking down at them with a face full of disdain. "Too weak. I'll give you 3 days to adjust your state. In 3 days, I'll come and wipe you all out." Barrett couldn't take this insult, roaring in anger as the ground beneath his feet exploded into a large pit, and he shot towards the sky like a cannonball, throwing a punch at Imperial Heaven. Overestimating yourself. Imperial Heaven activated his ghost back and met the punch head-on. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision occurred, creating a massive mushroom cloud in the air. As the smoke cleared, Imperial Heaven hovered and scathed in midair, while Barrett was smashed deep into the ground like a meteor. After a long while, Barrett's furious voice could be heard from underground. "Damn it! I'm still too hungry. Those bastards in the Navy kept me locked up for so many years, not even giving me a full meal for 10 days or half a month, while Imperial Heaven was having a blast fighting on the other side of the island. Teacher Zephyr S. in Neo Navy also received news that 3 extremely dangerous pirates had been thrown onto their island by the Navy. Zephyr was furious upon hearing this. No matter what tricks the Navy was playing, pirates must die. He immediately ordered Ein, Binz, and others to go capture the 3 pirates. Ein led a team and searched for a day, finally discovering the Red Countess trail. After another day of pursuit, they cornered the Red Count in a cave. The people under her were a bit panicked. Captain Ein, that's the Red Count. A thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. What should we do? Ein remained calm. Stay outside. I've already notified Teacher Z. We'll act when the teacher arrives. What they didn't know was that inside the cave, the Red Count, who had been starving for 2 days, had entered to catch bats for food. But guess what? To everyone's surprise, a devil fruit appeared in the cave. It was purple with strange cloud patterns on it. The Red Count's heart almost stopped. He had long desired to find a fruit that could restore his youth. Could this be the legendary Zoan type, mythical beast, vampire form? Without a second thought, he grabbed it and ate it. In less than a quarter of an hour, the effects kicked in. The Red Count's eyes turned blood red, fangs grew, and a surge of bloodthirst overwhelmed him. He reached out towards the bats in the cave, and hundreds of bats were instantly drained of their blood, merging into his body. His withered body visibly became more rejuvenated. This feeling is too wonderful. The Red Count reveled in the sweetness, and his desires spiraled out of control. He looked outside the cave, and the Navy soldiers appeared to him as moving blood bags. In the next second, he transformed into a shadow and silently slipped out of the cave. The Inyo Navy outside were still on guard, completely unaware of the danger. A group of sleeping soldiers was drained of blood within seconds, turning into lifeless corpses. After a while, Ein finally sensed something was off. The surroundings were too quiet, frighteningly quiet. When she turned around, her face turned pale in shock. All of her hundreds of soldiers had turned into corpses. Ein was both shocked and furious. She was certain it was the Red Countess doing and rushed into the cave with her sword drawn. But inside the cave, there were only the corpses of bats strewn about, and the Red Count had long since vanished. At that moment, the remaining dozen soldiers suddenly let out a scream, their blood being uncontrollably drawn from their bodies. Ein turned around sharply and saw the Red Count appearing behind them like a ghost, smiling wickedly. Thanks to you, I can regain some youth. The Red Count unfurled a pair of blood-red wings behind him, floating in the air, greedily staring at Ein. The blood on you smells very rich. I want to savor it slowly. You devil! Ein shouted angrily, jumping up and striking with all her might. But the Red Count merely extended a finger, and several blood ropes appeared out of thin air, tightly binding Ein and rendering her unable to move. The Red Count leaned closer to Ein, taking a deep breath. Wonderful, the taste of a virgin. It seems I'll have to find more women like you in the future. Ein felt despair. She was unwilling to accept this. She still wanted to help Teacher Z achieve his dreams and avenge her companions. She glared fiercely at the Red Count. You devil. Teacher Z will not let you go. The Red Count laughed disdainfully. Zifa? Even he can't do anything to me now. Saying this, he reached out his hand, about to start draining Ein's blood. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly pressed on the Red Count's shoulder. The Red Count froze, cold sweat instantly pouring down. He had completely failed to notice someone approaching. A cold and domineering voice rang in his ear. This woman is mine. As soon as I finish speaking, I tell you. That old man with red hair, named Riderfield, turned green with rage. I flicked my hand and couldn't be bothered to look at him a second time, walking straight past him as if I were about to carve the word scram into his forehead. I'll give you 1 day, I tossed over my shoulder without looking back. Hurry up and roll into a corner to gather energy. With your current level of skill, just one more glance from me means I've lost. That old man was so furious, he looked like he was about to explode, but when I unleashed my aura, my head full of red hair flaring up like a super scion, he instantly cowered, not daring to make a sound, and flew away in defeat. After dealing with that nuisance, I turned around and saw the girl named Ain, her little face as pale as a sheet, almost unable to stand, while leaning against the wall. She looked at me, her eyes filled with shock and admiration, stuttering to ask if I was the Emperor Tian. Family. Who understands? This is my number one little fan. The two people she admires the most are her teacher Zifa and me. Because I publicly took down the celestial dragons and killed Whitebeard too during the Marineford War, avenging her teacher and deceased companions. Seeing the real deal. This girl was so excited she straightened up and gave me a 90-degree bow, saying, "Thank you for saving me, Lord Emperor Tian." I walked up to her with my hands in my pockets, too lazy to beat around the bush, and got straight to the point. "I like your abilities. From now on, you will be my woman. Are you willing?" This completely caught the girl off guard, causing her CPU to overheat and freeze in place for a while without any reaction. After quite some time, she finally mustered the courage to ask me, her face as red as a tomato. "And Master, are you interested in my abilities or in me as a person?" I couldn't help but laugh, turning to stare at her with an aggressive look in my eyes. Only children make choices. I want the person I like and the abilities I admire. I want them all. Now, do you understand? Inside her, there was a fierce internal struggle, but just thinking about how I had just saved her life and that I was her idol. Who could withstand that? In the end, the girl nodded nervously. I understand. From now on, I am Lord Emperor Tian's woman. I tell you, I just love this kind of straightforwardness. I immediately said, "Great, come with me." But then she got nervous again and said she had to help her teacher complete a task. I told her directly, "Your teacher is just a dying man. He won't last much longer." Just as I finished speaking, her teacher, ZFA, approached with a dark expression, seeing the bodies of his people drained on the ground. The old man clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. However, he didn't lash out at me. After all, I had taken down the celestial dragon and defeated Whitebeard too, so my favorability with him was probably maxed out. He first asked about AI and situation, then turned to thank me, and finally, with a serious expression, asked what I was doing here and whether the Navy had sent me to deal with him. I'll get straight to the point. Don't worry. If it weren't for that old schemer from the Warring States, if I had met you, I would definitely have fought you. But now, for Ain's sake, not only will I not fight you, but I'll also give you a piece of advice. You're doomed. Zephyr was taken aback, probably not expecting me to be so direct. I continue. That broken arm of yours is just a burden. Get rid of it. You know Ain's abilities, right? Which one is stronger? The 72-year-old you or the 60-year-old you? Don't need to teach you? This made Zephyr's heart waver, and Ain looked expectantly. But the old man hesitated again, saying that the Seastone arm was installed by Vegapunk, and unless he cut off the entire right arm, it couldn't be removed at all. I laughed directly. What's so difficult about this? I pressed one hand directly on the connection between his iron lump and flesh. As the ghostly back opened, the heat energy was released, and both the arm color and the Conqueror's color wrapped around me. I exerted all my strength into my hand. That feeling was like crushing a soda can. With a crunch, the several-ton heavy sea tower stone arm was directly crushed at the connection point. Zephyr and Ain's eyes nearly popped out, looking at me as if I were a monster. I ignored them, and with two more movements, I dismantled the connection at the shoulder, and the entire iron arm crashed to the ground. Zephyr instantly felt a relaxation throughout his body, as if a seal had been lifted. The way Ain looked at me was filled with admiration and pride. Her little face flushed, probably thinking, "This is my man. He is amazing." Her teacher, Zephyr, was also perceptive and understood immediately, teasing, You would have fallen for Brother Dai Tian, would you?" Ain was so embarrassed that her head nearly buried itself in the ground, and she quickly ran over to use her ability to help Zephyr recover. A peach-colored flame entered, and Zephyr visibly rejuvenated, returning to his 60s, full of vitality. Once her teacher was taken care of, I directly gave Ain an order. "Ain, come with me. This will be my battlefield after a day, and during this day, you must stay with me." Zephyr was very supportive, quickly encouraging his student. "Go ahead, Ain. Your teacher supports you. Dai Tian is a reliable man." Only then did Ain feel relieved, but before leaving, she shyly asked me in a low voice, "Lord Dian, can I hug you for a moment?" I thought to myself, isn't this pure love manifesting? Of course it can happen. As soon as she hugged me, she wouldn't let go. Good grief, my damn charm. Without saying a word, I directly picked her up at a princess carry and headed towards my warship not far away. Meanwhile, the other 3 old antiques I had considered prey on the island gathered together. The proud Red, Barrett, and Bondywald were huddled around a campfire, gnawing on crocodile meat. When proud Red mentioned my strength, the other 2 realized they had no chance in a one-on-one fight and decided to temporarily team up. The one named Bondi was just a clown. He talked about teaming up to dominate the world, but in his heart, he was calculating, wanting to use the other 2 as tools. They spent a day helping Proud Red capture hundreds of Navy soldiers, allowing him to absorb their blood and regain his strength, finally looking like he was in his 40s again. Then, that Bondywald, who saw me carrying Ein onto the warship yesterday, wanted to give me a big gift today. He picked up a small stone from the ground, activated his ability, and, as he threw it while enlarging it, by the time it flew over my warship, it had grown as big as a small mountain. I am currently on a ship discussing life philosophy with Ein and Tao 2 when I heard someone shouting outside. I didn't even lift my eyelids. From hundreds of meters away, I flicked my fingers and a finger gun shot out, exploding a stone in mid-air into a dazzling firework. Inside the cabin, Tao 2 had already taken on the role of a caring big sister, holding Ein's hand and explaining my rules to her. The little girl was quite understanding and quickly accepted the reality, even volunteering to give Tao 2 an age-reversing package as well. I put on my clothes and turned to the 2 of them, saying, "You stay on the boat. From now on, nowhere on the island will be safe." After saying that, I took a leap and flew straight towards the island. Those old fossils thought they were ready? Huh. Then I'll give them a little taste of my power. I descended directly from the sky, stepping on air, walking down step by step, my aura making the ground tremble. Ha! Your attacks barely count as a warm-up for me. As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished with a bang from my original spot, focusing on aerial reconnaissance. My first target, Bondi World. I flashed right in front of him. At that speed, he probably didn't even see my shadow. With a slap, he desperately activated his ability to run, but I still knocked one of his ears off. Scared, he yelled, "You 2, stop watching the show and join in. If I die, you won't live either." The guy named Barrett actually had some guts. He charged at me, his whole body radiating purple light, ready to throw punches. What happened? In less than 50 punches, he couldn't keep up with my speed, and I unleashed a series of aerial combos, smashing him into the ground like a meteor, unable to dig himself out. Bondi World was completely panicked, shouting to the Proud Red, "Quick, restrain him. I need to use a fusion technique with Barrett." I tell you, the solitary Red is quite a tough character. When Bondi shouted, he dashed behind Emperor Tian and unleashed a big move. He aimed to directly absorb Emperor Tian into a human being. What happened? Well, Emperor Tian's muscles suddenly tensed up. Those muscle bulges were like iron balls, blocking all the pores on his body. The solitary Red used all his strength, and not only did he fail to draw blood, he didn't even pull out a single hair. He was left numb and quickly retreated. But this guy is also crafty. When physical attacks failed, he switched to mental ones, activating his observation haki to read Emperor Tian's mind. Who understands, folks? Of all people to provoke, why would you choose to pry into the mind of such a monster? Emperor Tian exploded on the spot. His eyes turned white, and he roared, "You dare peek into my thoughts? You're seeking death." That conqueror's haki, let me tell you, it was simply overwhelming. Black lightning surged toward the solitary Red, darkening the sky over the entire island. The solitary Red, being an old hand, remained calm and quickly used his blood to create a shield for himself. What happened next? Wrapped in haki, Emperor Tian struck like a bolt of black lightning. And with a crack, the blood shield shattered, and he punched straight through the solitary Red, just as he was about to meet his end. This guy unexpectedly powered up at the moment of life and death, disappearing into the darkness without a trace. Emperor Tian frowned, realizing he couldn't find him with his observation haki. But he didn't care at all, sneering, "A mere trick." He closed his eyes right on the spot, claiming to open some kind of ghostly eye that could see through souls. Hearing this, the solitary Red was dumbfounded. How do you play against that? Isn't that an official cheat? He panicked and quickly formed a blood spear thinner than a needle, trying to ambush and interrupt Emperor Tian's spell. But guess what? Emperor Tian opened his eyes wide, and 2 beams of blue light shot out. The ghostly, I activated instantly. That blood spear narrowly missed his face as Emperor Tian teleported to the Solitary Red's hiding spot. The Solitary Red didn't even have time to react before another punch sent him flying, like a broken sack, thousands of meters away, knocking him unconscious. However, this old fellow had a strong life force. He didn't die completely, but instead started healing automatically at the cost of rapidly losing lifespan, transforming from a handsome middle-aged man into a frail old man over 80. His face as pale as an A4 sheet of paper. Meanwhile, the yellow ape was still observing from a distance with binoculars. Upon seeing the Solitary Red go down, he was quite pleased and sent a naval ship over to collect the body. I thought to myself, this is like delivering takeout to a vampire. Sure enough, those guys became a power bank. Back to the main battlefield, Bondi and Barrett's combined technique was finally ready. Barrett directly used his fruit ability to absorb all the surrounding rubble, assembling it into a stone giant over several dozen meters tall. Bondi, like a remote control, sat steadily on the shoulder of the stone giant. Then, the most ridiculous part came. Bondi shouted at the top of his lungs, "Multiply by 20 times." The stone giant instantly grew like it had taken steroids. Its size, speed, and strength all doubled. Emperor Tian's fighting spirit was also ignited, finally finding it somewhat interesting. But Bondi kept raising the stakes. Multiply by 50 times. Good lord, a giant over 300 meters tall stood up. With a stomp, the entire island shook. Emperor Tian, being a brute, charged without hesitation, cloaked in conqueror's haki. However, that stone giant, despite looking clumsy, was incredibly agile under the 50 times enhancement. The two exchanged fists, creating a massive roar. The shockwave nearly capsized our ship kilometers away. The yellow ape just muttered, "Oh, it's 50-50," when Bondi increased the force. Multiply by 60 times. The power surged instantly, and with one punch, Emperor Tian was smashed from the sky into the ground. Barrett seized the opportunity, delivering a punch larger than a residential building. My heart tightened at that moment. But while Emperor Tian was in the pit, he activated his ghostly back, his red hair standing on end, and countered with a punch. Bang! Another massive sound erupted, collapsing the ground within a kilometer radius. Emperor Tian stood firm. Even though his feet sank 2 feet into the ground, he remained upright. At this time, the Solitary Red who had been sent flying woke up just in time to bump into the Navy sent by the yellow ape to collect the bodies. Folks, the buffet is here. He drained them one by one, fully reviving. But these were just minor interludes. Back on the main battlefield, Bondi was still pushing his luck, shouting, "Multiply by 80 times." The stone giant grew even larger, over 600 meters tall. Emperor Tian was further pressed down. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive moment came. Emperor Tian was completely enraged. He activated a cheat called Ghost Brain, emitting a massive amount of smoke, condensing behind him into a 1,000-meter tall giant. Folks, 1,000 meters. That Oz giant looked like a baby in front of this thing. The giant looked just like Emperor Tian. Everyone present, whether it was the yellow ape or Akiji, was dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Bondi and Barrett, inside the stone giant over 600 meters tall, looked up at this 1,000-meter giant. Their faces turned green. Emperor Tian swiftly flew to the giant's shoulder, crossed his arms, and looked down with an unsatisfied expression. Enjoying the fight? Come on, let's continue. I tell you, those two were almost scared out of their wits. How do you fight this? Bondi shouted to multiply by 100. The stone giant barely held up to 800 meters tall, trying to take a punch head-on. As a result, the giant's punch came crashing down, boom. The stone giant's arms were shattered to pieces. Emperor Tian casually remarked, "Not bad. You can take one of my punches. I'll take this seriously now." Then, that 1,000-meter giant suddenly sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Bondi completely lost it and shouted, "I think it's better to run." He jumped off the stone giant and fled while activating his multiplication. Barrett, seeing his teammate abandon him, cursed and ran along. Folks, ISNT this just the trend of 2025, focusing on companionship rather than victory? Unbelievable. Emperor Tian saw that just as he was about to get serious, they ran. Was he being toyed with? He was furious. The giant swung a punch at Bondi, who desperately activated his speed to dodge, but when that punch hit the ground, let me tell you, 1/3 of the island sank instantly. Bondi was terrified, screaming and flying toward the yellow ape, saying he wanted to go back to impel down to serve time. The yellow ape wouldn't dare to take him in, kicking him back. Then, the giant's enormous hands clapped together. Bondi Wald was directly flattened into a piece of human skin paper floating down from the sky. Next up was Barrett. The giant's fist hovered in front of his face, the wind from the punch nearly blowing his hair off. Emperor Tian descended from the sky, saying to him, "I'll give you 2 years to fight my son. Consider a mercy." Meanwhile, the vampire, the solitary red, witnessed all this, completely terrified. His only thought now was to sneak over to Zephyr and steal that explosive rock, hoping to use nuclear weapons to save his life. He silently approached Zephyr and Akiji, who were still in a daze from the sight of Emperor Tian's giant. The solitary red felt the opportunity had come, creating a patch of darkness and silently getting closer to Zephyr, instantly conjuring a black haze in front of him. Unaware, Zephyr felt a moment of dizziness. But once he regained his senses, he immediately sensed something was wrong, reaching into his pocket only to find the explosive rock missing. "Who is it?" Zephyr instantly exploded in anger, his powerful aura soaring into the sky. Akiji, on the other side, looked puzzled. "What's happening, Zephyr-sensei? The explosive rock is gone." Upon hearing this, Akiji's pupils constricted, realizing that someone had managed to escape his and Zephyr's detection, instantly stealing the explosive rock. The terrifying observation Haki power instantly covered an area of several thousand meters, but there was completely no suspicious aura. Akiji carefully looked at Zephyr, noticing that every subtle reaction of Zephyr was indeed not faked. The explosive rock was really gone. He immediately took out a snotty phone bug and connected to Kizaru. "I have some bad news. Just now, the explosive rock in Zephyr's hand disappeared into thin air, but I suspect it was the ability of some ability user that evaded all our senses." "Oh, it was able to evade all your senses?" Kizaru thought incredulously, but soon he suddenly recalled Red the Lone. A while ago, this guy fought against Emperor Tian, and his aura suddenly completely disappeared. After a while, it suddenly reappeared. "This is troublesome. It seems Red the Lone stole the explosive rock." "Can you be sure?" Akiji asked. "Of course I can be sure. But Lord Emperor Tian should have a way to find Red the Lone." Kizaru replied. "Then you go find Lord Emperor Tian for help." "Isn't that bad? What if he asked me to practice with him?" "While that possibility can't be ruled out, Red the Lone should be Lord Emperor Tian's prey. You just need to remind him that he is still alive. This is really troublesome. Why don't you go remind Lord Emperor Tian yourself?" Kizaru recalled how Emperor Tian had looked at him with a strange smile just moments ago, and he felt a bit flustered. "I didn't eat the glint fruit, okay? If this mission fails, I can only tell Admiral Sengoku the truth. It's all your fault, and my salary and vacation will definitely be gone." "All right, I'll give you that." Kizaru helplessly flew towards Emperor Tian, but dared not get too close, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters, and politely said, "Lord Emperor Tian, I hope I am not interrupting your battle. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Miss Ein are on the warship. We are protecting them well, and even the residual force from the battle did not reach them. But Red the Lone just stole the explosive rock from Zephyr, and he is very likely to threaten you or even harm Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Miss Ein." Kizaru cautiously looked at Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian activated his demon eye, his pupils emitting blue light, and instantly searched for Red the Lone's soul, which was rapidly moving southward, where a warship was docked. The ogre's figure punched towards Red the Lone. Red the Lone felt a death crisis and turned around, only to see a huge fist coming straight at him. He hurriedly raised the explosive rock in his hand and shouted, "You can't kill me. See, this is an explosive rock. Otherwise, we will all perish together." However, Red the Lone's pupils widened in shock, unable to comprehend why the threat was ineffective. The massive fist slammed into Red the Lone, and the explosive rock in his hand shattered. The chemicals inside reacted with the air, producing a tremendous explosion that instantly ignited a towering flame, sweeping over half the island and covering an area of 10,000 meters. Emperor Tian was directly engulfed by the terrifying energy on the spot. Zephyr and Aokiji, along with the Inyo Navy and the headquarters, were also caught in the terrifying destructive energy. Kizaru quickly elementalized and flew into the air when he saw Emperor Tian attack, narrowly escaping disaster. The warships on the sea had retreated several kilometers away in advance, suffering very little impact, but the ships were damaged to varying degrees. The one who escaped the most tragic fate was Barrett, who hurriedly activated his fruit ability to merge with the surrounding rocks, but in the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the destructive energy. Thank you to the generous sponsor for the gift. I continue to seek free gifts, and if you have time, please watch a video. It can increase the author's income. Chapter 97. Chosen by 4 devil fruits simultaneously. How terrifying. Lord Emperor Tian is still as crazy as ever. Kizaru, who had elementalized and flown high into the air, was sweating in his palms, looking down in fear. Poor Kazan. He can't have been blown to death, right? He released his observation hockey power, quickly searching for any living beings on the island. But the chaotic energy on the island made it very difficult to sense any life signals. Several kilometers away from the island, on the turbulent sea, the Navy soldiers on the warships were all dumbfounded, deeply shocked, and terrified as they looked at the flames shooting up to 1,000 meters, which instantly engulfed the entire island. Did it explode? Did the whole island explode? What happened? What exactly happened on the island? Could it be the power of the explosive rock? Ridiculous, with Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji here. How could the explosive rock still be detonated? The question is, what should we do now? But the Navy soldiers were unsure of what to do next. Peach Rabbit and Ein were also completely terrified by the sudden explosion. My husband will be fine. Yes, my husband will definitely be fine. Peach Rabbit was anxious in her heart, mumbling continuously. Although she knew Emperor Tian should not be killed, this explosion was even more terrifying than the one that occurred during the East Blue War, making it impossible for her not to worry. Ein, on the other hand, was in tears, unable to accept everything happening before her eyes. Teacher Zephyr, why did you activate the explosive rock here? There are still many innocent people on the island. Oh, my Lord Emperor Tian is also on the island. Ein thought that the explosive rock was activated by Teacher Zephyr, unable to understand for a moment, and was extremely saddened for Teacher Zephyr, Emperor Tian, and many companions who were buried in the destructive explosion. Ein, you don't need to worry too much. My husband won't die easily. Even in such a terrifying, destructive explosion, my husband is still alive. Peach Rabbit pulled Ein into her embrace, one arm around her shoulder, gently comforting her. Sister Peach Rabbit, is what you said true? Yes. How could a man who made countless women fall in love at first sight die easily? Let's go. We should go to the island together to find my husband. Peach Rabbit took Ein's delicate little hand, looked at the bewildered Navy soldiers on the deck, and commanded, all soldiers, listen up, approach the island. Once the destructive energy subsides, everyone will search the island for people. Do not overlook any area, and be sure to search carefully. Once you find anyone on the island, whether it's a corpse or severed remains, send a signal to notify immediately. Yes, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. After a dozen minutes, the destructive energy on the island gradually dissipated, and thousands of people stepped onto the island to search. The good news was that Admiral Aokiji, Zephyr, and the Inyo Navy in the headquarters were all alive. As the chaotic power of the explosion continued to dissipate, Kizaru finally sensed a terrifying freezing aura emanating from the east. He quickly arrived at the scene and saw a thick ice wave hundreds of meters high, extending out for over 1,000 meters. Aokiji and Zephyr only looked pale. However, the Inyo Navy members felt uncomfortable on the ground due to the alternating effects of the two powers of hot and cold. Kazan, I thought you were dead. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly said casually. Aokiji was surrounded by cold air, continuously resisting the destructive power of the explosive rock, which consumed him greatly. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times, looking weak as he asked, was it Red the Lone who activated the explosive rock? He doesn't have that kind of courage yet. Just threatening Emperor Tian with the explosive rock, but with Emperor Tian's temper, how could he possibly accept a threat? Without any hesitation, the giant figure threw a punch, resulting in the current situation. It's truly terrifying. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been left with missing limbs or worse. Huang Yuan still felt a chill of fear. Zifa, on the side, didn't expect Emperor Tian to be so reckless, fighting as if he had nothing to lose, disregarding the lives of anyone else on the island. Sigh, I really don't know if being with Ein is the right choice. However, being at the center of the explosion, even Emperor Tian is likely to face a life-or-death situation. Zifa sighed inwardly, glancing at the two admirals, Pagliusolino and Kazan, who were once his proud students. Just moments ago, Kazan chose to save everyone at their Neo-Navy base. Huang Yuan noticed Zifa's youthful appearance and the absence of the iron wall crusher on his severed arm, instantly understanding why Kazan had fought Zifa for so long. Kazan, how should we handle Zifa's side now? Huang Yuan asked Kazan casually, wanting to hear his thoughts. But regardless of Kazan's answer, he had already made up his mind. Kazan had certain doubts about the justice of the Navy headquarters. He was aware of Zifa's experiences and knew that the actions of the world government had indeed chilled Zifa's heart. However, the Navy headquarters could self-correct. It couldn't be denied that the Navy headquarters plays an important and effective role in maintaining justice at sea just because of a few mistakes. Our mission is to recover the explosive rock. Now that the explosive rock is gone, we must return to the Navy headquarters to report. That makes sense. Without the explosive rock, anything outside of this is beyond my scope of work. So let's head back to the Navy headquarters. Huang Yuan lazily stretched and chose to turn around and leave. Teacher Zifa, we're leaving, but as your students, we hope you won't let hatred affect you too deeply. Kazan looked at Zifa with respect. However, being taught by his former students made Zifa a bit irritated, and he snorted, "Humph, Kazan, listen well. If one day the Navy headquarters can't hold on, come to my Neo-Navy. The doors here are always open for you." Akiji did not respond. Suddenly, a signal shot into the sky, making a loud bang. Huang Yuan and Akiji quickly rushed toward the signal. Peach Rabbit and Ein also hurried over from the other side. Hundreds of Navy soldiers surrounded the edge of a deep pit, looking in terror at Emperor Tian lying below. Could this be the great Emperor Tian? He is badly injured. His flesh is completely destroyed, but his heart is intact. But listen, that strong heartbeat means the great Emperor Tian is still alive. Look, the flesh on Emperor Tian is moving wildly. My goodness, this is repairing his injured body. Incredible, as expected of the great Emperor Tian. This terrifying recovery speed means he will fully heal in less than half an hour. Everyone, make way. Admiral Huang Yuan and Admiral Akiji are here. Huang Yuan and Akiji arrived on the scene, looking at Emperor Tian in the deep pit, who was so severely injured yet still miraculously alive. And the terrifying degree of self-repair was simply unheard of. However, Huang Yuan and Akiji exchanged a glance, both thinking that if they took down Emperor Tian now, it would be effortless. But they felt the matter was serious and decided to consult Admiral Sengoku first. However, upon hearing that Emperor Tian had fallen into a deep sleep while undergoing an incredible self-repair, Sengoku's scalp tingled, recalling how Carp had lost an arm in a similar situation. Suddenly torn off by Emperor Tian and eaten in a state of extreme hunger. Take your men and immediately leave this place. Do not disturb him at this time, and absolutely do not show any killing intent, or he will wake up and enter a terrifying darkened state, and he might eat you. Huang Yuan gulped nervously at Sengoku's tense words, feeling a chill run down his spine. Clearly, Sengoku was aware of similar situations. It seemed that Carp's severed arm was not just a rumor. It really had been eaten by Emperor Tian. Everyone, return to the warship immediately and head back to the Navy headquarters. Huang Yuan decisively followed Sengoku's orders and issued commands. The Navy soldiers looked confused, but they couldn't defy an admiral's orders and quickly returned to the warship. Admiral Huang Yuan, what about the great Emperor Tian? Although he is severely injured, he will wake up in less than half an hour. One soldier couldn't help but ask. You don't need to worry about that. With General Peach Rabbit on the island, it's enough. However, we need to leave a warship here for their use. Huang Yuan was concerned that leaving without notice would be seen as unjust by Emperor Tian. So he left a warship for him, ensuring a way back for the Navy headquarters. It's worth noting that Huang Yuan was quite thoughtful and capable at critical moments. Peach Rabbit and Ein arrived at the scene, and the Navy soldiers had already evacuated. Seeing Emperor Tian in the deep pit, So severely injured, yet his flesh was rapidly repairing. Peach Rabbit suddenly felt a wave of fear. I saw Emperor Tian's body was a bloody mess, exposing bones in many places, and tears began to fall uncontrollably as he wanted to rush down to Emperor Tian's side. Don't go. It's very dangerous right now. Why? I asked in confusion. It's just very dangerous, but don't worry too much. In half an hour, my husband will wake up and all his injuries will be fully healed. What we need to do now is prepare plenty of food for my husband. When he wakes up, he will definitely be extremely hungry and need to replenish a lot of food energy. Leave the food to us. Zifa, along with some Neo-Navy members like Shozwa and Bins, arrived at the scene. Thank you, but I hope you won't make a big commotion, and no one can show any killing intent toward him at this time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Peach Rabbit warned seriously. Got it. It seems he really is a terrifying monster. Zifa looked at Emperor Tian in the deep pit, then back at Peach Rabbit, understanding that she was trying to prevent something very terrible from happening. Zifa arranged for his subordinates to quickly prepare a large amount of food. Half an hour later, Emperor Tian's injuries were fully healed, but the price was that he felt extremely hungry after consuming a massive amount of energy. However, this time his consciousness remained clear. He wouldn't fall into a berserk state like during the East Sea battle, where he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe and had extreme difficulty controlling his desires. Husband, is that you? Peach Rabbit, holding Ein, chose to cautiously ask instead of rushing over right away. Don't worry, it's me. I won't be like last time. Emperor Tian replied with a gentle smile. Peach Rabbit was overjoyed, dropping Ein's hand and rushing into Emperor Tian's embrace. I was taken aback. Sister Peach Rabbit was so unfair. She had just held him back from going over, but now she suddenly ran up first, catching him completely off guard. Now he had no place to rush into Emperor Tian's embrace. Ein could only choose to walk up, feeling very moved as she looked at Emperor Tian and said, Lord Emperor Tian, seeing that you are fine makes me so happy. Yes, I worried you this time. Emperor Tian smiled gently. Peach Rabbit charmingly said, Husband, we prepared a lot of food for you. Worry that you might be hungry. Well done. I am indeed very hungry right now. Emperor Tian quickly finished the food that Zifa and the others had prepared, but this food was coarse grains and could not provide enough energy. So he still felt very hungry. Let's go. We need to find food elsewhere. This amount is far from enough. Emperor Tian said gently to them. Wow, Lord Emperor Tian, that was food for the Neo-Navy for half a month? Is it really not enough? Ein exclaimed, astonished at such an appetite. My digestive system far exceeds that of any human. No matter what food enters my stomach, within 3 seconds, it will all be absorbed and converted into energy stored in the flesh and blood throughout my body. The food you prepared for me only filled 1% of my hunger. After hearing this, Ein felt that his digestive function was impressive, but when she thought of Emperor Tian's powerful physique and abilities, she finally felt it was understandable. Well, Lord Emperor Tian, let's hurry to find food elsewhere. I will be responsible for cooking for you, Ein said happily, as if they were going on a honeymoon, eagerly looking forward to the journey with Emperor Tian. Husband, Yellow Ape and the others have left, but they left a warship for us to use. Peach Rabbit reminded him intentionally. As a member of the Navy headquarters, she did not want to see Emperor Tian become a deadly enemy of the Navy headquarters one day. Okay, we will take the warship to an island with food. But before leaving, Emperor Tian activated his ghost eye to scan the entire island to check if the Solitary Red and Barrett were dead. Ultimately, he did not find the soul of the Solitary Red. Only Barrett's soul was still present, indicating that the Solitary Red was completely dead this time. However, what puzzled Emperor Tian was that he saw 4 energy spheres suddenly appear before him: red, white, purple, and yellow. The internal energy of the purple and yellow energy spheres felt very familiar to him. When he awakened his ghost eye, he saw that the souls of the Solitary Red and Bondywald contained this energy. Could it be that these 2 types are the powers of the Bat Fruit and the Multiplication Fruit, just as the Solitary Red and Bondywald both died here? Now, they appear beside me and do not disappear. Could it be that this Devil Fruit energy wants to choose me to consume them? Then what about the other 2 energy spheres? Are they the Meatball Fruit energy and the Float Fruit energy? Emperor Tian analyzed in his heart. Among the Devil Fruit users he had seriously killed, There were also Tyrant Kuma and Golden Lion Shiki, which corresponded perfectly. This is somewhat interesting. Fortunately, these fruit abilities are still acceptable. If they later turn into devil fruits, they could serve as gifts for my sons and daughters. Emperor Tian thought with great plans in his heart. But for now, he had no intention of consuming the devil fruit. If he did plan to in the future, he would most likely choose to eat the meatball fruit. As a strong man, he needed to be strong, and he had to continuously train his muscles. And the meatball fruit would just help him enhance his muscle strength limits. A week later, in a certain sea area of the New World, the Blackbeard Pirates were active, chasing after the Jewelry Bonnie Pirates. The ship of Jewelry Bonnie's crew was damaged, and all the crew members were in a panic. Fortunately, they spotted a lush island and decisively abandoned ship to escape to the island. Captain, should we continue the chase? But I noticed there's a Navy headquarters warship docked on the other side, Van Oka reminded. Ha! Now I control 2 powerful devil fruit abilities. Why would I fear a Navy headquarters warship? Besides, you are with me. As we strengthen our crew, we also need to appropriately enhance our influence over the Navy to prepare for becoming the 4th Emperor. I understand. I will immediately go kill all the soldiers on that warship and leave traces of our Blackbeard crew so that the Navy headquarters knows it was us. Abelo Pizarro smiled as he uttered the fiercest words. Ha, exactly. Let's do it. Come on, follow me to the island. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, looking very spirited. Thank you to the generous supporters for the gifts. I hope those with time can watch the video and send a free gift. The author's daily income has returned to over 20 yuan, which feels quite cool. Chapter 98. Bonnie. Do you want me to be your woman? Captain Bonnie, it's bad. Blackbeard's crew has chased us to the island. Damn it, that ugly toad wants to eat swan meat and is so petty, wanting me to be his woman. After I scolded him, he has been chasing me for 3 days and nights. Bonnie complained angrily. At that moment, the gunshot rang out, and a crew member dressed in Western cowboy attire next to Bonnie was shot in the back of the head and fell dead instantly. Old 6 was killed by them. These damn bastards. Captain Bonnie, hurry and escape. We will hold them off. Right? We are not afraid of death. But Captain, you have more important things to do. You must not be caught by Blackbeard, or you will suffer their humiliation. Bonnie's crew members, all dressed in cowboy attire with cowboy hats, stood resolutely to fight the Blackbeard Pirates. Bonnie gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, "Don't joke around. How could I leave you all behind and escape alone? If we choose to fight, we fight together. As your captain, I must be responsible for you." Captain Bonnie. The crew members were instantly moved to tears. We are yours in life, and your ghosts in death. We would still be willing to be your crew in the next life. All right, a bunch of big men. Why are you crying? It's just fighting with another group of pirates. Haven't we always come this way? Bonnie put her hands on her hips and said impatiently, Ha, run, keep running. Why aren't you running now? Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, leading a group of people, looking at Bonnie and the others with a confident demeanor. Since we can't be partners, I suggest you become my woman. I can take you to the final sea, which is a great fortune for you. But you dare to insult me as an ugly toad. You make me very unhappy. You are indeed an ugly toad, just like a frog. Want to eat swan meat? Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Bonnie scolded Blackbeard Teach with disgust, feeling a sense of nausea from the bottom of her heart. Blackbeard Teach's expression turned cold, gradually darkening as he extended his right hand, unleashing dark water. Bonnie's pupils widened in shock as she felt an invisible, terrifying power tighten around her neck, pulling her body uncontrollably toward him. Captain Bonnie. Damn it. Let go of Captain Bonnie. We will fight you. The crew of Bonnie, seeing Captain Bonnie being restrained, rushed towards Teach with weapons in hand. Lafitte stepped forward, his expression twisted and gloomy as he looked at them. A bunch of ants? You should stop here. How do you think you can stand against our captain? You are simply overestimating yourselves. With a wave of his hand, a dozen ethereal white butterflies floated past them, moving neither fast nor slow. Everyone's necks were instantly slashed as if by an invisible blade, blood splattered, and they fell dead with their eyes wide open. You bastards! I'll fight you to the death. Bonnie was drawn close to Blackbeard Teach and felt her neck being squeezed, realizing her companions had died in an instant. In her anger, she wanted to activate her power to make Teach age infinitely. However, Bonnie's fruit ability lost all power under Teach's dark fruit ability. Haha, I am Blackbeard Teach. Since you choose to refuse again, I can only kill you as well. Teach clenched his other fist and activated the tremor fruit ability, a white energy sphere enveloping his fist as he prepared to strike Bonnie in the stomach with full force. Lafitte remarked, Captain, are you not going to enjoy her beauty before killing her? But you can leave her for that guy, Baskerville Choate. He's off to destroy that Navy headquarters battleship. Ha! That won't do. As long as it's a woman I have my eyes on, even if she ruthlessly refuses me, I can't let anyone else have her. Otherwise, it will feel like I'm wearing a green hat. Ha ha ha. As expected of the captain, Bay just couldn't help but laugh heartily. Bastards, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Bonnie's eyes turned blood red, not expecting her life to end like this. Although she had been prepared for death since the day she started her adventures, it still felt so unjust at this moment. She recalled the figure of her father, Tyrant Kuma. After witnessing the Marineford War, she had always wanted to confirm some things. Was her father controlled by that man? Was her real father killed by that terrifying man? Teach, come here. Your audacity is growing. You dare to destroy the ship I used. Just as Teach was about to punch Bonnie in the abdomen, an undeniable voice suddenly rang in his ears. Teach broke into a cold sweat. The voice was too familiar. It was Yamato. Gulp, he swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat pouring down. His whole body felt uneasy. What's wrong, Captain? You seem to be sweating cold. Could it be a backlash from your powers? Lafitte noticed Teach change, thinking it was the backlash from simultaneously using the tremor and dark fruit abilities. Did you hear Yamato's voice? Teach asked in fear. Captain, although he's powerful, it's been so long. Are you overly fearful of this person? We didn't hear anything. You must be hearing things, Range Shiryu said lightly. It's over. It seems only I can hear him. What terrible luck. The battleship that Baskerville Choate went to destroy was used by Yamato, and just now he used his powerful observation haki to specifically ask for me to meet him. Teach couldn't help but tremble all over. No, could it be? Is it possible to run into his steel plate again? Van Oka was stunned, seeing Teach's reaction. He knew he wasn't lying. Blackbeard, what terrible luck you have. Range Shiryu couldn't help but mock, even beginning to hesitate whether to continue following Teach. Teach felt speechless and couldn't help but glance at Van Oka, thinking it was this guy who said there was a Navy headquarters battleship docked. Otherwise, how would he have thought to destroy it? Captain, you wouldn't be blaming me, would you? Van Oka suddenly felt displeased. All right, there's nothing to say about this. You all wait here. I'll go take a look myself, Teach said suddenly with an imposing tone. He gambled on the reason why Yamato had spared him multiple times. There must be some reason he wouldn't kill him. Going over now would only lead to more humiliation. But he had already knelt before him in front of countless people at Marineford. What was there to endure now? However, Teach had a little thought in his mind. Yamato liked women, right? The terrifying hormonal aura release could make even men feel a chill. If he brought Bonnie to him, it might just help him vent some anger. He should suffer a little less. The others, including Poison Q, remained silent, not daring to accompany Teach to meet Yamato. Bonnie had heard the entire conversation of Teach and the others. It turned out it was Yamato, and she also wanted to ask him something. Teach released his observation haki to sense Yamato and his group on the island and immediately took Bonnie there. Upon arriving at their destination, Yamato was eating grilled meat with big bites. Peach Rabbit and Ein were carefully grilling meat for Yamato. Nearby lay a corpse, crushed into a meatball. Upon closer inspection, it was Baskerville Choate, who had gone to destroy the battleship. Teach felt anxious and hurriedly said, Lord Yamato, I'm sorry, truly sorry. We didn't know that was your battleship. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 more guts, I wouldn't dare agree to let him destroy it. Yamato elegantly set down his food, opened his eye of the devil, and emitted blue light from his pupils as he checked Teach's soul, only to find, as he suspected, that this guy indeed had 3 soul bodies. Teach felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly sensing that the secrets within his body were all being scrutinized, becoming fearful and panicked, kneeling on the ground and hurriedly saying, Lord Yamato, spare me. I no longer wish to be your enemy. This is the woman I'm offering you. I hope, Lord Yamato, you can calm your anger. Bonnie, bound by the dark fruit ability, was pushed forward. Yamato glanced at the gluttonous Bonnie. Her fruit ability allowed her to touch living beings and either make them younger or older. And she could also freely change between adult and child forms. Yamato thought he could use Bonnie's ability to help his sons and daughters grow up in a short time. I will take this woman. You can leave now, but if you provoke me again, it will be your death. Yamato said undeniably. Yes, all right, Lord Yamato. You can rest assured. I won't provoke you again. Teach hurriedly assured, but inside, he forcefully endured all humiliation, vowing that one day he would repay Yamato in double. Take him away too. Understood. Teach nodded submissively, running over to pick up the dead Baskerville Chode and quickly leaving. He regrouped with his crew and had them board the ship to swiftly depart the area. Poison Q and the others looked at the crushed Baskerville Chode, feeling an immense silence inside. He had died too tragically, probably crushed to death. Did you save me just to make me your woman? After Teach left, Bonnie boldly asked. Without waiting for Yamato to speak, Bonnie continued. If you had killed Blackbeard Teach just now, I might have agreed to let you sleep with me for a while. That guy killed all my crew. Both Peach Rabbit and I couldn't help but look at Bonnie speechlessly. Where did this woman get the courage to say such things? But Tian must have his reasons for taking Bonnie in, and Peach Rabbit and I didn't dare to easily criticize her. Is this how you talk to your savior? Tian suddenly spoke, and his terrifying aura immediately intimidated Bonnie, causing her legs to weaken and cold sweat to pour down her body. Bonnie couldn't help but look at Tian in shock, wondering if he was some kind of monster. The pressure he exuded was so terrifying. Although you saved me, I won't thank you because I suspect you killed my father. Bonnie suppressed her inner fear and snorted, indicating her anger towards Tian. Don't doubt it. Your father, Bartholomew Kuma, died at my hands. Tian said arrogantly. So, are you going to avenge your father now? Bonnie was stunned. Upon hearing that her father was really dead, the last attachment in her heart suddenly vanished, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. She suddenly pounced on the food and began to eat it in sadness. If you eat my food, you must return it with something of equal value. If you dare to refuse, I will definitely kill you. Tian said with some amusement, still finding it interesting that this was the first woman who dared to recklessly eat his food without permission. I know, I will repay you. After all, I can't fight you, and you saved my life, so you can ask me to do anything. But I will never become a woman you acknowledge, because you're the one who killed my father. The implication was that even if Tian desired her body, it could happen, but after that, there would be no relationship between them, and they couldn't truly be together. She really was a carefree woman. Interesting. I look forward to your performance. Tian laughed heartily. This kind of woman, so straightforward and unrestrained, could be so open-minded even when facing the murderer of her father. Her personality was refreshing and quite likable. Peach Rabbit saw that Tian seemed genuinely interested in Bonnie, and her feelings were quite complicated. Is this really how it should be? Liking someone who killed her father, Bonnie would surely look for any opportunity to take revenge. Miss Bonnie, have you considered that your father was sent by the world government to kill my husband? If it weren't for my husband's strength, should he have been killed by your father and his men? Of course, I mean no offense. I just want you to know the truth. I don't want my husband to suffer any grievances. He is a man of principles and also a very gentle man. I can also clearly tell you the truth. Bartholomew Kuma ultimately died from self-detonation. Vegapunk had installed some kind of self-detonation device in him. Fortunately, he faced my husband. If it had been someone else, he would have died without a complete corpse, let alone survived. Don't worry, Major Peach Rabbit. I know this was arranged by the world government for him to kill Lord Tian. What you just said made me realize that the ultimate culprit is Vegapunk, and I will seek him out for retribution. Bonnie felt distressed. Her father had died such a miserable death, with a self-detonation device implanted in him. It was clear they had never intended for her father to return alive. Understanding this, Bonnie would have even less reason to seek revenge against Tian. It was one thing not to be able to defeat him, and another to have no justification for seeking revenge against him. Tian was also a victim, and everyone knew that after the Celestial Dragon incident, Tian was hunted down by the Warlords of the Sea and the Marine headquarters summoned by the world government. Moreover, Tian had just saved her from Blackbeard Teach, which gave her even less reason to repay kindness with enmity. All right, as long as you understand. Peach Rabbit smiled slightly and continued to grill food for Tion. 3 days later, Tion and Bonnie had eaten all the edible animals on the island. The group set sail on a warship to the next island in search of food. Bonnie was at the helm, while Tion, Peach Rabbit, and I were in the cabin working on their assignments, never stopping. Bonnie felt uncomfortable outside, her face flushed, and she kept complaining and grumbling inside. Is this still human? Day and night, they were showing affection, not known to take a break. With such a loud commotion, did they really not consider others? Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Bonnie transformed into an 80-year-old woman. With this body, her functions had deteriorated and the intense desires were gone, making her finally feel a bit better. Otherwise, she would have been unable to resist herself. During the journey, they passed 2 more islands with food, depleting their resources. Half a month later, they came across an island where an earth-shattering battle was taking place. On one side was lava, and on the other was snow and ice, dividing the land as if the apocalypse had arrived. Tion stood on the deck and looked. Wasn't this Punk Hazard? The place where Aokiji and Akainu fought for the position of admiral. What a coincidence. He encountered them battling on the island. This island has an artificial giant dragon. It should be very delicious, Tion said with great interest. A dragon? That's a rare delicacy. I suddenly want to eat it, but with strong fighters battling up there, the entire island's climate will probably be permanently affected. That's too powerful. We shouldn't go ashore now. Bonnie drooled, having come to see Tion as a kindred spirit in terms of eating after more than half a month's binge. What's so difficult about that? After we finish eating the dragon, they can continue fighting, can't they? Tion was very domineering as he suddenly released a terrifying conqueror's haki. Countless black, pulsing currents instantly coursed through the entire Punk Hazard, stunning both Aokiji and Akainu, who were in the middle of their fierce battle. Aokiji and Akainu both stopped fighting, feeling a great threat. If they weren't mistaken, this terrifying aura belonged to Vama Tion. But what was he doing here at this time? Did he come to watch their astonishing battle and was itching to join in for a fight? Holy Land, Mariehua. The 5 elders were in the power room, watching the live broadcast of the battle between Aokiji and Akainu. At that moment, they felt a familiar conqueror's haki permeating the entire Punk Hazard. They all became solemn. It's over. This is troublesome. How come he is everywhere? Aokiji and Akainu. Will they not be defeated by him? That guy is a war maniac who loves to fight strong opponents. Thanks to the generous gifts from the patrons. Here, SA 5,000-word chapter. For readers with time, please watch an ad and click on the free gifts. I really appreciate it. Chapter 99. I'm Sama becomes Tion's woman. Let's go. The battle on the island has stopped. Tion led Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie into Punk Hazard. Upon seeing Aokiji and Akainu, he domineeringly approached and said, I want to enjoy delicious food on this island. During this time, I hope you won't disturb me. Otherwise, I don't mind going on a killing spree. Aokiji and Akainu were both quite wary of Tion. But now, upon realizing that he wasn't here to fight them, but rather to enjoy food on the island, they both breathed a sigh of relief. I have no problem with that. Aokiji immediately expressed his stance, having already fought with Akainu for 5 days and nights. It was just the right time to recover his strength and stabilize his injuries. Akainu is a very despicable guy. He deliberately attacks the old injury on his leg, causing him to gain the upper hand as the battle drags on. With a stoic expression, Akainu suppresses his anger and asks, Your Excellency, are you planning to stay here for a few days? However, Emu ignores him and continues towards the fire dragon's habitat. Akainu feels even angrier at being directly ignored. After becoming the fleet admiral, he won't let Emu off easily. He then vents his frustration and anger on Aokiji. Kazan, if you still have any self-awareness, you should admit defeat and withdraw from the competition for the position of fleet admiral. You are no match for me at all. Aokiji remains calm and responds. Once His Excellency leaves, we will continue the battle. Don't think that just because I have an old injury on my leg, I'm not your opponent. The old injury on Aokiji's leg was caused by a battle with Zephyr half a month ago. It was not a big deal initially, but during the fight with Akainu noticed it and began to deliberately attack that spot. Aokiji feels displeased about this. He didn't expect Akainu to be so despicable, choosing to sneak attack his old injury instead of fighting him openly. Oof. I'm waiting. I won't hold back against you anymore. Akainu's face darkens. Akiji, feeling a bit hungry, catches up with Imu and the others. At Mary Gios, in the Chamber of Power, the five elders become even angrier upon learning the reason. Imu is demanding respect from the Navy headquarters and the world government for just a meal. Imu is becoming increasingly arrogant and domineering. His arrival has forced Akainu and Akiji, two admirals, to temporarily cease fighting, making us wait helplessly. He completely disregards our world government. The last time with the Celestial Dragons, it was understandable for him to retaliate. But what about this time? Does he really think that the power controlled by our world government fears him? Bastard. I actually look forward to him barging into Mary Gios. I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson myself, making him realize that there are greater powers out there. Everyone, please remain calm. Once the secret weapon to replace the 7 warlords is manufactured, we will have plenty of time to settle accounts with him. The five elders express their strong killing intent and indignation towards Imu. Deep in Mary Gios, among the flowers, Imu is also watching the situation in Punk Hazard, and her killing intent towards Imu intensifies. If it weren't for the 2 capable admirals from the Navy headquarters on the island, she would have already unleashed her deadly weapon to destroy all of Punk Hazard and kill Imu. However, Imu has always been puzzled about what kind of devil fruit power Imu possesses. From the abilities demonstrated, such as the giant body towering 1,000 meters high, it closely resembles the Nika fruit's abilities. But Imu knows very well that the Nika fruit has already been eaten by Monkey D. Luffy. It seems I can only observe for a while longer. Fortunately, you haven't shown any intent to overthrow the world government. Otherwise, once I learn of such thoughts, I will kill you, no matter where you are. Imu unleashes a terrifying killing intent, causing all the flowers and plants around her to instantly wither. But then, after calming her anger, Imu releases a terrifying life force that restores the withered flowers and plants to vibrant life. As the master of the life fruit, Imu possesses an immortal life, with enough time to see clearly and eliminate all potential threats to her power. Imu arrives at a land of flames and finds the artificial fire dragon, which is massive and has wings. I didn't expect it to actually be a dragon. It looks very delicious. Bonnie is already drooling. Roar. The fire dragon senses the provocation and threat, releasing its dragon might and roaring. Imu activates her demon eye, emitting a blue light, and sees the fire dragon's soul. Currently, Imu's purity level has risen from 78 to 80 after defeating the Lonely Red, Barrett, and Bondewald. At 80 purity, a new ability is unlocked. By simultaneously activating the demon eye and demon brain, the soul can fight outside the body, specifically targeting other souls. With both the demon eye and demon brain activated, Imu's soul leaves her body and attacks the fire dragon's soul. No one except Imu can see the soul. Others are puzzled as they see the fire dragon suddenly scream in agony, as if fighting something, but they don't notice any energy attacks. Within 10 breaths, the fire dragon's soul is shredded by Imu's assault. The fire dragon bizarrely falls to the ground, dead in front of everyone. Tontada, Ein, Bonnie, and even Akiji, who follow them, are left in shock. At Mary Gios, in the Chamber of Power, the five elders are dumbfounded, as if they have seen a ghost, unable to comprehend how the fire dragon died. Clearly, no one attacked at the scene. There are no signs of killing intent, haki, or any other powers being released. Imu, among the flowers, also feels shocked. However, she believes that it must be some incredible power that killed the fire dragon, and the person responsible must be Imu. All along, Imu has demonstrated powerful and mysterious abilities. Using her strong observation haki, Imu communicates with the five elders. Take the footage of the fire dragon's bizarre death to Vegapunk for analysis. The five elders, shocked that even Imu is disturbed, nod cautiously in response. Yes, Lord Imu. Oing. Tanta and Akiji are also convinced in their hearts that Imu killed the fire dragon. However, they do not inquire further, as Imu clearly does not want to reveal her secret methods. Bonnie, feeling puzzled, notices that the others are silent and doesn't ask further, instead rushing to cut the fire dragon's meat and roast it on the flames nearby. Ein and Tontada immediately prepare dragon meat dishes for Imu. It takes 2 days and nights for Emu and Bonnie to finish all the fire dragon meat. Finally, Emu feels somewhat satiated. After receiving a large amount of energy replenishment, a terrifying masculine aura emanates from Emu, strongly affecting Ein, Tontata, and Bonnie. Ein and Tontata suddenly feel a bit scared, realizing that in Emu's current state, he will definitely become even fiercer. But as Emu's women, they feel that no matter how scared they are, they must share Emu's burdens. The two of them look at Bonnie in unison, appearing very friendly, treating her as a good sister and pulling her aside to talk. Bonnie, you wouldn't plan to part ways with us at this moment, would you? Miss Bonnie, you also want to repay Lord Emu quickly, right? Although Bonnie feels that Tontata and Ein are acting strange, she doesn't think too much about it. Suppressing her inner excitement, she directly asks, tell me, how can I repay him quickly? Bonnie, don't owe him forever. Tontata quietly whispers to Bonnie. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's face instantly turns red. And when she looks at the masculine and powerful Emu, she can't help but feel weak in her legs. Bonnie, you don't plan to go back on your word, do you? Tontata looks at her seriously. Who said that? Don't underestimate my determination. Bonnie grits her teeth. Cool, that's good. With you here, both Ein and I can relax a lot more. Tao2 immediately smiled and relaxed. Ein also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. They finally found a helper. Otherwise, with just her and Sister Tao2 facing DT they really couldn't withstand it. Let's go, we should leave now. After this, you two will definitely have to work hard on the ship. DT looked at Tao2 and Ein with a strong charm. The implication was understood by both Tao2 and Ein. DT had told them that his male hormones were dozens of times higher than average, and especially with his thick energy, it would erupt even more violently. Don't worry, husband, we will definitely do our best, Tao2 said shyly. After DT and his group left Punk Hazard, Akiji and Akainu continued fighting, shaking the heavens and the earth. It would be hard to determine a winner in just a few days and nights. Vegapunk had already reported the analysis results to the 5 elders regarding the possibility of the fire dragon's death. From the footage alone, it seemed the fire dragon died from a kind of spiritual power, as there was no physical harm. Additionally, the fire dragon died during combat, which obviously was due to a simple spiritual attack, but involved a concrete spiritual form. In summary, Vegapunk deduced that it might have suffered from a soul form attack. The 5 elders didn't quite understand this aspect, and quickly informed Lord Im. A soul form attack? Im's expression darkened significantly. If it really was a soul form attack, it was definitely a very dangerous existence. As a user of the life fruit, Im had already elevated her life to the level of the soul, achieving not only eternal life, but also eternal soul. She possessed an attack stronger than the mental one, which was a soul attack. Yet she had no confidence in easily killing a massive red dragon. It seems there's a great secret about DT. Well, let me see what secrets you truly possess this time. Im temporarily fell into a deep sleep, her soul leaving her body and heading towards the direction where DT had disappeared. 5 days later, Ein, Tao2, and Bonnie were all unwilling to move on the ship. DT didn't make it too difficult for them and stayed alone on the deck, allowing them to rest well. To feel a bit better, DT chose to activate his demon brain and demon eye to conduct a soul projection, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. However, soon DT soul sensed another soul on the warship, instantly sending chills down his spine. If this soul were to attack Tao2, Ein, or Bonnie in their current state, they would definitely have no chance to resist and could be easily killed. Who are you? DT soul moved violently towards the unfamiliar soul. DT did not know that this was Im's soul. Im was surprised that DT could actually see her soul and even perform soul projection like her. Who am I? You're not worthy to know. But I'm quite curious, what kind of devil fruit did you eat to gain this ability? How can you separate your soul from your body? As the Soul King on the Void Throne, even as a soul, Im's every gesture and word carried an unassailable absolute authority. DT soul instantly erupted with terrifying dominance, extremely displeased with her tone, and punched towards Im's soul. Im's soul unleashed the power of the life fruit. Enveloping DT's raging soul in a gringlo, frantically draining DT's vitality. For the first time, DT felt the threat of death, not daring to hesitate. He released the power of Conqueror's Haki, forcing the green energy that enveloped his soul away. The Conqueror's Haki, a type of spiritual power manifested in the soul, could naturally be activated by a soul that had left the body. Im's soul also released the power of Conqueror's Haki, and the two forces collided, instantly causing the sky to darken and the sea to churn violently. If this continues, those women on the battleship might soon be buried at the bottom of the sea. Im's soul was at a disadvantage in the attack and seemed not skilled in soul combat, wanting to stop the fight. But Tian became even more ferocious and violent. Teach you a lesson? How can I easily stop? Right now, I don't care who you are. If you provoke me, you will pay the price. Im's soul was knocked away. Tian's soul charged forward, attacking Im's soul. However, Im's soul was protected by a layer of green energy, instantly recovering from any attack. Although I'm not good at soul combat, no matter what, you can't kill me. Imbus una fight. Try to provoke Tian's soul to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Tian's soul was enraged, and murderous intent surged instantly, moving at incredible speed to grab Im's soul, forcefully resisting the power that drained his vitality. If you hold on to me like this, you will soon be drained of all your vitality by my ability, and you will quickly die. Im sneered, allowing Tian to hold her. However, in the next moment, Tian changed direction, dragging Im towards the sea. Im realized this instantly and panicked, increasing the output of her fruit's power, wanting to completely devour Tian's soul's vitality to stop it all. But Im miscalculated. Tian's soul's vitality was also dozens of times more powerful than that of an average person. How can there be such immense vitality? Im couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly changed her mind, unable to stop struggling and wanting to escape the control. But Tian's soul was also very strong. Apart from continuously absorbing Tian's vitality, she had no better way to break free for the time being. You madman, let go. If you do this, we will both be buried in the sea. That you being buried in the sea. I'm not some devil fruit user. Imbasstunt. Not a devil fruit user. Just at that moment, Im's soul was pushed into the sea, instantly feeling powerless. I didn't expect that in this world. There are such powerful women like you who can achieve soul projection. Don't worry, I won't easily kill you, but I will let you know that if you provoke me, you will feel worse than death. All along, I haven't tried breaking the limits of soul projection. Today, I'll use you for experimentation. Tian's soul was extremely domineering and crazy. Im's soul trembled instantly, wanting to resist, but the power of the devil fruit integrated into her soul, affected by the sea, rendered her unable to use much strength. Tian, not being a devil fruit user, was unaffected, and ultimately, Im felt endless humiliation. Thank you to my generous patrons for the gifts. As for the results, it's just like this, over $20 a day. What am I after? So please don't criticize my settings. I think they're reasonable. I'm the author. I make the decisions. Additionally, I speculate that I'm definitely not the beneficiary of eternal life from the surgery fruit. She most likely ate the life fruit. The surgery fruit is probably a space fruit, using another name just like Luffy's fruit. Suppose the person who used the space fruit back then happened to be skilled in medicine, leading to the misunderstanding that it was the surgery fruit, and also misled others into thinking it could grant eternal life. Chapter 100. Capture Momonosuke. Violet's Planime, in her soul form, ultimately chose to beg for mercy. But Tian was even more excited. For this final moment, Im could no longer bear it and fainted. A few days later, Im woke up on the deck. The soul of Im was being closely watched by the spirit of Emperor Tian, who had already returned to his body. Upon waking and seeing Emperor Tian staring intensely at him, the soul of Im felt as if he was in a nightmare, desperately wishing it were just a bad dream. But it was not. It had truly happened. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming anger and fear towards Emperor Tian. The soul of Im hurriedly fled from the cabin, escaping in the direction he came from. Emperor Tian did not pursue him. Generally, he would not easily take the life of a woman who had fallen into his grasp, especially since he was quite curious about the true identity of this soul. A day later, the soul of Im returned to his body. As he opened his eyes, Tears of pain and sorrow streamed down his face, and he trembled all over. He stood up from the bed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. With a loud bang, Im's terrifying aura, filled with rage, was instantly released, enveloping the entire Holy Land Mariewa, even darkening the top of the Red Soil continent. The five elders sensed a very familiar aura and were so frightened that their legs went weak, kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up. They could feel the anger and killing intent of Lord Im, which was simply terrifying, as if he wanted to destroy the world. The celestial dragons living in Mariewa trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound, thinking that a truly terrifying powerhouse had descended to enact a massacre. Many at the Navy headquarters saw the terrifying power of the Holy Land, Mariewa, enveloping the sky above. Now the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, Akainu, was chewing on a cigar, witnessing the sudden situation above Mariewa, thinking it was an enemy attack, and immediately called Steelbone Kong for details. Steelbone Kong had long sensed through the aura that it was not the pressure released by the five elders, but rather a presence far more terrifying than the five elders. Deep within the Holy Land, Mariewa, this was something he could not casually disclose. He said to Fleet Admiral Akainu, "You don't need to worry about this. The five elders have indicated that you should focus on arranging everything for the Navy headquarters in the future. Sengoku and Garp have already retired from the front lines and don't want to manage things. Akiji has also resigned from the Navy headquarters. You need to stabilize the situation with the lack of high-level combat power in the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. I know this. I've already arranged for recruitment worldwide," Akainu replied sternly. "That's good. If there's nothing else, don't call me again." Steelbone Kong immediately hung up the phone worm. In the depths of the flowers, I'm, dressed in a luxurious green robe with a cold demeanor, took a long time to retract his terrifying aura and overwhelming killing intent. "Hanma Emperor Tian, I will definitely kill you for daring to do such things to me." At this moment, Emperor Tian had already arrived in the waters of Dressrosa, which was under Doflamingo's influence. "Husband, there's a group of pirates chasing a merchant ship ahead that I've come across. I want to step in and stop them and take down those pirates," Peach Rabbit said to Emperor Tian, seeking his opinion. "You don't need to ask me about such matters in the future. Do whatever you want." Emperor Tian generally chose to ignore pirate attacks on merchant ships, whether it be killing or plundering, as long as they did not provoke him. The merchant ship, being chased by several pirate ships, saw a Navy warship in the distance and rushed towards it as if it had found a lifeline. "Navy sir, help us. The pirates are crazily chasing us," the ship owner said anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy headquarters. With me here, those pirates won't be able to act recklessly. You all go. I will block them all," Peach Rabbit assured. "Yes, thank you, Navy sir." The ship owner sighed in relief and quickly drove the merchant ship forward. The two pirate ships that were chasing them bore the flag of the Don Quixote family. "Lord Buffalo, what should we do? There's a Navy warship," one of the pirates on the ship said nervously. What are you afraid of? Our young master is a warlord of the sea. We are doing things that even the Navy headquarters cannot meddle in," Buffalo replied dismissively. "Stop talking nonsense. Speed up and catch up. We can't let that merchant ship escape. There are people on board that our young master must capture." Yes, Lord Baby 5. The two pirate ships of the Don Quixote family suddenly increased their speed, choosing to ignore the Navy warship. A few days ago, Beast Kaido encountered a troublesome situation. Suspected remnants of Kazuki Odin's son and some of the 9 red scabbards suddenly appeared in Wano, causing some unrest, and eventually, a few of them successfully escaped Wano. Although Doflamingo was wary of Kaido's strength and verbally agreed to help look into it seriously, he did not take it to heart. The sea is vast. How could he possibly pay attention everywhere? But unexpectedly, a few days later, several people dressed in kimonos appeared in the waters of Dressrosa, as if they were fleeing. Doflamingo, unable to ignore such an easy target, ordered his crew to capture them with full force. Baby 5 and Buffalo chased for 3 days and nights. Just as they were about to catch up, they unexpectedly encountered the Navy warship, but they knew they couldn't block their path. "Charge through," Buffalo ordered directly. "Damn it. How dare you ignore me? I am Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit." Peach Rabbit drew her weapon, Kinpyra, and slashed at one of the pirate ships, trying to charge through at full speed, the massive blade capable of cutting through the sea's surface. Baby 5 was surprised to see this, not expecting her to attack them directly. Not daring to be careless, she activated her ability, transforming her weapon into a missile and firing it at the slashing blade attack. With a loud bang, the two attacks exploded upon contact, but even so, Baby 5's missile could not stop Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship. One of the pirate ships was cut open by the blade's energy, taking on water continuously. Baby 5, dressed in a maid outfit, elegantly jumped back while carrying the missile cannon, dodging the sword attack and showing her anger. Damn it, we're completely outmatched. The two pirate ships had to stop. As the warship approached, Peach Rabbit said, I know you are troops of the Warlords of the Sea, but facing me, you must return from whence you came. If you want to make a move on that merchant ship, you must pass through me first. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, you must have misunderstood. We are not interested in the cargo on that merchant ship. We are after a few dangerous individuals on board. Please allow us to bypass this matter. As it was a pursuit order personally issued by our young master Doflamingo, Baby 5 chose not to speak aggressively to Peach Rabbit. Emperor Tian, lying on the deck, frowned upon hearing the news Baby 5 revealed. Could it be that the ones being hunted were Momonosuke and the others? In the original story, Momonosuke escaped Wano with Kinemon and Kanjuro, intending to find allies in the Mink tribe to prepare for the battle against Beast Kaido, but while passing through the Dressrosa waters, they encountered a storm, leading them to drift into Dressrosa. A merchant ship was found and set sail, only to be pursued by the Don Quixote family. During the chase, Momonosuke and Kinemon got separated, leading to Momonosuke being abducted and taken to Punk Hazard, where he became Caesar's research subject. Unexpectedly, they met here as if it were fate. Daiten stepped forward, and upon seeing him on the pirate ship, the others were instantly frightened, their bodies trembling and legs going weak. They would never forget how Doflamingo had warned them upon his return from the top. Never provoke Daiten. If they did, they should take their own lives as an apology. We meet Lord Daiten. Everyone on the pirate ship lowered their heads and respectfully greeted him. Momonosuke felt angry seeing this, as these guys were completely unafraid of her, but terrified of her husband. However, her husband stepping forward now surely meant he wanted to support her. Momonosuke couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, looking at Daiten with shining eyes, increasingly infatuated. Tell me honestly, who are you chasing? Daiten asked unambiguously, reporting to Lord Daiten. The person we're chasing seems to be a prisoner who escaped from Wano and is related to Lord Kaido of the Beasts. Upon hearing this, Daiten was even more certain it was Momonosuke and Kinemon. Very well, go and capture them. Bring them to Dressrosa. If you let them escape, you won't be able to bear my wrath. Let Doflamingo take the blame for you. Also, do not harm the others on that ship. Daiten gave Momonosuke face. Yes, Lord Daiten. Baby 5 and Buffalo immediately took orders. They drove two pirate ships at full speed to pursue. Does husband seem to know who they are chasing? Momonosuke attempted to ask. That's right, but some of these guys must be eliminated. A glint of killing intent flickered in Dayton's eyes. If he let Momonosuke go now, he might take advantage of Nami later. After all, Nami was a woman he had been with, and he couldn't tolerate a lecher like Momonosuke existing. Yes, husband. Momonosuke didn't ask further. She dared not question or oppose what Daiten wanted to do, as she didn't want to lose his recognition and affection. Let's go to Dressrosa. I have some matters to discuss with Doflamingo. Daiten commanded. Momonosuke then steered the warship quickly towards Dressrosa. After Baby 5 and Buffalo swiftly caught up with the merchant ship, they took out a megaphone to shout. We only want a few suspects on the ship. The rest will not be harmed. If you do not cooperate, we can only destroy the entire merchant ship and bury you at the bottom of the sea. The ship's owner was on high alert, never expecting a naval officer from a warship to be unable to stop these pirates. It seemed today would be disastrous. Boss, the suspects they mentioned are not on our ship at all. Maybe they're mistaken. Why not let them come aboard and search themselves? After all, we can't resist, so we might as well take a gamble. All right, it seems we have no choice. May our ancestors protect us this time. The people on the merchant ship chose to stop. You are quite sensible. If it weren't for Lord Dayton's instructions not to easily harm your lives, you would already be buried in the sea. Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lords. Since you're looking for suspects, Please feel free to search. Of course we will search. Our men saw 2 suspects board your merchant ship. They may have fooled you, but they definitely can't fool us. Search every nook and cranny. Yes, Lord Baby 5. Soon, the pirates found 2 suspicious individuals on the merchant ship, one big and one small, who were Kinemon and Momonosuke. The merchants were startled to see 2 strangers hiding on their ship and immediately began to scold Kinemon and Momonosuke. You 2 dare to hide on our ship, almost putting us innocent people in danger. Huh, they spat in their faces. The big one looks shifty, and the small one has a creepy face. It's obvious they are up to no good. My lords, we sincerely apologize. We didn't expect anyone to hide on our ship. We thought you were here to rob our cargo, which is why we didn't dare to stop earlier. Enough. We need to take these 2 away immediately. Baby 5 impatiently ordered for Kinemon and Momonosuke to board the pirate ship and return to Dressrosa. Kinemon, worried for Momonosuke's safety, had refrained from acting rashly. Otherwise, he would have fought these pirates already. May I ask what business you have with me and my son? We shouldn't have provoked you in any way. Kinemon calmly inquired. Wah. Daddy, I want to go home. I'm scared. Momonosuke suddenly began to cry, pretending to be a helpless child to elicit sympathy. Buffalo, growing impatient, stepped forward and slapped him, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Momonosuke was stunned and dared not cry out again. Bastards, what are you doing? How can you be so cruel to a child? If you have the guts, come at me. Kinemon, enraged, released his fury. Baby 5 suddenly reminded Buffalo, don't hit them. If they are related to Lord Tian, we won't be able to bear the consequences if something happens. Buffalo suddenly recalled this and began to sweat profusely. Right. I almost forgot about that. 2 days later, Tian and his group arrived at Dressrosa. Doflamingo immediately learned of Dayton's arrival and trembled in fear, wondering how he had come to his territory. However, despite his fear, Doflamingo dared not show any neglect and gathered all his subordinates to welcome him, wanting to show his respect for Tian. Lord Tian, what brings you here? Doflamingo asked cautiously, suppressing his inner fear. Just passing through and thought I would stop by to see you and give you some instructions. Whether you want to do it is up to you. Tian replied indifferently. Rest assured, as long as it is a command from Lord Tian, I will definitely take it seriously. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Violet instantly read Doflamingo and Dayton's thoughts. Tian sensed something and looked towards a hidden spot, but Violet had already hidden herself cautiously. Your people are a bit disrespectful. Tian slapped Doflamingo across the face, sending him flying several meters away. But this was considered lenient. Doflamingo understood that Tian was showing mercy. Lord Tian, I'm sorry. It's my failure to discipline them. Please calm down. Doflamingo had no idea what had happened and knew that quickly admitting his mistakes was the right approach. Arguing with a powerful person was simply asking for death. The members of the Don Quixote family were extremely displeased that Tian had hit their young master but dared not show it, all bowing their heads in cold sweat. Trembling with fear, this is the powerful Emperor Tian, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, recklessly killing the 7 warlords of the sea, crushing everyone on top, and intimidating those who dare to resist. Bring me Violet, Emperor Tian said unequivocally. Yes, Lord Emperor Tian, please follow me this way. I have prepared a sumptuous meal for you, and I will bring Violet to you shortly. Doflamingo thought Emperor Tian was attracted to beauty, so he immediately sent someone to find Violet. However, after finding her, he specifically warned Violet not to make any unnecessary moves, or he wouldn't be polite. But Violet was dismissive in her heart. She had already peeked into Emperor Tian's heart, and, as long as she became his woman, this man would definitely help her. Chapter 101. You and Rebecca come together inside the magnificent palace. Violet cautiously entered a room, her heart anxious. Emperor Tian sat on the main seat, resting his head on one hand. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie stood quietly in a row. In their eyes, this was definitely not just Emperor Tian being interested in Violet. There must be other reasons. I have met Lord Emperor Tian. Violet, dressed in a flamenco dance outfit, knelt respectfully on the ground to pay her respects. Do you know why I wanted to see you? Emperor Tian asked with an expressionless face, his demeanor imposing without anger. Violet felt guilty, thinking it was likely because he had discovered her ability to peek into his heart earlier. I know, Lord Emperor Tian, I am sorry. Please forgive me for invading your privacy and peeking into your heart. But I can compensate you for this. You can ask me to do anything, even to become your woman. I only wish that Lord Emperor Tian would not dislike me and forgive me. Violet hurriedly said sincerely. Having peeked into Emperor Tian's heart, she understood that he was very gentle towards women. As long as she could become his woman, it would be completely unproblematic to deal with Doflamingo using this identity. She had to seize this lifeline, or rather, tightly hold onto this thigh. Do you think I don't know your schemes? You want to use my identity to deal with Doflamingo, right? Emperor Tian snorted lightly. Seeing that Violet was honest about her actions, he was not overly angry with her. Violet instantly felt nervous, fearing that Emperor Tian would become even angrier, causing her to miss the opportunity to cling to him. Lord Emperor Tian, I am truly sorry. I know you are a very gentle man towards women, which is why I thought of becoming your woman to deal with Doflamingo. But I can assure you, I genuinely want to become your woman and truly want to grow fond of you from now on. Violet's eyes sparkled with tears, and every word she said felt very sincere as she continued. Lord Emperor Tian, you may not know, but Doflamingo has occupied this country, persecuting my father and countless relatives, even cruelly killing the people of this country. Now, many innocent citizens are suffering under Doflamingo's persecution. I was once the princess of this country. My father, Li Kudold, was the king of this country. Violet took some time to tell Emperor Tian and the others the story of this country over the past decade. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit was furious. Doflamingo is too audacious. Even as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he should not do such outrageous things. Sigh. I didn't expect that the people of this country have been living so miserably for 10 years. I suddenly feel that the system of the 7 warlords of the sea should not exist. I was also indignant, feeling sympathy for the harm suffered by this country. Bonnie couldn't help but complain. All of this is the fault of the world government. They established the system of the 7 warlords of the sea. Violet felt very moved looking at Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie, thinking that the 3 were standing up for her. She was very touched and happy. Thank you all. Violet couldn't help but thank them with glistening eyes. But she knew that ultimately, she had to see Emperor Tian's attitude. However, Emperor Tian closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, as Violet had first peeked into his heart and then wanted to use his strength by becoming his woman. Seeing that Emperor Tian was still unresponsive, Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie decided to try to help Violet plead her case. Husband, do you think you could let Violet become our sister? Lord Emperor Tian, the people of this country are innocent. Can we help them? Bonnie said, I think this woman looks good, exuding a unique charm. She would be very suitable to be your woman, Emperor Tian. Upon seeing Peach Rabbit and the others speaking in her favor, Violet felt even more moved, vowing that if she really became Emperor Tian's woman, she would repay them well and recognize them all as sisters. Emperor Tian slowly opened his eyes and gently said to Peach Rabbit and the others, You should know that I hate it when people offend me or even use me. However, since you 3 are pleading for her, I can give her a chance. Thank you, Lord Emperor Tian. Thank you, husband. Hee. You are still a soft-hearted man in the end. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie said with great joy. Hearing this, Violet felt even more nervous, not expecting that there would really be an opportunity. It was simply wonderful, and she had to strive for it, no matter what it took. Thank you, Lord Emperor Tian. Violet immediately expressed her gratitude. Don't thank me too early. You may not be able to achieve this opportunity. Emperor Tian said indifferently. Please tell me what it is. Lord Emperor Tian, Violet nervously asked, thinking that since she was already proactively becoming Emperor Tian's woman, what could be too difficult for her? Of course, if it meant her death, as long as she could save this country, she could do it. You have a Rebecca, right? I've heard she is very beautiful. If you want me to help you, then bring her along with you to become my woman. I will give you at most 3 days to consider. Emperor Tian said seriously, with no intention of joking with Violet. Upon hearing Emperor Tian mention Rebecca, Violet immediately trembled all over, never expecting that Lord Emperor Tian would set his sights on Rebecca. For a moment, Violet was stunned, not knowing how to respond. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses and replied, Lord Emperor Tian, I will seriously consider it and will give you a response within 3 days. After Violet left, Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie couldn't help but be curious. Rebecca? I wonder what kind of woman she is to catch my husband's attention. Sister Peach Rabbit, should we inquire about her? She could very well be our sister. After all, no one can refuse Lord Emperor Tian's gentleness. Ein suggested with great interest. That's right. Let's go together. I also want to see if there are any unique, delicious dishes in the street. Bonnie took the opportunity to suggest going out to eat and drink. Husband, can we go out for a stroll? And then come back later to accompany you. Peach Rabbit looked at Emperor Tian gently. Go ahead. Emperor Tian nodded. After Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie left, Emperor Tian instructed someone to summon Don Quixote Doflamingo to see him. Doflamingo originally planned to ask about what Violetta had said to Emperor Tian, but he didn't have time and hurried to meet him. Lord Tian, may I ask what you need from me? Doflamingo felt extremely anxious. The moment Violetta appeared, Emperor Tian wanted to see him, which made him feel threatened. As I said before, I've arranged a little task for you. Whether to do it or not depends on your own will. Yes, Lord Tian, what is the task? Find the Mera no Mi, and in 2 years, use it to attract Luffy and his crew, then kill Luffy. Remember, there's a woman named Nami. Do not harm her. Understood. As for the Mera no Mi, I've already arranged for my men to search for it. Doflamingo knew he was being used, but he had no choice. In his eyes, the presence of Emperor Tian was even more threatening than Kaido of the Beast Pirates. You may leave, Emperor Tian commanded. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie arrived on the street, and suddenly saw Violetta. Miss Violetta, can you take us to meet Rebecca? We're curious why our husband is particularly interested in her, Peach Rabbit said directly. Of course, I was just about to see Rebecca, Violetta replied without refusal. But she thought to herself that it must be because Rebecca is beautiful. Soon, they arrived at a secluded grassy hill. There was a small house, and a cute girl with pink hair was practicing swordsmanship. Next to her was a puppet robot, which was actually Kairo's, Rebecca's real father. Violetta, why are you here all of a sudden? Rebecca saw Violetta from a distance and ran over happily, but quieted down when she noticed the 3 older sisters beside her. This must be Rebecca. I didn't expect her to be so cute. She will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. No wonder our husband has taken such a keen interest in her. Peach Rabbit couldn't help but be amazed. This little girl was truly beautiful. Sister Peach Rabbit, to be honest, Rebecca is still young, but if she wishes to, it's not a problem. Of course, it all depends on whether Rebecca and her father agree. Violetta said seriously. At this age, it's not too young. You noble women of the kingdom always talk about marrying and having children in your teens, right? Of course. If you really care about this, I have a way to make her grow up instantly, and her intellect will also improve accordingly, Bonnie smiled. Violetta was taken aback. Is there really such a method? If so, that would make things easier, as her biggest concern was that Rebecca was too young. Violetta, who are they? The one-legged robot Kairos suddenly approached, having overheard their discussion about Rebecca, and he became tense, worried that someone had designs on Rebecca. This is Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit from the Navy, and Ein is also a Navy officer. As for this one, she is a friend of mine, but they are all women of Lord Tian, Violetta explained. What? Lord Tian? He has come to dress Rosa? Kairos was surprised, clearly aware of Emperor Tian's reputation. Rebecca also appeared surprised, as she knew about Emperor Tian and admired him greatly. Every time she heard his deeds, she thought that if she became as strong as him one day, she could save this country. That's right, I have interacted with Lord Tian, but due to my actions being somewhat offensive to him, I now want him to help us. But he has conditions, Violetta hesitated to say. What conditions? Kairos asked, feeling that the price might not be low. At first, I wanted to become Lord Tian's woman to deal with Doflamingo, but he saw through my intentions and was displeased with my scheming. Fortunately, these 3 sisters felt sympathy for our country's plight and pleaded for me in front of Lord Tian. In the end, Lord Tian gave me a chance, but I need to become his woman along with Rebecca. Violetta finally said seriously, I will never allow such a thing. You can go, but Rebecca absolutely cannot. Kairos said firmly, not allowing his daughter to become a sacrifice, especially since Rebecca was still too young. You are Rebecca's father, right? You should know about her husband's strength. As long as Rebecca follows him, she will definitely live better than she does now. This country could also be saved because of it. Moreover, nothing can be gained without paying a price. Although Rebecca is a bit young, isn't it normal for a princess of the kingdom to face such matters? Additionally, Bonnie's ability can help Rebecca grow up. You can choose any age, 16 or 18, for her to grow. Enough. You all can leave. I won't agree. I will find a way to save this country, Kairos insisted. Meanwhile, Rebecca stood by, stunned. She never expected that the robot who had been with her all this time was her father, and seeing him like this made her tears flow uncontrollably. Suddenly, Rebecca spoke up. I am willing. I have grown up, and I can make my own decisions. Besides, I really admire Lord Tian and like him a lot. Please let me become Lord Tian's woman. If my father thinks I am too young, can I be 18? I want to try. Please help me, this sister. Rebecca said firmly, realizing that as long as she could save countless people, it didn't matter how she changed. Moreover, she felt that becoming Lord Tian's woman didn't seem like a bad thing. On the contrary, she looked forward to it and felt happy. He was the one she admired and liked, and she had been using him as a goal to motivate herself to become stronger. Bonnie smiled and activated her ability, instantly making Rebecca grow to 18 years old. Her figure, beauty, height, and shape all transformed, becoming incredibly beautiful. Kairos snapped back to reality and immediately said angrily, Rebecca, what are you doing? Father, I really have grown up, and I want to contribute. Besides, I just said that I actually really like and admire Lord Tian. I would be very happy to become Lord Tian's woman, Rebecca said seriously, showing a rare determination. Isn't this a great success? Kairos, do you want to keep watching your daughter in danger? Do you want the people of this country to continue living in misery? Or do you think our husband cannot provide happiness for Rebecca? You really don't need to worry about happiness. Our husband is a very gentle man, and he's only 18 this year, not some rough guy. Besides, we will take good care of Rebecca, Peach Rabbit said earnestly. Cyrus was momentarily unsure of what to choose. He felt sorry for Rebecca, but was more concerned about her living in a country controlled by Doflamingo, which was even more dangerous. Rebecca, tell me honestly, do you really like Emperoro? Cyrus asked. If there was affection, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Love requires mutual feelings to truly be happy. I really like him. I often look at Emperoro's bounty poster, and it gives me the motivation to keep going. Rebecca blushed, the wonders of a young girl experiencing her first crush. Perhaps this was the right time for the right person to appear. Sorry everyone, this chapter isn't well written again. I admit I slacked off and didn't put my heart into it. My energy has gone into writing a new book, thinking about making some money from it. Chapter 102. Let Peach Rabbit grow up and become a woman, let's go. Since that's the case, we should bathe and change into dresses more suitable for girls before meeting Emperoro, Violet gently said while touching Rebecca's head. Okay, Rebecca nodded seriously, feeling quite nervous inside, but thinking that Violet was with her made her less anxious. Cyrus looked at Peach Rabbit and said, General, I would like to meet Emperoro now. Could you introduce me? You are Rebecca's father. Of course, that's no problem. My husband should be willing to meet you. However, when you meet, please speak to my husband politely. Otherwise, with his temperament, you will definitely regret it. Thank you, I know what to do, Cyrus replied gratefully. As Rebecca's father, he only wanted to convey some entrusted words to Emperoro and naturally wouldn't run over just to criticize Emperoro for being excessively domineering. It seems we need to split up now. Violet, you should take Rebecca with you early on. We'll take Cyrus back to the palace and wait for you. Peach Rabbit said. Okay, don't worry, Sister Peach Rabbit. Violet nodded in response and took Rebecca to bathe and change. Peach Rabbit, and Bonnie then took Cyrus back to the palace. Doflamingo's family cadres noticed that the special toy person was brought into the palace and felt something was off, immediately notifying Doflamingo. Actually, you don't need to tell me. I can already feel my eyelids twitching. It seems this country is about to change. Most likely, Violet and Emperoro have reached some kind of deal behind the scenes. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling very unwilling but helpless. After all, the other party was Emperoro, whom even the world government and the Navy headquarters could do nothing about. What else could he do? Even if he mobilized all the forces of the Don Quixote family to resist, it wouldn't be enough. Ultimately, It still came down to not being strong enough. At this moment, Doflamingo wished he could suddenly become stronger and domineeringly control everything here. No matter what happens now, let's endure for the time being. In any case, we cannot be enemies with Emperoro, otherwise, everything we have will come to an end, Doflamingo said seriously. Yes, young master, the cadres in the room responded. It was the first time they had seen the young master so patient, indicating how terrifying Emperoro's strength was in the young master's heart. After Peach Rabbit brought Cyrus back, Emperoro saw Cyrus, who only requested that Emperoro treat Rebecca well. Finally, Emperoro had someone bring Doflamingo in. Emperoro, is there anything you wish to command? Doflamingo entered and saw Cyrus. He was very clear about who this toy person was because he had personally instructed Sugar to turn Cyrus into a toy person. He had planned to play with him before killing him, but during that time, there was an unexpected turn of events. Violet was willing to join the Don Quixote family to serve him on the condition that her relatives would be safe. Considering Violet's abilities, he let those people live on. Violet and Rebecca will be my women. You must step down from the throne of this country, and all toy people must be restored. Within a month, take your people to Punk Hazardous Station, Emperoro said. Yes, Emperoro. Doflamingo had already prepared himself for this moment and readily agreed. Cyrus didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Just one sentence made Doflamingo leave this country without resistance. After Doflamingo left, he immediately contacted one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and said somewhat respectfully, Kaido, something special has happened on my end, and the subsequent underground transactions will likely be delayed for a while. In fact, with Emperoro's intervention, Doflamingo was not particularly afraid of Kaido. If Kaido was unhappy, he could go find Emperoro to settle the score. What special situation? You better not be playing tricks with me, or I can destroy everything you have at any time, Kaido said, his tone somewhat displeased. Kaido, we've been trading for quite some time. How could I play tricks on you? The issue is that I've encountered Emperoro. He suddenly intervened in this country's affairs, causing all my people to move out of this country to station in Punk Hazard. You know Emperoro's strength. As a mere warlord, I cannot go against his will. Interesting. Hand the Den Mushi to Emperoro. I want to talk to him, Kaido said decisively. Yes, Doflamingo felt a surge of anticipation. Let them fight, let them fight. It would be best if they both suffered losses. After all, neither of them was a good person. With their existence in a new world, those of us who are weaker will never rise. But as long as they are gone, the stage of this new world will be much more interesting. Emperoro, I have some business matters with Kaido. He just learned you're here and wants to talk to you, Doflamingo asked cautiously while holding the Den Mushi. Haha, finally. A proactive guy has appeared. Emperoro laughed loudly, looking at the Den Mushi in Doflamingo's hand, and said dominantly, Kaido, listen well from today onwards. The title of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air belongs to me, Emperoro. If you want the title of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, come to Wano and fight me. If you can defeat me, then naturally, you will be the strongest creature. Furthermore, I am willing to give you my son Yamato as a bonus. Kaido coldly snorted. Ha, as expected of you. Wait for me. I will soon descend upon Wano. Emperoro laughed maniacally, his red hair dancing wildly, looking very excited. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. The terrifying fighting spirit was intimidating. Of course, what shocked Doflamingo the most was that Kaido was willing to offer Yamato to Emperoro. Was he worried he couldn't defeat Emperoro and chose to form an alliance? Doflamingo suddenly realized that his vision was a bit small. It seemed he still needed to tightly hold onto the legs of both Kaido and Emperoro. After a brief end to the call, Doflamingo considered how to broaden his horizons. After thinking about it, Emperoro must love beautiful women, so it seemed he could only do this to expand his perspective. After dismissing the others, Doflamingo gathered the family executives together and then fixed his gaze on Sugar. By the way, haven't Baby 5 and Buffalo returned yet? Doflamingo suddenly came to his senses, thinking that Baby 5 was essential, dressed as a maid, and that Daitan would definitely like her. Young Master, Baby 5, and the others are already on their way back, and if nothing goes wrong, they will return to Dressrosa tonight. Good. I called you here for 3 matters. The first matter is to lift Sugar's powers and revert all those who have been turned into toys. The second matter is that all of us must leave Dressrosa within a month and relocate to Punk Hazard for our operations. You all need to manage and transition the underground business in this country swiftly. The third matter is that I have decided to send Sugar and Baby 5 to serve Daiten. They just need to serve him well. The executives discussed this for a while. Young master, is this your own idea, or is it Daiten-sama's idea? Toribol asked, dripping with snot. The first two matters are his idea. The last one about sending Sugar and Baby 5 to Sir Daiten is my personal decision. Young master, I don't understand this. We've been laying out our plans in Dressrosa for over a decade. Are we really just giving everything up like this? In fact, as long as you give the order, we family executives are not afraid of death and can resist him to the end. Moreover, there's no need to flatter him like this by sending Sugar and Baby 5 to serve him. What do you know? Even Kaido of the Beast has left himself a way out by sending his daughter to Daiten. With our current strength, how can we resist him? Everything I'm doing now is for the better. You just need to execute the orders. Doflamingo said with an imposing presence. The executives were left speechless. They didn't expect even Kaido of the Beast to be so wary and unwilling to confront Daiten. What confidence did their Don Quixote family have to oppose him? However, you can rest assured that as long as we manage well, we will effectively have two major backers from now on, and we can get by anywhere after leaving Dressrosa. All right, we will follow your orders, young master. The executives expressed their stance one after another. Then I will go lift my powers, Sugar said enthusiastically while eating grapes. On the other side, Violet and Rebecca, after bathing and changing, looked refreshed and extremely beautiful as they arrived at the palace room where Daiten was staying. Momonosuke, Ein, and Bonnie all thought the two looked stunning and felt happy for Daiten in their hearts. Husband, we'll be going out first, Momonosuke said understandingly. Daiten nodded, and the three of them left the room, closing the door behind them. Only Violet and Rebecca remained in the palace. Violet, it seems you have seized the opportunity, which is equivalent to seizing the future. Very well, from now on, you are mine, as long as you do not go against my will. I will take responsibility for you. Yes, Daiten-sama, Violet responded nervously. Rebecca, what about you? Do you understand what I mean? Daiten asked softly, his gaze fixed on her. Rebecca's beauty was on par with Princess Vivi, and they were only slightly less beautiful than Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi. Yes, I understand. I will definitely listen to Daiten-sama and do my part obediently by your side. Rebecca's heart raced, but seeing the person she admired and liked right in front of her, she felt unprecedented courage at that moment and wanted to leave a good impression. What you say sounds good, but it still depends on your actual actions and true awareness. I am right here. What will you do next? Daiten said casually, resting his head on one hand. Violet then took Rebecca's hand and said softly, Come on, let's go to Daiten-sama's side and learn from me. Okay? Yes, understood. Rebecca nodded seriously, her heart beating fast. Late at night, Baby 5 and Buffalo returned to Dressrosa with Kinemon and Momonosuke. Young master, we've brought back the two people you wanted, but it seems Daiten-sama is also interested. All right. Thank you for your hard work. I will hand over the matters of these two to Daiten-sama tomorrow. Although these two were originally wanted by Kaido of the Beasts, Daiten also wanted them, so they could only be handed directly to Daiten. Daiten was still in the palace with Violet and Rebecca and hadn't come out yet. Doflamingo waited. On the third day, Daiten finally came out, and Doflamingo immediately stepped forward and said, Daiten-sama, we have found the two people you wanted. Daiten went to take a look, and sure enough, it was Kinemon and Momonosuke. Kinemon immediately asked, I wonder what this esteemed person intends to do by capturing us? We should have no grievances, right? Momonosuke was extremely nervous, hiding behind Kinemon and peeking at Daiten. Momonosuke's eyes were particularly unpleasant to look at. If you like being a dog of the Kazuki family so much, then you could be a dog for the rest of your life. Call Sugar over and turn him into a toy dog, then send him to the dog factory to live with dogs. Yes, Daiten-sama. Doflamingo immediately called for Sugar. Kinemon cursed at Daiten, and Doflamingo slapped him until he lost several teeth. It turned out that Daiten had a grudge against these two, so there was no need to be polite to them. Wasn't this his chance to show off? Sugar immediately turned Kinnaman into a toy dog and set a contract stating that he would live with dogs forever and must not harm other dogs or any people in this country. Woof woof. Kinnaman, now a toy dog, barked twice, completely forgetting his relationship with Momonosuke, and was taken to live in the dog factory. Momonosuke was terrified and kept crawling around on the ground. Woo-woo, help, someone save me. Dayton-sama, what should we do with this little thing? Doflamingo asked, not knowing why, but the sight of Momonosuke made him increasingly angry, wanting to slap him a couple of times. I will make him wish he were dead. Daitan called for Bonnie and instructed her to make Momonosuke grow taller, to a height of 6 meters. Finally, he instructed Doflamingo, I have one more task for you. Take him, and within a month, find Blackbeard Teach, let him be transformed into a woman by Poison Q, and then bring him to Wano country. If you accomplish this task, 2 years from now, if you encounter a crisis, I can ensure your safety once. With Dayton's words, it undoubtedly felt like he had gained a new lease on life, and Doflamingo immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dayton-sama. I will definitely get this done. He immediately arranged for several capable executives to take Momonosuke to find Blackbeard, confident that he could track down Blackbeard's group within a short time. As one of the top figures in the underground black market, his information network spanned the seas, and a month was more than enough. A few days later, Violet and Rebecca, having rested well, bid farewell to their families, both wanting to choose to follow Daitan and return to the kingdom later, perhaps when they had children. They tasted the sweetness of happiness and just started their lives. Who would want to part ways with Emperor Tian? On the warship, Baby 5 and Sugar followed along and respectfully said, Lord Emperor Tian, please let us stay on the ship to take care of you. We can handle chores and such. It had been a while since I showed you my earnings. Actually, with gifts, it's over 30 yuan a day, but without gifts, it hovers around 20. Here's the real payment screenshot. Chapter 103. Today's Enel is not what he used to be. Violet and Rebecca looked at them unhappily. It was clear they didn't like Baby 5 and Sugar serving Emperor Tian. After all, both Baby 5 and Sugar had harmed countless people in the Dressrosa Kingdom. But Violet and Rebecca didn't dare to interfere with Emperor Tian's decision. They could only pray in their hearts that he wouldn't let these two on the ship. Emperor Tian had long noticed Violet and Rebecca's reactions to Baby 5 and Sugar. However, the situation needed to be opened up for them. Then come aboard, just in time to help control the warship heading to Wano. Yes, Lord Emperor Tian. Baby 5 felt a surge of joy, as long as she could get on the ship. With her looks, dressing, and feminine charm, wouldn't she be able to attract Emperor Tian's interest? Sugar didn't think too much. She was just executing the tasks given to her by Don Quixote. Violet and Rebecca felt a bit disappointed, not expecting Emperor Tian to keep the two on the ship. For a moment, they couldn't understand. Could it be that with us around, Emperor Tian still wouldn't be easily satisfied? Violet activated her ability to read Baby 5's thoughts. And indeed, she guessed right. This woman wanted to gain Emperor Tian's affection. Dream on. Even if you get on the ship, how can you have any hope or chance with me around? Violet, will make sure Emperor Tian is satisfied, and you will just be the ones doing the menial work on the ship. Violet thought to herself, Emperor Tian, let us go inside. I want to know more about you. Violet's face flushed, showing a longing expression to monopolize Emperor Tian. This way, Baby 5 and Sugar wouldn't have a chance to find an opportunity. Emperor Tian pinched Violet's cheek, smiled, and embraced her as they walked inside. Wow, I didn't expect Sister Violet to be so amazing. After saying that, Peach Rabbit and the others entered the cabin. Baby 5 and Sugar looked at each other in confusion. Baby 5 asked Sugar, what were they doing? Sugar, munching on grapes, shook her head. I don't know. Maybe there's something important. By the way, what should we do now? Serve tea and water for Lord Emperor Tian, or cook? But I don't seem to know how to do anything. I usually just act cute and adorable. The young master hasn't asked me to do anything. I just wait for food to be served. Baby 5, you have to take good care of me. Baby 5 felt overwhelmed. Don't think just because I'm a maid outfit that I'm easy to bully. Sugar immediately turned cute, her eyes sparkling with tears. All right, I got it. I'll go pilot the warship. You stay outside and keep an eye on Lord Emperor Tian's movements. If there's anything, tell me right away. Understood? Got it. Sugar moved a chair onto the deck, sat down, and kept her eyes on the cabin door, watching for Emperor Tian. Baby 5, meanwhile, piloted the warship, needing to understand the navigation charts as they headed towards Wano. Days passed. Emperor Tian and Peach Rabbit finally came out, sunbathing on the deck, washing up, eating, and then returning to the cabin to check on each other. Baby 5 and Sugar felt mentally exhausted. The daily commotion was so loud that they had to endure it, which was truly difficult. Sigh. It seems Lord Emperor Tian doesn't fancy me anymore. I never expected Baby 5 would end up like this. Suddenly, I really want to find a random man to marry. Sugar said, eating grapes, I suddenly have an idea. I want to try growing up, but unfortunately, my devil fruit ability has destined me to stop growing. Isn't there a girl next to Lord Emperor Tian who has the ability to make any creature grow? Maybe, even if you're affected by the devil fruit power, your wish could still be fulfilled. Baby 5 said dully, but soon perked up again. By the way, maybe this is Lord Emperor Tian testing us, so we must endure the loneliness and do our jobs well. Sooner or later, we will witness Lord Emperor Tian's might ourselves. A few more days passed. 3 pirate ships blocked the warship piloted by Baby 5. To their surprise, it was one of the Emperor's, Charlotte Lean's pirate crew, led by Katakuri. Katakuri hadn't planned to intercept the warship, but something fell off. There were no Navy soldiers on a warship, and it seemed to be controlled by the Don Quixote family. With people from that family on board, they bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family. But Baby 5 wasn't worried at all. After all, Emperor Tian was inside the cabin. Even if surrounded by Navy admirals, she wouldn't panic. You have some nerve to intercept our warship. Baby 5 spoke first. Charlotte Smoothie on the pirate ship frowned. When did the Don Quixote family become so arrogant, disregarding even the power of one of the emperors? Watch your words, or you won't know when disaster will strike you. Charlotte Smoothie sneered, thinking that if it weren't for an important matter at hand, she would taught this arrogant woman a lesson. What did you say? Who should pay attention? Do you know who I'm working for now? Baby 5 said with intense emotion. After sensing certain things on the ship for days, she found it hard to endure and was easily provoked when pressured. I want to argue with a small fry like you for the sake of Kaido of the Beasts. The reason we stop you is that we have important questions to ask. Have you encountered Emperor Tian? Katakuri asked coldly from another pirate ship. He was aware of the cooperative relationship between the Don Quixote family and Kaido in the underground world. Without a doubt, he knew that some members of the Don Quixote family were relying on Kaido as prestige, acting arrogantly. What a coincidence. Lord Emperor Tian is on this warship. Also, we are not just any small characters. We are here to serve Lord Emperor Tian. Baby 5 laughed gleefully, signaling Sugar to summon Emperor Tian. Katakuri frowned. Could it be such a coincidence that Emperor Tian was on this warship? No way. No way. Would blocking Emperor Tian's path provoke him? This time, he was inviting Emperor Tian to Whole Cake Island. It is said that Emperor Tian is a fierce man, with a hormonal presence dozens of times stronger than an average human. Perhaps when they reach Whole Cake Island, he would agree to help them cultivate a new race. After all, with such a terrifying hormonal index, ordinary women can't satisfy him. It seems that only powerful women like their mothers can show Emperor Tian the end. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a wave of Conqueror's Haki was released from the warship's cabin, instantly darkening the sky and creating a dark domain-like power that enveloped Katakuri and the others. They felt an immense sense of oppression, struggling to breathe, and were incredibly shocked by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that the person inside the warship was really Hanma Emperor Tian? Get lost. I'm not interested in you right now. If you want to play something big, go back and let Charlotte Lin come to Wano. Emperor Tian's domineering voice rang out. Katakuri wasn't sure if this was Emperor Tian's voice, but it felt unmistakable. It was so domineering, fitting Hanma Emperor Tian's style perfectly. Katakuri activated his observation Haki, contemplating whether he had the opportunity to invite Emperor Tian to Wano, but the results showed that if they continued to extend the invitation, they would all be killed right there. Cold sweat broke out on Katakuri's forehead, and he decisively chose to retreat. Yes, Lord Emperor Tian, we apologize for disturbing you. We will leave at once, Katakuri said respectfully, quickly leading his companions away from the area. After a while, Charlotte Smoker couldn't help but ask Big Brother, Do we really have no chance of inviting him? If we go back empty-handed, Mom might be furious, and we could even provoke her terrifying hunger for power. There is no chance. Hanma Emperor Tian is definitely a true powerhouse. I just made a brief prediction of the future. If we invite him again, we will all be killed, Katakuri said seriously. His companions were shocked and broke out in cold sweat, thinking how lucky they were that Katakuri had predicted the future in advance. Otherwise, they might have already been dead. What about Mom? Charlotte Smoker couldn't help but worry. They all understood their mother's temper. If she got angry, she might even kill some of her own children. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Katakuri continued. Besides, we didn't return empty-handed. Hanma Emperor Tian is going to Wano, so let's hurry back. Maybe Mom can go to Wano in person. On the warship, Violet felt as if her whole body had gone limp. Her face was flushed as she weakly said, Emperor Tian, I just peeked into their inner thoughts. And I feel they're so despicable for wanting you to do that with Charlotte Linlin. Huh, Violet's sister, you seem to be angry. I wonder what it's about. Peach Rabbit asked softly, unable to contain her curiosity. Emperor Tian, do you want to hear it? Violet decided to seek Emperor Tian's opinion first. Go ahead, everyone can listen. Emperor Tian said gently. Knowing that Violet had the ability to peek into others' thoughts, he was sure it must be some explosive news. Violet nodded, but couldn't help but become agitated when it came to the matter. Emperor Tian, they actually thought about having you do that with Charlotte Linlin to create a powerful race for their Wano. That's too much. They should know that their mother is the one most capable of satisfying you. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie were immediately speechless. Peach Rabbit was so furious that she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. This is too shameless. A woman like Charlotte Linlin is even worthy of her husband? Exactly. Although she is one of the 3 emperors, I heard she has given birth to many sons. She's just like a sow. So disgusting. I couldn't help but feel incredibly angry. Rebecca was at a loss for words since she didn't know who Charlotte Linlin was and had no impression of her. They underestimate us too much. Bonnie snorted coldly, feeling unconvinced. What do they mean Charlotte Linlin is the one most capable of satisfying Emperor Tian? Haven't they managed to endure until now? She continued, next time I see her, I will definitely point my finger at her nose and scold her. For me, it's indeed an insult. Next time we meet, I'll just kill her. Emperor Tian released a murderous intent. A few days later, Katakuri returned to Wano and met with Charlotte Linlin. Mom, I'm sorry we couldn't bring back Hanma Emperor Tian. His strength is too strong. We were no match for him. If he made a move, we would all die. However, he issued a challenge and wants to play something bigger, and we can go to Wano. Really? Did that man really say that? Charlotte Linlin, who was eating dessert, suddenly looked a bit pleased. Yes, Mom. Very well. Then let us head to Wano. Kaido still owes me a big favor. This time, I must capture Hanma Emperor Tian. Charlotte Linlin immediately took several officers and set sail on the Queen Mama's hymn towards Wano. The Navy, keeping an eye on the movements of the 3 emperors, noticed Charlotte Linlin leaving Wano and promptly reported the news back to the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters had now relocated to an island in the New World and was quickly rebuilding its facilities to deal with the ambitions of the pirates in the New World. Yellow Monkey, you need to go to Wano. Admiral Akainu looked at his subordinates. Currently, only Yellow Monkey could take action since recruitment was still ongoing, and the Admiral's combat power had not yet been filled. This might be a bit difficult. Charlotte Linlin suddenly heading to Wano might be related to Hanma Emperor Tian. If so, I won't be able to do much, Yellow Monkey said with some concern, not wanting to confront Emperor Tian at all. Just then, Akainu's Den Mushi rang. Akainu, the Gorosei has ordered you to arrange enough personnel to go to Wano. This time, they're taking it very seriously. It seems they want to do something big, probably to capture Hanma Emperor Tian. Steelbone Kong said seriously, I'm already arranging personnel, but the admiral vacancies at the naval headquarters have not yet been filled. Can you see if the world government has any support arrangements? It seems there is, but just make your own arrangements. Steelbone Kong seemed reluctant to disclose too much. Okay, I understand. Akainu hung up the Den Mushi and mobilized 1/3 of the naval headquarters combat power, deploying 50 warships towards Wano. On the world government side, after being humiliated, mobilized the power of the CP to search for Emperor Tian's whereabouts worldwide. Now, having received reports from CP, he had learned that Hanma Emperor Tian had appeared in Dressrosa and was now heading towards Wano. He issued orders to one of the Gorosei members, who was dressed in Wano attire, to go to Wano and capture Hanma Emperor Tian. This Gorosei member took P0 and secretly headed to Wano, coordinating with the naval headquarters sufficient combat power to ensure they would capture Emperor Tian this time. In a certain sea area, on a huge ark, 2 giants were sitting, along with several strong pirates. The leading pirate was a man with several taiko drums on his back, occasionally releasing purple lightning. Captain Thundergod, if we sail further this way, we will reach the sea territory adjacent to Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. A giant reminded, Hee, are they strong? Enel chuckled with anticipation. Yes, they're now 2 of the 3 major overlords of the New World. But what of it? I have already mastered the Conqueror's Haki and the Armament Haki. I'm no longer the same as before. Moreover, the arc maxim that you giants helped me rebuild has increased the power of my Thunder God's rage several times over. What can threaten us? At worst, I can just unleash a Thunder God's rage to wipe everything out. In my eyes, only that man is my ultimate challenge. I won't take anyone else seriously, so let's move forward at full speed. That's true. Captain Thunder God not only has the power of Thunder God's rage, but also the power of countless thunders, becoming increasingly terrifying, reminding me of the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the Heavenly King, a giant said, falling into contemplation. Thank you to all the generous patrons for their gifts. I'm very grateful. Tomorrow, my manuscript fee will double. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 104, Crushing Kaido's Hand Somewhere in the New World. The Blackbeard Pirates, led by Marshal D. Teach, appeared at an underground trading point, having stolen quite a bit of wealth to prepare for building their fleet, configuring 1 pirate ship for each captain. I am Blackbeard. If anyone is unsatisfied, come up and I'll kill you. One hand wielding the power of the dark fruit, and the other the tremor fruit, scared everyone in the underground world into submission. Just the appearance of the tremor fruit's power in Blackbeard's hands made countless people hesitate to act rashly. At that moment, family executives arranged by Doflamingo, Toribao, and Pika entered with Momonosuke. Blackbeard Teach instantly erupted with killing intent. How dare someone approach him? Lord Blackbeard Teach, please remain calm. We are here. Representing Lord Don Quixote Doflamingo, Toribao pretended to be calm. However, under normal circumstances, he would not have the courage to speak so casually to a dangerous figure like Blackbeard Teach. Upon hearing that they represented Doflamingo, Blackbeard Teach immediately reined in his killing intent, his body visibly trembling, but with many people watching. He still maintained a dark expression and asked, Speak, what does he want from me? Lord Doflamingo said for your subordinate, Poison Q, to turn this person into a woman. Toribao said with a smirk. Noticing that Teach truly feared Doflamingo, he felt more relaxed. Since it's Doflamingo's orders, of course, no problem. Blackbeard laughed heartily, hiding his inner frustration. Poison Q, go ahead. Yes, Captain. The sickly Poison Q, who had eaten the sick fruit, stepped forward and used his power on the pail. Terrified Momonosuke, under the gaze of countless onlookers, Momonosuke's body visibly transformed into that of a woman. Oh my, this method is a bit perverted, completely changing from a man to a woman. Not to mention, she seems quite pretty. Hey, look at this figure, this face, this little gaze. It's quite heart-stirring, isn't it? Many perverts in the crowd couldn't help but get excited. Momonosuke's mind went blank. He couldn't believe he had really turned into a woman. What a joke. Why should he endure such torment and humiliation? He was originally the son of a general from Wano country, destined to become the Grand General of Wano. Someone of high status. How dare these lowly commoners insult him like this? When his reinforcements arrived, he would make sure to torture these people 1,000 times over. Filled with extreme fear, a previously unknown hatred began to grow in Momonosuke's heart. It seems really good. Lord Doflamingo will definitely be satisfied when he sees this, Toribao said with a sloppy smile, continuing, Well then, Lord Blackbeard Teach, we shall take our leave. We have to hurry and deliver this person to Wano. Wait a moment. Does that mean Lord Doflamingo has gone to Wano? Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but ask, curious. That's right. Lord Doflamingo wants to compete with Kaido of the Beasts, Toribao said as he left the underground world with Momonosuke. Blackbeard Teach suddenly had an idea. There should be a piece of historical text in Wano. If he could take this opportunity to enter Wano and make a copy, wouldn't that be perfect? But then he remembered Doflamingo's warning. The next time they met, it would be his death. Thinking this, Blackbeard Teach decided to let it go and not take the risk, instead focusing on finding the flame fruit. On the other side, Doflamingo and his group arrived in Wano. Kaido of the Beasts chose to personally welcome them, clearly intending to treat Doflamingo as one of his own. Ororo, Don Quixote Doflamingo. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kaido said, accompanied by his subordinates, the Three Disasters and the Flying Six, extending a large hand to shake with Doflamingo. Doflamingo grinned, stepping off the ship and walking up to Kaido, extending his hand. When their hands, one large and one small, clasped together, a terrifying wave of energy exploded between them. The surrounding space twisted, and heat and smoke began to form. The hands, now clasped together, burned with flames. The Three Disasters and the Flying Six could hardly withstand the terrifying energy being emitted, but they were more shocked than anything, not expecting Doflamingo to be able to contend with their governor. It's worth noting that the governor is an unbeatable existence in one-on-one combat, the strongest being on land, sea, and air. Even Whitebeard, during his lifetime, would not have been a match for the governor in a duel. Ororo, no wonder you are the man who could defeat Whitebeard. Very well, I acknowledge that you have the qualification to fight me, Kaido said with a unique laugh, still arrogant enough to believe that while Doflamingo was strong, he might not necessarily be his opponent. Hey, it seems like you are the one looking for death. Do you not realize that you have not yet earned my acknowledgement? Doflamingo grinned widely, his terrifying aura surging once more, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that caused the Three Disasters and the Flying Six to shield their eyes. Doflamingo's arm muscles began to shift, compressing into solid blocks at the joints of his palm, causing the muscles of his entire palm to visibly swell. Kaido's pupils widened in an instant, surprised at the bizarre physique that could freely alter its muscle structure and strengthen its palm. Was this a power granted by some kind of fruit? At the same time, Kaido felt his own palm being forcibly compressed inward, with the ends bulging out as though it might explode at any moment. Kaido instantly became furious, a terrifying aura erupting from him as the muscle mass on his arms surged, simultaneously empowering his defenses with armament hockey. With a loud bang, Doflamingo's clothing exploded, but everyone saw a bizarre scene. Doflamingo's muscles began to move from their normal state, differentiating and freely combining into small muscle blocks, densely packed together, as if undergoing an unimaginable combination enhancement. The energy emanating from his skin resonated with some force in the void, producing an overwhelming, oppressive energy. Kaido of the Beasts, is this all you can do? The power in Emperor Tian's hands grew stronger, and even with Kaido's arm reinforced with haki, it continued to cave in, with both ends expanding. Kaido's anger flared as his eyes turned red, and he clenched his other massive fist, aiming a punch at Emperor Tian. However, Emperor Tian stood firm in place, casually blocking the fierce attack with one hand while tightening his grip on Kaido's hand with the other. The Three Disasters and the Flying Six were left dumbfounded. But more than that, they felt a bit of fear from Kaido's other hand, hoping it wouldn't explode. Boom! Just as that worry crossed their minds, Kaido's hand was crushed by Emperor Tian's terrifying pure grip, blood splattering with such force that it injured many bystanders. The crowd was stunned, seeing such a display for the first time, where a person's hand was crushed, and the victim was their governor. Kaido's expression was emotionless, his pupils dark, unable to suppress the urge to go berserk. The humiliation of having his hand crushed right off the bat was too great. Ha ha! Emperor Tian laughed wildly. This is the expression that befits a battle with me. The Three Disasters and the Flying Six were terrified by Emperor Tian's sudden, arrogant laughter and aura. Is he a monster? He's simply a terrifying beast. It feels like something horrific has awakened within him. However, the governor seems to be thoroughly enraged this time. The Three Disasters stepped back, knowing that a great battle was about to begin. Kaido's crushed hand was healing rapidly. In less than a minute, the cracks on his palm had completely healed. With a boom, the space erupted. Kaido suddenly slapped Emperor Tian across the face. Yet, Emperor Tian tilted his head, using his ultimate absorption power at the perfect moment to dissipate most of the attack's force. Everyone thought Emperor Tian had been hit hard, but only Kaido knew the truth. He and T felt the impact at all, and the force had merely grazed past Emperor Tian's face. Unwilling to accept this, Kaido swung his other fist, powerful, and aimed at Emperor Tian from the side. Emperor Tian's entire body activated the ultimate absorption power, and he was sent flying. Like a projectile in midair, tracing a perfect arc. Kaido's eyes widened in desperation. He still hadn't landed a hit. Veins bulged on his forehead. He roared in anger. Both fists clenched high above his head, and he swung down towards Emperor Tian's abdomen. Emperor Tian activated his ultimate absorption power again, his cervical spine loosening and bending upward towards the ground, once more neutralizing Kaido's terrifying force. However, when some of that power impacted him, Emperor Tian still sank into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack instantly. Did it work? Haha, what's going on? Didn't he seem powerful just now? Now he can't even respond to our governor's serious attack. TSK, I said it, our governor is still the strongest. Exactly. What is this Emperor Tian? He probably doesn't even have mastery of observation hockey. If he did, he might be able to put up a fight. Some onlookers from the Beast Pirates, with their limited insight, couldn't see how impressive Emperor Tian's skills were. Instead, their ignorant mockery of him only made Kaido feel an immense amount of shame. Everyone shut the hell up. Kaido unleashed his terrifying Conqueror's Haki, instantly stunning countless subordinates. The three disasters and the Flying Six thought to themselves that it was just as they suspected. It seemed Emperor Tian had indeed neutralized the governor's attack. If it had really landed, he likely would have been sent flying 1,000 meters away with the first strike, let alone the previous dual punches. He had barely sunk into the ground, which could have caused a landslide or sent him plummeting into magma below. Haha, not bad. You have a bit of brute strength. But unfortunately, you lack fighting techniques. Your martial arts are just too weak. Emperor Tian stood up from the earth, his bones cracking, while his muscles were intensely compressed, transforming and radiating heat as he released thermal energy, emitting steaming smoke. His fiery red hair billowed dramatically in the swirling smoke, and his eyes glowed red. As he stepped on the ground, the surrounding soil exploded silently, shaking an area of 1,000 meters as he walked step by step towards Kaido. The three disasters and the Flying Six were filled with dread. What an incredible power! It was just an ordinary step, yet it felt like an actual physical change, as if tens of thousands of pounds were striking the earth. They could not help but step back further. Kaido, however, stood powerfully in place, like a towering mountain, looking down at Emperor Tian, but internally he no longer felt any contempt. This man was stronger than he had imagined, seeming to understand the techniques of battle well, with unfathomable pure strength. He was simply a perfect warrior. As one hand extended, a spiked club, named Hachijikai, flew from a distance into his hand, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, instantly generating devastating lightning on the weapon. Yet he still chose to strike Emperor Tian with a normal full-force attack. This time, however, Emperor Tian moved at super speed, before Kaido's iron rod could fully descend. Emperor Tian landed a punch to his abdomen, sending him flying over 500 meters before stabilizing his massive form. Ororo, Kaido laughed, feeling invigorated, taunting Emperor Tian. Aside from your impressive techniques, your pure strength seems lacking. You can't even break through my defenses. Is that so? Emperor Tian was enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, black lightning swirling around him, and in an instant he vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Kaido. With his armed Haki-coated fist, he struck Kaido's abdomen again. Kaido was instantly sent flying thousands of meters, crashing into the Fuji mountain, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. This terrified everyone in the flower capital, who thought an earthquake had occurred, and they began to panic. Thunderbagwa. But immediately after, a voice echoed throughout the entire Wano country, as a red lightning bolt shot out from Fuji Mountain, appearing in front of Emperor Tian thousands of meters away. Emperor Tian activated his demon brain, successfully simulating Kaido's attack. But instead of retreating, he faced it head-on, the two engaging in a clash of energy across the air. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy erupted, unleashing a rift of energy lightning that spread across tens of thousands of meters. Countless buildings and crowds were threatened. Some ordinary people caught in the lightning-like chaotic energy were instantly torn apart, while those hit by thicker energy experienced explosive blood bursts. Too strong. Even the governor's thunderbagua can be withstood. It should be known that even those with the foresight of observation hockey might not be able to take it. Quinn couldn't help but be astonished. Fortunately, it's a draw. Neither side has the upper hand. Otherwise, our governor might be in big trouble. What are you worried about? Look at the governor's current state. If he were fighting while drunk, he would completely crush the opponent. Not to mention, he hasn't even transformed into his dragon form yet. Jack snorted coldly, believing Kaido was still stronger. Emperor Tian and Kaido of the 100 Beasts clashed with their flowing cherry blossom attacks for over a minute. As both sides were evenly matched, the energy fluctuations produced by their confrontation underwent a substantial change, coalescing into a black and red alternating energy sphere in the middle. With a loud bang, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, enveloping the land of Wano, while the sweeping energy waves cut through the heavens and the earth like blades, creating a striking visual of division. Chapter 105. Enel versus the Five Elders soon. The battle between the two erupted completely, soaring from the ground into the sky, with both sides unleashing lightning-fast attacks, intertwining and colliding fiercely. The sound of rumbling echoed as the ground and sky trembled violently. The sky over Wano became increasingly overcast with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. As the people below looked on in shock, the hidden red scabbards noticed that Kaido of the 100 Beasts seemed to be fighting against a formidable opponent. For a moment, they thought their anticipated reinforcements had arrived early, just as prophesied, to defeat Kaido and help them overthrow Kaido's tyrannical rule over Wano. Ajura, Denjiro Komatsu, and others quickly sprang into action, organizing their former subordinates, preparing to join the battlefield to challenge the formidable Kaido. In the flower capital, within the shogun's mansion, Orochi appeared somewhat terrified and asked his subordinates, "Who can fight so fiercely against Kaido?" "Sir Shogun, we are not entirely sure, but it seems to be an outsider. I heard that Kaido left Onigashima specifically for this person, so it must be a duel between them, not an invasion." "Is that so?" "Yes. We just gathered information from some members of the Beast Pirates. It should be fairly accurate. By the way, I think the opponent is called Emperor Tian." Upon hearing this, Orochi felt somewhat relieved. It was someone looking for Kaido, so there was no need to worry. He knew Kaido's strength very well, invincible in one-on-one combat. But it's rare to see Kaido in such a fierce battle. I should go to the flower capital and find Kamurasaki to calm my nerves. Accompanied by a group of subordinates, he arrived at the brothel where Kamurasaki, the #1 courtesan of Wano, was located. In fact, she was Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori, hiding her identity under the name Kamurasaki. At the moon-viewing pavilion, Orochi sat on the ground drinking, while Kamurasaki poured wine and served him dishes. "Kamurasaki, it's been a few days since we last met, and you look even more beautiful. It truly makes my heart itch. How about you come to serve this general soon?" Orochi leered greedily at Kamurasaki. "Sir Shogun, you know that I still don't want to marry right now, and Lord Queen has said the same. Of course, when I decide to marry, I will give you a choice." Every time Kamurasaki encountered Orochi's shamelessness, she would subtly bring up Queen. Orochi felt extremely displeased upon hearing Queen's name, but dared not act forcefully towards Kamurasaki. Queen also liked Kamurasaki, and he would not impose his will on her, nor allow anyone else to do so. Don't worry, Kamurasaki, no matter what, this general will wait for you. But when you decide to get married, you must think carefully. I can guarantee that my happiness will far exceed what Queen can offer you." Orochi grinned widely. "Yes, Sir Shogun, I will consider it seriously. By the way, Sir Shogun, is someone fighting in the sky?" Kamurasaki changed the subject, thinking perhaps they had come back for revenge. Although she was young at the time of the plan 18 years ago, she still knew the details. "There's no need for you to worry, Kamurasaki. It's Kaido fighting against someone named Emperor Tian. It should end soon." Upon hearing this, Kamurasaki thought to herself, who is Emperor Tian? Could he be the one mentioned by Denjiro, who has come to help Wano overthrow Kaido and Orochi? But Didn't they say there were still at least 2 years left? Is it happening too early now? But no matter. If Emperor Tian can defeat Kaido, it means that the person destined to save Wano has already appeared. Most likely it is him. Kazuki Hiyori thought to herself. Recently, she had first contacted Momonosuke and others who had traveled back from the past, and they mentioned that they would need to wait 2 more years before someone would guide them to defeat Kaido and overthrow Orochi's rule. This means that it doesn't necessarily have to be 2 years later. It could happen at any time within these 2 years. Thinking of this, Kamurasaki felt much better and thought that she must meet Emperor Tian when the time comes. Time passed second by second. The battle between Emperor Tian and Kaido lasted for 3 days and nights, but still showed no signs of stopping. The dark clouds were now thick, and it was drizzling. In the sky, a massive azure dragon coiled, which was Kaido in his fully transformed dragon form. Emperor Tian stood barefoot in the void, his upper body bare, his fighting spirit still raging, with a bloodthirsty aura emanating from him, releasing the bloodline power of a giant, his presence growing stronger than before. What a monster. I never expected him to fight against the governor for 3 days and nights, and even grow stronger as the battle progressed. This is likely to continue. The masked Jack was completely shocked. Kaido was the man he believed could change everything, but he never expected that this Emperor Tian, fighting barehanded, was just as formidable as Kaido. Damn, this really caught me off guard. I didn't think this guy would turn out to be someone who grows stronger in battle. I thought he would be defeated under the governor's dragon transformation, but after a fierce battle, not only did he not lose, but damn it, after the governor fully transformed, he also increased his power. Jack couldn't help but curse, his face burning with shame, feeling like he had been slapped hard. 3 days ago, he had confidently underestimated Emperor Tian, thinking that the governor, either drunk or in dragon form, would easily defeat him. I suddenly wonder if there's a possibility that Emperor Tian has been hiding his true strength. Maybe this guy has even more terrifying methods he hasn't shown yet. Is he trying to completely subdue our governor by battling for so long? Queen stroked his mustache thoughtfully. You all must have noticed that he seems very excited and relaxed. Even when facing the governor's complete dragon form, he still looks at it with disdain. Moreover, I heard that during the Marineford War, he had some mysterious methods. Killing without a trace. No one on the battlefield even noticed, let alone resisted. At this moment, the 3 disasters no longer dared to underestimate Emperor Tian. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit and others were on their warships in the inland sea, keeping an eye on the battle between Emperor Tian and Kaido without landing in Wano. Everyone pay attention. My husband tends to have a strong desire after each major battle, Peach Rabbit warned the others. Not worried that Emperor Tian would be threatened by Kaido, but instead reminding them of what they would face after the battle. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Peach Rabbit. However, I've been recovering quite well these past few days, and I will definitely not let Lord Emperor Tian down, Violet said, slightly blushing. That's good, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me and Ayn to join in next, so it has to be solved by the 3 of you. Tao, too, covered her mouth and smiled. Huh, why? Violet, Bonnie, and Rebecca immediately felt a bit scared when they heard this. The 3 of them were worried they couldn't handle such a significant responsibility. They had already witnessed the power of Emperor Tian and knew exactly what that entailed. Not to mention that his combat power would be even more formidable after a fight. Of course, because Ayn and I are both pregnant now, Tao Tu said happily. Ayn couldn't help but blush. She felt shy that Sister Tao Tu was being so straightforward about it. Congratulations to Sister Tao Tu and Sister Ayn, Violet said joyfully. Bonnie looked at Tao Tu and Ayn's bellies with curiosity. But it doesn't look like there's any change. Bonnie, you don't understand. It's only been nearly 2 months, so it's naturally not obvious, but I know in my heart, Tao Tu explained. Of course, even if it's less than 2 months, I have to be very careful to protect it. Tao Tu even specifically reminded Bonnie and the others. You all too. As long as it's over a month, you need to be cautious. Otherwise, a few days of intense exercise can be very dangerous. As someone who had gone through it, Tao Tu had lost a child after 2 months due to a few days of vigorous activity. Thank you for the reminder. Sister Tao Tuesday, we will definitely be careful, but we will also make arrangement for Lord Emperor Tian, they replied. Yeah, that's true. It seems we need to prepare for our husband in advance. How about we go to Wano country now and help him find a few suitable people? Tao 2 suggested generously and thoughtfully. Yes, we will follow everything Sister Tao 2 says. The group then boarded the ship to Wano country, and no one dared to stop them. They started looking for beautiful girls with good figures who seemed overall appealing. Along the way, they heard about a courtesan in Wano country who was said to be the most beautiful woman there. Tao 2 and the others thought this was a good match for Emperor Tian and decided to go see her in person. If she was indeed good, they would start working on her mindset and make arrangements early. Meanwhile, Enel was piloting the massive flying ship, the Poneglyph, and came to the sea area where Kaido and Charlotte Linling's forces were alternating. Unfortunately, he encountered 3 military ships carrying a member of the Gorosei, P0. Sir, there's a pirate ship ahead. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the recently infamous Raijin Pirates, led by someone who calls himself Raijin Enel. We've investigated, and it seems they appeared out of nowhere in this sea, displaying powerful combat strength, but overall, they are still weaker than Emperor Tian. However, if we let them be, they might become the next Emperor Tian in less than 2 years. P0 Lucci said seriously. Since I've encountered them, today will be their end. We cannot allow anyone to become the next Emperor Tian. The bald Gorosei, holding the original blade of the Demon Slayer, stood up and walked to the bow of the ship, his eyes bursting with a terrifying killing intent. In a flash of speed, he drew the original Demon Slayer and slashed at the massive flying ship, the Poneglyph, hundreds of meters away. The terrifying white blade of light was incredibly sharp. With one stroke, it split the sea in two. Who would have thought that this Gorosei's swordsmanship was so powerful? He must have been the world's greatest swordsman in some era, seemingly not inferior to the current greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. On the massive flying ship, NLS Heart Network was very powerful. He sensed the Gorosei and his entourage from dozens of kilometers away. He had come to this sea to either kill strong beings or recruit them into his pirate crew. However, the Gorosei, mastering the sword, easily cut through his lightning dragon and ultimately struck the massive flying ship. Fortunately, the massive flying ship had been modified, using Adam from the Land of Giants as material. It was said that Adam was the strongest giant tree in this world, incredibly hard, surpassing steel. Thus, it was not split in two. It only left a knife mark a few meters long at the bow, not affecting the normal navigation of the Poneglyph. Enel frowned. Indeed, there were many powerful beings in this oceanic world. Even now, his lightning dragon had upgraded to over 100 million volts of attack power, but it still posed no threat to a true powerhouse. The bald Gorosei was surprised. They had actually blocked the attack, clearly underestimating the Raijin Pirates. So he became extra serious. A white energy began to emerge from his body, resembling some kind of aura, as he raised the original Demon Slayer above his head. At that moment, the white energy infused into the blade, resembling white flames, but without the searing heat. It suddenly shot up into the sky, condensing into a massive blade that caused the clouds 10,000 meters above to swirl violently. Yaha, it seems the old guy across has some skills. So let you two give him another try, Enel said dismissively, facing the rising giant blade. He felt extremely proud, knowing he was now many times stronger than when he was on Sky Island. This attack couldn't compare to the thunderous might he could unleash now. Don't worry, Captain, we will definitely handle this move. 2 giants, each over 20 meters tall, stood up from the wide deck, each wielding massive swords like 2 mountains, ready to face the incoming attack. The bald Gorosei casually slashed down with the gathered power, and the terrifying energy made the heavens and earth tremble. Before the attack even landed, the sea water was already parting to the sides. The 2 giants on the Poneglyph chose to strike simultaneously, executing a combination move, crossing their massive swords to unleash terrifying power. Bakukoku. Instantly, the sky and sea trembled. With a loud bang, when the 2 attacks collided, an even more terrifying force erupted, sweeping across the entire world. In an instant, the sky darkened, and thunder roared, as if it were the end of the world. The sky and ocean shook violently, comparable to the threat posed by the powers of the Tremor fruit. The Gorosei was shocked. To be able to perform the advanced combination technique of the giant race, Bakukoku, It seemed these two giants held a significant status among their kind. They were definitely among the strongest giants of the current era. The Gorosei did not dare to underestimate the power of Baku Koku. Indeed, the power of this move surpassed the combined technique of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the Baku Umi. Thank you to the generous supporters for your gifts and rewards. I saw in the back end, and I really appreciate it. Chapter 106. Women, Yujiro and Kaido are very fond of. Yaha. It seems that old guy can only fight you to a draw. That makes things easier, and I laughed heartily, revealing a sinister expression as he turned to control the massive flying ship, the Poneglyph, continuously releasing thunderclouds that gathered above, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. The bald five elders felt a sense of unease under the continuous attacks from the two giants, as the thick thunderclouds gathering above gave him a familiar feeling, reminiscent of some kind of technique used by Lord M. Impossible, it's definitely just a coincidence, or perhaps some other attack. However, just as Enel released his lightning to stimulate the numerous electrons in the thick thundercloud, the raging thunder surged uncontrollably, with thick lightning columns continuously descending from the sky. The bald five elders widened his eyes in shock, realizing that it was indeed somewhat similar to Lord M's attack methods, albeit much weaker. But the threat it posed could not be underestimated. The explosive sounds of thunder echoed as the lightning columns struck down, constantly resonating across the sea within a 1,000-meter radius. Rob Lucci saw a lightning column descending straight from above, threatening the entire warship, and immediately transformed, using his armed hockey to strengthen his fists, leaping into the air to counter the thunder. Although he managed to withstand one wave of lightning column attacks, the terrifying power generated by the thunder left him smoking and paralyzed, his arms trembling. Lucci did not believe he could continue to endure these lightning columns again and again. Sir, this won't do. The terrifying lightning attacks are covering a radius of 1,000 meters, and the power of the lightning columns falling is extremely strong. Lucci expressed his concerns. The bald five elders gritted his teeth and once again unleashed a powerful swordsmanship force. The combined techniques of the two giants, Dominion, and the swordsmanship power of the bald five elders collided, condensing into an unstable energy ball that instantly erupted with a dazzling energy light upward. With a loud bang, the resulting destructive energy broke through the thick layer of thunderclouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Damn it, he actually destroyed my thundercloud layer. Enel's forehead pulsed with veins as he controlled the flying ship pennants at full speed, creating an even larger thundercloud while activating his fruit ability to the extreme, releasing massive amounts of thunder to stimulate the thunderclouds. A massive thundercloud ball began to cover the sky, enveloping several kilometers around, slowly descending. Enel's enormous flying ship, Pennants, was propelled upward, leaving the sea surface and flying towards the sky, trying to escape the range of the impending lightning attack. The people on the three warships widened their eyes, their scalps tingling, feeling a terrifying sense of oppression as if the sky were collapsing. Damn it, this guy actually controls such terrifying power, the bald five elders said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling an even greater threat. Sir, what should we do now? This huge thunderball is about to smash down. Sir, those guys are actually ascending and trying to escape. They were now completely at a loss on how to eliminate such a terrifying danger, and even if they acted, they had no confidence in being able to destroy such a massive attack. For the first time, the bald five elders felt trapped. Damn it, I've been keeping an eye on Hanma Tian, but I didn't expect such a powerful pirate to appear in the new world. If I'm not mistaken, this massive thunderball will explode, and even if I cut it open, it will instantly unleash endless thunder. But there's no other way now. You all prepare your strongest defenses. This is our only chance to survive. The bald five elders slightly raised his head, squinting his sharp eyes, holding the original onigiri with both hands, preparing to slash upward. Those who could use iron blocks and armed hockey did so, while some who hadn't mastered them chose to jump into the sea. The five elders quickly unleashed a full-powered slash, the blade light flashing as it cut through the diameter of several kilometers of lightning, releasing a blinding, endless light of thunder, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Yaha, this is interesting, but it seems like a large group of people is quickly heading this way. This time, I can only avoid their sharp edge for now. Enel laughed joyfully, but after releasing 2 big moves in succession, he felt a bit drained, his complexion somewhat pale. The power of the mine network sensed that dozens of fleets were rushing this way from over 10 kilometers away, so he did not linger any longer. A few minutes later, Admiral Kizaru led 50 warships and over 50,000 Navy soldiers, arriving in a grand manner. The energy fluctuations that just occurred here were terrifying. There must be strong fighters battling here. Order to search for clues on the nearby sea surface. Yes, Admiral Kizaru. Soon several Navy soldiers reported in. Report to Admiral Kizaru. We found shipwreck debris to the left front. Report to Admiral Kizaru. We found some people who fell into the water. Among them seems to be AP-0. Hearing this, Kizaru felt uneasy. Could it be that the assistance arranged by the world government was destroyed like this? He immediately ordered a recovery operation. Ultimately, only 4 people survived from the 3 warships arranged by the world government, 2 of whom were severely injured and unconscious. The bald 5 elders and Rob Lucci were among the 2 who were unconscious. Sir, I don't know what kind of trouble you encountered, but how did it end up so badly? Kizaru asked the bald 5 elders with slight respect, surprised that one of the 5 elders would personally take action. How did your Navy headquarters capture pirates? Why does a dangerous pirate crew like the Thunder God Pirates exist? Didn't your Navy headquarters suppress them? The bald 5 elders vented his anger on Kizaru. Kizaru looked innocent and said, Sir, please calm down. The Thunder God Pirates are a force that appeared out of nowhere, having only been active on the sea for 2 months. Moreover, our Navy headquarters has been cooperating with the world government to deal with DTN during this time. You know this, sir? Bring me the Den Mushi. The bald 5 elders was furious, but having been injured, his face was pale as he hurriedly contacted Steelbone Kong, asking him to relay information to the 4-5 elders inside Panga City, subtly informing them of certain matters. They then relayed this to Lord M. The terrifying murderous intent erupted from M on the Void Throne, causing the 4-5 elders below to tremble in fear. After a while, M seemed to come up with a better plan. Forget it. Cancel this mission and focus on dealing with the Thunder God Pirates. M coldly started, daring to call himself the Thunder God. Such arrogance. Moreover, the power he wielded was somewhat similar to certain techniques M controlled. Such an existence could not be allowed to grow like Hanma Tian and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Thinking of this, M couldn't help but recall the domineering scenes of Hanma Tian in the sea, where he had so shamefully begged for mercy. A layer of barely perceptible blush crept onto his face, but was accompanied by an even more terrifying murderous intent being released. Letting him die directly would be too easy for him. I must make him wish he were dead to eliminate the hatred in my heart. M coldly snorted inwardly. The 5 elders kneeling in the hall quickly exited to begin arranging changing tasks. All warships heading to Wano country were redirected to target the Thunder God Pirates. The bald 5 elders then returned to the world government and, after discussing with the other 4-5 elders, issued a bounty on the Thunder God Pirates. Enel was offered a bounty of 4 billion berries, and the 2 giants were each offered 5 billion berries, etc. At the same time, the Navy headquarters was urged to quickly recruit soldiers worldwide to fill the vacancies of the generals and intimidate the various pirates in the New World, especially the Thor pirates. A week later, the battle between Emperor Tian and Kaido of the Beasts had concluded. Ultimately, Emperor Tian activated his demon brain, materializing a giant figure 1,000 meters tall, completely overpowering Kaido of the Beasts, who acknowledged that Emperor Tian was indeed the strongest being in land, sea, and air, deciding to follow Emperor Tian and shamelessly recognize him as his elder brother. Listen up, from now on, Fama Emperor Tian is my elder brother, Kaido of the Beasts. You all need to show him respect. Seeing him is like seeing me. Kaido of the Beasts said fiercely to his subordinates, the 3 disasters, the Flying 6, and countless members of the Beast Pirates. Yes, Governor. Everyone in the Beast Pirates hurriedly responded, still feeling dominated by fear when recalling Emperor Tian's terrifying combat power and that massive giant figure, fully understanding the governor's attitude in recognizing Emperor Tian as his elder brother. Very well. Now tell me, have you found Yamato? Today, he had specifically invited Emperor Tian for drinks, and was also preparing to bring Yamato to him as a woman. Given Emperor Tian's strength, it would be a blessing for Yamato to become his woman. Of course, more importantly, if the Oni bloodline power combined with Emperor Tian's special bloodline, it would surely create even stronger offspring. Rest assured, Governor, we have found Yamato, but she is uncooperative, so we had to tie her up. Queen immediately replied, "Bring her in." Soon, Yamato was brought into the hall, bound all over, and to prevent her abilities, they even used sea stone chains. Kaido of the Beasts. What do you mean? Let me go. Are you trying to please your newly recognized elder brother by sending me to him? Am I even your biological daughter? Why are you doing this to me? Isn't it enough that you keep hurting innocent people? Now you want to hurt me too? Yamato struggled and cursed Kaido of the Beasts fiercely, filled with hatred. Kaido of the Beasts had a dark expression. This foolish offspring was truly disappointing, completely immature and naive, often going against the grain. With such a good opportunity before her, she still did not understand her father's good intentions. But Yamato enjoyed seeing Kaido of the Beasts suppress his anger, continuing to curse. "You keep hurting me, disregarding my dreams, constantly trampling on them. One day, I will kill you with my own hands, for myself and for the countless innocent people of Wano." However, at that moment, Kaido of the Beast suddenly unleashed a Thunder Bagua punch, flashing in front of Yamato and knocking her unconscious. He then rushed towards the place prepared for Emperor Tian to drink. "Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Let me pour you a drink as an apology." Kaido of the Beast casually tossed the unconscious Yamato aside and poured a drink for Emperor Tian with great appreciation. "What? Are you really going to give me your son?" Emperor Tian glanced at the unconscious Yamato beside him, who was indeed a beauty, but was a bit rebellious, even capable of committing patricide. "Brother, I truly admire your strength, and I'm not deceiving you. If I say I will give Yamato to you, then I will. I hope you won't dislike her. If possible, it would be better if you could handle her later." "Ha, I like your temperament. You are currently the only one I can fully recognize as a strong person. Now you call me brother again. I will teach this Yamato a good lesson so that she doesn't conspire with outsiders one day and kill you." Emperor Tian laughed heartily, naturally not refusing a tool that was delivered to him. Kaido of the Beast was in a good mood, drinking with Emperor Tian for a while before taking his leave. Emperor Tian picked up a jar of wine and poured it on Yamato's face to wake her up. "What do you want to do to me? Is that bastard Kaido of the Beast sending me to you? You're all no good. You better not touch me. Let me go. Even if I die, I won't be with you." Yamato yelled in agitation. Indeed a wild woman, but in front of me, I am the biggest. If you don't obey, you can only be my tool. Kaido of the Beasts and I both follow the principle of the weak serving the strong. If you choose to become a pirate or align with someone like Kazuki Oden, you're destined to not deserve the sympathy of strong. Emperor Tian's expression was fierce as he raised Yamato's chin. "TCH, what are you? Why do you look down on Lord Kazuki Oden?" Yamato spat with immense resentment, hitting Emperor Tian in the face with her saliva. Emperor Tian instantly exploded with anger, veins popping on his forehead, and he slapped Yamato hard across the face. Yamato felt dizzy as Emperor Tian grabbed her hair and threw her onto the bed. "Ha, you really made my blood boil. I want to see how long you can keep me agitated. By the way, the overconfident Fire Fist ace was killed by my punch." Upon hearing this, Yamato's head filled with blood, a fiery rage igniting throughout her body, as if she were about to awaken the potential of her devil fruit. Yes, that's it. The more angry you get, the more pleasure I feel, the more I want to conquer you." Emperor Tian laughed maniacally, not taking Yamato seriously. Such an untrained woman did not deserve gentleness and needed to be dealt with through domineering means. A few days later, Momonosuke and others invited the courtesan Kamurasaki onto the warship, waiting for Emperor Tian's return. Kurizumi, Orochi, and Queen were helpless. After all, she was Emperor Tian's woman. And who dared to provoke her when Kaido of the Beast called Emperor Tian his elder brother? Another 5 days passed. Emperor Tian ignored Yamato and went out of his room to find Kaido of the Beast waiting for him, directly instructing, "Kaido, keep an eye on Yamato. She needs some time to recover. I will come back in a few days." "Understood, brother." Kaido of the Beast admired him internally, thinking that Emperor Tian could indeed make Yamato obedient. "By the way, brother, Doflamingo's people have arrived in Wano and said you asked them to bring someone. Oomph. They finally came. Do you know who they brought? I don't know. That Kazuki Odin's son. I've had someone turn him into a woman. Isn't that interesting? Brother, do you mean? Kaido looked confused. Let us go. Let them meet me. Soon, Toribol brought Momonosuke in. Greetings, Lord Emperor Tian. Lord Kaido. Toribol cautiously knelt down. Momonosuke knelt on the ground, no longer crying, as his tears had dried up, only glaring fiercely at Emperor Tian and Kaido of the Beasts. Well done. Next, have someone send him to the flower house, continuously entertaining guests until he dies. Brother, this move of yours is brilliant. It's much more interesting than when I boiled Kazuki Oden to death. Kaido of the Beasts looked at Emperor Tian with immense admiration. Oomph. He has his illness. Naturally, we must treat it symptomatically. Emperor Tian snorted lightly, thinking that using this method to torment him was the best. Soon, Momonosuke was sent to the flower house, and after becoming a woman, he was quite beautiful and quickly became the new courtesan, receiving the affection of countless people. The black charcoal giant snake was extremely excited to see her and came to the flower house every day to find Tamao. However, Tamao understood the need for restraint and did not refuse anyone, even gritting his teeth to satisfy the various perverse demands of the guests, thinking that as long as he was alive, there would always be an opportunity for revenge one day. Thanks to the generous patrons, the author was moved to tears. Chapter 107. Charlotte Linlin confesses to Emperor Tian. At the same time, Charlotte Linlin arrived in Wano country aboard her mother's ship, the Holy Song, to confront one of the three disasters, Ash. A fierce battle ensued to prevent Ash from landing in Wano country. Although Ash could fly, he was no match for Charlotte Linlin. Ultimately, she broke into Wano, shouting for Kaido of the 100 Beasts to come out, intending to block her from landing without any regard for face. Kaido of the 100 Beasts appeared in person and stopped Charlotte Linlin, his expression unreadable. Linlin, what do you mean by this? Why are you here instead of staying in your own country? Kaido, don't forget that you owe me a huge favor. Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido like she was glaring at her underlings. Fine, just tell me, what brings you all the way to my Wano country? Kaido, aware that he indeed owed her a favor, took a step back and asked calmly. I heard that man, Hanma Tian, has come to your Wano country. Is that true? Charlotte Linlin asked excitedly, leaning closer to Kaido. Yes, he has indeed arrived in Wano, but now he is my brother, so what do you need him for? Did my brother provoke you? However, even if he did provoke you, I advise you to let it go. To be honest, even my strength, compared to my brother's, is still quite lacking. Kaido warned seriously. Oh, I didn't expect even you to lose to him. He really is perfect. Charlotte Linlin appeared even more excited. Kaido frowned, realizing that Linlin didn't seem to be looking for trouble with Tian. Could it be? Realizing this, Kaido instantly showed shock and confirmed, Linlin, you can't possibly be thinking of targeting him to create a new race, right? You guessed it. I'm not going to hide it from you. Let's get straight to the point. Use the huge favor you owe me to help me get him. At least let me conceive his bloodline. From the information I've gathered, it will be a powerful bloodline race. Although it's not the giant bloodline, it can completely surpass the strongest bloodline of the giants. You must be crazy. Kaido was stunned upon hearing this. Linlin actually dared to target Emperor Tian in that regard. She really was fearless. Are you saying I'm crazy? Kaido, don't forget, I'm also a woman. I can completely satisfy the desires of such a powerful man. Do you really understand? Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed coldly as she glared at Kaido with fury. Or are you saying you want to refuse to repay that huge favor? Linlin, I advise you to think carefully, and besides this matter, I can consider helping you. Besides, at your age, do you still have the ability to conceive? Kaido couldn't help but mock her, an over 70-year-old woman, still so fat and bloated. Did she really think she could easily conceive like she did in her younger years? But as soon as Kaido finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin instantly exploded with anger, her eyes wide open, fierce and terrifying, opening her mouth to roar. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, what are you saying to me? Do you want to die? With a loud boom, her overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, instantly releasing a terrifying pressure that crushed toward Kaido. Enveloping an area of 10,000 meters, darkening the sky and creating an oppressive atmosphere. She drew her emperor's sword, infused with conqueror's haki, and swung it violently at Kaido. Kaido, seeing this, was instantly enraged, his pupils dilating and veins bulging on his forehead as he roared back. "Charlotte Linlin, you have really gone too far this time." With a boom, his own conqueror's haki erupted, rushing towards Charlotte Linlin with destructive force. Both wielded their weapons, wrapping them in conqueror's haki, and clashed against each other. When the two conquerors' haki collided, a thunderous sound erupted, creating a powerful force that turned into a storm. In an instant, Wano country became extremely dark. Then, the weapons they held collided again, producing a continuous series of earth-shattering sounds. The terrifying power was unleashed, transforming into thousands of lightning bolts that flickered across the vast area. The surrounding area was instantly flattened. The sky flickered ominously. The other disasters, sensing that the situation was not right, had long since retreated far away. This kind of battle was no longer something they could casually intervene in, and from the previous conversation, it seemed that the governor truly owed Charlotte Linlin a huge favor. Once the battle began, it would be a private feud between the two, allowing no one else to intervene. The thunderclouds of Zeus and the solar clouds of Prometheus flew to the high sky in fear, huddling together, unable to stop themselves from trying to mediate. "Mom, please don't fight anymore. Please stop." But their voices were so small that only they could hear. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian was drinking alone in a tavern in Wano country when he sensed the overwhelming battle and released his observation haki to catch the fight between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Interesting. I didn't expect her to come. This is perfect for harvesting. Defeating Kaido would increase his performance rating by 1%, and now the purity had reached 83. Defeating Charlotte Linlin should also increase the performance rating by 1%. In the flower house, the black charcoal giant snake, having just favored Tamao, hurriedly asked his subordinates, "What happened? Did Kaido and Emperor Tian start fighting again?" Reporting to the general, "It seems this time it's not. I heard that Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, has come to Wano country and is fighting with Lord Kaido." "What? What is Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, doing in Wano country? Is she here to help that group of remnants against us?" The black charcoal giant snake was somewhat worried that the remnants of the Kazuki clan were behind this. Recently, a group of Kazuki retainers suddenly appeared, but they managed to escape without being captured. And regarding that legend, some of Kazuki Oden's retainers had apparently traveled from the past to the present specifically to deal with him and Kaido. It was even prophesied that someone would come to liberate him from his rule over Wano country in 2 years and kill him and Kaido. Of course, all of this was reported to him by his undercover agent, Kenjiro. Now, the black charcoal giant snake had no mood to continue playing with a new courtesan. After putting on his clothes, he gathered a large group of subordinates to watch the battle between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Tamao had to receive guests at all times and under all circumstances. As long as a guest took a liking to her, she had to comply with all their requests. The madam of the flower house also dared not show any sympathy. It had been explicitly instructed that no one was to show pity for this person, nor was anyone allowed to redeem or take her away. Even the black charcoal big snake can only play with the new courtesan in the flower house. More importantly, there are no barriers to choosing a courtesan. No money is required. Now, guests who have chosen Momonosuke have already made reservations until next year. The brothel mistress saw that the general finally left and immediately went to Momonosuke's room, watching him lying on the bed in tears. "All right, what is there to cry about? You know you have offended someone you shouldn't have, but if you want to survive, you must endure. Moreover, since things have come to this point, you don't have to see it as suffering. You can see it as a life experience. This way, you'll find that you've opened the door to a new world and can live a brand new self, feeling happy every day." However, Momonosuke couldn't take it in at all. What a terrible life. Enjoyment? How disgusting. But for the sake of revenge and survival, Momonosuke had never given up on life. Wiping his eyes, Momonosuke suddenly became strong and more awakened. "Mom, let the next one in." It's good that you've come to your senses." The brothel mistress instantly smiled, as the guest waiting outside looked quite formidable and had been urging for a new courtesan to entertain him. Soon, a man walked in. It was none other than Crocodile. Although he had only learned from Kaido of the Beast that there was a historical text in Wano underground, he believed that the Pluton warship was also buried beneath Wano. However, extracting Pluton was basically impossible. Fortunately, after his relentless investigation, he discovered the existence of Sukiyaki. Recently, Sukiyaki learned that his grandson Momonosuke was undergoing such great torment. Finally, he reached a mutual agreement with Crocodile to use the power of the ancient weapon Pluton to kill Kaido and the Emperor of Heaven. But the premise was to rescue Momonosuke and help him awaken a certain power, then summon the Elephant God to open the country, allowing the massive Pluton warship to appear. Otherwise, there was no other way. Sukiyaki was the father of Kazuki Oden, a former general of Wano, and the only person in Wano who could read the historical text. What secrets of this country did he not know? Seeing his son Oden boiled to death, now he couldn't just watch his grandson be tortured to death. He could no longer choose silence, as it was simply too much. Crocodile was also solely focused on killing the Emperor of Heaven, and at this point, the two were in agreement, preparing for something big. Come on, do whatever you want of me. Momonosuke lay there, expressionless, speaking as if his heart was dead. Crocodile was taken aback. What was going on? Has this kid really compromised like this? Cough. I believe you are Momonosuke, son of Kazuki Oden. So, listen carefully. I am the only one who can save you, and even help you find a way to successfully kill the Emperor of Heaven. Crocodile whispered to Momonosuke. What? What did you say? Momonosuke suddenly sat up, his eyes fixed on the man in front of him with a cigar, bursting with a strong desire for revenge. Immediately after, Momonosuke chose to kneel on the ground, hugging Crocodile's legs with both hands, tears blurring his vision as he pleaded. Please, hurry and save me. I must kill him. I want revenge. I want to kill everyone here. Don't worry, by midnight, I will help you escape. Crocodile assured him, and he was already prepared to switch things around and take secret paths. He just needed to wait for an opportunity. Thank you. Momonosuke expressed his gratitude. On the other side, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin had a confrontation and then quickly calmed down, but soon they started arguing again. Kaido, are you really not going to help me with this? Even so, can't you at least take me to see him? Charlotte Linlin said impatiently. Now, Kaido of the Beasts completely forbade her from entering Wano again, meaning she had to go back where she came from. Linlin, to be honest, my son Yamato is already on the Emperor's side, so I can't let you succeed. So what if Yamato is on his side? Are you going to be selfish towards me? Only allow Yamato, but not me? I've heard he has many women around him. Why do you need to stop me now? Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido in anger again. Kaido, however, was resolute. No means no. I am currently planning something big, and my brother's health is crucial during this time. Thinking about ensuring that Yamato can inherit the pure bloodline of the Emperor, he couldn't let Charlotte Linlin succeed. Otherwise, this woman was too greedy, and even his brother might not be able to handle it. Kaido, what do you mean? Do you believe I will destroy your Wano? Charlotte Linlin was thoroughly enraged. Realizing that Kaido only cared about his own plans and not her grand dreams, which was simply shameless and despicable. Linlin, don't get angry. How about this? Let us create a powerful race together. After all, with our strong bloodline power. However, before Kaido could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Charlotte Linlin's angry outburst. Kaido, are you playing with me? Back then, you refused to try with me because of that woman. Now, for Yamato, you are willing? But now you should see, with your bloodline compared to that man's bloodline, who is stronger or weaker. Don't you know in your heart? I don't even care for your little demon bloodline. Hearing this, Kaido's temper suddenly flared, and he had no patience to continue persuading Charlotte Linlin, unleashing killing intent toward her. Just as it seemed they were about to truly fight, the Emperor of Heaven suddenly appeared nearby, and only then did they notice his presence. Big brother, what brings you here? What about Yamato? Don't worry, take it slow. If someone dies, it won't be fun, the Emperor said lightly. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin saw the Emperor of Heaven with her own eyes. Although this man was small in stature, she could feel his fierce wildness and the terrifying energy hidden within him. Indeed, he was much stronger than Kaido of the Beasts. Hey! Charlotte Linlin was instantly filled with excitement, greedily looking at the Emperor of Heaven, directly saying, Van Augur, become my man, and let us create a perfect and powerful race together. The Emperor looked at Charlotte Linlin expressionlessly, wondering what nonsense this woman was saying. If she had said such things decades ago, he would have been very excited. But now she was just being sullied by countless weaklings and wanted to covet his power. It was truly a delusion. Ha ha ha, a woman like you. Oliva would really like, but here with me. Do you want to insult me? The Emperor suddenly laughed wildly, releasing a terrifying mixture of conqueror's haki and rage that instantly permeated all of Wano. The powerful deterrent force caused 98 of the people in Wano to faint. As a user of the soul fruit, Charlotte Linlin at this moment saw the Emperor's powerful soul, and it felt like a demon staring at her ferociously. The terrifying sensation made even her feel fear and insignificance, and she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle and her legs go weak. Tian walked step by step towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin retreated in fear, not daring to resist. Eventually, her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Unable to measure the mental terror she was experiencing from the soul-level restraint and threat, breaking out in cold sweat with a pale face. Kaido of the 100 Beasts did not feel the soul attack. Seeing Charlotte Linlin so terrified, he was puzzled. Logically, Charlotte Linlin was quite powerful, far surpassing him in terms of mental strength, and even facing Tian's conqueror's haki, she shouldn't be so intimidated. Could it be that his brother held back some even more powerful means during their fight? Chapter 108, Tian and Kaido's Recklessness, Crisis in the Holy Land. Activating the Eye of the Demon, he gazed with the complete form of soul power. On the spot, he completely subdued Charlotte Linlin, making her show great fear. After a while, Tian finally withdrew all the released power. In fact, he had already received a system prompt. Defeat Charlotte Linlin. Playability increased by 1. Total playability reached 83, etc. Only then did he give up on continuing to suppress Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, I leave her to you. All right, big brother. Kaido of the 100 Beasts respectfully replied, increasingly feeling that Tian was extraordinarily strong, beyond his understanding, truly domineering, crushing all devil fruit users. During the days of battling with Tian, he realized that Tian was not a devil fruit user. All his powerful means came from training his own flesh, bones, intellect, and spirit. After Tian left, he returned to the room where Yamato was imprisoned. Yamato had already been trained twice. Each session lasted 5 days, with at most 1 day of rest in between. Even for a girl with Yamato's physique, she was already feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. Now, seeing Tian come again, she shrank into a ball in fear, saying, "Don't come over. I really can't stand you anymore. Please, let me go. But even if I die, I won't listen to you. At most, I can choose not to take revenge on you. You really annoy me. No woman has been able to defy my will, and you are no exception. But don't worry, I have plenty of time to tame you." Tian showed no sympathy. Subduing Yamato was also a challenge to his own hardcore strength. The more fiercely Yamato resisted, the more it stirred his desire for conquest. He casually closed the door and continued on his domineering path. Over time, he would surely tame Yamato to be obedient. It's worth noting that at the beginning, Yamato, who was so stubborn and hard-headed, was now begging for mercy. This showed that there was indeed an effect, but Yamato was just more resistant than other women. Perhaps it was because she possessed the blood of the Oni clan, giving her a relatively strong physique. In the flower house, Crocodile took the unconscious Momonosuke and seized the opportunity to escape from Wano country. Because just moments ago, Tian released a powerful conqueror's haki that instantly swept across all of Wano, causing over 99% of the people to faint. This just happened to give Crocodile the chance. After Tian left, Kaido of the 100 Beasts walked up to Charlotte Linlin and said, "Now you understand why I want to stop you, right? Tian's strength has surpassed us by a large margin. How could he show you any respect? If I hadn't killed you just now, it might have been out of consideration for my face." Kaido took out a wine gourd from his waist and drank deeply. After a while, Charlotte Linlin recovered from the soul's intimidation. "All right, he is indeed a monster, but precisely because he is a monster, I want to obtain the bloodline power from him even more." Charlotte Linlin said impatiently, "You wouldn't still be stubborn, would you? Next time, you might really not survive. Even if I intervene, I won't be able to save you, believe it or not." Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin speechlessly. If it weren't for their past relationship, He wouldn't care about her life or death. Kaido, don't forget that my biggest dream is this. But tell me, why does a D-Tion have any desire for me? Does he not like my current type? Charlotte Linlin was clearly not giving up, wanting to continue obtaining D-Tion's bloodline, even starting to look for reasons within herself. Kaido shook his head. You really are a madwoman, but fine. Since you want to court death, I'll help you. In my view, D-Tion should prefer beautiful women. Look at you now. I'm not trying to put you down, but you're really old and bloated. Do you know D-Tion's real age? He's only 18 this year. Still quite young. All the women around him are stunningly beautiful, with great figures, gentle, and obedient. I see. So he just likes delicate little birds? Charlotte Linlin instantly grasped the essence and then looked at Kaido, saying, Kaido, you must help me. You have to help me find a way to make me younger. I need to try again. How would I know about such things? If I could become younger, I would have wanted to do so long ago. Kaido rolled his eyes and advised, forget it. If it really doesn't work, the two of us can try. Make do to satisfy your wish. But D-Tion is truly not someone you can covet right now. Just then, Kurizumi Orochi rushed over, anxiously saying, Lord Kaido, it's bad. The new courtesan that Lord D-Tion arranged is missing. Are you sure she's missing? Yes, we've searched everywhere and can't find her. But the last person she was seen with seems to be one of your subordinates. Who? Kaido released a killing intent, making it clear he suspected that it was the guy Orochi mentioned who had rescued her. Sir Crocodile. So it was him. He really couldn't hold back. Kaido snorted coldly, but he didn't know what ambitions Crocodile had. He only knew that upon coming to Wano, he easily submitted to him, indicating some conspiracy. Immediately send people to search the entire city. We must not let him take that little girl away. After giving his orders, Kaido left Charlotte Linlin behind and ran to find D-Tion, preparing to inform him of this matter. Upon arriving at Yamato's residence and hearing the commotion inside, as well as Yamato's pleas for mercy, Kaido felt very pleased. This rebellious child could only be taught a lesson by Big Brother D-Tion. In the past, he had beaten and kicked her, but this rebellious child had never begged for mercy. Even when threatened with an explosive collar around her neck, she never compromised or begged. But now the situation was somewhat urgent. Kaido couldn't help but interrupt D-Tion's interest. Big brother, Momonosuke is missing. He should have been taken by Sir Crocodile. I don't know what this guy is planning. Kaido spoke directly from outside. Upon hearing this, D-Tion inside the room instantly felt delighted. Wasn't this simple? Crocodile wanted revenge. Taking Momonosuke away must have been because he learned that only Momonosuke could bring forth the ancient weapons and the Pluton battleship beneath Wano country, and then use the Pluton battleship to kill him. Sandy Crocodile didn't underestimate himself, knowing that only ancient weapons could threaten him. Naturally, Emperor Tian was also looking forward to Sandy Crocodile trying every means to kill him. Otherwise, becoming increasingly invincible would be too lonely. The headquarters might really be beating their sons to satisfy their desire for battle. However, Momonosuke must not have an opportunity to show off. He must feel worse than death. Emperor Tian wrapped Yamato, carried her on his shoulder, and walked out of the room. I'm taking Yamato with me. I know where Sandy Crocodile is going to take Momonosuke. Brother, let me go with you. Kaido of the 100 Beasts wanted to know how Emperor Tian became so strong. It must be related to the enemies he usually fought, and maybe he could get stronger by following him. Let's see, Emperor Tian said lightly and quickly returned to the warship. Tama ein Bonnie and others looked at him with joy. Husband, we finally waited for you to return. We missed you so much. Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, but let's set sail first. I need to head to the Dragon Palace. Emperor Tian planned to return to the underwater Dragon Palace first, using Shirahoshi's abilities to summon countless sea kings to find the moving elephant. As long as he took out the elephant first, it would be fine. Okay, Baby 5 immediately went to set sail towards Sabaody to coat the ship so they could return to Fishman Island at a depth of 10,000 meters. Kaido of the 100 Beasts followed behind. A week later, the 100 Beasts pirate ship stopped in the sea near Sabaody. Not convenient to enter the Sabaody archipelago to avoid attracting the attention of the world government and the Navy headquarters. After coating the warship, they headed to Fishman Island. Now, under Emperor Tian's protection, Fishman Island had become more autonomous and free, not threatened by any pirate or force. Look, it's Lord Emperor Tian returning. As Emperor Tian walked out from the warship, countless people on Fishman Island cheered in respect and awe. After all, it was quite prestigious to say that Lord Emperor Tian was their son-in-law. Neptune, knowing Emperor Tian had returned, immediately assembled a grand procession to welcome him. Princess Shirahoshi, hearing that Emperor Tian was back, was even more delighted and cried tears of joy. However, Shirahoshi had changed a lot. Due to her pregnancy, her bloodline power seemed to have been activated, evolving into human legs, and she had significantly shrunk in size. Now, standing only 3 meters tall, she had become very beautiful, with a prominent belly, quickly running to greet Emperor Tian under the careful escort of several maidens. In the Fishman Cafe, Nico, Robin, and Mrs. Charlie also rushed to welcome Emperor Tian. They were both pregnant, nearly 5 months along. Emperor Tian, you finally returned. We've all missed you, especially your women. They eagerly awaited your return every day. Look, in 5 or 6 months, your bloodline will probably make its appearance. Neptune said with a smile. Emperor Tian simply nodded. At this moment, Princess Shirahoshi rushed over, and Emperor Tian didn't expect her to have changed so much, but to make it easier, he immediately picked her up. Husband, I missed you so much. You finally came back. Husband, did you miss me too? So you came back to see me? Shirahoshi remained as cute and innocent as ever, her pure heart filled only with thoughts of Emperor Tian. At the same time, Nico, Robin, and Mrs. Charlie looked at Shirahoshi with envy, wishing to receive such affection from Emperor Tian and anticipating more care from him. Emperor Tian naturally noticed Nico, Robin, and Mrs. Charlie and said, Yeah, I missed you and came back to see you. Nico, Robin, Charlie, come here. Nico, Robin, and Charlie felt joyful inside. Emperor Tian was fair to them, calling them in front of countless people. He gently embraced both of them with one arm. Mrs. Charlie, now also pregnant, had evolved legs during her pregnancy to better nurture her bloodline. People around them watched, thinking that Lord Emperor Tian was indeed impressive, surrounded by so many beautiful women, all looking harmonious together. This was the kind of result every man desired. Soon, the group returned to the Dragon Palace, holding a grand banquet to welcome Emperor Tian back, serving him delicious food and drinks. During the 3 days spent in the Dragon Palace with Shirahoshi and the others, he was eagerly looking forward to the little life inside Shirahoshi's belly and couldn't help but use his ghost eye power to gently and lovingly peer into the soul of that life. He confirmed that the child in Princess Shirahoshi's belly was actually a girl. It seemed that Shirahoshi's bloodline was quite high, and given that Emperor Tian's purity wasn't very high at that time, it was normal for Shirahoshi's Sea King genes to dominate, resulting in the child being a girl. Mrs. Charlie and Nico Robin were both expecting boys, which was beyond doubt, as there were no special bloodlines influencing them. Shirahoshi, you can think of a name for the girl in advance. Robin, Charlie, think of names for the boys. Also, Tama, Ein, Bonnie, Violet, Rebecca, you all should stay on Fishman Island. It's safer here than outside. Okay, husband. Tama nodded, feeling very satisfied that Emperor Tian was considering their safety. Although Rebecca and the others felt a bit reluctant, they endured the loneliness and decided to stay on Fishman Island, giving birth to their children first. All right, I have to leave now. Emperor Tian boarded the warship with Baby 5, Sugar, Kazuki Odin, and Yamato. Husband, you must come back on time, and I will definitely give you a very cute baby. Shirahoshi said cutely. Emperor Tian gently nodded in response. During this return to the Dragon Palace, he also specifically told Shirahoshi some things. He ordered the Sea Kings to find the elephant and to inform him as soon as there was news. Additionally, Shirahoshi needed to protect the safety of Fishman Island. If danger arose, she should command the Sea Kings to fight, having absolute confidence in herself and not to be afraid. In the sea, Shirahoshi, wielding the power of the Sea Kings, was essentially invincible, especially at a depth of 10,000 meters. Even if the Gorosei, admirals, or any powerful beings came to threaten the lives of Shirahoshi and the others, they wouldn't be able to return alive. A day later, Emperor Tian met up with Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Are you interested in taking a trip to the Holy Land, Mariehua, with me? Emperor Tian suddenly said. After thinking about the last battle with the soul body, he figured that a woman with such strong abilities could only be that woman. To confirm, he wanted to see for himself. Brother, I'm very interested. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was quite excited upon hearing this. Then come with me. Emperor Tian instantly stepped into the void and shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and chased after him. When they reached 10,000 meters in the air, looking down at the Holy Land, Mariewa, Kaido of the 100 Beasts instantly understood what to do and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Ha ha ha, brother, your approach is just to my taste. Because Emperor Tian is preparing to descend from the sky and smash into the Holy Land, he must present a gift to the celestial dragons. Kaido of the 100 Beasts has returned to his original form and is free-falling alongside Emperor Tian towards the world government below. Chapter 109. Come be my woman with 2 loud bangs. 2 adjacent giant craters appeared in Panga City, and the buildings within a radius of several kilometers were flattened. The 5 elders quickly rushed to the scene, releasing their observation haki to sense 2 dangerous auras beneath the hundreds of meters deep craters, each more dangerous than the last. However, there was no time for them to react or deploy a plan. In one of the craters, Emperor Tian continuously unleashed powerful Conqueror's haki, generating countless black, pulsing arcs of electricity that rippled through the vast holy land of Mariewa. The weak fell unconscious one after another, and soon only a few strong individuals remained conscious in the entire Holy Land. This power, it's Vama Emperor Tian. The 5 elders finally realized who the intruder was. Quick, enter the highest level of alert. With a command, the powerful individuals immediately went in high alert. Steed Bunkong, Black Horse, and the Divine Strategy Army, with thousands of spy-level powerful warriors, surrounded the 2 craters in layers. Deep within the flowers, Im sensed Emperor Tian's aura. She recognized it immediately. Even when they had met in a soul state last time, the scent on Emperor Tian was unforgettable. Seeking death. Im gritted her teeth and couldn't help but snort coldly. This time, she would see if Emperor Tian could stand against the entire Holy Land. It was time for him to understand the true power of the Holy Land. Then she would take him down and imprison him deep within the Holy Land, torturing him until he wished for death. Im thought with murderous intent in her heart. Ha ha, it seems like a nice feast. I didn't expect so many people to resist my intimidation. Very good, very good. Emperor Tian leaped out of the 100-meter deep crater. With a loud bang, he landed on the ground, causing the entire Holy Land to shake. Kaido of the 100 Beasts followed and jumped out of the crater, landing beside Emperor Tian, looking even more excited at being surrounded by thousands of people. Could this be the reason why his older brother had become so strong? He dared to challenge such a massive entity as the Holy Land and seemed completely unperturbed. If it were him, even if he were to seek death, he wouldn't have even a 10% certainty of facing the full power of the Holy Land. Vama Emperor Tian, what do you mean by this? The 5 elders lined up, acknowledging Emperor Tian's strength, but they were not afraid of him. In their view, the 5 of them working together could easily suppress Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian suddenly appeared in front of the bald-headed 5 elder, looking at him with a fierce aura, and said domineeringly, "You are already surrounded by me. Do you still dare to speak to me like this? Are you underestimating me?" Everyone present was stunned by Emperor Tian's domineering words. Even Kaido of the 100 Beasts was taken aback. Surrounded? But why does it seem like they are surrounding us? Is this the overwhelming aura of my older brother? Kaido thought to himself, his admiration deepening. He had to admit that his older brother was the true powerhouse, daring to surround everyone in the Holy Land. With immense confidence and arrogance, completely dismissing any doubts. Vama Emperor Tian, do you even understand the situation? You and Kaido of the 100 Beasts are the ones who are surrounded by us. Do you really think that a bit of power allows you to ignore the strength of the world government? The 5 elders erupted in anger, releasing their terrifying aura, confronting Vama Emperor Tian head-on without any fear. Emperor Tian then activated his ghost brain, manifesting the figure of Esther's. Upon seeing this, the 5 elders were inexplicably reminded of a scene from the rooftop battlefield and suddenly felt an unprecedented fear. Not good. Quickly, let's deal with that figure together. In an instant, countless powerful individuals sprang into action, wanting to destroy the manifested Esters and eliminate Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian stood still with his hands in his pockets, grinning. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, armed with weapons and wrapped in Conqueror's haki, prepared to launch a Thunder Bawa attack. Otherwise, dealing with so many enemies would be quite challenging. However, just as they all launched their attacks, Esters activated her time-freezing power, unleashing a terrifying freezing force that froze time and space, rendering everything in the world motionless except for her. At this moment, Emperor Tian stood supreme, looking down on everyone present with extreme arrogance, especially the 5 elders. These 5 guys knew he was strong, yet they still dared to look down on him. They were truly weak. Within the 5 seconds of time, being frozen, he was invincible. He approached at light speed and severed one arm from each of the 5 elders. 5 seconds later, the time freeze was lifted, and Emperor Tian ended his ghost brain, causing the manifested figure of Esters to dissipate. Everyone around looked at the 5 elders in horror, completely unaware of what had transpired. The 5 elders were all missing an arm. Gulp. Many felt a deep-seated fear. This bizarre tactic was simply terrifying. If he intended to kill them, it would indeed be effortless, and he was truly the one who had surrounded everyone present. The 5 elders covered their bleeding stumps, quickly trying to stop the bleeding while looking at Emperor Tian with great fear, even though they were the victims. The terrifying part was that they had no idea what had happened. Their arms had just been severed for no reason. Remember, in my eyes, you are nothing but prey that can be hunted at any time. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, you can play with those 5 old geezers for a while. At that time, none of you are allowed to intervene in their battle. Whoever intervenes, I will kill. Emperor Tian looked at the others resolutely. The 5 elders held back their anger, while the others were completely dominated by Emperor Tian, which was truly infuriating. However, even the 5 of them did not dare to act rashly. If they were killed by the same trick as before, it would not be worth it. But the 5 elders were already preparing to vent their anger on Kaido of the 100 Beasts. They were fully aware of Kaido's capabilities and how he was no match for the 5 of them. They planned to not go too far initially, at least to sever 2 of Kaido's arms. That wouldn't be excessive, would it? After all, he was with Emperor Tian, deep within the flowers. Im did not expect Emperor Tian to use that mysterious power again, severing one of the 5 elders' arms this time, which made her extremely furious. However, severing an arm was a minor issue. As long as she wished, the 5 elders' severed arms could be perfectly reattached. This was also why, after seeing their arms severed, the 5 elders hurriedly picked them up and handed them to those behind them for safekeeping. Steelbone Kong, come here and take me to a place. Emperor Tian looked at Steelbone Kong, the big monkey, as long as he did not cooperate. He didn't mind having a battle with Steelbone Kong right now and killing him. But Steelbone Kong naturally had the sense not to resist. The 5 elders did not dare to fight back. So what could he, an old man under the 5 elders, do? He immediately walked up to Emperor Tian. I wonder where you wish to go, Lord Emperor Tian. I don't know much. Although I live in the Holy Land, there are many places I don't have access to. Steelbone Kong said effortlessly. The Void Throne Hall. All right, I naturally know the way. Please follow me, Lord Emperor Tian. Steelbone Kong led Emperor Tian to the Void Throne Hall. On the other side, Kaido of the 100 Beasts was fighting with the 5 elders. Lord Emperor Tian, I will take my leave now. Steelbone Kong said goodbye and hurriedly left. Given his doubts about the Void Throne's position, it seemed that the Holy Land still concealed even more terrifying entities. If he stayed there, it was possible that the hidden, powerful presence would eliminate him. Emperor Tian did not respond and walked directly towards the Void Throne, which had many steps and was quite high. At the top was a throne, symbolizing the supreme power, status, and strength of this world. Emperor Tian casually and majestically sat down. Are you not coming out to meet me? Emperor Tian said ly. In the depths of the flowers, was so angry that she wanted to use a powerful weapon to vaporize Emperor Tian. But in the end, she held back. If she really used a powerful weapon, the entire Holy Land would cease to exist. However, Im did not plan to go out. If she did, wouldn't she be instantly discovered as the true form of the soul entity? That would be so embarrassing, revealing to Emperor Tian that she had been violated by him. Damn it, just wait and see. Once you leave the Holy Land, I'll blast you to pieces. Im clenched her fists, standing on a lawn, suppressing her killing intent. Emperor Tian sat on the Void Throne for quite a while without seeing him come out. He didn't expect her to be so patient. Not coming out. It seems you are indeed the true form of that soul entity. Interesting. In that case, you could be considered half my woman, Emperor Tian said unreservedly. In the flowers? Im did not expect that Emperor Tian not only knew her identity, but also knew she was the true form of that soul entity. She seriously suspected that Emperor Tian was someone from her era, or perhaps someone from that era who had been reborn and had always known of her existence. However, since she had been seen through, it was meaningless to hide any longer. It would be better to face Emperor Tian directly to see who was superior. Last time, it was entirely because the opponent was not a devil fruit user. While she was a devil fruit user who had been forcibly pushed into the sea and lost her ability to resist. Otherwise, she would have had the upper hand. After a while, a green light appeared in the hall, converging into a tall figure dressed in a luxurious green robe with a long train. At first glance, her figure was exceptional, with long legs, but unfortunately, her face was covered, obscured by a piece of green silk. The only visible part was her extraordinary pupils. Emperor Tian supported his face with one hand, tilting his head against the Void Throne, looking ly at him below. Have you finally come? However, while I acknowledge you as the strongest woman in this world, making me wait so long, have you forgotten how I dominated you before? Or do you still want me to dominate you again to understand that my will cannot be defied, right? Emperor Tian exuded an imperial demeanor, intimidating him without showing any anger. Im frowned. It was better not to mention it, as it drove her into a rage. A terrifying aura was instantly released, surging toward Emperor Tian on the Void Throne. Facing Im's overwhelming aura, Emperor Tian casually released his own aura to clash with hers, neither side yielding, as if neither could gain the upper hand. However, it would depend on endurance. Your resistance is quite appealing. It makes me increasingly excited, you know? Emperor Tian suddenly stood up, stepping down the steps toward him. Im frowned. How could this guy's strength have grown so fast? Last time he wasn't this strong, but now he felt capable of overwhelming her. However, Im was not flustered, but did not dare let Emperor Tian get close. If she were caught again and subjected to his domineering violation, it would be a terrifying result. She immediately activated her fruit ability, opening her domain, instantly enveloping the entire Void Throne Hall. All vitality within this range was under her control. The closer one was to her, the more terrifying the vitality she controlled. Emperor Tian stopped, hesitating slightly. Im's fruit ability was indeed astonishing. Within a certain range, it could strip away his life force. At this moment, he could feel the essence and spirit within his body rapidly depleting. Seeing Emperor Tian stop, Im thought this was a normal reaction, as no one could ignore her life deprivation. Not even a powerful being like Emperor Tian could continue to approach her. Otherwise, he would quickly become a lifeless skeleton. At the same time, as Im absorbed the life force from Emperor Tian, she felt invigorated. Your life force is indeed full of powerful functions. If I absorb all your life force, perhaps my strength can advance even further, Im snorted, thinking she was gradually gaining control of the situation. Emperor Tian was displeased to hear this. He suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Expressionless as he said, I'll give you one chance. Become my woman. Otherwise, you can wait to be forcibly conquered. Im was filled with shame and anger upon hearing this. You shameless bastard. You're supposed to be a strong person, yet you have no dignity as a strong person. You're despicable enough to repeatedly use such dirty means to humiliate me. Do you really think you are invincible now? I come from 800 years ago, 100 years per era, and I have already experienced 8 eras, encountering many self-righteous, strong individuals, and in the end, I killed them all. You truly know too little about me. Today, I'll let you see what true fear is. Emperor Tian activated his bloodline awakening power, his terrifying recovery ability clashing against Im's life deprivation ability. But as Emperor Tian continued to approach him, his life force vanished even more dramatically. At this moment, he armored himself with Haki, and the speed of life force depletion began to slow down. However, coldly snorted, appearing very calm. No matter how you resist, the closer you get to me, the more life force you will lose. Of course, if you submit to me and become my slave, I can return your life force to you and even allow you to attain immortality with me. Im was actually quite shocked by Emperor Tian's strength, as he could endure for so long, but she calculated that as soon as he gave up resistance, she would instantly control all his life force. Emperor Tian was also shocked by Im's fruit ability, which had reached a terrifying level, comparable to Hancock's petrification ability, which could ignore hockey users and even see Prism Stone, directly petrifying them. Now Im's ability was similar, but clearly much stronger than Hancock's absolute ability. Emperor Tian took a deep breath. He could only choose to activate his devil brain, condensing a brand new existence. Im suddenly widened her eyes, looking at a figure identical to herself that was forming in front of Emperor Tian. As shocking as it was, the identical version of himself could actually use his own abilities, and even the strength of the fruit power was the same. Im was momentarily stunned. Is this the power of all beings that mortals can manipulate at will? This Emperor Tian must truly be a god, not merely a fruit user. Yet his methods are so against the heavens. Apologies, everyone. I didn't tea write well today, nor do I have the mood to write. I broke up with my girlfriend yesterday, so today I'm just casually writing, not even bothering to correct typos. I advise everyone not to play with relationships lightly. Being single is the way to lasting happiness. Chapter 110. A forced stalemate for 5 months, the figure of Im that was condensed exhibited abilities that were not only identical to Im's, but even matched in strength. Who exactly are you? The Emperor Tian grinned, his arrogance evident. I'm someone stronger than you. Upon hearing this, Im felt directly frustrated. Wasn't T that equivalent to saying nothing? She meant her identity. Where did this strange guy come from? However, seeing Emperor Tian's arrogance, she felt disdain in her heart and coldly snorted. I admit your methods are powerful, but even if you can replicate my strength to fight me, there must be a time limit, and within that time limit, you still cannot approach me. Emperor Tian, upon hearing this, remained unconcerned and continued to look down on him. Your ability is to control life. I'll assume you are someone who has eaten the life fruit. But don't forget, if you apply your ability to me, can your power still threaten me? At that moment, the condensed figure of Im unleashed a powerful life force onto Emperor Tian. He moved closer to him. Im could control life within a certain range, both depriving and granting it. Her ability against Emperor Tian had always been to deprive him of vitality. But after the emergence of an identical version of herself, when she applied the granted power onto Emperor Tian, the deprivation was forcibly countered, and her threat to him became meaningless. Seeing Emperor Tian approaching fiercely, memories of fear from being dominated by him flashed in Im's mind, and she instinctively took a step back and asked, "What do you want to do to me?" Emperor Tian joyfully replied, "As the most powerful woman in the world, don't you think it would be very interesting to be the woman of the strongest man? For example, we can conquer each other." Emperor Tian's overwhelming desire was released wildly. After all, Im was the most powerful woman in this world, igniting all his possessiveness. "What do you take me for?" Im's heart raced a bit. After all, she could not escape her gender. She was a woman. This kind of behavior from a man still made her feel very ashamed. "Hey, are you really listening to what I'm saying?" Emperor Tian, however, was losing patience. His expression turned cold, and his pupils suddenly condensed into red dots, a powerful domineering pressure bearing down on him, coldly stating, "If you understand, then cooperate well. If you don't understand and start to resist, as long as I catch you, all your disguises will be violently torn apart by me." Im's heart tightened. Would her clothes really be violently ripped off? But even so, how could she willingly compromise without any resistance? After ruling this world for over 800 years, she wouldn't be that easy to defeat. If you dare do that to me, be careful. Your women will be killed by me afterward." Im completely misunderstood Emperor Tian's character and even chose to threaten him. Emperor Tian's anger erupted on the spot. Crimson blood energy released from his body. Powerful energy waves bursting forth in circles. The continuous sound of boom, boom, boom formed visible energy waves that swept across the entire Holy Land. The strong ones inside Panga City were drawn to the suddenly released powerful energy fluctuations from the Void Throne Hall. The five elders temporarily stopped fighting with Kaido of the Beasts and arrogantly said, "Kaido of the Beasts, I didn't expect someone as arrogant as you would choose to be Emperor Tian's little brother. Although we admit Emperor Tian's strength is formidable, you should know that within the Holy Land, the true strong ones are not us, but that great individual. Her existence is the world's great fear. She is the one who holds the power of world destruction. Even if it's Hanma Emperor Tian, he can't approach her power no matter what." Ha. I imagine Hanma Emperor Tian is now desperately resisting, but it's all in vain. Life and death are merely a thought away for that great individual. Kaido of the Beasts naturally didn't know that there was a powerful existence hidden in the Holy Land, nor did he know what kind of power that existence held. But he believed that Emperor Tian had long surpassed the level of mortals. As someone who had not eaten a devil fruit, merely relying on his own physical training, he could condense a giant figure over a kilometer tall, like an invincible god or demon, with every move capable of destroying the world. Unless the strong person the five elders mentioned was a deity, otherwise there was no hope of winning before Emperor Tian. Perhaps the great individual you speak of is currently enduring my brother's supreme wrath, suffering unprecedented sins and injuries. Kaido of the Beasts said gleefully. Truly ignorant. But first, let us cut off your limbs. The five elders, fueled by old grudges, unleashed a lightning-fast combination attack on Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido transformed into a dragon, significantly enhancing his defense and attack, but for a moment, facing the fierce assault from the five old ones. He did not dare to fight back head-on and could only choose to fly upwards to evade some of the attacks. At a high altitude, Kaido began to counterattack, unleashing various terrifying attacks from his mouth, such as Heat Breath, Bad Wind, Tornado, and Fire Dragon Torch. The others who could only watch chose to retreat far from the battlefield, completely afraid to intervene. Sigh, as one gets older, just running a bit is tiring. Steel Bone Kong ran out of Panga City and stood far outside, paying attention to the battle inside, especially in the Void Throne Hall, which left him very shocked. Sure enough, there has always been a powerful hidden existence in the Holy Land. However, this Hanma Emperor Tian is also ridiculously strong. It's hard to imagine how he has grown. He always feels like an existence from another dimension. Sigh. Forget it, it's none of my business. I just want to quietly watch everything. Steel Bone Kong only prepared to be an ordinary spectator, witnessing the changes and developments of the era within a limited time. Of course, if the higher-ups of the world government required his assistance, he would definitely help. That was his duty. In the Void Throne Hall, Im's abilities had posed no threat to Emperor Tian. Seeing his aura continually rising, even she felt fear. She hurriedly transformed into countless green lights and fled deep into the flowers, thinking to buy some time, not believing that the identical version of herself could continue to exist. As long as she disappeared, she would have the confidence to pose a threat to Emperor Tian, even if she couldn't kill him. At least she wouldn't be threatened by him. Damn, that guy's possessiveness is just terrifying. I've lived for nearly 1,000 years and have never encountered such a frightening male force. He's completely a walking bundle of hormones, Im thought to herself, feeling extremely frustrated. However, as a woman, she felt quite scared of being forcefully dominated by Emperor Tian without absolute confidence in dealing with him. Emperor Tian, on the other hand, looked even angrier, feeling disappointed by Im's choice. As the strongest woman in this world, it was surprising that she would make such a lowly decision to flee without a fight. Activating his ghost eye, blue flames appeared in his pupils, making the world before him extremely transparent, allowing him to see through all obstacles directly into the soul of living beings. Im's soul form had long been etched in Emperor Tian's mind, and he quickly locked on her location. A chill ran down Im's back. This tension came from her soul, feeling as if Emperor Tian could see through everything, reaching deep into her very essence. Im, do you think you can escape my control? The invisible, powerful soul force intimidated Im's soul. Im felt a sharp pain in her head and couldn't help but look back, only to see Emperor Tian's soul figure towering over her, 1,000 meters tall, with red eyes glaring down at her in an imperious manner. Emperor Tian reached out towards Im, a massive soul palm that disregarded any obstacles, coming down from above with overwhelming force. Im sensed danger. Her soul was particularly fearful of Emperor Tian's presence, and she didn't dare to fight back. The fear of being dominated by Emperor Tian's soul last time had become a nightmare in her heart, and at this moment, her soul completely lost the confidence to resist. Frightened, she immediately fled her soul, creating distance in an instant. However, Emperor Tian did not pursue her disembodied soul. The last time he had easily dealt with Im's soul form was because she didn't know he wasn't a devil fruit user. With the previous experience and fear of domination, combined with this escape, Im likely wouldn't choose to continue fighting. However, Emperor Tian didn't care. He had plenty of ways to make him feel the fear of domination again. He quickly moved to the depths of the flowers, threw him over his shoulder, and tossed her onto a patch of lush grass, violently tearing away her layers of disguise. Im's soul felt an endless humiliation, and all the reactions from her physical body were transmitted to her soul. After all, even if the body and soul were separated, there would still be a direct connection within a certain range. Im clenched her soul fists, unable to restrain her gritted teeth as she cursed. "Damn it, you're simply inhuman. I really underestimated your shamelessness." Im thought that as long as she had a body without a soul, Emperor Tian wouldn't lay a hand on her. But she never expected to underestimate Emperor Tian's moral limits. He was simply a madman, a devil. Damn, Im gritted her teeth, filled with immense hatred and murderous intent. But the stimulation from her soul made her want to escape this place. However, knowing that if she distanced herself, the connection between her soul and body would become very delicate, and in this situation, her physical body could completely decay. After that, she would never be able to return to this body. Im dared not distance herself under these circumstances and could only endure everything in humiliation. Of course, if Emperor Tian did not harm her physical body and left her to sleep peacefully for a while, during which her soul could return to her body from anywhere in the world, no matter how long it took, she could easily awaken again. Next, as Im's soul left her body for too long and lost its warmth, it began to cool. Emperor Tian prepared to destroy Im's body. It was just too disappointing. Only destruction could quell his anger. But upon seeing this, Im's soul instantly panicked. If her body was destroyed, even if she found a new vessel later, it wouldn't be as perfect as her original body. Damn, are you forcing me? Helpless, Im finally made a difficult decision. There was no other way at this point. Thinking that both her soul and body had already been dominated by Emperor Tian, what else was there to endure? So just as Emperor Tian snapped his fingers to unleash a flame to burn Im's body, Im immediately returned to her original form. Her face flushed with anger as she said, "Emperor Tian, our battle has just begun. Everything you've done to me, I will remember it all. After this, I will find every way to kill you." Seeing Im's soul return, her eyes filled with murderous intent and this newfound resolve, Emperor Tian became excited again, his desires reigniting. But Im was not to be underestimated. Her unyielding fighting spirit surged forth fiercely. Just as Emperor Tian had said before, the strongest engaging in mutual conquest was undoubtedly a very interesting affair. Unbeknownst to them, their battle continued. For months passed like this. Chapter 111. Emperor Tian's children, just as they were about to leave, a Sea King class suddenly surfaced. Emperor Tian had long since mastered the ability to hear the voices of all things. After activating his ghost brain and frequently using it, he learned everything very quickly. "Lord Emperor Tian, we have found the trace of the Elephant Lord," the Sea King class reported respectfully. Emperor Tian thought for a moment, realizing he still needed to head to the East Sea. He never expected to engage in battle with him for 5 months. "Kaido, you should follow it to a certain place. Also, notify Charlotte Linlin to bring Bruley to you. I will come over after I'm done here," Emperor Tian said decisively. This time, he not only wanted to torment the weak, pitiful, and detestable Momonosuke, but also to take control of his abilities. Understood. Kaido nodded without hesitation and jumped onto his Sea King class. After leaving, Baby 5 and Sugar were in charge of piloting the warship towards the East Sea. Kazuki Oden was on the deck, feeling very nervous. It had been almost half a year since he boarded this ship. and he hadn't been touched by Lord Emperor Tian even once. It was truly strange. He wanted to be more proactive, but was afraid and hesitated to seduce him. Emperor Tian currently had no interest in Kazuki Oden. After battling with Aim for 5 months, he felt completely satisfied for a while. Entering the lower deck, he found Yamato imprisoned. The room had a bathroom and a bed, and baby 5 and Sugar would come to clean it every day. Yamato was about 5 months pregnant, and her belly was noticeably large. When she saw Emperor Tian walk in, she felt fear. This man was truly terrifying, his actions making her about to become a mother. During this time, although Emperor Tian hadn't come back, allowing her body and mind to recover somewhat, the thought of becoming a mother made her feel lost, especially since she had never raised a child before. How would she raise one? However, Yamato vowed that she would never educate her child the same way Kaido did. She would definitely teach her child well, love him, care for him, and spoil him. Of course, under all this, Yamato knew she had to first get past Emperor Tian. Otherwise, whether her child would survive was one matter, and whether she would continue to suffer was another. Emperor Tian casually sat in a nearby chair, watching Yamato with indifference. Yamato is still shackled with sea stone, causing her to feel weak every day. Now that she is pregnant, her complexion looks very poor. She came before Emperor Tian, and after hesitating for a long time, said, I want to keep this child. Can you let him stay? You can ask me to do anything afterward, as long as it doesn't harm this innocent child. Sure, if you can kill Kazuki Oden's son with your own hands, I will acknowledge you. Wow, what? Yamato took a step back in shock. Kill Kazuki Oden's son? For some reason, she felt a surge of anger, as if she were Kazuki Oden himself. Emperor Tian actually wanted her to kill her own son. It seems you're still the same. However, I will still give you enough time. With that, Emperor Tian coldly left Yamato's room. It's ridiculous that Yamato still sees herself as Kazuki Oden, not even daring to kill Momonosuke. Yet she talks about wanting to keep the child in her womb. It's laughable. Even if the child is born, Yamato wouldn't be a qualified mother, only raising her son to be someone else's puppet. If she also lives like Kazuki Oden, what good would that be? However, this time Emperor Tian did not plan to stop the child in Yamato's womb from coming into the world. Kaido seemed to be looking forward to the arrival of this grandson. He would directly let Kaido raise him. As a very talented teacher, he should be able to train a qualified warrior. As for Yamato, still unrepentant, let her live a lonely life, suffering from emptiness and solitude. 20 days later, they reached their destination in the East China Sea. Emperor Tian instructed everyone on the ship to stay on board while he went alone to Windmill Village. The place had been rebuilt and was better than before. Walking down the street, the villagers looked as if they had seen a demon king, their legs trembling in fear. But their instinct for survival made them tap into their potential and quickly run home, locking their doors and windows to hide. The Makino bar had stopped operating a month ago because the child in her womb was already 9 months old, and Makino could not manage the bar smoothly. So she began to focus on her pregnancy at home. However, during this time, Makino faced a lot of gossip. Although everyone knew she was innocent, many believed that the child she was carrying was the one who destroyed their village, Emperor Tian. Some thought that she should terminate the pregnancy early since it was unfortunate. Others felt that Miss Makino was beautiful and kind, and even if the child's father was a heinous villain, the child was innocent, and she couldn't bear to harm him. It's just a pity that Makino was suffering, carrying the child and having no one to take care of her properly. She worried about what might happen to her alone. Regarding the gossip, Makino did not take it to heart. She felt they didn't understand the tenderness of Lord Tian in her heart. Even though he had left her, he had given her an important little life, and she was eagerly anticipating the arrival of that little life every day. Walking into the bar, Makino was sitting on a chair, sewing clothes for the soon-to-be-born little life. When she suddenly saw Emperor Tian appear before her, the needle and thread in her hand fell. Inexpressible joy turned into tears, slowly streaming down her face. Although she said she didn't care about what others talked about, she still hoped to see the person she liked. She didn't expect that Lord Tian would return early. Hey, my Makino, long time no see. Emperor Tian spoke gently first. Makino came to her senses. This was not a dream, it was real. She couldn't help but blush, reaching out to smooth her hair by her ear, trying to cover her shyness. Lord Tian, She had many things to say, but hesitated, unsure of what to say. She carefully stood up and voluntarily threw herself into Emperor Tian's arms, gently hugging him. Emperor Tian felt very satisfied. Makino was indeed gentle, and having such a woman was truly reassuring. He gently stroked Makino's head. "You've worked hard. It's not hard. Being able to carry Lord Tian's child makes Makino feel very happy and joyful." Makino's voice was soft, and she felt a full sense of security, feeling very relaxed at that moment. "Well, have you thought of a name for the child?" Emperor Tian relaxed all his muscles, worried that being too stiff might accidentally hurt Makino. "Yes, I have thought of one. His name will be Vin Smoke Lintian." "Lintian? That's a good name. It seems you understand me well. You're worthy of being my fourth woman." After being praised, Makino felt very happy and satisfied. After all, being recognized was very important. Originally, Makino just wanted to give the child a plain name so he could live a normal life, but she felt that was unfair. Emperor Tian was a true powerhouse. How could his child settle for being ordinary? As the child's mother and one of Emperor Tian's women, she couldn't be selfish with her own thoughts. So, she gave the child a powerful name in advance. "During this time, I will take care of you. Just wait for the arrival of the child with peace of mind." "Yes, I will follow Lord Tian's arrangements. You can call me husband now." "Okay, husband." Makino's heart raced. She had finally truly become Emperor Tian's woman. Half a month later, Makino gave birth to a son for Emperor Tian, a chubby boy weighing 10 pounds, very healthy. Emperor Tian activated his demon eye, and the 4 balls of devil fruit energy around him still existed. He took out a fruit and placed it next to the newborn baby. The meaning was clear. Let these 4 conscious demon fruit energy balls make a choice. Soon, the yellow energy ball, which should be the energy of the Gomu no Mi, drilled into the placed fruit and transformed into a patterned devil fruit at a visible speed. Perhaps in its view, although it couldn't obtain Emperor Tian's powerful vessel, since it was a descendant of Emperor Tian's bloodline, it wouldn't be too bad. "Husband, what is this?" Makino lay on the bed, her face pale but with a happy blush all over, watching the fruit's transformation, which seemed like a legendary treasure of the sea. "This is a devil fruit, a welcome gift for our child Lintian. Just a little bit will allow him to become a devil fruit user." "Okay, I understand. I'll try to feed him a little when I breastfeed him." Makino thought about her child, who was destined to be extraordinary, and felt quite expectant. In the following days, Emperor Tian took care of Makino for more than half a month before choosing to leave. Makino was very satisfied with this. She knew she couldn't keep Emperor Tian. What made her happy was that Emperor Tian told her to teach Lintian well and that he would return soon. At the same time, regarding Ace's death at the hands of Emperor Tian, Makino knew about it but had never asked. Now, all her thoughts were focused on her child Lintian. Of course, there were still many things that left her helpless and troubled. For example, Lintian had a huge appetite and could never be fed enough. Also, in just half a month, he could walk and talk, seemingly possessing strong cognitive and motor abilities. During this time, he completely understood that she was his mother, calling her mama every day. Makino naturally cherished this time, knowing that one day Ling Tian would also go to sea. So she decided to give Ling Tian enough maternal love and even teach him everything she could as quickly as possible. The villagers of Windmill Village didn't say much, since the child had been born and Emperor Tian had not threatened the village this time. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Moreover, Makino was a good person, kind-hearted, and now that she had become a mother, no one could criticize her anymore. After Emperor Tian left the East Sea, he arrived in Alabasta. In the Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi had recently rarely left her room, staying inside to accompany her little treasure while looking out the small window at the distance, thinking about Emperor Tian every day. She had collected many of Emperor Tian's deeds and couldn't help but feel proud. She never expected her man to be so formidable, killing celestial dragons, defeating Whitebeard, and leaving the Navy headquarters and the world government helpless. Meanwhile, she told her little treasure all about Emperor Tian's feats. King Cobra often came to visit Princess Vivi. After all, the child had been born, and Emperor Tian had not yet come to see Vivi. As a father, he was very worried that Vivi felt wronged and sad. However, today, Cobra felt as if he were dreaming. Emperor Tian suddenly appeared in the palace, and even called him father-in-law. Cobra was extremely excited and immediately took Emperor Tian to Vivi's garden cottage. He then said to Emperor Tian, "Son-in-law, don't worry. We have taken good care of Vivi during your absence." He brought him to the door and, without disturbing them, happily left, instructing the staff to prepare a lavish meal to welcome Emperor Tian back. "Vivi, long time no see," Emperor Tian said gently as he pushed the door open. Upon seeing this, Vivi's heart raced. The man who appeared in her dreams night after night had finally returned. "Emperor Tian, I missed you so much. You finally came back to see me. I have always regretted not leaving with you back then." Vivi threw herself into Emperor Tian's arms, feeling both wronged and happy, even playfully hitting his chest with her small fists. Emperor Tian also stroked Vivi's hair. After a while, Vivi remembered, "By the way, Emperor Tian, I almost forgot. Look at our child. I have already thought of a name. Let's call him Little Tian, because in my heart, you are Big Tian, and our child is Little Tian. Of course, husband, if you're not satisfied, I can choose another name," she said shyly, yet she appeared particularly gentle and affectionate. "I'm very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work, my Vivi. Hee, can you kiss me?" Vivi blushed and closed her eyes, asking. Emperor Tian then picked Vivi up and fulfilled her wish. After dinner, Emperor Tian found a fruit and allowed the other 3 groups of devil fruit energy to choose. In the end, the Flap fruit chose his child. Following that, Emperor Tian accompanied Princess Vivi for half a month, completed all necessary tasks, and then left Alabasta. Vivi stated that when the child was a bit older, she would go find Emperor Tian. A few days later, Emperor Tian arrived at Sky Island. Cornus had already given birth to a child for him. This child was a bit impressive, having naturally awakened the demon back pattern, although not fully, but with subsequent training in the demon back, the results would be doubled. Emperor Tian also let the remaining 2 groups of devil fruit energy choose, and in the end, the meatball fruit was selected. After spending half a month with Cornus, just as he was about to leave, Cornus unexpectedly handed over the child, Hanma Yōjirō, to Emperor Tian. This was because when she first met Emperor Tian in the sea clouds, she was forcefully confessed to, which she still remembered vividly, so she named the child Yōjirō, which held significant meaning. "Emperor Tian, I can't leave Sky Island. I still need to take care of my father, so I can't be by your side. I can only let little Yōjirō accompany you. Okay?" Cornus said reluctantly. Making this decision was difficult for her, as no mother would want to part with her child just a few months after giving birth. "All right, don't worry. You'll come back to see you," Emperor Tian said gently, respecting Cornus's choice. Husband, you must come back to see me too. I will be waiting for you on the beach." Cornus stood on her tiptoes and kissed Emperor Tian. "Okay, take care of yourself." Emperor Tian left Sky Island, satisfied, holding little Yōjirō. Back on the warship, he asked Baby 5 and Sugar to take good care of him, and the 2 were a bit flustered. Next up is Amazon Lily. Emperor Tian looked forward to the daughter that the Empress would give him, as it seemed the name had already been decided in advance. Hanma Tian. Chapter 112. The Clue to the Superhuman Time Fruit. A few days later, he arrived at Amazon Lily. "Sister, Emperor Tian has gone a bit too far this time. You carried him for 10 months, and he didn't come to see you during this time." "Exactly. Little Tian has been born for over 2 months. But Emperor Tian hasn't come yet. We have all been anxiously waiting for you." Sandersonia and Marguerite walked back and forth in the Empress's chamber, deeply worried. "All right, I'm not anxious now. Why are you 2 so worried? Besides, with Tian here to keep me company, I can endure the loneliness for a while without my husband returning." The Empress, now a mother, had a face full of maternal love as she held Tian and couldn't bear to let her go. Tian was very cute, and although she still had a babyish voice, she was born with great strength. Her little hands were quite powerful. Several times, when Tian woke up and found her mother not beside her, she would cry loudly while pounding the bed with her hands and feet, shattering it several times. According to Granny Jami, Tian would grow up to be remarkable, inheriting the excellent genes of both parents, the Empress's beauty and Emperor Tian's divine strength. If the Empress were to follow Emperor Tian one day, she would make sure to leave Tian on Amazon Lily to thrive. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in. "Empress, congratulations. It seems Emperor Tian has returned." Upon hearing this, the Empress trembled with excitement and couldn't help but be overjoyed, holding Tian and rushing out. She went to the dock to greet Emperor Tian. As the warship docked, the female warriors respectfully welcomed Emperor Tian, with the Empress standing at the forefront. "Husband, long time no see. I missed you every day." Even as a national empress, she always showed gentleness and thoughtfulness in front of Emperor Tian, like a little girl relying on him. Seeing the Empress so happy, the female warriors also felt joyful. Emperor Tian embraced the Empress. After nearly a year apart, the Empress seemed even more beautiful and intelligent, which made him very fond of her. The Empress's face flushed red. Although many people were watching, she felt satisfied and proud inside. Emperor Tian was her Hancock, a truly remarkable person. "Daddy!" Suddenly, Tian in the Empress's arms called out to Emperor Tian in a babyish voice. Emperor Tian's eyes lit up. This child was quite impressive, very spirited. Tian even bravely made eye contact with Emperor Tian and reached out to climb onto his body. The Empress carefully handed the sweet little girl to Emperor Tian, softly saying, "Husband, this is our child, our lovely daughter, named Hanma Tian." Emperor Tian happily took her in his arms, surprised by how strong the little one was, feeling that her bones were much harder than those of an ordinary person. No wonder she possessed extraordinary strength at such a young age. After being held, Tian even tried to climb onto Emperor Tian's neck. The Empress immediately wanted to stop her, believing that even Tian shouldn't be so presumptuous with her husband. But Emperor Tian signaled for her not to intervene. "Come on, since she is my daughter, Hanma Emperor Tian, let me see what you're capable of. If you can climb onto my neck, you will be my most beloved treasure from now on." Tian seemed to understand, and she earnestly grabbed onto Emperor Tian's clothes, using both hands and feet. To the other's amazement, she quickly climbed onto the back of Emperor Tian's neck. Our little princess is really amazing. Yes, she's only a little over 2 months old, but seems to have the same level of mobility as a 2-year-old. Moreover, our little princess is so beautiful and cute, with 2 little tiger teeth. The female warriors all adored Tian and wanted to spoil her. Let's go back to the palace first. Emperor Tian took Tian back to the palace. Baby 5 and Sugar were taking care of little Haiyun and also entered Amazon Lily. The people of Amazon Lily now lived very harmoniously with the Sea Kings, as Princess Shirahoshi's orders had prevented the Sea Kings from threatening the people of Amazon Lily while fishing. The people of Amazon Lily no longer harmed the Sea Kings, treating the snakes on the island as sacred beasts to protect. At this moment, many Sea Kings were popping their heads out of the sea. The Empress has indeed given birth to an extraordinary daughter for Emperor Tian. Her future achievements are limitless. However, our king has also given birth to a little life, who has naturally inherited the king's powerful observation haki and can communicate directly with us. I wonder when Emperor Tian will return to Amazon Lily. It should be soon. Once the Empress settles here, the next stop will definitely be back to Amazon Lily to check on our king. The Sea Kings chatted with interest. In the palace, the Empress looked at Baby 5 and Sugar and directly asked, "Who are you two to my husband?" The Empress truly didn't recognize these 2 girls and wondered if they were women Emperor Tian found after leaving Amazon Lily. However, looking at the child, who seemed to be over 2 months old, could it be that these 2 girls came before her? "We have met the Empress. We are just servants on Emperor Tian's ship. However, this little young master is one of Emperor Tian's sons." "Whose son is he?" He is the son of Miss Cornice from Sky Island." "So that's who it is, then it's fine. What is his name?" Replying to the Empress, "His name is Hanma Haiyun." I didn't expect the little guy to resemble Emperor Tian quite a bit. "Let me hold him." The Empress held Haiyun in her arms, but the little one was hungry and wanted to eat from the Empress. On the other side, Tian suddenly noticed and released a burst of Conqueror's haki to intimidate Haiyun. The meaning was clear. If she wasn't going to eat, then only her mother could, or perhaps her father could as well. The sudden intimidation made Haiyun obediently reach back for Baby 5's embrace. Baby 5 and Sugar were stunned. Such a small child could release Conqueror's haki, almost causing them to faint. Emperor Tian didn't expect Tian to have the power of Conqueror's haki, and he felt even fonder of her. Seeing Tian's unhappiness, The Empress immediately approached to comfort her. All right, it's okay. All of Mommy's will be left for you, all right? The Empress doted on Tian very much. This little one was not only cute, but also quite clingy to her, and she could feel that Tian loved her as a mother. However, Haiyun is your brother, and he is also your father's son, and he counts as my son as well, so you can't be mean to him. You need to take care of him, understand? Mommy, hold me. Tian immediately stretched out her hands and said in a baby voice, Okay, Mommy can hold you. After being held, Tian was hungry and started to eat. The Empress helplessly thought that this little one was definitely still asserting her dominance over Haiyun. Husband, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Tian to be so domineering at such a young age. The Empress said obediently in front of Emperor Tian. I think it's great. I really like it and look forward to her growth. Hearing Emperor Tian say this, the Empress felt very proud. After all, she was the mother of such a good daughter, and it was unexpected that her husband loved her so much. It seemed that her absolute position among her many sisters was secure. By the way, husband, what about Shirahoshi and the others? The Empress asked, showing concern for the children Shirahoshi had for her husband. I haven't gone there yet. I first came from the East Sea, where Makino gave birth to a son named Hanma Tian, and Vivi gave birth to a son named Hanma Tian. That's really great. I hope to see them when I get the chance. The Empress said with anticipation, not feeling jealous at all. She thought it was a happy thing that everyone had given birth to Emperor Tian's bloodline. So, are you going to spend some time with me next, husband? The Empress looked at Emperor Tian longingly. I won't leave for half a month. Upon hearing this, the Empress's breathing became rapid. Half a month was truly wonderful. She could finally spend time alone with her husband. However, half a month passed quickly for the Empress. Standing at the dock, she reluctantly watched Emperor Tian board the ship and leave. Tian said in a baby voice, Daddy, you have to come back soon. Mommy and I will be waiting for you. Then she turned to Haiyun and said, Stinky brother, you have to call me sister from now on. Even if I bully you, you can't cry, understand? Haiyun, in baby Five's arms, showed a very awkward expression. For the past half month, he had only been bullied by Tian. He had tried to resist, but he just couldn't win against her. Her little punches were too powerful. Baby Five smiled and said, The young master and the princess seem to have a great relationship. They will definitely be a good brother and sister when they grow up. Yes, I think so too. Haiyun seems to be quite accommodating to Tian, and even though Tian bullies Haiyun, she also seems to care about him. Sugar nodded seriously. Emperor Tian looked gently at Tian and the Empress, but everything was arranged by the Empress, and when the children grew a bit older, the Empress could follow him anytime she wanted. The Sea Kings followed the warship for quite a long distance. Emperor Tian, when will we return to Fishman Island? Our king has also given birth to an amazing daughter for you. Yes, born with powerful observation haki. She can communicate directly with us. Don't worry. Once I go to one more place, I will go to Fishman Island to see them. I see. Then Emperor Tian, take your time. After the Sea Kings understood, they watched as the warship completely disappeared into the windless sea. For this period, Kazuki Hiyori had been living on the ship. During this time, Emperor Tian really didn't need Kazuki Hiyori, so he hadn't touched her at all. However, today, Emperor Tian walked into Kazuki Hiyori's room to ask her an important question. Kazuki Hiyori thought she was going to be favored and showed great nervousness and anticipation. As an ordinary girl, she couldn't resist the powerful hormonal influence of Emperor Tian. After being in the same space for a while, she felt a strong desire. Kazuki Hiyori, your mother, Taimiyuki, was someone who crossed over from over 830 years ago. But unfortunately, she died under the gunfire of the beast pirates. I truly feel sorry for her. She possessed a powerful devil fruit ability, controlling the power of time and space. I really want to compete with her in the same era. Lord Emperor Tian, can you help me avenge my mother? I refuse. But you can let your future son take revenge. But I don't have a son yet. Can you help me, Lord Emperor Tian? Kazuki Hiyori said pitifully, her heart filled with desire. I can help you with that, but you need to think about whether your mother, Taimiyuki, mentioned where the time fruit would be after her death. If you have a clue, I can help you have an extraordinary son. I won't stop you from seeking revenge. How's that sound? Emperor Tian was now somewhat interested in acquiring the time fruit, as long as he consumed this fruit. The future he anticipated could be achieved in a very short time. Really? Kazuki Hayori's heart raced. The bloodline of Lord Emperor Tian was incredibly powerful. Rather than relying on others for revenge, it was more reliable to rely on her own son. Do you think I would deceive you? Emperor Tian said lightly. I understand now. My mother did mention that after her death, the time fruit might be in Vegapunk's hands. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian felt a sudden realization. I see. Then, I will do as you wish. 10 days later, Emperor Tian arrived in Hayori's hometown, a plain little town. Kazuki Hayori and the others were still on the ship and did not accompany him to the town. Baby 5 was very envious of Kazuki Hayori and said, I didn't expect you to be favored by Lord Emperor Tian for 10 days. You must be very happy, right? Kazuki Hayori blushed and honestly replied, yeah, I never thought we women could be this happy. But fortunately, I gave everything to Lord Emperor Tian, so I feel even happier. Woo, I'm so envious of you. But why does Lord Emperor Tian only need me to help him take care of the children? I don't want to be a nanny forever. I'm a woman too. I need love in return. Baby 5 said sadly, shedding tears. Such a charismatic man was always out of reach, which felt like a failure for her, making her feel very frustrated. Sugar then said, I think taking care of children is quite interesting. Maybe one day I'll be called mom. After taking care of Hayori for a while, Sugar had developed feelings, but she never thought about becoming Emperor Tian's woman. She was too timid. Just seeing Emperor Tian's terrifying muscles made her afraid, and she didn't dare to stay alone in a room with him. Emperor Tian released his observation haki and quickly sensed Hayori's presence, arriving at the small courtyard where she lived. Hayori sensed Emperor Tian's aura from afar and hurriedly ran into the room to groom herself. When she came out, she saw Emperor Tian already sitting in a chair in the courtyard, looking at the baby. My husband, our baby's name is Sejin, Vama Sejin. I hope he can grow up to be a just marine. That's fine. Emperor Tian had no requirements about the paths their children would take in the future. However, he did have one requirement. They must not lose his face, and their strength must gain his recognition. Otherwise, he would feel disappointed. Thank you, my husband. Hayori walked over, hugged Emperor Tian from behind, closed her eyes to feel the warmth of his body, and couldn't help but feel very secure. She had always been worried that Emperor Tian would forget her, thinking that the other women around him were all very beautiful, very delicate, and better than her. She felt unworthy of Emperor Tian at that time, and after not seeing him for a while, she inevitably felt forgotten by him. Chapter 113. The Appearance of Nagato. The land exploding sky, star Emperor Tian stayed with Hayori here for half a month. Hayori was very satisfied and happy about it. During this time, Emperor Tian had one last cluster of devil fruit energy left, which he transferred into some prepared fruits and handed over to Hayori, hoping she could find time to let the child eat it. After temporarily saying goodbye to Hayori, Emperor Tian and his group went to Fishman Island. Yamato was about to give birth, so she was temporarily settled in Ryugu Castle. However, after she gave birth, the child would be handed over to Kaido for upbringing. Emperor Tian did not allow Yamato to meet the child unless she personally agreed to kill Momonosuke. Otherwise, it wouldn't be allowed. In Ryugu Castle, Shirahoshi, Shirley, Nico Robin, Momonosuke, Ain, Bonnie, Rebecca, and Violet had all become mothers. Shirahoshi had a daughter, while the others had sons. My lord, is it true that my sister's baby is really called Sweet? Shirahoshi asked cutely, but she hadn't decided on a name for her daughter yet. Emperor Tian gently nodded. Shirahoshi then began to think hard, and after a while, she said, My lord, I've thought of it. How about we name our child Little Fish? What do you think? I think that's good. Emperor Tian naturally agreed. He had no specific requirements for the names of the children. However, he did have thoughts about the child born to Kazuki Hayori, stipulating that the name must be Vamarengia. Kazuki Hayori still didn't know that he had to kill Momonosuke, and even if it was for Sukiyaki, it had to be resolved at some point. If one day he needed to consider a 100 portrayal of purity, he could start with Kazuki Hayori's choice. If Kazuki Hayori chose to kill him, then he wouldn't mind implementing this plan. Nico Robin's son was named Vama Tiani. Momonosuke's son was Vama Feifei. Ain's son was Vama Ron. Bonnie's son was Vama Xiaoxiong. Rebecca's son was Vama Xiangri. Violet's son was Vama Jesse. Emperor Tian stayed on Fishman Island for a month, during which he instructed them to properly educate the children for 2 years. After 2 years, he would return to take them and travel to a world 20 years later to see how much the children would grow. Emperor Tian was very much looking forward to their growth results. Shirahoshi and the others were reluctant to see the children grow up, but knowing what their husbands said, they couldn't change it no matter what. They could only make the most of this limited time to properly educate their respective children. After Emperor Tian left Fishman Island, Violet, Rebecca, Baby 5, and Sugar, along with Hiyori, returned to the Dressrosa Kingdom under the escort of a group of sea kings. Momotaro left Fishman Island with her child and returned to Sabaody. Vice Admiral Crane was emotional, not expecting that Momotaro actually gave birth to a son for Kaido. Considering how much Kaido had once hurt her, Bonnie, escorted by the Sea Kings, returned to the South Sea to take care of her child for 2 years, after which she could only leave him in the care of acquaintances as she wanted to follow Kaido. Ain chose to take the child back to her hometown to visit her deceased parents, planning to find Zifa afterward. If she had to follow Kaido for 2 years, she needed to think of a backup plan for her child and see if Zifa could help take care of him. Yamato and Kazuki Nika were still on the warship, heading with Kaido to Zou. Half a month later, Kaido saw the giant elephant in a certain sea area of the New World. This colossal creature was so immense that even Kaido felt somewhat unable to shake it. It was simply too large. The body above the sea level reached 10,000 meters high, with its 4 legs on the seabed, adding at least another 10,000. However, Kaido was still a bit restless. Kurazumi Kanjuro had once killed a mutated giant elephant with bare hands. If he could kill this elephant and eat its meat, his conqueror's haki could at least increase in purity by 5%. However, killing this elephant and eating all its meat would be quite challenging, but it wasn't impossible. Everything depended on the effort put in. After leaving the warship on the sea, Kaido suddenly stomped on the sea surface and shot straight up into the sky. At a speed of over 1,000 meters per second, he landed on the elephant in just over 10 seconds. He unleashed the power of Conqueror's Haki, penetrating the entire Zou area on the back of the elephant. 2/3 of the mink tribe present fainted on the spot. Kaido sensed this aura and instantly knew it was Kaido's arrival, rushing over immediately. "Brother, you finally came. The mink tribe has been suppressed by me several times, and they are hiding from me everywhere." But Kaido was currently only concerned about Momonosuke's situation and asked, "Has Momonosuke awakened that power?" "Well, it seems not yet. If he had awakened it, according to your previous words, he would be able to control the elephant. And I'm afraid the elephant would have already taken action against me." Kaido thought for a moment and said, "Humph, it seems your methods are still too weak, failing to bring true terror to Momonosuke." "Brother, you don't understand. The mink tribe is extremely familiar with the terrain here and always finds ways to evade my attacks. I even suspect they have hidden underground. However, during this time, I have killed many mink tribe members and told them that as long as they hand over Momonosuke, I would spare them. But they are determined to protect Momonosuke, so he probably hasn't felt the fear of death, which is why he hasn't awakened that power. Stop with the nonsense. If they want to protect Momonosuke, then let Zou feel the pain of the world," Kaido stated with undeniable authority. In an instant, he shot up into the sky, overlooking the vast Zou area. It had indeed been damaged quite a bit by Kaido, but many Mink tribe members were still playing hide-and-seek with him while protecting Momonosuke. Crocodile also became an accomplice, with many areas having obvious signs of sand manipulation. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and flew into the sky, preparing to join Kaido in a grand act of destruction, obliterating the entire land on the elephant's back. This way, the Mink tribe would be completely trapped in a desperate situation. However, what happened next stunned Kaido. He didn't even need to make a move. Kaido activated his demon brain and condensed a vortex path. His pair of strange eyes were filled with extraordinary power, looking down on all beings like a deity, capable of controlling life and death with a mere thought. The figure of the path stepped on the void, his expressionless pupils looking down below, unleashing the Deva path from the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. He quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the forbidden technique of the Rinnegan. Deva path, planetary devastation. A black sphere slowly rose from his hand, emanating a mysterious and unfathomable power, with an incredibly strong pulling force acting within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The forest, soil layers, ruins, and some Mink tribe members below were continuously pulled into the black sphere, becoming part of it, causing the sphere to grow larger and larger in the sky. Kaido was immensely shocked. What kind of strange power was this? He almost lost control of his dragon form due to being pulled. Swallowing hard, Kaido's respect for Kaido turned into awe. The more he understood Kaido's methods and power, the more he felt his own insignificance and a vast gap in strength. Chapter 114, Lingchi Momonosuke. A horrifying scream escaped Momonosuke's mouth as his arm was cleanly severed from his shoulder by sand, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Momonosuke was so frightened that he fainted on the spot, let alone awakening any power. Galet's pupils widened, and he covered his mouth in shock. What? Sam, brother, you actually did it? Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were also startled, thinking Crocodile only wanted to scare Momonosuke. You two at a time like this. Do you think I would still have the mood to joke with everyone's lives? Crocodile's expression was grim. Anyone who dared to stop him now, even Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, wouldn't he be taken seriously? You saw it too. This fool actually fainted in fear. I guess I'll have to break a leg too. Otherwise, I'll be buried with him. But you two shouldn't feel too guilty. You've protected him for so long, sacrificing many lives. If he is useless, he can only pay a little price. It's better than all of us dying here. Besides, wanting to accomplish great things, losing an arm or a leg is nothing unusual. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi listened to Crocodile's words, though they felt pity for Momonosuke losing an arm and a leg. They could only endure it. Sai, we understand. You do what you think is best, but be careful, don't really kill him. Otherwise, even if we go to hell, we want to be able to explain to Lord Odin. Rest assured, professionals handle professional matters. There's nothing to worry about. Crocodile said seriously, suddenly grabbing the fainted Momonosuke. With a loud slap, he slapped Momonosuke awake. The hit was indeed a bit harsh. 2 teeth flew out, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Galet was left speechless, and Inuarashi and Nekomamushi chose not to stop him, turning their heads away to avoid watching. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi sighed in their hearts, ultimately choosing not to look and turning their displeasure into anger towards Kaido. If Momonosuke truly awakened, that power and Wano Kuni was thus opened up, leading to the ancient war weapon, Pluton, being unleashed, the consequences would all fall on Kaido alone. If it weren't for his relentless extermination, how could he easily let such a world-threatening weapon emerge? Momonosuke opened his eyes and saw Crocodile's extremely twisted and evil expression looking at him. What are you going to do? Why did you sever my arm? So much blood, it hurts so much. Isn't our common enemy Emperor Tian? Why are you attacking me? Taoji was pale, trembling, and anxiously asked. If you can't awaken the power to control the Elephant Lord, you have no value to me, so I can only kill you. Hurry up, I'll give you another chance. Focus, unleash your potential. You must control the Elephant Lord, otherwise. I'll break one of your legs this time, Shacklock said ruthlessly. Taoji was filled with fear. He had already lost an arm, and now he was going to lose a leg? He hurriedly looked at Galet, Inu Ramen, and Cat Viper. Hey, what are you doing? He's going to kill me. Save me. Why are you all indifferent? Am I not your young master? Aren't you servants of the Kazuki family? Now your young master has had his arm cut off and is about to have his leg cut off, and you just pretend you see nothing? Is your conscience okay? How can you do this? I understand. You must think I'm holding you back, and now you're using him to want me dead, right? Taoji became increasingly anxious, mindlessly spouting nonsense. For a moment, even Shacklock couldn't help but sneer. What a fool! How could such a person hide powerful strength? Life is truly unfair. As for Galet, Inu Ramen, and Cat Viper, hearing Taoji's words, they felt disheartened, but it was not enough to get angry with him on the spot. After all, one should not hold a grudge against the younger generation. You talk too much. I'm letting you focus on awakening your hidden power, and you're relying on others? You fool, truly hopeless. Can't you rely on yourself to control your own fate? Shacklock had little patience left. Angered, he used his ability to cut off one of Taoji's legs right then and there. Taoji screamed in agony, pain piercing his heart. Tears and snot mixed with blood at the corners of his mouth, looking miserable and dirty. His neck was still being choked, leaving him no chance to crawl away. He could only look again at Gallet, Inu Ramen, and Cat Viper, the furry tribe. I beg you, please help me. I've lost an arm and a leg. It's so scary. I'm really going to die. I don't want to die. Are your ears deaf? I'm your young master, and you are all my servants. Even if you die, you should die before me. Why aren't you saving me now? Are you afraid of death and planning to betray the Kazuki family? Unfortunately, no matter how much Taoji talked, Inu Ramen and the others ultimately remained silent. Comforting themselves, it was fine, even if he lost a leg and an arm. He wouldn't die. At worst, he could get prosthetics. Moreover, as long as they could use Taoji to help restore Wano country, they could assist Lord Odin in saving the entire Wano country. And for now, they could only continue to wrong Taoji. Taoji recalled how the furry tribe had cared for him before, asking about his well-being, and now they were pretending not to hear. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying chill. Everyone in front of him seemed so indifferent, so despicable. They all deserved to die. I understand now. You are all devils, all bad things. You want to conspire to murder me and hand me over to Hanma Emperor Tian, right? Ha! You furry tribe people really deserve to be killed so many times. You're so stupid. My life is far more precious than theirs, yet you want to abandon me. You all deserve to die. Upon hearing this, the members of the furry tribe instantly looked at Taoji with intense killing intent. Did this fool's brain get bitten by a dog? Everyone was suffering too. They just wanted to use a painful method to make him awaken his powerful strength so he could survive. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, not only was he afraid of death, but he also viewed those who were willing to risk their lives for him with such contempt. It suddenly felt like all efforts were in vain, truly not worth it. Even Inu Ramen and Cat Viper clenched their fists, gritting their teeth. If it weren't for the deep influence of Kazuki Odin on them, they would have already smashed Taoji's head themselves. Gallet was questioning life. He had previously felt pity for Taoji, but was now appalled by him. Over the past few months, countless tribe members had died to protect Taoji, yet he was being insulted in return. I should have known better than to comfort him. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Gallet suddenly felt disgust for Taoji. Shacklock Doll was extremely disappointed. This fool still hadn't awakened his power and was still longing for someone to protect him. What a waste, encountering an idiot. With a vicious glare, he cut off Taoji's other leg on the spot. No one can save you. Give up on that hope. If you don't awaken your hidden ability, you'll only have a dead end. Next, I will cut off your other arm too and slowly kill you. Anyway, everyone will die because of you. We are not as afraid of death as you are. Gwa, come on, I'll count to 3. If you don't awaken your hidden ability by then, I'll begin. Shacklock Doll laughed cruelly, like a devil. Taoji endured the pain, feeling extremely anxious and fearful. No, please awaken your ability quickly. Awaken. How do I awaken? I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Elephant Lord, please save me. Save me. But just then, the heavenly explosion star in the sky no longer floated in the void, covering a range of thousands of meters, and came crashing down. Not good. Quickly dive into the dark passage. Inu Ramen commanded, and countless members of the furry tribe rushed into the ground, several meters deep. Damn it, it might have been just a little more. Shacklock Doll felt that Taoji had just shown some potential. That gaze was fierce and serious, but unexpectedly, the attack from Emperor Tian fell at that moment. There was no way. Shacklock Doll couldn't really let Taoji be killed like this. He activated his ability to turn the ground into sand over a large area, creating a defensive fortress that buried himself and Taoji inside. Boom! The heavenly explosion star, with a diameter covering over 2,000 meters, smashed into Zo. In an instant, there was an explosion, and the terrifying energy waves produced swept destructively in all directions. Before long, the area of several thousand meters was flattened, revealing an enormous pit. Even the Elephant Lord let out a deafening roar, clearly in pain from this strike. Kaido looked on in horror. The power of this strike was too fierce. If Onigashima took such a hit, it would probably cease to exist. Brother, will Taoji just disappear like this? But we still need to use his power, right? Kaido couldn't help but ask. Emperor Tian had previously instructed him to call Charlotte Lean Lean's daughter, Bryn, who was now waiting for orders in a safe place. As for Brin's ability, Kaido had understood. It could rewrite and delete memories. It was not hard to imagine that Emperor Tian wanted to use some memory-related methods on Tao Ji after his ability awakened, likely to control the Elephant Lord. Don't worry, I already know where Tao Ji and the others are hiding. They are not at the center of the explosion. The residual effects won't kill them so quickly. Follow me. Emperor Tian brought Kaido to the edge of the pit, where large piles of sand had completely turned the area into a desert. Kaido frowned, realizing it was Crocodile's ability. With him around, the sandification could indeed reduce the damage from explosions. Universal pull. Next to Emperor Tian, Nagato activated the power of the Rinnegan again, the same as the Deva Path. A terrifying suction force acted on the sandified ground, forcibly pulling Momonosuke out and grabbing him in his hand. What? Kaido was shocked again. This power was impressive, able to accurately lock onto a target from such a distance. His observation haki hadn't even precisely locked on a Momonosuke yet. Let's go. That bunch of useless fools can't awaken Momonosuke. I have to do it myself. Emperor Tian knew very well that Crocodile had cut off Momonosuke's hands and feet just to force him to awaken his powers. In this day and age, awakening any special power usually required a sacrifice or the death of someone important. For example, Luffy awakened his Conqueror S Haki after seeing his important person, Ace, die in front of him. As for Momonosuke, it was likely that even sacrificing Kazuki Oden in front of him wouldn't guarantee an awakening. A cowardly and selfish guy like him would probably need to endure a long period of torment to awaken. Soon, Emperor Tian brought Momonosuke to the front of the Elephant Lord's head. The Elephant Lord's pupils were enormous and pitch black, with clouds constantly drifting in front of him. Emperor Tian wanted the Elephant Lord to watch as Momonosuke was cruelly tortured, or to help Momonosuke better establish a mental connection with the Elephant Lord. I see. My brother is truly famous, Kaido suddenly realized. However, he was soon confused again when Emperor Tian took his kanabo, easily removed a piece of steel from it, and pinched the steel into a thin, sharp blade with just 2 fingers. Kaido, do you know what I'm best at? Brother, are you going to execute Momonosuke? Oomph. Not bad, you have some insight. Emperor Tian snorted lightly. Kaido thought to himself, everyone in the world knows about the execution of celestial dragons, now with a small knife. Isn't that obvious? At this moment, Momonosuke was already unconscious. Emperor Tian didn't care and didn't intentionally wake him up. Instead, he moved at a steady pace, slicing off a piece of meat from Momonosuke's body every 3 seconds, each piece about 1 millimeter thick. As he continued cutting, the technique and knife skills were quite precise and skilled, with each piece of meat being very even. Momonosuke soon felt pain and frowned, slowly opening his eyes, only to see Emperor Tian and Kaido in front of him. But what terrified him even more was seeing them cutting pieces of flesh from his body, blood flying away with the wind. Momonosuke's scalp went completely numb as he felt unprecedented fear. No, please, I beg you, let me go. I'll do anything you want. Even if you want me to awaken my powers, I can do it. I'll awaken right away. Momonosuke was extremely frightened, and seeing the enormous Elephant Lord beside him, he immediately cried out in despair. Elephant Lord, I am Kazuki Momonosuke. Please, hurry up and connect with me. I beg you. Woo-woo. But the Elephant Lord kept speaking, and Momonosuke couldn't hear him. Human, why do you treat such a young child this way? I like it. If you're not satisfied, come and attack me. Emperor Tian could hear the voice of all things, capturing the Elephant Lord's mental communication. Human, are you sure you've thought this through? If I make a move, you will die without a burial place. Ha ha. This is truly what I've been wanting. Emperor Tian suddenly laughed heartily, his fighting spirit soaring, leaving Kaido beside him dumbfounded. Brother, you? Kaido, you come to execute him. If the meat isn't finished, the person will die first, and I won't let you off easily. Yes, brother. Kaido broke out in a cold sweat and immediately transformed back into his original form, creating flame clouds to step on and began attempting to execute Momonosuke. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian unleashed his fighting spirit and kicked fiercely towards the Elephant Lord's head. Chapter 115. The Elephant Lord summons the battleship. The Underworld King, the power of Emperor Tian's stomp exceeded light speed, distorting and booming the space around it. However, the Elephant Lord's enormous head only bore a 3-inch thick footprint, which failed to shock him. Human, your power is indeed strong, but I advise you not to provoke me further, otherwise you will die without a burial place. The Elephant Lord withstood the kick, although it wasn't a big deal. He still issued another warning due to the provocation. However, it was clear he didn't want to make a move easily. It seemed the conditions for not attacking were based on the orders of someone he had previously agreed with. Not willing to fight back, huh? Emperor Tian snorted coldly. Wrapping his Conqueror's Haki around his fist, activating 70 of his demon back, releasing heat energy, and fully armed with armament Haki, he struck towards the Elephant Lord's head. With a bang, a shocking explosion occurred, blood splattered, and such a powerful blow even created a blood hole on the Elephant Lord's massive head. The Elephant Lord let out a cry of pain. Suddenly, 2 enormous pitch-black pupils glowed with a scarlet light, as if truly awakening and ready to hunt. Ha ha ha, yes. Just like that. If you don't resist, how will I know how strong your powers are? Emperor Tian was overjoyed, feeling that this time he could fully engage the Elephant Lord. However, this little injury was nothing to the gigantic Elephant Lord, who is thousands of meters tall. It was like just getting a needle prick. Although he lost quite a bit of blood for a while, it quickly healed at a visible speed. It was clear that such a massive life form as the Elephant Lord had highly active cells, or rather, the energy propelled and drawn by each heartbeat was incredibly terrifying. Kaido was slightly distracted by Emperor Tian's attack. He hadn't expected that a single punch could create a blood hole in the body of such a huge creature. Indeed, he was stronger than himself. Now, even if Kaido went all out, he couldn't punch through the Elephant Lord's defenses to create a blood hole. But if he used a weapon, he could leave a blood stain, though it wouldn't be too deep. The Elephant Lord's pupils turned scarlet, and he suddenly flapped one of his enormous ears, creating a terrifying wind that felt like a mountain moving, producing powerful gusts that sliced through the air, not only scraping bones, but also delivering tremendous impact. Seeing this, Kaido quickly dodged to a safe distance and ascended to a higher altitude to execute Momonosuke. Momonosuke continued to scream in agony, thinking of various ways to control the Elephant Lord. Emperor Tian was suddenly blown away thousands of meters by the fierce wind generated by the Elephant Lord's ear, but he steadied himself in mid-air. Boom! At this moment, Emperor Tian's leg muscles tightened, and he exerted force again, stomping on the void, creating a thunderous sound, transforming into a black electric light, and charging towards the Elephant Lord, delivering another powerful punch. However, this Elephant Lord seemed extraordinary. He possessed strong observation Haki and captured his battle trajectory at the first moment, forming a massive water column that blocked in front of Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian's punch collided with the water column. With a bang, the water column exploded. But Emperor Tian's fist was still grazed by the water column, exposing some bone on his fist. The random attacks from the Elephant Lord are indeed terrifying, as expected from a gigantic creature thousands of meters tall. However, Tian's powerful recovery ability allows him to fully regenerate within 3 seconds. Interesting. It seems I can have some fun today. Tian once again activates his demon brain, conjuring a massive troll figure that is a kilometer tall. Though this time the figure appears somewhat insubstantial due to the mental energy expended in summoning the Long Gate just moments before. Otherwise, Tian was even considering summoning Saitama from the One Punch Man world. However, he does not intend to quickly take down the Elephant Lord. For now, he wants to pass the time and wait for Momonosuke's ability to awaken. The kilometer-tall troll figure clenches its fist and strikes down at the Elephant Lord's head. But the impact feels more like that of an egg colliding with a massive stone. Nevertheless, the power of this punch is substantial, causing the Elephant Lord's head to shake and likely resulting in a few seconds of concussion. This infuriates the Elephant Lord, who, aside from attacking with its trunk, can only use its 2 enormous ears to violently flap forward. Bang! The terrifying rush of air, along with friction in the space, produces sharp, explosive sounds. The gigantic figure of the troll is forcibly blown back thousands of meters by this powerful gust. Tion's real body immediately flies upward to avoid being blown away as well. This power is indeed strong, but as long as I can evade your attacks, you're just a large meal for me to hunt at will. Tian scoffs. Feeling the kilometer-tall troll figure he conjured dissipate completely as it gets blown too far away, losing connection. Although it causes a significant drain on his mental energy and gives him a headache, he does not mind. Everything is going according to plan. After all, he initially only intended to gauge the Elephant Lord's terrifying power. As a strong individual, he is very eager to experience the Elephant Lord attacks. Now he has felt it. It is very strong, and with his current strength, he is simply not a match for such a massive opponent. Competing in strength and attack power feels like asking for punishment. However, while the Elephant Lord's attacks are strong, they only come from its trunk and 2 pairs of ears. By avoiding these 2 attack ranges, the Elephant Lord can only serve as his punching bag. Next, Tian lands on the Elephant Lord's ear. Using his palm like a knife, he swiftly slices a small piece of flesh from the ear and begins to bite into it. The flesh is incredibly tough, and he cannot bite through it at all. In the end, he has to use his armed haki to cover his entire set of teeth just to barely chew it into pieces. The Elephant Lord, feeling Tian eating the flesh from its ear, becomes extremely enraged. Human, do not overreach. Completely angering me will not benefit you. Tian dismissively retorts, "Aka me piaka. I will eat you all sooner or later." Just then, Momonosuke, whose survival instincts are intensifying, suddenly has a flash of insight in his mind. As if a certain shackle has been broken, and his mental perception becomes very spacious. In this peculiar state, he actually hears the voice of the Elephant Lord. At the same time, the Elephant Lord seems to sense the change in Momonosuke. I didn't expect that the one I was waiting for was this guy. It seems you already knew everything, so you did this on purpose. The Elephant Lord seems to realize and understands the intentions of the human attacking it. Have you finally awakened? Then let's get down to business. Tian grins, instantly disappearing from beside the Elephant Lord's ear and appearing next to Kaido. Let's let Bryn take the stage. Kaido stops torturing Momonosuke, having only cut off flesh from half of his arm with over 100 strikes. However, seeing Momonosuke's sudden change, along with Tian's words, it is evident that Momonosuke has awakened some power that can connect with the Elephant Lord. Thus, he leads the way forward. Bryn has been arranged to stay in a safe place in Zou. Momonosuke snaps out of his surprise and actually hears the voice of the Elephant Lord. Is this the so-called powerful force hidden within him? Master, you have finally awakened the mission power to command me. The Elephant Lord actively sends a mental message to Momonosuke. Momonosuke also inquires in his mind, "Who are you? Are you the Elephant Lord?" "That's right. I am right before your eyes," the Elephant Lord replies. "Great. Kill them all for me and avenge me." Momonosuke thinks excitedly, feeling that he can finally take revenge. However, the Elephant Lord's response makes him instantly furious. "Master, I am truly sorry, but my mission can only involve assisting you in establishing a nation and mobilizing one of the ancient weapons, the battleship Pluton." "What do you mean? Am I not your master? Now, kill everyone here, and you actually cannot do it? What kind of useless being are you? What good is your help to me?" Momonosuke feels speechless and unwilling in his heart. After finally awakening this confusing power, he thought he could immediately take revenge and escape from suffering, only to find that he still cannot retaliate immediately. "I apologize, Master, but my mission is like this. I cannot arbitrarily use my power for other matters just for you." The Elephant Lord apologizes, clearly indicating that there was an agreement with someone in the past that cannot be broken even if a destined person appears. "Very well. I will endure. So what should I do? They want to kill me. If I die, how can I lead you to complete your mission?" Momonosuke suppresses his anger and asks the Elephant Lord in his mind, "Master, I can at most spray water on your back. Whether I can save you depends on fate. Furthermore, I do not recommend you to use the Pluton battleship just to kill people." The Elephant Lord's response fills Momonosuke with a sense of despair. What a useless situation. It seems that even after awakening some power, he cannot freely control the Elephant Lord. Thus, he can only place his last chance of survival in the hands of Kaido and Tian. "Please, let me go. I don't want to die. I don't want to be tortured. It's so terrifying, so painful. I can hand over all the Mink tribe people as leverage, as long as you let me go. I can also help you get the Pluton battleship. Momonosuke desperately pleads. Kaido cannot help but sneer. Is this guy really the son of Kazuki Oden? This truly is a case of one generation being worse than the last. His father at least had some backbone and was not afraid of death. Unexpectedly, his son is so fearful of death that he is willing to betray all those who genuinely helped him. Tian and Kaido do not respond to this, as it is sufficient that Momonosuke has awakened the ability to sense the Elephant Lord's power. However, they still need to ensure that Momonosuke does not die too quickly. Big brother, we have arrived. Bryn, come out. Kaido says. Soon, Bryn with 3 eyes cautiously walks out. This trip is at her mother's behest. Otherwise, she would not be able to help the Mink tribe, as many from the nations are indeed from the Mink tribe. I have met Lord Tian and Lord Kaido. Bryn feels somewhat nervous, or rather very fearful of Tian's power. Rewrite his memory and force the Elephant Lord to execute the task of establishing a nation in Wano and mobilize the Pluton battleship. Pluton battleship? When Bruin heard this, her heart was filled with shock. Oh my god, the Pluto warship. Could it be one of the legendary ancient war machines? She never expected to encounter it in Wano. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Lord Emperor Tian's ambition was terrifying. The Pluto warship was said to be capable of easily destroying an island. What? Are you having difficulty? Emperor Tian frowned and questioned. No. Before coming here, my mother specifically instructed me that as long as it's Lord Emperor Tian's request, I must do my utmost. Just right, rewriting someone else's memory. I have no problem with that, Bruin hurriedly explained. Looking at Momonosuke, she saw that he had already been tortured to this extent. Even if he were a strong person, he had little power to resist. Therefore, whether it was deleting memories or adding her own set memories, there was no problem at all. Soon, according to Emperor Tian's wishes, Bruin deleted and altered Momonosuke's memories. At the same time, Bruin also saw many unbelievable memories from Momonosuke's mind, discovering that he was actually someone who had traveled from the past to the present. Wrap his wounds. We can't let him die. At this moment, Momonosuke had already fallen unconscious. When his memories were forcibly extracted and altered, he was kept in a forced state of unconsciousness, and when he woke up, his memories were completely integrated. Not long after, Momonosuke awakened, completely transformed, no longer fearing Emperor Tian and Kaido, and harboring no hatred in his heart, only reverence. Believing himself to be the most loyal dog under Lord Emperor Tian and Lord Kaido, he immediately executed the task, ordering the Elephant Master to head to Wano to establish a nation and mobilize the Pluto warship. Faced with Momonosuke's forceful command, the Elephant Master ultimately chose to set out, beginning to move purposefully across the endless sea. Half a month later, the Elephant Master arrived in Wano, shocking everyone in the land. The remnants of the red scabbards in the shadows were somewhat bewildered, but couldn't help but feel a bit overjoyed. I didn't expect the young master to be so powerful, even calling the Elephant Master here. Yeah, as long as we can control the Elephant Master, it won't be hard for Wano to achieve liberation. But soon they became even more confused. As soon as the Elephant Master appeared, he began to wreak havoc in Wano, using his enormous trunk to move the surrounding mountains. What is going on? Is it really this direct? Could this be the plan for establishing a nation? The remnants of the red scabbards were a bit dazed, seeming to realize that this was somewhat different from the plan. Everything was happening too quickly. But what they didn't know was that Momonosuke didn't have much time left. So both Emperor Tian and Kaido were in a hurry, commanding the Elephant Master through Momonosuke to bring out the warship Pluto. Kaido, from now on, this matter will be handed over to you. I might not appear for a long time. You've been with me for some time, so I trust you won't easily fail. After the warship Pluto is brought out, you keep it safe for now. After giving his instructions, Emperor Tian left directly, preparing to head to Egghead Island to look for Vegapunk's whereabouts regarding the time fruit. However, feeling a bit reluctant to deal with such trouble, he planned to visit the world government to inform Emu of some matters, thus facilitating a quicker investigation of Vegapunk. Chapter 116. Emu's unpleasant condition after pregnancy. Half a month later, Emperor Tian arrived alone at Mariewa. It had been almost half a year since his last battle with Emu 5 months ago. I wonder if that powerful woman Emu has also gotten pregnant. As Emperor Tian walked through Panga City, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The celestial dragons he encountered along the way were terrified, their legs shaking and bodies trembling. The usual high and mighty aura they held was completely gone. After several incidents, they understood that even they, the celestial dragons, were helpless against Emperor Tian and could only let him do as he pleased. The more they resisted, the more they would face dire consequences. This price was something they all wanted to avoid, as it could lead to death. In the last battle at Panga City, several hundred celestial dragons had been killed or injured. Upon learning that Emperor Tian had appeared in Panga City again, the 5 elders were drenched in cold sweat, terrified. As one of their arms had already been severed by Emperor Tian, they had initially wanted to request Imu to connect with them, but unfortunately, Imu and Emperor Tian's battle had lasted more than 5 months, and over time, the severed arm they had preserved had deteriorated, making it impossible to heal perfectly. As a result, all 5 of them were now missing an arm, unless they opted for prosthetics, which they all refused. What should we do? That disaster is back. What can we do? Imu has been in a bad mood lately. Even if it's the end of the world, we shouldn't disturb them. Sai, what do we do? Should we go out and meet that disaster? I think we should go out. Otherwise, if he thinks we don't value him, he might cause some trouble. And that would be terrible. Right, but who will go? The 5 elders were anxiously discussing among themselves, but had no desire to greet Emperor Tian. Let's go together. All right then. Ultimately, the 5 had no choice but to brace themselves and go together. At that moment, Emperor Tian spotted a celestial dragon whose appearance he found very displeasing. You come here. Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed, and with his hands in his pockets, he looked at the nearby celestial dragon with pure violence. Is it me? The celestial dragon was startled, immediately losing control of his bladder. The other celestial dragons and some uniformed bodyguards dared not intervene. Emperor Tian's might was deeply engraved in their minds. Anyone who resisted would face certain death. Emperor Tian activated Shave and instantly teleported over. Don't you have any idea? If it's not you, then who else could it be? The celestial dragon quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. My lord, I didn't provoke you. I truly didn't. I don't understand why you want to deal with me. Please spare me. I'm absolutely innocent. Are you sure you haven't provoked me? What are you? Wearing that mask? You don't want to breathe the same air as me? Emperor Tian stomped on the celestial dragon's head, instantly crushing the mask, causing the celestial dragon to bleed from his nose and nearly pop his eyes out. The surrounding celestial dragons were terrified, quickly removing their masks. If they were targeted, they would likely end up like the one on the ground. It hurts. You can't treat me like this. Even if you are powerful, I'm a celestial dragon. You're God. The celestial dragon screamed in fear, realizing that begging for mercy was futile and resorting to threats, thinking that since they were celestial dragons, perhaps threats would still work on Emperor Tian. You worthless scum. How dare you call yourselves gods? Especially in front of me. It's an insult. Emperor Tian's eyes erupted with murderous intent, and with a slight increase in pressure, he crushed the entire head of the celestial dragon, turning it into a mist of blood. The surrounding celestial dragons were horrified and couldn't help but retreat. When Emperor Tian looked at them, he frowned and coldly said, Who told you to take off your masks? Do you think you deserve to breathe the air I exhale? Do you want to die? Tian released a terrifying wave of killing intent, turning the area within a few hundred meters a deep crimson. The celestial dragons, who had removed their hoods, hurriedly put them back on, but were already so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, pale-faced and begging for mercy. I'm sorry, Lord Tian, please spare us. At this moment, the 5 elders had arrived, and upon seeing hundreds of celestial dragons paralyzed on the ground, they dared not question Tian. Instead, they cautiously approached him and asked, Lord Tian, may I ask why you have come? It's none of your business. It's best if you don't meddle, or I won't hesitate to break your other arm. Tian coldly snorted. Try it then. Do as you please, Lord Tian. The 5 elders were drenched in cold sweat, sensing Tian's overwhelming aura. He was practically a monster, and who would dare provoke him? It was better to simply not get involved. Unless Lord M ordered otherwise, they truly did not dare to confront Tian again. Tian then strode away, heading deep into the flower garden, where he found him. At that moment, M was in her room, at a loss for what to do. After being dominated by Tian for over 5 months, and with half a year past, she had become pregnant. Even though she was a woman who had lived for over 800 years and thought she had long severed emotional ties. That 5-month period had inexplicably stirred many strange feelings within her. For instance, she didn't want to destroy the child in her womb and was somewhat looking forward to giving birth. However, she never expected Tian to return so soon. She certainly didn't want anyone to see her with a bulging belly. What should I do? Is this bastard here to watch my humiliation? No, I can't let him see me like this. Appeared very flustered. Every time she faced Tian, her heart grew more chaotic, knowing that she would be completely at his mercy. She could gain nothing and would only end up suffering in his hands. Tian, stop right there. You can't go any further. If you have something to say, we can communicate from a distance. Could only activate her observation hockey, remotely sending her voice to Tian's ears. I came specifically to find you, and you refuse to see me? That's unacceptable. Tian coldis norted, bezidis. He had important matters to discuss with him. No matter what, could not lose. She had to survive as a crucial piece in his game. What do you want me to do for you to stop and not come in? Said in exasperation, truly unsure of what to do. Only wanted to take a step back and plead. Moreover, being pregnant now, she didn't want to confront Tian physically, planning to fully devote herself to dealing with him after the child was born. There's no room for negotiation. If you continue like this, I will be angry, and you will have to bear the consequences. Tian stated unequivocally. Clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could find a place to hide. But under Tian's powerful perception, she couldn't hide at all. She could only hurriedly adjust her clothing. Tian soon arrived at the depths of the flower garden where I was staying. TSK, I see you have indeed damaged my bloodline. However, I thought a woman like you wouldn't leave a bloodline. Tian was somewhat excited. At least had not destroyed the bloodline. You shut up. Whether I leave a bloodline or not is none of your business. It's not your child, so don't get your hopes up. Retorted furiously, though she appeared quite proud. If you have serious matters, say them. If not, hurry and leave. Ha, that tone is a bit strange. It seems I need to train you properly next time. Tian laughed heartily, unable to withstand M's shyness and proud demeanor. You shameless. M's face turned red, recalling the events of the last 5 months, and she couldn't help but feel her legs weaken. However, strangely enough, she felt no killing intent towards Tian, which made her even angrier. Could it be that she had truly been somewhat influenced by him? If he trained her a few more times, would she obediently listen to him, even completely fall for him? After thinking about this, M's expression suddenly darkened, feeling utterly infuriated. Tian approached him, pulling her into his embrace. Inhaling the faint floral scent on her, it was indeed pleasant. However, it was truly because was too beautiful, and her shyness during pregnancy was even more enticing. What are you doing? Let go of me. If you resist, and it disturbs the fetus, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't think that just because you've lived for over 800 years, this is all new to you. I'm worried about whether you can successfully give birth to our child. It's none of your concern. The child I give birth to is mine, not yours, so don't expect anything. Huffed, but she didn't continue resisting, allowing Tian to hold her, quite concerned about his words, fearing it might disturb the fetus, as this child was very dear to her. For over 800 years, had never thought about having children because, in her view, no one in this world was worthy of her, let alone being with someone and having a child. But now that she was pregnant, it was different. Her heart was filled with maternal love for the child. I won't expect anything, after all. My bloodline is not limited to just yours, Tian said lightly. Upon hearing this, M's heart was instantly filled with killing intent. Not just one. Very well. One day she would kill them all. Tian seemed to understand her thoughts and instantly became serious. I must warn you, when it comes to the children, you'd better not interfere. Otherwise, if I get angry, you and the child in your womb will have to say goodbye forever. Trembled at his words, realizing he had seen through her thoughts. But she didn't dare gamble on whether Tian would act. She only knew that if he could say such things, he would certainly dare to do them. Don't worry, I won't take action. I'll let my child do it. Said resentfully. That could work. Although they are all my bloodline, If they are not as skilled, they can only blame this world for being the law of the jungle. If they're at the starting line and lose, then being killed is just their fate. And was speechless upon hearing this. Tian was indeed terrifying, being able to say such things. However, since he had declared this, she would definitely eliminate Tian's other children through her own. So, what exactly do you want to say to me this time? Took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. First, within 20 years, you cannot touch my sons or daughters. This period is their time to grow. Second, Vegapunk is a member of the Revolutionary Army. You need to prepare as soon as possible. Third, do you know where the time fruit is? Tian, with his overwhelming arrogance, did not treat him as an outsider at this moment, directly inquiring about the time fruit. As someone who had controlled the world for over 800 years, he certainly knew of its existence. What do you want a time fruit for? Had some thoughts. Could it be that Tian was preparing to eat the devil fruit? If he eats it, then that's just perfect. At least Tian will expose a fatal weakness. Eat it to kill the boring time. It seems your ambitions are not small. This is interesting. Sneered, as she understood the time fruit well. The one who controls the time fruit can travel to the future. However, if Tian travels to the future 20 years later, he may not necessarily be the strongest existence, making it more hopeful for her to eliminate him. Previously, when she knew that Tian was not a devil fruit user, she thought of a way to make him eat the devil fruit, thus gaining a strength weakness, and now she has the perfect opportunity. Coincidentally, the time fruit is in Vegapunk's hands. You can go find it, but whether you can obtain it depends on your luck. Was somewhat looking forward to it. This way, she could kill two birds with one stone, letting him go deal with Vegapunk first. Their world government already possessed sufficiently powerful strength and only needed to preserve Vegapunk. After Tian left, communicated with the Gorosei, instructing them to arrange for someone to get to Winter Island before Tian and quickly transfer the important items. Half a month later, Tian arrived at Winter Island, which was also covered in ice and snow, but surprisingly warm. This was because the entire island was heated by Vegapunk's research, balancing the cold of Winter Island. Lord Tian, may I ask what brings you here? The world government naturally did not inform the science division's Frankie in advance. Had long suspected that Vegapunk and the Revolutionary Army were trading privately. Although there was no direct evidence, she planned to eliminate Vegapunk after utilizing him. Now the time had come. Not only had they mastered the bloodline factor, but they had also developed a doomsday weapon that could unleash 18 divine thunders at once, easily destroying a country. Furthermore, Vegapunk's ambitions were not small. He was even researching the power of time and space. Tian wanting to obtain the time fruit was just the right opportunity to destroy it. The Revolutionary Army would not be able to utilize Vegapunk's technology and would find it very difficult to threaten the world government's position in a short time. Sorry, everyone. I feel like I can't keep going with this book. I've given up, and I don't have the motivation to write seriously anymore. The income and effort are seriously disproportionate. Earning just over 20 yuan a day for 2 months has been incredibly stable. With operations like tomatoes, many books are doomed to be short. My mind is now focused on writing a new book on an external platform. From now on, I can casually write 4,000 words a day for this book. Just giving you a heads up. Chapter 117. Mastering the Time Fruit, Tearing Through the Void. Frankie, take me to find Vegapunk. Tian said affirmatively. Aka me piaka, Lord Tian. You are a very dangerous person, and my duty is to protect Dr. Vegapunk's safety. Do you think I would listen to you? Moreover, this is Winter Island, a place where technology and power are combined. I am afraid that even you cannot do as you please here. Frankie, holding a large stick, although wary of Tian's immense power, did not back down at all. He even seemed eager to experience Tian's abilities. Upon hearing this, Tian released his battle intent, his bright red hair billowing, and the energy fluctuations around him caused the surrounding void to distort violently. Do you think an ant like you can stop me? Whether I can stop you, I have to try. Peacekeepers, attack. Frankie ordered, unwilling to back down. And a dozen or so peacekeepers shot laser beams from their mouths toward Tian. Boom, boom, boom. They continuously fired at Tian. Tian activated his observation haki, tightening his leg muscles to dodge the attacks from the peacekeepers effortlessly. Even that guy Kizuru doesn't dare to fight me head-on. Do you think mere machines can threaten me? As soon as Tian finished speaking, his figure completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Frankie. At that moment, Frankie's pupils widened in shock and disbelief. Activating his observation haki, he found he could not capture Tian's figure that had vanished in an instant, nor the trajectory of his movement. However, the dozen or so peacekeepers behind him were instantly sent flying, crackling with electricity, and collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Damn it! Frankie armed his stick with haki and swung it down at Tian. But Tian's attack was even faster before the stick could fall. Frankie was punched by Tian, flying over 1,000 meters and crashing through countless buildings along the way. Frankie felt like his whole body was falling apart. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, losing all ability to resist. Tian, however, did not pay any more attention to Frankie's life or death. Frankie, feeling helpless, did not expect Tian's strength to be so outrageous, completely beyond what he could handle. Damn it, it seems I can only leave it to you guys. Frankie took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed one of the red alert buttons, seemingly entering the highest alert level, causing the entire Winter Island to ring with alarm. Immediately, a dense sound of footsteps could be heard, but in reality, it was a group of robots armed with rifles. Upon discovering Tian's whereabouts, they began to fire wildly at him. Tian's muscles tensed, exuding intense heat and steam. Countless bullets hit him as if striking hard steel, all rebounding off. Since the architecture on Winter Island was somewhat complex, the best way to find Vegapunk, or to directly locate the time fruit, was to activate the demon eye. A blue light appeared in his eyes, allowing him to see through all obstacles, perceiving the souls of all living beings and directly spotting the energy clusters of the devil fruits. Found it. Tian quickly discovered the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk and the time fruit. Vegapunk was indeed conducting time-space research. Hundreds of meters underground, there were 5 soul clones of Vegapunk, and, at the same time, the energy of the time fruit was being continuously absorbed by machine. Interesting, this Vegapunk is quite talented. He has achieved significant results in researching the time fruit. Perhaps if given some more time, he could truly achieve immortality. In Tian's view, Vegapunk's cloning ability was somewhat similar to Tokisaki Kurumi's. It was not that he divided his soul into 6 parts. Rather, he was likely using different time segments to retrieve a version of himself back to the present for cloning modifications. Currently, creating 6 clones might be due to his control over time segments not being mature enough, so he used the 6 special emotions of goodness, evil, thought, knowledge, violence, and desire to establish stable personalities. However, 1 clone was currently missing. Without needing to think, Tian could guess that it had likely been taken away by the world government before he arrived. With so many Vegapunk clones controlling Vegapunk's scientific power, only 1 was needed, and eliminating the other 5 through his hands was not a problem. Arriving at the underground entrance, Tian felt somewhat disappointed. He had not noticed the appearance of the intellect angels, which should have been developed by Vegapunk as well. It seems that woman has moved them away. Tian thought to himself. Then he charged into the underground research facility, took the time fruit from a vessel, and consumed it. Activating the demon brain, he swiftly mastered the power of the time fruit and continued to develop it. The demon brain could simulate countless ability pathways in just 1 second. In less than a moment, the power of time and space manifested around Tian, and the surrounding void began to twist under the powerful energy fluctuations, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Haha, interesting, but even I need some time to simulate and study if I want to traverse the past and future. However, at that moment, dark clouds enveloped the entire Winter Island. Thunder raged above, as if something terrifying was accumulating power in the clouds, ready to destroy the whole Winter Island. Tian walked out of the underground research facility and looked up at the sky. He unleashed his terrifying observation haki and instantly understood. This thing is indeed not an ancient weapon king. It seems that Vegapunk had already created a formidable weapon before his physical death. Boom! Following that, 16 thick pillars of lightning descended from the sky, filled with endless destructive power, obliterating the entire Winter Island in an instant. Tian, however, remained unfazed. Having mastered the time fruit, he had already developed the ability to tear apart the void in his demon brain simulations. A rift in space appeared before him, and he directly entered the rift. By releasing the power of observation haki, he could penetrate the void and sense the outside world. After more than 10 minutes, Tian tore through the void and appeared among the flowers of Emu. Emu, did you really want to kill me? Tian's sudden appearance startled Emu. She was just thinking that killing Tian might be a bit of a pity. After all, he would be the father of her child. Unexpectedly, she suddenly heard Tian's voice, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Feeling extremely tense, she thought, how did Tian come here? Logically, he should still be on Winter Island half an hour ago. However, at this moment, Emu knew she couldn't panic and forced herself to calm down. Sorry, I didn't kill you. It seems I have disappointed you. But don't worry, I'll always find a way to kill you. Otherwise, being so invincible would be quite lonely and boring. Hearing you say that makes me feel gratified. It's rare for you to consider me. However, although the weapon that Vegapunk developed for you guys is indeed a bit powerful, it's still far from being able to kill me. It needs further strengthening and improvement. Tian laughed heartily and casually sat down. Emu, being perceptive, even poured him a cup of tea and handed it over. Tian drank it all and continued. But it's worth noting that you'd best not go against my will. I have now mastered the power of time, and it won't be long before I can open up time and space, freely traveling between the past and the future. Upon hearing this, Emu was shocked. This guy was simply a monster. Was his development of the devil fruit really that perverse? How could he reach this level in such a short time? So, how'd you just appear? Emu couldn't help but ask curiously, unable to comprehend how Tian suddenly appeared. Watch closely. Tian tore apart the void in front of Emu, and she could feel the colorful void inside. The power filled with blades of destruction was everywhere. Perhaps only a strong body like Tian's could withstand it. Emu gasped in awe, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Completely a loss for words. Take good care of the baby. Tian casually dropped this line and entered the torn void, disappearing from sight. Emu, still shaken, thought that Tian was becoming more and more invincible and harder to kill. It seemed unrealistic to think about killing Tian now, but fortunately, she could see that he didn't want to dominate the world, so he wouldn't temporarily threaten the ruling position of the world government. Besides, after all, she was his woman. Thinking this way, Emu felt like she wasn't at a disadvantage. Such a strong opponent was indeed worthy of her. After Tian left, he sat cross-legged in the void for over 2 months. During these 2 months, he kept activating the demon brain, continuously simulating and developing the power of the time fruit and the 3-color haki. The time fruit had already been developed to the awakening level, reaching 3 layers of time and space power, 1 layer for the future, 1 for the present, and 1 for the past. The 3-color haki had also been developed to an even more perverse level, especially the observation haki, which could now cover an entire planet. This meant that as long as his physical strength was sufficient, he could use the time-space power to reach any place within a short time. On Weather Island, Nami was holding a baby and standing on a grassy slope, looking into the distance. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder rumbled. Nami sensed that the weather changes above were unusual, as if influenced by some strange power. Otherwise, according to her previous judgment, it should have been clear skies. What's going on? Nami tightly held the child and began to back away. But just then, the void above was suddenly torn apart, and a majestic figure, like a deity, walked out from within. Nami's pupils widened in shock, but when she saw it was Tian, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Fama Tian, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have a child." Tian stood on the void, with the power of time and space ever present. The torn void behind him did not heal, creating a spectacular sight. Nami's face flushed. She didn't really harbor much hatred towards Tian. After all, so much time had passed, and the child had been born, but she felt no affection for him. At this moment, however, there was a hint of panic in her heart. Or rather, Tian was just too shameless, openly referring to the child as ours. I don't know what you're talking about. Nami forced herself to calm down, pretending to deny that this was her and Tian's child. Perhaps this was easier for her to accept the reality. At this time, the residents of Weather Island began to come out, a group of old men, who saw Tian standing on the void with the void behind him split open. For a moment, they thought he was a legendary god, feeling inexplicably awed. But none dared to speak. Since that's the case, let's meet again in 20 years. Tian said solemnly, initially thinking about seeing if Nami would be willing to go with him, but it seemed unnecessary. He then entered the rift and left. After seeing Tian leave, Nami felt her legs go weak and sat down on the ground, her heart unable to calm for a long time. This Hanma Tian was just too strong. So incredible that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god. Madam Nami, who was that just now? Is he a god? Could it be that the god just now is the father of this child? I see the hair color seems the same. However, Nami didn't respond to any of their questions. The old men gathered together to chat, and soon they were discussing the rift in the void. Tian continued to traverse the void, not knowing how long it had been, when he sensed a secluded island. Because Rayleigh was training with Luffy on this island. Master, I feel like I have made some progress with the Conqueror's Haki. I just intimidated a mammoth. Luffy was tired from training, so he returned to the camp and ate the game that Rayleigh had grilled for him. Not bad. At this rate, it seems you'll be able to leave here in another year, Rayleigh said, somewhat satisfied. Luffy's mastery of the three-color Haki was steadily improving and was quite solid, and he was also undergoing physical training. Another year? Will I be able to defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo then? I want to avenge Ace and kill Doflamingo. It's hard to say, but as long as you can cultivate your three-color Haki to a high level or develop your devil fruit to the awakening stage, it should be fine, Rayleigh said after taking a sip of wine and thinking. Okay, I will train twice as hard. I also want to be the Pirate King. I know that if I don't get stronger, I won't be able to accomplish anything, Luffy said, clenching his fists and declaring with unwavering determination. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Doflamingo tore through the void and stepped out, releasing a powerful Conqueror's Haki that affected both Luffy and Rayleigh. What? Rayleigh looked up in horror at Doflamingo in the sky, his face filled with disbelief. What a powerful force to come out of a torn void. Moreover, this Conqueror's Haki was overwhelmingly strong. Even he couldn't resist it. Luffy couldn't withstand it for 3 seconds before he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Too weak. Tell him that I will give him 20 more years to grow. Don't disappoint me again, Doflamingo said with authority, as if he were a god speaking in the world, each word deeply engraved in Rayleigh's mind. Cold sweat broke out on Rayleigh's forehead. What kind of monster was this? It had only been a year, and he had become this terrifying? Was he growing at light speed? Looking at Luffy, after a year of training, his three-color Haki had barely improved a bit, completely on a different level from Doflamingo. How could he contend with Doflamingo? After a while, Luffy finally woke up from his faint. Master, was that person just now Doflamingo? Luffy asked Rayleigh excitedly, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Yes, it was Rayleigh's side. To be honest, he didn't have high hopes that Luffy could defeat a monster like Doflamingo, as their powers were no longer on the same dimension. That was the void. Not only could he tear it apart, but he could also enter and leave it. Incredible. So it really was him, damn it. Luffy clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. He understood that Doflamingo was strong, very strong, and he realized that his own strength was too weak. He couldn't even resist Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki and fainted directly. The gap in their strengths was too great. But could he just give up like this? Master, I want to become stronger, even stronger. Please tell me what I should do. Luffy was more determined than ever to avenge Ace and looked at Rayleigh seriously. Luffy, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. Take your time, Rayleigh said. He has become this strong, and naturally, others can do it too. Maybe it could be you. You should know that among your peers, you're already one of the most outstanding. Rayleigh thought for a moment and said, Master, you're wrong. I'm not the most outstanding at all. I need to work twice as hard. You know, Doflamingo is only 20 this year, and I will soon be 20 as well. Luffy said firmly, not feeling that he couldn't catch up to Doflamingo. This, Rayleigh didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Doflamingo to be only 20 years old. Cough, given his age, that is indeed impressive. But being this strong, he must have been training since he was in the womb. Even if not, he must have started training hard from a young age, Rayleigh sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. In any case, if you want to become stronger, you must take your time and build a solid foundation. Also, when he left you a message. He will give you 20 years. What 20 years? The next time I meet him, I will definitely beat him up and avenge Ace. Luffy snorted, his temper fearless. All right, kid, I believe in you. Maybe you really can defeat that monster. Now, let's continue training. Rayleigh thought it through in his heart. Luffy's lack of fear in the face of Doflamingo's power showed that he had confidence in himself, and as long as he was given time, miracles would surely happen. Somewhere in the New World, two pirate ships met, one large and one small. On the small ship was Shanks and his crew, while on the larger ship were Enel and his crew. Captain Enel, these guys are not to be trifled with. We should avoid them. A pirate on the ship said cautiously. TCH, what is so hard to deal with? In this world, aside from that man, I don't regard anyone else highly. Since I encountered them here, they have only two choices, Enel said. One is to surrender, and the other is to be killed by me. Right, let's do it. We came out this time to sweep the seas. What is there to fear? A giant on the ship said boldly, completely unafraid. But Captain Enel, the other party is one of the current emperors of the sea, and it's rumored to be the strongest pirate crew among the three. Don't be fooled by their small number. The strength of those on their ship is not to be taken lightly. Are they stronger than me? Enel asked coldly. Captain Enel, you are certainly the strongest, but we should still be cautious, a crew member said nervously, thinking that while Enel was strong, Shanks and his crew were not simple, and they were definitely not a match for them. Friends on the ship, could it be that you are the infamous Thunder God pirates that have gained fame in the past year? Shanks asked, gripping the grip of his sword, his expression somewhat serious, as they had all heard the loud proclamation from Enel. Moreover, the Thunder God pirates had caused quite a stir in the New World recently, and if this continued, it might interfere with his plans. Doflamingo was already a variable. Now there was another one, and the situation would become even more chaotic. Yaha, you actually know. So what will your choice be? Surrender or be destroyed by us? Enel laughed arrogantly, clearly not taking Shanks's group seriously. Shanks's expression suddenly turned cold, and a trace of killing intent was released. No one had ever been so audacious in front of him on this sea. Friend, you're going too far. There is no need for our two crews to have any conflict here, right? Shanks naturally did not want to fight at sea, as the other pirate ship was too large, which would likely be unfavorable for his crew. How about this? Give me some face, and let us just pass by each other today? What did you say? Let the Thunder God give you face. Who do you think you are? Enel's face darkened, and he snapped his fingers, summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky. Divine punishment. Shanks instantly dodged, and the lightning struck the spot where he had just stood, creating a significant charred hole in the deck. Beckman and the others watched closely, and it turned out that the other party indeed possessed the power of the Thunder Fruit, and their level of development was not low. Within a certain range, they could use it at will. Yaha! Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. You are simply wary of me, the Thunder God. So how could I let you go? Enel's heart network power had improved several levels after a year and a half of training. As he descended from the end of the clouds into the seas of the New World, he could hear the thoughts of some members within the Red Air crew, which gave him even more confidence to suppress them. Captain, let me show him a bit of color, so they don't underestimate us, Beckman said earnestly, already itching to take action as this group was riding on their necks. That's right, if I weren't being restrained. I would really like to see if the owner of the Thunder Fruit can dodge my bullets. Jesus Burgess also showed interest. Shanks smiled at this. Forget it. I'll handle it. After all, there are too many of them. It's not fair. As his brows furrowed, his gaze turned extremely cold, releasing a terrifying conqueror's haki. The red pulsing electric arcs wreaked havoc, and the heavens and earth instantly lost their color, turning the entire sky and sea red. On the enormous ship of the red-haired pirates, countless pirates fainted on board. Impudent! Enel roared in anger, also releasing his powerful observation haki, which manifested as countless purple lightning, attempting to push back Shanks's conqueror's haki. But soon, Enel frowned, realizing that the opponent's observation haki was so strong that he could not push it back. Your Excellency, the New World is not for you alone to dictate. If you want to become one of the four emperors, I have no objections. But if you wish to swallow the entire New World and become the Pirate King, then first let me see if you are worthy. Shanks's killing intent surged, and the power of his conqueror's haki became even more terrifying causing the void to tremble with a deafening sound. More people on Enel's ship fainted. In just a short span of 3 breaths, only a dozen pirates on Enel's ship remained standing, while the rest lay unconscious on the deck. Even several parts of the deck had torn cracks. The pirates on the ship were utterly shocked. The ship was made from the best wood in the world, processed to be harder than steel. Yet, under the pressure of Shanks's Conqueror's Haki, it had suffered damage. Indeed, Shanks was not someone to be easily provoked. Even the Thunder God Captain could not compete with him in terms of Conqueror's Haki. Generally speaking, for a strong person like Shanks, if their Haki was stronger than that of the Thunder God Captain, it meant they were already stronger overall. The Thunder God Captain probably couldn't defeat Shanks. However, Enel did not give up on his output. While releasing his Conqueror's Haki, he activated his ability, summoning endless lightning within a radius of several kilometers to form a lightning net, intending to trap the red-haired crew within it. This move was a new ability developed by Enel using his powerful observation Haki. But Shanks did not take it seriously. The terrifying power of his Conqueror's Haki seemed like divine punishment, continuously destroying Enel's ship. Just then the sky suddenly. What? Members from both ships were shocked. What kind of joke is this? Just relying on the power of Conqueror's Haki to tear apart the void? This is impossible, right? Many pirates found it hard to believe. When did a clash of Conqueror's Haki have such power? In fact, both Shanks and Enel found it strange, as they were both masters of Conqueror's Haki and knew their own strength. Therefore, they both felt that this was absolutely not something they had caused. Could it be an enemy? The power of observation Haki surged madly into the rift in the void, trying to discern if there were enemies hiding within. If there were, that person would definitely be extremely dangerous. After all, in Enel's view, even his strongest lightning power could not create such a rift. In Shanks's view, only Whitebeard's Tremor fruit could tear apart space. Could it be Blackbeard Teach has arrived? How did that guy get so strong? Shanks thought uneasily. Ha, you two are having quite the fun. Why not let me join in and give it a try? Soon, the voice of the Emperor, Daiten, echoed throughout the world before his arrival. Enel's heart tightened. He could never forget that voice. It was the voice of Hanma Daiten, and he never expected to meet him again so soon. For some reason, he felt an intense panic and fear towards him, contemplating whether to flee. Shanks and his companions were also shocked. They had encountered Daiten in the Marineford War. That captivating voice, filled with a sense of superiority, would never be forgotten. This is a bit of a problem, Shanks and his crew thought to themselves. That guy was an extremely dangerous existence. After all, even if all the members of the red-haired crew joined forces, they had no confidence in taking down Daiten, not to mention the madman Thunder God Enel. But at that moment, everyone, including Enel and Shanks, felt a more terrifying Conqueror's Haki pressing down on them. With the naked eye, the world was filled with black, pulsing lightning. Not good. Enel and Shanks both shifted their Conqueror's Haki to counter this even more powerful force. However, despite their efforts, both Enel and Shanks felt immense strain, as if they were bearing a great mountain, and they were already sweating profusely. On Enel's side, only 2 giant pirates remained, drenched in sweat, resisting, while the rest were foaming at the mouth and fainting. On Shanks's side, only Beckman remained, sweating profusely in resistance, while the others had collapsed to the ground. This is interesting. You can hold out for so long, but the gap between us is enormous. Your prolonged resistance is really annoying. Boom! Daiten unleashed an even more domineering Conqueror's Haki, and this power emerged from the void, instantly plunging the world into darkness. Enel coughed up blood. His hands felt like they were exploding, and his head throbbed painfully, while his entire body was crushed by the overwhelming pressure, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The 2 giants on the deck also crawled on the ground, trying to stand up but unable to do so. Shanks and Beckman were in the same predicament, kneeling on the ground, though Shanks was resisting on one knee. The Conqueror's Haki of Enel and Shanks had been completely crushed and dispelled by Dayton's Conqueror's Haki, filling the entire world with Dayton's Haki power. At this moment, Daiten stepped out from the rift. Listen well, you ants, I will only give you 20 years. If your strength does not earn my recognition by then, I will unleash a massacre upon you. After saying this, Daiten withdrew his Conqueror's Haki, and the discolored world returned to normal. Do you have any objections? Daiden looked down on the people on the two ships. Enel and Shanks felt the terrifying pressure that had descended upon them completely dissipate. Enel looked up at Emperor Tian, feeling extremely unwilling. He never expected that despite becoming so much stronger, he still couldn't defeat Emperor Tian. Was the gap in strength really that large? Shanks felt very displeased. He had never been forced to kneel before anyone, yet he didn't dare act rashly, feeling a bit confused. What did Emperor Tian mean by 20 years later? Even now, they were far from being his match, and even if they had 20 years, they still wouldn't be able to compete. Your Excellency, Emperor Tian, may I ask what you mean by this 20 years? Shanks asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Don't worry, I know what you're concerned about. Let me tell you, I've already mastered the power of time and space. The future, present, and past are all at my command. Shanks and the others were filled with questions. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would definitely think that person was an idiot. But coming from Emperor Tian, although Shanks and the others didn't understand, they had to slowly digest it. After a silence of several seconds, Shanks and the others were shocked. He could traverse time and space at will, to the past and future. In other words, the current Emperor Tian could travel to 20 years later or even further into the future to wait for them. Haha, ants struggle well. Emperor Tian laughed, stepping into the torn void, slowly closing and disappearing between heaven and earth. Shanks. Enel. Chapter 119. 20 years later. The 10 emperors of the New World. Captain Thundergod. This person is too strong. Could he be the man you spoke of? The two giants sat paralyzed on the deck of the Pythia, recovering their senses only after Emperor Tian had left for a while, asking in fear. That's right, it's him. This man is Hanma, Emperor Tian, the one who forcefully crushed and defeated me. I never expected he would become even stronger. Enel swallowed hard, feeling a bit desperate. Despite his own significant power increase, the gap in strength with the other party was only growing larger. The other side was truly a monster. Sai, let's go. It's time to leave here. Enel sighed. He no longer had the mood to fight anyone today and needed to return to calm the turbulent waves in his heart. Captain, are you all right? Beckman looked at the departing Thunder God pirates and then turned to Shanks, who was laughing. Ha ha, I never expected, really never expected, that Conqueror's hockey could be even stronger. Shanks laughed excitedly, a flash of inspiration hitting him as he seemed to gain a deeper understanding of the power of Conqueror's hockey, as if breaking through a bottleneck. Soon, Shanks calmed down and ordered, let's leave too. Find a good place to train seriously. That guy is betting 20 years against us. We can't be crushed by him again. I have the same intention. Beckman breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Shanks would be discouraged and lose his fighting spirit after suffering several times at Emperor Tian's hands, but seemed to have instead ignited the captain's competitive spirit. This was a good thing. After all, Shanks had great talent, but he was usually too lazy. Not long after, Emperor Tian arrived at Giant Island, Elbaf. He activated his demon brain, condensing a giant Hanma figure over 1,000 meters tall. Boom boom with each step he took, the ground shook and exploded. What kind of giant is this? The giants, who were only a few dozen meters tall, suddenly saw the colossal figure rise from their island, feeling shock and fear. They were also only a few dozen meters tall, with not even one reaching 100 meters. Who could take my punch? Emperor Tian stood atop the giant's head, looking down with an imposing and majestic shout. His voice trembled across the universe, awakening all the sleeping giants. As they looked up at the seemingly limitless giant, they felt unprecedented fear and helplessness. Compared to this 1,000-meter giant, they seemed like tiny humans. Elder, quickly look, what is going on? Where did this super giant come from? How can it be so big? Is this the true form of a giant? Or is it our race's true awakened state? Awakened state? There has never been any record in our clan that giants have an awakened state. Then what kind of monster is this? Don't panic. It might be an ability user. Look, there seems to be a human standing on top of that giant. But even if it is an ability user, its size is too terrifying. Is there no one who can take my punch? Where is Loki? Emperor Tian's domineering voice continued to resonate. At this moment, the king of the giants, Loki, was called out and had no choice but to step forward. Then I will take your punch. Loki, born with immense strength, the king of the giant race, had once been no match for Whitebeard, who had been struck in the face by a punch that destroyed the power of Whitebeard's fruit. Even after more than a decade, Whitebeard still couldn't forget the painful feeling in his face. Very well. Emperor Tian looked down at Loki and said, "Remember my name. The one who strikes you is Hanma Emperor Tian," with the 1,000-meter figure clenching a fist the size of a small mountain. He suddenly punched down toward the giant king Loki. Loki's feet suddenly stomped in the ground, sinking several meters deep to stabilize his stance, and he clenched his right fist, which was glowing red with the intense power he was concentrating. Boom! The two sides collided, and the terrifying pure power radiated outward, causing the ground within a radius of several kilometers to collapse wildly. The giant Loki let out a scream, his arm instantly rendered useless, and a massive pit appeared in the ground where he stood, hundreds of meters wide. Countless giants were shocked after witnessing this, although they had mentally prepared themselves, thinking that even the naturally strong Loki would not be a match for this monster. They never expected him to be crushed so thoroughly. It should be known that the naturally strong Loki, with all his might, could shatter even a 1,000-meter-high mountain, yet he had now had his arm smashed. The disparity in power was evident. It was simply too great. Watching Loki get so severely injured, the fighting spirit and hatred of countless giants surged, clenching their fists and wanting to charge forward to battle the 1,000-meter giant. Ha ha! Although it's quite immature, this power is barely acceptable. I will return in 20 years. Emperor Tian laughed wildly, having already drawn hatred, just waiting to reap the rewards 20 years later. After all, he was currently too strong. He could only look to the future to see how many people could continuously surpass their own strength and become even stronger. The powerful strength he displayed now allowed countless people to see the true height of a strong person, and they would surely strive to catch up with him. No longer satisfied with the heights of figures like Roger or Rox, he believed that in the next 20 years, he, Hanma Emperor Tian, would be synonymous with strength in this world, and reaching the level of the 4 emperors or admirals was just the beginning of becoming a strong person. After tearing through the void and shaking the entire Elbaf with a punch, Emperor Tian completely left. Countless giants felt their scalps tingle, unable to believe it. What a powerful existence this is. I didn't expect him to be the one who killed Whitebeard, Hanma Tian. He's incredibly strong. Yeah, at first I thought Whitebeard lost due to his physical condition, but now it seems that even in his peak state, he might not be able to defeat such a monster. King Loki, are you alright? A giant immediately ran into the deep pit to help giant Loki up. I'm fine. It's just an arm. I've lost it, but seeing a stronger giant power user excites me. Loki felt weak all over, but a fierce fighting spirit continuously surged within him. This is what a true strong person is. 20 years later, we will fight again. After saying this, King Loki fell back into a deep sleep. The other giants stood outside the pit, where they could clearly see a giant pit shaped like a fist, reaching depths of several meters. Their king was impressive. He wasn't turned into mush. Half a year later, Hanma Tian gathered together Michino, Vivi, Hancock, Shirahoshi, Nico, Robin, Charlotte, Rebecca, Violet, Bonnie, Hina, and Momonosuke. They traveled through time and space to 20 years later, taking them along mainly to prevent them from aging. Now arriving 20 years later, they still looked the same. As for Conies from Skypiea, she did not leave with Hanma Tian. She didn't want to separate from her father, who was too old and worried that no one would take care of him after she left. 20 years later, Hanma Tian and his group appeared in Sabaody. Hey look, that seems to be Lord Hanma Tian from 20 years ago. No way. How come he still looks as young as before? Look at the women beside him. They haven't aged at all, just like 20 years ago. No, they seem even younger and more beautiful. Yeah, could they all be Lord Hanma Tian's women? Wow, that's impressive. I heard that Lord Hanma Tian and the Empress disappeared 20 years ago. I didn't expect them to show up in Sabaody now, looking exactly the same. This is too ridiculous. The Empress followed Hanma Tian, hearing countless incredulous remarks about them. Did she really travel through time with her husband to the present? Is it really that absurd? But why does it feel like just yesterday? The Empress activated her powers, and with a cold smile, captivated many present. As a fruit awakener, the Empress's strength had become area of effect attacks, and her charm and petrification powers had become even more terrifying. I ask you, what year is it in the Sea Circle calendar now? Replying to the Empress, it is now the year 1541 in the Sea Circle calendar. So, it really has been 20 years. The Empress pondered, feeling shocked. She had previously doubted her husband's capabilities, but it turned out to be true. Is there anyone who is the Pirate King now? The Empress asked again. Replying to the Empress, Lord Hanma Tian is here. But no one dares to claim the title of Pirate King. Right, but there are 10 emperors. Upon hearing this, Hanma Tian grinned. Indeed, things had changed. And it sounded quite good. Who are the 10 emperors? Tell me. Seeing Hanma Tian's interest, the Empress immediately asked the people around her. Empress, these 10 emperors are extraordinary. Each of their abilities is earth-shattering. Oh, how earth-shattering. Let's put it this way. If Roger was the Pirate King, any of the current 10 emperors could take on 10 of him. That's right, they're too strong. Even Lord Hanma Tian might not necessarily be their match. Ha ha ha. It seems everyone has grown stronger. Hanma Tian suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki, instantly enveloping the entire Sabaody in darkness. Within 10 seconds, only a few hundred people remained who could withstand Hanma Tian's haki intimidation, including some marine admirals and decent pirates. Not good. What is this aura? Rayleigh in Sabaody felt Hanma Tian's presence and his heart tightened. Hanma Tian had indeed returned. He had truly vanished for 20 years without anyone finding his trace. Hanma Tian also sensed Rayleigh's presence and walked towards island number 13. I have met Lord Hanma Tian. Rayleigh was surprised to see Hanma Tian and his group. They truly had not changed much from 20 years ago. It seemed they had indeed traveled through time with Hanma Tian, coming directly from 20 years ago to the present. Interesting, you old men are still alive, but I wonder how well you've trained Luffy. Hanma Tian unceremoniously entered Shaki's bar and casually took a seat, while Shaki hurried to bring him drinks. Rayleigh smiled lightly. To be honest, thanks to you, knowing the heights of your strength, the former strong ones have become even stronger over these 20 years. Or rather, your strength has made them realize that no power is impossible to achieve. Among the rising stars, Luffy certainly won't be too far behind. A few years ago, he could face the power of the ancient weapon, the battleship Pluton. Rayleigh believed that today's Luffy could definitely pose a threat to Hanma Tian. After all, Luffy had grown for more than 20 years while Hanma Tian had lost 20 years of training. The gap could easily narrow, even surpassing significantly. Interesting, being able to withstand the battleship Pluton has indeed not disappointed me. Hanma Tian's fighting spirit soared, directly affecting the world outside, as if time had changed. As a user of the time fruit, his powers had developed into time-space abilities, as long as he wished. He could use time power to alter environmental changes within a certain range. However, upon hearing that Straw Hat Luffy could face off against ancient weapons, Momonosuke and the others were incredulous. They never expected these guys to become so strong after 20 years. What kind of fear and pressure did her husband give them 20 years ago? I heard there are 10 emperors. I wonder who they are? Hanma Tian asked with interest. Rayleigh had no intention of hiding this. Such matters could easily be found out by asking someone in Sabaody. So he said, Lord Hanma Tian, I will now tell you about these strong individuals, not in terms of strength ranking, but rather the 10 strongest established powers in the New World. Luffy, Enel Mihawk Buggy, Giant Loki, Barrett, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Blackbeard Teach, and Law. Sounds interesting. It seems I need to find time to meet them. But before that, let me see how strong you are, Rayleigh. Hanma Tian suddenly moved at lightning speed, grabbing Rayleigh's shoulder and teleporting hundreds of meters away, landing in an open area, and forcefully pressing down on the ground. Rayleigh was shocked. Hanma Tian was still this strong. Just now, he nearly didn't react in time. As he hurried to react, he covered his entire body with armament haki, forming a visibly black armor, achieving astonishing defensive power. A loud explosion sounded. After Rayleigh was pinned to the ground by Emperor Tian's strength, the area within a radius of several hundred meters was damaged. Wow! Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of blood, but was not mortally wounded and could easily withstand the blow. Suddenly, he grabbed Emperor Tian's arm with both hands, and with terrifying strength, he flipped Emperor Tian over and threw him away. Emperor Tian spun in the air, using the momentum to flip a few times before landing 10 meters away. Old man, you've indeed gotten stronger. But what is that armor on you? Emperor Tian asked eagerly, as these guys seem to have come up with something impressive. Thanks to your past strength, Lord Emperor Tian, we have been able to continuously develop the armament haki and have achieved the armament haki armor. The armament haki armor is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary armament haki, both in attack and defense. As Rayleigh spoke, he returned to his youthful form, looking 10 years younger, still not daring to underestimate Emperor Tian and preparing for a full battle. I see. The haki armor is a good idea. Emperor Tian extended his hand, applying armament haki to his fist, and immediately formed a layer of black armor on it. What? You? Rayleigh was terrified upon seeing this. Did he learn on the spot? Or had he already known how to do it? Chapter 120. In today's era. Fruit users reign supreme. This is the armament haki armor. It seems pretty good. Emperor Tian grinned, possessing great talent and a sharp mind. His brain domain is vast, allowing him to grasp many things with just a glance or a single encounter. However, for now, Emperor Tian could only achieve partial armament haki armor and could not do a full body transformation like Rayleigh. The onlookers were somewhat bewildered. What's going on? It seems Lord Emperor Tian doesn't know about the haki armor transformation. How is this possible? Lord Emperor Tian was already the strongest existence 20 years ago, with abilities that no one could rival. Could it be that Lord Emperor Tian has been in seclusion for 20 years and hasn't paid attention to the outside world? It's possible he really has been in seclusion. After all, he hasn't appeared for 20 years. But Lord Emperor Tian's talent is truly terrifying. It seems he just learned the haki armor transformation with a glance. This era just got interesting. Soon, countless onlookers were filled with excitement and anticipation for the battle between Emperor Tian and the current strongman. The Empress and others, however, looked at Emperor Tian with pride. Their man was indeed amazing. He learned it just by looking. At the same time, they were curious about the current era after 20 years. From the conversations around them, it seemed that there were numerous powerful figures in this era, even some stronger than Emperor Tian. I wonder how my sweet girl is doing. I can't wait to see her. The Empress thought with anticipation. I also want to see my little fish, but I've already contacted the Sea Kings. And they said my little fish is now in the New World. Shirahoshi blushed and thought, realizing her daughter was already 20 years old and feeling nervous about their reunion. The others, like Tontara, Violet, and Bonnie, were also thinking about their sons and how they were doing now. But they all knew that before looking for their children, they had to see if Emperor Tian had any plans. At that moment, Emperor Tian suddenly punched toward Rayleigh, and the terrifying energy fluctuations on his fist, enhanced by the armament haki armor, created a significant increase in explosive power. Rayleigh, while surprised that Emperor Tian had mastered the armament haki armor transformation on the spot, thought to himself that one armored fist could not compare to his full-body armor transformation. Achieving full-body armament haki armor not only increased attack and defense by over 10 times, but also greatly enhanced instant movement speed. Thus, at a critical moment, Rayleigh's entire figure transformed into a scattered black shadow. Emperor Tian frowned, feeling that he hadn't landed a hit. Had Rayleigh's speed increased to such a degree? In an instant, Rayleigh, like a ghost, appeared behind Emperor Tian and launched a full-force punch at him. Such speed. No wonder it's Rayleigh's senpai. I didn't expect that after fully transforming into armament haki armor, his speed could reach such a terrifying level. However, I can only achieve armament haki armor transformation on my legs, increasing my speed by only 3 to 5 times. Yet with this speed, even Lord Emperor Tian might not be able to react. The onlookers were stunned as they watched Rayleigh vanish in an instant. However, Rayleigh's pupils dilated as if the attack had suddenly slowed down. What was happening? Rayleigh did not know that after Emperor Tian activated his fruit ability, time within a certain range had slowed down. In that brief moment, Emperor Tian seized the opportunity to counter Rayleigh's attack. He turned around and punched directly against Rayleigh's fist. With a loud bang, the two forces collided, and both were pushed back several dozen meters before stabilizing their stances. Emperor Tian looked at his fist, surprised to find it slightly numb. It seemed that the full-body armament haki armor provided a much greater enhancement than the partial transformation. Although Emperor Tian hadn't activated the power of the demon back to enhance his strength during that punch, the enhancement from the partial armament Haki armor had already brought his attack power to about 60% of a full force strike. The Empress and others were shocked. They didn't expect that the current Rayleigh could push Emperor Tian back several dozen meters. These guys had indeed gotten stronger. The onlookers were incredibly tense as they watched. Impressive. No wonder Lord Emperor Tian, even just with the armament Haki armor on his fist, could match Rayleigh Senpai, who has full-body armament Haki armor. If he fully transformed into armament Haki armor, wouldn't he easily crush Rayleigh Senpai, who has no fruit abilities? However, Lord Emperor Tian's counterattack speed is truly unbelievable. After missing a punch, he could still retaliate against Rayleigh Senpai behind him. TSK. I completely don't understand how he did it. Could that legend be true? Are you saying he is a user of the time fruit? Who knows? After all, 20 years ago, Lord Emperor Tian explicitly said he was not a user of a devil fruit. Rayleigh, hearing the discussions around him, thought to himself that Emperor Tian was not a devil fruit user. He had long since developed the time fruit ability to an outrageous level. Just now, he felt the moment of infinite stillness in time. Otherwise, even if Emperor Tian's reflexes were quick, he would have been unable to avoid that punch, and his back would have been hit hard. However, Emperor Tian's strength was indeed domineering. Relying solely on an armored fist with armament Haki could match him, indicating that 20 years ago, Emperor Tian had already reached the height he was at now. Moreover, this was only one aspect of Emperor Tian's strength. While enduring the numbness in his entire arm, Rayleigh sighed. Alas, time is merciless. Even if I were to use my life to return, I still feel a lack of energy and blood, unable to unleash the full power of my armed Haki armor. So, Your Excellency, I sincerely apologize this time. I fear I will disappoint you again. However, my current strength is only at the top level of this era, not comparable to those Imperial level or even King level monsters. Rayleigh did not speak humbly. His words were very serious. The onlookers around were also discussing this. Indeed, although Senior Rayleigh is powerful, he is ultimately old. He must be over 90 now. He definitely can't reach the combat power of the 10 Emperors. That's right, the combat power of the 10 Emperors is truly terrifying. The last time I went to the New World, I didn't go far before I was scared back. Moreover, Senior Rayleigh is not a devil fruit user. In this era, it is the devil fruit users who reign supreme. To become one of the 10 Emperors of the New World, this is probably a necessary power. Exactly, after all, not everyone is like Mihawk of the Blade Domain or Shanks of the Red Domain. But besides these two big shots, there are also Enel of the Thunder Domain, Buggy of the Fragmented Domain, Luffy of the Freedom Domain, Blackbeard Teach of the Dark Domain, and Law of the Void Domain, all of whom are devil fruit users. Hearing such discussions, Emperor Tian became even more excited and looked forward to the fight. However, he first needed to defeat Rayleigh. The latter clearly had not used his full power and still had the strength to fight. Emperor Tian clenched his fists, all the muscles in his body tensed. His upper clothing burst apart, unleashing the full power of his devilish form, and his terrifying muscles appeared invincible and full of explosive energy. A layer of red energy emerged around his body, distorting the surrounding space, and his head full of red hair exuded an even more terrifying violent aura. Rayleigh, I don't care if you're old or not. 20 years ago, I said I would unleash a massacre on you. No one can remain unscathed unless I get to fight to my heart's content. Emperor Tian punched the ground fiercely, and with a loud bang, the area within several hundred meters collapsed, and the entire island number 13 shook violently. Rayleigh saw this and felt helpless. The opponent was indeed still a madman. However, today he really didn't believe it. Besides his armed Haki armor, he also had Conqueror's Haki to perform localized Haki binding. With a loud boom, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Rayleigh, and his powerful Conqueror's Haki had reached a level of divine punishment. What is a divine punishment level? It carries a very terrifying physical attack, and the generated pulse current can channel true lightning power. Holy crap, brothers, back away quickly. This divine punishment level Haki binding has an explosive power that is extremely terrifying, basically ignoring many defenses. Those with weak bodies will have their flesh and blood splattered with just a slight hit. The onlookers were scared and quickly retreated a kilometer away, not daring to continue watching the battle up close. The Empress and others also immediately retreated upon seeing this. The ground around Rayleigh began to continuously collapse after he performed a large area haki binding on himself. Emperor Tian was even more excited upon seeing this. Rayleigh had indeed hidden his power. With a bang, the ground exploded. Emperor Tian transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged at Rayleigh. Rayleigh turned into a red lightning bolt. The two collided in an instant. Their battle was extremely intense and rapid. One could only see two bolts of lightning entwined in combat, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Even tree trunks with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters would instantly shatter into countless pieces. Gulp! So strong. It won't be long before the entire island now. 13 is reduced to ruins. The onlookers who had retreated to the edges activated their observation haki, barely able to catch the trajectories of the two fighters. In today's era, mastering observation haki and armament haki has become very common. If one does not master observation haki or armament haki, they're not even qualified to be a pirate. For instance, soldiers of the Navy headquarters must awaken at least one type of haki. Otherwise, they are not qualified to be at the Navy headquarters, as today's pirates are too powerful. Moreover, all navies operating in the New World must have their haki levels reach at least intermediate standards. Otherwise, they can only go to the 4 seas to capture pirates. Furthermore, the extent of their armament haki armor, the level of their observation haki, and the degree of their haki binding determine their strength and status at the Navy headquarters. However, the 12 admirals of the Navy headquarters have basically all achieved full-body armament haki and possess high levels of observation haki. In Mariewa, the former Shichibukai, the Seraphim, have been upgraded to the 10th generation series, each generation stronger than the last, flying in the sky or standing guard in various places within the city, protecting Mariewa with a stern presence. Moreover, within Panga City, there are even figures of the current 10 emperors, who possess high lineage factors and combat power surpassing that of the 10th generation Shichibukai. However, even so, the world government is still threatened by the Revolutionary Army. Half of the world is now under the control of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army ultimately possesses a significant amount of Vegapunk's black technology. Among them, artificial devil fruits created using lineage factors were thought not to have succeeded by the world government, but they later realized it had succeeded, yet Vegapunk concealed it, having long given this dangerous technology to the Revolutionary Army. This has led to the Revolutionary Army's increasing power over the years. Additionally, the New World, with the existence of the 10 emperors, has become an ungovernable sea area, and the Navy headquarters cannot suppress it. Essentially, the world government must face not only the turmoil of the 10 emperors, but also the power of the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, the battle in Sabaody has already attracted the attention of the world government. A seraphim who looks very much like the Empress, with white wings, and a figure similar to that of the current Empress, descended into Pangu City, entering the room of authority. I heard the battle in Sabaody is significant. Have we found out who is fighting? One of the 5 elders asked sternly. Their previously severed arms have been replaced with sea stone arms, appearing black. The black sea stone was not ordinary sea stone, but refined sea stone, which is harder to mine and very rare. It can only be found in mineral veins thousands of meters deep underwater. However, refined sea stone has a significant suppressive effect on devil fruit users. Ordinary sea stone no longer exerts any suppressive effect on powerful beings like the 10 emperors, since they have all mastered 100 of their armament haki armor. Reporting to the Lord, on island number 13 in Sabaody, Rayleigh and Hanma Emperor Tian are fighting. What? Hanma Emperor Tian? Upon hearing this, the 5 elders were instantly shocked, instinctively feeling fear as past shadows resurfaced. They hurriedly contacted him deep within the flower, because they did not know how to act, not to mention lacking confidence in defeating Emperor Tian, but also because it seemed that Lord Im's daughter was born from Emperor Tian, although Lord Im had not stated it. They were not fools and recognized that with such a relationship, they were even more unsure of how to proceed. Im, deep within the flower, had long sensed Emperor Tian's presence and felt a bit at a loss in her heart. After 20 years, she had never forgotten the 5 months of battle with Emperor Tian. Let's hold off for now, Im instructed from a distance, sitting quietly in front of the vanity. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but adjust her makeup, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Emperor Tian. The 20 years since she had her daughter felt like a long time, yet the 800 years she had lived before seemed to pass quickly. Oomph. He will definitely come to see me, but I won't let him see where easily, Im thought to herself, unable to suppress her pride. Chapter 121. Emperor Tian's current sons and daughters. The ground shook violently, and after over 100 exchanges, Rayleigh was suddenly knocked to the ground by Emperor Tian. A loud crash echoed as the powerful impact caused the entire number 13 island's landmass to sway on the sea. Rayleigh coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body in ruins, and he instantly lost all sensation from the pain. For some reason, even with the armor of armed Hody enhancing his body, he was defeated within minutes when Emperor Tian suddenly unleashed a strange attacking force. What seemed like ordinary punches could, to a certain extent, ignore the absolute defense of the armed Hody armor. It should be noted that Emperor Tian was not fully clad in armed Hody armor. In such a situation, defeating him so quickly would at least take several days and nights to determine a victor. The onlookers nearby were utterly shocked. They never expected that such a top-tier powerhouse as Rayleigh, even while fully armored with armed Hody, could be defeated in a matter of minutes. It was simply too exaggerated. Indeed, Lord Emperor Tian is too strong. But how'd he do it? Clearly, he only armed his fists, and logically speaking, no matter how strong the power, it should be difficult to severely injure Rayleigh to the point of losing his ability to resist. Not necessarily. Lord Emperor Tian was already a monster-like existence 20 years ago. Perhaps armed Hody is not absolute offense and defense in his eyes. However, they did not realize that Emperor Tian felt pity as he faced their ignorant discussions. What is absolute defense? Does a true, absolute existence even exist? Armed Hody indeed achieved a terrifying enhancement in offense, defense, and speed, but that power is not absolute. Engaging Rayleigh in a direct confrontation is indeed difficult to defeat him in a short time. But as long as one masters the truth of the fist, then no matter how much armed Hody one has, they would still suffer real damage. Being able to force me to use release, you can consider yourself satisfying to me. In respect to such a strong opponent like you, next, I will strike with all my strength to kill you. Emperor Tian looked down from the pit, disdainfully at Rayleigh, who lay face up on the ground. In the previous battle, not only had he been stabbed in one eye, but one of his arms was also rendered useless. Coupled with the impact damage from being slammed to the ground, he couldn't move a muscle for a short time. However, Rayleigh was not afraid of death. Instead, he felt puzzled about Emperor Tian's so-called release and asked, "Before you kill me, please enlighten me on what release is?" Rayleigh weakly inquired. Emperor Tian grinned and directly mocked. "It seems your talent is indeed poor. However, release is just a name I casually gave. Each punch emphasizes higher techniques in combat." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh did not feel ashamed. Instead, he suddenly understood and laughed heartily. "I see. I definitely can't compare to you. I'm convinced of my defeat this time. What surprised me is that a muscle monster like you, who displays ultimate violence, would also possess such supreme fist techniques. It's truly astonishing." Emperor Tian could not answer this confusion. He could only say that he was not the true Hanma Yōjirō. He merely played the part to inherit his strength, talent, muscles, bloodline, and the strongest will. However, release is the truth of martial arts according to Guohai Wang. It is a higher technique. When attacking, the seemingly ordinary strikes carry terrifying lethality. Even facing Hanma Yōjirō in an ultimate violent posture, he would instinctively feel fear and would not dare to resist head-on easily. In his youth, Guohai Wang walked the route of muscle violence like Hanma Yōjirō and reached a terrifying height. But one day, he lost to a frail old man. Upon understanding the reason, he resolutely chose to abandon the pursuit of muscle violence in favor of seeking techniques that prioritize truth. If it weren't for his old age, he might not have been defeated by Hanma Yōjirō's ultimate violence. However, his ultimate release and ultimate relaxation are certainly highly sophisticated techniques of truth. Ultimate release can easily defend against most attacks. Ultimate relaxation can easily ignore most defenses. As he prepared to kill Rayleigh, Hancock suddenly interjected, "Husband, please show mercy." At the same time, Shaki also appeared on the scene. When Emperor Tian saw this, he understood what it meant. Strictly speaking, Hancock had some connections with Shaki and Rayleigh. When Hancock was once enslaved by the Celestial Dragons and escaped the Holy Land Mariewa, she was taken care of by Shaki and Rayleigh. Moreover, Shaki was very likely to be the next Empress of Amazon Lily. Seeing Emperor Tian abandon the idea of killing Rayleigh, Hancock felt relieved and immensely happy, knowing that Emperor Tian tolerated her this time for violating his will. "Thank you, husband," Hancock said, wrapping her arms around Emperor Tian's arm like a little bird. The onlookers thought to themselves that Hancock's cute demeanor truly stirred their hearts. Furthermore, it was evident that Emperor Tian was skilled in training women. Even Hancock was so gentle. Unlike the coldness of 20 years ago. "It's nothing. You are my woman, and I will consider you in some matters," Emperor Tian said gently. Hancock's face turned slightly red, feeling on the verge of happiness. Shaki helped Rayleigh up, gave Hancock a grateful glance, and then took Rayleigh directly away. "You all stay in Sabaody for now. I'm going to place first," Emperor Tian arranged, preparing to visit the world government to gather information. "Husband, we want to find the kids. Do you think it's possible?" Tosuke said, holding on to Emperor Tian's other arm and playfully shaking it. "You don't need to worry about that. I will accompany you later. If you go alone, I am very concerned about your safety," Emperor Tian said seriously. After all, given Hancock and the others' current strength, going to the New World was already very dangerous. If Rayleigh was a top-tier powerhouse, then the current Hancock could only be considered a top part of the second-tier powerhouses. Not to mention Bonnie, Violet, and Rebecca, who were even weaker. Rebecca, worried about being a burden to Emperor Tian, immediately spoke up, "Husband, how about I go back to Dressrosa with Violet? I can also go back to Alabasta," Vivi said with a gentle smile. "There's no rush. You can stay in Sabaody for a few days, and I will arrange things later." Emperor Tian had no intention of sending them back to their respective places. He planned to find a good place in the New World for them to settle down, as he couldn't let them drift around with him, missing the feeling of home. "All right then, we will listen to husband," Nicole Robbins said quietly. Next, Emperor Tian directly tore apart the void and stepped inside. Everyone around was stunned, their jaws dropping in shock for a long time. "Did you see that? What kind of amazing technique is that? I feel like it's tearing apart space." TSK. This is probably a remarkable technique, comparable to powerful fruit users. The Empress and others ignored the people around them. After Emperor Tian left, they also chose to leave in search of a temporary place to stay, but each of them was secretly eager to inquire about their respective children. So they found a bar and went in to gather information. Some bold individuals, seeing the unparalleled beauty of the Empress and others, couldn't help but want to harass them. But some knew these were Emperor Tian's women. "I say, brother, do you want your whole family to be wiped out? Those are all women of Lord Hanma Emperor Tian. If you dare to touch them, you might be publicly executed." Hiss, they're actually Lord Hanma Emperor Tian's. Those in the bar who didn't know felt a chill run down their spine upon hearing it was Emperor Tian's women and were glad to be stopped. However, the Empress did not let those who wanted to approach them go easily. She activated her ability, and an invisible layer of energy filled the entire bar, targeting and attacking those she locked onto. Dozens of guys were suddenly petrified. "I am as beautiful as a celestial being. Everything I do will be forgiven, right?" The Empress asked coldly, looking around. Yes, long live the Empress. Rest assured, Empress, these guys deserve to be petrified for not knowing the rules, daring to offend you." The Empress smiled indifferently, quite satisfied, and changed the subject to ask, "Do you know Hanma Tian?" "Oh, Hanma Tian. Could it be that she is truly the daughter of Lord Emperor Tian and Lady Empress?" "Of course. It seems you all know about my family's Tian. Now tell me everything you know." The Empress was eager to learn about Tian's past 20 years. "No problem, Lady Empress. Your Miss Tian is amazing. She has ruled the Windless Sea and is now the queen of that area. Even the Navy and the world government dare not touch her. Last time in Sabaody, she even punched a giant admiral to death. However, recently, it seems your Miss Tian encountered some trouble in the New World, reportedly being beaten back by Kaido's grandson, Tian in the Land of Ghosts." "Kaido's grandson? Tian The Empress released a murderous aura on the spot. How dare they bully her daughter, seeking death? Sister, if it's Kaido's grandson, I might know who Tiangue is. Who is it? The Empress asked. Bony whispered in the Empress's ear. Upon hearing this, the Empress's mood calmed down. It turned out to be another son of Emperor Tian, the one with Yamato. Following that, Bony and others began to ask the people in the bar about their respective children. Machino's son, Hanma Ling Tian, had actually joined the Navy. With the ability of the multiplication fruit and strong cultivation talent, he is now one of the 12 generals of the Navy headquarters. Vivi's son, Hanma Xiao Tian, is a user of the float fruit, immensely powerful, calling himself the king of the sky, and he has a giant mobile castle that flies around in the sky. Rina's son, Hanma Zhengjun, also joined the Navy, possessing the phantom beast fruit, vampire type, and is now also one of the 12 generals of the Navy headquarters. Incredibly strong. Having a son in the Navy fulfilled Rina's initial wish. Shirahoshi's daughter, Hanma Xiaoyu, is a Sea King-level existence, able to command all Sea Kings in the 4 seas, holding a very high position in the New World. Moreover, being kind-hearted, she never uses Sea Kings against any ships at sea and often saves people who fall into the sea, whether they are pirates or not. Therefore, on an island in the New World, many of her kin live there, undisturbed, even protected by several royal powers among the 10 sovereigns. Nicole Robinson, Hanma Tian, and Lady Charlie's son are staying on Fishman Island in the New World, having a very good relationship with Xiaoyu, forming a trio of siblings. As for Rebecca's son, Hanma Xiangri, and Violet's son, Hanma Jesse, not much is known about them. They might have been staying in Dressrosa Kingdom without going to sea. Peach Rabbit's son, Hanma Fei is also unknown. Peach Rabbit speculates that perhaps her sister, Admiral Crane, did not let her son join the Navy, intending for him to live an ordinary life. Ein's son, Hanma Ron, reportedly followed Admiral Zephyr in his early years, fighting everywhere, but in the end, Zephyr was killed by the Revolutionary Army along with Luffy's forces, and the established Inyo Navy no longer exists. Akiji, who once joined the Inyo Navy, took Hanma Ron to join Blackbeard teach Black Domain. Ein felt very sad upon hearing that her teacher Zephyr had died. Some were quite confused. The Inyo Navy was not destroyed by the world government and the Navy headquarters, but was instead eliminated by the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's Straw Hat forces. Ein inquired about the Straw Hat Luffy's Freedom Domain, and those who knew said it was very powerful. 20 years ago, all the members under Whitebeard's banner later joined Luffy's Freedom Domain. Moreover, the Freedom Domain has a nature of alliance with red-haired Shanks' Red Domain, Law's Air Domain, and Blackbeard teaches Black Domain. Mihawk's Sword Domain has fewer people, but is neutral and does not ally with any forces. Enel's Lightning Domain is the same. The Clown Buggy's Fragmented Domain is also similar. However, Buggy controls the largest territory, and the island has the most people, comparable to a kingdom. Speaking of Clown Buggy, many people feel that one should not judge a person by their appearance. Many powerful individuals previously looked down on him, as he seemed like a small character. But who would have thought that a few years later, after awakening his fruit, it was as if he had opened his mind. His strength improved very rapidly. Blackbeard Teach could not defeat Clown Buggy. Now, Clown Buggy is known as the most troublesome existence. Any ship entering the range of the fragmented domain could be fragmented. Completely unavoidable. Bony's son, Hanma Xiaoxiong, is also unknown. In the Holy Land between flowers, you really succeeded in crossing over. Seeing Emperor Tian appear unchanged, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, but seemed to habitually pour Emperor Tian a cup of tea she had personally brewed. Emperor Tian took a sip of tea and said, "Naturally, but to me, it feels like just yesterday, while you all have truly experienced 20 years. So, what do you plan to do now that you've returned? If possible, I hope you can help me a bit." Didn't know why, but she felt a bit inclined to rely on this man, Emperor Tian. After all, the world had changed significantly in these 20 years, with strong individuals rising like mushrooms after rain, and even her world government and Navy headquarters were on the brink. The Revolutionary Army had long publicly declared and ruled half the world, truly provocative. "You first announced to the world that I, Hanma Emperor Tian, am from today onwards the only emperor of the seas." Upon hearing this, and was shocked. This situation was akin to one emperor and 10 kings, with the emperor's status elevated above the 10 kings. Azam smiled brightly. She felt that this meant Emperor Tian was effectively helping her suppress the 10 kings of the New World. No problem. However, you need to be careful. The free domain, red domain, black domain, and empty domain have an alliance nature. Their goal is to kill you. Im couldn't help but express her concern. That makes it even more interesting. After 20 years, I finally get to see their desperate resistance. After saying this, Emperor Tian stood up and prepared to leave. He couldn't wait to meet the so-called 10 kings. However, Im suddenly felt a bit reluctant and nervously said, Emperor Tian, since you're here, don't you want to stay with me for one night? Chapter 122. The world in shock and upheaval. It's rare for you to make such a request. But since you are my woman, I will satisfy you. But my time is limited. I can only satisfy you for one night. Emperor Tian turned around and looked at him gently. Regardless of her figure or temperament, she was far superior to the Empress. Her request now sparked quite a bit of desire within him. He walked over and held him in his arms. Im felt utterly embarrassed. She had just involuntarily said such a thing. After all, she had lived for over 800 years. How could she not endure the loneliness for just 20 years with Emperor Tian? As she thought this, she found herself already placed on the bed by him. Im woke up in a daze and realized Emperor Tian was no longer by her side. It really was just one night. I knew it wasn't enough. Im pouted. Her pale fist clenched, her face flushed as she complained. After all, the last time had been 5 months. And now it was just one night. He was simply unwilling to take responsibility. Unknowingly, Im had fallen into Emperor Tian's embrace, and her previous hatred seemed to have vanished after not seeing him for 20 years. But made sense, 5 months of beautiful days and nights. Even 2 stones together would develop feelings, let alone human beings with emotions. Forget it, I'll endure a bit longer. But next time you must stay with me for several months. Im took a deep breath, calming herself as she thought. After getting up and dressing, she went to give orders to the 5 elders. She announced Emperor Tian's status as the sole emperor of the New World to the entire world in the form of a poster. The 5 elders were immensely surprised upon receiving the task. They never expected that Lady Im would do something like this for Emperor Tian. Could it be that Lady Im and Emperor Tian had already stood on the same front? The 5 thought about it and felt it was possible. After all, Lady Im and Emperor Tian had a common daughter, and perhaps because of this relationship, they had come together peacefully. Now we have a good show to watch. The 10 kings of the New World are probably going to face a major purge. Not necessarily. The current strength of the 10 kings is extraordinary. But if we talk about the weakest, it would be Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. However, these two have had a good relationship with Emperor Tian for 20 years. So they definitely won't be dealt with by him. Forget it. Let's just quietly watch the show. The 5 elders immediately communicated with the Navy headquarters. Currently, the Navy Admiral at headquarters was still Akainu. Akainu received the 5 elders' orders directly. Upon hearing it was Emperor Tian, a terrifying volcanic heat surged through his body, indicating his anger. That mere Fama Emperor Tian. So what if he has returned? I absolutely do not agree with what you're doing. Akainu said unceremoniously to the 5 elders on the other end of the call. Akainu, watch your attitude towards us. You need to understand that even if you were the admiral of the Navy headquarters, in our eyes, you are nothing. Moreover, this order was personally given to us by that esteemed person. The 5 elders said sternly, showing no regard for Akainu, treating him as just a dog raised by the world government. Akainu's veins bulged with anger, but he had no choice. He hadn't expected it to be an order from that esteemed person. Thus, even if he wanted to challenge the 5 elders, he had to hold back. Fine. Since it is that esteemed person's will, our Navy headquarters will naturally cooperate. Akainu said, suppressing his anger. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Akainu released a terrifying conqueror's haki, instantly spreading throughout the volcanic domain within 100 miles. The Navy headquarters was built on this island, which was thousands of miles wide. However, due to Akainu's fruit abilities, the entire island flowed with lava, and even the surrounding sea was constantly flowing with lava. The buildings and activity areas of the Navy soldiers were all established on this island. What happened? Who provoked the admiral? She'll keep it down. It might be that things haven't been going well against the 10 kings lately. Countless soldiers on the island discussed, but such matters were not uncommon. Soon, Akainu summoned the generals on the island for a small meeting. Everyone present was of the admiral level, immensely powerful. Among them were Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Greenbull, Admiral Kizuru, Admiral Ling Tian, Admiral Zheng Jun, Admiral Smoker, Admiral Kobe, and Admiral Dasky. However, the other 4 admirals were not at the Navy headquarters, as they were on missions. Akainu informed them that Hanma Emperor Tian would become the New World Emperor, hoping his subordinates would understand that the one who had disappeared for 20 years was making a strong comeback. Upon hearing that Hanma Emperor Tian had returned, Kizuru immediately shuddered and couldn't help but complain, "What a terrifying piece of news. With his return, the new world will become even more chaotic, and our lives will be harder. After all, I fear facing him the most." Akainu shot a cold glance at Kizuru, wanting to slap him. They hadn't even started dealing with Emperor Tian, and here he was already demoralizing his own people and boosting the enemy's morale. "I don't care how you see it, but my orders are to capture everyone, whether they are emperors or 10 kings, at every opportunity. Elmira Ling Tian Elmira Sengyun. I heard that Emperor Tian is your father. You wouldn't protect your father because of this relationship, would you?" Akainu looked sternly at the 2 muscular men, wanted to see their attitudes. "Rest assured, Admiral, no matter who it is, as long as they commit heinous acts and disturb the world order, we will strike in defense of justice without hesitation," Admiral Ling Tian said resolutely. In his memory, he seemed to have seen his father once before he could walk, and since then he had never seen that man again. Even that man had taken away his mother, causing him to become an orphan before he was even a year old. Thinking about it made him quite angry. If it weren't for Emperor Tian, he wouldn't have become an orphan. Even in Windmill Village during his childhood, he wouldn't have been isolated by countless people just because Emperor Tian had once destroyed Windmill Village. Finally, at the age of 10, he was brought into the Navy headquarters by Garp, trained, and grew into a powerful Navy admiral. Admiral Zheng Jun soon expressed similar sentiments. He had heard from his adoptive parents in his hometown that when his mother left with his father, she entrusted him to them, and that his name was given by his mother with the hope that he would grow up to be a just Navy. Although he hadn't seen his mother and father for 20 years, he had never been angry with them. He believed that they must have had important matters to attend to when they chose to leave. All he needed to do was to fulfill his mother's wish and become a just Navy. For this reason, if his father committed any heinous acts, he would definitely capture him as a just Navy. Even if he was not a match for his father, he could not stand by and watch him act recklessly. He would do his utmost to stop him. Of course, Zheng Jun actually thought his father was quite handsome, having done many things that ordinary people would not dare to do, and he did not see anything terribly wrong with that. So he looked forward to their meeting. "That's very good. Just in time. I also have something for you to do. You 2 will monitor every move of Emperor Tian. Is that all right?" "Rest assured, Marshal, this is completely no problem." Both generals Ling Tian and Zheng Jun replied in unison. Their strength was among the top in the ranks of generals, as they were both users of devil fruit abilities. Next, the Navy headquarters publicly announced that Emperor Tian was the New World's Emperor. In less than 3 days, people from the 4 seas and the New World were in an uproar and shock. The legendary Invincible Man had returned. Chapter 123. Yalada is curious about how powerful Emperor Tian is. New World. Freedom Domain. Luffy and the others fell into a brief silence upon receiving the poster that the seagull had dropped. After waiting for 20 years, "Is it okay if I kill him?" Luffy suddenly looked at Nami beside him. "What do you care? His matters are not my business, and his life or death has nothing to do with me." Nami stood up, walked aside, and continued, "In any case, just be careful when the time comes. That bastard's power should not be underestimated. It's been 20 years since we last saw him, and he might be even more terrifying now." Seeing Nami's attitude, Luffy smiled. "Don't worry. As long as you have no objections, we're definitely going to kill him this time." Everyone knew that Nami had a son, but because of the relationship with Emperor Tian, they had to ask Nami's opinion beforehand. After all, they were all good companions, and if Nami said to spare Emperor Tian, they could definitely consider it. Nami's child had been sent to Kakoja Village since he was young, to be raised by no Kigo. Over the past 20 years, Nami had only returned twice and had always concealed the fact that she was the child's biological mother. I finally waited for this day. I will definitely take revenge for Dad and for Ace. Jaws clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with intense, killing intent. Marco, sitting nearby and drinking, said before that, "We need to understand his current strength and find an opportunity to strike. You don't need to worry too much about this. Even if we don't go looking for him, he will come looking for us." Luffy recalled what his master Rayleigh had said when they were training hockey on the island 20 years ago, after he had left. In the Black Domain. Haha, that man has indeed appeared. What an interesting era. I told you, how could he not be moved? Now that he has appeared, it seems he couldn't hold back any longer. However, we are no longer what we used to be. Even Emperor Tian cannot do anything to us. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he dies here. Blackbeard Teach looked at the poster while eating cherry pie. Akiji, sipping tea beside him, was unfazed. Ein-san Ron was practicing with Beijis, both showcasing their muscles and strength in their sparring. Akiji, to be honest, I can see a bit of Emperor Tian's shadow in that kid, Ron. How much do you know about his true identity? Blackbeard Teach suddenly turned to Akiji and asked with a faint smile. Captain, you've asked more than once. But I'll say it again. He grew up in the One Navy and was picked up by Zephyr. After Zephyr died, I brought him to your side 12 years ago. What is there to worry about? Ha ha ha, I was just asking casually. But even if he is Emperor Tian's son, I won't do anything to him. In this era, whether it's you or me or others, we have all grown to this point under that man's influence. If we talk about who resembles him, perhaps we all carry his shadow. Blackbeard Teach had some guesses in his heart, but dared not conclude anything. In the fragmented domain, Buggy sat in the palace, surrounded by a dense crowd of subordinates. They spent their days in laughter and joy, but upon seeing the poster today, those who knew about Emperor Tian fell silent, especially Buggy, who, despite his formidable strength, still felt quite cowardly. What should we do? Emperor Tian is back. Is he going to come and wipe us out? Buggy said in panic. Boss Buggy, there's no need to worry. Fanma, Emperor Tian is already a thing of the past. Right, he was just a strong man from 20 years ago. He hasn't shown up in the last 20 years. Perhaps he suffered some setback somewhere and was trapped for 20 years, only now coming out. But what he doesn't know is that the times have already changed. As long as he dares to come to our territory, we'll tear him apart. Upon hearing this, Buggy felt that what the younger one said made some sense. However, Buggy was still quite anxious. After all, he had witnessed Emperor Tian's terrifying strength during the Impel Down incident in the Marineford War. But no matter what, we must be on guard. Recently, you all need to keep a low profile and not go out to cause trouble. If a bullet is fired, it will hit the first bird. Buggy said seriously. The pirates below, seeing Buggy's serious demeanor, knew he was not joking. If they didn't listen, they could very well be abandoned or dealt with by Buggy. Okay, Boss Buggy, as long as we don't go out, he won't be able to enter the fragmented domain. We're simply too smart. Meanwhile, the usually silent Sir Crocodile snapped out of his dark thoughts and steadied himself, saying, I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. We still need to find an opportunity to take the initiative. Otherwise, what awaits us is an unpredictable crisis. Sir Crocodile, who had once been hunted by Kaido, had coincidentally worked with Buggy and was now considered the second spokesperson of Buggy's group. What do you mean? Buggy asked, holding his breath. We are among the few who have dealt with Emperor Tian directly 20 years ago. Don't we understand his mindset? He is someone who enjoys challenging powerful individuals. And you're now one of the strongest among the 10 emperors. Do you think if you don't provoke him, he won't come looking for trouble? What if over these 20 years, his strength has improved more than ours? Waiting for him to find trouble could be dangerous. I believe we cannot sit and wait. We must always look for opportunities to strike. Sir Crocodile's eyes hid a killing intent. Originally, she had somewhat forgotten the humiliation Emperor Tian had caused her during his 20 years of silence. I didn't expect to suddenly come back now. The humiliation I once suffered feels like it happened just yesterday. Therefore, no matter what, I must kill Emperor Tian. When Buggy heard this, he thought it made some sense. Back in Impel Down, Emperor Tian forcibly barged in to fight strong opponents because he wanted to battle. At this moment, Yarlita suddenly became very interested. Since that's the case, why don't I go see what he's capable of now? Speaking of which, I haven't had any contact with this legendary man back then, but I've heard from you that he's incredibly fierce. I really want to know just how fierce he is. Big sister, you mustn't think like that. I've heard that man is very domineering towards women. Even the Empress Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island were captured by him. Right, he's simply a super lecherous creature. A walking hormone. In his eyes, there probably isn't a distinction between men and women. They're all just females. Big sister, look at your smooth, snow-like skin and sexy figure. If you go, you'll likely walk into a tiger's den. If that kind of creature bullies you, it's not worth it. Many pirates below, who admired Yarlita, quickly spoke up. They were all worried about her having such thoughts. You all underestimate me too much. Don't you see what kind of fruit ability I have? In this world, no one can capture me. Do you think I'll be caught by him? If he wants to play with me, it has to be voluntary on my part. Otherwise, he can only watch. Yarlita was very confident in her abilities. She had already developed the slippery fruit's powers to an infinite zero friction. No one, no attack, could easily harm her. The pirates under her command thought that it was indeed the case. Yarlita was just too slippery if she could apply her ability to her target. When both sides were slippery, neither would be able to do anything to the other. Buggy rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought, suddenly grinning viciously. Let Yarlita go take a trip. I want you to see for yourself how strong he is and whether we can defeat him. By the way, how many people do you want to take with you? Bring as many as you like. Once this was said, the pirates below all signed up. Yarlita, pick me. I'm not afraid to die. I want to be your dog. Please take me with you. Faced with such voices, Yarlita had long since gotten used to it. After all, she was the most beautiful woman on the sea. Of course, this most beautiful woman was self-proclaimed. Perhaps more than a decade ago, before the Empress and Shirahoshi appeared, she could have been ranked as the most beautiful woman. But a few years ago, after the emergence of Hanma Tian and Hanma Xiaoyu, no woman's beauty could compare to these two youthful girls. Even Yarlita had to marvel upon seeing them. There were truly such pink-skinned girls in this world. Suddenly, Crocodile quieted everyone down and said to Yarlita, if you want to gather information on him, you can go directly to Wano Country. I think you will most likely go to Wano Country first. There are his two women there, and Kaido of the Beast is still his underling. Okay, I'll try my luck. Yarlita stood up, still exuding charm. Bring 100 people, prepare the pirate ship, and let us go to Wano Country. You think this woman might betray me? I believe in her abilities, but I'm just worried that she might voluntarily let herself be caught. After all, being single for decades, who knows how desperate she is inside? Buggy couldn't help but voice his suspicions. Don't worry, Captain. Yarlita is a strong-willed woman, and Emperor Tian is also a strong man. If they really meet, they will definitely fight. All right then, let's wait for her good news. Buggy crossed his arms, his eyes wandering, unsure of what else he was thinking. But he would never entrust his life to anyone. No matter what he did, he would always leave several escape routes. In the Red Domain, red-haired Shanks and his companions were sitting together drinking, looking at the posters. Captain, Emperor Tian has appeared. I'm afraid Luffy won't be able to sit still. Jesus Burgess spoke up. There's no need to worry about that. Our alliance's 4 domains watch over each other. As long as he dares to step into our territory, he will face the combined attack of our 4 domains. A hint of killing intent flashed across Shank's brow. A person like Emperor Tian must be eliminated, or else the world would eventually face a terrible crisis because of him. Beckman, holding a cigar, said seriously, since Emperor Tian has reappeared, I think it's necessary to keep Yuta close for protection. If he discovers such a beautiful woman. Beckman hadn't finished speaking when Shanks released an overwhelming killing intent. His destructive conqueror's haki causing the entire red domain to thunder and lightning, turning the skies dark red, with many cracks appearing in the void. If he dares to touch a hair on Yuta, I swear I will kill his entire family. Shanks absolutely would not allow Emperor Tian to insult his daughter, Yuta. He also knew that Hanma Tian and Hanma Xiaoyu, as well as 2 admirals from the Navy headquarters, were all children of Emperor Tian. That's natural, but just in case, we need to make arrangements. Beckman felt that Emperor Tian wouldn't care whose daughter Yuta was. He was completely reckless. Furthermore, although Yuta's abilities were extraordinary, she was still too naive and inexperienced when facing true strong opponents. All right, then let's go pick up Yuta. Shank stood up, his gaze sharp. He thought of Makino from East Blue, such a gentle and kind girl. He heard from the villagers that she was unfortunately forcefully taken advantage of by Emperor Tian that day. It was truly despicable, evoking a feeling in him that he could not let Emperor Tian go no matter what. In the sword domain, Mihawk sat on a soft sofa, legs crossed, sipping red tea while looking at the posters. Perona floated around, glancing at the information on the posters, feeling shocked and afraid. What to do? Why did Fama Emperor Tian, who disappeared for 20 years, suddenly come back? Am I going to be targeted? I've heard that when he sees beautiful women, he wants to bully others. 20 years ago, after Emperor Tian, along with the Empress and others, traveled through time, Wano country was established under the power of the Elephant Lord. Yamato, unable to see her son, felt extremely angry and often slandered Emperor Tian, saying he was a despicable beast. In the newly established Wano country, samurai could freely leave, which made Yamato's word spread. Plus, since Emperor Tian himself was a focal point, the whole world came to know that he was indeed such a vile man. It made sense to think about it. The hormones that Emperor Tian exuded at all times showed just how terrifying his desires were. Therefore, almost everyone believed these claims. Mihawk, however, paid no attention to Perona. In his eyes, there was only the power of the sword. Emperor Tian's strength had once made him feel unshakable. Thus, for these past 20 years, he had focused solely on his training. Perona had followed him by chance. But in his view, this woman often had some issues in her head. She seemed to want to be his woman, which was really foolish. Hawkeye, you'll definitely protect me, right? If you don't protect me well, then let me be your woman. I'll give you my important things, so even if one day I'm favored by Emperor Tian, it won't matter to me. Perona had lived on this island with Mihawk for over 10 years. Aside from dealing with a group of sword-fighting zombies, her only company was Mihawk. During this time, she couldn't help but develop feelings for Mihawk, but no matter how proactive she was, he never accepted her. In short, she had transformed from a pretty little lowly into an older lowly. However, even in her 30s, Perona still looked as young and beautiful as a woman in her 20s. Mihawk didn't hear what Perona was saying. He glanced at the black sword on the tea table, pondering whether its current power could defeat Emperor Tian. With the black sword in hand, he stood up and walked outside. Emperor Tian had returned, and he wanted to challenge him. Otherwise, the fact that he had once failed to confront Emperor Tian had been bothering him like an unshakable curse. 20 years ago, he had a decisive battle with Emperor Tian in the EC, but his full-strength strike had failed to cut through Emperor Tian's bones, and he had vowed to challenge him again with the ultimate power of the Black Sword. However, they unexpectedly met again on the battlefield. At that time, Mihawk had not yet mastered the Black Sword to its fullest. Knowing full well he could not defeat Emperor Tian, he refrained from challenging him, marking a missed opportunity. Chapter 124. The Devil's War against Kaido in the Thunder Domain. Communication was blocked. Even the seagulls couldn't fly in without being instantly turned to ash by the dense lightning in the sky. Sabaody Archipelago. After Emperor Tian left the holy land of Mariehua, he took Hancock and others to tear through the void and arrive at Wano country. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering battle was occurring not far from Wano on Onigashima, where the world appeared dark and chaotic, as if it were the end of days. Emperor Tian unleashed overwhelming observation haki and sensed the turmoil of the battle on Onigashima, realizing that Kaido was in a fierce fight against a powerful enemy. Interesting. I didn't expect there would be such a strong opponent who could put the current Kaido at a disadvantage. Emperor Tian snorted lightly, his gaze fixed in the direction of Onigashima, his fighting spirit already ignited. My lord, it looks quite chaotic here, with fighting everywhere, Shirahoshi said, observing the streets filled with warriors battling, those fleeing for their lives, and the sounds of screams and bloodshed. Don't be afraid, Shirahoshi. Your sisters will protect you. Hancock reassured as she patted Shirahoshi's head, then turned to Emperor Tian and said, Husband, it seems Wano has encountered a crisis. Otherwise, Kaido and the others would have come to see you long ago. I'll go find someone to ask about the situation, Momonosuke said as she stepped out and spotted an injured warrior lying on the ground nearby. She directly asked, what happened in Wano? Who dares to provoke Kaido's territory? Cough. Cough. My lord, you may not know, but Wano suddenly broke out in a civil war last night. A civil war? Is Wano rising against Onagashima's rule? Momonosuke asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Kaido's rule over Wano had already been established. How could there be internal strife? Was it a betrayal from Kaido's subordinates wanting to overthrow his rule? That's not it. It should be Kaido's grandson, the Devil's War God, wanting to dethrone Kaido and even demanding submission. He aims to rule Wano and mobilize the forces of the underworld battleships and the Zoan-type powers to conquer the entire New World. And it seems Kaido disagreed, which led to a factional conflict in Wano. The Devil's War God? Momonosuke thought Kaido's grandson. Isn't that Emperor Tian's and Yamato's son? What an arrogant name he has taken. So, which faction are you with? Momonosuke asked. I am neutral, but I have also been affected. In short, Wano is about to be reshuffled. And no matter what choice we make, we can only go with the flow. My lord, may I ask, is that person over there Emperor Tian? The injured warrior looked at Emperor Tian not far away, feeling he looked familiar, but after more than 20 years, he was not quite sure. Yes, that is Emperor Tian. My husband. Why? Do you have something to say? That's great. Please, Emperor Tian, save Wano. Although I am neutral, I still hope that Kaido will continue to rule Wano. Indeed, the Devil's War God is ambitious and ruthless, and if he succeeds, it will eventually lead Wano to destruction. So, on behalf of Kaido being Emperor Tian's younger brother, please help us in Wano. I can't make that decision. It depends on my husband's wishes. Momonosuke said, leaving that sentence before returning to Emperor Tian's side. Husband, did you hear that? Emperor Tian nodded. So it's my son who wants to deal with Kaido. However, don't you think this is rather interesting? Afterwards, Emperor Tian arranged for them to find a place in the city to settle down before tearing open space and heading alone to Onigashima. However, Emperor Tian hadn't been gone long when a man suddenly appeared, blocking the path of Hancock and the others. Several ladies, please come with me. My mother seems very eager to meet you. Who are you? Hancock, standing at the forefront, asked coldly. Although Shirahoshi possessed the powers of the Sea King and was the strongest being in the sea, on land, among these women, Hancock, as the awakened user of the sweet fruit, was already the strongest. The man said with a resolute gaze, his aura extremely terrifying, making even Hancock feel instinctively that she was not his opponent. However, he claimed to be Hanma Yōjirō, using Emperor Tian's surname. Could he be another son of Emperor Tian? But why didn't she know about this? Bonnie, Violet, and Rebecca were all surprised upon hearing his name, realizing that this man was indeed Hanma Yōjirō. They knew about some matters concerning Emperor Tian and Kazuki Hiyori. Emperor Tian had asked Hiyori to name her child Hanma Yōjirō. Your mother is Kazuki Hiyori, right? Is she the one who sent you to find us to catch up, or are you here to capture us? Bonnie stepped forward to directly ask. You don't need to ask about these things, ladies. Just follow me. Hanma Yōjirō said emotionlessly. What if we refuse to go with you? Bonnie asked tentatively, wondering if this brat intended to take action against them. All the sisters present were his elders. You can certainly try to refuse. Hanma Yōjirō's gaze turned cold, and as he stomped the ground, a powerful crack appeared, stretching hundreds of meters long and about a foot wide. Impudent! Do you dare threaten us? Even if your mother were here, she wouldn't dare treat us this way. Hancock angrily reprimanded, feeling extremely displeased at being threatened by a younger generation. My mother is my mother, and I am me. I hope you won't confuse the two. I know your man is Hanma Tian, but so what? Now that he's not here, you're all not my opponents, Hanma Yōjirō said arrogantly, completely disregarding the Empress and others. You seek death, the Empress said angrily, activating her powers. Under her control, everything within a radius of several hundred meters, except for her own people, was instantly petrified. However, after Hanma Yōjirō's body was enveloped in armed hockey armor, he completely ignored the Empress's abilities. Seeing this, Bonnie and the others felt that the situation was dire. This Hanma Yōjirō truly deserved to have Daitian's bloodline. His talent and strength were incredibly powerful. Sister, let it go for now. Let's follow him, one of them suggested. Speaking of which, I also want to see what Niji wants to do with us after 20 years. All right, the Empress retracted her powers, having to endure for the time being. Although she wasn't afraid herself, she had to consider her sisters around her, whose strengths were much weaker than hers. On Onigashima, the battle was extremely fierce. The entire island was continuously collapsing and could cease to exist at any moment. The three disasters lay on the ground, spitting blood, already without any fighting capability. Kaido, transformed into a blue dragon, now reached hundreds of meters in length, but his body was covered in wounds, and his horns were broken, bleeding profusely. Standing in front of Kaido was a strange man with black wings on his back, 2 horns on his head, dressed in a long demonic outfit, and his eyes looked hollow and dark. "Grandpa, the times have changed, yet you're getting older. You should obediently abdicate. Why do you still foolishly oppose me? You should know that if this continues, I will really kill you, starting with ripping out your dragon muscles." This man was Hanma Tian. However, he never referred to himself as Hanma, but rather as Demon Tian. Regardless, both his figure and appearance resembled a combination of a demon and a devil. So calling him a demon was quite fitting for his image. He had such an unparalleled bloodline advantage, entirely benefiting from Daitian's giant bloodline and Yamato's Oni bloodline. The black wings behind him were formed by utilizing Conqueror's Haki to entwine and condense. Currently, there were no more than 4 people in the world who could achieve this. Shanks, Demon Tian, Hanma Tian, who was a natural awakener of Conqueror's Haki, and Im's daughter, Iku. Kaido looked at Demon Tian with rage. He never expected this day to come so quickly. This grandson had become a rebellious child like Yamato. Could he not escape the curse? It seemed like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. "Tian, do you know what you are doing? I am your grandfather. I raised and taught you since you were little. How could you do this to me?" Kaido roared angrily, feeling pain in his heart once again. He had invested all his energy into raising Tian, only to find that as he grew up, Tian had become defiant and wanted to kill him, just like his mother. What nonsense! Anyone who blocks my will, regardless of who you are, will pay the price. And it seems that you still want to stop me, then you can die. Demon Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The black wings entwined with Conqueror's Haki gently shook, causing the void to tremble. Tian then vanished in an instant, appearing on Kaido's dragon body. Using his hand as a blade, he aimed to completely shatter Kaido's defenses, forcefully tearing off the armed Haki armor piece by piece and ripping the dragon scales from Kaido's body. Kaido let out a miserable scream, his massive dragon body thrashing around violently. "Lord Kaido, young Master Tian, you can't do this. Lord Kaido is doing this for your own good. The 9 emperors are all formidable opponents. You will suffer losses if you go against them." Queen, suppressing his weakness, hurriedly spoke. "Shut up. Are you underestimating my power?" Demon Tian replied coldly, seemingly displeased at being underestimated. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a blade of Haki that swiftly severed one of Queen's arms. Queen screamed in agony. The young master was too ruthless, and now there was no one in Wano who could stand up to him. If only Daitian was here. Just then the void split open, and Daitian stepped out. The commotion drew the attention of countless people on Onigashima. "Kaido, long time no see. This Onigashima is quite lively," Daitian said, looking down on everything and observing both Kaido and Demon Tian. The strength of Demon Tian excited him. "Big brother, is it really you?" Kaido asked, suppressing the pain of having his dragon scales ripped off, filled with surprise and disbelief. "Lord Daitian, please save Lord Kaido. The young master wants to rebel and even kill Lord Kaido." Queen cried out immediately, for the young master had just severed his arm, and he hated him to death. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't raise Tian well. I fear I have disappointed you." Kaido felt a wave of guilt, thinking that if Tian could kill his grandfather, he would also kill Daitian, his father. He was simply a disobedient child, just like Yamato. Daitian, however, smiled broadly at this. "Ha ha ha, no. I think you taught him very well." Kaido was taken aback. What did Daitian mean by that? Why was he so excited, as if Tian was his favorite prey? "Oomph. So you're Hanma Daitian? I heard you are quite powerful." Demon Tian kicked Kaido away and looked at Daitian with great interest. "Tian, do not be disrespectful. This is your father. Speak to him properly." Kaido stabilized himself and reprimanded. "How annoying." Tian suddenly waved his hand, sending several blades of Haki towards Kaido. Already heavily injured, Kaido could not withstand the attack. After being struck, the shattered armed Haki armor provided little defense. On his massive dragon body, Several wounds over 10 meters long were left, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Daitian watched indifferently. He found this child very distasteful, having clearly inherited the disgusting traits of Yamato. However, this was also good, as he could use this child to enhance his role-playing value. After all, his son had many women. If this one was wasted, it would not matter. Daitian's eyes erupted with killing intent, and his aura surged instantly. His outer clothing could not withstand the pressure and suddenly tore apart, revealing his strong and powerful muscles. Hey, are you deaf? I'm asking you. Are you Hanma Daitian? Demon Tian's eyes turned cold, and he also erupted with killing intent, his aura rising rapidly, clashing with Daitian's in an instant. Upon hearing this, Daitian became furious, gritting his teeth with veins popping out, his red hair dancing wildly. With a loud bang, he stomped the void, causing waves of energy to spread, shaking the entire sky. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die? Daitian vanished from his position, instantly appearing close to Demon Tian, raising a fist the size of a sandbag and smashing it towards his face. TCH, is that all? It's nothing. Demon Tian, however, remained unafraid, a mocking smile on his face. He slightly shook the hockey-infused wings behind him, causing the void to tremble, easily dodging Daitian's attack. It seems that I have long surpassed you, and like Kaido of the Beasts, you are nothing but a weakling who can't withstand a single blow. How laughable! You have no right to be my grandfather or father, Devil War Tian said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Kaido spat out old blood in anger. What sins had he committed to raise such a rebellious son? Tian, on the other hand, felt no excess emotion. He had left before even meeting this son, and now that the son was disobedient, it made him dislike him even more. However, he was somewhat surprised. This child's speed was indeed fast, and the pair of wings behind him seemed to be anything but ordinary, filled with the overpowering force of Conqueror's Haki. As Tian tightened his muscles, he completely released his thermal energy, smoke billowing from his body, and activated his ghost brain mode for super speed simulation. However, after just over 10 seconds, he found that the tens of thousands of simulated battles could not take this guy down. Interesting. Is this your reliance? It indeed enhances flight speed, allowing for an instant explosion, far surpassing the speed of light. Tian used his own Conqueror's Haki to forcibly condense a pair of black lightning wings behind him. Seeing this, Devil War Tian frowned. He didn't expect to learn so quickly just by watching. It seems you're a bit more useful than Kaido of the Beasts. But even so, you old folks can't control me. This era is the era of Devil War Tian. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Gather for me. With a roar, a massive phantom appeared behind Devil War Tian, towering over 1,000 meters, with 2 horns on its head and wielding a giant blade, resembling a huge demon. Kaido and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that War Tian could condense such a terrifying giant like Tian. However, this giant looked remarkably similar to the massive skeleton creature on Onigashima. I must admit, your ghost brain is indeed a powerful thing, and I am fortunate to have awakened it. Unfortunately, I have never seen the giant you condensed, so this giant is the product of many years of visualizing Onigashima, and now I don't know who among you can fight me. Devil War Tian roared, looking down on Tian and the others with an air of invincibility. Chapter 125. A punch pierces Yamato's body. Kaido, I am very satisfied that you taught him to be so strong, but he is so arrogant in front of me. It seems that you can only be a qualified teacher, but are not suitable for raising children. Tian said, dissipating the black lightning wings formed by his Conqueror's Haki, addressing Kaido unreservedly. Sigh. My brother is right, Kaido sighed, feeling powerless to argue, instead feeling that Tian had awakened him with a single remark. Upon reflection, it seemed to be true. The Yamato he raised also wanted to kill him. Now the grandson he raised also wanted to kill him. Those who had no kinship and were taught by him had all become stronger. He remembered more than a decade ago when the Straw Hat Pirates entered Wano. Especially Monkey D. Luffy, under his stick education, ridiculously learned the advanced Conqueror's Haki binding ability with just a few hits despite being a novice. Tian activated his Devil Fruit ability on Kaido. Reverse time. The many noticeable injuries on Kaido's body healed at a visible speed, and much of the blood flowing out returned to his body. Kaido was shocked and moved, unable to help but say, "Thank you, big brother. Go clear the field," Tian said flatly. Kaido quickly took the severely injured calamities to the side. "TCH, you all chatter away yet choose to ignore me. It's truly infuriating." Tian looked down on Tian and the others, appearing extremely displeased, controlling the over 1,000-meter giant demon behind him, slashing down at Tian. The huge blade shadow descended from the sky, its might covering the entire size of Onigashima, capable of splitting the island in two with a single strike. The pirates on Onigashima felt an unprecedented threat of death and prayed that Tian could withstand this move. Many people in Wano were also paying attention to the events on Onigashima, but upon seeing the enormous figure, resembling a god or demon, their scalps went numb in shock. Heavens! If I'm not mistaken, being able to control such a massive figure should be a technique only the legendary Tian possesses. What? You mean, Lord Tian has returned? It's possible. And if this really is Lord Tian's attack, the entire Onigashima might cease to exist because of this move. Meanwhile, on a hillside, Jinba also witnessed the scene on Onigashima, clenching his fists tightly. I didn't expect to force Brother Tian to reveal hidden techniques so soon. Tian's strength is even greater than I imagined, and I am far from his opponent. However, maybe Brother Tian can defeat him this time. Just as Jinba thought this, his pupils widened in shock. He noticed the giant figure on Onigashima. The massive weapon slashing down suddenly slowed to an infinite crawl in midair, as if it couldn't fall. Jinba did not know that this was Tian's devil fruit ability, which slowed the flow of time within 1,000 meters. At this moment, Tian and the giant figure were frozen in space, their movements becoming incredibly slow, even the expressions on their faces delayed infinitely. The people on Onigashima looked on in disbelief as Tian was able to act alone. Tian stepped forward towards Tian, grinning fiercely. "My foolish son, you think you can kill me? You are still far from it. Although you have awakened my ghost brain power, you have never seen me and don't truly understand my strength, which is why you have not had the chance to simulate battle with me, right?" In Tian's view, Tian underestimated him completely due to the lack of information on his father's martial prowess. Tian opened his mouth to say something, but each word seemed to take several minutes. Tian clenched his fist, applying his devil fruit ability. Reverse time. He first punched the giant that Tian had condensed, easily dispersing it into smoke. Tian began to feel the threat of death for the first time. Cold sweat poured down as he tried to counterattack, but any movement was still experiencing delays. Seeing Tian attempt to fight back, Tian casually waved his hand and severed one of his arms. Far away, Kaido watched this unfold and couldn't bear to see Tian being killed. With a sigh, he shouted loudly, "Big brother, please do not kill him. Give him a chance. He is after all the child I raised since childhood. His current state is actually my fault." Tian decided to give Tian a chance, lifting his ability and saying lightly, "From now on, take care of yourself." After saying this, he turned to leave. However, Tian refused to accept defeat, his eyes turning cold, and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Tian. In an instant, he appeared behind Tian, gathering a blade of hockey and stabbing it into Tian's back. Tian had long anticipated this child's temperament, never truly considering him as a son, and fortunately, he did not regard him as a truly recognized son either. As Tian launched a sneak attack, stabbing into Tian's vest, Tian's back muscle shifted, forming a terrifying ghostly back that forcibly blocked Tian's ambush. Kaido and the others widened their eyes in shock, never expecting Tian to sneak attack Tian. This guy was truly beyond redemption. Tian's fury erupted completely, his eyes turning a deep crimson as his killing intent was unleashed. A scarlet blood aura continuously emanated from him, burning like flames of rage. He swung his hand back in a slap, causing the air to explode, sending Tian flying into the sky above Wano. Tian's killing intent remained unyielding, transforming into a streak of red lightning. Boom! he pursued, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Jean Tian. After hundreds of consecutive attacks, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Jean Tian flying again. The collision created a straight line of destruction, demolishing numerous buildings, and the once repaired Fujiyama was smashed again, finally coming to a halt upon crashing into the Elephant Lord. Tian shadowed Jean Tian, landing in front of him before gripping his neck tightly. Jean Tian, however, let out a grim laugh, filled with deep resentment towards Tian. "Huh, what Kaido, what Tian, to me they're all disgusting trash. You all just want me to live like you, without understanding what I truly desire. Only my mother, Yamato, understands me, knows my heart. With her, I feel real care." Hearing this, Tian's gaze remained blood-red and fierce, his grip tightening. Jean Tian's face turned pale, his eyes glazing over. At that moment, a bolt of red lightning struck towards Tian. The attack, a thunderous hexagram, flickered with power that could tear the void apart. "Tian, let go of my son." The voice was unmistakably Yamato's, filled with hysterical rage. Facing Yamato's attack, Tian extended his hand to meet it head-on, sparks flying. The battle between the two erupted, resembling two bolts of lightning entwined together. The heavens and earth trembled, causing the cities of Wano to suffer immense destruction once again. But Yamato ultimately chose to abandon the fight. After hundreds of exchanges, she realized she could do nothing against Tian and began to cry out in desperation. "Tian, I'm begging you, let Jean Tian go. It's all my fault. I'll kneel and bow to you, okay? If you want to kill someone, just kill me. Use my life to exchange for his." Yamato was deeply worried about Jean Tian's safety, kneeling amidst the ruins, tears streaming down her face as she continuously bowed to Tian. The survivors on the battlefield all trembled at this scene, not daring to breathe. Kaido and the others also remained silent. Tian was now engulfed in killing intent. Anyone who faced him was extremely dangerous. "Lord Tian, I also want to plead for Jean Tian. He must know he was wrong." Kazuki Hiyori suddenly emerged, kneeling in the ruins to assist Yamato in pleading. Jinbe stood beside his mother Hiyori, protecting her, his hands clenched tightly, eager to help Jean Tian. "Mother, don't plead with him. Get up. You understand me the best. Besides, victors and losers, I have nothing to say about that. But it's a pity we couldn't kill them this time, couldn't satisfy you." Jean Tian felt both pained and furious at the sight of his mother Yamato kneeling and begging Tian, but the more he felt this way, the more he hated Tian, vowing never to submit before him. Hearing her son Jean Tian's voice, Yamato's desire to save him grew even stronger. But Tian remained unresponsive. It seemed Jean Tian was about to be choked to death. In a panic, Yamato noticed the Empress and Nico Robin not far away and hurriedly ran to kneel before them. "Sisters, please, help me. I know I was wrong. I have nothing left. He is my only son. I can't watch him die. If it were you, I believe Tian would listen." "Sister, should we persuade Lord Tian?" Shirahoshi, seeing Yamato so sorrowful and pitiful, couldn't help but feel tears in her eyes, perhaps because she too was a mother. The Empress, however, was much more resolute than Shirahoshi, coldly replying, "What to help her with? She just had someone take us to see her and threatened us. Have you forgotten so soon? Moreover, what is unforgivable is that her son knew that Sweet and Little Fish are our daughters with Tian and still want to kill them. No wonder it's a baby. Someone said Sweet and Little Fish were seriously injured in Wano. If it weren't for their strength, they would have been killed by her son long ago." Hearing the Empress's words, Shirahoshi's resolve strengthened, but her mood was somewhat downcast as she said, "All right, I understand." Yamato, hearing the Empress weighing that matter, pleaded again, "Empress, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I made Jean Tian do this. It really has nothing to do with him. You can do whatever you want with me now. I'm begging you, help me just this once. I really don't want my son to die like this." The Empress remained unmoved, even scoffing. "If I had known this would happen, why did you act so recklessly in the first place? Your son brought this upon himself. Who else can you blame?" Yamato completely ignored these words, only knowing that Jean Tian seemed to be losing his breath in Tian's grip. At this thought, Yamato's aura suddenly changed, transforming into a great divine being, taking on a fearsome form. With lightning speed, She grabbed Shirahoshi's neck, directly threatening, Tian, let go of my son, or I will kill her. Don't force me. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll let Shirahoshi's head roll. Shirahoshi, under attack, was utterly unprepared, and now Yamato was much stronger than the Empress, completely on par with Kaido. Yamato, you have some nerve. Let go of Shirahoshi. The Empress was furious but dared not act recklessly. Nico Robin sighed inwardly at this scene. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she felt Yamato still didn't understand Tian well enough. This man was one who responded to softness, not hardness, at this moment. Threatening Tian was only asking for Jean Tian's death to come faster. Moreover, with such actions, Yamato was also sealing her own fate. Shirahoshi felt her neck being tightly constricted, causing her pain and difficulty breathing, experiencing a very real sense of death for the first time. She began to cry, fearing that if she died, she wouldn't see her husband or her precious daughter again. Oh, my lord husband, I don't want to die. I haven't seen little fish yet. Sister Yamato, please let me go. Don't treat me like this. Shirahoshi's innocent and pure voice was filled with sorrow and fear. Tian, amidst his killing intent, still retained some rationality. Otherwise, Jean Tian would have been dead already. At that moment, he chose to release his grip, causing Jean Tian to fall to the ground, coughing. Seeing this, Yamato immediately let go of Shirahoshi, transforming into lightning to catch Jean Tian. But Tian instantly blocked Yamato, punching through her heart. Yamato looked at Tian in agony, tears of blood streaming down her face, thinking of her son Jean Tian even in her final moments. Emperor Tian, I really know I was wrong this time. Please let Jean Tian go. After all, he is our child. In the end, Dave voluntarily embraced Emperor Tian, dying in his arms. Jean Tian, who had fallen to the ground, saw his mother Dave pierced through by Emperor Tian and dying before his eyes. Jean Tian roared, his anger erupting, his eyes turning crimson, and the terrifying conqueror's haki was instantly released, permeating the entire Wano country. The sky and earth turned pitch black, and black lightning continuously struck Wano. Countless people and houses were destroyed. The arm that Emperor Tian had severed suddenly began to grow back at a visible speed, releasing a terrifying aura of a giant demon throughout his body. Emperor Tian frowned, not expecting that this child would awaken the bloodline of a giant demon because of this. You kill my mother, I will have you all buried with her. Jean Tian, now consumed by darkness, became a mass of pure blackness, his eyes incredibly hollow. This terrifying form had only been seen once before by the Empress Day, and by Xing when they witnessed Emperor Tian showcase it in the East Sea, and it was extremely dangerous. However, just at that moment, a massive energy beam descended from the sky, directly striking Jean Tian. As it illuminated the surroundings, it created a huge pit on the battlefield. At this time, many people noticed that a group of individuals had appeared in the sky, each looking exactly like Emperor Tian. However, there was one exception, a very beautiful girl. She suddenly spoke to Emperor Tian below with joy. Daddy, I'm so happy. You are really here. We finally meet for real. But how can I see Daddy trying to kill his own bloodline? After all, Daddy's actions go against morality. So, your precious daughter will take action and kill him. Daddy, don't you see how much I love you? Support is requested. Everyone watch a video and give a push for updates. You wouldn't want the author to write so many words every day for just 20-some yuan in manuscript fees, right? Chapter 126. Even Roger and Rox have it. Countless people present were shocked that this mysterious beautiful girl actually called Emperor Tian Daddy. But whose daughter is she? Even the Empress Tao, too. And others were extremely puzzled and wanted to know who this girl's mother was. Moreover, being able to give birth to a daughter for Emperor Tian indicates that the other party's identity and bloodline are extraordinary. The Empress and Bai Xing could give birth to a daughter for Emperor Tian, one due to the unique nature of the women from Nine Snake Island, and Bai Xing being a Sea King awakened, at least possessing the bloodline of an ancient royal family. Look, the person standing next to that girl looks very similar to our husband, Tao Tu said in confusion, although she had once been a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. She did not have the qualifications to access the world government or the powers developed by Vegapunk, such as the Seraphim. Damn it. How dare they infringe upon my husband's image? What on earth are those guys? The Empress gritted her teeth in anger. They did not know that there was still him in the world government, making it difficult for them to realize that the girl in the sky was the daughter of Emperor Tian and Im, named Iyue. Kaido, seeing that the Empress and others seemed to know nothing, explained. Sisters, you may not know, but that is one of the powerful weapons of the world government, the Seraphim. From Mao Emperor Tian. According to our years of investigations, the Seraphim is black technology developed by Vegapunk using the bloodline factors of related individuals. Moreover, there are not only Seraphim like my brother, but also many powerful figures like the former Shichibukai for Emperor's Pirate King Roger and Rox. What? That damned Vegapunk actually created Seraphim similar to me? That's right. A few years ago, the world government and the Revolutionary Army had a major war, and they used a large number of Seraphim. Damn it, without my permission, not only did they create a fake version of me, but they also made a fake Emperor Tian. They were simply looking for death. The Empress could hardly contain her anger, wishing she could destroy the world government right now. Well, sisters, you may not know, but in this era, the biggest threat is actually the Revolutionary Army and other royal forces in the New World. Among them, the Revolutionary Army Science Division has mastered the ability to create artificial devil fruits using the bloodline factors of capable individuals from Vegapunk's research. And the success rate is extremely high. For example, my Azure Dragon fruit has been cloned in large quantities, and I believe many other capable individuals' abilities are the same. As for the other 10 emperors, with Straw Hat Luffy's Free Domain Alliance with the 3 major royal forces, they're all completely aligned with the Revolutionary Army, resisting the world government together. Of course, I'm saying all this mainly to mention that actually my brother Emperor Tian has a deep relationship with him of the world government. Him should be my brother's woman, and the girl above, who can command powerful Seraphim like my brother, is probably the daughter him had with my brother. Upon hearing this, the Empress and others were shocked and couldn't help but look at the girl Iyue in the sky. Upon closer inspection, she did resemble Emperor Tian a bit. But who is this him? When did the world government have such a figure? The Empress asked calmly. Him is the true ruler behind the world government. The king on the empty throne, above the Gorosei in power and strength, the highest ruler of all celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, the Empress and others were astonished, not realizing that there was such an existence in the world government, completely unaware in the past. No wonder after her husband returned. He went to the world government and only came back the next day. Now that they think about it, he must have gone to see that woman Im. Emperor Tian ascended to the sky, coming to Yue's side, kindly extending his hand to pat her head. Iyue showed no resistance, looking at Emperor Tian with sparkling eyes, displaying immense admiration. Since she was little, she had greatly admired her unseen father because the whole world spoke of her father's might. Having privately learned about Emperor Tian's many deeds, knowing how powerful he was, she felt increasingly proud, honored, and fond of Emperor Tian. She thought about meeting her father, Emperor Tian, at all times. At the same time, she had a strong possessiveness, since the Seraphim of Emperor Tian was developed. She did not allow anyone to use them. Moreover, since him doted on her, the Seraphim of Emperor Tian became Iyue's private property, inseparable from her. You must be my daughter, Iyue, right? Yesterday, I visited your mother, Im, and she told me a lot about you. I am very satisfied with you and like you very much. Upon hearing this, Iyue, with her petite body, jumped into Emperor Tian's arms, joyfully hugging her father and sweetly saying, Hee hee, but Daddy has 2 other daughters besides me. I wonder which one Daddy likes more, me or them. Emperor Tian was taken aback. With such a cute daughter asking him that, he felt that this little girl was quite competitive and jealous. Ahem, you are all my precious daughters, so I naturally love you all equally. However, Iyue seemed not to be satisfied with this answer, but she did not show any unhappiness. Instead, she released Emperor Tian and looked at him with sparkling eyes, saying, Dad, I know everything about you. I understand you better than my other 2 sisters, so I will definitely make you like me a little more. Tian felt confused. What was his precious daughter saying? What did she want to do? Before he could figure it out, Iyue smiled sweetly, suddenly stood on her toes, and planted a kiss on Tian's cheek. Okay, Dad, I'm so happy to see you this time. But I won't disturb you while you're working, so I'll leave first. Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. EU spread her wings, infused with Conqueror's Haki, and instantly disappeared into the sky. The four seraphs of Tian flapped their white wings and followed her. Tian snapped back to reality after being unexpectedly kissed by the girl, watching her fade away, unable to help but chuckle. He suddenly felt that having a daughter was quite a nice feeling, even more pleasing than seeing his son. He couldn't resist wanting to protect and care for her. Unlike Jean Tian and Renya, who were somewhat irritating to look at and lacked even a basic level of respect. However, Jean Tian had already been killed by EU. Could this girl really be doing this for me, her father? But her actions are too decisive. The Empress and others watched from below. They heard quite a bit of Tian and EU's conversation and felt speechless about it. This girl actually wanted to compete with them for Tian. However, something seemed strange. The last sentence always made them think of Tian and Xiaoyu. Tian returned to the ground. Having killed Yamato and taught Jean Tian a lesson, his role-playing degree increased by 10%. Now, his total role-playing degree reached 95%. He was still 5% away from reaching 100%. This 5% could easily be achieved by consuming the Elephant Lord. In the past, Yujiro had killed a gigantic mutant elephant, which was so massive that it needed to consume 2,000 tons of food a day. After Yujiro kicked it to death, all the meat was roasted and eaten, making it a highly representative deed. Husband, was that girl really your daughter? The Empress approached, wrapping her arms around one of Tian's, and gently asked. Yes, she is my daughter with Emu, and her name is EU. Tian nodded with some happiness. Seeing this, the Empress expressed some concern. Husband, you mustn't be biased. You haven't met Tian and Xiaoyu yet. Don't worry, my love for my daughters is equal. I won't favor anyone. Tian assured the Empress and the others. Husband, you said it. The Empress and the others felt reassured and smiled. However, the Empress added worriedly. By the way, husband, I'm always worried that EU will cause trouble for Tian and Xiaoyu. Why do you think so? Tian asked lightly. Although he had some suspicions himself, he felt that Tian and Xiaoyu together should be able to handle it. Husband, you don't know. But this is a woman's instinct about rivalry and jealousy. Your EU seems to be the typical type who wants to monopolize you completely. Who knows? She might even want to take all your love for us. Of course, I don't mean in that way, but she just wants you to care about her alone. The Empress pretended to be pitiful, but couldn't help blushing shyly. Don't worry. If she says she understands me, I want to see just how well she understands me. If she truly does, she should know her limits. Also, I'm looking forward to Tian and Xiaoyu's performance. Tian said affirmatively. Well, okay. The Empress and the others stopped mentioning the matter. By the way, husband, there's also the Seraphs. They actually dared to use my bloodline factor and your bloodline factor to create clones of you and me as powerful weapons. And my father must have been cloned into a Seraph weapon as well. Bonnie couldn't help but feel sad. Her father was essentially killed by Vegapunk, and now that he was dead, he was being cloned into a weapon to be used. Tian reached out and gently patted Bonnie's head, saying, Vegapunk has been dead for a long time. Your father, Bear, was actually a member of the Revolutionary Army. From now on, you will command the Bear Seraph. I won't allow anyone else to use the Bear Seraph. Bonnie felt very touched, her eyes turning red, and she threw herself into Tian's arms, crying like a child. Wow, thank you, husband. She thought that when she next saw someone from the Revolutionary Army, she would definitely ask why her father was part of the Revolutionary Army, even going so far as to act as a mole for the world government, willingly undergoing modifications. She needed to clarify whether he was coerced or if it was voluntary. Otherwise, she would never find peace in her heart. All right, I'll take you all to a feast later. Tian planned to consume the Elephant Lord to fill in the final 5% of his role-playing value. He was also quite looking forward to whether there would be other roles to play after completing this role-playing degree. Then I want to eat a lot. And you can't steal my food. Bonnie wiped away her tears and said a bit spoiledly. Kaido, hearing this from the side, immediately ordered the preparation of a lavish meal. However, he was stopped by Tian. Kaido, there's no need to go to such trouble. My target this time is to eat the Elephant Lord. Do you have any objections? As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. Did they hear correctly? Tian actually said he wanted to eat the Elephant Lord. Was he serious? The Elephant Lord was so large. How could it be eaten? Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to kill it. After a long moment, Kaido quietly asked Tian, "Big brother, are you serious? Do you really want to eat the Elephant Lord? What? Are you reluctant?" Tian asked lightly. "How could it be? The Elephant Lord exists in Wano because of your accomplishments back in the day. If you want to eat the Elephant Lord now, then go ahead. Don't worry, the underworld battleship can be pulled around by the Sea Kings, and it's not inferior to the Elephant Lord." "Thank you, big brother." Kaido immediately expressed his gratitude. At first, he felt it was a pity that if the Elephant Lord was eaten, it would be difficult to mobilize the underworld battleship. "Lord Tian, could you please not eat the Elephant Lord?" Suddenly, Kazuki Hiyori mustered the courage to approach Tian, cautiously pleading. "Besi de her, Renya nervously guarded Hiyori," preventing Tian from harming her mother. Although he felt far from being a match for Tian, he wouldn't be afraid. "No, everything I do has its purpose, and no one can stop me. What about you? After all these years, don't you hate me? I thought you would send your son to deal with me. Or is your son too weak to seek revenge on me?" Tian looked at Hiyori and finally focused his gaze on the man beside her. "You must be Fan Marinya, right? Since you are my son's friend, you can come to me anytime you want to take revenge for your mother's family." Upon hearing this, Hiyori became frightened, worried about her son Renya. She didn't want her son to follow in Jean Tian's footsteps, and hurriedly said, "Lord Tian, don't worry, I won't let Renya seek revenge on you. I just want Renya to live well, really." Baki felt distressed seeing his mother so afraid of Emperor Tian. It was clear that Emperor Tian had left her with many terrifying shadows in the past. Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but say, "Although I won't seek revenge on you, I will definitely become stronger. When the time comes, I will defeat you, and I want you to apologize to my mother. Also, I want you to love my mother. Whatever they have, my mother should have too." Emperor Tian's fighting spirit surged at this, his red hair flying, and he suddenly felt a bit excited about Baki. "Good. I will give you this opportunity." Hiyori was almost scared to death, worried that Emperor Tian would suddenly strike and kill Baki. But in the end, she was surprised that Emperor Tian wasn't angry, and she felt much more at ease, while also being deeply moved that her son cared for her so much. "Mother, let's go." Baki responded and took Hiyori away from that place. Hiyori couldn't help but look back at Emperor Tian, feeling very complicated. She wanted to return to Emperor Tian's side, and at that moment, Baki might have a powerful father to care for and protect him. But thinking of what Emperor Tian did to Momonosuke, she couldn't accept it. Overall, these years had been painful. She often thought how good it would be if Momonosuke had never existed, and that she would have a place among the women standing before Emperor Tian now. Baki had long realized how much his mother Hiyori liked Emperor Tian, so what he said to Emperor Tian was also to help his mother. Chapter 127, Consolidating Saitama, one-shotting the Elephant Master Big Brother. The Elephant Master is huge. An ordinary means of attack might provoke it during the killing process, which could lead to destruction for our Wano country. Kaido expressed his concerns while following behind Emperor Tian. What about Momonosuke? Big Brother may not know, but not long after using the Elephant Master's power to establish the country. That kid died from severe injuries he couldn't recover from. But before he died, we continued to rewrite his memories, making him obey commands from the Elephant Master, serving me. Kaido, as his new master, vowing to protect Wano country with his life. It is precisely because of this that, even 20 years later, the Elephant Master still guards Wano country and hasn't left. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian chuckled, finding it interesting. "Isn't this simpler then? You are now the master of the Elephant Master. Just command it not to resist, and I can easily kill it." 20 years ago, Emperor Tian had already tasted the Elephant Master's ear, so its defenses were not infallible. Now, 20 years later, he was even more confident that he could kill the Elephant Master in one strike. "All right, then it seems we can only try this way," Kaido nodded. Soon, the group arrived on the back of the Elephant Master. Currently, there were still members of the Fur tribe living on the Elephant Master, but they had already submitted to Kaido's Wano country. Order the Fur tribe living here to leave the Elephant Master as soon as possible and move to Wano country to live. Kaido issued the absolute command. He then commanded the Elephant Master, "Elephant Master, listen carefully. No matter what happens next, you are not allowed to resist. Otherwise, Wano country will cease to exist because of you. The Elephant Master was a very stubborn creature, as it had always obeyed the commands of its master from hundreds of years ago. Therefore, in this era, when it encountered someone waiting and confirmed it was Momonosuke, it faithfully followed Momonosuke's commands. After Momonosuke's death, it had been following any commands from Kaido and had continued to do so. Now that Kaido commanded it not to resist regardless of what happened, it would naturally comply. Emperor Tian stepped into the void, arriving before the Elephant Master's hollow, pitch-black eye. Using his observation haki to listen to everything and directly connect with the Elephant Master. Your mission is to protect Wano country. I wonder if you will collapse and destroy Wano country when you die. I'm quite looking forward to that. Emperor Tian grinned with excitement, activating his Oni brain to conjure a figure from the world of One Punch Man, Saitama, whose shiny bald head was very eye-catching. Huh. I thought Big Brother would use a giant 1,000 meters tall to kill the Elephant Master, but now he's using a bald man. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, soaring through the clouds, watching from a distance, looking quite puzzled. Could this bald man be stronger than the 1,000-meter giant? Just as Kaido was confused, Emperor Tian controlled the conjured Saitama and suddenly launched a full-powered punch at the Elephant Master's gigantic, hollow, pitch-black eye. What seemed like an ordinary punch, upon impacting the Elephant Master, instantly unleashed a world-destroying force. Not only did it pierce through the Elephant Master's other pupil, but the terrifying punching power also manifested as a visible wave of energy, cutting through the sky and clouds in its path. Kaido was taken aback, his pupils widening in shock, feeling unprecedented fear and astonishment. What kind of power was this? It was clearly just an ordinary punch, but when it was released, it actually split the entire sky in two. The countless warriors of Wano country looked up at the distant sky, seeing the thick, boundless clouds suddenly divide. Yet they had no idea what was happening. In the New World, members of the other 9 Emperor factions saw the phenomenon in the sky 10,000 meters above at almost the same time. A wave of destructive energy rapidly split the sky and clouds in half. However, they all thought it was a meteor shower passing through the sky. But on the moon, the interstellar pirates and the traveling Hanma Tian noticed that the planet of Wano was being split in half by a powerful, mysterious force. And they were left in shock. What's going on? Is the mother planet undergoing some kind of shocking change? I need to hurry back to the mother planet. My grandfather is still in Alabasta. Hanma Tian, Vivi's son, hurriedly took some interstellar pirates following him and swiftly set off back to the mother planet. Meanwhile, powerful beings also witnessed the changes on the planet. In a side chamber of the Void Throne Hall, several celestial bodies orbited a blue planet, but they were not physical entities. Rather, they were real images projected from the universe through some mysterious technology. On the projection of the blue planet, strange landscapes suddenly appeared, seemingly divided by an immeasurable force. At that moment, the 5 elders were in the observation room, precisely observing a certain geographical location on the blue planet, because Lord M was preparing to use the power of the Celestial King to deliver an unprecedented blow to the Revolutionary Army's forces. Now that Emperor Tian had returned, M felt that using the power of the Celestial King could be done without concern for the consequences, even at a great cost, knowing that Emperor Tian would definitely help her. As for the Celestial King, it referred to several celestial bodies surrounding their blue planet. Among them, the one that the 5 elders were most familiar with was known to the world as the moon. However, what the 5 elders did not know was that due to some malfunction, the moon could no longer strike their blue planet. Only M knew that after the last time they used the power of the Celestial King to destroy God's Valley, a malfunction occurred on the moon, and now it was impossible to continue launching the so-called Celestial King bombardment through the moon's power. But there were still several celestial bodies that could unleash destructive energy. However, those celestial bodies were too far from the blue planet, and their power would be reduced by more than half, but they were still not to be underestimated. The 5 old stars saw such a spectacle and immediately ran outside to check the situation in the sky, only to find that it seemed as if a mysterious force had split the sky in two. They chose to report this immediately to Lord M. Upon learning of this, immaturely felt shocked. What kind of power could cause this? Or could it possibly be man-made? But if it were man-made, who would it be? Could it be Imu? Yet, it also felt possible that it was one of the current 10 monarchs. Alternatively, it could be the revolutionary army that had acquired some powerful technological force. And began to worry about this. The revolutionary army had long been in collusion with Vegapunk, secretly controlling many powerful technologies that Vegapunk had explored from ancient giant kingdoms. Thinking of this, Im returned to the space between flowers and walked to a large green snail. This was actually a very mysterious rainbow phone bug, a product she had brought out from the ancient giant kingdom 800 years ago, which she had kept alive using the powers of her fruit. Immediately contact all the God-S strategy army hidden around the world and find out who is related to this phenomenon in the sky. The rainbow phone bug emitted colorful light all around, like a satellite, sending out a massive signal to connect with the hidden God-S strategy armies worldwide. In an instant, the latest orders appeared in the minds of the God-S strategy army members around the world. After receiving the orders, the members of the God-S strategy army began to search for information about the recent changes in the sky. After a while, the rainbow phone bug in the space between flowers acted like a call transfer function, relaying the reports from various God-S strategy armies to him one by one. Until the report from the God-S strategy army, hidden in Wano, reached him, she felt a face full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Even if Imu is powerful, it can't be that powerful, right? Could that power really have been unleashed by Imu? Does that mean that a single person could destroy this world with just one punch? Im found it hard to believe and immediately sought confirmation. Get me in touch with 007. The hidden God-S strategy army 007 in Wano was soon connected. How confident are you that this was done by Imu? Report to the king. I am 100% sure that this was done by Lord Imu. I also have video of Lord Imu's battle from just now, which I recorded at the first opportunity. However, at that time, Lord Imu was fighting at an altitude of 10,000 meters, so the footage is not very clear. Send it over immediately. Yes, God-S Strategy Army 007 immediately transmitted the recorded footage. In the space between flowers, the rainbow phone bug's head, with two antenna-like tentacles, took over and projected a screen broadcasting the footage recorded by God-S Strategy Army 007 in Wano, and watched it several times, even frame by frame, and ultimately confirmed that this was indeed the work of Imu. It seems my understanding of you is still not deep enough. I really want to continue to learn more of your secrets. However, since it was you who did it, I need not worry anymore. And breathed a sigh of relief, originally thinking the Revolutionary Army had created something incredible. But since it wasn't, there was no issue. She then asked the 5 old stars, have you pinpointed the exact geographical location? Report to Lord M. We have roughly located a Revolutionary Army stronghold called the Kingdom of Lucia, but we still need a bit more time to accurately lock in this location. All right, pinpoint it as soon as possible. If there is even a slight deviation, you know what the consequences will be. Yes, Lord M, please rest assured, we will definitely complete the task perfectly. Although the 5 old stars did not see Lord M in the hall, they were still scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. In Wano, after the Elephant Master was punched to death by Imu's condensed power, the Elephant Master's body did not collapse but stood dead. Imu was very satisfied with this. If the Elephant Master had fallen, the entire Wano would have been destroyed. This is also why, before killing the Elephant Master, Imu had deliberately reminded him of his mission to protect Wano. As the condensed power dissipated, the consumption was immense, leaving Imu feeling extremely drained. Moments ago, Imu was a robust man, full of energy, but now his body felt withered like dry wood, his vitality seemingly drained. If that guy Imu truly lives up to the fact that a god resides within him. Using such a punch nearly completely drained my energy. Imu snorted lightly, while he acknowledged Imu's strength. He did not feel he couldn't surpass or control it. He believed that one day he would be able to wield this power at will. Big brother, are you okay? Kaido, coming back to his senses from that punch, was startled to see the changes in Imu. The transformation was terrifying. He now looked like a desiccated old man, devoid of any vitality. It's nothing. Although that move had a great cost, it won't cost me my life. After saying this, Imu took a deep breath and activated life restoration, forcibly reclaiming the life force from the surrounding nature within tens of thousands of meters. Kaido, in close proximity, felt his own energy being forcibly drawn away. He was startled and instinctively retreated several thousand meters, fearing that he would be drained completely. However, he was also quite shocked. His big brother was always impressive. Was this grand scale of life restoration something a human could achieve? Kaido could only absorb the life force within a radius of about 1,000 meters to a certain extent to restore some physical strength and a little energy, which was far from the exaggerated level of Imu. A few minutes later, it seemed that Imu had reached the limit of recovery through life restoration and had to stop. Kaido immediately ran over, looking at Imu, who seemed to have changed little, and was instantly confused. Such a grand-scale life restoration should have allowed even 10 of him to recover from this state. But why hadn't his big brother recovered? Big brother, is there something wrong with your body? Kaido couldn't help but worry. There is no problem. Rather, life restoration can only restore me by 10%. The remaining energy, like vitality and blood energy, needs to be replenished through sufficient food to fully recover. Oh, I see, that's good. Kaido suddenly understood, but after a moment of surprise. He said, what? That life restoration just now only restored 10% of your energy and vitality? What else could it be? Imu shot a disdainful glance at Kaido, thinking this guy was making too much fuss, as if he had never seen the world, which was quite embarrassing. Kaido gulped, his mind racing. That grand-scale life restoration could instantly fill 10 weakened versions of himself, but it only restored 10% of his big brother-esque energy. Wasn't that saying that to achieve his big brother's current level of power, he would need 100 of himself combined? What's wrong? Are you shocked enough to question your life? Imu continued to look at Kaido with disdain. Hee, indeed, there's a bit of a gap. After all, my strength is getting further and further from yours, big brother. I feel completely hopeless and can't catch up to you at all, Kaido said with an awkward smile. Kaido, if you think that way, then you really can't do it, the Emperor replied. You must understand that the path of martial arts is always endless. For example, even though I am the strongest being in this world, in the universe, my power is nothing at all. I've seen many super strong beings. Some can cut through stars with a sword, some can explode planets with a punch, and some can even create worlds. Of course, you might not understand this yet, but take your time. Just keep getting stronger. Upon hearing this, Kaido felt an unprecedented shock to his understanding. Cutting through stars with a sword, exploding planets with a punch, even creating worlds? How strong could that be? However, at his current state, if he went all out, it seemed he could only destroy a country, barely at the level of nation-destroying. But in one world, there are many countries, so one can imagine how terrifying those who could destroy planets with a punch must be. As for stars and planets, Kaido didn't understand them before. But as his strength grew, he once transformed into a blue dragon and rushed beyond this world, realizing how enormous the planet he lived on was. He also discovered that the planet he lived on was within an endless space filled with countless planets, many of which were even larger than theirs. After a while, Kaido came back to his senses and looked at Emperor Tian with even more admiration, feeling that following him was indeed the right choice, and he couldn't help but excitedly say, "Thank you, big brother. I think I've understood." Chapter 128. The Imperial Domain forces take the opportunity to attack Wano country. Back on the back of the Elephant Lord, the Empress Peach Rabbit and others saw Emperor Tian looking extremely haggard and were almost worried sick. Shirahoshi, Rebecca, and Makino couldn't help but have red eyes, tears blurring their vision and their petite. Soft bodies all rushed to Emperor Tian, showing deep concern. "Husband, are you okay? Seeing you like this makes me feel so sad," Shirahoshi said. "Husband, my heart suddenly hurts so much. I really want to share everything with you," Makino said, gently pressing her face against Emperor Tian's chest. Rebecca looked up at Emperor Tian with tearful eyes, unable to hold back her desire to cry. "Ha ha ha, I really can't do anything about you." Emperor Tian smiled gently, spread his arms, and embraced all three of them, saying, "Don't worry. It's just a temporary weakness. Once I eat the Elephant Lord's meat, I will fully recover and be full of energy. By then, you'll have a good time." Hearing this, Rebecca and the others couldn't help but blush. They thought it was so embarrassing with Kaido, an outsider, nearby. Nevertheless, they happily said, "All right, husband, we hope you recover soon. We are not afraid of you at all." "That's right, we aren't afraid. Hee, husband can take as long as he wants." Emperor Tian felt that the Empress and the others had stirred up his desires. Kaido felt like he had heard something he shouldn't have and wisely coughed as he bid farewell to Emperor Tian and the others, returning to Wano country to deal with the aftermath. Yamato and the war god had already perished due to their own actions. After thinking about it, he decided to give them a proper burial. Emperor Tian, along with the Empress and others, ate the Elephant Lord's meat on its back, roasting and eating it. Fortunately, Emperor Tian's teeth were incredibly strong. The energy produced by the Elephant Lord's meat was more potent than that of ordinary ferocious beasts, and even more than that of sea kings. A week later, Emperor Tian had restored 50% of his energy and vitality through eating meat. Bonnie had thoroughly enjoyed herself this time, and was now lying next to Emperor Tian, resting contentedly. The Empress and others worked hard to roast the Elephant Lord's meat for Emperor Tian, all hoping he would recover quickly so they could happily play together. The news of Yamato's death, Emperor Tian's weakness, and the Elephant Lord's death were transmitted by some undercover agents in Wano country. The people of the Black Domain were shocked by the latest reports from their spies in Wano country. "Captain, listen to this. The Elephant Lord has actually been killed." "Ha ha ha." Burgess laughed loudly and continued, "These fools, without the Elephant Lord's deterrence, let's see how they can keep the Phantom battleship." Shiryu of the Rain, holding a cigar, said seriously, "Captain, this might be a good opportunity for us, now that Wano has lost 3 major powers. Yamato, the war god, and the Elephant Lord are all dead, and Emperor Tian is still weak. His strength should not have fully recovered. We can definitely take advantage of this. Poison Q, do you have any suggestions?" Blackbeard Teach chose to look at the sickly Poison Q, who was their strategist in the Black Domain. "Captain, this is indeed an opportunity to take advantage of. After all, even if we don't trouble Emperor Tian, he won't let us go later. However, we don't need to mobilize all our forces this time. We can contact our allied forces and send a group of people to Wano to try." That's a good suggestion. It's adopted." Blackbeard laughed heartily, also thinking the same. He wouldn't be foolish enough to mobilize all his strength to kill Emperor Tian just because he was weak. What if they were defeated? Wouldn't they be wiped out by Emperor Tian? Not to mention, Wano still had the Phantom battleship. If Kaido fired a cannon, the losses would be devastating. Blackbeard then contacted the allied forces. The 3 major imperial forces of the Free Domain, led by Luffy, the Red Domain, led by Shanks, and the Empty Domain, led by Law, all agreed to Blackbeard's suggestion and arranged for some forces to head to Wano to eliminate Emperor Tian. In the Free Domain, Jozu, Nami, and Marco boarded 3 pirate ships and quickly headed to Wano with thousands of subordinates. Nami actively requested to go to Wano, wanting to settle things with Emperor Tian once and for all. Back in Weatheria, she felt powerless to resist back then. But now Nami believed she had become very strong and was no longer the weak Nami of the past. Zeus followed Nami as well. "Nami, if you encounter an insurmountable situation, come back immediately," Luffy said, suppressing his anger over Yamato's death. "Don't worry, Captain, I will," Nami replied confidently. She could now freely control wind, rain, thunder, and clouds and felt that no one could easily stop her if she wanted to leave. In the Red Domain, "Captain, let me and Jesus Bird go this time," Beckman said. "All right. After all, the opponent is Emperor Tian. Even in a weak state, he has still a camel that's larger than a horse. I'm a bit uneasy about sending others. It's better for you to go," Shanks immediately agreed, thinking Beckman was wise and suitable for the task. Otherwise, he would have to go himself, but he needed to protect the Red Domain. In the Empty Domain, Law had many members under him, many of whom were strong. Kid and Barrett were in Law's territory. Back in the day, Kid's strength was not inferior to that of Luffy, Law, Zoro, Sanji, and others. However, during the struggle for maritime supremacy, he had bad luck and was surrounded and killed by the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, nearly falling. At a critical moment, Law used his spatial abilities to save Kid. In the end, Kid, grateful for the rescue, joined Law's crew and became the second in command as they established a new territory. "Captain, I'll go to Wano country this time. I've been remembering the grudge of Kaido cutting off one of my arms back then, and it's time to settle the score with him, Kid said, his eyes harboring a murderous intent that was hard to ignore. All right, but be careful. The strength of him is unfathomable. Even in a weakened state, he won't be easy to deal with, Law reminded him. Then looked down at Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family members. Doflamingo, you all go too. Law, you choose to oppose him, and you're almost at death's door? Doflamingo laughed defiantly. Having been controlled by Law for so many years, he had always wished for Law's death, and now he finally saw hope. Law looked disdainfully at Doflamingo, lightly tapping the air, and a beating heart appeared from the void, which he squeezed tightly, distorting it grotesquely. I'll be watching your performance in Wano country. If you betray me, I will torture you to death this time, along with them. Doflamingo felt a sharp pain in his heart, his whole body convulsing. But he didn't make a sound, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, cold sweat pouring down as he glared at Law with bulging veins. The former members of the Don Quixote family behind him were worried about him, but dared not speak up to plead for him. Any plea would only lead to harsher punishment from Law. Doflamingo endured the pain and turned to leave, although he felt extremely humiliated. Ever since he was defeated by Luffy and Fujitora on Punk Hazard, Law had taken the opportunity to seize his heart. He vowed that one day he would personally kill Law. For that, he had endured until now. Otherwise, he would have chosen to commit suicide rather than be manipulated by Law. Captain, this person clearly wants to find a chance to kill you. Why keep him around? He might become a disaster sooner or later, Barrett said, confused. It doesn't matter. Even him cannot kill me with my spatial abilities, let alone Doflamingo. The reason I control him is that I know torturing him like this is more humiliating to him than killing him directly. And as long as I see him angry yet helpless against me, it brings me great satisfaction. By the way, why aren't you planning to go to Wano country? Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? Law asked curiously, having known Barrett to be quite competitive, fighting alongside him for over a decade in more than 50 battles. I don't want to kill him, but he's currently weakened. Killing him now has no real significance. What I want is to fight him at his peak, Barrett said powerfully. His strength had long surpassed that of the past, and even fighting Luffy now would likely be a 50-50 match. He had enough confidence to face him at his full strength. He believed that even in his weakened state, and would not be threatened by the people they were sending this time, and there would naturally be another opportunity to fight him again. All right, but it seems this time you're favoring him. I'm looking forward to it as well, Law said lightly, waving his hand as a spatial door appeared, and he stepped through it. In the shattered sea, Captain, bad news. We've received the latest intel that strong figures from the Free Zone, Sky Zone, Red Zone, and Black Zone are all moving, reportedly heading to Wano country to take the chance to kill him. A pirate rushed into the hall to report. What's the panic? What does it have to do with us if they go to kill him? Besides, isn't this better? We just need to sit back and watch, said Law. Captain, that's true, but Lord Crocodile has already taken his former subordinates and is heading there. What's he going crazy for? Is he trying to get me killed? No. We need to announce to the world that we have severed ties with Crocodile. Barrett felt that him wouldn't be so easily killed and had a feeling that they would be implicated by Crocodile's actions. However, the pirates in the hall looked puzzled. Why was the captain so nervous and afraid? Captain, we think there's no need to worry. After all, you're so powerful. Who among the other 9 emperors would dare to oppose you? Even if it's him, he definitely ISNT your opponent, they said. Yeah, Crocodile is probably just trying to grab a share of the wealth in the Shattered Sea, they added. I heard the Elephant Lord is already dead, and Yamato and the Devil of War are also dead. Im is currently weakened. Moreover, with so many people working together this time, Im is doomed. Then we will also have the right to contend for the underworld warship in Wano, the pirates asserted, clearly eyeing the underworld warship in Wano. Fortunately, Barrett's mind was clear. Hearing his subordinates' explanations startled him. What? Even the Elephant Lord was killed? My God, is that even possible? I couldn't even shatter the Elephant Lord. Do you know what that means? No. I need to announce to the world immediately that Lord Crocodile has betrayed the Shattered Sea. And whatever he does has nothing to do with us. It's purely his personal will. Captain, is it really that serious? One pirate looked blankly at Barrett, wondering if he was still the invincible Captain Barrett from before. Barrett looked at his subordinate, who hadn't moved, revealing a cold, murderous intent. With just a glance, he shattered the pirate into pieces. The other pirates were startled and immediately stopped talking, rushing to execute the orders. At the same time, several major Imperial forces in the New World were making moves, quickly alerting the Navy headquarters. Admiral Akainu, after receiving reports from several admirals, immediately contacted the two admirals tracking M's whereabouts to understand the situation and whether M had stirred up any trouble. Admiral Yamato and Admiral Ling Tian reported the situation in Wano country truthfully. Akainu was somewhat angry and scolded them for not reporting to the Navy headquarters earlier. He began to distrust Admirals Yamato and Ling Tian, suspecting they were trying to shield him. However, Akainu did not confront them directly, but issued a stern order. Next, regardless of the circumstances, Wano country will experience another great battle. I want you to take care of the aftermath. At the first opportunity, capture him, Kaido, or anyone from the other Imperial forces. Remember your promise to this admiral before you leave. Yes, Admiral, replied the two admirals. But the reason they hadn't reported the changes in Wano country in a timely manner was mainly due to being encountered by Jozu, who ordered them to act as if they knew nothing and didn't need to report to the Navy headquarters. Jozu was a high-ranking official of the world government, with authority above that of the Gorosei, and they had no choice but to obey the order. After Akainu finished his call, he immediately contacted Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Green Bull, ordering them to rush to Wano and, if necessary, to clean up afterward. Green Bull and Fujitora each led 10 warships and 20,000 elite troops to Wano. Both were eager to move, having heard that Emperor Tian was a lawless madman. But unfortunately, they had never encountered him in the past. Now that they had the opportunity, they were eager to see just how powerful he was. On Fishman Island in the New World, a Sea King reported to Vama Little Fish. Little Master, we sense that the king has returned, and also Lord Emperor Tian. Your father. Wow, really? Where are my mom and dad? Little Fish was very excited. Over the years, she, Sweet, and Garfield had been searching for their parents, but unfortunately, there had been no news. Replying to the Little Master, we sense that the king is in Wano, and your father might also be in Wano. Great. Sweet. We found Dad, and your mom might also be in Wano. By the way, brother, your mother might also be there. Little Fish looked excitedly at Sweet and Garfield. While Garfield was the son of Lady Charlie and Emperor Tian. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to Wano. Sweet was also very excited and pulled Little Fish to run. However, at that moment, Yue appeared on Fishman Island with 4 seraphim, landing in front of Sweet and Little Fish, smiling wickedly while elegantly pointing a slender finger. So, should I call you sisters or little sisters? Hee hee. How about we have a fight? If you lose, you call me sister. Chapter 129. The Strength of the Strength Fruit User. By Yue. I really admire your courage to come and cause trouble on our turf. Do you really think that with the seraphim clones, you can do whatever you want here? Be smart and leave, or I want to be polite. Exactly. We don't have time to waste talking to you. Vama Sweet and Vama Little Fish, both stunningly beautiful women, looked at Yue with cold and disdainful expressions. They were not only annoyed by her coming to cause trouble, but also because the seraphim accompanying Yue were battle forms cloned from their father's genetic factors. Don't be hasty. Let me reintroduce myself. Yue chuckled and said, like you, I have a common father. His name is Vama Emperor Tian. Logically, you two should be my sisters, but I want to easily acknowledge that. We are all daughters of Father Tian. So who is the sister and who is the little sister should be determined by strength. And not just by who was born first, right? Sweet Little Fish and Garfield were stunned upon hearing this. What? You mean you're another daughter of my dad? You're talking nonsense. Don't randomly claim to be my dad as child. My dad wouldn't have anything to do with you world government people. That's right. Dad killed your celestial dragons back then, and later the world government organized the Warlords of the Sea to hunt down my dad. There's no way there could be such a connection. Little Fish and Sweet exclaimed excitedly, their faces turning red. Believe it or not, that's your business. But I'm here to compete with you, so that Dad will love me a little more. In Dad's eyes, only those with great strength will be recognized and liked more. Come on, the two of you can team up. I want to prove my strength is greater than yours. Don't worry, I want to use the seraphim. Dressed in a red dress, Iyue immediately released a terrifying conqueror-esque haki, instantly permeating the entire Fishman Island, causing the area to be engulfed in a crimson hue. Many fishmen living there fainted one after another. How dare you? You're looking for death. Sweet, more combative, gritted her silver teeth in anger, unable to bear it any longer. With a loud boom, an unparalleled conqueror's haki burst forth from her, clashing with Iyue's conqueror's haki. The residual energy caused buildings and earth within 1,000 meters to be uprooted and destroyed. Little fish, being a bit timid and not liking to fight like Shirahoshi, but with a kind heart, couldn't help but tear up upon seeing their home turn into ruins. She felt wronged, wondering why bad people always liked to destroy their beautiful home. Garfield, what are you waiting for? Protect little fish. If she gets hurt, I will definitely beat you up. Sweet, who was competing with Iyue in Conqueror's Haki, immediately instructed Garfield. Okay, I understand. Garfield quickly grabbed little fish and ran towards the edge of the island. As long as they hid in the sea, they would be safe. The fishmen on the island also kept diving into the water, peeking their heads out to watch the battle between Sweet and Iyue, all feeling a bit worried for Sweet. I heard Iyue is incredibly powerful, having once hunted down Revolutionary Army officer Sabo and several users of artificial devil fruits, nearly killing them. That's because she has the Seraphim helping her. Exactly. Those Seraphim are cloned from Emperor Tian's genetic factors, incredibly strong. Without their help, our Sweet would definitely be able to take her down. Right, take her down. Go. Sweet. Go. Suddenly, the clash of Conqueror's Haki between the two sides generated a third force in the area, causing countless bolts of lightning to manifest, continuously striking down on Fishman Island and even the surrounding sea. In an instant, the fishmen hiding in the water felt unsafe. Iyue, if you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Sweet, a natural awakener of Conqueror's Haki, was not inferior to Iyue's Conqueror's Haki and could even clench her fists, armoring them with Busashoka Haki, launching a powerful punch towards Iyue. The energy from her punch manifested as a visible red fist, distorting and scorching the air as it passed. Seeing this, Iyue dared not take Sweet's punch head-on. Sweet had inherited her father's divine power since childhood, although she appeared as a slender and beautiful girl. Her ordinary attacks carried terrifying strength. Not to mention, she was now using Busashoka Haki and the enhancement of her Conqueror's Haki. You wouldn't want Fishman Island to be destroyed, would you? Then follow me up to the sky for a battle. Iyue lightly snorted, her back spreading out tangible wings wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, shaking them gently, causing the air to tremble as she flew hundreds of meters into the sky. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. It's just wings of Conqueror's Haki, right? I'm a natural awakener of Conqueror's Haki. My development of this power is no worse than yours. With a loud boom, the air shook. Sweet also formed a pair of blood-red wings of Conqueror's Haki behind her, flapping and flying into the sky, engaging Iyue in a lightning-fast battle. The very heavens and earth were constantly crumbling. Before long, the two reached the cloud layer at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, both sides not only gathered their overwhelming power, but also fully armed themselves with domineering armor, resulting in terrifying increases in defense, attack power, and speed. A casual clash could instantly disperse the clouds within a radius of thousands of meters. Huff, you forced my hand. As a girl, I didn't want to use this move so casually, but you've really provoked me. Demon back, activate. With a roar, a surge of furious energy ignited all over her body, and a sinister demon face began to form on her back, though it was only partially complete, reaching about 50% of its potential. The hidden muscles throughout her body now became prominent, causing her physique to swell significantly. Energy release, activate. With a loud boom, the terrifying energy transformed into an overwhelming aura that surged outwards. At this moment, enhanced by the demon back, muscle enhancement, and energy release, Hanma Tian entered true combat mode, exuding a powerful energy that distorted the very void around her. She stepped forward, landing on the clouds, and with a bang, the void erupted, energy rolling out like a massive wave towards Ijetsu. Ijetsu's face showed intense jealousy as she unhappily remarked, "Damn it, I didn't expect you to inherit something from Dad too." Simultaneously, Facing the unstoppable energy waves sweeping towards her, she crossed her arms defensively, and a layer of domineering shield appeared in front of her. However, at that moment, Tian transformed into a blazing shooting star, rushing in and slamming her fist against Ijetsu's domineering shield. Ijetsu was startled. The power of this punch was terrifying, like being struck by a massive mountain, causing her to start flying backward, unable to stop herself momentarily. The domineering shield emitted a crack sound, visibly tearing apart at an alarming rate, ready to shatter at any moment. Tian released her killing intent, saying, "Humph, seeing me in this form, you shouldn't expect to leave alive today." As Ijetsu continued to fly backward, feeling quite constrained, hearing Tian's words made her genuinely angry. Tian clearly intended to kill her. She hadn't expected her to be so ruthless. Initially, Ijetsu had thought of merely competing with her as sisters and didn't want to kill her. Then let's try it. Ijetsu snorted coldly, her eyes suddenly igniting with blue flames. Demon Eye, activate. What? You? Tian instinctively sensed danger and fear, immediately retracting her fist and retreating several hundred meters, astonished at Ijetsu's eyes. At that moment, Tian felt as if everything about her was laid bare before the other, with no secrets left, even her soul feeling a certain influence. What do you mean, what? Don't think that only you inherited Dad's power. Ijetsu is Dad's most outstanding daughter and has inherited the power of the Demon Eye. The power of the Demon Eye not only allowed for soul projection in battle, but also enabled the instant detection of all weaknesses in the opponent, completely advantageous for countering enemies. So, you really are Dad's daughter? Tian was taken aback, initially doubting Ijetsu's identity, but now realized the Demon Eye was indeed a power unique to their father. Isn't that obvious? I already said I am. Ijetsu's expression was icy, clearly annoyed. All right, I admit you're also Dad's daughter, so I wouldn't think about killing you. However, coming to my territory and doing as you please is wrong, and I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Dad. Moreover, since you want to be my sister so much, it shows you're just a little sister. Since you're a little sister, you have to listen to your big sister, and if you don't, I'll have to beat you until you do. After coming to this realization, Tian felt more relaxed and ready for battle. After all, they were truly sisters, and she didn't think she would go all out to kill her. The two resumed their fierce battle. In a short time, it was extremely difficult to determine a winner. Only if one party truly wanted to kill the other would the battle end quickly. Ijetsu wanted to make Tian suffer a bit, could see through Tian's attacks using the Demon Eye and counter her in various ways, but she wouldn't actually kill Tian. Ijetsu understood that if she killed Tian, Dad would definitely be angry, and she wasn't foolish enough to dig her own grave and lose Dad's love. Moreover, since Tian didn't have any killing intent and seemed to just want to compete fairly, it suited Ijetsu's intentions perfectly. A few days later, the Land of Harmony fell into crisis. The first batch of powerful warriors sent from the Sky Domain, Freedom Domain, Dark Domain, and Red Domain launched an attack on the Black Kingdom. Beckman unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which had already reached the level of heavenly punishment, causing the heavens and earth to turn crimson, with lightning flashing continuously, destroying countless buildings in the Land of Harmony. Meanwhile, Kid also released his Conqueror's Haki, and under Kid's request, Doflamingo had to unleash his Conqueror's Haki as well. These three powerful Haki forces forcibly pressed down on the entire Land of Harmony. Kaido immediately released his heavenly punishment level Conqueror's Haki to resist, but he was no match for the Conqueror's Haki released by the three powerful warriors, causing him to retreat step by step, just as it seemed Kaido would be completely overwhelmed. Hanma Yōjirō immediately unleashed his heavenly punishment level Conqueror's Haki to protect his mother Hiyori from being intimidated by the enemy's Conqueror's Haki, resisting alongside Kaido. Instantly, two heavenly punishment level Conqueror's Haki clashed against Beckman and the others. I didn't expect there were hidden masters in the Land of Harmony. It must be him. Beckman immediately recognized it was Hanma Yōjirō. After all, he was the son of Emperor Tian, and it was not uncommon for someone with such talent to cultivate heavenly punishment level Conqueror's Haki. Kid and Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki had not reached the heavenly punishment level, at most reaching a top-tier standard. At this moment, two Heavenly Punishment Level Conquerors Haki versus two Heavenly Punishment Level Conquerors Haki could not gain the upper hand, and if it continued, there was even a trend of being counterpressed. Ha ha ha, it's time for me to make my move too. Hanma Emperor Tian hasn't made a move yet. It seems he's seriously injured, but I'll force him out and then kill him directly. Bagus laughed wildly. As a user of the strength fruit, his pure power was not only incredibly strong, but over the years, everyone had been continuously developing the fruit's abilities to their limits. Naturally, he had also developed even more outrageous abilities from the strength fruit. Activating his power, waves of energy emanated from his feet, resonating beneath the surface of the land of harmony. Ha! Luck is on my side. There's actually magma down here, just enough to absorb plenty of power. Bagus laughed heartily, using the strength fruit's ability to directly absorb the magma heat energy from thousands of meters underground, gathering it into his body. Within seconds, Bagus's body became hot and filled with unprecedented terrifying energy fluctuations. Clenching his fist, he slammed it down onto the ground. With a loud bang, the area within 1,000 meters instantly shattered. One of the fissures even reached several thousand meters deep into the magma flow, with a width exceeding 2 meters. Seeing this, Beckman and the others couldn't help but frown, but they were all cursing inwardly. This guy nearly put them all in danger. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have fallen into the crack. However, the power of Bagus is truly terrifying. With one punch, he managed to crack and penetrate to such an extent. I wonder who is stronger compared to Emperor Tian? Although I know that the Elephant Lord was killed by Emperor Tian without seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to judge how strong Emperor Tian's pure power is now. On the contrary, Bagus's current power has completely surpassed the pure power of Emperor Tian from 20 years ago. Ha ha, let the slaughter begin. Bagus is getting crazier, grabbing a crack with both hands and shaking it violently, forcibly lifting a piece of earth that is 1 kilometer long and hundreds of meters thick onto his shoulder. Damn, are you an idiot or something? Kid couldn't help but curse, as Bagus completely disregarded their safety, which is truly despicable. Ha ha ha, let everything be destroyed. Bagus ignored him and continued to laugh wildly, completely raising the huge soil layer on his back with both hands before suddenly throwing it thousands of meters away. Below, countless buildings and unconscious people were about to be smashed into meat patties. At a critical moment, Kaido transformed into a 300-meter-long azure dragon, crashing in like lightning, using his body to withstand the massive soil layer below. He quickly created flame clouds, dragging the soil layer up and controlling it to throw it at Bagus and the others. Chapter 130. Performance reaches 100. Bagus grinned and activated his fruit ability, continuously drawing power from the earth, his whole body turning red and filled with strength. When he stomped down on the ground, a loud bang echoed, and the ground cracked extensively. His entire figure shot upward like a rocket. However, when he entered the attack range, he punched down on a massive soil layer released by the flame clouds, and the immense explosive force shattered the mountain-like soil layer into countless pieces that fell continuously. Bagus, you're looking for death. Kaido roared angrily, opening his mouth to spit flames at Bagus. Haha, so what if it's dragon flames? In the face of absolute power, it will be extinguished. Moreover, you Kaido are the weakest among the 10 emperors. If it weren't for you taking control of the Elephant Lord and the underworld battleship years ago, you would have been erased from this era long ago. Bagus laughed maniacally, completely disregarding Kaido, and suddenly threw a punch into thin air, releasing a powerful force. With a bang, he directly exploded the dragon flames that Kaido had spat out. After finishing his punch, Bagus excitedly charged at Kaido, wanting to engage in close-quarters combat. As a user of the strength fruit, close combat was most advantageous for him. Master, I have found where Hanma Emperor Tian is. He is on the back of the Elephant Lord, and the Elephant Lord is indeed dead. He is currently eating the flesh of the Elephant Lord with a group of women. Zeus flew back from the sky and told Nami this. Zeus, take me up there. Nami's eyes suddenly became sharp, even though the past was long gone, and she didn't want to think about it. With Emperor Tian's appearance now, everything from back then resurfaced, and she felt she could not forgive this man. Just because he was powerful, He had done such domineering things to her on Sky Island. Now that her strength could summon wind and rain along with thunder, she was strong enough to settle things with Emperor Tian. Otherwise, she would always have a knot in her heart. Zeus then took Nami and flew towards the back of the Elephant Lord. Beckman saw this and immediately instructed Kid, you stay here and deal with Kaido with Bages. The rest of us will go deal with Fama Emperor Tian. How about that? Sounds good to me. I came here mainly to kill Kaido. Kid replied readily. He had no issues with Emperor Tian, but Kaido was different. This guy had imprisoned him as a slave in the quarry years ago and even crippled one of his arms. Now, not killing Kaido would not resolve his humiliation. All right, Shachi, can you give us a ride? Beckman smiled faintly at Shichibukai Crocodile, who was behind them. Although Crocodile was from the Baroque works and did not have an alliance with them, he appeared here, indicating he was also here to kill Fanma Emperor Tian. Beckman also knew that Crocodile harbored a deep-seated grudge against Emperor Tian, as he always seemed to want to kill him. No problem. Crocodile waved his hand, and a piece of land instantly turned to fine sand, forming a sandbed that flew up towards the back of the Elephant Lord. Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and the others stepped on the sand as transportation. A bunch of overconfident fools. Do you think you are worthy to be my brother's opponents? Even if my brother is weak, he can easily kill all of you without breaking a sweat. Kaido snorted coldly, completely unconcerned about these people teaming up against Emperor Tian. After all, even with only 10% of his recovery, it was equivalent to recovering 100 of himself, indicating how incredibly rich Emperor Tian's vitality and blood energy were. Could it be that a few trash like Beckman could defeat 100 of himself? Since they couldn't win, they could only be effortlessly killed by Emperor Tian. Kaido, you old dragon, where are you looking? Dare to fight me and still be distracted? Take this punch. Bages suddenly closed in on Kaido and punched him in the face. The giant dragon Kaido was sent flying hundreds of meters away, stabilizing himself, only to find that one of his teeth had been knocked out. Bastard, I have to admit your pure power is strong, but do you really think I, Kaido, haven't improved over the years? Kaido immediately armored his whole body, adding a layer of dark red armor to his dragon body, causing his momentum to soar unprecedentedly as he charged toward Bages like lightning. Bages, however, could not fully armor himself. Under the enhancement of the strength fruit, he possessed terrifying brute strength, confident that he could strongly and domineeringly take on any attack that came his way. He was even arrogant enough to think that he could teach Emperor Tian a lesson. However, when Kaido attacked, his hard dragon claws tightly grabbed Bages' body, lifting him up toward the sky. Bages was not in the least bit flustered, tightly grasping one of Kaido's dragon claws with one hand, exerting force to try to crush Kaido's dragon claw with pure grip strength. But Kaido was fully armored, and his defense was unimaginably high. Bages then used his other fist to relentlessly attack Kaido's dragon claw. The powerful explosive force began to numb Kaido's dragon claw, and if this continued, the defense of the armor might be broken. So, he dove down directly toward the sea. At this moment, Bages saw this was not good and hurriedly moved Kaido's dragon claw off him, rolling to the ground to continue drawing power from the earth. Despicable. Trying to drag me into the sea. If you didn't have the fish fruit form, even if you dragged me into the sea, I would still choose to compete with you. Bages was somewhat displeased. Kaido immediately entered his form, realizing that while his dragon form had great strength, it made him a perfect target for Bages, who excelled in close combat. In his form, Kaido's speed and attack became faster and freer. He reached out and drew a wolf fawn club from who knows where, wrapping it in Conqueror's Haki. Heaven's punishment, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido suddenly swung his arm, directly channeling the power of heaven and earth, summoning countless thunderbolts that appeared out of nowhere and flashed towards Bages as his figure disappeared. Boom! Bages threw a punch, but his entire body was engulfed in a thunderstorm, forcing him back several thousand meters until he stabilized himself on the surface of the sea. Then he exerted his strength and charged toward the land. Kaido naturally did not want to give Bages the opportunity to attack again, but at that moment, he had finally made his move, roaring loudly, "Kaido, come and take your life." Looking for death, a defeated foe should not be so arrogant. Kaido's eyes turned crimson as he launched the heavenly punishment. Thunder 8 trigrams attack at Kid, rushing towards him like a violent thunder. Oomph. I have waited for this day for over a decade. Kid scoffed, activating his devil fruit ability, slamming his palms into the ground to manipulate the geomagnetic force and apply pressure, instantly creating a powerful gravitational magnetic field within a radius of several thousand meters. With a loud boom, the ground began to collapse forcefully, continuously being crushed and compressed, visible debris turning to dust. At that moment, a powerful gravitational magnetic field had formed within several thousand meters. If an ordinary person entered, they would instantly explode, likely having their bones crushed. As Kaido approached within 100 meters of Kid's Thunder 8 trigrams, he felt the gravity becoming even more terrifying, and even he could not advance quickly. Seeing this, Kid took steps towards Kaido, and as he got closer, the terrifying gravitational magnetic field increased exponentially. Kaido, standing there, was bent over by the pressure. Kaido, do you now understand my strength? I have already surpassed you. Now kneel before me. Kid's eyes narrowed as he increased the output of his ability, beginning to compress the gravitational magnetic field within a radius of several thousand meters, making the density even more terrifying and increasing the gravitational force in a smaller area. Kaido immediately knelt on one knee, the bones in his body cracking loudly. Kaido was shocked. Could it be that he really was losing his edge? Unable to defeat these juniors? He was being crushed to such an extent. Damn it, each of you has truly developed your devil fruit abilities to an incredible level. Oomph. I didn't expect the devil fruit abilities to be developed to this extent, but it was all thanks to the Emperor. As for you, as the owner of the mythical Zoan blue dragon fruit, it seems you have not developed any extraordinary abilities, still relying on those few ordinary attacks. But whatever resistance you have, unleash it all, or else you won't have a chance soon. After losing an arm, Kid, equipped with a mechanical arm, suddenly began to control the magnetic forces of heaven and earth, condensing them into a massive magnetic blade, infused with Conqueror's Haki, instantly turning the entire magnetic blade into a pitch-black, solid blade, which came crashing down from the sky, targeting one of Kaido's arms. Kaido, kneeling on one knee, used his Kanabo as support, but he would not just sit there and wait to die. He immediately began to transform into a dragon, as if trying to break free from a mire. Although Kaido's strength would increase several times in dragon form, the influence of Kid's gravitational magnetic field slowed his flight speed, so he could not completely evade the strike of Kid's magnetic blade. His body was struck, and cracks instantly appeared in his armament, threatening to completely shatter his defense if it continued, and his massive body would eventually be cut open. At the same time, Voyage charged back to land from the sea. This is too much. Kaido is my prey, and I must be the one to kill him. Voyage ran within Kid's gravitational magnetic field. Although his speed was slow, he was still making large strides. Just then, the formidable Hanma Shogun appeared, his entire body clad in Haki armor, radiating a heavenly punishment-level Conqueror's Haki, showcasing his terrifying muscles, releasing heat. He stepped up to Kaido and smashed the magnetic blade with a single punch. Shogun, I didn't expect you to choose to help me, Kaido said in surprise, considering he had killed Sukiyaki, who was Hiyori's grandfather, years ago. I just don't want my mother to be threatened, but I can't stop them both on my own, so I can only fight alongside you for now. So don't think too much of it. TSK. A master of physical arts has come. It seems your physical strength is quite formidable. No wonder you are a descendant of Hanma Emperor, Voyage remarked, filled with a desire to battle the new prey. Of course, he also wanted to torment Shogun. After all, Emperor had oppressed him a lot back in the day. Almost every time they met, he would beat them up, which was quite infuriating. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking, Shogun said expressionlessly. Although he did not possess the power of the demon back, he had powerful techniques and was confident he could defeat Voyage. Kid, I'll leave Kaido to you. I'll take care of this guy. Let's make it quick. Who knows, we might even get to see Emperor killed by them. In an instant, the battles began. Kaido versus Kid, Voyage versus Shogun. On the back of the Elephant Lord, Emperor and the others were still leisurely barbecuing and eating meat, when Nami, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Crocodile, Diamond Jaws, Marco, and others arrived. Vivi, Makino, Hina, Violet, Rebecca, and Princess Shirahoshi were somewhat worried. After all, the approaching enemies were not kind, and the sense of oppression they felt was very strong, making it hard to breathe. "My lord, I feel so uncomfortable. I can't catch my breath," Shirahoshi said pitifully to Emperor. In response, Emperor looked at the group that had arrived and warned, "Everyone, you can come for me, but if you target them, don't blame me for not warning you. After I kill you, I will definitely go after everyone related to you," Emperor said with great authority, completely disregarding the group of clowns in front of him. The main character didn't come, and instead, a few insignificant fish showed up, which seemed a bit insulting to him. Even in a weak state, he couldn't be so underestimated, right? Beckman warned, "As long as they leave now and don't get involved, we naturally won't make things difficult for them. So everything depends on their attitude, doesn't it? Humph. I have no intention of letting them go. Back in the day, so many of my white group were killed by him, and now I want him to feel the pain of losing loved ones," Jaws coldly snorted, showing no intention of letting go of the women beside Emperor. "What about you?" Emperor did not immediately get angry. Instead, he asked the others, mainly addressing Nami. After all, she was a woman he had once possessed and could be given a chance. Nami replied, "Don't worry, they're just victims. I won't harm them. This time I just want to teach you a harsh lesson. And if you lose, it's even better." Marco added seriously, "Self-inflicted wounds cannot be lived through. But if you give up resistance now, we might consider not harming them. Otherwise, with your current weak state and fighting us, it will be difficult to ensure their safety, won't it?" Upon hearing this, Emperor immediately burst into laughter. "Ha! A bunch of ignorant ants. 20 years ago, I told Rayleigh and Luffy that when I return, it will be your time to die. You living an extra 20 years is all my charity towards you. Your growth has merely made you prey in my plan, and now is the time to reap. But if you want to confront me head-on, you'll have to show me if you have that qualification." Emperor Tian activated the Ghost Brain, and now his role-playing degree had reached a full 100 after consuming quite a bit of the Elephant Lord's flesh. His brain domain expanded powerfully, instantly conjuring Nami and the others out of thin air. "Go, behead them." The conjured Nami, Jaws, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Crocodile, Marco, and others immediately rushed forward, attacking their corresponding counterparts. I was feeling quite down while writing this, and after correcting some typos, I still couldn't understand why my book flopped like this. Who did I offend? There are even people trying to get my book taken down, claiming there's a group reporting it together. I really can't believe it. Who did I curse? Did I insult anyone? We're all just trying to make a living. If you like it, read it. If not, just leave quietly. Is it really necessary to come after me? Accumulate some virtue. As shown, this is all I earn in a day from this book. Have I cut off your income? Why come after me? Chapter 131. Slaying the Crowd. The threat of Fujitora and Green Bullhumph, conjuring illusions of us. What can they do to us? Do you really think we are still like we were 20 years ago? Diamond Jaws snorted coldly, completely disregarding the figures conjured by Emperor Tian. He clenched his diamond-covered fist and hurled it toward the illusory Diamond Jaws. "Watch closely. I alone can destroy all of you." However, as soon as he moved, the Diamond Jaws conjured by Emperor Tian also moved, striking toward Jaws. Boom! When the two sides collided, the exploding energy was evenly matched, both being pushed back several meters before stabilizing. Beckman frowned, quickly analyzing the situation, and warned, "Don't be careless. These things may seem like mere illusions conjured from thin air, but the damage they unleash is very real. So, if we want to fight Emperor Tian, we must first defeat ourselves. But I really can't understand. What fruit ability does he have? Isn't he a time fruit user?" Jesus Burgess found it hard to believe that, even though they had grown to unimaginable heights, they were still far from Emperor Tian's methods. "There's no need to worry. Although it's a bit tricky, these conjured versions of us mostly take from some point in our own timelines." Beckman analyzed based on Emperor Tian's time fruit ability and reached the most likely conclusion. This understanding is quite similar to how Tokisaki Kurumi creates her clones. Unfortunately, Emperor Tian wasn't using time abilities to conjure these figures, but rather creating them purely from his ghost brain. Although they are illusions, each attack is real damage. In other words, these people have been fighting against Emperor Tian's ghost brain consciousness all along. Let's start the battle, quick and decisive. Take down our corresponding selves in one go, Beckman ordered. In an instant, everyone who was to confront Emperor Tian began to battle against the clones conjured by the ghost brain. Nami used her weather stick to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, with dark clouds overhead and wind swirling. The illusory Nami also wielded her weather stick, controlling the same elements with equal grandeur. The scene was one of mutual harm, with their attack patterns exactly the same. Jesus Burgess took a sniper position, using Kinbunchika Haki to lock onto his illusion. At that moment, the bullets were not only wrapped in armament Haki, but also activated in black bullet mode, instantly boosting their destructive power several levels. Jesus Burgess was known as the top black bullet user. For example, in weaponry, Dracula Mihawk has the strongest black sword, while Jesus Burgess possesses the strongest black gun. With a bang, he shot at the illusory Jesus Burgess, who also fired back at him. However, to Jesus Burgess's dismay, even this attack was identical. It seemed defeating oneself was a bit more challenging than he thought. The two black bullets chased and collided continuously, with their forces nearly identical. So the outcome remained uncertain for the time being. Jesus Burgess chose to delve deeper into the forest, creating distance and using the trees as cover, constantly shooting at the illusory Jesus Burgess with his Kinbunchika Haki. The illusory Jesus Burgess naturally mirrored his actions immediately, even surpassing him by predicting several of Jesus Burgess's moves. For a moment, Jesus Burgess nearly stumbled, but fortunately, he only suffered a minor setback as the opponent's black bullet grazed his skin. But this served as a lesson for Jesus Burgess, making him realize that to quickly defeat himself here, he would need to grow stronger and surpass the conjure version of himself. Marco transformed into the Phoenix, engulfed in indomitable blue flames, and soared into the sky to fight. In an instant, it was as if two blue fire wheels were colliding, scattering thousands of blue flames that ignited the flowers and trees growing on the Elephant Lord's back. The vast area below quickly turned into a sea of fire. Crocodile fought on another front, with their battle range expanding to several kilometers. Under the control of his ability, the green vegetation rapidly withered and cracked, and even the ground turned to sand. Emperor Tian savored the battle while enjoying barbecue. Days later, Beckman and the others finally defeated the illusions conjured by Emperor Tian. However, they were exhausted and had never expected that mere illusions could hold them back to such an extent. Moreover, the opponent was in a weakened state. If he were at his peak, would they have all been dead by now? Calming down to think about this, many couldn't help but feel disheartened. For a moment, they didn't dare to act recklessly and even considered retreating. But now they had no way out. Beckman, what do you think? Should we join forces to attack Emperor Tian now? But if we retreat now, it won't be so easy. The Navy headquarters has already arrived, and they have 4 admirals with tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Diamond Jaws asked for Beckman's opinion, acknowledging his intelligence. Retreating won't be easy. The 4 admirals coming are among the strongest. Indeed, they are powerful devil fruit users, and 2 of them are Emperor Tian's subordinates with formidable abilities. Everyone, in my opinion, now is the best time to kill Emperor Tian. We've been battling his conjured illusions for days. His consumption must be greater than ours. Crocodile was unwilling to have made the trip for nothing. If Emperor Tian fully recovered, it would be the worst time to deal with him. Exactly. We came here specifically to kill him. If we just run away, it would be a huge embarrassment. Marco continued, if anyone is injured, I can treat you immediately. Nami had taken some injuries, so she asked Marco for treatment, and soon she was mostly healed. Since that's the case, let's attack him together. Now that we've engaged him in battle, he won't let us leave easily, so everyone should hold nothing back and strike to kill. Beckman said seriously. A group of people immediately locked onto Tian, who had been in the same place without leaving. At that moment, feeling their aura locked onto him, Tian smiled with satisfaction, wiped his mouth, stood up, took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit began to soar. Using his ghostly brain again, he condensed the presence of his death left here and said to the Empress and the others, wait for me here, don't run around. She can protect you. After Tian finished speaking, he stepped into the space-time rift and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Jaws, delivering a powerful punch to him. Jaws had a momentary reaction, using his diamond armor and armed hockey for double protection, but was still sent flying thousands of meters by Tion's punch. Seeing this, Beckman and the others immediately surrounded Tion, ready for battle. What a bunch of useless trash. You've been beating each other for 3 days and nights. How do you have the face to come after me? When did Tion become so weak? Looks like I need to find a time to let your captain see my strength. Why not send your heads to them first? Tion looked disdainfully at the group around him, completely disregarding them, as if he could easily kill them with a flick of his hand. Hanma Tian, don't be so arrogant. Diamond Jaws immediately shot back, a diamond shield and a diamond Guan Yu's big knife appearing in his hands, striking at Tion with lightning speed. Seeing this, Beckman immediately ordered, all together. Thus, everyone unleashed their strongest attacks. Jesus' Burgess Black Bullet, Nami's Thunder, Shaki's Giant Palm from the desert. Marco's Immortal Sun Ball smashed towards Tion. Beckman, holding a firearm, also used observation hockey for a black-style attack. Facing the numerous assaults, Tion remained motionless. But at the critical moment, time stopped. Instantly, everything in this space came to a halt. Tion took the opportunity to act first, extracting the hearts of all of them except Nami. It took only about 3 seconds, just as the time stop ability was released. Beckman and the others felt their lives draining away rapidly, looking in disbelief at their chests, realizing that their hearts had been hollowed out without them noticing. At this moment, an unprecedented horror set in as they realized a possibility. They never expected that Tion had developed the time fruit to such an invincible level. It seemed that time had indeed stopped for that brief moment. Initially, they were wary of Tion condensing the cold female phantom, as once that figure appeared, they would face a time-stop situation. Who would have thought that even without manipulating that female phantom, Tion himself could directly use the time-stop ability? Beckman and the others fell to the ground, spitting blood, hanging on to their last breath, but they wouldn't survive much longer unless Law was here. Otherwise, no one could save them. Nami was being choked by Tion, lifted up, watching as everyone who had come with her to kill Tion had their hearts extracted and were about to die. Nami felt fear and an overwhelming sense of despair returning. Do whatever you want of me, but I will never forgive you for what you did to me in the past. Nami glared at Tion with resentment. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest arrived. Countless vines with morning glories suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping around Tion, continually rooting and crazily absorbing his life force. Hanma Tion, let her go immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Green Bull and Fujitora approached Tion, with Green Bull activating his ability, his hand transforming into a main vine that invaded the ground. Below the surface for thousands of meters, his vines were symbiotic weapons. If he wanted, he could threaten Tion's women. Green Bull, what do you think you are? Do you really think your ability can threaten me? Tion looked expressionlessly at Green Bull, not expecting this guy to intervene and demand he release Nami. Tion, it's time to stop. You've killed enough people. If you insist on continuing your reckless ways, I will also choose to act. Fujitora, with his blind eyes closed, prepared to draw his staff sword at any moment, ready to pull down meteors from outer space. Interesting. By the looks of you, are you part of the Revolutionary Army? I never expected the Navy headquarters of the world government to have been eroded to this extent. Tion smiled faintly as he looked at Green Bull and Fujitora. After all, Nami was from the Free Domain, which was affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, while the world government and the Revolutionary Army were irreconcilable enemies. Now asking him to release Nami, the implications were clear. I don't know what you're talking about, but since you choose not to let her go, don't blame me for using them as leverage against you. Green Bull recklessly manipulated the invading vines underground to attack the Empress and the others thousands of meters away. However, soon Green Bull frowned, as his attacks were instantly destroyed. I didn't expect that woman to be so powerful. Her explosive freezing ability instantly froze the ground, even freezing the vines I controlled. Seeing Green Bull still so unconcerned, Tion's expression turned cold. He activated his time ability, accelerating time for Nami, instantly aging her into a 120-year-old old woman. Bastard, stop it! Green Bull immediately exploded in anger. Thousands of vines surged from the ground, rushing towards Tian, seemingly trying to completely engulf him. In the blink of an eye, they trapped Tian in a cage of intertwining vines, fervently draining his life force. Tian's control over time surged to the power of time, releasing a white light that erased everything. Green Bull's pupils widened, shouting in alarm as he felt the vines he controlled being continuously destroyed. He immediately increased his ability output, using the vines distributed over thousands of meters to absorb the life energy from the vegetation within that range to counteract Tian's relentless consumption. Hurry up and act. I can't hold him, Green Bull urged Fujitora. Nami is still in his hands. Fujitora hesitated, worried that the meteor he summoned might kill Nami. She won't survive. If you don't act now, our identities will be exposed. Green Bull immediately said. He and Fujitora had secretly joined the Revolutionary Army over a decade ago. They were aware that Kizaru was part of the Revolutionary Army and had been gradually eroding the Navy headquarters or controlling it, then cooperating with the Revolutionary Army to deal with the world government. Consequently, Fujitora chose to act for the greater good, as they couldn't expose their identities so soon. Drawing out a segment of his staff sword, a gravitational potential energy acted upon the universe, instantly pulling down a meteor several kilometers in diameter, burning fiercely, with terrifying speed and pressure, crashing down onto Tian's back. The Empress and the others began to worry about Tian, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Tian naturally sensed Fujitora's move and immediately went berserk. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Activating the ghostly brain mode, I condensed Saitama and charged at superluminal speed, smashing a meteor several kilometers in diameter with a single punch. Fujitora and Green Bull widened their eyes in shock, taken aback. Was that punch serious? And who is this bald guy's prototype? How is he so strong? At the same time, in the moment of shock for both of them, Emperor Tian escaped through a space-time rift, appearing behind them, spreading his arms to tightly embrace them, grinning widely as he activated his powers. Time acceleration. Chapter 132. Nami doesn't understand why everyone likes him. Fujitora and Green Bull screamed in agony, their bodies convulsing wildly in immense pain, their vitality and blood energy rapidly depleting, their faces visibly withering, and their hair turning white in an instant. They struggled desperately to escape Emperor Tian's grip, but his arms possessed immense strength. Once something was tightly held in his embrace, almost no one in this world could break free. Half a minute later, Fujitora and Green Bull's resistance was nearly non-existent. They had aged dramatically, their hair gone, their bodies hunched over like dead dogs. Emperor Tian released his grip, casually throwing the two so-called admirals onto the ground. Overestimating yourselves. Threatening me without even understanding my powers. Have the Revolutionary Army members become this arrogant now? And you, it's about time you came out after hiding for so long. Emperor Tian looked towards a stone a kilometer away. Yujiro was startled. She had hidden so well, even suppressing her aura, yet she was still discovered. This is terrifying. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not with them. I just happened to pass by, believe it or not. Or, I admire you greatly. So I wanted to see how powerful Lord Emperor Tian really is. Yurita thought anxiously, even though her ability was the slip fruit with infinite zero friction. She had no confidence in escaping from Emperor Tian's grasp. Emperor Tian alone was battling so many people, crushing them effortlessly. Those who attacked had no power to resist, highlighting how powerful Emperor Tian's strength and methods were. And then, Emperor Tian fixed his gaze on Yurita, not because he was interested in her beauty, but contemplating whether to kill her. Lord Emperor Tian, don't act impulsively. I can help you with anything. By the way, weren't you looking for their heads? Let me help you with that. Yurita pleaded with an intense desire to survive. Fine, I will spare your life this time. Cut off their heads and deliver them to their respective captains. Emperor Tian commanded without hesitation. Yes, I'll do it right away. Yurita carefully walked past Emperor Tian, then decisively beheaded Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Jozu, and Crocodile. However, just as she was about to strike Marco, he suddenly erupted, transforming into a phoenix and escaping instantaneously. Lord Emperor Tian, Marco has escaped, but that's not my fault. I was just about to cut off his head. Yurita distanced herself from the matter, but inwardly thought it was impressive that Marco, even without a heart, hadn't died, while the others had perished early on. That's fine. He's just a defeated foe. If he managed to escape this time, it's his ability. I can't be bothered to chase after the trash that is lost to me multiple times. Emperor Tian said indifferently. Oh, then what about this one? Should we behead her too? Yurita had already reached Nami, who had turned into an old woman, though not as severely as Fujitora and Green Bull. Emperor Tian looked at Nami, took a deep breath, walked over, activated his ability, and reversed time to restore her to her original form. Why? Why don't you kill me? Nami, unwilling to accept it, couldn't understand. Dying would be better. So why spare her? I rarely kill my women with my own hands, but if you want to die, you can commit suicide. Emperor Tian said expressionlessly. Considering Nami's past as his woman and the fact that she hadn't threatened him like others had. Lord Emperor Tian, what about these two? Should we behead them? Yurita asked cautiously. Behead them. Emperor Tian had no fondness for Green Bull and Fujitora, or rather, he had no fondness for the Revolutionary Army, especially since the leader of the world government, Emu, was his woman. Moreover, they just dared to threaten him so brazenly. Father, please show mercy and let us return them to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, two strong figures draped in justice cloaks quickly approached. They were Zheng Jun and Ling Tian, the sons of Hanai and Makino, respectively. If it's you two, you can naturally take them away. Emperor Tian did not refuse the request of his two sons. Thank you, father. The two responded respectfully, showing a degree of respect towards Emperor Tian. Father, may we see mother now? Zheng Jun and Ling Tian asked eagerly. They both had deep impressions of their respective mothers from childhood, having been raised on their milk for several months. They had little impression of their father, knowing only from legends what kind of man he was. Go ahead. They are behind. Emperor Tian was quite understanding, showing a certain tenderness towards his two sons. Thank you, father. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian instructed their soldiers to keep an eye on Fujitora and Green Bull and hurriedly ran towards the back where Emperor Tian indicated. Nami, on the side, felt complicated for some reason. Their children all had fathers, but her own child was still in Orangetown, unaware of who their true parents were. Suddenly, she felt that she was a terrible mother. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian showed an unusual tenderness towards his two sons, revealing the paternal love intertwined within. On the other side, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian quickly recognized their respective mothers among the Empress and others. Hanai and Makino immediately stood up and ran over, embracing their sons tightly. The Empress and others watched this scene with immense envy, suddenly longing for their own children. Half an hour later, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian reluctantly bid farewell to their mothers. The situation concerning Wano was significant. They hadn't expected Fujitora and Green Bull to be members of the Revolutionary Army, and this matter needed to be reported quickly, as they had to escort the captives back. Mother, we will be leaving now. Please take care of yourselves. Hanai and Makino saw them off for quite a distance. Father, we are returning to the Navy headquarters. Thank you for taking care of our mother all these years. Knowing she is well makes us at ease. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian sincerely expressed their gratitude. Having heard that Emperor Tian was a fierce and violent man, worried that their mother would be harmed under his care. But now it seemed that their mother was very happy, so they felt reassured. At the same time, Tian had a new perspective. He felt that if anyone dared to say that their father was a madman or something similar in the future, he would personally take action to eliminate the opponent. Let's go back first. When I have time another day, I'll come see your abilities. Don't let me down. Okay, we understand. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian felt a bit overwhelmed because their father was too strong and the expectation for their abilities were certainly very high. After the two left, the Empress and others expressed their concern for Tian. Husband, are you okay? Fighting against so many people and still managing to protect us. I really worry it might take a toll on your body. The Empress nestled in Tian's arms, looking as beautiful and proud as ever. Husband, even Bai Xing is very worried about you. Bai Xing also leaned against Tian. Rinai was even happier. She slightly stood on her toes and kissed Tian's face, her cheeks flushing as she said, Husband, thank you for letting me see our son so soon. and it seems our son is quite excellent. Tian, I'm also very happy. Seeing her sisters express their happiness, Machinua thought she couldn't fall behind and said, "And thank you for giving me such a wonderful son. I feel that being able to be your woman is my fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. I want to be with you forever." As soon as these words were spoken, the Empress and the others looked at Machinua, thinking to themselves that Machinua was indeed bold to say such romantic words in front of so many people. Machinua instantly became shy and awkwardly changed the subject. "By the way, once we find a place to settle down, I'll brew all kinds of delicious wine for you." "Ha ha ha, it's a deal." Tian laughed heartily, feeling very satisfied. In the world of pirates, he had truly become a winner in life. No one was happier than him. At this moment, Bonnie tugged at Tian's arm. "Husband, Sister Rinai and Sister Machinua have seen their son, but we haven't seen our son and daughter yet. When can we go see them? I really want to know what our son and daughter will look like when they grow up." Bai Xing and Rebecca looked at Tian with eager eyes, clearly excited. Tian felt a pang of reluctance in his heart and said, "I really can't help you. But since I love you all so much, I'll take you to meet our son and daughter first." Nami, who was nearby, didn't want to listen but could hear everything clearly. She didn't want to see them display their affection, but she saw it all. She felt quite uncomfortable. But she couldn't understand why these women liked Tian so much. As far as she knew, Machinua, Peach Rabbit, and Rinai were all forced, right? But now it seemed that wasn't the case. It gave off a vibe of deep love. However, she herself felt not a shred of affection for Tian, only complex emotions, which were entirely due to the fact that he was the father of her son. "However, before we leave, you all have to accompany me for 10 days or half a month," Tian demanded. Upon hearing this, the Empress and the others blushed shyly, especially since there were 2 outsiders present. It was quite embarrassing to be overheard. However, despite their shyness, they were all quite looking forward to it. "Okay, husband, then let's hurry up. I feel like I'm going to be so happy soon." Tian then tore open a crack and entered it, taking the Empress and the others directly to Sky Island. This was truly a romantic place. Nami felt like she understood why the Empress and others liked Tian so much. Thinking about it, it made sense. A man like Tian must be very impressive. However, the reason she didn't like Tian was probably because she had been unconscious at the time and remembered nothing, never feeling happiness. So how could she like him? "What are you daydreaming about? These heads and bodies should be taken back for burial." Aurita suddenly interrupted Nami, looking at the heads of Jaws and the others. Nami couldn't help but feel sad. Having lived with them in the free domain for over 10 years, they had a good camaraderie, but now they were dead. She feared that Luffy would be very angry and hurt. "By the way, from what you just said, you are actually Tian's woman. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me how you became Tian's woman?" Aurita was curious. After all, this news was too explosive. She initially thought that Nami from the free domain was just like her, an old leftover woman, but it turned out she was too superficial. Nami was already a true woman. Who knows, her children might even be as big as those 2 who just claim to be sons. "Do you want to become his woman? I really don't understand why you would think that. However, I can tell you clearly that you have almost no hope. If he were interested in you, he would have made a move on you just now," Nami said, somewhat displeased. Aurita was really too much. Could she casually ask such things? Not to mention the timing. She was very angry right now. That shouldn't be the case. Although I'm a bit older, I take good care of myself. My skin is fair and elastic, completely like a 20-year-old young lady. So, do you have any secrets? Please tell me. Aurita was very interested in Tian and increasingly wanted to become his woman. "Don't bother me," Nami said impatiently, summoning Zeus and taking a few corpses before leaving the back of the elephant, heading back to the free domain. She thought she needed to quickly tell Luffy that Tian's strength had become even more powerful, and his means were extremely terrifying. This time, they had underestimated Tian's strength while he was weak. "Ah, you're really stingy. Telling me won't cost you a piece of meat." Aurita sighed, thinking it would be nice if she could learn to share. However, was Nami serious? Did she really have no chance? That shouldn't be the case. She was a top beauty on the sea. While thinking this, she packed a few heads and left the back of the elephant. In Wano country, Kaido and Jinba were still engaged in a continuous battle with Beggars and Kid. The strength of both sides was still indeterminate in a short time. However, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian, the two generals, suddenly joined the fight and chose to take action to capture the two pirates, Beggars and Kid. Kid and Beggars quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. However, just when they were about to be captured, Law unexpectedly appeared in the void and directly activated his ability to transfer the two away in an instant. No need to chase. This person wants to escape. None of us can capture him. It seems only Father can take him down in an instant. Fama Ling Tian stopped his soldiers. Law came here to rescue them entirely because he learned from Doflamingo that their entire army had been wiped out and that Kid was in a prolonged battle, making the situation quite dangerous. Fortunately, his ability was spatial, so he took a day to rush over. Captain, why are you here? Kid, who was unaware of the situation on the island, immediately asked in confusion. The people you brought this time have all been killed by Emperor Tian. If I don't come, you both will die as well. Luo said seriously. What? They're all dead? No, there are still a few who escaped. Nami, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Marco, and Yarlita, but the others are indeed dead. Kid and Beggars were stunned upon hearing this, unable to accept or understand how they could almost suffer total annihilation and yet not kill Emperor Tian. It was truly a ghostly encounter. Chapter 133. M's Divine Fury and the Power of the Celestial King. After Luo brought Kid and Don Quixote Doflamingo back to the void, Doflamingo chuckled ominously and said, I told you long ago that your good days were over. The moment you chose to oppose Emperor Tian, you were already walking the path to death. What are you trying to say? Luo looked coldly at Doflamingo. Hee, I have a chance for you to survive. Just return my heart and join me in submitting to Lord Emperor Tian. I once helped him, and he promised to assist me once. If I use this opportunity to ensure our peace, it wouldn't matter to Lord Emperor Tian, would it? Luo sneered at his words. Letting you go is impossible. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. And by the way, all the members of your Don Quixote family will accompany you in death. Doflamingo's smile vanished, turning cold. Very well, pray you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. The pain and torment I endure will be doubled upon you. Doflamingo, are you out of your mind? Have you developed some sort of delusion? I can kill you in an instant. Luo mocked, completely dismissing him, as he reached into the void and took out Luo's heart, squeezing it tighter and tighter, as if it could burst at any moment. Doflamingo endured the pain without screaming, gritting his teeth, drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. The two locked eyes intensely. Ultimately, after about 2 minutes, Doflamingo could no longer withstand the damage to his heart and fainted. Kid and Barrett ignored the unconscious Doflamingo and said, Captain, it seems we need to make some preparations. Emperor Tian could descend upon our void at any moment. If the news brought back by Doflamingo is true, even your body could be easily materialized by him, and your fruit ability will be quite troublesome for us. Not to mention that Emperor Tian possesses many formidable abilities related to time. Barrett had originally thought about fighting Emperor Tian head-on, but now he suddenly felt that he might not be able to defeat him after all. Luo did not underestimate Emperor Tian and was fully prepared, saying, although Emperor Tian is strong, you all need not worry too much. For the past decade, Luffy and other forces have been joining hands to prepare for this day. However, I need to consult our allies' opinions now. Luo immediately picked up the transponder snail and contacted Luffy in the free domain. In the free domain, Marco and Nami had returned one after another. Luffy, Zoro, and the others looked at the heads of Jaws and others placed before them, and upon hearing the news of the heavy losses, realizing that they had almost been annihilated, including Beckman, Jaws, and Jesus Burgess, who were all dead, Luffy couldn't contain his anger, and a conqueror's haki of divine punishment permeated the heavens and earth, thunder rumbling continuously, as if it were the apocalypse. Even the sea was violently surging. Usopp couldn't help but cry out loud. His father, Jesus Burgess, had been tragically killed by Emperor Tian. Nami, tell me this isn't true. My father was so strong. How could he die? I'm sorry, I couldn't save anyone. Emperor Tian possesses a powerful ability over time. At that moment, everything except him was frozen. We couldn't move at all, Nami said, her eyes red and tears rolling down her cheeks, feeling very guilty. Sanji couldn't help but comfort her. Miss Nami, it's not your fault. It's all Emperor Tian's fault. Don't worry. Next time we will definitely kill him. But just then, Luo's communication came through. Luffy, it's Emperor Luo from the Void looking for you. Frankie silently handed the transponder snail to Luffy. In a transponder snail, Luo asked Luffy what the next arrangements were and suggested that the four emperors find a place to discuss a battle plan. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately replied, "Okay, let's meet on the island where our four domains intersect in 3 days." The others could see the murderous intent hidden in Luffy's brows, knowing he was very serious this time. Next, Luffy contacted Blackbeard from the Black Domain and Shanks from the Red Domain, informing them of the meeting time for the alliance negotiations. In the Black Domain, Blackbeard was quite uneasy. I never expected that even Beckman would die at the hands of Emperor Tian. However, their deaths were not in vain. At least we have learned that Emperor Tian's strength is greater than it was 20 years ago. Shiryu of the Rain reminded, "Captain, he is now a devil fruit user. If you have the chance to suppress his time-stopping ability with your dark fruit power. Hey, by then, with the strength of our Black Domain, we have more than 30 devil fruit users, not to mention the forces of the Alliance. Emperor Tian is definitely dead. I know that, but we will wait for the Alliance's discussion plan. This time, our Black Domain hasn't lost much power. We will act according to the situation. As for the Red Domain, Beckman and Jesus Burgess have been killed. That red-hair guy will definitely not sit still. Whoever leads next time will not be able to win against him." In the Red Domain, Shanks was not in the Red Domain, but on an island in the New World, having just brought Yuta onto the ship, preparing to return to the Red Domain. Unexpectedly, he received the bad news that Beckman and Jesus Burgess have been killed, and their heads have been sent to the Red Domain by Yarlita. Red-haired Shanks almost fainted. Beckman and Jesus Burgess were like brothers to him, having spent decades together. And now they were gone just like that. "Shanks, are you okay?" Yuta looked at Shanks, suddenly sensing a tremendous killing intent, realizing that something terrible must have happened. Before coming, Shanks had told her that the monster who disappeared 20 years ago had reappeared, and to ensure Yuta's safety, he needed to take her to the Red Domain for protection. Beckman and Jesus Burgess had gone to test Emperor Tian's current strength. It seemed that something must have happened to Uncle Beckman and Uncle Jesus. Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood, having been unable to contain his anger, which was now boiling over. Yuta saw Shanks spitting blood and was immediately frightened, crying out in worry, "Shanks, what's wrong? Talk to me. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. Tell me what's wrong, and it will feel better." The crew members on the ship were all in a state of sorrow, unable to accept that Beckman and Jesus Burgess were already dead. Originally, I thought that so many people going to surround and kill a weakened Emperor Tian, even if they couldn't kill him, with the strength of Beckman and Jesus Burgess, escaping should be no problem at all. Yuta cried anxiously for a while. Shanks then looked at Yuta with bloodshot eyes and said, "Yuta, I'm sorry. I must avenge this, no matter the cost, even if it means you have to use your abilities against Emperor Tian. Don't worry. Your matter is my matter." Yuta nodded repeatedly, while in her heart, she was filled with killing intent towards Emperor Tian. Anyone who dared to harm her important people, no matter who it was, even if it meant the destruction of this world, she would not hesitate. In the fragmented domain, Buggy could no longer sit still on his throne, because Crocodile's head had been delivered to him. The pirates below were all in a state of panic. They never expected that even Lord Crocodile had been beheaded. This Vanma Emperor Tian was truly not to be trifled with. "Yarlita, how did you bring his head back?" Buggy questioned anxiously. "Captain, I had no choice. I felt I couldn't resist Emperor Tian's orders. He told me to return the head to each captain, so I brought his head back," Yarlita replied helplessly. "Yarlita, you were too careless. Didn't you know? He is no longer one of us in the fragmented domain. You should have explained this clearly to Emperor Tian at that time." Buggy exclaimed excitedly. "Is that so? But I had no idea. If I had known, I would have definitely explained it," Yarlita said, looking confused, as she truly was unaware of this. It was Buggy's chaotic operation behind her. So I forget it. By the way, did Emperor Tian say anything else? Buggy asked suspiciously, wanting to get more information. "Oh, he did say he would find time to meet with us so-called Imperial Domain powers." Upon hearing this, Buggy was instantly a loss for words. It seemed he had already caught Emperor Tian's attention. What would they do in the future? At the Navy headquarters, the two admirals, Sakazuki and Ryukiju, escorted the hunchbacked old men Fujitora and Green Bull back to the Navy headquarters, revealing that Fujitora and Green Bull were from the Revolutionary Army, shocking everyone in the Navy headquarters. Akainu angrily interrogated the two, who unexpectedly admitted it readily. What the hell? This was hidden too deeply. Playing undercover in our Navy headquarters. TSK. It's truly unbelievable. These two admirals have been Navy admirals for 19 years. The Navy personnel were all eating popcorn, feeling it was quite explosive. Akainu ordered the soldiers to escort the two to the lowest level of Impel Down. Currently, Impel Down not only had Warden Magellan, but also Warden Isaac, with both performing their respective duties. One guarded the 7th level, and the other guarded the 6th level. Their strengths were comparable to the top admirals of the Navy headquarters, both being seasoned strongmen. Admiral Akainu immediately summoned the admirals and vice admirals for a meeting. I never expected that our Navy headquarters would hide such deep Revolutionary Army infiltrators. If there are any Revolutionary Army spies among you, then pray you won't be discovered. Otherwise, I will personally burn you to ashes, Akainu said fiercely, looking at the hundreds of people present. These were all high-end combat powers in the Navy headquarters. Rest assured, Admiral Akainu, the Revolutionary Army is just a group of criminals against the world. To oppose us, they do not hesitate to cooperate with those pirates. Yet they still shout slogans every day to liberate the countless suffering people. That's right, among us, there will definitely be no more Revolutionary Army spies. Countless officers expressed their stance, sneering at the Revolutionary Army. Kizuru, feeling guilty, also chimed in. This is too terrifying. Fujitora and Green Bull have been working with me in the headquarters for 19 years, and I never expected they were from the Revolutionary Army. Now that I think about it, I'm sweating coldly. Some vice admirals nodded and laughed in response. Admiral Kizaru, you were really lucky. Fortunately, they didn't T-stab you in the back. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you got screwed over. Yeah, it seems I really have to thank them for not killing me. Kizaru pouted, pretending to shiver. Of course, some like Admiral Desbones and Admiral Kobe remained silent. They felt that at least Admiral Fujitora was a good person. Why would he betray the Navy headquarters? It was hard for them to accept. Holy Land, Mariewa. After the 5 elders informed him that Fujitora and Green Bull were from the Revolutionary Army, Im finally understood why the Revolutionary Army had risen so smoothly over the years, and why the Navy headquarters had always struggled to capture pirates. It turned out there were these two admirals acting as insiders, even personally getting involved. Otherwise, how could there be 10 emperors in the pirate world now? They would have been mostly caught by now. Ultimately, by the time they gained momentum, even without the interference of Fujitora and Green Bull, it would naturally be even harder for the Navy to catch these pirates. Now, they could only manage to maintain a balance of power with the pirate forces in the New World, especially since the Navy was having a hard time navigating many areas in the New World, and those guys even issued bounties against the Navy. It's time to give the Revolutionary Army a devastating counterattack. The Kingdom of Volusia has a large number of Revolutionary Army members, so it no longer needs to exist. Not long after, activated the power of the Heavenly King, after the forces from several celestial bodies responded from beyond the universe. They precisely locked onto the coordinates and unleashed destructive energy, a total of 16 powers of divine wrath, to carry out a dimensional strike. With a boom, the Kingdom of Volusia instantly disappeared in the 16 beams of destruction, and the vast kingdom ceased to exist. In the end, everyone in this country, except for Sabo, was eliminated as a result. Sabo immediately elementalized, forming a raging fire to escape a disaster, but still suffered serious injuries. After recovering his body, he spat out blood continuously. He was extremely furious, gripping his hands tightly, causing blood to ooze from his palms, clenching his teeth so hard that several of them shattered. He could not accept this outcome. The Kingdom of Volusia was where he had developed for over a decade. Even his wife and children were there. He never expected it would all be gone in an instant. Sabo roared loudly, the blazing flames igniting the entire sky. You scum of the Holy Land. I will kill all of you and make you pay in blood. Not long after, Dragon learned that the kingdom of Alesia had been instantly destroyed. Based on Sabo's description, he immediately guessed that it was in manipulating the power of the Heavenly King. Sabo, don't worry, the world government will soon be completely overthrown by us. Him actually went so far as to use the power of the Heavenly King. It's time for us to launch a full-scale attack. Next, you go gather various armies. I will first take people to the world government to capture Im and the 5 elders. But Im dares to do this, he must have some backing. Although Sabo wanted to destroy the Holy Land immediately, he still forced himself to remain calm, feeling very worried about this. I suspect it might be related to Emperor Tian. After all, he just returned not long ago, and now he dares to unleash the power of the Heavenly King. Don't worry, we are on the same front as those 4 Emperor-level powers. We even have to thank Emperor Tian if he hadn't returned. Those Emperor-level powers wouldn't have been so willing to fight alongside us. Luffy and the Emperor-level powers met on the island for the alliance discussion. Dragon then appeared and proposed a major operation, directly launching a surprise attack on the Holy Land, Mariewa. Chapter 134. Enel's Revenge. Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard teach, and Law all learned about the instantaneous destruction of the Lucia Kingdom yesterday, where only one person survived out of 1,000,000. Everyone, except for Blackbeard teach, was thoroughly enraged. They suddenly felt that instead of eliminating Hanma Emperor Tian first, it was more crucial to take out the Holy Land while they had the chance. How dare the mastermind behind the Holy Land do such a heinous act right under our noses? Shanks clenched his fists. Although the variables in this era were too many and had long since broken his control, he always believed that with the 10 emperors around, the behind-the-scenes Im of the Holy Land would never easily use the power of the kings in battle, because once they did, it would significantly enhance the war's power. What about Sabo? I remember he had been developing in the Lucia Kingdom for over 10 years, and even got married and had children. Luffy's heart tensed up, not wanting to hear that something had happened to Sabo. The only survivor is Sabo, and his family has already vanished along with the kingdom. Dragon said solemnly, "Damn it, this is infuriating. The people of the Holy Land and Emperor Tian deserve to die. My important people are dying one by one at their hands, and they even killed over 100,000 people in an instant." Luffy clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. Blackbeard teach then said, "Mr. Dragon, sneaking into the Holy Land Mariewa unexpectedly won't be easy, but since you're here, you must have a good plan in place, right?" "That's right." Dragon clapped his hands, and dozens of giant dragons roared down from 10,000 meters above. This is... Blackbeard teach was taken aback, realizing what these were, but didn't expect there to be so many. The Revolutionary Army's technology for creating artificial devil fruits using bloodline factors over the years is no simple feat, however. It makes sense. The Revolutionary Army has already taken control of half the world's nations in the last decade and has enough funds to develop devil fruits using bloodline factors. Indeed, these are artificial devil fruits, specifically the Azure Dragon fruits, made from Kaido's bloodline factors. Although their power is nowhere near Kaido's dragon transformation, they will be very convenient for our surprise attack on the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard teach and the others felt that the surprise attack was feasible. But one thing worth considering is that the Holy Land has many seraphim. Not only are there the 7 warlords, but also former emperors, and even the former pirate king Roger and Rox are present. Additionally, there are also Emperor Tian's seraphim. Dragon addressed the concerns raised by everyone. To be honest, our Revolutionary Army scientists have already cracked the secrets of the Holy Land seraphim and can change their commands, such that the target of their attacks is not us, but the people of the Holy Land. When Dragon said this, especially Blackbeard teach was particularly shocked. The Revolutionary Army has truly gone against the heavens. It seems that overthrowing the celestial dragons is almost certain. Law then spoke up. Since Mr. Dragon says this, he must not be lying to us, which gives us even greater odds of winning. All right, if there are no problems, let's set off now. It must be weak right now. We can't let her recover. Wait, there's someone we need to keep an eye on. Where is Emperor Tian now? Is he still in Wano? I think we need to arrange for someone to hold him back. Otherwise, his appearance in the Holy Land would lead to great trouble, Blackbeard teach said cautiously. Since that's the case, let me reveal this to you. Emperor Tian is no longer at sea, nor is he in the Holy Land. he has gone to Sky Island. How can you be so sure? Do you have any evidence? Blackbeard Teach asked suspiciously. Before Dragon came, he had already prepared and took out a transponder snail, saying, "On Sky Island, I have people from the Revolutionary Army." The message in this transponder snail was recorded before I came here, confirming that Emperor Tian is on Sky Island. Impressive. I didn't expect your Revolutionary Army to be so hidden, even having people on Sky Island. It seems that the overthrow of the Celestial Dragons has become inevitable. However, I still don't understand why Emperor Tian suddenly went to Sky Island. Blackbeard Teach remained cautious. On Sky Island, he has his woman and son. Why do you think he went there? I see. This monster Emperor Tian really seems to have women everywhere. Although Blackbeard Teach couldn't provide proof, he believed Dragon's information to be true. Now, does anyone have any questions? Dragon looked at the four emperors and asked. Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, and their respective subordinates, totaling around dozens of people, all nodded in agreement. With that, they rode on the backs of the giant dragons, ascending into the clouds at 10,000 meters, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Holy Land and completely overthrow the Celestial Dragons. Of course, Dragon would ensure that the forces of the Navy headquarters were held back. This task was entrusted to Sabo, and all artificial devil fruit users would be fully deployed to confront the Navy headquarters forces. Holy Land, Mariehua. After I'm activated the power of the Divine Wrath King. It consumed soul power, and she fell into a deep sleep. However, before sleeping, she ordered the 5 elders to increase vigilance in the Holy Land. The 5 elders naturally dared not neglect their duties, having just destroyed the Lucia Kingdom, who could guarantee that the Revolutionary Army wouldn't come at them with overwhelming force. Moreover, they might also be betting that the power of the king couldn't be launched consecutively in a short time. Within the Holy Land, hundreds and thousands of seraphim were flying overhead, conducting reconnaissance. On the ground, patrolling were seraphim of the level of the 7 warlords. There were thousands of them, and many had grown into their 30s, their combat power not to be underestimated. On Sky Island, Emperor Tian was with the Empress and others on a drifting cloud island. He originally planned to spend some happy time with the Empress and others. Little did he know, there was a thunderous battle occurring on Sky Island. Husband, doesn't the overwhelming power of thunder and lightning look a bit familiar? The Empress, Nika, Shirahoshi, and others who had come to Sky Island with Emperor Tian all felt this way. Husband, could it be that guy Enel? Has he returned again? Nika felt that it was Enel. Emperor Tian then released his observation haki, instantly radiating out to a kilometer, 10 kilometers, and even tens of kilometers, completely covering the area. Now that the performance degree of Emperor Tian had reached 100, the breadth of his brain domain had increased several times, and his perception in terms of spirit and soul had improved dozens of times. Of course, his talent had also seen significant enhancement, with armed haki covering his entire body. He had even newly comprehended several powerful skills of the 3-color haki. You guessed correctly, it is indeed that guy Enel who has returned. Upon hearing this, the Empress Nika and Shirahoshi immediately became worried. My lord, is Sister Cornus in danger? She hasn't seen us for 20 years, and I don't even know how she is doing now. Moreover, it seems that she entrusted her child to you back then. I wonder how her child is doing now. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian smiled gently and said, Don't worry. Cornus is fine for now. As for that kid Haiyun, he's currently fighting in Enel's battle, and his strength is decent enough to hold on for a while longer. The Empress and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but still said, My lord, since we have come to the Sky Island, we shouldn't let Sister Cornus worry too much about her son. So let's hurry and help her. Let's postpone our games for now. We can continue later, okay? The Empress nestled in Emperor Tian's arms and said gently. As the big sister among many girls, she was very responsible in critical moments. Yes, of course. Emperor Tian felt very gratified seeing the Empress so understanding. He then led the Empress and the others to the battlefield of Sky Island. On the battlefield, Enel descended on God Island in his gigantic Arc Maxim. He was here for revenge. After waiting for 20 years, he wanted to fight Emperor Tian, who had seemingly evaporated from the human world, to avenge the grudges of the past. Unfortunately, he never had the opportunity. He often traveled to the Sky Island to investigate Emperor Tian's whereabouts, and unexpectedly discovered something interesting. Emperor Tian had a woman on the Sky Island named Cornus, who had a son rumored to have inherited Emperor Tian's powerful abilities and was also a devil fruit user. Enel thought that since he couldn't find Emperor Tian for revenge, it would be nice to make the son pay for the father's debts. Yaha, you're resisting pretty well, but this level of power is still too far from what your father had back then. So, it's simply not enough. You need to continue to unleash your power for me. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone on the Sky Island, including that woman, who is your mother, right? I really want to know her name. It's Cornus, isn't it? She was the one who brought Emperor Tian to invade my god island back then. Enel, wrapped in beautiful lightning, stood in the void like a world-destroying thunder god. Above him, dark thunderclouds stretched for thousands of meters, with endless lightning ready to be unleashed at any moment. In front of him stood a thunder god figure, towering 1,000 meters high, with the power of Conqueror's Haki coiling around it, gathering Conqueror's wings behind it. The thunder god's fist smashed down, only to be met by a muscular man's punch. Although the power was evenly matched, the terrifying lightning power was limitless, continuously acting upon him, causing his momentum and strength to weaken. This muscular man was Haiyun, another son of Emperor Tian, born to the angel Cornus. His name, Haiyun, commemorated the extraordinary significance of Emperor Tian's domineering confession on the beach of the Sea of Clouds. From the moment he was born, Haiyun inherited a significant amount of Emperor Tian's strength. He had ghostly patterns on his back, and although he hadn't fully awakened them at that time, he had inherited a considerable amount of power, the Devil Fruit energy group that followed Emperor Tian at that time. The meatball fruit chose Haiyun without hesitation. Bastard, don't you dare harm my mother. Haiyun gritted his teeth and held on. In reality, he had consciousness from the moment he was born. Although it wasn't as strong as the cheap sweet sister's consciousness, he was, after all, a natural wielder of Conqueror's Haki, and his aura was incredibly strong. He understood everything clearly. He also knew how powerful his father was. Therefore, after being sent to the Dressrosa Kingdom by Aunt Sugar and Aunt Baby, he started walking and talking when he was just a few months old and began searching for ways to become stronger, embarking on a path of cultivation. His goal was to one day catch up with these people and even return to the Sky Island to see his mother. Now, he had awakened the ghostly power to 60% and had even developed the meatball fruit that his father prepared to a high level, thinking he was very strong. However, he never expected that he couldn't even defeat his father's former subordinates, leading to threats against him and his mother. Nevertheless, Haiyun did not give up. With his father away, he had to protect his mother at all costs and not let this guy succeed. In a surge of powerful fighting spirit and anger, Haiyun let out a roar, and his momentum suddenly skyrocketed. The body created by the meatball fruit began to counterattack Enel's terrifying lightning, fully adapting to the damage. His muscles became incredibly smooth and even grew stronger. The ghostly patterns on his back increased from 60% to 70%. His eyes turned white, and his red hair stood up like Emperor Tian entering battle mode, becoming extremely fierce. The Thunder God's fist was brought back to an evenly matched state by the explosive Haiyun. Yaha, just like him. This is it. Seeing you like this finally makes this Thunder God feel that you are indeed fond my Emperor Tian. However, it's still not enough. You need to work harder. If you can become completely like him, I will defeat you thoroughly to feel the sense of revenge. Divine Judgment. After saying that, Enel activated the power of judgment, and dozens of bolts of lightning instantly struck down on several angels. The powerful lightning obliterated them on the spot. Yaha, if you don't hurry up and get stronger, soon it will be your mother Cornus's turn. Enel laughed cruelly, like a devil. Enel, you're seeking death. Haiyun, filled with rage, had only one thought left, to kill Enel. With a loud bang, he smashed one of the Thunder God's arms to pieces. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly activated his fruit ability, compressing the air within a certain range and causing the shaken Thunder God's body to explode from within. Seeing this, Enel's eyes turned cold, releasing a strong killing intent. The scene reminded him of when Emperor Tian shattered his Thunder God's body with a single punch. How could such a thing happen again? Lightning du come. Refine. Enel spoke like a god, unapproachable. A pillar of lightning descended from the dark clouds. Enel placed his hand on the lightning pillar, infused it with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, and refined it into a slender lightning spear, making the combined power of Haki and compressed lightning appear extremely violent. It seemed ready to explode at any moment and was incredibly sharp, capable of easily destroying the void. Hanma Emperor Tian, come and accept this thunder god's judgment. Bring forth endless destruction, the strongest thunder god spear. Chapter 135. The world-destroying black thunder with a diameter of thousands of meters, the strongest thunder god spear. Flickering with ghostly light, shot toward Haiyun like lightning, unstoppable. In an instant, Haiyun used the meatball fruit ability to compress the air within a radius of 1,000 meters to the extreme, forming a transparent air sphere the size of an apple. Then, using the power of Conqueror's Haki to wrap around the air sphere, its color changed to dark red, and the entire air sphere took on a solid form. With one hand grasping tightly, fully armed in armor, the arm gathered all the strength of the body for a sudden burst, sending the airlight ball towards the strongest spear of the thunder god. The attacks from both sides began to create terrifying forces that violently collided from several meters away, causing the void to ripple continuously. Soon, the sky and earth turned dark, resembling the end of the world, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. The angels on Angel Island and the Sandia people on the artificial island all felt their hearts racing, extremely tense. What should we do? Haiyun won't be in danger, right? I didn't expect Enel to become so powerful now. It seems he is much stronger than Lord Emperors back then. Damn, if we had known. We should have sworn to ask Lord Emperors to kill him back then and eliminate future troubles. If only Lord Emperors were here, how could Enel be so rampant? Aisha, quickly sense how Lord Haiyun is doing. If he isn't even a match for Enel, then we might really be exterminated this time. The leader of the Sandia people anxiously looked at the woman beside him, who was in her 20s, very beautiful, and filled with a certain wild beauty. She was Aisha. When the Emperors was on Sky Island, Aisha was just a little girl under 10, but now she had grown into an adult. Aisha had strong observation haki even as a child, able to cover the entire God Island and easily sense the presence of others. Now, her observation haki was even more formidable. Aisha also had a secret identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Leader, the situation is quite dire. Lord Haiyun will soon be in danger. Aisha immediately responded. Heavens, what should we do? The leader of Sandia felt despair. However, Aisha showed no signs of worry, appearing exceptionally calm. Seeing her clansmen in great fear, Aisha said, Leader, actually, there's no need to worry. Even if Lord Haiyun isn't a match for Enel. Enel can't do anything to us, and besides, Enel is likely doomed this time. Aisha, what do you mean by that? The warriors of Sandia looked at Aisha with confusion, wondering if she was just trying to comfort them. In any case, just believe my words. Aisha did not explain directly. She had already sensed the presence of Lord Emperors on Sky Island, so how could she not know the situation here? How could she just stand by and watch her woman and son be killed by Enel? Meanwhile, on Angel Island, God Gonfor rode on a bird, anxiously watching the battle between Haiyun and Enel on God Island. Beside him, Cornus was extremely worried, constantly asking, Lord Gonfor, how is my child Haiyun? He won't be in danger, right? Alas, madam, to be honest, Haiyun probably can't hold on much longer. Enel's attacks are continuously overwhelming Haiyun's power. If this continues, Haiyun might be pierced through by the strongest spear of the Thunder God. Gonfor sighed, feeling very helpless, wanting to rush in to save him, but they as weak ones couldn't even enter the central battlefield. They would be instantly killed by the chaotic forces. Upon hearing this, Cornus turned pale. Her mind filled with thoughts of Haiyun being pierced through entirely. A wound like that could be fatal. No, I have to save my child. Even if it costs me my life to block the damage for him, I will. The angels around quickly held Cornus back, saying urgently, Madam, the endless thunder on God Island is flashing, and the energy from the clashes between both sides is sweeping out in circles. If you get too close to the battlefield's edge, you'll be blown apart. Yes, at that time, while Haiyun is fighting desperately, he might even be killed by Enel if he gets distracted. Now we can only trust Haiyun and pray that he will be safe. So we can't add to his troubles. After hearing these words, Cornus felt immense pain in her heart, wanting to help Haiyun bear the fatal damage. But she was indeed worried that her presence would distract him in battle, so she could only cry and pray in her heart for Haiyun's safety, hoping he would survive. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of Lord Emperors, praying for him to come and save their child. In Cornus's heart, Lord Emperors was an omnipotent being. By Lord Emperor's side, she felt completely safe, believing that if he were there, Haiyun would certainly be fine. Yaha, this time it's really impressive. You can actually withstand one of my strongest attacks for so long. But it ends here. If you continue to resist, do I not care about my face? Go. Enel's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand, summoning endless thunder that flickered on the strongest spear of the Thunder God. The spear became even more solid, filled with lethal power. Haiyun was at a disadvantage, and the airlight ball he had in his grasp was immediately torn apart, resulting in a massive explosion. With a loud boom, a terrifying energy storm swept across the entire God Island, instantly destroying all flowers, grass, and trees. The strongest spear of the Thunder God, still carrying endless lightning, directly pierced through Haiyun's powerful chest, rapidly ravaging and penetrating the defense of his armed hockey armor. The impact from the piercing was incredibly strong and domineering. Haiyun immediately grasped the tip of the spear tightly with both hands, forcibly trying to stop the penetrating force. But he was still unable to resist and was sent flying. His feet were grinding against the ground, creating 2 grooves a foot deep. Yet he still could not stabilize his body. Yaha, useless. The attack of the strongest Thunder God spear is imbued with my observation kill power, equivalent to my unyielding will. This attack will not easily stop unless you possess absolutely overwhelming power to forcibly halt it, otherwise. But just then, Enel's rampant voice suddenly stopped. His expression changed to one of surprise. Stop. Did it stop? This is impossible. No, this isn't your power. Enel suddenly snapped back to reality, as the powerful heart net force allowed him to sense a creature with an overwhelming aura behind Haiyun. He was all too familiar with this aura. Vermilion Emperors, it's you again, Enel exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, a majestic power was acting on Haiyun from behind, helping him withstand Enel's Thunder God spear attack. Otherwise, he would have likely been pierced through God Island and fallen into the White Sea by now. However, hearing Enel roar that it was Vermilion Emperors, Haiyun was startled. Could it be that the person behind him was truly his father? On Angel Island, the angels and Sandia people on the artificial cloud island recognized that it was Emperors who had arrived. They were momentarily stunned, but soon they were filled with excitement and exhilaration. The leader of Sandia nearly gasped in excitement, coughing and asking, Aisha, quickly check if Lord Emperors has really come. Aisha smiled slightly and responded, Yes, it's true. Lord Emperors has appeared. The warriors became even more excited upon hearing this. That's amazing. I just prayed for Lord Tian to come and save us, and he really showed up. Haha, we're saved now. Ainolo is definitely doomed. Miss Aisha, you're incredible. I didn't expect you to know this all along. Meanwhile, Gonfuer also sensed that it was Tian who had appeared. Madam Cornus, it's great. Lord Tian has really returned. The angels were all thrilled. Upon hearing this, Cornus was instantly filled with tears of joy. My husband has always been by my side. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. At this moment, the Empress and others arrived at Angel Island. Sister Cornus, long time no see. The Empress and the others greeted Cornus affectionately. When Cornus saw the Empress, Shirahoshi, and Hinata, she was completely certain that Tian had returned. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears and rushed over to hug the Empress tightly. Sister, it's so good to see you. The Empress carried the scent of Tian, which Cornus could clearly smell at that moment, and she couldn't help but greedily inhale it several times. Amazingly, after smelling Tian's pleasant scent, Cornus felt an immense sense of security returning. She was no longer afraid of Ainolo. Hee, don't worry, Cornus. My husband is back, and he misses you very much, Shirahoshi said happily. Thank you, Shirahoshi, Cornus replied, wiping her tear-filled eyes and feeling very warm inside. On God Island, Tian walked out from behind Haiyun, casually reaching out to grab the Thunder God's spear, which was brimming with power. His battle intent soared instantly as he disdainfully looked at Ainolo and suddenly exerted force with his hand. The so-called strongest Thunder God spear was instantly crushed into pieces. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc around Tian, but he felt nothing and questioned domineeringly, "It's been 20 years. Is this all you've got?" Seeing Tian's fierce and powerful presence, Haiyun couldn't help but swallow hard in awe. "Is this really my father? He is indeed formidable. Just standing next to him gives me a complete sense of security. As if the sky were to fall, my father could hold it up alone." "Father," Haiyun couldn't help but respectfully call out, but as he opened his mouth to say more, he found himself at a loss for words. "Haiyun, your strength is all right, but your combat skills are lacking. Your muscles are decent, but your bones aren't hard enough. Don't disappoint me next time," Tian said gently. Hearing this, Haiyun's heart filled with joy, and he immediately replied respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Father. I will continue to work hard." Tian then disappeared in an instant, reappearing in front of Ainalu, standing on the void with an air of supremacy, casually opening his arms in a stance ready for battle. His powerful and solid body stood like an immovable mountain in front of Ainalu. Ainalu looked at the close Tian, feeling a sense of dread, as if he still couldn't win against him. What was going on? However, on the surface, Ainalu maintained a stoic expression and coldly snorted, "After 20 years. You finally showed up. I thought you had found a place to hide forever because you had too many enemies." Upon hearing this, Tian's expression turned cold as he suddenly punched towards Ainalu at super speed. Ainalu's pupils dilated. Tian's attack and fist were still so fast and domineering that it was impossible to dodge entirely at such a close range. However, Ainalu was no longer the same as before and did not feel unable to completely counter it. When he was hit by Tian's super speed punch, he used that force to elementalize, and with a loud bang, his body transformed into endless lightning and vanished into the world. Tian slightly raised his head, looking at the thick layer of dark clouds above. The previously vast expanse of thousands of meters quickly expanded to tens of thousands of meters. Both God Island and Angel Island were enveloped in a range of dark clouds, turning the area into night, with countless flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. "Tian, I know you are powerful, but to defeat you or to kill you directly, this move, the World Destruction Thunder. I have trained for 20 years using Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. You can understand it as one of the strongest weapons, the World Destruction Black Thunder. But I heard that the strongest black sword of Mihawk did not reach its peak and was still able to break through your defenses. Now I, the Thunder God, want to know if you will completely disappear in the face of the World Destruction Black Thunder. Haha, by the way, all life within a radius of 10,000 miles will cease to exist with a bang. This time, not only will you die, but everyone on Sky Island will accompany you to the grave." Ainalu laughed maniacally. At the same time, from the vast dark clouds above, a black thunderball with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters descended, bringing an oppressive weight that made all the Sandia people and angels, including the Empress and others, feel heavy in their breathing. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. The weaker individuals could no longer hold themselves up, their legs going weak and their minds unable to bear the pressure, losing consciousness and collapsing. However, Tian was unaffected. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became, filled with battle intent. Suddenly, Tian grinned widely and laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha! I know, Lu. Sparing your life 20 years ago was indeed very meaningful. Do you know that this strike of yours has already surpassed the me of 20 years ago? Now, I acknowledge that you finally have the qualifications to truly battle against me today. I will respect you and unleash my full power to fight you, ensuring you die at my hands." After Tian finished speaking, his aura soared into the sky. Heat energy was released. Killing intent was unleashed. The giant bloodline was activated. The demon form was unleashed. The three-color Haki was activated, and the fruit's ability was transformed. Suddenly, an extreme radiance erupted from Tian, instantly illuminating the entire God Island. With a powerful punch, he struck towards the World Destruction Black Thunderball. Ultimate technique, time acceleration, armament Haki burst. Is there anyone still willing to watch? The author has been working hard for several months, and it's been quite a lot, right? So come on, let me know you're still here. Chapter 136. How many devil fruits can the body hold? The punch accelerated through time, ignoring space, and directly struck the world-destruction Black Thunderball. However, this punch was not as domineering and powerful as the spectators had imagined, nor did it shock the world-destruction Black Thunderball as expected. It was as if all of Tian's attacking power had been completely absorbed by the world-destruction Black Thunderball. Yet, while many were in a daze, only Ainalu's frenzied expression instantly froze. What's going on? What means did you use? Why does it feel like my attack has been sealed? Ainalu activated his mind network to directly inquire about Tian, who was below the world-destruction Black Thunderball. When Tian's fist touched the world-destruction Black Thunderball, he instantly wrapped his armament haki around it, hardening and covering it. At the same time, the power of Conqueror's haki is destructive. This move requires particularly high levels of Conqueror's haki and armament haki, but Emperor Tian's brain domain is powerful enough to release sufficient dual-color haki. Wait, I understand now. This is armament haki. How infuriating. You actually wrapped and covered my attack with your armament haki. Enel quickly grasped the principle behind it, feeling utterly shocked and incredulous. Emperor Tian's armament haki is simply too strong, capable of instantly covering his world-destroying Black Thunderball, which has a diameter of several thousand meters. It means that to unleash his attack, he must break through Emperor Tian's layer of armament haki wrap. However, Enel is confident that as long as he controls the lightning protons inside, he can accelerate the explosion, and at that time, tens of thousands of miles will still be affected by the destruction. In the endless dark clouds, Enel once again manipulated the lightning. Come on, Emperor Tian, I will make you feel despair. No one can stop my attack. 10,000 thunders. Enel's arrogant voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Boom! Endless thunderbolts fell from the sky, each as thick as a bowl, continuously striking the world-destroying Black Thunderball. Soon, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the world-destroying Black Thunderball. Yah! Emperor Tian, I admit your armament haki is strong enough that even this thunder god can't comprehend, but so what? Did you see? The world-destroying Black Thunderball has already cracked and is being accelerated to explode. Your armament haki can't forcibly stop it from exploding. Enel laughed arrogantly. In his heart, he already felt that no matter what, even Emperor Tian would surely die this time, definitely reduced to ashes. Even if the bones are tough. But the amount of thunder stored in this world-destroying Black Thunderball is vast. One explosion would meld it into liquid. Upon hearing Enel's words, Emperor Tian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this guy really have a delusion of wanting to kill him? This is clearly his own attack, causing the world-destroying Black Thunderball to collapse layer by layer. But Emperor Tian only responded with a cold smile. Is that so? Your attack is about to accelerate and explode? But who really has the final say? Watch closely. Crumble. Emperor Tian's Conqueror's haki completely covered the world-destroying Black Thunderball, wrapped in his own armament haki. At this moment, the several thousand-meter diameter world-destroying Black Thunderball began to crack rapidly, and chunks of black material, like stones, continuously fell off from above. Enel felt this and was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. It didn't explode, but instead disintegrated and fell apart. What kind of joke is this? The world-destroying Black Thunderball is endless thunder. How could it possibly turn into black stones? Could it be that it was all materialized by Emperor Tian's armament haki? If that's the case, what kind of perverse armament haki is this? Although many strong individuals can apply armament haki to some objects to increase the object's attack power and defensive hardness, applying it to a sphere with a diameter of several thousand meters, which even seems to have solidified, is truly absurd. Enel, you have already lost. If you have any means left, just use them. No, you can go die. After Emperor Tian finished speaking, he suddenly punched the continuously disintegrating world-destroying Black Thunderball, accelerating its disintegration. These materialized black thunderbolts, falling from 10,000 meters above, plunged into the sea and transformed back into endless lightning, continuously flickering with raging light in the water. Enel, unwilling to accept this, with blood-red eyes, exclaimed excitedly, "Why are you so strong? Why are you always stronger than me? Why can't you be weaker than me? No, even if you're strong, so what? Even if I can't kill you, Can I still kill those people? Aren't you strong? Come on, go save them. But how many can you save? 1, 2, a dozen? But there are tens of thousands present. This thunder god can turn them all to ashes in an instant. The final thunder. Enel sacrificed his soul to the thunder fruit, equivalent to using his life to unleash even stronger thunder. With a loud bang, countless lightning pillars fell from the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Everyone fell into complete despair. However, Emperor Tian remained incredibly calm, instantly activating the fruit's ability. Time stopped. At this moment, everything in this world, except for him, was frozen. The dense thunder from the sky remained suspended in the void, hovering above countless people. In the next moment, Emperor Tian took a deep breath. He activated the thunder with his body. Then he released the time-stop ability. Countless thunderbolts appeared to be forcibly redirected by an unimaginable force, all converging on Emperor Tian's body. Countless people were bewildered and stunned, thinking they were going to die, but unexpectedly, the thunder changed direction strangely. What's going on? Why aren't these thunderbolts striking down? Incredible, these thunderbolts seem to have consciousness, changing their target direction. It must be Lord Emperor Tian who saved us. Yes, it must be Lord Emperor Tian. But will Lord Emperor Tian be in danger? Tens of thousands of thunderbolts should be heading towards him. However, Aisha said in shock, "You are wrong. These are not heading towards Lord Emperor Tian, but his body is directly attracting the surrounding thunderbolts, and he is continuously absorbing these thunder." Upon hearing this, countless people couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of body is this so powerful? Cornus and others were very worried about Emperor Tian. "Sister Empress, will my husband be okay?" The Empress appeared very calm, smiling slightly. "Rest assured, my husband's physical body is very strong. Although his flesh is continuously being destroyed, it can grow back rapidly. That's right, the energy within my husband's body should be sufficient this time. We have eaten a lot of elephant lord meat together." Bonnie also said confidently. Cornus looked at her sisters, who were not very worried, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Haiyan was shocked that her father's body was incredibly strong. These thunderbolts are purple thunder, intertwined with the Conqueror's Haki of heavenly punishment and powerful armament Haki. The power of any single one is probably over 1 billion volts, let alone tens of thousands converged together. A few minutes later, Emperor Tian absorbed all the thunder into his body. With his powerful recovery ability, he restored his body completely in just a few breaths. At the same time, it seemed that he absorbed something strange into his soul. Emperor Tian opened his ghost eye to inspect his soul. Unexpectedly, 2 masses of devil fruit energy appeared, colliding with each other, both trying to occupy his soul. As the struggle intensified, Emperor Tian only felt a slight pain in his head, like being bitten by an ant on tender flesh. Interesting, it seems that as my brain domain expands, my soul can accommodate more devil fruit energy. I'm in a state where my body is equivalent to having 2 devil fruits, yet I should have exploded and died long ago. Instead, I only feel like I've been bitten by an ant. With this thought, Emperor Tian felt relieved and was filled with ambition instead. The strength of his soul could still accommodate more devil fruit energy, far from reaching its limit, so he could absorb more devil fruits. "Hey, you two, be quiet. Do you really think you deserve to perfectly inhabit my soul? Listen, there will be more devil fruits absorbed into my soul later, but since you came first, you can find a good position." The 2 energies of the devil fruits in Emperor Tian's soul, one being the time fruit and the other the thunder fruit, felt a pair of enormous eyes gazing down at them, along with a powerful will that made them unable to resist. Thus, the 2 energies stopped their struggle and each sought a suitable position. The time fruit occupied the right hemisphere of Emperor Tian's soul, while the thunder fruit occupied the left hemisphere. Taking this opportunity, Emperor Tian activated his ghost eye ability to detect within a radius of tens of thousands of meters and found no sign of Enel's soul. It seemed that Enel was really dead. Otherwise, how could the thunder fruit energy leave Enel's body and enter his own? Emperor Tian closed his ghost eye. With a thought, he summoned the power of time in one hand and the power of thunder in the other. With a loud thunderclap, he descended like lightning before the Empress and the others. "Is Enel dead? You all aren't hurt, right?" Emperor Tian asked with concern. The Empress and the others shook their heads, saying no injuries. Thanks to our husband's protection. Cornus couldn't help but throw herself into Emperor Tian's arms, hugging him tightly. Tears streaming down her face, but they were tears of joy. Emperor Tian gently patted Cornus's head, not saying anything more. In the following days, Emperor Tian was happily spending time on the Sky Island with the beautiful women. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a full-scale war had already erupted on the sea below. The Revolutionary Army was forcefully overthrowing the countless nations controlled by the Celestial Dragons, with battles raging both on land and at sea. The Holy Land Mary Geos was in a severe crisis. Countless Celestial Dragons were slaughtered by Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, Dragon, and the traitorous Seraphim. The 5 elders, members of the God Army, and guards were retreating in defeat, only able to take refuge in the inner city of Pangu, desperately holding their ground. 5 elders, you might as well surrender. As long as you give up resistance and tell us where him is hiding, we can spare your lives, Shanks said seriously. The 5 elders did not respond, but instead asked darkly, how did you manage to control these Seraphim from us? Naturally, Shanks couldn't answer that question, as it was all orchestrated by Dragon. However, Dragon directly stated, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. The Celestial Dragons have long lost the people's hearts. Do you remember the former Shichibukai Kuma? What does that have to do with him? One of the 5 elders coldly asked. Dragon replied lightly. Kuma's ability can repel physical fatigue and damage, and it can also repel a person's consciousness. Before Kuma became the original Seraphim, he had already repelled his own consciousness, which we, the Revolutionary Army, kept. His consciousness retained absolute control over all Seraphim. Now, we are simply allowing Kuma's consciousness to return to one of his clone bodies. Even if Kuma's original body is dead, he can be resurrected with his own consciousness. So, the Seraphim beside you isn't a Seraphim, but the consciousness returned Bartholomew Kuma? Exactly. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders instantly directed intense killing intent towards Bartholomew Kuma next to Dragon. If they could kill him, the traitorous Seraphim might detach from the Revolutionary Army's control and be reclaimed by the world government. One of the 5 elders, wielding the original Ghost Slash, suddenly charged at Bartholomew Kuma, but was blocked forcefully by Shanks drawing his sword. You old man, do you really think we still have a friendship from decades ago? Shanks' eyes erupted with killing intent. Ha! Shanks, I'll leave this one to you. I'll deal with the other 5 elders. Blackbeard activated the powers of the Dark Fruit with one hand and the Quake Fruit with the other, addressing a bald 5 elder. You, come out and fight me. The bald 5 elder clenched his fists. Although he feared Blackbeard Teach's dual devil fruit abilities, all 5 elders had Black Sea Prism Stone installed in their prosthetic limbs. Even a powerful devil fruit user like Blackbeard Teach wouldn't dare to easily ignore the restraint of the Sea Prism Stone. Law Luffy and the others paired off against a 5 elder each. As long as they could take down the 5 elders and then kill him, only Emperor Tian would remain. But by then, they would have integrated the power of the entire world. Killing one Emperor Tian would not be an easy task. In the next moment, tensions rose, and battle was about to erupt. In this kind of battle, the 5 elders couldn't ensure that the Holy Land wouldn't be affected, nor could they care about whether the entire Holy Land would be completely destroyed, thus turning the Holy Land into a battlefield and going all out. On the side of the Marine headquarters, Akainu led Kizaru and others, breaking through the Revolutionary Army's interception towards the Holy Land for support. However, they were ultimately blocked by Garp and Sengoku. Sengoku, Garp, what do you mean by this? Shouldn't you be enjoying your retirement? Are you really going to stop me from going to the Holy Land to punish those lawless pirates? Don't think I don't know. Blackbeard Teach, Straw Hat Luffy, Law, Red-Haired Shanks, and the Revolutionary Army are working together and are currently wreaking havoc in the Holy Land. Akainu angrily glared at the 2 old men ahead. Garp and Sengoku were both over 90 years old now, but due to their life force being well preserved, they still looked quite strong. However, long periods of combat would naturally affect them at their age. Cut the nonsense. We're here to stop you. If you want to go to the Holy Land, you'll have to get past us. Garp shouted loudly, still full of vigor. I'm sorry for the delay. I will modify the sentence. Please bear with me. Chapter 137. Pulling the Ark of Noah out of the sea, stubborn old fools. You really want to die this badly? I'll make it happen for you. Akainu, confident in his overwhelming strength, thought that after 20 years since the last era, his power was far beyond what Sengoku and Garp could contend with now. He gathered his magma haki armor, leaped into the air, and punched down towards Garp and Sengoku. Garp also gathered his haki armor, leaped into the air, and met Akainu's punch head-on. With a loud bang, the two terrifying energies collided mightily. For a moment, their attacks were evenly matched, continuing to unleash power in the air. Sengoku below immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a giant Buddha, golden light radiating through the heavens. His body towered over 500 meters tall, and he struck down toward Akainu with one hand. Seeing this, Akainu completely dismissed it. His other fist also gathered a massive magma fist and haki armor, forcefully clashing against the incoming golden giant palm. However, at that moment, Akainu was forced back several meters in the air. Very good, you all deserve to die. Akainu was furious, but did not ask Admiral Kizuru for help. Admiral Kizuru looked on helplessly, but he had no intention of helping. Instead, he kept saying, "How terrifying. Sengoku and Garp are both over 90 years old, yet still so strong." The Navy soldiers on the warship inquired, "Admiral Kizuru, aren't you going to help? And should we go help?" Kizuru lazily replied, "No need. What's Akainu's strength even doing here?" Kizuru was quite familiar with Akainu's power. Moreover, he and Akainu were truly longtime friends. Even though he chose to work for the Revolutionary Army, he never thought of ambushing or harming Akainu. Generally, in the face of such a situation, he preferred to remain neutral and not actively assist either side. With a loud bang, Akainu unleashed a heavenly punishment-level Conqueror's Haki, a powerful force permeating this world. The area was dyed red, and even the vast sea surface turned crimson, resembling scorching magma. As the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, he naturally had great ambitions, wanting to eliminate all pirates at sea. This arrogant ambition justified the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki, with the heavenly punishment-level Conqueror's Haki quickly materializing into a pair of wings behind him. Named the Wings of Domination, he gently flapped them, stabilizing his form invincibly. With both fists, he domineeringly blocked the attacks of Garp and Sengoku. In fact, as Akainu repeatedly and violently flapped the Wings of Domination, suddenly unleashing terrifying propulsion, his fists forcefully knocked Garp and Sengoku hundreds of meters away. The two stabilized their forms in the low air using the Navy's 6 styles. But Akainu had already flown up high, ready to punch down at Garp and Sengoku. It was a giant lava fist with a diameter of several hundred meters, creating significant pressure. Sengoku and Garp both struck out simultaneously with armed haki, punching from afar. They shattered the lava into countless pieces, splashing into the nearby sea. But this was just the beginning. From above, Akainu had already unleashed hundreds of giant lava fist attacks in just a few seconds. In Sengoku and Garp's line of sight, a dense, overwhelming, dark mass of lava fists descended from the sky. The two continuously punched to shatter them. However, at that moment, countless lava fragments fell into the sea, releasing large amounts of steam, instantly vaporizing within a radius of several thousand meters. "Admiral Kizuru, you stay here to hold them back. The rest, set sail and continue to the Holy Land. Speed is essential. Admiral Jinjuan and Ling Tian, let us go ahead." With Akainu's command, Admirals Jinjuan and Ling Tian instantly flapped their wings of domination and flew quickly toward the Holy Land. Half a minute later, Garp and Sengoku finally broke free from the steam-covered area and wanted to continue pursuing, but Admiral Kizuru appeared in front of them. "You two should stay behind. I won't let you help." "Kizaru, are you still going to assist the tyrants?" Garp shouted sternly. "The fall of the world government is inevitable. If you really want to uphold justice, come with me to take down Akainu and the others." "Old man Garp, just wait here," Kizaru replied with the same attitude. "Humph. You brat better wait for me. Once the war is over, I'll settle the score with you." Garp snorted coldly. Faced with Admiral Kizaru's obstruction, he and Sengoku had already given up on pursuing Akainu, as Kizaru's speed could easily hold them back. After thinking about it, it wasn't impossible to restrain Admiral Kizuru. On Fishman Island, the battle between Sweet and Ikuya came to an end with the sudden departure of the Seraphim. Ikuya looked puzzled. not understanding why the Seraphim didn't follow her commands and quickly flew toward the Holy Land. Just then, Ikuya's transponder snail received a report from a goddess strategy army. Lady Ikuya, the Holy Land has suddenly come under a joint attack from the Revolutionary Army and various Marine Imperial forces, and all Seraphim have suddenly rebelled, rampaging through the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Ikuya immediately flew into a rage while also worrying about her mother. A few days ago, she learned that her mother had used the power of the Celestial King, and given the terrifying energy consumption, she was likely in a deep sleep. Not good. My mother is in danger. I need to hurry back. Ikuya quickly flapped her wings of domination and flew toward the Holy Land, using life returned during the flight to recover the stamina she had expended over the past few days. What happened? Why did she leave so suddenly? Didn't she want us to call her sister? Did she just give up without defeating us? Sweet was bewildered. After days and nights of battling, they had developed some feelings. And after all, they shared blood with their father. Once on the ground, Little Fish and Garfield immediately approached, concerned about Sweet. Sweet, are you hurt anywhere? We were all really worried about you. I'm fine. Although Ikuya is strong, I'm not weak either. After all, I'm my father's daughter. And my mother is the Empress Boa Hancock, a national empress, so I'm not weak at all. Sweet said proudly. Yes, Sweet is the strongest. Little Fish cutely nodded, unable to help but admire Sweet. However, it seems she had something urgent, which was why she left so suddenly. Strangely, the Seraphim had left unexpectedly, and Sweet couldn't figure out why. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's go find father and mother, but I wonder if they're still in Wano. Don't worry, I already instructed the Sea Kings to search for our father and mother's whereabouts. And my mother has returned. The Sea Kings can sense her easily. Then go ask them. Okay. As Little Fish inquired with some returning Sea Kings, a few of them informed her, Little Master, the King and Lord Seraphim have already left Wano. However, we can still lock onto the King's aura. He seems to be on a distant sky island. By the way, Little Master, there's one more thing. The Revolutionary Army and the world government have completely gone to war, with battlefields everywhere, both at sea and on land. But we are fine on Fishman Island. No one dares to easily deal with us, and many Sea Kings are rushing here to protect both Fishman Islands. After understanding this, Little Fish shared the information with Sweet and Garfield. I see. That is why I said Ikuya left so suddenly. So, Sweet, should we go help? After all, Ikuya is our sister. Even though she wants us to call her sister, she is still our father's daughter. That's right, and Ikuya seems to have met father already. It looks like father thinks highly of her, so let's go take a look. We can't let our sister Ikuya get hurt. That's great. This time we help her. She will definitely be very touched, and maybe she'll be willing to call us sisters. Xiaoyu smiled. Garfield, however, was sweating and said, How is that possible? A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Such a strong-willed girl. Would she call you sisters, or me brother? But this little sister, we still need to protect. In that case, let's go. Wait a minute, Tian. War will have many casualties. If we encounter people falling into the sea, we should save them all. So, I decided to bring the Noah's Ark out to temporarily shelter those people, Xiaoyu said kindly. Since we're bringing it out, let us take all the people from Fishman Island with us. How about we occupy Chambord during the war? Tian suggested. Can that really work? Why not? Rising in chaotic times is how it comes about. Besides, if we bring all the people from Fishman Island out now, the various forces at sea won't have the energy to stop us. All right, then I'll talk to Grandpa. Xiaoyu, Tian. And Garfield quickly returned to Fishman Island on the Sea Kings. Grandpa, I want to bring Noah's Ark to the surface. Should we take all the mermaids with us? Tian said. The outside world is in a world war. Let's take this opportunity to occupy Chambord. By the time they find out, we will have already established a stronghold there. Are you confident? Neptune was naturally tempted. This was the dream of Princess Otoheim, but he was worried it would endanger Xiaoyu and the others. Don't worry, Grandpa. Our father and mother have returned. Tian said happily, also calling Neptune Grandpa. What? Is that true? Did Emperor Tian and the others come back? Neptune was shocked and quickly asked. Yes, they have returned. Xiaoyu, Tian, and Garfield replied seriously. Great. Since Emperor Tian is back, what are we afraid of? Let's go. Grandpa will take you to make a big score. Neptune immediately had the people of Fishman Island pack some things, and board Noah's Arkansas Noah's Ark had long been wrapped in bubbles, and the inside had been cleaned up. Everything was ready, because Fishman Island had been waiting for this day. In just a few hours, over 1 million people from Fishman Island entered Noah's Arkansas. Noah's Ark was very large. Even with over 1 million people inside, it only occupied 1/10 of the space. "Grandpa, are they all ready?" Xiaoyu asked. "Yes. They're getting on." "Okay, then let's set off." Xiaoyu had already summoned tens of thousands of sea kings, each over 5,000 meters long, coming from the depths of the sea. With Xiaoyu's command, the huge Noah's Ark was pulled and began to rise towards the sea surface over 10,000 meters high. In Mary Geos, the blonde Elder Stars managed the CP organization. The knife-wielding Elder Star managed the military. The white-haired Elder Star with a beard controlled historical legacies. The round-faced Elder Star controlled diplomacy. The black-hat Elder Star was in charge of legal matters. After several hours of fierce battle with Shanks and others, they were completely restrained, and even a corner of Mary Geos was leveled. At this point, the matters led by the Elder Stars had already been destroyed. CP personnel suffered a massive slaughter from the traitorous Seraphim. Some historical documents left in the Void Throne Hall were continuously moved away by the Revolutionary Army. Communication was also completely destroyed. Many orders could not be sent out. For example, some kingdoms fighting the Revolutionary Army could not issue further orders, and they could not contact the forces on Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters impelled down, etc. Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Kazuru, and Admiral Fujidora had already arrived at Mary Geos, but they were restrained by hundreds and thousands of Seraphim. Especially after the appearance of the Emperor Tian's Seraphim, the three fell into a fierce battle. Iue also quickly returned to Mary Geos, but she did not join the battle. Instead, she sneaked into the depths of the Flower District to find her mother, Im. As she suspected, her mother was in a deep sleep. This was the price of activating the Heavenly King. It would take at least a few months to several years to recover. Only she knew this secret because her mother Im had once told her. Seeing her mother Im was okay, Yue immediately left the Flower District. "I have seen you, Lady Yue," the Elder Stars respectfully called out. "We must stop them. We cannot let them advance another step." "Yes, Lady Yue." "Hey, you are Im's daughter, right? Then tell me, is Emperor Tian your father?" Luffy said with a darkened face, recalling how Emperor Tian had killed so many important people to him, and now he wanted to kill someone important to Emperor Tian. As for whether Yue was Emperor Tian's daughter, Luffy and the others only speculated, since the person who revealed this information was not sure. So what? Yue coldly admitted, feeling proud as Emperor Tian's daughter, so there was no need to hide it. "That's good. Since you are Emperor Tian's daughter, come and fight me fairly. I want to kill you." Luffy's killing intent erupted, unable to forgive everything Emperor Tian had done. Deeply influenced by hatred, he seemed to be on the verge of darkening. "Want to kill me? Just you? Others may think you are powerful, but I don't think so at all. In my eyes, you are full of fatal weaknesses. I really don't know how someone as foolish as you has survived until now." Iue activated her demon eye, observing Luffy's soul, able to notice many fatal weaknesses that would reveal themselves during the battle. Now Luffy wanted to kill Iue, and Iue also wanted to kill Luffy. Iue absolutely did not allow anyone to harbor hatred against her father. Chapter 138. Luffy's six-gear giant god transformation power. Luffy immediately entered the awakened state of Gear 5th, unleashing the drone. His hair and clothes turned white, as if flames were burning, with steam-like ribbons wrapping around his shoulders, and his heartbeat was very strong. Seeing this, Iue still looked down on him and coldly said, "You think you can kill me with just Gear 5th? You really overestimate yourself. Aren't you going to unleash your Gear 6th? Infinite giant god transformation?" Luffy did not respond verbally, but his body instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing behind Iue, intending to grab her neck and kill her with one blow. In her demonized state, Iue had already seen through all of Luffy's attacks. When Luffy grabbed Iue's neck, he actually grabbed nothing but an afterimage. Iue instead appeared beside him, releasing a ball of black flame toward Luffy, extremely scorching, distorting the void. Shanks and others were taken aback. What terrifying, destructive flames! As if they are from hell, even the soul feels the threat of burning. Unexpectedly, This woman was also a devil fruit user. Law frowned but had no intention of intervening in Luffy's battle. Of course, he would choose to help take down Iyue if necessary. I didn't expect it to be the Phantom Bee species, the Underworld Fire Phoenix. This is an incredible devil fruit, a truly difficult power to extinguish. Even Marco's Phoenix fruit can't compare to the abnormal abilities of the Underworld Fire Phoenix. After Blackbeard teach's shocked expression, he immediately burst into laughter, his eyes filled with fervor. If given the chance, he would love to claim this devil fruit for himself. However, under the ability of the dark fruit, this fruit's powers would still be restrained. Damn, you're no match for us. The five elders chose to continue fighting, not allowing Blackbeard teach and his crew any idle moments. Or else they would join forces against Lord Iyue, leading to the worst-case scenario. Luffy's eyes narrowed, and in Gear 5th, he unleashed the rubber black mamba, delivering hundreds of punches in a second, continuously bombarding the area. Wherever his fist struck, the awakened Nika's ability assimilated it into a rubber-like substance. Iyue's black immortal flames could not be easily extinguished by Luffy. Even if they were momentarily dispersed, the flames that fell would ignite the surroundings. The rubberized areas were continuously burning. Luffy's fists were coated with a significant amount of black flames, but with a glance filled with haki, he extinguished them on the spot. Iyue became serious, releasing terrifying black flames all over, and soon his body transformed into a black flame phoenix, soaring into the sky and unleashing a torrent of flames downwards. With a loud boom, the area thousands of meters below instantly became a sea of black flames. However, within a certain range around Luffy, there was a powerful haki in white liquid flames that forcibly prevented the black flames from approaching. Law was surrounded by a spatial barrier, forcibly isolating the black flames. Dragon found himself in a tornado that connected heaven and earth, with the black flames being expelled outside. Blackbeard teach exuded dark powers, extremely formidable, directly devouring Iyue's black flames. Shanks was cloaked in haki, like countless sharp sword energies. Naturally, the five elders were not targeted by the attacks. However, they were deeply shocked by Lord Iyue's strength. They had never known before that Iyue was also a devil fruit user, and had even become this powerful. Iyue continuously spewed forth black, immortal flames, making the inferno below even more terrifying. But it did not stop them from continuing their respective battles. The others still focused on the five elders, while Luffy continuously used the rubber black mamba to bombard the flames, delivering hundreds of punches every second. Although he could scatter the black flames, it was very difficult to extinguish them, and instead, the black immortal flames burned like a canopy above, pressing down towards the ground. Suddenly, Luffy changed his attack, and the drum of liberation sounded, resonating and shocking everyone present, gathering a massive fist and launching a powerful strike towards the sky, aiming at the overwhelming black immortal flames. Seeing this, Iyue charged down directly, colliding with Luffy's gigantic fist. The tremendous collision force caused the black phoenix body to scatter into even more terrifying black flames, spiraling around and wrapping around Luffy's massive arm. Luffy concentrated his haki into armor, but still felt a threat. In terms of haki, he was nearly equal to Iyue, but the immortal flames somewhat restrained Luffy's Nika body. Soon, Luffy's gigantic fist was ignited by the black immortal flames. Luffy instantly lost an arm, sacrificing one, but with a heartbeat like the drum of the world, a loud sound erupted. Luffy immediately recovered to his peak, regrowing the severed arm. Iyue revealed his true form, with the entire sky of immortal flames behind him, looking down at Luffy. In Gear 5th awakened form, do you think you can kill me? Are you still not going to unleash your Gear 6th giant form? Or do you think you can't kill me because your important people haven't died enough? Or perhaps you really don't want to avenge them? Iyue was eager to know if Luffy's Gear 6th posed a threat to his father. If it did, he planned to do whatever it took to kill Luffy here. Faced with Iyue's provocation, Luffy became furious. Even the white liquid flames on him turned into black flames. I will kill you. Luffy's murderous intent soared, unforgiving and intolerable. He activated Gear 6th, the supreme form, Giantization. His entire body instantly swelled to a height of 1,000 meters, resembling a true demon god awakening, with hollow eyes, steam billowing from his shoulders, and his head ablaze with gradually darkening flames, like a black sun. The pressure was overwhelming. Everyone looked at the giantized Luffy. Haha, is this Luffy's strongest move? It's indeed very strong. Blackbeard was extremely excited, finally witnessing Luffy's ultimate trump card today. Even when facing Luffy, he might find Luffy's fatal weakness from today's battle. However, far outside Panga City, Luffy's companions fighting against the Seraphim immediately became tense, covering their ears with their hands. Then, in the next moment, a sound that resembled a heartbeat suddenly echoed from within Luffy's body. This sound was filled with terrifying shockwaves, instantly causing the void to explode. Others, upon hearing it, not only felt their hearts tremble, but their ears also went temporarily deaf, unable to hear any other sounds for several seconds, their eardrums painfully throbbing. Especially those with weaker mental resistance found their heads exploding from the pressure. Before anyone could react, Luffy clenched his massive fist, engulfed in flames, resembling a sun, and fiercely hurled it towards Iue, unstoppable. With a thunderous roar, the powerful destructive force caused the entire sacred land structures to collapse, the ground shaking violently, with countless deep fissures tearing open. Thousands of meters below, the sea surface of the Red Earth continent was affected by a strong wave of power, stirring up towering tsunamis hundreds of meters high. This punch was entwined with three-colored haki, and even Iue could not block this strike, suffering terrible real damage. After a while, the black immortal flames on the ground that were dissipating suddenly reignited in greater numbers, though not as ferociously as before. Iue gathered his true form, revealing himself. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face darkened as he spoke. Under giantization, your power is indeed very strong. I feel you threaten my favorite father, so I will kill you here, even if we perish together. Iue suddenly smiled wickedly, looking somewhat deranged, but truly becoming very dangerous and frightening. Blackbeard Teach and the others suddenly felt a chill, realizing that this woman was definitely a lunatic. However, they had no idea what other means Iue had. Nonetheless, they did not pay too much attention. If her ultimate abilities were unleashed, they all had strengths comparable to Luffy. Thus, how could a single Iue pose a threat? Iue teleported to the sky, transforming into a black sun, growing larger, seemingly wanting to destroy the entire sacred land. Seeing this, Luffy completely disregarded it, gathering power in his fist, ready to strike upwards. However, what everyone did not understand was, Iue had briefly died from Luffy's punch, but during that period of death, she instantly revived. However, it was not a simple revival. Each time she revived, she would also split. Now, in the Holy Land, there were two Ius. The Iue gathering power in the sky was her second body, while the main body silently left the battlefield, diving deep into the flowers to unleash the power of the Heavenly King. Indeed, as Imu's daughter, Iue could also wield the power of the Heavenly King. After consuming the mythical Zoan-type phoenix of underworld fire, she became immortal and indestructible, just like Imu's fruit of life. Even if she used the power of the Heavenly King at a cost, she would not truly die. At most, she would be severely injured and would need some time to recover. Moreover, Iue possessed the demon eye, allowing her to use soul power to connect to the celestial bodies outside the world, striking any location within this world. Iue was naturally aware of the coordinates of the Holy Land. Mother, I'm sorry. To eliminate the threat to my favorite dad, I will kill them at any cost. Iue picked up the sleeping Imu. Imu's body was enveloped in a green light, which was the power of life. The fruit of life had its own consciousness. So even if Imu fell into a deep sleep, it could automatically nurture her body to be immortal and indestructible. Iue activated the power of the Heavenly King to strike the entire Holy Land, as if her soul power was instantly drained, and she fainted while holding her mother, Imu. Iue's devil fruit also had consciousness. Black, indestructible flames burned on Iue's body, wrapping both Imu and Iue together, as if to undergo a rebirth. In no time, the scene transformed into a giant black egg, with patterns formed by green and black light swirling wonderfully. The green flowing light was filled with the breath of eternal life, evidently Imu's fruit ability. The black flowing light should be the indestructible flames from Iue's fruit ability, possessing both destructive and rebirth powers. In the air above the battlefield, Iue's second body was merely feigning an attack, as it was only about 60 to 70 of her main body strength. When Luffy swung his fist fiercely, he easily dispersed Iue's feigned attack. The powerful energy flames shot straight into the sky, breaking through the cloud layers thousands of meters high, almost breaking out of the world. On the Sky Island, Emperor Tian was drawn to the soaring energy flames. "Husband, what is that?" The Empress and others were at a beach in the clouds, dressed in cool outfits, happily cuddling in Emperor Tian's embrace. The sisters were harmonious, filled with laughter and joy, enjoying themselves. "Someone must be fighting," Emperor Tian said, his eyes igniting with battle intent. Such terrifying power could only belong to someone among the 10 monarchs, if not the battleship, the queen of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the Empress and others were incredulous. They never expected that 20 years later, the strong of this era had truly grown up. That power shooting up into the sky was simply terrifying. However, at that moment, for celestial bodies outside the world gathered their powers and unleashed a world-destroying energy, converging together toward the Holy Land. It was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous beam of light. Emperor Tian stood up abruptly. "This is the power of the Heavenly King. It seems a great battle is taking place below." Emperor Tian was somewhat worried about Imu and his daughter Iue. Recently, someone on the Sky Island had witnessed a destructive beam descending from the sky. Upon learning this, he realized it was the power of the Heavenly King. He never expected that so soon, the power of the Heavenly King would be unleashed again. Could Imu withstand such consumption? Without a doubt, Imu must be in crisis, with no choice but to risk using the power of the Heavenly King again. Emperor Tian stood up and said, "You all stay on the Sky Island. I need to go down." "Okay, husband, come back early. We'll be waiting for you here," the Empress and others obediently replied, choosing not to follow Emperor Tian, feeling they would be a burden. In the Holy Land, the terrifying energy beam directly covered a large portion of the Holy Land. Blackbeard Teach and others were startled. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling despair. However, they quickly unleashed their full power to counterattack. With a loud bang, the entire Holy Land was blasted open, creating a massive pit. Beneath the pit, several special areas appeared. One area had flowing lava. Another area had dark energy bubbling like a spring. Yet another area had white rubber-like liquid flowing. Simultaneously, a black giant egg appeared, covered in cracks. Nearby, many soldiers and revolutionaries were startled by the sudden destructive explosion, stopping their battles to look toward the Holy Land. Kizaru had a fearful expression on his face. Sengoku and Garp were both shocked and simultaneously said, "Not good." They never expected that Imu would carry out a devastating strike on the Holy Land. This was a complete mutual destruction, so the two rushed toward the Holy Land. Kizaru did not stop them and followed immediately. Important cadres of the Revolutionary Army, including Sabo, also headed toward the Holy Land. At Sabaody, on the Noah's Ark, Sweet quickly arranged for Little Fish to stay there while she hurried to the Holy Land. Emperor Tian soon descended above the Holy Land, looking at the massive pit below. If it weren't for the large area of the Holy Land, which was thousands of meters above sea level, it might have already disappeared beneath the sea like the kingdom of Lucia. Activating his demon eye, he scanned the entire pit and discovered many souls lying deep within, unconscious. They obviously had not been killed by the blast, but many souls were dissipating, indicating that many had died from the strike. Chapter 139, Hitting Luffy Until He Shits. Over there, those two auras are Zheng Jun and Ling Tian. I didn't expect them to be so badly hurt. If Hinai and Makino found out, they would surely be heartbroken. Never mind. Fortunately, your father has the ability to easily save you, so I'll give you another chance to live. Emperor Tian used the time reversal ability on them, and their severely shattered bodies rapidly healed at a visible speed within a few minutes. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian's shattered bodies received some repair. We have seen our father. Thank you for rescuing us." Upon seeing this, Zhongjun and Ling Tian bowed respectfully. You two find a place to recover your injuries." Emperor Tan nodded lightly, but did not pay much attention to them, leaving a sentence as he walked toward the black giant egg. "Yes, father." Zhongjun and Ling Tian got up and moved not far away to activate Life Return, restoring their strength and injuries. Emperor Tian arrived before the giant egg, and, through his demon eye, saw two souls inside, Imu and Iyue, both of whose souls were extremely weak. He then used time reversal within range, intending to heal the injuries of Iyue and Imu, successfully repairing the giant egg, but unable to effectively restore their weak souls. It seemed that the time fruit ability Emperor Tian developed was still not advanced enough to directly heal souls. However, it doesn't matter. Tian thought about killing Charlotte Lingling at that time to seize her soul fruit, which would allow him to heal the souls of Iyue and Yim. At that moment, in a rubber area, there was a pulsating sound, thumping and vibrating. Tian's mind was shaken. He frowned and looked over, not expecting that this kid Luffy had developed the Nika fruit to such an unbelievable extent. Just this one heartbeat released an unprecedented vitality, and this power could even affect specified individuals. He saw Blackbeard teach, Law, Shanks, Dragon, and others, most of the Straw Hat crew, suddenly resurrecting from their severe injuries, fully revived. TSK, this is interesting. Tian grinned widely, giving these guys 20 years of growth had ultimately not disappointed him. But could this guy really be outdone by Luffy? Tian immediately activated his demon brain, instantly summoning Pain. Pain hovered in the air, imperious, and with a thought from Tian, he activated the Outer Path technique. Outer Path, Samsara technique. Quickly forming hand seals, he summoned a giant King Yin, absorbing the souls dissipating in this world and then expelling them. Tian reversed time in this world, reconstituting bodies for those who didn't even have corpses. These bodies continuously awakened as they received the souls expelled by King Yin. What? Why am I not dead? Me too. I remember being turned to ash. What the hell? Weren't you cut in half by me? Are you even human or a ghost? And where's this place? Some of the God-sending army members, who had been killed by the Revolutionary Army in the beginning, were suddenly confused. Some of the cadres from the four emperors had also been killed, but now they were all resurrected. They ignored these small characters and looked up in shock at Tian. How is this possible? Did he really bring us back to life? Poison Q said hoarsely, his heart shaken. What kind of terrifying power is this? I thought it was Straw Hat Luffy who revived you, but just now, Luffy's heartbeat made me fully revive. And I didn't expect it would be him reviving all the dead. Bajis felt incredibly shocked and had to admit in his heart that Tian was indeed divine. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and others looked up in awe. They thought, with such transcendent means to actually control life and death, could such an existence really be killed by them? Now, not only ordinary people saw Tian's power and thought he was a true god, even they, as strong individuals, had a feel in their hearts that Tian had likely become an omnipotent god. Zhongjun and Ling Tian's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. This is our father. He is truly powerful, but why do I feel that we are not in the same dimension as him? Could it be that our father is a true god? The five elders also recovered from their injuries, and, upon seeing Tian appear, couldn't help but feel an indescribable excitement in their hearts. Although they had enmity with Tian 20 years ago, knowing that Lord Yue was the daughter of Lord Im and Tian, they no longer held much hatred and regarded him as someone they needed to obey. On the other side, Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, and Dragon looked grimly at Tian, as if facing a formidable enemy. This was their first meeting in 20 years. To their surprise, upon meeting, they saw that Tian's methods were already so extraordinary. He could instantly revive the dead. They couldn't help but wonder, can Tian even be killed? Tian, hand over my daughter. Suddenly, Bartholomew Kuma flew into the sky with thousands of seraphim, confronting Tian. After regaining consciousness, he heard Nami say that Bonnie was by Tian's side. Kuma felt that Tian must be forcibly holding Bonnie captive, and Bonnie must have had no freedom over the years, waiting for him to rescue her. Tion's expression turned slightly angry. As my defeated opponent, this is none of your business. It's best if you stay aside. Tion, I'll say it again, hand over my daughter Bonnie. Kuma's eyes turned red, completely unable to listen. He had left Bonnie because he didn't want to put her in danger, especially since he was involved in something very dangerous with Dragon and the others. How could he allow Tion to harm Bonnie now? You overestimate yourself. Do you think you can control these seraphim and threaten me? As a defeated opponent, you should have the awareness of one. Moreover, your daughter Bonnie is very happy now, Tion said with a fierce gaze. Upon hearing the last sentence, Kuma's pupils widened, feeling that Bonnie was still being tormented by Tion. I'll kill you. Kuma's eyes turned red, consumed by rage. With a mental command, thousands of seraphim unleashed lasers, attacking Tion. Stubborn and unyielding. If it weren't for your daughter's sake, just for daring to shout at me, I would have turned you to ash already. Thunder. Tion scoffed, snapped his fingers, and dark clouds gathered overhead, covering an area of 10,000 meters. Thousands of bolts of lightning struck down, each with a power of 2 billion volts, hitting the seraphim. Although this was Enel's big move, Tion's training talent was astonishing, and the energy of the Rumble fruit voluntarily sought to enter Tion's soul. It can be said that the abilities of the Rumble fruit were fully opened to Tion. Therefore, this mere thunder attack could be released by Tion with just a thought. In an instant, countless seraphim were shattered. All present were shocked. Blackbeard Teach looked terrified. Wasn't this attack one of Enel's big moves, Thunder? When did Tion learn this move? Or is Enel hiding in the sky, cooperating with Tion in this performance? But it felt impossible. Tion, with his arrogant invincibility, would not cooperate with Enel. Even if Enel offered to help, Tion would probably see it as an insult. So, there was only one possibility. Tion had likely killed Enel and absorbed the Rumble fruit. Thinking of this, Blackbeard's heart raced, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Enel's strength was invincible among the 10 emperors, on par with himself, Luffy, and Buggy. He never expected Enel to be dead just like that. Tion, Owever, ignored Kuma and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Everyone, I revived you all to have you serve as spectators, witnessing my battle with them. Anyone who dares to escape, I will kill. Then, looking at Luffy and the others, he continued, Now will you come one by one, or all together? But don't think about escaping. None of you will get away today. I will completely annihilate you here. Luffy suddenly activated Gear 5th, flying into the sky to be on the same level as Tion. Expressionless as he said, Is the lives of others just a joke in your hands? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to control the lives of others? Luffy questioned with overwhelming killing intent. Is it just because you want us to become stronger and fight you that you casually kill our important people to provoke us into becoming stronger? You asked me what right I have to control? Straw Hat Kid, you really are foolish and naive. This world is survival of the fittest. From a moment you became a navy or a pirate, you were destined to be in such a world. The strong naturally control the weak, and it is only normal for the weak to be eliminated and killed. So, do I need to bear any psychological burden for killing your important people? I am simply stronger than you. If I were weaker than you, wouldn't I have been killed by you long ago? Of course, I admit that killing your important people is indeed meant to provoke you into becoming stronger. But who told you that you are all so useless? Ha! Your rate of growth is as slow as a snail, and you still want to be the Pirate King and save the world. You are all a bunch of idiots. Just take a good look. I gave you 20 years to grow, and I stood still waiting for you. This time, you barely qualify for me to be interested in seriously killing you. You say you're weak enough to be ridiculous, right? If you can't even withstand this little blow, why do you have to be pirates and venture into the world to save it? Emperor Tion trampled on the dreams and dignity of Luffy and the others. Luffy instantly exploded with rage. Flames burned on his body, like a sun, causing the temperature of this world to continuously rise. No matter how strong you are, I will kill you here today, no matter the cost. The killing intent in Luffy's eyes had become tangible. His pupils turned black and hollow. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, launching a fierce attack towards Emperor Tion. Countless people below were truly watching the battle in the sky as spectators. Although Lord Emperor Tion was invincible like a great god, It must be said that this Straw Hat Luffy's strength was explosive. His figure was completely invisible, and all that could be seen were attacks at the speed of lightning. Indeed, it seemed he attacked Lord Emperor Tian thousands, even tens of thousands of times in a second. However, why was Lord Emperor Tian not fighting back? Was he being suppressed, with no chance to counterattack? Countless members of the Divine Strategy Army were focused intently, unwilling to miss any second. But what they didn't know was that although Emperor Tian stood still in the void, it was intentional. His immense arrogance allowed Luffy to attack freely. However, feeling Luffy's attacking power was merely like continuously warming up his muscles and honing his body. Suddenly, Emperor Tian's face darkened, his pupils widened, and his combat power erupted instantly. With super light speed, he caught the flashy Luffy and slapped him in the face. With a bang, Luffy smashed down from the sky, back first into the depths of the ground. Luffy let out a cry of pain, fully experiencing how strong Emperor Tian's explosive power was. He couldn't withstand it in gear 5th, and his head throbbed with pain. Emperor Tian was furious and quickly followed, arriving at the deep pit in an instant, and stomped hard on Luffy's stomach. With a loud bang, it was as if he had stomped on rubber, and at the same time, the ground for thousands of meters was crushed. Luffy gritted his teeth, even losing several teeth, but this time he forcefully suppressed his scream. However, many people on the battlefield's periphery were paying attention to this fight, all of them masters of observation hockey. Did you notice? Lord Emperor Tian seems to have stomped out Straw Hat Luffy's guts. Yes, I noticed too. I thought it wasn't true, but since you all say so, it must be. However, the force of Emperor Tian's stomp was so powerful that Luffy's body, surprisingly, did not explode. It merely expelled a few lumps from the leaking parts. The members of the Divine Strategy Army spoke among themselves. Meanwhile, Luffy's companions had extremely grim expressions, filled with worry. Sanji and Frankie wanted to help, but were stopped by Zoro. Don't intervene easily. This is Luffy's battle with Emperor Tian. If any of us go, Luffy will be angry. Moreover, this is a duel between strong individuals, and a third party shouldn't tarnish it. Of course, when necessary, we must protect Luffy's life and not let Emperor Tian really kill our captain, Zoro reminded, suppressing his urge to jump into the battle. Nami, feeling the battle between Emperor Tian and Luffy, couldn't help but clench her fists, deeply worried about Luffy, thinking that he definitely couldn't win against Emperor Tian. She resolved that no matter what, she had to save Luffy and not let Emperor Tian kill him. Emperor Tian continued to stomp on Luffy, looking down in anger. I waited 20 years, and this is how you fight me? You don't even use your full strength against me. Are you underestimating me? Are you insulting me? Luffy, enduring the pain, transformed his body into white liquid, freeing himself from Emperor Tian's foot. At the same time, the power of the devil fruit had transformed the entire battlefield into a liquid rubber state, becoming his ability domain. In this domain, Luffy's body could freely merge into it and appear anywhere in an instant. But at that moment, thousands of Luffys condensed across the battlefield, all launching attacks against Emperor Tian. Only one was Luffy's true body. The others were manifestations of his ability, but each ability clone possessed 70 to 80% of Luffy's combat power. Seeing this, Emperor Tian exploded with rage again. This was not the battle mode he wanted. This guy Luffy was still playing with these flashy tricks. You bastard, you thoroughly angered me. Emperor Tian activated his time stop ability, opened his ghost eye, and instantly locked onto Luffy's true body, appearing right in front of him, squeezing Luffy into a meatball until he was the size of a bouncing ball. Then, with a powerful palm strike, he crushed it on the spot, the explosion energy forming a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Chapter 140. Luffy's Golden Heart, Shank's Forbidden Power. When the time stop was lifted, Emperor Tian stood arrogantly in the void, looking down at Dragon and the others. As expected, trash will always be trash. You didn't even use your full strength against me. I should have killed you directly 20 years ago. At this moment, everyone inside and outside the battlefield was shocked and confused by his words. Although they weren't clear about what had just happened, they could imagine that Emperor Tian had used powerful means. Most likely, it was the time stop ability known to the strong, effortlessly killing Straw Hat Luffy. However, Unlike the reactions of others, the members of the Heart Pirates, including Law, appeared serious but didn't seem to care that Luffy had died. It was as if they had long anticipated it. Emperor Tian frowned, instantly sensing something was off. Furthermore, he did not see the Nika fruit energy body appear nearby, and coldly snorted, "I see. So you didn't completely die and came back to continue the fight." Dragon looked at Law beside him and solemnly said, "Next, Luffy will be entrusted to you. I will go meet him." Luo nodded, activating his fruit ability, which was not the surgery fruit, but rather the space fruit. After the fruit awakened, he realized that the true power lay in the space fruit. The reason it was mistaken for the surgery fruit was that a certain user of the space fruit was a highly skilled doctor, and thus, the combination of space abilities and medical skills made the medical arts even more powerful, reaching a new height, especially in surgical aspects. Gradually, the so-called space fruit was forgotten and was instead referred to as the surgery fruit, with people believing it wholeheartedly. The dragon suddenly transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping towards Emperor Tian. In an instant, the momentum was immense. The hurricane seemed to connect heaven and earth, with destructive power tearing the world apart, accompanied by thunder, rain, and dark clouds enveloping the sky. "Dragon, are you sure this is your strongest attack?" Emperor Tian's expression turned cold as he summoned the thunder and lightning generated by the dragon's hurricane, forming a thunderstorm that collided with the dragon's whirlwind. When the two forces of destruction crashed together, the energy of the entire world became violently chaotic. At this moment, the dragon's voice emerged from the swirling hurricane. "This battle cannot be fought here. Let's fight at 10,000 meters above." "Humph, you are underestimating yourself." Emperor Tian felt belittled, and his aura erupted, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot skyward. On the battlefield, Luo saw that the dragon had drawn Emperor Tian away and immediately activated his space ability. A golden heart suddenly appeared from the void. "What? Whose heart is this? Could it be Luffy's?" The five elders widened their eyes in shock, recalling Emperor Tian's earlier words. They quickly understood the implication. This was most likely Luffy's heart. From Luo's expression, it seemed that as long as Luffy's heart remained, even if his physical body died, he could still be revived. "No, we need a few people to stop this and destroy Luffy's heart," said the blonde-haired elder. They left 2 people to guard the giant egg, while the other 3 elders charged forward, launching a full-force attack. But at that moment, Luo suddenly unleashed an unprecedented killing intent. "Humph, do you really think you can match me with just a few of you? In this realm of space, I am invincible." Instantly, 3 circles formed, trapping the 3 charging elders inside. Although the 3 elders were not worried about Luo's ability to butcher and control their hearts, as they were all masters of armament haki, fully clad in armament haki armor. Even their prosthetic limbs were equipped with top-tier Hylu stone arms, which had a strong restraining effect on devil fruit abilities. However, although they were not afraid of their hearts being taken by Luo, they were still buying him time. Boom! Just as the 3 elders continuously attacked to break the space circles, the golden heart that Luo had produced suddenly emitted a resonating sound, shaking the very fabric of the world. "Oh no, as long as the heart is not destroyed, Luffy will not die." The elders saw the golden heart thumping and exhibiting a transcendent phenomenon of life restoration. Luffy's body reformed at a visible speed. "Damn, this is getting more ridiculous. These powerful users are truly abnormal." Yeah, he didn't die. Moreover, with Luo's ability being space, as long as he keeps Luffy's heart hidden, won't it be impossible to kill Luffy? The members of the Celestial Army were numb. Under the influence of Emperor Tian, these guys had developed their devil fruit abilities to an incredibly overwhelming level. In fact, at one moment, they even briefly fooled Emperor Tian's perception. Not necessarily. It seems that as long as we kill Luo first, we can kill Luffy. Other users of abilities might not have the terrifying recovery power of Luffy's Nika fruit. Exactly. Other fruit users, even if they hid their hearts in advance, if their bodies are destroyed, they definitely cannot be revived. However, they were unsure if Emperor Tian's time ability could overpower space abilities. Right, space abilities are really hard to deal with. It's almost too difficult to kill him. The people from the world government kept discussing, believing Luo was the most critical combat force of the enemy. As long as they eliminated Luo, the others could be easily killed. Bang! Bang! After Luffy's heart resonated with the world again, his vitality and blood energy completely surged to their peak state. Luo, thank you this time, Luffy said, giving Luo a grateful glance. Why say such polite words? What is our relationship? Besides, our common goal is to work together to kill Emperor Tian. However, Luffy, I think next you should team up with us. Fighting him alone will be very difficult. Even if I can always protect your heart, continuing like this is not a definitive solution. Moreover, even though Emperor Tian is a time user, his abilities in the temporal realm are also excellent. Perhaps after a few tries, he will easily find the heart I hid in space. Luo said seriously. But Luffy was very stubborn and said, no, this time I don't need to hide my heart. I want to fight him to the death. In battle, I need to use my heart to replenish my strength, keeping me in my peak combat power. That's not advisable, right? You should have experienced it once. Emperor Tian can stop this world in time. Do you have a way to break his time stop? Luo expressed concern. Don't worry, even if it's time stopped. I will break it, Luffy said firmly, resolute as a rock. Luo knew that once Luffy had made up his mind, there was no convincing him otherwise. All right, in that case, we won't easily intervene in your battle with him, Luo said, exhaling deeply. To be honest, he was still worried about Luffy in his heart. In the next moment, Luffy soared into the sky. Blackbeard Teach looked at Luo and said, I think we should prepare an escape route. Of course, I won't back down. After all, even if I wanted to escape, that guy Emperor Tian wouldn't let me go. He really wants to kill me. 20 years ago, he didn't kill me just to kill me today. So what I mean is, we might as well capture someone important to Emperor Tian and use their lives to threaten him. Luo shook his head and said, that's difficult. You saw it. People like Emperor Tian are not easily threatened. Moreover, he just instantly resurrected all the dead. With that method, he truly isn't afraid of us killing his important people. Haha. No, what I mean is, since you've developed your space ability to such a high level, it shouldn't be a problem to exile them into space, right? Just like Luffy's heart came from space just now. Now, if we capture them, you can use your ability to exile them into the void, making it impossible for him to find them. How can he resurrect them? Well, that is a method. You and I both know that Emperor Tian didn't hide for 20 years. He directly traveled from 20 years ago to 20 years later. So, do you think if Emperor Tian wants someone to stay alive or save someone, he wouldn't travel back in time to save them? Luo sighed, fully aware, and continued. I have spatial abilities and understand the power of spatial means, while he has time abilities, which I can empathize with. Even I'm not sure I can escape from his grasp. Perhaps you've heard the saying, time is revered, space is king. Even though I have spatial abilities, I cannot act freely in front of him. Hearing this, Blackbeard Teach quickly pondered. It seems that Law has thoroughly analyzed the battle. As Blackbeard Teach exuded an unprecedented killing intent, he scoffed. It seems that I have no choice but to fight with all my might. Since he insists on killing us, I will also unleash a massacre, starting with everyone standing on his side. With a cold snort, Blackbeard Teach unleashed his terrifying dark powers. Enveloping the area for thousands of meters, a force of devouring aimed to swallow all the people on Emperor Tian's side into the black hole. Countless members of the Marine Corps and CP agents fell one after another, continuously consumed by the black hole-like power. Damn it, you're seeking death. The three elders controlled by Law cursed, desperately attacking and creating countless cracks in Law's barrier. Ha ha ha, with just you guys, what can you do to me now? Blackbeard Teach laughed wildly, activating the Tremor Fruit's power. With a loud bang, he directed it towards the three controlled elders. The three elders screamed in agony as they were severely injured on the spot. The other two elders launched an attack at Blackbeard Teach. But at that moment, Teach's crew member Van Augur activated his teleportation ability and appeared in front of the black egg, teleporting it to Blackbeard Teach as a shield. What? Bastard, release that egg. The two elders attacking Blackbeard Teach immediately halted, fearing they would destroy the egg. Ha ha! With you guys, you're no match for us at all. Under the King S barrage, you are already severely injured. We may be in the same situation, but with Luffy's abilities, we have long since fully recovered. What do you have to fight me with? Blackbeard Teach activated his dark powers, completely devouring the three elders who were spatially sealed. while the other two dared not act recklessly. Inside the giant egg, it was likely that Lords M and Iku were present, and Emperor Tian seemed to care a lot about it. Teach, you're courting death. If Lord Emperor Tian finds out, your death will be extremely tragic. If you return that egg now, maybe you'll die a bit easier rather than being executed slowly by Lord Emperor Tian, one of the elders warned dramatically. Since it's a fight to the death, why bother with so many concerns? Shanks stepped forward, drawing his supreme sword Griffin and thrusting it into the giant egg. Black flames and green life energy burst forth from the destruction point, continuously depleting energy. Shanks, I didn't expect you to become so despicable. I thought someone like you shouldn't be killed, but now it seems you're indeed a bunch of hypocritical guys. You don't dare to fight fairly, but instead choose to take the opportunity to kill those who cannot resist. Is this the dignity of a strong person like you? No wonder Lord Emperor Tian has looked down on you trash from the very beginning. But we have to admit, you disguise yourselves well, deceiving many people. Fortunately, Lord Emperor Tian is stronger than you and has long seen through everything about you. The two elders' faces darkened as they were absolutely loyal to Lord M. And at this moment, they felt immense anger at Shanks for attacking the defenseless Lord M. Ridiculous. To deal with you guys who harm the world, one must naturally resort to any means necessary. Do you expect me to reason with you? Shanks said expressionlessly, coldly. Don't forget, Lord Emperor Tian killed my brother, Beckman and Jesus Burgess. Now I'm killing everyone around him. What's wrong with that? Shanks' anger continued to rise, and his eyes began to turn red, as he clearly recalled painful memories. He pulled out Griffin and suddenly gripped the hilt, channeling his haki, and fiercely slashed down at the giant egg, wanting to destroy it completely. But just at that critical moment, Sweet suddenly appeared on the scene, transforming into a shadow, and kicked Shanks in the waist at lightning speed, sending him flying. Get lost. Is my sister someone you can bully at will? Don't you see what you are? Just a person from the previous era. Yet you dare to bully people from our era? Sweet's anger erupted, her devilish form enhanced to 80%, her entire body armored in haki, with Black Conqueror's haki swirling around in a 360-degree angle, filling the air with an overwhelming aura that felt like it was about to explode. Her cold eyes fiercely stared at Shanks. Shanks planted Griffin into the ground, sliding hundreds of meters before forcibly stabilizing himself. But even with timely haki armor defense, he still felt like his entire waist was seriously injured. You irritating little brat. You're even more despicable than me, attacking my waist directly? But it doesn't matter. You are Lord Emperor Tian's daughter, and today I will kill you along with her. Shanks completely erupted, his body surrounded by black lightning, his eyes turning white. Even more incredibly, a very violent power was hidden within Shanks. A scarlet energy was released from his body, condensing at the sight of his severed arm, forming a fiery demon hand that exuded a very dangerous aura. Blackbeard Teach felt his scalp tingle upon seeing this. He knew that in this world, some people, even if they were not devil fruit users, might awaken strange powers within their bodies. Some of these powerful entities were even referred to as cursed existences. It seemed that Shanks was one of the latter, possessing some kind of forbidden creature within him. Quite the schemer, hiding it well. Chapter 141. Akiji's Betrayal. Backstabbing Blackbeard. Such strong, evil killing intent. It seems you are indeed not a good person. Sweet coldly scoffed, instantly disappearing from her spot and launching a punch at Shanks. A loud boom echoed. Shanks, standing his ground, easily blocked Sweet's powerful attack with his Shura demon hand. At the same time, patterns ignited on the Shura demon hand, clearly utilizing the hidden power within his body. At this moment, many people noticed that Shanks seemed to have a monstrous shadow flickering in and out, as if a demon had walked out from hell, with horns on its head, a face full of fangs, and an air of evil killing intent. This is serious. What was that shadow just now? It was so spine-chilling. If I guess correctly, Shanks is also an existence whose body is different from ordinary people. What do you mean? Exactly. Remember that in the Navy headquarters, there were also Navy soldiers whose bodies were unusual and awakened the monster power within them. Of course, I remember. But if that's the case, then it's not just monster power. Lord M seems to have mentioned that it is the battle souls of the deceased researched by the ancient kingdom, residing within the human body to enhance oneself. But the success rate is very low. Usually only the souls of extremely powerful individuals can host there. I didn't expect that even after so many years, such souls would still exist. The two elders began to discuss, their hearts gradually unable to suppress the tumultuous waves. I thought it was just a legend, but now seeing the power Shanks has displayed, I know this is not a legend, but a truly incredible force that exists. So what do we do now? That girl is another daughter of Lord M. If she really gets killed by Shanks right in front of us, Lord M will definitely blame us. Don't worry, we already know Lord M's abilities and methods. If we die trying to save his daughter, he will surely revive us. Well, what you said makes sense. Now that Lord M is on our side, we really shouldn't fear death. At that time, Lord M will definitely revive us. The five elders suddenly realized this and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone on the Holy Land, heed my command. No matter the cost, we must kill these pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Even if we get killed in return, don't forget, Lord M can revive us." As soon as these words were spoken, countless members of the Marine Corps, CP, and law enforcement understood. That's right, with Lord M around, what we have to fear. As long as we fight hard, even if we die, Lord M, as the man of I'm Sama, will definitely stand with the Holy Land and will intervene to revive us. Haha, then I'm not afraid anymore. I suddenly feel fired up. Kill for me. The people from the Holy Land fearlessly charged toward the Revolutionary Army, toward the officers under the four emperors, and even toward Blackbeard Teach and Law. You insignificant ants, what do you think you can do? Blackbeard Teach activated his dark powers, and endless dark holes began to devour everything. However, at this moment, Admiral Akainu stepped forward. His body was flowing with scorching magma, overwhelming and crushing toward Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach, I, the Admiral, will not allow you to act so arrogantly here. Now, Akainu suddenly felt that although Lord M did as he pleased, looking down on these pirates and the Revolutionary Army suited his own intentions very well. After all, pirates are villains, and the Revolutionary Army is also made up of villains, both disturbing the world order and endangering the survival of more people. They're all factors of evil and chaos, and they all deserve to die. And us, the main army and Ling Tian, had also mostly recovered and stood up. Just you few? There are only 2 of the 5 elders left. And even with the 3 of you admirals, so what? Don't forget, we still have a lot of combat power on our side. Blackbeard Teach only feared Lord M. The other people from the Holy Land did not take this seriously at all. Moreover, the Holy Land did not have the Seraphim under control, nor did they have the power of the Celestial Kings, and definitely did not have him, the behind-the-scenes boss. Now, with just the strength he brought from the Dark Domain, he could restrain and kill them all. Not to mention, there are also Law, Kuma controlling the Seraphim, as well as Law subordinates and Luffy subordinates, and the subordinates of Shanks. What if we add ourselves to the mix? Suddenly, a gigantic blue dragon dragging Onigashima appeared in the sky above the Holy Land. Following that, countless figures jumped down directly from Onigashima. The 3 calamities flying 6, King, Kaido, and hundreds of others. Another group coming to die? Even if you Kaido came, you're not qualified to be our enemy. These Seraphim can restrain all of you. Blackbeard Teach said coldly. Kaido laughed loudly upon hearing this, disdainfully saying, "It seems you underestimate us a bit. King, you go deal with him. Let him see your power. You have inherited one of your father's strongest bloodline powers." King said coldly, "Kaido, you have no right to command me. If it weren't for my mother asking me to come this time, I definitely wouldn't have come. But since I'm here, I know what to do." King said indifferently, stepping into the void, activating his demon brain, and condensing a massive 800-meter demon, looking down at Blackbeard below and saying, "Although I do not possess my brother's powerful demon brain talent, I have been observing Onigashima under his influence, and I can barely condense an 800-meter demon body. I wonder if I am now qualified to battle with you?" Blackbeard Teach was instantly surprised upon seeing this. "This is Lord M's ability. I didn't expect you to inherit such a powerful power from him, so you can indeed fight with me." Just as both sides were on the verge of conflict, Carp and Sengoku arrived at the scene, and Admiral Kizaru also made it there. "Kaido, the 3 calamities. Your opponents are me. Sengoku and Carp immediately declared war. They had already activated their observation haki and perceived most of the battlefield situation. Didn't he expect you two old geezers to want to get involved too? Kaido sneered, feeling that the involvement of Sengoku and Carp was a bit troublesome. These two old guys may look aged, but their short-term combat power is incredibly strong. They could fight for 3 days and nights without any problem. There's no choice. It concerns the new order of the future world, and it's time for the Holy Land's decayed order to be completely overthrown. Sengoku said, Admiral Kizaru, didn't I command you to stop those two? Akainu glared at Kizaru. This isn't because I saw a tremendous explosion happening in the Holy Land, right? Moreover, not only have we arrived, but the Navy, the Revolutionary Army, and many other pirates are also rushing toward the Holy Land. I can't stop them, Kizaru said helplessly. However, Marshal, what exactly is the situation now? This question was also the result that those who arrived later wanted to know. What situation can it be? Anyone opposing the Holy Land and the Marine headquarters will be buried here today. Lord Im's strength has long exceeded everyone's expectations. As long as Lord Im is here, our side will not die and will remain undefeated. Akainu said confidently. Upon hearing this, Kizaru suddenly felt puzzled. What is this mysterious confidence of Akainu? What does it mean by will not die? Can it be that Lord Im can revive the dead? If that is the case, then where should I stand in the end? Or should I persuade Dragon and Luffy to surrender and serve the Holy Land? After all, now that the Celestial Dragons are all dead, it's impossible for every matter to be controlled by Im. It must still be those of us who are in charge below. It seems quite lively. I hope I'm not interrupting your duel. Suddenly, Akiji and a young man, with wings of haki appearing behind them, landed on the battlefield. Upon seeing Akiji, Akainu's face darkened. Akiji, you traitor of the Marine headquarters and betrayer of justice. How dare you still show your face in the Holy Land? You are not even qualified to participate in this holy war, Akainu said angrily. However, Akiji replied, Justice? I don't think you have the right to judge me. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily upon seeing this. Akiji, you came just in time. I thought you wouldn't come to lend me a hand. Don't worry, Captain, I have been with the Blackbeard Pirates for over 10 years. I am one of them. Now that the Holy War has begun, I immediately brought law and rushed over here. Akiji said respectfully and then moved to Blackbeard Teach's side. Okay, I'm even satisfied. Now that you are here, we can completely dominate. Blackbeard Teach was even more confident. The power of Akiji is not weaker than Akainu, and that Kid Law's ability should be able to restrain a Marine admiral at the Marine headquarters. However, just as Blackbeard Teach finished speaking, Akiji suddenly struck, stabbing his hand into Blackbeard Teach's heart from behind. The terrifying power of absolute freezing continuously froze Blackbeard's body. This scene caught everyone off guard. Law, Akainu, Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp, and the 5 elders all widened their eyes in shock. Bagus, Poison Q, Rain Shiru, and others, all senior figures under Blackbeard Teach, were also stunned. Akiji had such audacity. What madness was this? How could he ambush the Admiral Captain? What ambitions does he have? Or was he a traitor from the very beginning? Blackbeard Teach screamed in agony, his heart being frozen, and immediately used the power of the dark fruit to protect his heart, preventing it from being instantly frozen and destroyed. At the same time, he activated the Tremor Fruit's ability, sending Akiji flying dozens of meters away. It hurts like hell. Akiji, you dare to ambush me? You traitor. Blackbeard Teach covered his hollow chest with one hand, feeling that after using the Tremor Fruit's power, he found it was far weaker than before. And he didn't even dare to continue using the Tremor Fruit's power, otherwise his heart would shatter. Everyone, Blackbeard Teach has already had more than half of his heart absolutely frozen by my ability. Even if he has the dark power to devour my absolute freezing, it will take him several hours at least. During this time, he cannot use the Tremor Fruit anymore, or will only accelerate his death. So, everyone, why wait to kill him? Akiji suddenly shouted. Damn it, Akiji, you dare to betray us, I'll kill you. Bagus roared in anger. Blackbeard Teach was their pillar and could not be killed or betrayed by anyone. He charged forward. Law stepped out, instantly passing by Bagus and cutting him in half at the waist. This move was so invincible that Bagus didn't even react. when he did, he realized that his lower body and upper body had actually separated. Huh, my body has split apart? Bagis's pupils widened, for the first time showing a fear of death that felt even more terrifying than when emperors crushed him. With a thud, Bagis's upper body rolled on the ground, and even he couldn't believe it. How is this possible? I was killed without even noticing? Bagis's eyes struggled to look at Law behind him. Blackbeard Teach, the 5 elders, and others were all stunned. Everything happened too suddenly. Law, you two have betrayed me? Law's gaze was cold as he said, Blackbeard Teach, this era has changed. But if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being enemies with my father, the Great One. Hearing this, Blackbeard Teach was stunned, realizing something. So that's it. You are indeed the son of emperors. I should have known, but I was always misled by Aokiji. At that moment, Law prepared to use his ability to reconnect Bagis's body. Aokiji quickly confronted Law. Law, give it up. I won't let you save him. Otherwise, your opponent will be me. Although your ability is space, I really want to see if I can freeze the space you control under my absolute freezing. Of course, I won't hold back. Blame yourselves for teaming up with Luffy and the Revolutionary Army. That is your greatest fatal mistake. Law frowned. So, you want revenge on Luffy and the others? That's right. More than a decade ago, Luffy and the Revolutionary Army destroyed the entire Marine headquarters, causing tens of thousands of deaths at their hands. Do you really think I would forgive them? Aokiji's expression darkened. The one Marine force established by his teacher Zephyr was to judge pirates at sea, which had once established his sense of true justice. But unexpectedly, when capturing pirates like Luffy, he was instead annihilated by this group who claimed to harm no innocent. Do you think Luffy and the Revolutionary Army should not die? Aokiji clearly understood that the reason this world was so chaotic was because of the existence of these pirates. As long as they were pirates, there were no absolute good people. They all deserved judgment. If this world had no pirates, the people's quality of life would be much higher. Sengoku Garp, you two old fools, what do you have to say now? Look at you, having maintained justice for most of your lives, yet it seems so ridiculous in your old age. Now, to protect your grandson Luffy and Sun Dragon, have you forgotten the tens of thousands of lives lost in the Marine headquarters? Back then, we were merely judging pirates at sea. We did what your Marine headquarters could not. But unexpectedly, you Sengoku and Garp would now stand so justifiably with the Revolutionary Army and with Pirate Luffy. You should really die. Law looked at Sengoku and Garp with resentment and continued, now, I won't bully you. You two can come at me together. After all, I am the son of Vama Emperors, qualified to take on two. Law, being the son of Emperors and Ein, had eaten the chop fruit, making him very powerful. Just practicing one move, even Aokiji was no match for Law. Over the years, Law had kept a low profile, all in preparation for avenging all those who died for the Marine headquarters. To avenge Grandpa Zephyr. Back then, Ein sent Law to Zephyr's side and left with Emperors. Zephyr knew Law was the son of Ein and Emperors, and he took great care of him. Although strict, he protected Ein as if he were grandson. Even when Zephyr died, it was for Law. At that time, Luffy didn't know what was going on. He saw Law's killing intent surge and wanted to kill the 8-year-old Law. Zephyr arrived just in time to block the fatal blow for Law, allowing him to escape a calamity. Over the years, Law had roughly understood the reason Luffy suddenly wanted to kill him. It was likely because he saw a shadow of his father-in-law. Chapter 142. The terrifying ability hidden by Blackbeard. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp were furious. Amir Jr. actually looked down on them so much. However, they didn't bother to argue with a junior and instead entered a fighting stance. All right, let's see how strong the son of Emperors really is. But just then, Van Oka suddenly launched a silent instant shooting attack at Law. Even Sengoku and Garp, who were ready to fight Law, didn't notice the attack at first. But Law, at the critical moment, suddenly widened his eyes. An invisible blade sliced a pitch-black bullet, which was inches away, to ashes. Van Oka, your strength in my eyes is insignificant. If it weren't for the ambush, you would be nothing more than a low-tier existence. Moreover, I am fully aware of each of your abilities in your Blackbeard crew. What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Law's gaze was sharp and imperious as he spoke. In my entire life, I have only practiced one move, yet 90 of the people present are severely injured or instantly defeated by that move. And you, Van Oka, Rain Shirou, Poison Q, and the rest of you cannot withstand my single strike. Naturally, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates could not tolerate this, not to mention Rain Shirou and the others. Even Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but erupt in anger upon hearing this. Kill him! Kill him! He shouted furiously. You bastards! You really underestimate the strength of my Blackbeard Pirates. They are all powerful warriors I have carefully crafted over the past 20 years. You're just a brat who ate the chop-chop fruit. Thinking you're invincible like your monstrous father? Even if the Blackbeard Pirates can't defeat your father, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. Seeing Blackbeard Teach so furious, the Blackbeard Pirates did not hesitate. Rain Shirou instantly vanished from sight. He had eaten the invisibility fruit, and, after 20 years of development, he had achieved absolute invisibility. Even the power of observation Haki could not sense his presence. Ah, is that all you got? Didn't you notice that my /domain has already covered you? Moreover, who among you can attack faster than me? Suddenly, Boizunku, Vonoka, and the others each felt a sharp blade pressed against their foreheads. Even the invisible Rain Shirou, who had fully concealed himself, felt a chill and revealed his true form. Confused about how he had been locked on it despite being absolutely invisible. For a moment, he dared not act recklessly and could not help but retreat. However, with the retreat, the floating blades followed closely, locking onto him tightly. Rain Shirou and the others felt that there was no way to evade. They could only choose to defend and brace for impact. They all condensed their armament Haki armor to prepare for the worst. Everyone around was watching this scene closely. It seemed that Emperor Tian's son was indeed not simple. The blades were like dimensional blades, distorting space with their power. What was even more baffling was that the moment they appeared, no one had sensed them, leaving no time to evade. Blackbeard Teach. Let me put it this way. Among your Blackbeard Pirates, only your ability can somewhat counter Ron's power. As for the others, there's simply no match for him. Of course, my absolute freezing ability can resist it, but at a great cost, Akiji suddenly said with great interest, wanting to see Blackbeard Teach despair. Bastard, Akiji. You ungrateful guys. I've taken care of you for so many years. Back when the one Marine was destroyed, you two were constantly hunted by the Revolutionary Army and Monkey D. Luffy, yet I helped you bear it all. I never expected you to grow up right under my nose and start targeting me now. You really are something. Blackbeard Teach sneered. Teach, you can't say that. I and Ron have given you chances to survive, but if you choose to court death, even if I don't want to kill you, Ron won't let you go, Akiji said lightly. Just because I want to kill Emperor Tian? But no matter what, he wants to kill me, Blackbeard Teach scoffed, feeling extremely aggrieved. No, you should know why we decided to kill you, Akiji hinted. Blackbeard Teach certainly knew. It was just as mentioned earlier, to kill all of Emperor Tian's important people. Very well, since that is the case, we'll kill you two first. Ron, hold Akiji back. I'll personally kill Ron. Blackbeard Teach commanded. Sengoku, Garp, Kuma, you all hold off the others. Blackbeard Teach's dark powers surged into the sky. Even if half of my heart is absolutely frozen, do you think I can only use the power of one devil fruit? But don't forget, I actually have the power of another devil fruit, which means I can still use the powers of two fruits. As for what the other devil fruit of Blackbeard was, no one present knew. Blackbeard Teach was very cautious, using it as a trump card. Even the deceased Bayas had no idea what Blackbeard Teach's other devil fruit ability was. This was also what Akiji and Ron had always wanted to know, but unfortunately, they had never seen Blackbeard use it. Ron, go ahead and kill. I will hold him back. At this point, Akiji and Ron could only proceed. Yeah, leave them to me, Ron said, and in an instant he vanished from sight, appearing suddenly before Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku and Garp were shocked and retreated rapidly. They suddenly felt something was off with Ron. How could it feel like Ron himself was the blade? It was all too sudden. Meanwhile, Rain Shirou, Poison Q, and Van Oka had no power to resist and were eerily killed by Ron. Their bodies were completely sliced open from the inside by countless blades. Ironically, the three had thought the floating blades in front of their foreheads were the greatest danger. However, just before they died, they finally understood. The blades in front of their foreheads were merely a decoy meant to attract all their attention, unaware that the true killing intent was already hidden within their bodies. But they had no idea how it had gotten there. Seeing this, Garp and Sengoku were alarmed. Those three had just died like that, and they could not afford to be careless, as it was far too strange. They both fought with all their might. Sengoku transformed into a giant Buddha, towering 500 meters high. Garp's prosthetic arm was made of black sea stone, his entire body armored with armament haki, charging toward Ron together. However, Ron remained motionless, simply uttering one word, slash. Sengoku and Garp suddenly found their bodies being struck by thousands of blades out of thin air. Yet, they managed to withstand it with their armament haki armor. Sengoku then slammed down a palm toward Ron. Ron raised his head and still said slash. Instantly, the ground was transformed by the slash, with dense blades shooting upward. Sengoku's body was engulfed in golden light, trying desperately to slam down, but he could not bring it down. Seeing this, Blackbeard Teach immediately activated the powers of the dark fruit, enveloping Ron's slash domain, suppressing the continuous generation of the slash blades. However, Ron grinned coldly, as if it was time to end this. I told you all these years. I have only refined this one move, and I can kill you. After saying this, Ron suddenly roared, drenched in sweat. Slash. Immediately, Blackbeard Teach, Sengoku, and Garp felt their bodies being sliced open from the inside, riddled with wounds. Sengoku and Garp spat out blood, retracting their attacks and clutching their hearts, activating life return for rapid recovery. At their age, having such strong combat power relied entirely on holding their breath. Now, being eerily pierced by Ron, they felt like deflated balloons, suddenly aging significantly and unable to muster their strength. However, Ron then frowned and suddenly looked at Blackbeard Teach. Ron's eyes widened as he saw Akiji's body riddled with wounds from his own attack. Blackbeard Teach, however, was unscathed, even though he had been the one injured first. Bastard. Blackbeard Teach, what did you do to Uncle Akiji? Ron reached out, directly condensing the air into thousands of air blades that densely surrounded Blackbeard Teach. Ha, Ron. I finally understand your alliance. It turns out that not only can you turn the material on the ground into sharp blades, but you can also turn all elements in the air into blades, right? No wonder, whether it's Rangy Lu, Sengoku, or Garp, they've all been inexplicably slashed to pieces from the inside. You really are a genius of schemer, but I have to admit, you are indeed the son of the Emperor. Your talent is truly more terrifying than anyone else's. We need to breathe air, and there's no escaping being killed by you from the inside. But even so, do you dare to kill me now? This ability was originally meant to be used against the Emperor, but unexpectedly, you forced me to use it first. Blackbeard Teach said arrogantly, displaying a terrifying method, even though everyone present did not understand why. Clearly, Blackbeard Teach was hit, but in reality, it was Akiji who was affected. At this moment, Akiji spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body riddled with hundreds of cracks. Akiji suffered a fatal blow and could not continue fighting Ron. Immediately kneeling on one knee, extremely weak, he had to use his ability to freeze his injuries completely, or he would have died instantly. Ron took this moment to act, using spatial abilities to first control Akiji, then performing spatial surgery to heal Sengoku and Garp, almost perfectly repairing their injuries. However, those like Poison Q and Rangy Lu had already bled out, their bodies cold, and even if Ron wanted to save them, he was powerless. Blackbeard Teach provoked Ron. Ha, Ron, come on, keep attacking me. But I can tell you for sure, Akiji will be killed by you personally. Teach, what kind of devil fruit ability do you control? Ron asked, suppressing his killing intent. Ha, are you stupid? Why would I tell you? This is my trump card against the Emperor. Blackbeard Teach remained mysterious, and because of this, his danger level became extremely high. Even Ron began to be wary of him in his heart. This guy can directly inflict his injuries onto Akiji, so it could potentially affect anyone present, but no one knew how it worked. Ron, give up your resistance and surrender, or I'll kill Akiji first. Ron immediately said expressionlessly. Ron, don't worry about me. Don't forget. You still need to personally avenge Zephyr and the Marines. Akiji said seriously, without any fear of death. But Ron cannot do that. In the Marines, only he and Akiji remained, and to him, Aokiji was not only an uncle, but also an important family member. How could he give up Aokiji's life? So Ron dispelled all his abilities, and the air blades turned into nothingness. Ron used his ability to seal Ron. At the same time, he took control of Aokiji and Ron's hearts, hiding them in the void. Then he sent Aokiji and Ron into the void space to confine them. Now only a few others are left. Blackbeard Teach looked sinisterly at Sweet, Zheng-Jun, Ling Tian, Akainu, and the others, but they were all engaged in their respective battles. Blackbeard Teach first used his dark fruit ability to devour all the dead, including Bajez, into the black hole space of his ability. But just then, a dragon suddenly descended from the sky, without arms, bloodied, and even missing an eye, his face skin torn apart. A truly tragic sight. Blackbeard Teach and the others couldn't help but gasp. Even a powerful dragon like him was in such a terrible state. It showed how fierce the battle in the sky was. The Emperor's methods were so brutal. However, Blackbeard Teach immediately threw Bajez out of the black hole, saying Ron used his hands and skin to restore the dragon's body. Ron then severed Bajez's arms and attached them to the dragon's severed arms, and also peeled off the skin intact to perform surgery on the dragon's face. Dragon, how strong is the Emperor's power? Also, how did he attack you? Blackbeard Teach asked. Too strong. I fought to the death in close combat, only able to damage his flesh, unable to destroy his bones at all. His recovery ability is even more terrifying than I imagined, and the heavier the injury, the stronger he becomes. The dragon clenched his fists, recalling the battle just moments ago, feeling that he was not fighting a person, but a true monster. Such an existence no longer belonged to the realm of humanity. So you're saying, when the Emperor fights us, he only uses power equal to ours? Ron pondered. Blackbeard Teach snorted coldly. The Emperor is indeed quite arrogant, but who among you can cut his bones? It now seems that destroying his flesh doesn't count as breaking his invincible defense. But as long as we can destroy his bones, he will no longer be invincible and can be completely killed by us. In terms of slashing, I and Shanks are comparable, but actually, I think the stronger ones in this regard should be Mihawk and Buggy. Ron continued, It's a pity that Mihawk and Buggy won't stand on our side, but it is certain that Mihawk will challenge the Emperor. If he came now, we might still expect him to act first. But speaking of the devil, here he comes. Suddenly, Mihawk appeared, carrying the strongest black sword Yuru, with a pitch-black sword of domination coalescing beneath his feet, flying through the air, instantly arriving above the Holy Land. Teach and the others looked on with a sense of coincidence, suddenly feeling that this guy must have heard something, which is why he rushed over. Chapter 143. 50,000 punches in a second. Rampaging Luffy. Mihawk glanced down at the people below, but did not pay them any attention. Instead, immediately flying up to 10,000 meters high. He had sensed the lightning flashing above 10,000 meters, but such a shocking battle. He felt only the Emperor could achieve. Blackbeard Teach felt somewhat displeased upon seeing this. Mihawk truly looked down on people, not even glancing at them. If it weren't for the need to preserve strength to face the Emperor's massacre over the years, he would have long been unable to hold back from teaching Mihawk a lesson. Of course, he would have already dominated the whole world. Why bother forming alliances with other powerful individuals? This is up to you, I need to go see. Ron suddenly vanished from a spot. At 10,000 meters high, the Emperor condensed a giant troll figure, clashing fists with Luffy in his Gear 6 form. This is pretty good. I said you must have trump card. Looking at it this way, killing Ace back then really had an effect, but you really are a bit foolish. Having suffered once, you still don't learn your lesson. Not using all your strength against me. Are you really not afraid I'll kill your important people again? Or do you want them to be killed by me at will? Emperor Tian laughed heartily. Although he acknowledged Luffy's current strength, he still didn't take him too seriously. Once he was done playing, he would directly kill Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy's inner fury was ignited. In his giant form, his eyes, which were originally pitch black and hollow, were now ablaze with crimson flames. At the same time, the white flames all over his body burned even more fiercely. It was these flames that seemed to grant Luffy the ability to fly, without needing to condense any wings of hockey to do so. Emperor Tian, you bastard, I will tear you to pieces. Luffy roared. feeling as if his mouth would split open, and he launched a powerful punch towards Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian crossed his arms and stood in the void, grinning. Not bad, not bad. There's still a need to extract more. This attack is indeed a bit stronger than the last. While speaking, Emperor Tian simply needed to maintain his demon brain mode, and the giant demon figure behind him could clash with a punch. A la d'explosion échouée. The space within tens of thousands of meters was engulfed in the blast. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept across a range of 108,000 meters, causing thick clouds to rumble with thunder and lightning, alternating between torrential rain and clear skies. Next, in an attempt to defeat Emperor Tian's giant demon figure, Luffy continuously activated the abilities of the Nika fruit to unleash the drums of liberation, with his heart pounding violently. It was like a giant bell in the sky being struck repeatedly. The drums of liberation were Luffy's absurd ability to regenerate infinite health and energy, keeping him at peak combat power and granting him immense strength. After all, it was hard to kill him, no matter how reckless he was. Interesting. Let me see whether your drums of liberation are stronger or my foundation is deeper. Emperor Tian immediately activated his demon bloodline, and the blood within him surged throughout his body, crimson energy erupting outward like battle aura. Emperor Tian's stamina began to recover 100. It was as if he was not consuming any stamina at all, allowing for infinite recovery. Boom! The fists of the two giants continued to clash, with the energy fluctuations sweeping across a range of 108,000 meters. This area had transformed into a very dangerous energy-cutting zone. Those with weaker strength entering this range would likely be heavily injured and swept away beyond 108,000 meters. They could even be killed by the overwhelming residual energy or cut in half. Luffy gritted his teeth, continuously activating the power of the drums of liberation, his heart pounding faster and faster, maintaining his strongest peak state. Time passed second by second. However, it seemed difficult for the two to determine a winner in such a short time. During this period, Emperor Tian sensed a powerful presence approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was the familiar aura of Hawkeye Mihawk. To his surprise, this guy seemed to have become stronger, even more so than the aura released by Luffy. This is getting more interesting. However, looking at it this way, Hawkeye Mihawk is even more intriguing to me. Emperor Tian's patience with Luffy began to wane, having already fought and found it hard for Luffy to pose a death threat to him. Given this, since a quick victory was unlikely, he decided to accelerate the pace. Emperor Tian suddenly spread his hands and activated his fruit ability. Time accelerated. The invisible force of time was applied within a radius of several thousand meters. Acceleration doubled. Emperor Tian manipulated the flow of time within his domain. As a result, the ongoing battle between him and Luffy instantly doubled in intensity. At this moment, Luffy's heart was clearly beating faster than before. The rhythm changed from thumping to thump, thump, thump. However, Emperor Tian's recovery rate did not change much. After all, this level of acceleration was negligible for his unfathomable foundation. 5 times acceleration. It went directly from double to 5 times acceleration. The power output from both sides became even more rapid and fierce, causing the energy fluctuations to sweep out, making the entire world flicker in and out of focus. During this second acceleration, although Emperor Tian's demon bloodline recovery rate was 100, it could only reach 70 at this moment. Luffy's drums of liberation made his heart beat even faster, reaching dozens of beats per second. Simultaneously, the frequency of the sound resonated, causing the void to tremble. For Luffy himself, such a rapid heartbeat was putting a strain on his heart, causing his body to emit scorching white smoke, resembling a ticking time bomb about to explode and devastate everything. Interesting. Emperor Tian scoffed at this. Luffy was still holding on. This fruit's ability to grant the drums of liberation truly deserved its title as the greatest protagonist aura. With a sudden determination, Emperor Tian became frenzied. 50 times acceleration. At this moment, the terrifying power consumption and continuous output filled the world with black, white, and gray hues. The bodies of Emperor Tian and Luffy became like a turbulent mass of energy, their specific faces indistinguishable, only a rough outline of energy visible. However, at this moment, under 50 times time acceleration, Emperor Tian's bloodline recovery rate was far from sufficient, only able to restore 20 of his consumption. Thus, Emperor Tian activated lightning healing. The recovery rate began to increase from 20 to 50, but that was still far from enough. Although Emperor Tian's flesh and bones stored power, he was reluctant to use that foundation. Emperor Tian activated the power of life restoration. The powerful recovery rate caused his stamina to instantly increase by 30, totaling 80. But this was just the beginning. Emperor Tian then turned back time on himself by 50 times. With a loud boom, Emperor Tian's aura surged into the sky, breaking through the world. At this moment, the terrifying recovery rate reached 200. The consumption from 50 times time acceleration was still not as fast as his current recovery rate. On Luffy's side, under 50 times time acceleration, his heart was beating over 500 times per second, creating a terrifying load that made his body extremely hot. As if the space around him was melting. All over Luffy's body, white liquid continuously flowed, as if he were being gradually melted by the rising heat. More frighteningly, Luffy felt as though his body was about to explode. However, even with the consumption increased 50 times, Luffy still felt full of energy. It was evident that Luffy's fruit ability was incredibly overpowered. Such accelerated consumption could keep up with his recovery. The only burden was the rapid heartbeat and the rising heat in his body, which was gradually melting his form. This melting was something Luffy could hardly control, as if once it was entirely melted, he would truly die. To consume this terrifying heat, Luffy used his other hand to strike out as well. Activating the Nika Rubber Barrage, he could unleash thousands of attacks every second. With 50 times the time acceleration, it equates to over 50,000 strikes per second. However, Tian was completely unimpressed. The mental strength of the ghostly brain was incredibly powerful, and it instantly became excited. Ha ha ha, if you want to go wild, I'll show you what true chaos feels like. He quickly conjured the thousand-handed mode around the troll's figure. Without even using his full strength, he could unleash 10,000 strikes per second. Then, under 50 times time acceleration, he could unleash 500,000 strikes per second. Luffy's 50,000 strikes per second versus Tian's 500,000 strikes per second in chaotic attacks. Luffy was immediately overwhelmed by Tian's onslaught. A few minutes later, Luffy was completely obliterated, no longer existing. The energy body of the Nika Devil Fruit then arrived beside Tian, merging into his soul. At that moment, 3 energy bodies of Devil Fruits in Tian's soul nearly clashed, each wanting to occupy a good position. Ultimately, the Time Fruit energy body and the Thunder Fruit energy body teamed up to deal with the Nika Fruit energy body, forcing the latter to occupy just a small space in the front of the brain. Oh, so this is the energy body of the Nika Fruit? It does seem quite powerful. Given this, using it for Luffy is simply a waste. If I fully develop it, I could easily explode the entire moon with a single punch. Tian slightly activated it, releasing the white liquid of Nika all over his body, burning like fire, and also utilizing the power of the Drum of Liberation. Tian's powerful heart instantly erupted with several times the power amplification, clearly much higher than Luffy's amplification attributes. Luffy's power could at most be increased by a little over double under the Drum of Liberation, while Tian's was increased by about 10 times. In comparison, Luffy using the Nika Fruit was indeed a waste. You can come now. Tian suddenly looked down at a certain spot. Hawkeye Mihawk had been there for a while. But since Tian and Luffy were fighting just now, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation to ambush Tian. Of course, Hawkeye Mihawk had no need to ambush Tian. He didn't want to kill him, just to challenge him and prove himself as the strongest swordsman capable of cutting through everything in the world. Unlike before, when he was called the world's greatest swordsman yet couldn't cut through Tian's fists, merely breaking flesh, this irony hit him hard. Hawkeye Mihawk flew to a spot not far from Tian, at the same level, showing no sign of underestimating him. Just moments ago, he had felt up close how Tian killed Luffy. Now, technically, he still wasn't Tion's opponent, but even so, he chose to confront Tion, confident that he could defeat him with a single sword strike. Tion, it's been 20 years. I've been preparing myself to qualify for a battle with you. For this, I have one sword that I've honed for 20 years. Do you dare to decide the outcome with me in a single strike? Without any unnecessary words, Hawkeye Mihawk drew his strongest black sword, Yujiro, gripping the hilt with both hands, his indomitable will and powerful three-color haki pouring into it. With a loud boom, the black sword released a towering sword shadow, immense and breaking through to the world beyond. This strike seemed capable of splitting half the world in two. Though a bit exaggerated, splitting the entire Red Earth continent was still somewhat anticipated. Hawkeye Mihawk, you're quite impressive, a worthy opponent for me to take seriously. I accept your challenge. Out of respect for you, I will use my swordsmanship to defeat you. Tion, possessing the template of Banjuru, had learned most of the martial arts in the world and was proficient in all kinds of weapons, though he preferred close combat. His overwhelming pride made him feel that the strongest weapon was the human body itself, needing no external aid. However, to respect his opponent Hawkeye Mihawk, Tion conjured a blade of lightning. But this was only a primitive sword, not yet forged by him. As he infused it with three-color haki like Hawkeye Mihawk, the lightning sword became substantial, transforming into a pitch-black blade. However, before making a move, Tion felt it necessary to give Hawkeye Mihawk a lesson. You should know, anyone using a weapon must emphasize speed in their attacks, especially those wielding swords. I just realized some swordsmanship principles, and I also have the strongest slash here, called Time Slash. Do you dare to accept it? Tion arrogantly declared. Come on, what do I have to fear? I'm eager for it. Hawkeye Mihawk's fighting spirit sword. Typically, someone who had never used a sword would feel insulted and very angry when suddenly challenged to a sword duel, but facing Tion's approach, Hawkeye Mihawk felt neither insulted nor underestimated. Instead, he was excited and grateful that Tion would showcase his swordsmanship power, which he never used. Thinking carefully, what an honor this was. Then, Hawkeye Mihawk unleashed his full power in a strike. This slash was neither fast nor slow. Yet the terrifying sword intent already impacted the entire world. From outside the world, a massive sword shadow appeared, seemingly slicing through the planet, and the vast clouds instantly spread apart to give the planet a split. Seeing this, Tion casually struck out with the sword. This slash represented 10 years of time, exploding in an instant, aging Hawkeye Mihawk by 10 years. The black sword was shattered into pieces, all its power completely severed. Yet Tion's slash had even greater power. The time slash fell below, cleaving the entire Red Earth continent, and even the surrounding sea was thoroughly split open. In the Holy Land, everyone was stunned. They didn't know what had happened. They only saw the entire Holy Land suddenly split in two, with no end in sight, as the two sides continuously pulled apart. Eventually, a crack hundreds of meters wide, with no end in sight, was formed. People on either side of the Holy Land were completely terrified, with many thinking it was Buggy's doing. After all, such splitting power could only be achieved by his disintegration ability. But they couldn't be blamed. Tion's time slash, a strike representing 10 years, accelerated and exploded in less than a second. It was no wonder they couldn't catch the attack. Chapter 144. The fusion of time and space power I lost again. Tion, tell me, I really want to know. Did you use your full strength just now? Hawkeye Mihawk murmured as he looked at Tion, eagerly asking, full strength? What the hell are you thinking? If I use my full strength, you'd be turned to ashes on the spot. However, we've known each other for a long time. How could I let a genius like you die? To me, if it weren't for the restrictions of this world on your growth, TSK, I'd be looking forward to the day when you become even stronger. Ditiane se fierce, gaze, mokid auki miok. What did you say? I can still get stronger? Hawkeye Mihawk was momentarily stunned. After being completely defeated by Tion this time, he felt despair in his heart, thinking he was no longer worthy of continuing to practice swordsmanship and would never touch a sword again. But now, after hearing what Tion said, for some reason, it instantly ignited the hope in his heart and the belief in becoming stronger in the way of the sword. If someone else had said this, It would naturally have no effect on him, Hawkeye Mihawk, but when Tion said it, in Mihawk's eyes, he was very qualified to do so. What? Are you planning to give up? If I said I only used 30 of my strength against you just now, wouldn't you feel extremely unwilling now? Tion coldly looked at Hawkeye Mihawk. In his view, this Hawkeye Mihawk was definitely a genius in the way of the sword, not a devil fruit user. Yet he had come this far, which was already impressive. Of course, he was unwilling, but no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? Your strength completely exceeded my understanding, surpassing the power that this world should have. Hawkeye Mihawk thought to himself. Previously, he didn't quite admit it, thinking that Tion and he were both people of this world. If Tion could be so strong, why couldn't he also be equally strong or even surpass him? But now it seemed that he was too naive. Tion was probably not a person of this world. Over the past 20 years, countless strong individuals in this world had continuously broken through their limits, discovering that beyond this world, there were many other worlds. Some secrets from 800 years ago were no longer secrets. 800 years ago, some life forms came to this world from other planetary worlds in the universe. At least, according to their current conclusions, in that huge kingdom back then, there were at least a dozen life races from different worlds. Haha, am I really strong? Well, you haven't been to the outside world, you haven't seen true strong individuals, but I can take you to see them if you have the chance. However, you currently lack a bit of ruthlessness. Your way of the sword no longer has that will to cut down everything as it did in the past. However, I can point you in a clear direction. If you can personally kill Shanks, you will become stronger. If you can't do it, your way of the sword, in my eyes, will forever be stuck here, Tion said unequivocally. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye Mihawk was taken aback. Kill Shanks? He had never thought of such a thing. After all, they had a long-standing friendship. Seeing Hawkeye Mihawk's hesitation, Tion reminded him again. In the way of the sword, speed and attack is crucial, but the power relies on ruthless killing intent. If you can turn ruthlessness into the power of your sword, then you will have the qualification to chase after me in the future. Otherwise, you can only look up to me, and the gap between us will only grow larger. Hawkeye Mihawk took a deep breath. The impact Tion had on him was too great, and naturally, he was unwilling to stop here. Don't underestimate me. Even if I don't kill Shanks, he will be killed by you, so it might as well be me who gets stronger and one day challenges you again. Hawkeye Mihawk snorted lightly. His previous friendship with Shanks was entirely due to Shanks having swordsmanship skills comparable to his own, and it would be a pity to kill him. But now Hawkeye Mihawk had a new target of interest, and that target was Tion, whose sword power was intoxicatingly strong. As Hawkeye Mihawk descended, his target was Shanks. Tion, seeing this, revealed a satisfied and blissful smile. Haha, that's more like it. The person I want to uplift cannot be soft-hearted. First, let you kill Shanks and forge a path of ruthlessness. At this moment, in the void space, Law was secretly observing Tion, already sweating profusely from fear. This Tion was simply a devil, an existence that could not be defeated. Just a moment ago, Law had witnessed how Luffy was killed. Even if he wanted to intervene, he was utterly powerless, only able to watch as Luffy was obliterated to ashes. Law, are you not daring to come out and fight me? Tion looked toward a certain spot in the void, due to some control over time and space. Law's spatial ability was not perfect, so anyone with a slight understanding of spatial power could detect someone hiding in the void. Law was shocked. He had indeed been discovered. However, everything was within his expectations. He cautiously emerged from the void and said, I have to admit, you are really strong. Even I do not dare to be your enemy. But you killed Luffy, especially considering how much you admired Doflamingo back then. It fills me with killing intent toward you. So what? Do you really have the qualification to harbor killing intent against me? A mere space fruit with your trash talent. How much more can you develop it? However, even if you beg me now, I would still kill you because I have my eyes on your space fruit. With my powerful talent, as long as I control both the time fruit and the space fruit, I can open up true time and space. Do you know what true time and space represent? It is not limited to this world. The life worlds in the universe, powerful civilizations, and higher life forms are more than you can imagine. The so-called punching through a planet is merely the strength of a star-level powerhouse. Beyond that, There are even stronger existences. What qualifications do you weaklings have to harbor killing intent against me? In my eyes, you are truly an ant. Fighting with you is merely a momentary interest of mine, just playing with you for fun. But once I am displeased, I will still mercilessly put you to death. Tian activated his time-stopping ability, causing the entire planet to cease rotation. Now, even if Law had some accomplishments in spatial abilities, he could not continue to slip into the space. After all, the whole planet had been stopped. It was laughable how naive Law was, still wanting to threaten Tian with Ling Tian, Zheng Jun, and Ron, truly overestimating himself. Tian stepped forward and slapped Law's head, causing it to explode with ease. The spatial fruit energy body was quite aware of the situation. After all, with consciousness, they would naturally seek a suitable vessel. And Tian was the best vessel for their devil fruit. Not only was his physical body strong, his talent was powerful, his soul was strong, and his spirit was robust, but he also had a very devilish nature, capable of bearing the true power of their devil fruits. The spatial fruit energy body entered Tian's soul, but the best position had already been occupied by the energy bodies of 3 other devil fruits. It had just taken a probe when it was threatened by the other 3 fruit energy bodies. The spatial fruit was helpless and had to choose another position to settle, ultimately selecting the heart of the soul body. The fusion of time and space was the true power of time and space, unrestricted by any rules. Tian held time in one hand and space in the other, merging them, and instantly opened a time-space portal, feeling quite satisfied with it. Moreover, with the power of time and space, he didn't need the role-playing power of system. He would directly carve his own path. Even if the system gave him roles to play, he would no longer be interested. In the future, if he wanted to go to that world, he would go to that world, continuously fighting strong individuals, still able to become even stronger. With a wave of his hand, he released Ling Tian, Zheng Jun, and Ron, who were hiding in the space, and retrieved their hearts from the void, sending them back into their respective bodies. Thank you, Father, for coming to our rescue. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian were no strangers to Tian, so they were not shocked by his methods. Everything felt so natural. They have long believed that Father is an omnipotent being. If he didn't have these means, it would be abnormal. Ron, standing beside them, was naturally seeing Tian for the first time. He had some impression of him from childhood, but it was too long ago, and the memory was very vague. I've seen Father, Ron said nervously. Not bad. To develop the // fruit to such a level, you are indeed my son, and you have barely inherited my talent. However, this is still far from enough. You carry my bloodline, and your achievements are nowhere near this. Yes, Father, you are right. We will continue to work hard. The 3 sons felt their blood boiling at that moment, not expecting Father to have such high hopes for them. They initially thought their current combat power had reached its limit, but according to Father's words, it seemed they barely qualified to embark on the true path of growth. Well, Ron, you should go to Sky Island now and meet your mother, Tian said gently. Ron was his and Ein's son, and this kid had yet to meet Ein. He must be eager to see her. Thank you, Father. Ron immediately expressed his gratitude, feeling very excited. Tian waved his hand, and Ron disappeared from the spot, ignoring time and space, quickly appearing on Sky Island. On Sky Island, Haiyun sensed the presence of a powerful being and immediately revealed himself. Ron did not act recklessly. Since Father had sent him here, these people must be Father's allies, so he stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Haiyun was momentarily stunned, but then felt joy in his heart. So you are Father's son. To be honest, I am also one of Father's sons. You are here to find your mother, right? Yes, my mother is Ein, Ron replied amicably. Haha, then you must call me brother. Of course, be formal about it. You should call me 8th brother. Huh, I'm at the bottom of the hierarchy? Ron was taken aback, not expecting to have so many brothers. Indeed, Father was remarkable. Haha, that's natural. There are 2 beautiful older sisters ahead, but I've heard there is also a beautiful younger sister. So you're not the very last, Haiyun said happily. However, if Ayu found out about this, Haiyun would definitely get a beating. Ayu wouldn't consider herself a younger sister, but rather the sister of all the brothers and sisters. With that, Haiyun took Ron to meet Ein. The mother and son were overjoyed to see each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Holy Land had been split in two, and even the Red Earth continent had been completely cleaved in half. At this moment, many powerful beings had arrived. All the admirals of the Navy headquarters, all the officers of the Revolutionary Army, and many Devil Fruit users had come to witness the unparalleled battle. Kaido, what is going on? How did the Holy Land crack open a few hundred meters wide? Charlotte Linlin, who had rushed over, couldn't help but ask in shock. She thought, could it be DT? But that would be too strong, right? Cough, I'm not too sure, but if I had to say how this happened, it must be my older brother, Kaido said. That makes sense. I didn't expect DT to become stronger and stronger. I wonder if I still have a chance. By the way, I heard DT has mastered the power of the time fruit. Do you think he would help me become young again in my 20s? Then is there any possibility for me to have a son with him? Over the years, Charlotte Linlin had never given up her desire for DT. Even after 20 years, her dream had not been realized, and she was nearly driven to depression. Sometimes, when she went crazy, she couldn't control her longing and almost set her sights on DT sons. After all, if she couldn't have DT, it would be the same to focus on his sons. She could still carry DT bloodline. Cough, Linlin, you're getting more and more delusional. I'm not trying to discourage you. You are just like the sea train. Does my brother even like you? Kaido said with displeasure, glaring at Charlotte Linlin. Damn, it's been 20 years, and I thought you would have come to terms with it. I didn't expect you to still be lusting after my brother's body. I almost want to kill you now, it's really disgusting. Charlotte Linlin immediately became unhappy and started to morally blackmail Kaido with the past. Kaido, the fish fruit you eat was given to you by me. Otherwise, would you be where you are today? Would you have such a powerful brother as DT? Now I'm just asking you to help with a small task. Look, not only are you not helping, but you're also insulting me like this. Do you believe that I... However, before Charlotte Linlin could finish her sentence, a fist suddenly pierced her heart from behind. With a bang, Charlotte Linlin's heart was crushed. She struggled to turn her head and saw that it was DT. She immediately felt heartbroken. Although she no longer had a heart, it truly hurt. Kaido is right. You're just like the sea train, unworthy of desire in my body. Since your treacherous heart hasn't changed, I will kill you. DT said fiercely and mercilessly. The energy body of Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit was attracted and absorbed by DT soul, occupying the eye of DT soul body. DT could instantly unleash the power of the soul fruit. At the same time, DT already had the ability of the ghost eye. With the power of the soul fruit, it was a perfect combination. Kaido, if I kill her, you won't blame me in your heart, right? DT casually glanced at Kaido. Big brother, I didn't think that at all. After all, if she insulted you a few more times, I would personally kill her. Kaido immediately explained. You're pretty good. I have faith in you. You won't miss out on the benefits later. DT was already preparing to take a group of powerful beings with him to traverse the myriad worlds and conquer them. Thank you, big brother. Kaido was very excited about this. DT then released his soul power from his eyes and projected it into the black egg, restoring the soul energy of IU and M. After a while, the black egg cracked open, and like a phoenix reborn from the flames, IU and M recovered. IU immediately saw DT and happily leaped into his arms, bolder than DT other children. Daddy, I knew you liked me the most. You would definitely come to save me. At this moment, M couldn't help but happily come before DT but upon seeing her daughter, IU monopolizing DT she instantly became unhappy and jealously said, DT is my man. You're just a daughter. Hurry up and move aside. It's your mother's turn. You really are unfilial to me. Chapter 145. Blackbeard teach substitute fruit daddy. Please let my mom stay over there for a while. IU said in a spoiled manner. Upon hearing this, M suddenly felt a headache. This was undoubtedly her own daughter, yet she was competing with her for DT. Fortunately, IU is DT daughter, not his lover. Otherwise, it seemed she really wouldn't be able to compete. DT patted IU's head and was quite fond of this daughter. All right, you can come back for a hug later. Right now, Daddy still has to go on a killing spree. After all, it's time to end everything. Emperor Tian glanced at the many people present. Anyone he was interested in was marked for death, with the intention of seizing their devil fruit abilities. All right then, Dad must keep his word. After it's done, you have to let your daughter hold you a little longer. I really love you, Dad. Iwa looked at Emperor Tian with great affection and was very obedient to his words. Imu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her daughter was acting like a little lover. She forcibly pulled Iue's hand away. Hurry up, let go of Emperor Tian. How long is this going to go on? If I had known you would be like this, I shouldn't have given birth to you, Imu said angrily. Iue, feeling unhappy, began to blame Imu. Mom, how can you say that? You call yourself the biggest boss in this world, yet you're not even Dad's first woman. Now, because you're not Dad's first woman, I'm the youngest among Dad's many children. Do you know that? Plus, you're clearly very capable. Even if you're not Dad's first woman, you should have given birth to me earlier so that I could be the biggest. I could be the older sister. But look at this. Mom, you didn't even think about me, yet you keep saying how much you love me. But in my opinion, you only love Dad. Iue complained about Imu. Imu was so angry she didn't know whether to hit or scold her. Instead, she found it amusing in her heart. She thought, how could I have decided to give birth earlier? Besides, at that time, Emperor Tian didn't come looking for me sooner either. If it weren't for my soul going to pursue Emperor Tian and being gone for several days, I wouldn't have been sitting at home waiting for him to act so domineering. Otherwise, whether or not I existed would have made no difference. Now all the blame is on me. What a good daughter. Iue saw her mother Imu speechless and immediately hugged Imu's arm with both hands, coaxingly pulling her aside and saying, Hey, Mom, don't be angry. Actually, I can help you. Look, Dad has so many women. Haven't you ever thought about becoming the top among those women? In many countries, isn't there one main wife and the others as secondary wives? So, if you become Dad's only main wife, I can find a better opportunity to be the sister among those kids. Iue, true to being Imu's biological daughter, began to strategize for Imu's position. When Imu heard this, she thought Iue's suggestion was quite good. Indeed, she was her daughter. It wasn't in vain that she had cared for her. Good daughter, you reminded me well. But don't worry, Emperor Tian likes strong women. With my strength, I will definitely become the main wife. Your mother is absolutely confident that those women will respect me as an older sister. Imu thought to herself that even if Hancock and the other women didn't compete with her in strength, but rather in the ability to do tasks, she would still win. Although Imu hadn't seen Emperor Tian for 20 years, she had spent those 20 years gathering a lot of information about him, including how many women he had and how many sons and daughters he had, and how long he had worked with those women. She was well aware. This was the foundation of her confidence, believing her charm was definitely greater than Hancock's. After all, Imu had worked with Emperor Tian for more than 5 months, while Hancock and the others could only last for 10 days to half a month before they had to surrender. How could they compare to Imu with such solid strength? Imu felt that she had secured the position of the main wife. No one could overshadow that. Iue saw her mother Imu so confident and immediately became obedient. Hey, Mom, I like you too. People around occasionally noticed Imu. They hadn't expected a woman like Imu to willingly submit to Emperor Tian. They had thought Imu was resistant and forced. But now it seemed they had thought too much. The clowns were themselves, and Imu was probably willingly and irresistibly in love with Emperor Tian. Kaido knew more about the situation. Back then, he and Emperor Tian had caused a ruckus in the Holy Land, and at that time, Emperor Tian had disappeared for 5 months. With a man as powerful as Emperor Tian, which woman could be trained for 5 months and not fall deeply in love with him? Those who didn't like him probably died. Those who survived must have fallen for him. On the other side, Emperor Tian looked at Long, Blackbeard Teach, and others. During this time, many users of devil fruits had died below, so many devil fruit energy bodies were lingering nearby, not disappearing immediately. They were hovering around Emperor Tian, wanting to reside in his soul. However, within Emperor Tian's soul, there were already 4 powerful devil fruit energy bodies. With these 4 energy bodies present, the devil fruit energy bodies drifting around Emperor Tian did not dare to rashly intrude. For example, Bagis's strength fruit, Rain's stealth fruit, Van Augur's teleportation fruit, and Poison Q's disease fruit, among others. Ultimately, only with Emperor Tian's consent did these drifting devil fruit energy bodies manage to reside in his soul, occupying the remaining space. Emperor Tian, we're Luffy in law. Long asked, clenching his fists, but he was already very afraid of Emperor Tian. His power was constantly increasing and was simply monstrous. Of course, they didn't know that Emperor Tian's powerful soul could accommodate countless devil fruits. With such a monstrous existence, naturally, as the number of devil fruit energy bodies increased, Emperor Tian's strength was continuously rising. Luffy and Law have already been killed by me. No, that's impossible. With Law around, even you wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly. Long didn't believe it. After all, Law's spatial abilities and Luffy's abilities meant that even Emperor Tian couldn't easily kill them. Hearing this, Emperor Tian stretched out his hand to use the power of the Nika rubber fruit, extending his arm towards Long's neck. Long was shocked, his pupils dilating in surprise, filled with raging anger. This was Luffy's devil fruit ability, the rubber Nika, now being used by Emperor Tian. It clearly indicated that Luffy had been killed by Emperor Tian. How could this happen? Didn't Law save him? While quickly thinking, Long attempted to evade and then launch an attack. However, Emperor Tian did not give Long any chance. With a flick of his other hand, a certain spatial range around Long was directly sealed off. There was clearly a spatial barrier trapping him inside. Seeing this, Long felt utterly desperate. This move was Law's ability. Unexpectedly, Emperor Tian had mastered it too. That meant Law was also dead. Unable to move, Long was tightly choked by Emperor Tian's rubber hand. Carp, I will take your son's life. Emperor Tian sneered at Carp, who had reddened his eyes. Bastard, Emperor Tian. You better stop. Kapu erupted completely, unleashing a massive punch that consumed a significant amount of his life force, aimed at Emperor Tian. The resulting pure punch pressure sent many strong individuals flying around them. However, Emperor Tian remained unmoved at the center, casually twisting the dragon's neck with a squeeze. With a turn and a punch, enhanced by the power of the strength fruit, a thunderous sound erupted, and a terrifying punch unleashed a blinding light, forming a massive energy pillar that exploded in the distant sky after several seconds, creating a giant mushroom cloud visible far away. What shocked everyone more was that Kapu couldn't withstand a single blow from Emperor Tian, losing his upper body on the spot. Standing not far away, Sengoku instinctively felt unable to resist. He wanted to seek revenge, but found his body completely unresponsive. Blackbeard Teach was so scared that cold sweat poured down his face. This was too strong. He decisively turned to flee, but stumbled several times over just a few meters. Emperor Tian teleported in front of Sengoku and suddenly struck, crushing Sengoku's head. Sengoku didn't even have time to react. The onlookers couldn't comprehend how fast Emperor Tian's attack was. It was as if Emperor Tian was delivering a crushing blow to them. The power disparity made it easy for him to annihilate them. As the energy bodies of the dragon's Hurricane Fruit and Sengoku's Buddha Fruit were absorbed into Emperor Tian's soul, becoming part of his power, he turned his gaze towards the fleeing Blackbeard Teach. To be honest, Teach disappointed him greatly, and he looked down on him. How could someone without the courage to resist him aspire to dominate the world and become its king? It was utterly ridiculous. Emperor Tian activated the abilities of the Time Fruit, affecting a certain range around Blackbeard Teach. At that moment, everyone saw Teach running in place. Teach quickly realized he was being controlled by Emperor Tian, which he hadn't detected at first. He immediately used the powers of the Dark Fruit, attempting to devour the strange ability affecting him. But no matter what he did, he couldn't consume it. Emperor Tian clenched his hand, and Teach felt an invisible force compressing his body, making it hard to breathe, as if he were about to explode. Soon, Teach screamed in agony, blood gushing from his 7 orifices like streams. Emperor Tian, you can't kill me, or you will regret it. I tell you, I still have the ability of the substitute fruit. If you kill me, someone else will die in my place, and it could very well be someone important to you. Blackbeard Teach said in terror. However, what Teach didn't know was that Emperor Tian was the least likely to accept anyone's threats, even from his women, punishing them without hesitation. Let alone someone like Blackbeard Teach, who was nothing but a cowardly piece of trash. Consequently, Emperor Tian exerted force, and Blackbeard Teach's entire body burst into blood. However, as the blood mist dissipated, Teach was surprisingly left sitting on the ground, gasping for air. Many people watched in shock. Blackbeard hadn't died. Could it be that he truly substituted another person at the moment of death? Seeing this, Emperor Tian found it quite interesting. Blackbeard Teach possessed 3 devil fruit energy bodies. One was the Quake fruit, one was the Dark fruit, and the other was presumably the substitute fruit. It seemed Teach was genuinely afraid of death and had found this kind of fruit ability. Are you threatening me? Just how many substitutions can you make? Emperor Tian asked coldly, his aura suddenly rising as he became more serious. But at that moment, a soldier among the Navy shouted in panic, "Not good. Admiral Kobe has been substituted. He was just next to me and suddenly disappeared. Oh my God." Blackbeard Teach made Admiral Kobe die for him. Following that, countless people in the vicinity broke into a cold sweat. Teach's ability was a bit perverse, causing many to worry for their own safety, fearing they would be suddenly substituted and die in his place. Yet, Emperor Tian paid no mind and immediately killed Blackbeard Teach again. However, Teach still did not die. Instead, someone else in the vicinity substituted him in death. Then someone shouted in horror, "I saw it. Just now. The Revolutionary Army Sabo was in front of me and suddenly disappeared. He must have died in Blackbeard Teach's place. Oh my God, I saw it too. It's true. This is terrifying. Lord Emperor Tian, please stop. We don't want to die. How about torturing Blackbeard Teach until he dies of old age? Otherwise, we don't know who else will die in his place." Countless people were frightened, even wanting Emperor Tian to stop. Looking for death? Are you teaching me how to do my job? You're just a bunch of weaklings. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't be randomly selected by Blackbeard Teach's ability in close proximity. Emperor Tian glared, releasing a soul shock that killed the hundreds of trash begging for mercy on the spot. This act infuriated many admirals present. In their view, this was simply a massacre of the innocent. Even though the war at the Holy Land was instigated by the Revolutionary Army and some pirates, now that the main perpetrators were mostly dead, why continue to slaughter those who had lost their ability to resist? However, although these self-righteous individuals were extremely unhappy, they did not dare to act recklessly, as no one could match Emperor Tian's strength. Using his substitution ability consumed a tremendous amount of physical strength. So Blackbeard Teach was quickly recovering his life force. Seeing this, Emperor Tian still did not kill Teach and felt quite displeased. "Good, Teach. I want to see whether your substitutions are faster than my ability to kill you." Emperor Tian's eyes flared with anger as he activated the power of time, accelerating the killing of Blackbeard Teach again and again. During this time, Emperor Tian could feel that Teach kept substituting. Soon, Emperor Tian completely understood. Good heavens! Blackbeard Teach's Devil Fruit is entirely a passive ability. As long as he dies, it will automatically substitute someone within range to die in his place. Moreover, it seems the substitution range is quite large. As the substitutions continued, the individuals substituted were progressively weaker. If this continued, as long as Blackbeard Teach was exhausted to the point where he could no longer activate his passive ability, he could be completely killed. Ultimately, after the deaths of hundreds of people, Blackbeard Teach was finally killed by Emperor Tian. The energy body of the substitute fruit became Emperor Tian's passive ability, which was incredibly satisfying. Chapter 146. The final chapter of One Piece on the other side, the battle between Shanks and Mihawk was still ongoing. Shanks looked grimly at Mihawk and said, "I don't know what you mean by coming to face me. Are you also trying to stop me, Mihawk?" Mihawk remained silent. There was nothing more to say about wanting to kill Shanks, who was already destined to die, in order to become stronger. "Not speaking, huh? If that's the case, don't blame me for killing you first." Shanks let out a cold snort, filled with killing intent, and reminded, "Your black blade has already been severed. Even if your swordsmanship is stronger than mine now, without a good blade, you will ultimately be killed by me." However, as soon as Shanks finished speaking, Mihawk used his Conqueror's Haki to reconnect the severed part of the black blade. Mihawk is someone who has fought against emperors and has witnessed how someone without any weapons can condense a world-shattering weapon with their abilities. That technique is far more powerful than any black blade. With this in mind, Mihawk was confident he could defeat Shanks. After his battle with the Emperor, he gained insights into the sword path, and now that he had the intention to kill Shanks, the bottleneck in his swordsmanship had begun to loosen. Once he reformed the black blade, Mihawk concealed his sharpness and declared, One slash to kill you. Farewell, my former opponent. As he slashed, he kept in mind the profound truths spoken by the Emperor. An attack from a swordsman emphasizes speed and ruthless killing intent. Thus, after that slash, it bore the shadow of the Emperor's previous strike. Although its power was only 1%, it was enough that the current shanks could not withstand it. The black light flashed, and the slash exceeded the speed of light. Although Shanks struck with all his might, he was cut off by Mihawk's blade, and then his body was split in two. Upon seeing this effect, Mihawk took a deep breath in his heart, feeling even more convinced of the Emperor's words. Indeed, by doing this, his swordsmanship would be enhanced. The onlookers gasped in shock. They never expected Shanks to be killed by Mihawk just like that. It was a complete, overwhelming display of swordsmanship. However, many people were quite puzzled. Shanks and Mihawk have always had a close relationship. It should have come to this, right? Haha, well done. Now I see your swordsmanship has reached a new level. Very good. The Emperor teleported in front of Mihawk and patted his shoulder. Kaido instantly understood upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Mihawk, I didn't expect you to be like me. Have you become the little brother of Emperor Brother 2? If that's the case, then I am the second brother, and you, my boy, will be the third brother. Especially when you see me, you must respectfully call me second brother. Kaido excitedly ran over and said, after being a little brother for over 20 years alone and not having any younger brothers under him, this was great. He wasn't lonely anymore with Mihawk joining him. However, he had to admit that you are quite perceptive, knowing when to join before being unable to fight back. In short, following my big brother will bring you more benefits. Kaido did not forget the implication of the Emperor's previous words. He was likely going to take them away from this world to explore a more exciting world. And for these strong ones, this world had long lost its appeal. They had explored everything, and their power had thus increased very slowly. Mihawk, with a sharp gaze, looked at Kaido and said, I am not the Emperor's opponent. I do not deny that being called his little brother is my honor. However, if you want me to call you second brother, you probably don't have that qualification yet. Strength is paramount, and now I am much stronger than you. Kaido was taken aback by this, instantly feeling awkward and speechless. He knew that Mihawk's recent sword techniques were clearly guided by the Emperor, and he was certainly far from being his match. The Emperor was too lazy to listen to their argument, and instead teleported in front of Fujitora. Fujitora, Green Bull, Dazbones, and Smoker immediately tensed up. What are you going to do? We are here to support the Holy Land. You wouldn't want to kill us too, would you? Dazbones said nervously. For someone as eccentric as the Emperor, she felt very uneasy. She remembered when they were in the East Blue. If it weren't for Smoker urging her to leave first, she would have been caught by the Emperor and might have become his woman by now. Naturally, she was worried about being targeted by the Emperor and forced to become his woman. With such thoughts, Dazbones felt it was entirely due to her own beauty. After 20 years of life experience, she was now even more sexy, mature, and incredibly alluring. However, the Emperor did not even glance at Dazbones. How could he not know that she was on the warship following him back in the East Blue? But Dazbones chose to avoid him, which was her greatest missed opportunity. In short, the Emperor would not look back. The Emperor instead turned his gaze to Fujitora and said, Admiral Fujitora, I am very interested in the gravity fruit within you. You can choose to commit suicide or let me kill you. Pick one. The Emperor said domineeringly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel became even more anxious and worried for Admiral Fujitora. Green Bull and Fujitora were good buddies and immediately held back their displeasure, saying, Lord Emperor, all these years, we have not betrayed the world government. Why are you treating Admiral Fujitora like this? You haven't betrayed the Holy Land. What does that have to do with me? Do you think I belong to a certain faction? How ridiculous. I do things as I please. I only act when I am interested, not bound by any constraints. What qualifications do you have to question me or teach me how to act? The Emperor released his killing intent, causing Green Bull and the others to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression, making them tremble all over. After a few seconds, Admiral Fujitora spoke up. Since Lord Emperor is interested in the gravity fruit, I am naturally willing to offer it to you. Haha, you are quite straightforward. Then let us begin. Fujitora smiled and drew his blade to prepare for suicide, but was stopped by Green Bull. Lord Emperor, Let my fruit swap for Fujitora's life. Green Bull immediately pleaded. Your fruit ability is too weak. I have no interest, the Emperor ruthlessly rejected. Green Bull was instantly dumbfounded. Was his fruit that weak? Fujitora advised him, second brother, don't be like this. I have lived enough anyway, and besides, possessing the gravity fruit without being able to develop true powerful abilities is indeed a waste on me. Now that Lord Emperor is interested, it's a return to the rightful owner. Furthermore, I believe that after this, Lord Emperor will not continue to make things difficult for the other members of our Navy headquarters. After saying this, Fujitora stabbed the blade into his heart and committed suicide. The Emperor faced this with indifference as he absorbed the power of the gravity fruit. However, as he was leaving, the Emperor chose to use his time reversal ability to bring Fujitora back to life. Upon seeing this, Green Bull and the others finally felt relieved. In the crowd, Kizaru was sweating profusely, and when he saw that the Emperor did not focus on him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, my light fruit is a trash fruit. Otherwise, I would have to commit suicide too. But just then, a beautiful song echoed in the sky. Those who heard the song instantly entered an absolute illusion space. Looking at the ever-changing world around, many people were confused. However, some knew what kind of ability this was. Not good. This is Yuta's ability. She possesses the Song fruit, which had caused similar events over a decade ago. Yet in the next moment, those who were just clear-headed suddenly began to forget everything. Following Yuta's will, they started to commit suicide. Yuta, who created the Yuta world, appeared in the virtual space above with her eyes and said to everyone, Shanks is dead. Luffy is dead. My important people, my beloved people are all dead. I want everyone here to accompany them in death. You all should commit suicide. Everyone should commit suicide. Yuta was now far more powerful than she was over a decade ago. In this virtual world, she could not only seal this world, preventing anyone entering from leaving, but also control the consciousness of everyone within the space. She was almost an invincible being, similar to Kaguya Otsutsuki from the Naruto world, casting the infinite Tsukuyami. Of course, only those with strong spiritual power would not be controlled. At this moment, in the entire virtual space, everyone except for Emperor Tian was committing suicide. However, Emperor Tian was using time stop and quickly found Yuta. Whoever opposed him would die, let alone those associated with Shanks and Luffy. It was better not to leave any behind, even if she was very beautiful. But thinking that he would soon go to other worlds, there would be plenty of beautiful women, and he wouldn't be able to handle them all. After killing Yuta, the virtual space would completely collapse, and everyone would regain clarity, retaining memories of the suicide that just happened. That was close. It must have been Lord Emperor Tian who saved us. Yes, but I didn't expect the world singer Yuta's ability to be this terrifying. Yuta is truly insane, wanting to kill all of us. Exactly, it's too despicable. Lord Emperor Tian didn't plan to wipe us out, but this nasty woman wants to kill us all for just Shanks and Luffy. She is simply a devil. However, it seems that Yuta is already dead. Lord Emperor Tian will not tolerate it. And after Emperor Tian absorbed the Song fruit, he said, from now on, the world government, Navy, and pirates can still exist, but I will not allow any rebels, nor will I allow any celestial dragons to exist. Therefore, except for him and the Gorosei, all the celestial dragons below must be killed. As for everything else, it's up to each one's ability. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly admired Emperor Tian. In their view, everything ultimately stemmed from the celestial dragons using the power of the world government to do unspeakable things. Now, if the disgusting celestial dragons were gone, everything would get better, and there would naturally be no need for any revolutionary forces. After speaking, Emperor Tian stepped into the time-space, heading towards the split domain. He was very interested in Buggy's split fruit. At this moment, Buggy was long gone from the split domain, having run away and hidden. Lord Emperor Tian, what brings you here? Your leader asked cautiously. Where's Buggy? To be honest, I haven't seen him for several hours. He must have run away. Your leader had stayed in the split domain for over a decade and knew Buggy very well. He was clearly strong, but overly cautious and very sensitive to danger. Thus, when encountering uncontrollable situations, he would hide first and wouldn't let anyone know. Hearing this, Emperor Tian used the power of time reversal to replay the events that had occurred on Split Island. Eventually, he indeed saw Buggy running away alone. Emperor Tian then chased after him. He intercepted Buggy on an uninhabited island. Feeling the powerful aura, Buggy was immediately on high alert, wanting to hide, but he was clearly already exposed. Ah, Lord Emperor Tian, what brings you here? Have those guys at the Holy Land already died? You seem to know quite well. It seems you have been keeping an eye on things, right? Emperor Tian snorted coldly. Buggy was too timid. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's cold snort, Buggy immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lord Emperor Tian, please spare me. I can't possibly win against you, and I've never been your enemy. I've never bullied your children either. Less nonsense. I'm here because I need the devil fruit inside you. Will you commit suicide, or shall I kill you? Emperor Tian asked assertively. Upon hearing this, Buggy was terrified and kept begging for mercy. Seeing this, Emperor Tian was extremely speechless and said, How about this? Fight me with all your strength. If I'm satisfied, I can resurrect you. You can really resurrect me? Although Buggy believed that someone like Emperor Tian wouldn't lie, he couldn't help but confirm. What do you think? Emperor Tian said coldly. Buggy shivered all over. Yes, I understand. Then, Buggy used all his strength and instantly split the entire island apart. Emperor Tian stood still, but the next moment he teleported in front of Buggy and threw a punch. Seeing this, Buggy hurriedly split himself apart to neutralize Emperor Tian's attack. Emperor Tian unleashed a storm of lightning. Dark clouds filled the sky, and thousands of bolts of lightning rained down. Buggy was scared and split the clouds above, changing the area of the lightning attack. Not bad. But this isn't all your strength, is it? Emperor Tian smiled. Buggy fearfully replied, Although it's not, it's almost all of my strength. Is that so? Emperor Tian released gravity, and Buggy's split body fell directly into the sea. Not good. Lord Emperor Tian, there's nothing but seawater below. I'm going to die. Although he cried out in despair, he activated his ability to split the seawater thousands of meters deep, tearing massive fissures in it. Emperor Tian plunged down. Buggy seemed to have anticipated this and prepared to counterattack, sending his arm flying towards Emperor Tian, hitting him. Suddenly, Emperor Tian's body began to split apart. Buggy couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing this. Emperor Tian then activated time reversal, forcibly stopping himself from being split apart. Buggy was dumbfounded. How many abilities did Emperor Tian actually possess? It was completely impossible to win, so he begged for mercy. Lord Emperor Tian, I've already given it my all. I choose to commit suicide. You must resurrect me. I haven't lived enough. He then proceeded to crush his own heart, which was quite decisive. Regarding the battle at the Holy Land, he had been watching the broadcast and knew that Emperor Tian indeed had the ability to resurrect the dead, so he decisively committed suicide. Subsequently, Emperor Tian obtained Buggy's split fruit and resurrected him. Without the split Buggy, he was like a deflated balloon, completely powerless. As he left, Emperor Tian threw Buggy back into the split domain. Next, Emperor Tian began to prepare to travel to other worlds. P.S. The pirate world has ended hastily, and indeed it has collapsed afterwards. There's no helping it. Next world. Let's go to the Akame Kill world. Although it's a niche anime, I really like his death. The tall, high-attack, sadistic woman. I'll play as a tyrannical emperor. Chapter 147. Akame Kill, Killing General Boer. Congratulations, host. The role-playing mission in the pirate world has been completely fulfilled. Ding. The system detects that the host has no interest in martial power in this world anymore. Ding. The system has upgraded from a role-playing system to a multiverse role-playing system. Please proceed to draw the next world, which will be random. After arranging the big and small matters of the pirate world, the voice of the system rang in Tian's mind, and he immediately proceeded with a random selection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Akame Kill world. Mission. Please role-play as a qualified tyrant. Role-playing a tyrant? TSK. There's no one strong in that world, but his death is worth a visit. However, I want to take some important people from the pirate world with me. Is there a way to bring them along? Ding. Given that the host has completed the role-playing mission perfectly for the first time and in a very short time, The system has a provision to fulfill one request from the host, but the maximum number of people is 4. That works, at least you're reasonable. Tian was quite satisfied in his heart. After some discussion, Tian ultimately took the Empress, Kaido, and Dracula Mihawk to leave the pirate world. Don't worry. In 2 or 3 years, I'll come back to take you to experience the new world. Tian said to the other women and his children. Husband, we all listen to you. My lord husband, I will wait for you and think of you every day. Daddy, I like you the most. You must come back and take me with you. Tian patted Ayu's head, although Ayu had a bit of a Yandere vibe. She was very obedient to him as a father. This made Tian very satisfied. Next, Tian decisively left. After all, the system meant that as long as the role-playing task in a certain world was successfully completed, it could connect to the previous world. In other words, as long as he successfully plays the tyrant in the Akame kill world, the system can establish a spatial passage between the pirate world and the Akame kill world. At that time, people from both worlds can come and go. This also means that these worlds are all Tian's worlds, and everything is under his control. Soon after, Tian, Kaido, Dracula, Mihawk, Hancock, and him arrived in the Akame kill world. Big brother, where is this place? Have we arrived in another world? Kaido looked at everything around him. No longer any trace of the pirate world. In short, it completely lacked the scent of the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived in the Akame kill world. Mission: roleplay as a tyrant. This time, there is no need to play a designated character. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Tian realized that this was indeed the Akame kill world. Not bad. We have arrived in the new world. Big brother, you're amazing. It seems like it happened in the blink of an eye. But what is this place called? How many strong people are there? Kaido was very interested. For example, are we strong in this world? Who knows? To maintain the suspense, Tian did not answer directly. But just then, hugged Tian's arm and said, Husband, it seems there's an army fighting over there. Should we go take a look? Just as I intended. Soon, Tian and his group arrived at a large battlefield. Looking at the two sides, it was obvious that they were Imperial soldiers and Revolutionary Army soldiers. However, as soon as Tian appeared, an Imperial soldier stared at him in shock. Then a general rushed over with a large group of soldiers and respectfully knelt before Tian, saying, Your Majesty, why have you come personally? Tian was taken aback. Why am I suddenly the emperor? Could this be the system's setting? I thought I still had to overthrow the little emperor of the empire, but now it seems there's no need at all. Kaido and the others were also stunned. Why did Tian become your majesty? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? However, Hancock and Dracula Mihawk felt that it was not a case of mistaken identity. Tian's appearance in the pirate world was already very mysterious. Perhaps Tian himself came from this world. Otherwise, were these soldiers blind to call him your majesty? Tian said with authority, I'm merely passed through this place. I didn't expect you to not have taken down these rebels yet. Your Majesty, please forgive us. These rebels have controlled several powerful Imperial weapons and can manipulate magical beasts, which is why we've been unable to take them down for so long. Where is Generalist The? Your Majesty, Generalist The is still in the south, suppressing the rebels. It seems that in the army, apart from Generalist The, you're all a bunch of useless people. Kaido, go and kill all the rebels here. Yes, Your Majesty. Kaido immediately got into character, as he couldn't embarrass Tian by suddenly calling him Big Brother. The general kneeling on the ground did not dare to raise his head, but was filled with confusion. Who is Kaido? Could he be a master brought in by Your Majesty? Your Majesty, is that esteemed person alone? Should I organize some troops to assist? No need. He alone is worth 1,000,000 lions. Upon hearing this, the Imperial general was shocked. One person is worth 1,000,000 troops. Is this another Generalist The? Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, soared into the sky, and unleashed flames, instantly annihilating over 300,000 rebels. The Imperial army was left dumbfounded by the sight. My God, that person actually turned into a dragon. No, it's not that simple. That is a legendary super dangerous species. Could it be the cross-tailed dragon from the Eastern Cloud Sea? No way. That's a terrifying creature that existed 1,000 years ago. It seems not quite like it. Countless soldiers gasped in awe, discussing among themselves. However, upon realizing that this super dangerous species was actually on their side, they suddenly became excited and thrilled. After eliminating the rebels, Tian ordered to return to the imperial capital. The tyrant life has just begun. Having become an emperor, you should start with a harem of 3,000 beauties. Just having him and the empress alone won't do. 3 days and 3 nights later, Tian and the others triumphantly returned to the imperial capital. Husband, your country is so impressive. The empress, also a queen of a nation, couldn't help but marvel at the vast city of the imperial capital. It's acceptable. The imperial capital has over 10 million residents, and the city stretches for thousands of miles. Tian held the empress in one arm and him in the other. Soon, they returned to the resplendent palace. Sitting on the throne of the palace, he flirted with the empress and I'm while attending court. Congratulations, your majesty, on slaying over 300,000 rebels. The civil and military officials below knelt on the ground and respectfully said, everyone get up. Additionally, these two will henceforth be the national generals of the empire, General Kaido and General Mihawk. Just as Emperor Tian finished speaking, General Boer below immediately said, Your Majesty, please think twice. My Boer family has served as the national generals for 3 generations. Now, Your Majesty, you are appointing 2 unknown individuals as national generals. Is this not a bit hasty? How amusing. Boer, you dare to question me? Today, I will kill you. Mihawk, behead him for me. Mihawk sighed inwardly. He had come with Emperor Tian, so he would temporarily obey his orders. Your Majesty, are you truly going to kill me? My family has been loyal to the empire for 3 generations, guarding the imperial capital and the royal family. Now you would rather appoint some unknown individuals and abandon me? Impudence. You continuously defy my will. I have decided to kill your entire family. Mihawk, why aren't you making your move? Yes, Your Majesty. Mihawk immediately drew his broken Blackblade. Boer did not expect the current emperor to be so foolish. He should have supported the young prince to become the ruler of the empire. Now, with one disagreement, he wanted to kill his entire family. Although Boer was loyal, upon reflection, he realized it was finally the imperial family. Since the emperor was so foolish, then he would kill the emperor and support the young prince to ascend to the throne, ensuring the empire's legacy for 1,000 years. If the emperor insists on killing me and my family, then I can only take action against this foolish sovereign, kill you, and support the young prince to ensure the empire continues to prosper. General Boer immediately activated the imperial tool. Thunder God's fury and lightning surged around him. Outside the palace, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder flashed. In the imperial capital, countless people looked up at the strange changes in the sky, feeling a sense of oppression. What is happening? This strange phenomenon seems to be the result of General Boer's imperial tool. Indeed, I've seen him fight several times. However, this time the thunderclouds are directly above the royal palace. Could someone be attempting to assassinate the emperor? It's possible. I heard that the emperor was disguised and personally eliminated over 300,000 rebels. TSK, it seems the rebels have become desperate. After all, over 300,000 died at once. However, just as many were discussing, a terrifying sword aura suddenly slashed out. Wherever it passed, buildings split in 2, and the ground was deeply cleaved. Hidden within the city, the night raid organization, Chi Tong, happened to be on a street witnessing the passing sword aura's power, and was so frightened that cold sweat poured down, unable to move for several seconds. As a top-tier swordsman, Chi Tong could clearly sense how powerful the sword intent was. How is this possible? How can there be such powerful swordsmanship in this world? Moreover, it came from the imperial palace. Is someone assassinating the emperor? If that is the case, it would be wonderful. Just as Chi Tong was thinking positively, a notification came from the direction of the imperial palace. General Boer of the empire, having questioned the emperor's will, has been executed by the emperor. His family has also been executed. We hope the citizens of the empire will take this as a warning. Upon hearing this notification, countless people in the imperial capital were shocked. What? The emperor killed General Boer? How is this possible? General Boer is the strongest in the imperial capital, on par with Generalist Death. Moreover, General Boer's family has been loyal to the empire for 3 generations. How could they have committed such an offense? Could the thunder phenomenon above really have been General Boer attacking the emperor? In an instant, countless people were puzzled. Even the rebels hidden in the imperial capital were bewildered. What is this emperor doing? This bizarre operation has completely confused those of us in rebellion. After all, General Boer's strength is immense, controlling all the guards of the imperial capital, safeguarding the entire royal family's safety. It was precisely because of General Boer that the imperial capital was so solid and not easily captured by the rebels. Chitong was also filled with doubts. Is it possible that the foolish emperor set a trap, trying to lure our revolutionary forces into the imperial capital and then capture them all? With this suspicion, Chitong immediately went to check on Boer's family mansion. Upon arrival, he saw that the Boer family, numbering in the tens of thousands, had indeed been almost entirely slaughtered. Chitong was stunned. This foolish emperor has truly severed his own arm. Has he become such a tyrant? However, this is great. Without Boer, the imperial capital no longer poses much of a threat. I must quickly inform the boss. Half an hour later, in the royal palace hall. Your Majesty, Boer's entire family has been slaughtered. Not one left, a soldier reported. Everyone, this is the fate of those who defy my will. I do not wish to see such things happen again. Otherwise, Boer's fate will be yours. The civil and military officials below were sweating profusely, trembling on the ground, too afraid to raise their heads. Even the antagonist, Minister Onist, who coveted the throne, was thoroughly frightened. He did not expect the emperor to suddenly become so fierce. He even did not know where the emperor found such strong individuals. One can transform into a super dangerous dragon, annihilating over 300,000 rebels in minutes. The other merely used a broken blade to slay a powerhouse like Boer. So, this is the emperor's confidence now? One more thing. I want to increase the number of concubines in the harem. You all go find these women for me. They must be brought alive and intact. Emperor Tian wrote down the names of Chitong, Haitong, Shire, Lianai, Maine, and others, tossing them down. Oh, and summon his death back. I want her to serve me. Emperor Tian said sternly, but he felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Isteth, after all, is a wife-level figure. Yes, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials were completely bewildered, not expecting the emperor to even covet General Isteth. If General Isteth were to betray the empire because of this, the empire would truly be finished. However, knowing this, no one dared to stand up against Emperor Tian's will. Instead, they felt that today, as court was simply hell, and they would not dare to attend court again. After the court session ended, Kaido said, "Big brother, it seems there are not many strong individuals in this world. The guy who was just killed by Eagle, I seems to be at the level of an ordinary vice admiral in our pirate world." That's true, but the main reason I came back this time is to see a few women. However, I will soon head to the real world of strong individuals. Emperor Tian thought that worlds like One Punch Man, Dragon Ball, and Food Wars are the true realms of the strong. In these worlds, if Kaido and Eagle Eye go there and do not continue to grow stronger, they might just end up as background characters, unable to survive for long. I see, Kaido replied. Next, Kaido, Mihawk, I entrust you with a task, to unify this world for me as quickly as possible with no mercy. Kill everyone who does not surrender. Emperor Tian's unwavering command said. P.S. Sorry, I'm a bit out of sorts and didn't write well. Let's take down his death in a few chapters. I think I'll head to the One Punch Man world instead. Chapter 148, Slaying Crimson. Isteth returns to the capital overnight, with Kaido and Mihawk leading the army. They are waging war against the surrounding countries and ethnic minorities of the empire, so Emperor Tian doesn't have to worry at all. He only needs to focus on matters within the empire. Husband, you seem very interested in this woman, Isteth. I wonder what kind of woman she is. In the inner palace, Im and the Empress snuggled beside Emperor Tian, unable to resist asking. See for yourselves. Emperor Tian activated his ghost brain to materialize Isteth's figure. Huh, it's actually her? The Empress and Im were both taken aback upon seeing this. During their time in the pirate world, Emperor Tian had materialized this female figure more than once, but they didn't expect this woman to be Isteth. At this moment, both Im and the Empress felt the immense pressure that Isteth would bring them. Im and the Empress were gentle and submissive only in front of Emperor Tian. but they were proud and aloof in front of anyone else. Just from the illusion of his death materialized by Emperor Tian, they could sense her overwhelming aura. What's wrong? I suddenly feel both of you are very vigilant. Emperor Tian looked at him and the Empress with a faint smile. Husband, to be honest, we both feel that this woman, his death, is not easy to deal with. Haha, that's natural. You might end up fighting with each other often, but that's a matter between you women. Emperor Tian was somewhat looking forward to it. Having several strong-willed women vying for his attention was certainly a very happy thing. Hancock immediately said, "Forget it. I know I'm not as strong as his death. After all, that move should be the power to freeze time and space. It's too strong. So, I need to occupy my husband's time more. Please don't leave, okay?" Seeing the Empress so shy and charming, Emperor Tian naturally enjoyed it. However, Im spoke forcefully. "Hancock, you were the main wife for a while. Why haven't you faced off against that woman's death yet? And you're already backing down? Oomph. If that's the case, then you won't even have the identity of the second wife, and I can only acknowledge her as the second sister." Originally, Hancock was the leader among a group of sisters, the main wife. But after I'm intervened, Hancock couldn't defeat Im and had to reluctantly step down. Im became the main wife, with the Empress as the second. Sister Im, since you've said that, you will definitely help your sister keep this position, right? Look, we came to this world together. Besides our husband, we only have each other to rely on. Don't you agree? Moreover, we both came from the same world. The Empress directly played the emotional card for her position. Ahem, don't worry. Who told you to step down so willingly and call me sister? Therefore, when we do face his death, if we work together, it shouldn't be a problem. In the end, his death can only be our third sister. Yes, Sister Im is right. The Empress thought about it and agreed. If she and Im teamed up, even if his death had the heaven-defying ability to freeze time and space, they might be able to forcibly defeat her. Emperor Tian, upon hearing the two women's discussion, thought to himself that even if Im and Hancock teamed up, they probably wouldn't win against his death. According to the power levels established in the manga, his death was already the true ceiling of this world. Rumors in the capital claimed that General Bud and his death were evenly matched, which was completely ridiculous. Someone as barely strong as Bud would be utterly crushed if he truly compared his strength to his death's. In the manga, his death's imperial tool, the essence of demons, demon god manifestation, perfectly matched her body's wavelength. His death could even perfectly control this power. Unlike other Imperial Tool users whose compatibility was low and couldn't unleash the full strength of their tools. If someone were to excessively use the power of an Imperial Tool, it would produce fatal side effects. However, his death didn't have this issue. As a sadistic queen, the ferocious power from her bloodline had completely suppressed the restless elements of murder, rage, and destruction carried within the Imperial Tool. General Ice Storm, as one of her hidden trump cards, usually absorbs freezing magic endlessly for storage. When released, it can create millions of Ice Knights to fight autonomously, boasting immense power that can't be overcome. Even these Ice Knights, once released from his death using freezing magic, could transform a third of the entire world's land area into a thick layer of ice and snow that wouldn't dissipate for months. Additionally, there was another hidden trump card, freezing time and space, which could freeze an area absolutely for 5 seconds, even freezing thoughts and consciousness, plunging everything into complete stillness. Finally, his death's talent was quite terrifying. The freezing time and space move was something the Empress didn't initially possess. It was a quick inspiration she came up with to prevent the protagonist Tatsumi from escaping easily, and she easily mastered it. In summary, in Emperor Tian's view, his death being killed in the manga was purely a plot device. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world capable of killing her. Even the power of a demigod-level supreme Imperial Tool would likely result in a 50-50 chance against her. And this 50-50 chance would require fully unleashing the power of the supreme Imperial Tool. If, according to the original work, someone like the young Emperor, who was inherently weak, were to use the supreme Imperial Tool, they might only be able to exert 50% of its power. At the current timeline, the protagonist Tatsumi had not yet left the village to pursue his dreams of wandering the world with a sword. So there was no sad story of 2 deaths upon leaving the village. This was because his death was currently in the south, quelling the rebellion. After pacifying the south, she would go north to eliminate the ethnic minorities. A few days later, in the south, his death was undefeated, causing the rebellious forces to hide in fear, with no one daring to confront her army. In the camp report, Master, His Majesty in the capital has sent you a decree. One of his death's 3 beast warriors, Liwa, was a former general of the empire. However, because he refused to accept bribes, he was framed and imprisoned by the villainous minister Onist, and before his death, he was taken as a slave by his death. Liwa felt an unprecedented powerful force from his death and her tenderness towards her subordinates, which deeply captivated him. He had always been very loyal and would not hesitate to die for his death. To Liwa, his death had given him a true rebirth. His Majesty summoned me back. What is it about? Isdeath sat on her exclusive throne, propping her head with one hand, and asked, Master, this, you better see for yourself. Leva didn't dare to speak out loud, because what was written on it made him want to kill the current emperor just by seeing it. Never mind, you read it. I'll listen, he said. Isdeath was not in the mood. The enemies in the south were too weak, and the battle here would end quickly, leaving her bored again. Yes, Master. The edict stated that the emperor wanted her to return to the imperial capital within 3 days to serve him. Leva couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he spoke. After all, even if the emperor demanded such a thing from General Isdeath, it would definitely be a death wish and an offense. However, upon hearing this, Isdeath became interested. What did you say? That incompetent emperor wants this general to return and serve him? Master, that's what the edict says. Leva handed the edict to Isdeath. Isdeath took a serious look at it and was immediately filled with excitement and joy. Has the emperor's courage grown? Interesting. But if he wants this general to serve him, he must conquer me by force first. Leva, the remaining unconquered territories in the south are yours to handle. This general will rush back to the imperial capital overnight and look forward to what the emperor is planning. Yes, Master, but please be careful. There is currently news from the imperial capital that the emperor executed General Bude for a trivial reason and also put to death everyone in the Bude family. Upon hearing this, Isdeath became even more excited, her expression full of joy. Hey, it seems our emperor has hidden strength. Although Bude was just a mediocre character in my eyes, the fact that the emperor could kill Bude shows he is stronger than him. After leaving those words, Isdeath boarded the high-risk carriage and flew back to the imperial capital overnight. The next morning, Isdeath arrived outside the gates of the imperial capital. Quick, open the gates. General Isdeath has returned. Although Isdeath was a high-ranking general, she always adhered to the order of the imperial capital and would not place herself above the laws of the empire because of her status. At the same time, the people of the imperial capital began to discuss. Could it be that the emperor is going to kill General Isdeath? It feels like this is all a conspiracy by Minister Onist. Yes, it must be. Minister Onist wants to use the emperor's supreme power to eliminate all threats to him. Now that General Bude is dead, only the powerful General Isdeath remains. You guys are just making up rumors, right? I heard it was the emperor who wanted General Isdeath to return to serve him. What? Serve him? Has the emperor lost his mind? How could he dare to have General Isdeath serve him? Shoo, lower your voice. If someone with ill intentions hears this, be careful they don't kill your whole family. With Isdeath rushing back, many in the imperial capital were looking forward to what would follow. Who didn't know that General Isdeath was a war fanatic? Even the current emperor would probably not easily succeed in conquering a woman like Isdeath, who is so dominant. In the imperial harem, a nervous maid came to report. Your Majesty, General Isdeath has returned and is in the main hall. The emperor, who was still busy, immediately ended his current tasks upon hearing that Isdeath had returned. After putting on his black dragon emperor robe, he brought him and the empress to the court. The accompanying maids watched the emperor, who was so lively, in amazement. Your Majesty is truly impressive. For days and nights without leaving the palace, and he as still as if nothing happened. Moreover, the 2 empresses beside him seemed quite extraordinary. It seemed that if the emperor really could make General Isdeath serve him, the harem would indeed become lively. Minister, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing the emperor, Isdeath immediately knelt on one knee, slightly bowing in respect. You rushed back overnight? The emperor asked sternly. According to the efficiency of communication from the imperial capital, it would take at least 3 days to reach the south. And today was only the 4th day for his death to have returned. Yes, your majesty. Ha. It seems General Death is very interested in my request. So, how have you considered it? Are you willing to serve me? The emperor released a terrifying aura and overwhelming hormones that filled the entire hall. In the eyes of others, this aura was a majestic dragon's might, very powerful and fearsome. But to his death, this aura felt like a ferocious beast provoking her, making her immensely pleased and igniting the combat factor in her blood. She couldn't help but want to engage in a contest of strength with the emperor. Your majesty, you indeed have hidden strength. I suddenly find you very interesting. If you can conquer me by force, I will serve you. However, if you cannot conquer me, you might die in battle. Have you thought this through? Death said, looking at the emperor with delight. Impudent, General Death, how dare you speak like that? Do you want to commit treason? Immediately scolded loudly. She thought to herself that this woman, Death, was too dismissive of the emperor. If she really became the emperor's woman, it would be a problem. With such a strong and cold personality, would she not completely disregard both herself and Hancock? After all, she didn't treat the emperor with any regard. Your majesty, who are these two? I remember when I went to the south to eliminate the rebels. Your majesty didn't have such powerful women by your side, did you? However, your majesty, bringing me back this time has truly given me a great surprise. Death's fighting spirit was intermittently visible. She clearly couldn't wait to engage in a battle, but it wasn't with the emperor, rather with the 2 women beside him. Because had just released her domineering power, and upon sensing it, Death instantly realized the strength of M's aura. The emperor could see what Death was anticipating and said, Death, first fight with my 2 women. If you win against them, you will have the qualification to compete with me. If you lose, clean yourself up and come to serve me tonight. I obey, Death readily agreed. Thus, everyone went to the huge training ground. Ladies, will you both come at me together? Or one at a time? Death looked excitedly at him and the Empress. She could sense that both of them were strong, much stronger than the weak Beard, which was why the Emperor had no qualms about killing Beard. After all, useless people should be dealt with accordingly. Death increasingly felt that the current Emperor really suited her taste, and she couldn't help but glance at the Emperor, seemingly eager to fight him. I heard that General Death's strength is formidable, so I will team up with Hancock to take you on. You and back down suddenly, would you? Coldly snorted. Rest assured, ladies, you can come at me together. I've never been this excited before. Since that's the case, let us make one thing clear. If you lose to us sisters, you'll have to call us sister respectfully from now on. Hey, the 2 empresses are quite confident, but I don't think His Majesty can conquer this general with brute force, let alone that you 2 can win. After Death finished speaking, she stomped her foot on the ground, instantly freezing the entire massive training ground. Countless mantle spikes rose from the ground, densely attacking him and Hancock. P.S. Sorry, this book will be finished by the end of this month, and I am preparing to start a new one. Because once the world changes, no one will read it. Today's income was only a few dozen yuan, while it used to be 3 to 4 times that, and my mindset has completely collapsed. Now I'll just write casually until the end of the month. Chapter 149. The Empire Shatters the Whole Planet. Freezing ability? And the Empress were somewhat surprised by this. After all, such abilities are controlled by Akiji in the world of pirates, which means they're very clear about the power of freezing. Sister let me handle this. The Empress activated the awakened power of the sweet fruit, and a pink force rapidly spread around. The ice surface and the rising mantle ice spikes were all petrified. Death was surprised to see this. Thinking about the 2 women who suddenly appeared next to His Majesty, they really are not simple. Moreover, they also seem to be users of imperial tools. Interesting. It seems that this general can finally have a good fight. Death's fighting spirit soared to a crazy level, releasing freezing magic power around her to resist Hancock's petrification ability. And for the Empress, not being able to easily petrify Death was somewhat expected. After all, Death is a woman of interest to the Emperor, and her strength should not be underestimated. It's likely that even without the ability to freeze time and space, the Empress would still feel she is stronger than herself. But what the Empress didn't know was that Death currently did not possess the ability to freeze time and space. Seeing that Hancock couldn't threaten his death, chose to take action immediately, releasing the aura field that devours life. This move had been terrifying to the Emperor over 20 years ago. Thus, the power of life devouring swept toward its death unstoppable. Its death was very vigilant, or rather, her perception honed from countless battles immediately sensed the danger. She unsealed more magic power within her to resist, even showing a trend of forcibly overwhelming the threat. Black patterns appeared all over her body, crawling like a series of tadpoles. Then, with a loud bang, its death released an even more terrifying freezing magic power, thickening the previously frozen areas with another layer of ice. Unexpectedly, the freezing power was so formidable, even Akiji might not compare, as if a prehistoric giant beast was releasing snow and ice power, which was overwhelmingly vast. Couldn't help but be shocked. Her intuition was indeed quite good. Isdeth's imperial tool power came from an extremely northern place, the blood of a 1,000-meter giant super dangerous species. And the ice breath released by a 1,000-meter giant ice beast is certainly not comparable to artificial freezing. The Emperor sat on the throne outside the battlefield. His death was indeed profound. She really wanted to understand her better. Surely it wouldn't disappoint. Hancock, give it your all. I don't want to wait anymore, the Emperor commanded. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing this, and Hancock looked at each other and released their Conqueror's Haki in tacit agreement. Conqueror's Haki was already at the level of divine punishment. Once released, the world around them instantly turned dark red, with countless thunders crashing across the battlefield and even the sky. The oppressive feeling skyrocketed. Many officials who came to watch were pressed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. If the former General Bud, controlling the imperial tool Thunder Goddess Fury, could cause dark clouds to gather and lightning to appear in the sky, that was the power of divine wrath. Then the current thunder phenomenon was simply apocalyptic, a godlike power that made one involuntarily reflect on their own sins, causing them to feel guilty and afraid. What kind of power is this? It can fill the sky with endless destructive force. I really don't know where the Emperor found these two strong individuals. If this continues, even Generalist Death won't be their opponent. It's simply the power of God. Yes, if Generalist Death's power is not on the same dimension as ordinary people's, then right now, it's a battle between divine power and powers from different dimensions. Especially Minister Onist, who was so scared that cold sweat poured down, collapsing on the ground and unable to get up for a long time. He had completely lost the desire to eat delicious meat, terrified in his heart. He had always thought about supporting the young prince to become the emperor of this country, and then controlling the entire empire through the young prince. But it seems that the current emperor has risen to power, and it seems like she is deliberately revealing her strength, no longer pretending. He truly felt unwilling. He wondered if he could win over these two women, just like his death. Minister Onist thought to himself, completely unable to resist the urge to place his focus and breakthrough on and Hancock. On the battlefield, the Empress also immediately released her Conqueror's Haki. Although it was slightly weaker, the combination of the two Conqueror's Haki created an even more terrifying oppressive sensation, making the air feel incredibly thick. Its death was naturally surprised. Facing such terrifying pressure, it was the first time she had seen it, feeling it surpassed any previous enemies. Even super dangerous species did not have such aura. It was truly a surprise. Had she known there were such powerful people around the Emperor, this General wouldn't have needed to fight everywhere. However, your powers are indeed somewhat special. I'm a bit curious to dissect your bodies, even slice them for research. After all, you shouldn't be Imperial tool users, right? You simply possess powers stronger than most Imperial tools. His death instantly noticed that and the Empress had extraordinary powers. If they were Imperial tool users, it would be impossible for them to display the same kind of power. Your eyesight is indeed impressive. No wonder the Emperor values you so much. However, due to our identity issue, we won't hold back against you from now on, said, and in an instant, she disappeared from her spot, appearing next to his death. The terrifying life domain covered his death, draining her life force. In just a few seconds, his death felt her essence vitality, stamina, and strength crazily disappearing. Seeing this, Hancock delivered a kick enhanced with Hody toward Death. Death forcefully resisted the 2's attack with a layer of ice shield formed from magic power. However, at this moment, the magic ice shield was covered with spiderweb-like cracks after Hancock's powerful kick. Moreover, if this continued, Death felt that her strength would eventually be exhausted, and at that time, she would really lose. The thought of losing was something Death could not accept. Completely enraged, a killing intent erupted from her eyes, with a strange red light flickering in her pupils. At this moment, Death released many of the seals on her magical power, and the terrifying magic surged forth once again. However, this time she concentrated her magic into one point and then released it instantaneously. General of Ice and Storm. With a loud boom, a powerful, freezing aura spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield and the sky like a tangible force. Even the Empress and IM were nearly frozen, if it weren't for their armed Hody for defense. They could have been completely encased in ice. However, they were merely pushed back. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, in the low visibility of the snowstorm, the sound of dense hoofbeats echoed. It was a legion of ice knights, wielding ice spears, charging towards the Empress and IM like an unstoppable force. The Empress and IM activated their observation Hody, displaying powerful martial arts skills to continuously destroy the Ice Knights. But these Ice Knights kept coming in endless waves. And after battling for over half an hour, there was no end in sight. At this rate, they would not be able to get close to his death at all. Additionally, they had to guard against her freezing time ability. If they were careless and fell into that trap, they would undoubtedly lose. IM communicated with the Empress through observation Hody. That's right, it seems we can only eliminate these Ice Knights in one go. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for us. The Empress thought for a moment and said, Sister IM, your ability is the life fruit, right? Next, I will need to use my strongest power, but I fear my stamina won't keep up. That's simple. I will maintain your vitality and stamina at their peak, IM replied. Okay. As IM and the Empress joined forces, IM continuously transmitted life energy to sustain the Empress's spirit and vitality. The Empress felt a surge of power throughout her body and immediately activated her fruit ability. She cupped her hands in front of her chest, and a pink sphere began to coalesce, continuously absorbing pink energy and growing larger and more solid. After it reached a sufficient size, the Empress hurled the basketball-sized pink sphere into the midst of the Ice Knights. With a thought, the pink sphere erupted in a dazzling display of pink light, petrifying everything in its path. IM and the Empress managed to resist the petrification without any signs of being affected. Meanwhile, the multitude of Ice Knights on the battlefield all turned to stone. Even his death could not withstand this power, and her body began to show signs of petrification. Faced with this sudden suppression, his death was extremely displeased and released all the magic seals within her, unleashing the power of the forbidden. Countless black symbols, like curses, crawled all over her body. But what followed was an even more terrifying freezing magic. However, it was not released yet, and it had already lowered the temperature of most of the imperial capital to several degrees below zero, with everything being frozen. Tian watched calmly as his death's internal power seemed to awaken like a super dangerous beast, but was now completely under his death's control, merely cooperating to unleash even more terrifying magic. It seems that true combat is needed to extract more power from his death. In the original work, the pressure from Akame was not enough to force out his death's true strength. Perhaps when his death saw Tatsumi die, she didn't want to live alone and just wanted to go to another world with him. Now that I think about it, his death really is a lovesick fool, clearly a sadistic war fanatic, yet she cannot escape the trials of love. It serves as a classic example that love really can make people foolish. Tian thought to himself. At this moment, the entire battlefield was divided into two opposing forces. The terrifying freezing magic of his death faced off against the combined might of the Empress and IM. It was unlikely that either side would determine a winner in a short time. Instead, as both powers continued to be unleashed, countless lives in the imperial capital were drained, petrified, or frozen to death. In just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people perished in the imperial capital. Even Tian had no choice but to intervene. With such a massive number of deaths, he might not be able to revive them all. Moreover, if this continued, the entire imperial capital would be utterly destroyed. You can stop now, Tian commanded with authority. But at this moment, his death was completely unresponsive, reveling in the unprecedented thrill of battle. Furthermore, she was the kind of genius who rapidly grew stronger the more she fought. Your Majesty, his death has no intention of stopping. We cannot halt, the Empress said helplessly. Very well, I will handle this. Tian immediately activated his time-stopping ability, grasped his death, and used space-time manipulation to instantaneously arrive outside the world, appearing on a nearby, colorful planet. His death came to her senses and was instantly shocked, having no idea what had just happened. But it was certain that she should have been in battle, and the Emperor had commanded them to stop, yet she had no intention of doing so. Your Majesty, what is this? His death asked in confusion. You do not possess the ability to freeze time. Continuing to battle will not be a match for their combined strength. Tian stated unequivocally. Upon hearing this, his death naturally felt unconvinced, saying, Your Majesty, you're underestimating me a bit. I have yet to be defeated, and from the recent battle, I was just beginning to get serious. I appreciate your confidence, but IEM's ability is the power of life. She has long achieved immortality and has lived for over 1,000 years. The Empress's ability is petrification, and her true power in Medusa form rivals that of a god. Even if the ice beast soul within you emerges, it may not be able to handle her. Moreover, she continuously receives IEM's life energy. Even if they fought for a month, she would not weaken. Now, do you think you can hold out that long? Or do you not trust my words at all? Tian said lightly. However, to his death, it was surprising that her hidden power had been completely seen through by the Emperor. Nevertheless, his death remained unconvinced, stating, Unless your Majesty competes with me, I will not fully believe your words. Although I do not know where this place is, it is vast enough to allow for a full-scale battle. His death is fighting spirit ignited. Tian, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and looked at his death domineeringly, saying, No, you currently do not have the qualifications to fight me. There is no one in this world who can match me. I am far stronger than you. But to make you truly convinced, I will show you a portion of my immense power. With a clap, Tian brought his palms together. He activated the power of fragmentation, and as he slowly separated his hands, it was as if he faced a resistance of millions of pounds. But then, the planet beneath their feet began to fracture, disintegrating and presenting a terrifying scene of world destruction. Upon witnessing this, Isteth's eyes widened in shock. After feeling this power, a sense of insignificance like an ant arose in her heart. Come, follow me. Suddenly, Emperor Tian took his death to a higher place, looking down at the constantly shattering planets below, everything in view. After his death saw clearly, she was astonished not only by the fact that they were in the universe, but also by the sheer size of the planets below, which had indeed been destroyed by His Majesty in a single move. Realizing the power of Emperor Tian, his death instantly became tense, because Emperor Tian had already conquered her. This meant that next, she would have to serve His Majesty in bed, which felt so thrilling. How should she say it? It was her first time doing such a thing. Chapter 150. Isteth completely persuaded. How is it? Do you like me now? Emperor Tian domineeringly reached out, pinching Isteth's chin and asked. At the same time, he caught a whiff of the fragrance on Isteth. It must be said that different women have different natural scents. But there is one commonality. No matter how different they all smell wonderful. Isteth's face had already turned red. Emperor Tian's power not only excited her, but also made her heart race. In her opinion, only such a powerful and invincible man was worthy of being her man, and he had endless charm to attract her. At this moment, as Isteth had this thought in her heart, she was influenced by Emperor Tian's strong hormones and could not help but feel anticipation for the first time. Naturally, I like your Majesty's powerful strength, Isteth suddenly said shyly like a little woman. Hearing this, Emperor Tian laughed heartily in satisfaction. Haha, my beloved, not only am I powerful, but I'm also strong in every aspect. At that time, I want to hear you begging for mercy. Emperor Tian domineeringly embraced his death at the waist. Opening the time-space portal, they instantly returned to the imperial palace. However, just as he was about to throw his death directly onto the bed, she suddenly launched a sneak attack on Emperor Tian, piercing his heart with an ice spike. Emperor Tian stood there, stunned, his gaze cold as he frowned and asked, "Beloved, what do you mean? Did you actually choose to ambush me?" His death got down from Emperor Tian's embrace and sat on the bed, propping her long, beautiful legs. "Beloved? Huh. Calling me your majesty is more appropriate now. Although I admit your strength is great, I still don't like being conquered. I prefer to conquer everything myself. Unfortunately, we are only having such close contact for the first time, and you let your guard down so easily, underestimating my resistance. If you had managed to evade my sneak attack just now, perhaps I would have truly been convinced and completely infatuated with you. But now, you should be dying, right? What a pity. But don't worry, after you die, I will take care of your two women. After all, they are strong enough to give me a good fight." Isdeath said with great interest. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Isdeath to be this kind of person. Is it because I lack the protagonist halo that you resist me like this?" Emperor Tian laughed boisterously, but inside, he felt displeased with Tasmi from the original work. Why could he win Isdeath's true love when he was clearly such a weakling? It was just because he could put on an innocent smile. But to be honest, Isdeath was a bit funny. Clearly a war maniac, with countless blood on her hands. Yet her true heart was drawn to someone with an innocent smile. At this moment, Isdeath felt something was off. Alert, she sat up from the bed and looked at Emperor Tian, saying, "Your Majesty, your heart has been pierced by me. Why are you not dead yet?" Seeing Isdeath finally show some unease, Emperor Tian laughed loudly. "The disobedient beloved, you mean this heart of mine, right?" Emperor Tian used the power of the space fruit to take out his heart and display it in front of Isdeath. "Your Majesty, you..." Isdeath's pupils widened in shock, unable to comprehend. She suddenly thought that perhaps his Majesty was a monster. How could he take out his heart and not be harmed at all? She had clearly aimed for the exact spot of his Majesty's heart. It should have been pierced. "Isdeath, you truly underestimate me. The reason I didn't T-guard against you is simply because no matter how you sneak attack, you cannot threaten my life." Emperor Tian pulled out the ice spike from where his heart was, and the wound instantly healed itself. He then put his heart back into place. Isdeath took 2 steps back, unable to contain herself. What had happened today had completely overturned her understanding. His Majesty was no longer just powerful. He was an indestructible monster. Emperor Tian stepped forward and pushed Isdeath down onto the bed. This time, Isdeath did not resist, nor did she insist on her preference for conquering others instead of being conquered. Half a month later, Isdeath truly experienced Emperor Tian's strength. She was filled with awe and infatuation for him. After all, no woman could resist Emperor Tian's charm and such prolonged, domineering tenderness. Perhaps at first, they would refuse and reject it. But as they spent more time together, feelings would develop, and they would deeply fall for Emperor Tian. "Your Majesty, you're truly terrifying. For the first time, you left me with no power to resist. Next, I'm afraid I will need several days to leave the room safely." Isdeath helped Emperor Tian adjust his clothes, but she felt utterly weak, still soft from the previous encounters. Emperor Tian smiled gently and asked, "So, do you now prefer a man like me, who is powerful in every aspect, or someone with an innocent smile?" Upon hearing this, Isdeath looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Emperor Tian was hinting at. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by someone with an innocent smile? I currently like your Majesty, the invincible man. You have truly conquered me. Now my heart is filled with your Majesty's image." Isdeath nestled in Emperor Tian's embrace, gently speaking like a little bird, appearing to have found the happiness she had never had before, and she truly liked Emperor Tian. Indeed, no matter how strong-willed a woman is, as long as she encounters a stronger man, she can be completely persuaded. "All right, if you're feeling weak and powerless, then take a good rest for a few days. I have some matters to attend to personally." "Yes, your Majesty, then I will rest." At this moment, Isdeath spoke a few words, unable to help but break into a cold sweat, showing how much she had endured over the past half-month. Although Isdeath's strength could match up to Im or the Empress in one-on-one combat, she did not possess the ability to return from death, and in that regard, she was truly inferior to him. When Emperor Tian left the palace, and the Empress happily approached him. "Husband, you haven't cared about us for half a month," the Empress said with a hint of grievance. "Can you wait a little longer? I still have matters to attend to," Emperor Tian said gently. "All right, I will continue to wait." The Empress blushed and said, although it was a normal demand, such an eager plea felt a bit cheap. You feel the same way, right? Once I have enough time, I will take care of both of you properly." Got it. But, dear husband, what are you going to be busy with next? Now that your most interesting person, Isteth, is already yours, who else piques your interest? Hey, you'll find out when the time comes. Saying this, Tian opened the time-space portal and walked in, preparing to head to the Night Raid Organization's headquarters to take a look. According to the Empire's current reconnaissance agencies, it would be impossible to discover the Night Raid members in a short time without organizing the Hunter Organization, so naturally, they couldn't help him capture those female assassins. As soon as Tian left, and the Empress couldn't wait to rush into the room. Isteth was just about to lie down to rest when she faced him and the Empress. Isteth, are you ready to rest? However, later, Sister will prepare chicken soup and ginseng soup for you. Would you like some? Stepped in and spoke first. Thank you, but you two came in for another reason, right? Isteth asked lightly. As a strong-willed woman, even after becoming the Emperor's woman, her competitive spirit made her want to possess the Emperor alone and not share him with anyone else. It's like this: half a month ago, the two of us teamed up, and although we didn't have a clear winner, let us say it ended in a tie. At the same time, we sisters won take advantage of you. After all, we are all Tian's women now. We are just sisters. And we have to serve Tian well together in the future, right? So, I discussed with Hancock. She was originally the second sister, but since you came, she decided to give up the position of the second sister to you. As for me, I will still be the eldest sister. What do you think, Isteth? Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Ask it kindly. Isteth coldly replied. Sorry, I don't need older sisters or younger sisters from now on. Tian can only be mine. You two should go back where you came from. Upon hearing this, and Hancock frowned, their expressions turning cold. If she didn't give them face, they couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Isteth, are you really that strong? Why do you think you can monopolize Tian? Moreover, even if you fight alone, you're not a match for either of us sisters. The Empress said confidently. During these past half-month, both the Empress and him had learned quite a bit about Isteth. Although she was strong, it could be confirmed that Isteth currently seemed to have no ability to freeze time and space. As for why Isteth, who was gathered in the pirate world, could freeze time and space, it was likely that the future Isteth would be the one to master it. Why should it be like that? I spent half a month with Tian. Moreover, to be honest, we have been working on it without stopping. Do you think I'm strong? Or do you have such achievements? Isteth said forcefully, feeling a bit proud about this matter. The Empress was momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, she realized that she indeed did not have achievements like Isteth. She remembered that the most impressive time she had was 10 days and 10 nights before surrendering. The Empress clenched her fists. Although she was unhappy, she found it hard to refute. On the other hand, immediately burst into laughter. Isteth, you actually said this. Then what I'm about to say is fair. You have indeed spent half a month with Tian, which is somewhat impressive, making you stronger than Hancock. However, in front of me, this strength is completely useless. Felt extremely happy. Her own record of half a year was something even 10 Isteths couldn't compare to. Wasn't this a guaranteed win for her? Oh, I don't know how impressive your record is, Isteth asked coldly, thinking to herself that if she had become like this in half a month, could him really compare to her? Since they were both women, the gap in this area couldn't be that large. Moreover, she wasn't afraid of I'm lying. She could just ask Tian for verification later. To be honest, I have only lasted for half a year, without stopping at all. If you don't believe me, you can ask my husband. Said contentedly. Now thinking back on that matter, she couldn't help but reminisce about the joy of the past. Isteth was stunned upon hearing this. What did you say? Half a year? What else? Do you think Sister is weak? Sister is an immortal being, having lived for over 1,000 years. How could someone in their 20s like you possibly win? Hancock said, crossing her arms coldly. Upon hearing this, Isteth suddenly remembered that Tion had mentioned something about and Hancock's abilities outside of this world. She hadn't thought of it earlier, completely lost in happiness for the past half-month. Tion had said that possessed the power of infinite life, having lived for over 1,000 years. Although Hancock had the ability of petrification, she also had life restoration. Therefore, continuing to confront both and the Empress would leave her at a disadvantage due to insufficient magic power. Huff, all right. Half a year is indeed an astronomical figure. I may not be convinced, but I have to admit you are strong. So, does that mean you have no objections to me being the eldest? I suppose so. Isteth said helplessly. She couldn't possibly go back on her word. She couldn't afford to lose face like this. However, she really wanted to know how thrilling it must have been to last for half a year. Fine, from now on. I will call you sister, and as for Hancock, she will call you sister as well, because she only had a record of 10 days. Covered her mouth and smiled. Hancock awkwardly said, annoyed, "Humph, this is just temporary. Next time, I will definitely last longer, just wait and see." All right. Don't be angry. Isteth came after us. We are all women of Tion now, so don't bully Isteth too much. Pulled Hancock outside to comfort her. Afterwards, the two of them personally served Isteth a lot of nourishing soup to help her body recover. Sister, drink more. You need to take care of your body and ensure the fetus gets enough nutrition. Upon hearing this, Isteth almost spat out the nourishing soup she was about to drink. This is just the beginning. How can it be so exaggerated? Moreover, as for children, I am not mentally prepared yet. Just thinking about children made Isteth feel nervous and flustered, as she had never imagined a day when she would have a child. It's not exaggerated. Your husband is so amazing. He would let you go without one. Just like me and Hancock. Our daughters are already 20 years old. Are they that old? Yes. But it was because my husband used his abilities that after the children were left behind, we crossed over to 20 years later. Although for us time travelers, it was just a moment. Our daughters have grown for 20 years. I see. So her husband's methods are truly incredible. Isteth was shocked in her heart. Crossing time is too unbelievable. It seems she still doesn't understand Tion well enough. Next time, she must delve deeper into it. On the other side, Tion stepped out of time and space, appearing right at the base of Night Raid. Who are you? Akame immediately, notice Tion. When Tion turned around, Akame was so frightened that she jumped back. The Emperor of the Empire, how did you find us? Akame was extremely vigilant, feeling that the area around them must be filled with the Emperor's men lurking about. Tomorrow will be the conclusion. The sister-slaying arc is completely written casually. Please don't pay too much attention to it. Chapter 151. The grand finale of this book, we meet again in the Jianghu. Akame, it's time to make a choice. Either become my woman, or I will kill all your companions. Tion turned around, looking at Akame with an air of supremacy. That disdainful gaze made Akame, a powerful assassin, feel an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if she was staring into an endless abyss. However, Akame furrowed her brows instantly. To become this dog, Emperor's woman? Was this dog, Emperor, out of his mind? Or did she hear wrong? Did he come all the way to the Night Raid base just for this? I don't quite understand your meaning. And I'm just an assassin. What qualifications do I have to be the woman of someone so high and mighty? Moreover, even though I am an assassin who could die at any moment, I still want to choose to be a real woman in matters of gender, not your plaything. In Akame's view, the Empire's dog emperor was not a good person, whether it was managing the people of this country or treating the women in his palace. He probably only regarded them as temporary playthings, not as human beings. Is this your choice? Tion's gaze turned fierce, and his mood began to sour. He activated the power of the thunder fruit, and dark storm clouds gathered in the sky above, thunder rumbling ominously within. Upon seeing this, Akame's legs went weak. Was this truly the power that the dog emperor of the empire should possess? Could this be the anger of the thunder god? She had heard that half a month ago, General Bud was killed by this dog emperor, whose imperial weapon, the thunder god's anger, could control thunder. Soon, everyone from Night Raid was alarmed and rushed to the scene. Najinda, Brand, Hill, Mine, Leon, and Lubbock. Akame, what is going on? Najinda immediately asked, thinking that Akame must have exposed their location, leading this dog emperor to find them. Boss, I don't know. This dog emperor just suddenly appeared here. Akame cautiously defended against Tian. Did you fight him? Seeing the tense atmosphere and sharp energy, Najenda assumed the two had clashed. Not at all. And I'm not his match. I have a strong intuition that if I make a move, I will be killed on the spot. Although I'm not afraid of death, I don't want to die without having done anything, Akame replied seriously. This was the first time Najenda felt the situation was tricky. After all, even Akame had no confidence, and it seemed that even if everyone joined forces, they could not threaten this dog emperor. However, Najenda couldn't understand how this dog emperor had become so strong. That terrifying aura. Was he really the same emperor as before? By the way, boss, this dog emperor wants me to choose to become his woman to spare us. What should I do? Akame reported immediately. She thought that although she was reluctant, if the boss agreed, she could sacrifice herself and become this dog emperor's woman, even if it meant being trampled upon. Hearing this, Najenda was momentarily stunned. This emperor still had a strong desire for women, coming all the way to the night raid base just for such a thing? Your Majesty, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Or have you been hiding your strength all along? Najenda forced herself to remain calm and asked. As the leader of Night Raid, she couldn't show fear. Otherwise, the morale would quickly collapse. At this moment, Minehill, Leon, and Lubbock were all sweating profusely. Even Brand, who had become a real man, could not help but tremble slightly. But they couldn't blame themselves for being timid. The storm clouds above were too terrifying. It seemed the lightning within obeyed the commands of the Emperor before them, ready to unleash countless terrifying bolts of thunder at a moment's notice. Boom! Tian had no intention of talking to Najenda, immediately controlling a bolt of lightning to strike her directly. Najenda was instantly engulfed in flames. Unable to even evade, it was all so sudden. Akame, Hill, Mine, and the others were shocked, their pupils trembling. "Ah, boss!" They all shouted, completely unsure of what to do, only knowing that their boss had been killed right in front of them. See, Akame? This is the price of making the wrong choice. However, I'll give all of you another chance now. I want Leon, Hill, Mine, and Akame to please me, and I will let your boss come back to life. Otherwise, you will all be destroyed, Tian said with authority. At this moment, he seemed like a god of the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Although Akame and the others didn't believe that Tian could truly resurrect their boss, for some reason, they felt he wasn't lying and might really be able to do it. Mine was the first to step forward. "I promise you, I will become your woman. Please save her." Mine cried. She truly didn't want to see Najenda die. Back when she was helpless and homeless, barely surviving, she was fortunate to have encountered Najenda as shelter and lived to this day. You alone cannot represent everything. I also want them, Tian said blandly. At this time, he'll also step forward. As long as I can resurrect the boss, I'm willing to do anything. The normally airheaded Hill was exceptionally calm at this moment, fully entering her state as a natural killer. Leon sighed. It seems fate has brought us to this point. We have revolted for so long, yet we didn't realize how powerful the Emperor of the Empire truly is. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is like a god. Therefore, I choose to become your woman, recognizing the situation. Akame, however, threw aside her imperial weapon, the fatal blade Muramasa, and said, "Can we do it now? Are you satisfied?" "Ha ha ha, very good. It seems you are all smart people." After Tian arrogantly laughed, he waved his hand and used the power of time reversal to instantly resurrect the burning Najenda, as if nothing had happened. Najenda came to her senses, feeling somewhat confused. "It seems that I just had a terrifying dream, dreaming that I was struck by the lightning of the Dog Emperor and instantly burned to death. Chital, Main, Hill, and the others saw that Boss Najida really resurrected, really unharmed, and they were instantly filled with joy and tears. However, they were even more shocked. The power of the Dog Emperor was truly unbelievable. What kind of ability is this? Could it really be a godlike existence? Boss, we chose to become his women. Also, boss, you shouldn't work for the Revolutionary Army anymore. It's impossible to oppose the Empire. As long as he is here, the Empire will not be overthrown by anyone. Chitong said seriously. Najida was still hesitating when Main immediately cried out, "Boss, really don't be enemies anymore. Just now, you were killed by him, and it was because of our choice that you were resurrected. So, hearing this, Yujiro was stunned. Does that mean she wasn't dreaming just now, but really was killed once? Yes, boss, we can't win. Leonai also said seriously. Stop talking nonsense. You're all my people now. Call me husband first, and if I'm happy, you might quickly feel happiness. This way, you will truly become my women, and I will treat you gently. And Yujiro, this time I will let you go, but if they're SA next time, I will completely eliminate your revolutionary army. Yujiro sighed in her heart. In the face of absolute power, indeed, any scheme is futile. This time, just the Emperor alone came here, and the power he displayed made them feel unprecedented despair. What revolutionary army power? If they really attacked the imperial capital, they would die in droves. Moreover, with such powerful strength, the revolutionary army should really not seek death. Otherwise, more people would only die. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Your Majesty. However, they are all good girls, and I hope Your Majesty can treat them well. Yujiro said earnestly. Whether I treat them well or not depends on their own choices. I have always been the gentlest to my women. As long as they are obedient, I can satisfy all their wishes. The Emperor said majestically. Upon hearing this, Yujiro thought to herself that the Emperor would not lie, and since he said so, she might believe him once. She then said, Chi-Tong, you all behave. Quickly call His Majesty husband. In the future, with you in the Empire, it will definitely get better. Yujiro felt that if Chi-Tong and the others became the Emperor's women, they could completely gain the Emperor's trust through favoritism and then manage the Empire, which was quite possible. Chi-Tong nodded and immediately, with a blank expression, called out to Tian, husband. Mayin pouted, and with a hum, called out husband. Leonai was quite charming, her voice magnetic as she called out husband. The naturally Navi Hill, not knowing why, became nervous and stammered, husband. Tian shook his head and said, this won't do. Your voices don't give me any excitement. Instead, they make me feel very angry. Are you still harboring fantasies that I am taking advantage of you? Tian's anger manifested as a 1,000-meter giant troll figure, looking down at Chi-Tong and the others. In this world, I am an invincible existence in your hearts. I should be like a god, yet you want to overthrow my 1,000-year empire right under my nose. The fact that I Haven T killed you all in a fit of rage is my mercy. Tian's voice resounded throughout the entire empire, with an aura that made him feel unrivaled. Chi-Tong and the others were already so frightened by the giant that appeared from Tian that their legs went weak, feeling suffocated. At this moment, they were completely in despair. They never expected that the empire they had been resisting was such a terrifying existence. How could they dare? Moreover, this emperor possessed such powerful strength, yet did not act personally. Looking at it this way, it was indeed mercy. Otherwise, if he acted personally, it would only lead to rivers of blood. Brand and Rabuk also began to doubt the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Were they really mad? They actually wanted to awaken such a terrifying emperor. Fortunately, the emperor did not have a common mindset, probably to avoid bloodshed. Tian saw that Chi-Tong and the others had turned pale before retracting the troll figure and walked in front of Chi-Tong, saying, Get up, look into my eyes, and call me dear husband. Chi-Tong was filled with awe towards Tian and dared not disobey, immediately calling out carefully, Dear husband, you all too, stand up, come to me, and call me dear husband. Leonai forced herself to calm down, gathered her courage, linked her arm with Tian's, and charmingly called out, Dear husband. Mayan also came up, her eyes red, feeling overwhelmed, but still tremblingly called out, Dear husband. They looked into Tian's eyes, as if seeing that he truly cared for them, and couldn't help but blush, turning in her naturally Navi self, calling out, Dear husband. Forget it. This time I didn't hear you wanting to kill me. Although it's out of awe, it's better than hatred. Let us go. Return to the imperial capital with me. Tian waved his hand, opening a portal in front of him. Tian stepped in first. Seeing this, Chi-Tong and the others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Is this ability all due to the Emperor's power? But it's terrifyingly powerful. However, they immediately entered the space portal. Brand and Rabuk watched Chi-Tong and the others leave with the Empire's Emperor, finally letting out a sigh of relief. However, they were already at the end of their strength and lay flat on the ground. Boss, everything we've done all along has been wrong, hasn't it? But fortunately, this emperor is merciful. Not only did he save us, but he also saved countless innocent people from death. Upon hearing this, Najida said lightly, perhaps, but I need to quickly report this back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to let them know not to resist the Empire anymore. It's impossible to overthrow it. Boss, I'm afraid they won't believe us, right? So, I think we might as well just fly far away. Rabuk had always liked Najida, thinking that once the war was over, he could spend a sweet time with her. 6 months later, Chitong and the others had completely fallen for Tian. After continuously getting to know him, they realized that he was actually a very good man and a very good emperor. Moreover, just as Tian said before, he cared for them and treated them well. So they helped the Empire correct many decaying systems, refreshing the Empire. At the same time, Kaido and Mihawk had unified the entire continent for Tian. 2 years later, under Tian's rule, the entire empire was vigorously building palaces, repairing the Great Wall, and waging wars against other continents. Slowly, I have reached a level of fulfilling the requirements of a tyrant. Through the power of the system, I have completed the connection to the pirate world and established a spatial channel, allowing people from both worlds to interact with each other. As a result, the entire Tian family has reunited and is living a blissfully happy life. Synopsis: Tian, a muscular man, have crossed over to the pirate world and obtained a system to play as characters. The higher the degree of role-playing, the more powerful the abilities and talents I gain. I started by drawing the role of Hanma Yōjirō. I am Hanma Tian, remembering how my mother was taken away by Hanma Yōjirō. It was to break the taboo and become stronger, leading to the later emergence of Yuren.